Chapter 1: A queen who seemed to have emerged from an ice and snow kingdom. Tianqiang Group, Marketing Department. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire open-plan office area in a pale gold glow. The air is filled with the rich aroma of coffee and the crisp sound of keyboards. At each workstation, young men and women are dressed in appropriate business attire, their expressions focused, together forming a classic picture of elite workplace in this commercial metropolis called Tianhai City. Lin Yuan sat by the window, his slender fingers dancing lightly across the keyboard. On the screen was a market research report he had just completed, clearly organized and full of detailed data. He just started working today. As the only person in the entire marketing department to pass the hellish interview and enter the headquarters of Tianqiang Group with the status of a fresh graduate, Lin Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention from the moment he stepped into the building. Of course, the main reason is his face. Standing at 1.85 meters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he exudes the aura of a haute couture male model even in a simple white shirt and trousers. Sunlight fell on his sharply defined profile, casting a small shadow on his high, straight nose. His deep, almond-shaped eyes were slightly lowered, and his long, curled eyelashes resembled butterfly wings. His focused expression exuded an innate nobility and aloofness. Hey, look at Lin Yuan, he's perfect from every angle. He's not just flawless, he's practically walking hormones. The moment he arrived, the average attractiveness of our department jumped 2 levels. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Several female colleagues lowered their voices in the break room, but their eyes kept glancing in Lin Yuan's direction, their admiration undisguised. This attention naturally attracted discordant voices. A male colleague named Zhao Kai, sitting diagonally opposite Lin Yuan, looked at Lin Yuan, who was being fawned over by his female colleagues, and a hint of jealousy and disdain flashed in his eyes. Zhao Kai is a senior employee of the company. Relying on his seniority, he always acts like a senior in front of new employees. He considered himself to be quite capable and good-looking, but compared to Lin Yuan, he was as insignificant as dust. What's the use of being handsome? A company is a place that values ability, not a catwalk that values looks. Zhao Kai muttered sourly in a low voice, not too loud, not too soft, just loud enough for the people around him to hear. Newcomers should act like newcomers. Don't think that good looks will allow you to rise to the top overnight. The waters of the Sky Dome Group run deep. These words were clearly directed at him, and the office fell silent for a moment as several sympathetic glances fell on Lin Yuan. Workplace bullying is a common problem faced by newcomers. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. He slowly raised his head, his clear gaze meeting Zhao Kai's. There was no anger on his face, but instead a polite and gentle smile. Brother Zhao is right. I will need your guidance in the future. His voice was clear and magnetic, neither humble nor arrogant, like a gentle spring breeze. This punch felt like hitting cotton. Zhao Kai's prepared taunts were instantly shut down, his face turning rather ugly. He could only snort coldly and turn away dejectedly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's colleague's opinion of him improved even further. Not only is he handsome, but he also has such high emotional intelligence. He handles provocations with grace. A person like this is destined for greatness. Lin Yuan remained completely unmoved. He knew very well that someone like Zhao Kai was nothing more than an insignificant pebble on the long road of life. 3 years ago, he lost his beloved girlfriend, Su Qingying, because of poverty. That sense of powerlessness and heartbreak made him realize that in this world, without power, one doesn't even have the right to protect what one loves. He studied diligently, graduated with top honors, and entered one of the top companies in Tianhai City. He wants to reach the top. For this goal, no amount of pointless provocation could shake his resolve. Just then, a commotion broke out at the office entrance. Immediately afterwards, all the sounds on the entire floor vanished in an instant. Clatter. 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 The crisp, rhythmic, and imposing sound of high heels striking the ground grew louder as they approached. Everyone in the marketing department seemed to be put on pause. They all stood up from their seats, heads down, even their breathing became cautious. A sense of doubt arose in Lin Yuan's heart, and he stood up as well, following the gazes of the crowd. With just one glance, his breath caught in his throat. A figure appeared at the department entrance. She was a queen who seemed to have stepped out of an icy, divine kingdom. Her long, moon-like hair was piled high, revealing her fair, slender, and gracefully curved swan neck. She had a near-perfect face, with features so sculpted as if by divine craftsmanship, especially her eyes, which were pure and cold, devoid of any human emotion, as if they could freeze one's soul. She wore an extremely simple white silk shirt, with the 2 buttons at the collar casually undone, revealing her delicate collarbone. The most breathtaking part was her chest, which was tightly wrapped in her shirt. The curve was so full and upright that it stretched the expensive fabric to its limit, forming an amazing arc, as if the thin fabric would be completely torn apart by the immense power contained within it in the next second. Moving the gaze downwards, the black pencil skirt perfectly outlined her shapely breasts, and further down were her long, slender legs wrapped in a layer as thin as a cicada's wing, which, when stood together, had not a single gap between them. On her feet were a pair of silver high heels that shimmered with tiny sparkles, each a full 10 centimeters high, which added an overwhelming aura to her already tall figure. Abstinence, nobility, authority. And that seemingly innate indifference to everything. "Hello, Mr. Lang." The marketing director jogged up to greet him, his usually imposing face now filled with obsequiousness and nervousness. Lan Yanran. The youngest president of Tianqiang Group, a legend in the business world, is known for his iron-fisted methods and ruthless nature. The name instantly popped into Lin Yuan's mind. He was puzzled as to why the top leader of such a large corporation would suddenly appear in the small marketing department. However, the next second, he knew the answer. Because this icy female CEO ignored everyone else, her eyes were fixed precisely on him. Under the deathly silence and blank stares of dozens of people in the department, Lan Yanran strode forward and walked straight to Lin Yuan. A scent that blended haute couture perfume with her unique cool fragrance instantly enveloped Lin Yuan. "It smells delicious, but it's even colder." Lin Yuan could feel that the surrounding air seemed to have dropped several degrees. He stared at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his face, his mind racing as he wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere. Are you Lin Yuan?" Chapter 2 Super Soft Rice King System. Lan Yanran spoke, her voice as clear and cold as an icy spring, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "I am." Lin Yuan answered calmly, meeting her gaze. After confirming his identity, a complex emotion seemed to flash in Lan Yanran's eyes, a mixture of struggle, shame and anger, and a sense of resigned helplessness. But this feeling vanished in an instant, so quickly that one might think it was an illusion. Then, to everyone's astonishment, this Ice Queen, who controlled a business empire worth hundreds of billions, spoke slowly and deliberately in her still cold voice, which seemed to tremble slightly. "Lin Yuan, be my boyfriend." Boom! These words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in the minds of everyone in the marketing department. Everyone was stunned. His eyes were wide open like saucers, his mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and his mind completely went blank. The marketing director was dumbfounded. The female colleagues were stunned. Zhao Kai, who had just been mocking Lin Yuan, was struck dumb, frozen in place, his expression twisting from jealousy to extreme shock and disbelief. "Cold. Mr. Cold?" Lan Yanran, the Ice Queen of the Skydome Group, pursued by countless wealthy young men, actually confessed her love to a new employee on his first day of work in public. Has this world gone mad? Lin Yuan was also stunned. This was the most outrageous thing he had ever experienced in his 2 lifetimes, no, in his 22 years of life. He was certain he did not know the female CEO. But seeing the other person's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, his usually calm heart couldn't help but start beating faster. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure. Something unusual must be going on. He was 100% certain that there was something more to this than met the eye. He looked into Lan Yanran's eyes, and sure enough, deep within them lay a trace of forced shame and indignation. He understood. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Unlike most people who would panic and refuse, he leaned forward slightly under everyone's gaze, lowered his voice to a level only he and Lan Yanran could hear, and softly asked in his magnetic voice, "Mr. Lang, is this truth or dare?" Upon hearing this question, a crack instantly appeared on Lan Yanran's icy, beautiful face. Her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, and her body stiffened involuntarily. How could he have known? That's right. Just half an hour ago, she had a gathering with some close friends and played truth or dare, and unfortunately, she lost. The dare punishment her mischievous friend gave her was to go back to the company and confess her feelings to the first single male employee she met. Lin Yuan was the first person she encountered after coming down from the CEO's office. She had assumed that an ordinary employee, under the spotlight of her CEO status, would only be trembling with fear, either excitedly agreeing or too scared to speak. Unexpectedly, the other party was so calm and even revealed the truth in one sentence. Looking into Lin Yuan's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything, Lan Yanran felt an emotion called embarrassment for the first time. But her pride as a CEO made it impossible for her to admit it. She forcefully suppressed the turmoil in her heart, regained her icy demeanor, and replied in a low voice, enunciating each word clearly. You only need to answer yes or no. This can be considered an implicit agreement. Lin Yuan understood, and at the same time, a mischievous sense of amusement arose within him. Making this aloof, icy CEO embarrass himself in public seems like a very interesting thing. But he didn't do that. Because he saw a hint of pleading deep in Lang Yanran's eyes. If she refused, she, as the CEO, would probably lose all face. Offending one's immediate superior is clearly not a wise move. Having figured this out, Lin Yuan smiled, slowly straightened up, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for the entire office to hear clearly, in a gentle yet firm tone. Okay, I promise you. Just 4 simple words. But this brought this absurd confession to a close. Lang Yanran's tense body relaxed almost imperceptibly, and her gaze towards Lin Yuan held a hint of something unusual that she herself was unaware of. This man is very interesting. Wait for me in the parking lot after get off work. Lang Yanran regained her CEO composure, coldly uttered those words, and then turned and left in the dead silence, her high heels clicking as she walked away. Only after she completely disappeared did the entire marketing department seem to come alive, instantly erupting into a cacophony of discussion. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a god, their expressions ranging from shock and envy to jealousy and admiration. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, turned ashen-faced, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He just actually mocked the CEO's boyfriend? We're doomed. Lin Yuan ignored everything around him. He simply sat quietly in his seat, reflecting on everything that had just happened. Even though I knew it was fake, being confessed to in public by such a stunning beauty felt pretty good. Is he the CEO's contract boyfriend? It seems not bad. Just as he was lost in thought, a cold, inhuman, mechanical synthesized voice suddenly rang in his mind. Host has achieved the achievement of being confessed to by a wealthy CEO. The super soft Rice King system is being activated. Activation progress 1%, 10%, 50%. Ding. System activation successful. Congratulations, host. From today onwards, you will embark on an extraordinary path to the pinnacle. The new player gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to open it immediately? Lin Yuan sat upright at his workstation, his expression calm as if he were resting with his eyes closed. His mind was completely immersed in the wondrous world constructed by the cold, mechanical voice in his head. The suppressed whispers of his colleagues and the occasional probing glances from them had no effect on him whatsoever. System, please introduce your functions. Lin Yuan silently recited this in his heart. Returning to the host, this system is the Super Soft Rice King system, designed to assist the host in acquiring soft rice values through deep interactions with high-value members of the opposite sex, thereby reaching the pinnacle of life. Interaction methods include, but are not limited to, accepting gifts, increasing favorability, establishing and strengthening relationships, and resolving conflicts. The higher the intrinsic value of the interacting object, the higher the quality of the reward the host receives. Soft rice points can be used to redeem items in the system store or participate in random prize draws. It really is a soft rice system. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. What others avoid like the plague becomes a shortcut to the top for him. Fate is truly wondrous. Open the newbie gift pack. Chapter 3 I hate eating cilantro. He issued the order without hesitation. New player gift pack is now available. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1. Cash reward, 10 million renminbi, already deposited into the host's encrypted digital bank account, globally usable and untraceable. 2. Vehicle reward, 1 Koenigsegg Gem Era Mega GT class, limited to 300 units worldwide. All formalities have been completed, and the vehicle is parked in parking space B007 of the Skydome Group's underground parking garage. The car key has been transferred to the host's pocket. 3. Skill bonus, God-level driving skills. You can now drive any land vehicle and perform maneuvers surpassing those of professional race car drivers. 4. Attribute bonus, physical enhancement. Host's physical constitution +5, spirit +3, charisma +2. A series of notification sounds made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat. 10 million in cash. The amount he might not earn in his entire career is just an appetizer. A top-of-the-line supercar worth tens of millions. This is no longer a means of transportation, but a walking work of art, a ticket to the top echelons of society. There are also God-level driving skills and attribute enhancements. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and Lin Yuan could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering with joy. His body, which had become somewhat thin due to long hours of studying at his desk, now had more defined and powerful muscle lines, and his eyesight and hearing had become sharper than ever before. The whole world seemed to become clearer in his perception. Call. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His already deep peach blossom eyes now shone with an even more restrained divine light, exuding an astonishing charm. Just as he was experiencing the strange changes in his body, the cold system notification sounded again. Ding! The system has issued its first main quest. Task name: the beginning of the contract. Mission objective: during your first date with Lang Yanran tonight, raise her affection level to 10 points. Current affection level, 5. Task difficulty: hard target is a cold and aloof personality. The rate of increasing favorability is only 1/10 that of an average person. Task reward: 1,000 soft rice values or equivalent, unlocking the system shop. Failure penalty: the system will enter a permanent hibernation state. Permanent hibernation? Lin Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. This is not just a task, but a test. If he fails, he will instantly fall from grace and return to his original state. He glanced at the notes after the favorability rating. There were only 5 points, marked first acquaintance and slightly curious. To reach level 10, good looks and the system's money alone are probably not enough. You have to cater to their preferences. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He reached out and seemingly casually moved his wrist, but in reality, he silently unlocked the computer screen. He needs intelligence. All information about Lang Yanran, this icy female CEO. Time passed by second. The atmosphere in the office gradually calmed down from the gossip frenzy and returned to work. But everyone knew in their hearts that the center of this storm was always that young man sitting quietly by the window. Just then, an incongruous figure, carrying a sour and rotten aura, walked up to Lin Yuan's workstation. It's Zhao Kai. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and handed over a freshly brewed cup of coffee with a fawning expression. Lin Yuan: no, brother Lin. Just now I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I was just being mean. Please forgive me, you are a magnanimous person. He bent his waist almost at a 90-degree angle, his posture extremely low. The eyes of everyone in the office were instantly drawn to this scene. Everyone stopped what they were doing and prepared to watch a good show. Lin Yuan didn't even look up at him, his gaze remained fixed on the screen. He simply uttered 2 words. I don't drink instant coffee. Zhao Kai's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, his face turning pale and then flushed, extremely embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and continued. Brother Lin, I know I was wrong. Look, you're the president's boyfriend now, your future is definitely bright. I'm just a nobody, please be merciful and let me off the hook. His apology sounded insincere, instead full of utilitarian probing and pleading. Lin Yuan finally raised his head. He looked at Zhao Kai's face, which was filled with jealousy and fear, and said calmly. First of all, whether I have a future or not has nothing to do with who you are. Secondly, whether I let you go or not depends on your own words and actions, not on my feelings. Third. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, a smile that was handsome and charming, but the words he spoke made Zhao Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Instead of wasting time here, you should think about how to finish the report you were supposed to submit last week. I heard the director isn't in a good mood today. After saying that, he ignored Zhao Kai and turned his attention back to the computer. The surrounding colleagues immediately let out a suppressed chuckle. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Zhao Kai not only failed to gain any favor, but his shortcomings were exposed in public, revealing his negligence at work. Enraged, the last shred of pretense on his face crumbled, and he lowered his voice, speaking venomously. Lin Yuan. Don't be so smug. So what if you have a pretty face? What's so great about a gigolo who lives off women? He thought this insult would sting Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan simply replied. If being handsome is a mistake, then I'm willing to make that mistake again and again. Puff. Finally, one of the female colleagues couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Kai's face turned a deep purplish red. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he seemed to have all his strength drained away. He slunk back to his seat, not daring to utter another word. Lin Yuan's image in the department also changed after this incident, from a handsome newcomer to a handsome newcomer with high emotional intelligence and not easy to mess with. After shooing away the flies, Lin Yuan continued his intelligence-gathering work. Most of the publicly available information online focuses on Lang Yanran's business achievements, portraying her as an emotionless work machine. This is clearly not what he wanted. He then went to the internal forum of the Sky Dome Group. The news here is much more vivid. The Queen made the planning department cry again today. Her aura is off the charts. The last time I ran into Mr. Lang in the elevator, it felt like the air had frozen. Does anyone know what type of man CEO Lang likes? It seems like she doesn't find any man in the world attractive. Most of it was similar to awe and speculation. Lin Yuan patiently flipped through the pages, not missing a single corner. Finally, in an inconspicuous old post, he found a reply record marked as "violation has been deleted." He saw the hidden content through the browser's cache. Stop guessing. I used to be a maid in Mr. Lang's household. Let me tell you a secret, Miss Lang hates cilantro the most. Also, she never goes to those high-end clubs in private. Instead, she especially likes to eat snacks at the night market in our old town, but she never dares to let the master know. This message, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through the fog in Lin Yuan's mind. I hate cilantro. I enjoy visiting night markets. These two pieces of information instantly brought the aloof Ice Queen back to earth, making her flesh and blood, with a weakness that could be touched. Lin Yuan's lips slowly curled upwards. He's got his date planned for tonight. What kind of being did Chapter 4 offend? Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group, in the president's office. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Lang Yanran held a phone, rubbing her aching temples. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was now covered with a layer of frost. On the other end of the phone came her best friend Xiao Wanqing's exaggerated scream. What? Yanran? You actually confessed your feelings to a man at the company? Oh my god. Is our iron tree, which has never blossomed in ages, finally going to bear fruit? Tell me quickly, who is that man? Is he handsome? What does he do? Lang Yanran took a deep breath and interrupted her in an icy tone. Xiao Wanqing, have you forgotten who really caused this? Xiao Wanqing gave an awkward laugh on the other end of the phone. Oh, it's just a dare. How was I supposed to know you'd actually go? So, how did it feel? What was the reaction of the lucky person you favored? He. Involuntarily, Lin Yuan's handsome face, calm and composed in the face of danger, and his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything appeared in Lang Yanran's mind. Especially that line, truth or dare? He's, all right. She spoke in an extremely flat tone. But only she knew that when Lin Yuan came to her rescue and said, okay, I promise you, her usually calm heart skipped a beat. Not bad? If you say not bad, then by ordinary standards, wouldn't that be incredibly handsome? Xiao Wanqing excitedly pressed for more information. By the way, I had someone check, and the new guy who joined your company today is named Lin Yuan, right? He graduated first in the finance department of Tianhai University, from an ordinary family, TSK. His conditions are a bit poor, but he's got a real face. Yanran, don't be serious, this kind of poor kid will cling to you like leeches once he sees your world. Upon hearing the words poor boy, Lang Yanran's brows furrowed involuntarily. She didn't know why, but a strange sense of irritation rose in her heart. I know what I'm doing just doing this to carry out the punishment. She replied coldly and then hung up the phone. The office returned to silence. Lang Yanran walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below. Her eyes were a perfect black and white, with pupils as black as ink, pure and without a trace of impurity. When those eyes gaze at something without emotion, they exude a chilling coldness, like a cold star. She recalled Lin Yuan's information. She comes from an ordinary family, has excellent grades, and is strikingly good-looking. It seems there's nothing particularly special about it. But why, when his gaze falls upon me, do I have the illusion that he sees through me completely? This man is interesting. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the clock struck to signal the end of the workday. Lin Yuan tidied his desk and, amidst the knowing glances of his colleagues, was the first to get up and leave the office. He took the elevator directly to the second basement-level parking lot. The huge parking lot was brightly lit and filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Lin Yuan walked at a leisurely pace and soon saw the sign for Area B007. However, on his way to that parking space, he encountered another uninvited guest. Zhao Kai was about to drive his second-hand domestic car home when he saw Lin Yuan walking alone in the parking lot. The jealousy and resentment he had suppressed all afternoon erupted once again. He rolled down the car window and shouted in a sarcastic tone. "Hey, isn't this brother Lin? What's up, the CEO's boyfriend? Does he have to walk home by himself after get off work? That's true. Mr. Lang's car must be worth millions. How could he let a poor kid like you drive it so casually? Don't scratch it again, you can't afford to pay for it." He burst into laughter, as if he had regained his lost face. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to look at him. His steps stopped in front of the empty parking space marked 007. Seeing that he didn't speak, Zhao Kai assumed that he had been hit where it hurt and laughed even more smugly. "Why aren't you saying anything? It's okay if you don't have a car, it's not shameful. Just tell me, I'll give you a ride." Before he could finish speaking, his voice caught in his throat. Because Lin Yuan only glanced at him indifferently, and then put his hand into his pants pocket. The next second. Buzz. A deep, futuristic engine startup sound suddenly rang out in the empty parking space. The air twisted and a supercar covered in dark blue carbon fiber patterns appeared out of thin air above the parking space, like a ghost descending from another dimension. The streamlined body, the exaggerated aerodynamic kit, the unique four-seat layout, and that imposing ghost badge. Koenigsegg Gemera. Zhao Kai's eyes widened instantly, and he seemed to be frozen in place, completely petrified in the driver's seat. What did he see? Hallucination? How could a car just appear out of thin air? However, something even more mind-numbing was yet to come. Lin Yuan took out the futuristic-looking car key from his pocket and gently pressed it against the multi-million-dollar behemoth. Beep. The headlights flashed, and the butterfly doors slowly rose, revealing a luxurious interior that resembled a spaceship. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to look at Zhao Kai again, calmly got into the driver's seat and closed the car door. With a roar of an engine that could get any man's blood pumping, the dark blue beast vanished in an instant, leaving only a blur at the end of the parking lot. Zhao Kai was left alone, sitting dumbfounded in his dilapidated car, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a fist, his eyes filled with extreme fear and bewilderment. What kind of being did he just offend? Lin Yuan drove his dark blue Koenigsegg slowly through the wide passageway of the underground parking lot. Instead of heading straight for the exit, he skillfully navigated several turns using his enhanced memory, heading towards the president's private parking space. Instead of waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative. What he wanted was not just to complete a task, but to completely seize the initiative from the very beginning of this contractual relationship. A moment later, a Bentley Mulsanne, all black and exuding an aura of composure and majesty, came into view. The license plate number consists of 58S, highlighting the owner's distinguished status. Lin Yuan parked his car in the empty space next to the Bentley. A multi-million-dollar supercar, brimming with futuristic technology, stands side by side with a luxury sedan, a symbol of traditional luxury, creating an incredibly peculiar and visually striking scene. He didn't turn off the engine, he simply rested his arm casually on the car window, his fingertips lightly tapping on the steering wheel, patiently waiting for the queen to arrive. Chapter 5. Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated her reaction. Bite. A soft sound came from the private elevator not far away, and the metal doors slid open slowly. Lang Yanran stepped out from there. She changed out of her serious business suit and into a simple black dress, but her innate cold aura remained unchanged. She was looking down at her phone, seemingly dealing with some work, a hint of impatience showing between her delicate brows. In her mind, the newcomer named Lin Yuan should be waiting for her anxiously by the roadside at the parking lot exit, just like an ordinary employee. However, as she looked up, preparing to walk towards her car, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. For the first time, an undisguised emotion called shock surfaced in her eyes, which were as black as ink and as calm as still water. Her gaze was fixed on the dark blue beast that looked like it came from the future, parked next to her Bentley. Koenigsegg Gemera. As the heir to a top-tier wealthy family, Lang Yanran's understanding of luxury goods far surpasses that of ordinary people. She recognized the car's value and rarity at a glance. It wasn't something money could easily buy, but rather a symbol of top-tier status and social circle. In Tianhai City, only a handful of people own this car. Each and every one of them is a giant whose mere stomp of the foot can shake the business world. Why, is it here? Just as she was in shock, the window of the Koenigsegg slowly rolled down. A face she had just seen, impeccably handsome, appeared behind the car window. Lin Yuan looked at her with a perfectly languid smile on his face, and his deep peach blossom eyes seemed to hold stars under the parking lot lights. President Lang. Boom! At that moment, Lang Yanran felt as if her mind had been struck by lightning, leaving her completely blank. It's him! That new employee whose profile said, from an ordinary family. How could he get out of that car? No, he didn't get out, he's the owner of this car. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through her mind. Who is he? Is a super rich heir hiding his identity coming to experience life? Or does he possess a background that he himself could never have imagined? All previous assumptions about him as a poor boy or a pretty boy were shattered at this moment by the Koenigsegg. For the first time, her pride and confidence in her composure and control crumbled in front of a man. Get in the car. Lin Yuan's voice interrupted her thoughts. He pressed lightly into the air, and Koenigsegg's technologically advanced butterfly door rose silently, as if inviting its queen. Lang Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she wanted to ask something, but she found that she couldn't utter a single word. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Finally, under Lin Yuan's gaze, which held a faint smile, this ice queen, as if possessed, silently sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg. The car door slowly closed, completely isolating her from the outside world. Inside the car, the air was filled with the scent of premium leather mixed with Lin Yuan's clean, masculine aroma. Lang Yanran sat upright with her hands on her knees, her eyes fixed straight ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance at everything inside the car and the man beside her whom she couldn't understand at all. Where to? She tried to regain some control with her cold voice. Lin Yuan did not answer her. He simply smiled and started the car. With a deep, captivating engine roar, the Koenigsegg sped out of the underground parking lot like a blue lightning bolt. The Koenigsegg moved smoothly and swiftly through the traffic. Lang Yanran finally recovered from her initial shock. She turned her head and stared coldly at Lin Yuan. Who exactly are you? This is no longer a simple, contractual transaction. A person who can drive a Koenigsegg is definitely not an ordinary recent graduate. Lin Yuan looked ahead, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Yuan, an employee of the marketing department of Sky Dome Group, and your current boyfriend. What I mean is, your real identity. Lang Yanran's voice became a few decibels louder. Oh? Lin Yuan finally turned to look at her, his eyes filled with amusement. Why do you think I need another identity? Or, in President Lang's opinion, does a young person from an ordinary family not deserve these things? His words left Lang Yanran speechless. Yes, why? Just because he drove a nice car, did I subconsciously assume he was hiding his identity? This is itself a form of prejudice. But, this prejudice is just too illogical. This isn't just any ordinary good car, she pointed out coldly. He is not your average boyfriend either, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Lang Yanran was speechless again. She discovered that her pride and joy in logic and eloquence were completely useless in front of this man. In every encounter, he would effortlessly draw me into his rhythm. This feeling is unfamiliar, and also, dangerous. She simply shut her mouth and stopped talking, but the view outside the car window made her frown again. This isn't the way to the top restaurants in the city center. The buildings along the road gradually changed from skyscrapers to low-rise old-style residential buildings. The surrounding environment has changed from a sophisticated commercial district to one filled with the noise of everyday life. Finally, when the Koenigsegg stopped at a bustling, brightly lit intersection, Lang Yanran was completely stunned. Old Town, Night Market. This was a place she only remembered visiting with her mother, a place filled with the smell of cooking oil and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Get off the bus. Lin Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt. Sitting in the car, Lang Yanran looked out the window at the smiling faces of ordinary people, and smelled the strong aroma of barbecue skewers and stinky tofu wafting through the air, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance. In her world, there are only sterile offices, upscale restaurants, and quiet private estates. Everything here was out of place for her. I'm not going. She refused coldly. Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He walked around and opened the car door for her himself, smiling as he reached out his hand. This is my boyfriend's first request on our date. Lang Yanran looked at his outstretched hand and then at his unquestionable gaze. In the end, she placed her cool, soft little hand into his warm, large palm. However, as she got off the bus, she still emphasized one sentence with a cold face. This is the last time. Chapter 6, Enjoy the highest treatment everywhere. When the elegant and aloof Lang Yanran appeared in this bustling night market, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. She was like a swan that had strayed into the mortal world, so out of place with everything around her. The surrounding noise and the greasy, slippery ground made her furrow her brows and unconsciously tense up. Lin Yuan held her hand tightly and used his body to shield her from the crowd. He could feel the fine sweat on her palms and the stiffness in her body. "Relax, there are no business rivals here, and no board of directors." His voice whispered in her ear, carrying a soothing power. Lang Yanran didn't speak, but her tense body relaxed almost imperceptibly. Just then, several young men with a sleazy look and reeking of alcohol suddenly darted out from the alley next door. They spotted Lang Yanran, who stood out from the crowd, and their eyes immediately flashed with ill intent. "Hey, beautiful. All alone? Come on, want to grab a drink with us guys?" The blonde-haired man, who was drunk, walked up to Lang Yanran and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. A flash of extreme disgust and coldness appeared in Lang Yanran's eyes. However, before she could react, a hand as strong as an iron clamp precisely gripped the blonde man's wrist. "It is Lin Yuan." The smile on his face had vanished, replaced by indifference. "Take your dirty hands off. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" The blonde-haired man winced in pain and yelled as he was about to throw another punch. Lin Yuan's movements were as fast as lightning. He didn't even let anyone see what happened. With a flick of his wrist and a push, the blonde-haired man let out a scream, staggered, and knocked down several of his companions behind him, rolling into a heap. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary movement. Lin Yuan's clothes were not even slightly disheveled. He glanced coldly at the group of thugs lying on the ground groaning, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Roll." The thugs felt a chill run from their feet to the top of their heads as he swept his gaze over them, and they scrambled away into the depths of the alley. The surrounding vendors and passers-by were all stunned. Having resolved the trouble, Lin Yuan took Lang Yanran's hand again, as if nothing had happened, and said gently, "Let's continue shopping." Lang Yanran stood frozen in place, not moving. She raised her head and stared intently at Lin Yuan's profile. "My heart is pounding uncontrollably." In that instant, he stood in front of her, his broad and reliable back, and his calm composure in the face of imminent danger, gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She had never experienced this feeling with any other man. Just as she was wavering, the surging crowd surrounded them once again. Lin Yuan held her hand and tightened his grip. "Hold my hand, and we won't get lost." His voice was gentle yet firm. This time, Lang Yanran did not feel any resistance. She even instinctively shook hands with him. Their palms touched, warmth was transferred, and a strange feeling quietly spread between them. Deep in the night market, the two found a takoyaki stall and sat down. Lin Yuan skillfully ordered his food and specifically instructed the owner, "No cilantro." Lang Yanran's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. "How did he know I don't eat cilantro?" Just then, her phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, Lang Yanran's face instantly darkened. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. "Hello." On the other end of the phone, a dignified middle-aged man's voice immediately came through, carrying an unquestionable rebuke. "Yanran. Where are you? Do you know that your behavior at the company today has made you a laughingstock in the entire industry? I don't need to report my private matters to you." Lang Yanran's voice was as cold as ice. "Private matters? Your marriage is a major event that concerns the future of the entire family. How can it be your private matter?" The voice on the other end of the phone became even more stern. "I don't care what you're up to with that poor kid of unknown origin. Get to the Golden Tripod Hotel right now. The Zhang family's young master is there. You two meet and finalize the marriage. I have said before that I will not have a business marriage. That's not up to you." Beep. Lang Yanran hung up the phone immediately and slammed it down on the table. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes were slightly red, and a crack appeared in her icy exterior. Lin Yuan pushed a steaming box of takoyaki in front of her without asking any questions. He simply looked at her quietly, and then said, "Eat it while it's hot." Lang Yanran raised her head and looked into his clear eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. The softest part of her heart felt as if it had been gently touched. She silently picked up a bamboo skewer, tied a meatball into it, and put it in her mouth. It was very hot, but it tasted delicious. "It's the taste of my memories." After they finished eating, Lin Yuan took her to a ring toss game stall. "Want to try this?" Lin Yanran glanced at the childish plastic rings and cheap dolls and was about to refuse. Lin Yuan had already paid and handed her a large handful of rings. Treat him like someone you hate and throw him out. Lin Yanran was taken aback. Looking at the plastic ring in her hand, she inexplicably recalled her father's unwavering face on the phone. She picked one up and threw it away forcefully. I didn't win. She picked up another one and continued throwing it. 1, 2, 3. She seemed to be venting years of pent-up grievances and pressure, channeling all her emotions into the small plastic ring. Lin Yuan stood beside her, quietly keeping her company. After throwing the last hoop, Lin Yanran's mood miraculously calmed down. Although she didn't manage to snag a single one, she felt incredibly comfortable. It's my turn. Lin Yuan picked up the 10 rings the shopkeeper handed him, glanced at them, and tossed them aside casually. The first loop landed perfectly on the biggest, and also the ugliest, plush bear in the last row. Then, the second, the third. 10 circles, and not one missed. The stall owner and passers-by were all dumbfounded. Lin Yuan handed the ugly yet cute plush bear to Lin Yanran. Here you go, the queen's spoils. Lin Yanran looked at the ugly bear that was bigger than her upper body, and then at the bright smile on Lin Yuan's face. The corners of her mouth, which had been frozen all night, unconsciously curved upwards into a tiny arc. Although fleeting, it was enough to captivate a city. She reached out and hugged the bear. It's very soft and warm. At that very moment, a crisp notification sound from the system rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Lin Yanran's favorability has increased by 2. Ding! Lin Yanran's favorability has increased by 3. Ding! Lin Yanran's favorability has increased by 2. Congratulations, host. Lin Yanran's current favorability rating is 12 points. Feelings of affection have been developed, exceeding the mission objective. Main quest: the beginning of the contract is complete. Reward: 1000 soft rice points. System shop officially opens. And as a bonus, you'll receive a supreme black card that grants you the highest level of privileges anywhere. Chapter 7. She immediately noticed Lin Yanran's surroundings. The Koenigsegg drove smoothly through the night, the interior dimly lit, but the atmosphere was no longer as cold as before. Lin Yanran hugged the huge ugly bear, the soft fur of the doll almost burying half of her body, which softened her aloof aura. She didn't speak, but simply turned her head to look at the rapidly receding lights outside the window, her dark eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was multitasking. While effortlessly controlling this performance beast with his godlike driving skills, he also focused some of his attention on his mind. Open the system store. The system shop is now open for the host. A high-tech virtual light screen instantly unfolded before his eyes, visible only to him. The screen displays a wide variety of goods, categorized by type. Skills, items, bloodlines, technology. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over them, and he couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. Under the skills category, there's everything from god-level culinary skills and musical instrument proficiency to business empire management and ancient martial arts Bajiquan. But the price is equally astonishing. Even the most basic mastery of martial arts manual requires 5,000 soft rice points. The book Ancient Martial Arts Bajiquan Beginner is priced at 10,000 points. With his current meager 1,000 points of soft rice value, it's simply a drop in the ocean. He then looked at the items category. The things here are even more bizarre and wonderful. Truth Revealer, Lucky Charm, Cure All Illnesses Capsule, and even Invisibility Cloak Trial Version. The price is also quite high. It seems that to become stronger, one must work even harder, to be a kept man. Lin Yuan's eyes searched continuously, and finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found a product with extremely high cost performance. Item name: Eye of Truth Trial Version. Item effect: when used on a designated target, it randomly reveals one piece of their basic information, a hidden secret, or their most genuine inner thought. Number of uses: 3. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Exchange price: 1,000 soft rice values. This is it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Whether in love or business, intelligence is always the key to victory. Exchange 4, Eye of Truth. Ding. Exchange successful, 1,000 soft rice points consumed. First time purchase detected, triggering the passive effect of newcomer purchase rebate. Congratulations, host. You have received a 50% rebate. 500 soft rice points have been refunded to your account. There are also rebates? This was an unexpected surprise. Lin Yuan was satisfied and brought his mind back to reality. Just then, the car stopped at a red light. The night breeze blew in through the half-open car window, ruffling a strand of hair by Lang Yanran's ear and gently brushing against her fair, jade-like cheek. She seemed oblivious, still staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. The car was dimly lit, but the neon lights along the roadside cast a dreamy halo over her profile. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, almost imperceptibly. He unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned forward slightly, and moved closer. Lang Yanran instantly became alert, instinctively leaning back with a wary look in her eyes. "What you do?" Her cold voice carried a hint of panic that she herself was unaware of. Lin Yuan remained silent. With them so close, he simply reached out and, with his long, slender fingers, gently and deftly tucked a stray strand of hair from her cheek behind her ear. His fingertips lightly brushed against her cool earlobe. It felt as if a faint electric current instantly spread from that point throughout my entire body. Lang Yanran's body stiffened abruptly, and her breath caught in her throat for a moment. She could clearly smell the refreshing yet aggressive masculine scent emanating from him. "Don't overthink it." Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, sat up straight, and wore a faint smile. "Something's in disarray." His voice was deep and magnetic, like the plucking of a cello, echoing in the quiet carriage. Lang Yanran felt her cheeks heating up at an alarming rate. She abruptly turned her head away, burying her face back into the ugly bear doll, leaving Lin Yuan with only a faint pink nape of her neck. "Eventful." She uttered 2 words in a voice barely audible. But there was no hint of blame in his tone. Instead, it sounded more like a coquettish reproach. Lin Yuan's smile deepened. He knew that the iceberg had begun to melt from the inside. To break the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere, Lang Yanran reached out her slender fingers and hurriedly turned on the car stereo. A burst of loud pop music instantly filled the entire carriage. She frowned, just about to turn it off. Lin Yuan, however, was one step ahead and stopped her. He skillfully operated the central control screen a few times, switching to the system's built-in music library. Soon, a soothing yet slightly melancholic piano melody replaced the previous catchy tune and flowed out slowly. When the first note sounded, Lang Yanran's body jolted violently. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan with an incredulous gaze. "This piece of music. It has no name, only a number. It is a little-known work created by a musician who has long been forgotten by the world. It was also her mother's favorite piano piece. After her mother passed away, she searched the whole world and only found the rare sheet music for this piece in a private collection in Switzerland. In this world, besides herself, there should be no one else who knows." How could he? His eyes welled up with tears in an instant. Those tender memories of her mother that she had forcibly suppressed deep in her heart surged forth like a tidal wave, accompanied by this familiar melody. She saw that he remained calm, as if he had simply picked up a song at random. But how could this be just a coincidence? Just as her heart was pounding and tears were about to spill from her eyes. Buzz. Buzz. Her phone vibrated violently again, at an inopportune moment. On the screen, Xiao Wanqing's bright and beautiful face was flashing excitedly during the video call. Lang Yanran's mind was in a mess. She wanted to hang up, but her finger slipped and she accidentally pressed the answer button. "Yanran. My icy CEO. Where have you been? Tell me honestly, were you on a date with that new handsome guy?" Xiao Wanqing's loud voice clearly resonated throughout the entire carriage through the loudspeaker. On the screen, she immediately noticed the environment where Lang Yanran was. "Oh, it's in the car. This interior, my god, isn't this a Koenigsegg? Yanran, when did you get a new car?" Immediately afterwards, her gaze settled on the huge, ugly bear that Lang Yanran was holding in her arms. Chapter 8, Just who is that pretty boy? Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened instantly like saucers, and then she let out a shriek like a groundhog. Ah! Bear! You're actually hugging a plush bear. And such an ugly one at that. Tell me. Who gave it to you? Was it that Lin Yuan? As the camera swayed, Xiao Wanqing keenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's handsome profile in the driver's seat. We caught him. It really was him. Yanran, why are your eyes so red? Did he bully you? Faced with her best friend's barrage of questions, Lang Yanran's pretty face turned red and white, filled with both shame and anger. Xiao Wanqing. Shut up. Hee, I told you so. Xiao Wanqing laughed like a fox who had just stolen some cream. Not bad, Lin Yuan, you made our ice queen cry on the first day. You've got guts. Lin Yuan turned his head and gave the camera a polite and handsome smile. Hello, Miss Xia, I am Lin Yuan. Yanran wasn't crying, it's just that the wind was too strong and got something in her eyes. His voice was gentle and steady, neither humble nor arrogant, which instantly boosted Xia Wanqing's favorability towards him. Oh my, you're quite protective of our Yanran. Xia Wanqing teased, winking. Alright, I won't be a third wheel anymore. But Lin Yuan, I'm warning you, if you dare to treat our Yanran badly, I'll be the first to get back at you. After saying that, she quickly hung up the video call. Silence returned to the carriage. But the atmosphere had completely changed. Lin Yanran buried her face deep in the bear, not daring to look up. Lin Yuan's words, Yanran didn't cry, and his address to Xia Wanqing, our Yanran, stirred ripples in her frozen heart, like a hot pebble being thrown into it. She remained silent for a long time. As the piano piece was about to end, she finally raised her head. The tears in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Go to the Golden Tripod Hotel. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Now. Yes, now. Lin Yanran's voice returned to its icy tone, but beneath that icy exterior lay a resolute edge. Some people and some things need to be put to rest. Lin Yuan looked at the stubbornness in her eyes and instantly understood her thoughts. He smiled. Okay, I'll do as you say. Without asking a single question, he turned the car around, the Koenigsegg's engine roared, and it sped off towards the city's most luxurious hotel. The entrance to the Jinding Hotel. Well-dressed guests arrived in an endless stream. The luxurious atmosphere was like a completely different world from the night market we had just been in. When the dark blue Koenigsegg stopped at the door, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, when Lin Yuan and Lin Yanran, who was carrying a huge ugly bear, got out of the car, the security guards at the gate immediately stepped forward and stopped them. Please wait, gentlemen. The security guard's gaze swept over Lin Yuan's ordinary casual clothes, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Sir, this venue has been booked by the Zhang Group for a private cocktail party tonight. Do you have an invitation? No, Lin Yuan replied calmly. I'm sorry, you can't go in. The security guard's tone became even more arrogant. Besides, your attire doesn't meet the requirements of our party. Just then, a flippant voice came from the hotel lobby. Oh, isn't this Yanran? Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for ages. A young man dressed in a white suit, with his hair slicked back and looking quite presentable, walked out surrounded by a group of people. He is Zhang Yang, the son of the Zhang Group, who is Lin Yanran's arranged marriage partner. Zhang Yang's gaze fell on Lin Yanran, filled with greed and possessiveness. But when he saw Lin Yuan beside Lin Yanran and his flashy Koenigsegg, a strong sense of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He then noticed Lin Yuan's predicament of being stopped by security guards and immediately laughed. And who is this? He asked, feigning surprise. Yanran, when did you make friends with such unseemly people? He pointed at Lin Yuan's casual attire and the ugly bear in Lin Yanran's arms that seemed out of place in its surroundings, his tone full of sarcasm. Where did this pretty boy come from, driving a rented sports car and thinking he can get into high society? This isn't a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come in. Lin Yanran's face darkened instantly, and she was about to speak. Lin Yuan gently patted her hand, signaling her to calm down. He looked at Zhang Yang, who was jumping around in front of him, as if he were watching a ridiculous clown. He couldn't even be bothered to say a word to the other person. He simply and slowly pulled a card out of his pocket. A card that is entirely black, without any extra patterns, except for a mysterious emblem in the corner. When the arrogant security guard saw the card, his expression froze instantly, then turned into extreme fear and dread. His legs buckled, and he almost knelt down on the spot. A black gold card? Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a manager's uniform burst out of the hotel's revolving door like a cannonball. He jogged and scrambled to Lin Yuan's side, bowed almost 90 degrees, and called out in a trembling voice. Mr. Lin. I am so sorry. I was blind and failed to discipline my children properly, which caused you to offend me. Please, give me another chance. The hotel general manager, who was usually so imposing in front of his employees, was now as humble as a dog. Because he knew better than anyone what this card represented. That's not wealth, that's power. It was the immense power that could make him, and even the Golden Tripod Hotel behind him, disappear completely overnight. The dramatic scene before their eyes left Zhang Yang and his group of cronies completely dumbfounded. Zhang Yang's smug smile froze completely. "Manager Lu, what are you doing? He's just a..." "Shut up." Manager Lu turned around abruptly and shouted at Zhang Yang, his eyes bloodshot. "Young Master Zhang, I'm warning you. If you dare to say another disrespectful word to Mr. Lin, I will immediately cancel all of your Zhang Group's cooperation with our hotel." Zhang Yang was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran, who were being respectfully ushered into the hotel by Manager Lu. What exactly is going on? Just who is that pretty boy? Inside the hotel, Lin Yuan did not actually attend that boring cocktail party. Led by Manager Lu, they took the private elevator directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. "Mr. Lin, please rest here tonight. If you need anything, please let me know." Manager Lu bowed and scraped as he left. The explanation in Chapter 9 is absolutely perfect. Lin Yuan ignored him and turned to look at Lang Yanran, who had been in a state of shock since the beginning. "Who exactly are you?" Lang Yanran asked, and he replied with a smile. "Your boyfriend." "Isn't that so?" Lang Yanran's body trembled again. She raised her head and looked into Lin Yuan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything. The last line of defense in her heart began to quietly collapse. She did not answer his question. She simply carried the bear, walked step by step to him, and then did something that shocked even herself. She tiptoed and gently kissed his smiling face. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it touches and then disappears. "Thank you." After she finished speaking, her face flushed, she turned around and ran away as if fleeing. Lin Yuan touched his lips. A cool, soft sensation still lingered there. He smiled. It seems that tonight's harvest is far greater than expected. On the way back, Lang Yanran was driving. Lin Yuan's Koenigsegg was carefully kept safe by the hotel staff. Lang Yanran was driving her Bentley. They remained silent the whole way, but the atmosphere in the car was no longer cold. Instead, it was filled with a subtle, ambiguous feeling. Soon, the car entered a top-tier villa area located halfway up the mountain. "This is Lang Yanran's home." The car stopped in front of one of the huge, brightly lit villas. Lang Yanran unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car immediately. She looked at the huge, ugly bear in the seat next to her and was at a loss. How is she going to carry something so big inside? Moreover, if the maids at home saw her, where would her authority as an ice queen be? Lin Yuan saw through her predicament and smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'll help you." He got out of the car, walked around, gentlemanly opened the car door for her, and then easily carried the huge plush bear out. "Its name is Yuan Yuan Bear." Lin Yuan, carrying the bear, followed Lang Yanran as they walked through the palace-like gate of the villa. "From today onwards, it will sleep with you in my place." His domineering yet ambiguous declaration echoed in the empty hall. Lang Yanran stumbled and almost fell. Her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. That bastard. How could he say such shameless things? She turned around, embarrassed and annoyed, wanting to scold him. But just then, a gentle voice, which struck Lin Yuan like a thunderbolt, came down from the elegant spiral staircase on the second floor. "Yanran, you're back?" Lin Yuan suddenly looked up. On the stairs, a woman wearing a beige silk slip dress was slowly walking down with her bare, crystal-clear feet. Her long, chestnut-brown, wavy hair, like seaweed, was casually draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were gentle, and the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of charm under the light. Mature, voluptuous, and full of alluring charm like a ripe peach. That face. It was Lin Yuan's unforgettable face, which had appeared countless times in his midnight dreams even though they hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Su Qingying. His ex-girlfriend. Lang Yanran's stepmother. Su Qingying also saw the tall, upright young man behind her daughter, who was holding a huge doll. The moment her gaze met Lin Yuan's equally shocked peach blossom eyes in mid-air, her gentle smile froze on her face instantly. The water glass in my hand fell to the ground with a crack and shattered on the polished marble floor. The air seemed to be sucked out in that instant. Time stood still. In the deathly silence, Lang Yanran finally broke the silence. She turned her head to look at Lin Yuan, her cold voice carrying a hint of softness she herself was unaware of, and a touch of assertiveness in her introduction. "Lin Yuan, this is my stepmother, Su Qingying." Dead silence. A deathly silence that could suffocate anyone. Time seemed to stretch into an infinitely long thread at this moment, and the dazzling crystal chandelier in the villa's hall seemed to have become cold and blinding. Lin Yuan felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the stairs, the woman he had loved and hated. She was wearing a sexy silk slip dress, which should have been a seductive sight, but in his eyes, it only brought endless irony and heartache. She became someone else's wife. She became the stepmother of his nominal girlfriend. She became an elder whom he had to address with utmost respect, calling her auntie. Auntie, it's been a long time. When Lin Yuan uttered those 6 words dryly, he saw Su Qingying's body tremble violently, and her pretty face, already pale from shock, turned even whiter in an instant. The last trace of blood in his eyes faded completely. Aunt. He started calling her auntie. Like the sharpest knife, it pierced the softest part of her heart, tearing apart the longing, guilt, and love that had been building up for 3 years. Tears, which she could no longer hold back, instantly blurred her vision. You. Lang Yanran was incredibly intelligent. She glanced at her distraught, tearful stepmother upstairs, and then at Lin Yuan beside her, whose expression was calm but whose eyes held an incredibly complex look. She immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere between them. You know each other? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible wariness, and a touch of inquisitiveness stemming from a woman's intuition. This problem was like a Damocles sword hanging over Lin Yuan's head. If you don't answer well, all your efforts tonight will be in vain. Lin Yuan's brain was working at an unprecedented speed. He must not panic, much less lose his composure. He took a deep breath, and under the gaze of those cool eyes, he gave a perfectly timed smile, tinged with reminiscence and politeness. No. He readily admitted it. Aunt Su was one of the visiting professors I admired most when I was at Tianhai University. Visiting professor. This explanation is absolutely perfect. It not only reasonably explains the fact that the two knew each other, but also limits their relationship to the safe, distant, and respectful realm of teacher and student. Upon hearing this explanation, Lang Yanran's tense nerves relaxed almost imperceptibly. So that's how it is. She knew that before marrying into the Lang family, Su Qingying was indeed an internationally renowned young artist who was often invited by various universities to give lectures or serve as a visiting professor. This reason is flawless. However, for Su Qingying on the stairs, this reason was tantamount to being subjected to a second slow slicing. Visiting professor. He used the term visiting professor to define their once unforgettable love. Su Qingying's heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. Chapter 10. He misunderstood her for 3 whole years. She longed to rush down, to embrace him without hesitation, and to tell him, no, we're not teacher and student. I'm your Qingying. But she can't. Reason firmly restrained her impulse. She looked at Lang Yanran, who was nominally her stepdaughter but in reality felt more like a stranger, standing next to Lin Yuan. She saw a brilliance she had never seen before hidden in Lang Yanran's clear, cold eyes when she looked at Lin Yuan. She understood Lin Yuan was protecting them. He drew a line in the most hurtful way, and also built a fragile firewall. She had to cooperate with him. Su Qingying forced her tears back into her eyes, her hands gripping the hem of her nightgown tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than a cry, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, Lin Yuan is one of the most outstanding students I have ever taught. I never expected to see you here again. She walked slowly down the stairs, each step feeling like she was stepping on a knife's edge. Lin Yuan could see that her bare feet were curled up with her toes due to tension and pain, which was both cute and heartbreaking. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he could only force himself to look away. However, Lang Yanran's next move caused the newly stabilized situation to be thrown into turmoil once again. Perhaps it stems from that damn, accurate intuition of women. Or perhaps it was Su Qingying's undisguised, deeply affectionate gaze when she looked at Lin Yuan that provoked her. Lang Yanran made a move that even she herself found unbelievable. She took the initiative and affectionately reached out to take Lin Yuan's arm, pressing her soft body tightly against him. Then, she raised her cold yet exquisitely beautiful face, looked at Su Qingying who had walked up to her, and declared, word by word, in a tone that asserted her dominance. Aunt Su, I forgot to formally introduce you. Lin Yuan, he is my boyfriend now. Boom! The word boyfriend struck Su Qingying like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her mind went completely blank for a moment. His legs gave way, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuan. He became Yanran's boyfriend? How is this possible? Is there anything more absurd or cruel than this in the world? She used all her strength to barely keep herself from collapsing. She watched Lin Yanran's possessive actions and Lin Yuan's helpless yet non-rejecting expression after she took his arm. A poisonous fire called jealousy, mixed with endless regret and pain, burned wildly in her heart. That's her boy. He was the boy she cherished and loved for 3 whole years. On what grounds? Because of her forced letting go back then, he became her stepdaughter's man in the blink of an eye? No, she doesn't believe it. She was not willing to accept it. Just as this chaotic scene was about to spiral out of control, Lin Yuan reacted. He didn't pull his hand away from Lin Yanran's grasp. Instead, he gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Then, he gave Su Qingying, whose face was pale, a polite but distant smile. Yes, Auntie. Yanran and I just got together. He calmly acknowledged the relationship. This sentence shattered the last shred of hope in Su Qingying's heart. She looked at Lin Yuan and saw him give her that polite yet unfamiliar smile, like someone meeting an elder. Her heart was completely dead. Utterly despondent. Is that so? Su Qingying's lips trembled, and she managed to squeeze out a few broken syllables from her throat. That's really wonderful. Congratulations. The gentle smile she had been trying so hard to maintain appeared incredibly pale and poignant at that moment. Looking at the seemingly perfect couple before her, she felt that her own existence was a huge joke. Just then, Lin Yuan mentally issued instructions to the system. Use Eye of Truth on Su Qingying. Ding! The Eye of Truth has been used on target Su Qingying. 2 uses remaining. Information gathering in progress. Information type: the deepest secret in my heart. Secret content: 3 years ago, the Su Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. Su Qingying's father, Su Qingde, gambled heavily, accumulating hundreds of millions in debt. To save the company and her father, Su Qingying was forced to accept Leng Tianxiong's terms, a marriage in exchange for financial assistance. After the marriage, Leng Tianxiong suddenly fell seriously ill, becoming bedridden and unable to have sexual relations. Su Qingying remains a virgin. The moment this information clearly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, his entire body froze. So that's how it is. It's not about being materialistic and prejudiced against the poor. It's not about being vain. But it was to save his father and family. She silently shouldered everything alone, bearing the stigma of being a gold digger, and married a terminally ill man old enough to be her father. Moreover, she remains innocent to this day. Her resolute and cold words from when we broke up 3 years ago still echo in my ears. Lin Yuan, you can't give me the life I want. Let's end it here. Looking back now, I wonder how heartbroken she must have been when she said those words. For the past 3 years, she has lived in this magnificent villa, which feels like a cage. How has she managed to endure countless lonely nights all by herself? The hatred vanished in that instant. Instead, there was a volcanic eruption of guilt, pity, and heartache. He misunderstood her for 3 whole years. He had just rubbed salt into her wounds in the most cruel way. Lin Yuan clenched his fist so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was forcing a smile and swaying precariously, he felt for the first time the urge to destroy the whole world. No. Stay calm. Lin Yuan, you must calm down. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions surging within him. Now is not the time to reveal everything. He glanced at Leng Yanran beside him, who was scrutinizing him and Su Qingying with a critical look, knowing that any slight abnormality at this moment could arouse her suspicion. He must first stabilize the situation. It's getting late, Yanran, you should get some rest. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and said gently to Leng Yanran, which room do I need to stay in? Leng Yanran glanced at him, then at Su Qingying. Although she was filled with doubts, she still nodded. Come with me. She led Lin Yuan toward the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. In the instant he brushed past Su Qingying, Lin Yuan's steps faltered almost imperceptibly. Chapter 11. He finished his noodles, leaving not a drop of broth. He didn't look at her. He spoke very softly and very quickly, in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Wait for my text message. Su Qingying's body trembled violently, and a faint light instantly rekindled in her previously lifeless eyes. Lin Yuan was assigned to a guest room at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Leng Yanran escorted him to the door, but did not leave immediately. She held the ugly bear, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at him quietly with her cool eyes, as if she had something to say. Tonight she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lin Yuan asked knowingly. "Night market and hotel." Lang Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. "Isn't it only right for a boyfriend to do these things for his girlfriend?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. These words made Lang Yanran's heart skip a beat. She lowered her head and whispered, "We just." "Just what?" Lin Yuan took a step forward, closing in on her and trapping her between the doorframe and his body. The distance between the two instantly shrank to the point where they could hear each other's breaths. Lang Yanran could clearly see her own flustered reflection in his deep, peach blossom eyes. Her heartbeat was completely erratic. I. She was so nervous she couldn't speak. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone vibrated at an inopportune moment. Lang Yanran glanced at it subconsciously. On the screen, a text message from an unknown number clearly appeared. "Xiao Yuan, come to my room, I have something to tell you." Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Lang Yanran's eyes turned cold the moment she saw the text message. The temperature inside the car seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. "Who?" She raised her head, her voice devoid of any emotion. "A friend." Lin Yuan put his phone away without changing his expression. "Male or female?" Lang Yanran pressed. "Is there a difference?" "Of course I do." Lang Yanran stared at him intently. "I don't want my boyfriend to have any ambiguous relationships with other women without my knowledge." Her possessiveness was on full display at that moment. This text message was undoubtedly the fuse that ignited the minefield. Looking into her suspicious and cold eyes, Lin Yuan knew that any concealment or deception at this moment could cause the goodwill he had painstakingly built up to collapse instantly. He remained silent for a moment. Then, he raised his head, met her gaze, and said frankly, "It was sent by Aunt Sue." "What?" Lang Yanran's pupils suddenly contracted. This answer was completely beyond her expectations. She never imagined that the person who sent such an ambiguous text message would be her stepmother, Su Qingying. "What does she want to do?" Lang Yanran's voice grew even colder. "I don't know." Lin Yuan shook his head, a perfectly balanced look of confusion and helplessness on his face. "Perhaps, as an elder, she wants to put me, her boyfriend, to a test?" This explanation seems reasonable. But Lang Yanran's doubts only deepened. She had a gut feeling that things were not that simple. Just as she was about to press for more information, her phone rang. It was Xiao Wanqing. Lang Yanran answered the phone impatiently. "What now?" "My dear lady, please take a look at our sisterhood group chat." Xiao Wanqing's voice was filled with anxiety. Lang Yanran opened the group chat with a puzzled look. The next second, her face turned incredibly ugly. In the group chat, someone posted several photos of her and Lin Yuan being stopped by Zhang Yang at the entrance of the Jinding Hotel. The photo was taken from a tricky angle, only capturing Lin Yuan in casual clothes and Lang Yanran's back as she held the ugly bear. The accompanying text was even more sarcastic. "Have you heard? The Ice Queen Lang Yanran found a gigolo and drove a rented sports car to the Golden Tripod Hotel, but couldn't even get in the door. It's hilarious." "Really? This is the kind of taste a rich girl has? I've heard about that guy too. He's new to their company, his family is dirt poor, a complete gigolo." In no time, rumors about Lang Yanran had spread like wildfire throughout the upper-class circles of Tianhai City. "Yanran, don't take it to heart. It must have been that bastard Zhang Yang who did it," Xiao Wanqing said angrily on the phone. Lang Yanran remained silent. She just gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. She doesn't care what others think of her. But she couldn't bear to see Lin Yuan humiliated like this. Especially after she witnessed Lin Yuan's strength and extraordinary abilities firsthand. An unprecedented rage rose within her. She hung up the phone, abruptly looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes flashing with a cold yet resolute light. "Lin Yuan, come with me to do something tomorrow." "What's up?" "I will make everyone who has ever mocked you kneel down and apologize to you." After saying that, she hugged the ugly bear and walked back to her room without looking back. Looking at her stubborn back, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. At that moment, a cold system notification sounded quietly in his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued by the system. Mission name: the balancing technique of a battlefield. Task objective: within 24 hours, maintain your favorability rating with Lang Yanran, advance your relationship with Su Qingying to the next stage, e.g., resolve misunderstandings, and prevent either party from discovering the other's true relationship. Task reward: 2,000 soft rice points. Skill: photographic memory. Failure penalty: randomly reduce the favorability of one female protagonist by 50 points. Lin Yuan glanced at the mission panel. The difficulty is extremely high, but the rewards are equally generous. He picked up his phone, looked at the text message Su Qingying had sent, and then thought about the resolute look in Lang Yanran's eyes when she left. This game is getting more and more interesting. He did not reply to Su Qingying immediately. Instead, he leisurely walked into the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out wearing a bathrobe, he found a steaming bowl of noodles on the carpet by the door. There was a note pressed against the edge of the bowl. The delicate handwriting trembled slightly. Eat it while it's hot, don't go hungry. It's scallion oil noodles. It was his favorite flavor during his university years. Lin Yuan picked up the bowl of noodles, and the familiar aroma instantly evoked countless memories for him. He knew that Su Qingying was using her gentlest way to get closer to him. He finished the noodles, leaving not a drop of broth. Then, he took out his phone and replied to a text message. "Thank you for the noodles, Auntie. They were delicious." After sending the message, he put his phone on silent, tossed it aside, and lay down on the bed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. He, however, needs to conserve his energy. Because tomorrow, there's another tough battle to fight. Chapter 12. She felt that Su Qingying was being a little too enthusiastic today. Lin Yuan knew very well that if either Lang Yanran or Su Qingying's favorability rating plummeted by 50 points, it would mean a complete breakdown in their relationship, or even a complete falling out. He could only succeed in this balancing act. He could not afford to fail. The key to breaking the deadlock lies with Su Qingying. We must communicate with her alone as soon as possible to clear up the misunderstanding from 3 years ago, pull her out of the abyss of pain, and rebuild trust. Only by stabilizing Su Qingying, the biggest variable, can he navigate this dangerous game with ease. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan had already gotten up, changed into a set of light sportswear, and arrived at the private garden outside the villa. The garden was meticulously manicured, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and soil. He didn't actually do his morning exercise. Instead, he sat down on a secluded bench and waited patiently. Sure enough, the phone screen lit up in less than 5 minutes. A text message from Su Qingying popped up. "See you on the rooftop." Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He got up and quietly climbed to the rooftop of the villa via an external staircase reserved for servants. The morning breeze carried a slight chill, ruffling the stray hairs on his forehead. On the rooftop, a slender figure was already waiting there. Su Qingying changed out of her sexy nightgown and put on an elegant white long dress. Her seaweed-like long hair was gently blown by the wind, making her look like a lily about to wither, beautiful yet fragile. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating she hadn't slept all night. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, she could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward and questioned him in a trembling voice. "Why? Xiao Yuan, why are you with her? Do you even know who she is?" "She's my daughter in name only." What are we going to do now?" Her voice was filled with pain, confusion, and helplessness. Lin Yuan did not answer immediately. He simply looked at her quietly, at her face that appeared even more beautiful because of her haggardness, and his heart was filled with pity. He reached out, wanting to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, just like before. But his hand stopped halfway through its reach in mid-air. His current position does not allow him to do so. "Qingying." He stopped calling her auntie and started using the most affectionate term he used to use. "My relationship with her isn't what you think." "What is it?" Su Qingying pressed, a glimmer of desperate hope in her eyes. "Her relationship with me is purely contractual," Lin Yuan explained succinctly. "She needs a shield to deal with the family's arranged marriage, while I need a stepping stone to enter the Sky Dome group." This half-true, half-false explanation instantly revived Su Qingying's heart, which had sunk to the bottom. "Fake? Is it just a contractual relationship?" "Really?" she asked incredulously. "Really?" Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with sincerity. He looked at her and said slowly, "Qingying, I already know what happened 3 years ago. You have suffered far too much for me and for your family. Now, I'm back. This time, I will not let anyone hurt you again. I will take back everything you have lost with my own hands. These words were like a warm current, instantly shattering all of Su Qingying's defenses. So, he knew everything. He didn't hate himself, he still felt sorry for himself. The grievances, pain, longing, and love that had been building up for 3 years finally erupted at this moment. She could no longer control herself and suddenly threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, burying her face deep in his chest and bursting into tears. The cries were suppressed and painful, like those of a wounded little animal. Lin Yuan froze for a moment, but finally reached out and gently put his arm around her trembling shoulders. He said nothing, simply letting her tears soak his clothes. He knew she needed a complete release. Just then, Lin Yanran's cold voice suddenly came from downstairs. Lin Yuan? Where are you? Lin Yuan's body tensed instantly. Su Qingying in his arms, like a startled rabbit, suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with panic. It's Yanran. Don't be afraid. Lin Yuan remained unusually calm. He quickly glanced at the layout of the rooftop and pulled Su Qingying behind a row of huge solar water heaters. This area happens to be a blind spot. Stay here and don't make a sound. He gave a word of advice, then straightened his tear-soaked clothes and calmly walked to the edge of the rooftop. I'm here, enjoying the scenery. He waved to Lin Yanran downstairs with a sunny smile on his face. Lin Yanran looked up at the tall, smiling man in the morning light, and a hint of tenderness unconsciously crept into her usually cold eyes. Come down for breakfast. Today, we have a battle to fight. Good. Lin Yuan responded and watched Lin Yanran turn and walk back to the villa before he breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to the water heater, Su Qingying was looking at him nervously. Xiao Yuan, Shu. Lin Yuan interrupted her. It's not the right time yet. Qingying, trust me, give me some time, and I'll handle everything. Su Qingying looked into his calm and determined eyes and nodded heavily. As long as he still loves her, as long as he is still planning for her, she is willing to wait as long as it takes. The atmosphere at breakfast was somewhat eerie. Only 3 people were seated at the huge dining table. Lin Yanran remained as cold as ever, while Su Qingying reverted to her gentle elder demeanor. However, her swollen eyes and the affectionate glances she occasionally cast at Lin Yuan betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Yuan calmly enjoyed the sumptuous breakfast, as if nothing had happened. After you finish eating, come with me, Lin Yanran said to Lin Yuan, putting down her knife and fork. Good. Just as they were about to set off, Su Qingying called out to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, wait a moment. She turned around and took out an exquisitely packaged dark blue gift box from the cabinet in the entryway. In front of Lin Yanran, she handed the gift box to Lin Yuan with an impeccable, gentle smile on her face. This is a gift from your aunt for our first formal meeting. Lin Yanran's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She felt that Su Qingying was being a little too enthusiastic today. Shall we open it and take a look? She spoke in an unquestionable tone, as if testing something. Su Qingying's heart jumped into her throat instantly. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and slowly opened the gift box in front of the two of them. Inside the gift box, nestled on a velvet lining, lay quietly not a luxury watch or cufflinks. It was a document. Chapter 13. Lin Yuan's voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap. A share transfer agreement. Agreement on the gratuitous transfer of 5% original equity in Tianqiang Group. The moment Lin Yanran saw those words, her usually icy face revealed a genuine look of horror for the first time. 5% of the original shares of Tianqiang Group. What does this mean? This represents assets worth tens of billions and significant influence within the group. This was the only and most important guarantee that Su Qingying's father gave her when she married into the Leng family. She's actually going to give this to Lin Yuan as a meeting gift? Has she gone mad? Aunt Su, what do you mean by this? Lin Yanran's voice was so cold it was almost like ice crystals were falling from it. Su Qingying didn't look at her. Her gaze remained tenderly fixed on Lin Yuan's face from beginning to end. She was expressing her determination to him in this way. She was willing to give everything for him. Looking at the document that could drive anyone crazy, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. But he didn't answer it. He slowly closed the lid of the gift box again. Then, he pushed the box back in front of Su Qingying. Under the shocked gazes of the two women, he looked at Su Qingying and said, word by word, clearly and firmly. Auntie, I appreciate your kind gesture. But I won't take what belongs to you. And what I want, I will take back myself. After saying that, he stopped looking at anyone else, turned around, and said something to Lang Yanran. Let's go, aren't we going to war? Lang Yanran took a deep look at the return gift box, then looked at the man in front of her who exuded endless arrogance. For the first time, a light of appreciation appeared in her eyes. Without saying a word, she turned around, took Lin Yuan, and walked out of the villa. Su Qingying was left alone, standing there blankly. She looked at the return gift box, then at Lin Yuan's departing figure, and tears once again streamed down her face uncontrollably. But this time, it wasn't because of pain. It's because of pride. This is the man she loves. Always so proud, always so dazzling. Sky Dome Group, top floor, boardroom. The huge oval conference table was filled with men and women in suits. They are directors of the Sky Dome Group, the most powerful group of people who control this multi-billion-dollar business empire. At this moment, everyone wore an expression of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Their gazes were all focused on the young female CEO in the main seat, with her cold expression, and the young man beside her, dressed casually and looking out of place. Mr. Lang, did you call this emergency board meeting today just to introduce us to your young boyfriend? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, sitting opposite Lang Yanran, spoke in a sarcastic tone. His name is Li Weidong. He is the vice president of the group and Lang Tianxiong's most loyal lackey. He had long coveted the CEO position. If that's the case, then, with all due respect, we're all very busy and don't have time to play house with you here. His words elicited a suppressed chuckle. Most of the directors present were company veterans, and they didn't take Lang Yanran, this young girl, seriously at all. What's more, she brought a gigolo to this kind of occasion. Lang Yanran ignored his provocation. She simply tossed a document into the center of the table. This is the company's financial statement for the last quarter, as well as the Rising Star program that will be launched next quarter. I would like to hear your opinions. Li Weidong picked up the report, glanced at it a few times, and then gave an exaggerated, cold laugh. Opinion? My opinion is that the company is about to be ruined by you, the female CEO who only knows how to date. He stood up abruptly, pointed to the deficit on the report, and said sternly. A negative growth of 30%. This is the report card you've handed in. And this bullshit Rising Star program, investing in new energy vehicles? Do you know how much money that will burn? We're in real estate. You're using everyone's hard work to satisfy your ridiculous fantasies. I propose that Lang Yanran be immediately removed from her position as president, and that I temporarily take over the company. His words were firm and resounding, clearly indicating that he had been prepared for this. Immediately, several directors who were on his side began to echo his sentiments. The meeting room was instantly filled with accusations and questions directed at Lang Yanran. She sat alone in the main seat, all alone, like a small boat about to capsize in a stormy sea. Her face was as pale as paper. She had anticipated resistance, but she hadn't expected Li Weidong's attack to be so fierce and sudden. Just when she was about to give up, a warm and strong hand gently covered her small, cold hand that was resting on the table. It is Lin Yuan. He sat there quietly the whole time, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. And now, he has finally moved. Are you done talking? He raised his head, his clear and indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally settling on Li Weidong's greasy face. Now that you've finished speaking, it's my turn. Amidst the astonished, bewildered, and contemptuous gazes of everyone, Lin Yuan stood up. He picked up the financial statement that Li Weidong had criticized as worthless, and the so-called New Star project. He didn't even sit down. He just stood there, flipping through the pages quickly. He was incredibly fast, reading almost 10 lines at a glance. The meeting room was silent except for the rustling sound of papers turning. Li Weidong crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. Pretending. Can you, a recent graduate, understand a professional report that's over 100 pages long? However, just 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan closed the file. Then, he did something that left everyone speechless. He walked up to Li Weidong and, in front of everyone, slammed the New Star project in his face. Nonsense! Lin Yuan's voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Using the mindset of real estate development to develop new energy, and even calling it the Rising Star project? I think it's more like the Death Knot project. From market research to technology reserves to financial models, The entire plan is riddled with loopholes, it's practically a piece of waste paper. Li Weidong was completely bewildered by his sudden action. By the time he realized what was happening, his face had turned a deep purplish red. Who do you think you are? Daring to spout nonsense here. Chapter 14. My proposal is to abandon the single oxide pathway. What am I? Lin Yuan laughed, a laugh that was cold and sharp. I am the one who can point out 17 fatal flaws and 34 data falsifications in your plan in a minute. It's also the person who can tell you that 15% of the losses on the company's financial statements are due to short selling, and that the funds ultimately flowed to an offshore account. Vice President Li. Lin Yuan leaned down slightly, leaned close to Li Weidong's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. The account holder's name is Zhang Yang, right? Boom. In that instant, Li Weidong's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he froze on the spot. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. How could he have known? That's impossible. This matter is the most crucial secret between him and Zhang Yang. Just as he was in a state of mental turmoil, Lin Yuan straightened up and faced all the directors. He didn't look at Li Weidong again. It was as if he were already dead. His gaze swept across the entire room, his voice clear and powerful. The problem with Sky Dome Group is not its transformation, but that there are parasites corrupting this great ship from within. As for new energy, it's not that it can't be done, but that you have gone in the wrong direction. The real future lies not in vehicle manufacturing, but in. A confident smile curved at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. Solid-state batteries. He slowly uttered those 4 words. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room was shocked. An eerie silence fell over the entire boardroom. Everyone looked at him as if they had heard a fairy tale, as if he were crazy. Even the directors, who had just been intimidated by Lin Yuan's powerful aura, frowned at this moment. Solid-state batteries? They had all heard of this to some extent. It was hailed as the holy grail of next-generation battery technology in various tech news reports. The problem is, it's still just a concept on a lab PowerPoint presentation. The world's top tech giants have burned through hundreds of billions of dollars, yet they still haven't been able to overcome the challenges of commercialization. What gives you the right to say such a thing, you unknown nobody? After a brief silence came a torrent of questions. What a joke! Who does he think he is? A god of scientific research? This is absurd. Is this the kind of terrible idea he came up with after he beat someone up? Mr. Lang, is this the kind of madman you've chosen as your shield? This will ruin the entire Sky Dome Group. After his initial shock, Li Weidong, as if grasping at a lifeline, burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Solid-state batteries? Kid, you've been reading too many science fiction novels. He got up from the ground, pointed at Lin Yuan, and shouted at the top of his lungs to all the directors. Did you all hear that? He wants us to invest tens of billions of dollars in some unrealistic fantasy. This is gambling. This is a crime. I propose that we not only dismiss Lang Yanran, but also expel this charlatan from the company immediately. This time, his words resonated with even more people. Even the directors who had previously remained neutral now looked at Lin Yuan with distrust. Lang Yanran's heart sank once again. She also felt that Lin Yuan's suggestion was too radical and too risky. She was just about to speak to ease the tension. Lin Yuan raised his hand again, silencing the noise in the room. There was no sign of panic on his face. He remained calm and confident. He surveyed the entire room and said calmly, "It seems that everyone here is just an ordinary person who only sees the present and not the future." His words once again enraged everyone. You! Lin Yuan didn't give them a chance to react. He turned around, took a whiteboard marker from his assistant, and walked to the huge electronic whiteboard at the front of the conference room. Since you can't figure it out with your brains, then I'll draw it for you. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Lin Yuan removed the pen cap. He did not write anything. Instead, he began rapidly drawing complex chemical formulas and battery structure diagrams on the whiteboard, diagrams that ordinary people would find incomprehensible. His hand speed was extremely fast, and his lines were precise and smooth, as if the complex and mind-numbing knowledge had already been deeply engraved in his mind. The System Database for Future Technology Information Fragments Battery Edition has been connected. The next second, Lin Yuan spoke. His voice was no longer sharp as before, but had transformed into a scholarly, rigorous, and captivating narrative. Currently, the mainstream solid-state battery technology paths are mainly divided into three categories: polymer, oxide, and sulfide. Polymers are advantageous because of their flexibility, but their ionic conductivity is too low and their low-temperature performance is poor, so they are a no-go. Sulfides are brittle, require harsh production conditions, and most importantly, are highly toxic. A leak would be an ecological disaster, so we'll pass. With each sentence he spoke, he crossed out a technical path on the whiteboard, his movement swift and decisive. Therefore, we are left with only one option: the oxide route. However, traditional oxide pathways, such as LLZO, while stable, have a huge impedance problem at the contact interface with the electrode, which is a problem that no institution in the world can solve. He paused here, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Although most of the directors present were confused by what he said, they were also intimidated by his powerful professional aura and unconsciously fell silent. Only a few directors with technical backgrounds were staring wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. Because every word Lin Yuan said precisely hit the core pain point of the industry. This is a level of knowledge that an ordinary college graduate should not possess. So, Lin Yuan turned around and used a pen to draw a brand new molecular model on the whiteboard. The model had a more complex structure, but it also had a simple and beautiful aesthetic. My solution is to abandon the single oxide pathway and adopt a completely new gradient composite electrolyte structure. Using LATP as a substrate, a Lipon thin film with a thickness of only 5 nanometers was grown at the positive and negative electrode interfaces using atomic deposition technology. LATP provides high conductivity and stability, while Lipon films can perfectly solve the interfacial impedance problem. Ultimately, we will obtain a perfect solid-state battery with an energy density of over 500 Wh/kg, a cycle life of over 2,000 cycles, absolute safety, and a cost only 20% higher than existing lithium batteries. As Lin Yuan finished speaking the last word, the pen in his hand also made its final stroke. On the whiteboard, a complete and detailed business blueprint for solid-state batteries, from the underlying principles to the technical path and core parameters, was clearly presented to everyone. Chapter 15. He had been planning this game for half his life. That was more than just a plan. That is a golden road leading to the future. Clatter. An experienced director with a technical background dropped his pen on the ground without even noticing. He just stared intently at the graphics and data on the whiteboard, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. Genius, this is a genius idea. Gradient composition. He actually thought of using gradient composition to solve the interface problem. My goodness. If these data are true, this is more than just next-generation technology, it's a revolution that could completely overturn the energy landscape. At this moment, all doubts, contempt, and ridicule directed at Lin Yuan vanished. Instead, there was endless shock, horror, and awe. Li Weidong slumped in his chair, his face ashen. He knew he had lost. They suffered a crushing defeat, utterly humiliated. He did not lose to scheming, nor even to force. He lost to a monstrous genius whom he could not comprehend at all. Lang Yanran was also stunned. She stared intently at the man standing in front of the whiteboard, his entire body seemingly glowing. His confident gaze, his profound knowledge, and the commanding presence he exuded when outlining grand plans. All of this made her feel an unprecedented emotion called worship. At this moment, her heart was completely captivated. After the board meeting, Lin Yuan's name became a legend within the Sky Dome Group. He checked the system immediately. Ding! Main quest, the balancing technique of the battlefield, has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards: 2,000 soft rice points and the skill photographic memory. Lin Yuan glanced at his newly reached 2,500 points of soft rice value and issued the command without hesitation. Open the system shop and redeem the Junior Scientist recruitment card. Ding! Exchange successful, 2,500 soft rice points consumed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Junior Scientist recruitment card battery field, X1. Card effect, recruit a highly loyal young scientist with near Nobel Prize potential in a designated field. Should it be used immediately? Use. Recruiting. Please wait. Recruitment successful. Target personnel information has been generated. Name, Chen Qingxuan. Age, 24. Education, currently pursuing a PhD in materials physics at Tianhai University. Status, due to her supervisor stealing her research results and expelling her from the research group, she is currently at a low point in her life and has suicidal tendencies. Current location, East Lake, Tianjin University. Lin Yuan quickly scanned the information, then immediately took out his phone and dialed Long Yanran's internal line. Find someone for me, Chen Xingxuan, a doctoral student at Tianhai University, immediately. Also, send 2 of your most reliable bodyguards to the East Lake right now to keep watch. If you see him, do everything in your power to ensure his safety. Good. Without asking any questions, Lang Yanran on the other end of the phone immediately went to carry out the order. This unconditional trust warmed Lin Yuan's heart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan knew that the problem of core talent had been solved. Next, it's about money. Laboratories, equipment, materials, each one is a money-devouring behemoth. He began to think about how to reasonably obtain this startup capital from Long Yanran and Su Qingying. The efficiency of the Sky Dome Group is astonishing. Li Weidong was immediately suspended from his duties and transferred to the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. The scandal involving him colluding with Zhang Yang to maliciously short-sell Tianxiang's stock price was also intentionally leaked by Long Yanran. The Zhang Group's stock price plummeted in response. That afternoon, Zhang Yang's father, the same Mr. Zhang who had once been so arrogant on the phone, personally came to the president's office of Tianxiang Group to plead with Lang Yanran. However, he didn't even get to see Lang Yanran's face. He was received by Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhang looked at the man in front of him, who was younger than his son but whose eyes were as deep as the sea, and adopted an extremely humble posture. My son was ignorant and offended you and President Lang. Please be lenient and let him off the hook. Our Zhang family is willing to make any compensation. Lin Yuan sat in the president's leather chair, his fingers interlaced, looking at him calmly. Compensate? He smiled, took a document from the drawer, and threw it in front of General Manager Zhang. This is evidence that Zhang Yang sent people to harass my home, including their statements and your bank transfer records. What do you think would happen if I handed this over to the police, or to Mr. Wang of the Donghai Group? Donghai Group is Zhang's biggest nemesis. Mr. Zhang's face turned deathly pale instantly. Commercial crimes are relatively easy to handle. Hiring someone to commit assault, especially targeting the family of a mysterious and powerful figure like Lin Yuan, is a crime that could bring the entire Zhang family to ruin. Mr. Lin. He suddenly knelt down. All right, Lin Yuan waved his hand. I'm not interested in watching your performance. Go back and tell your son that he doesn't need to stay in Tianhai City anymore. Maybe he can come back when I'm in a better mood. As for your Zhang family, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Transfer all the land projects you have related to the new urban area redevelopment to Tianxiong Group at 70% of the market price. This is your only chance. Upon hearing this, General Manager Zhang was overjoyed, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Although the land in the new city is valuable, what does it matter compared to the survival of the entire family? He scrambled out of the office. A crisis that could have shaken the business world of Tianhai City was easily resolved by Lin Yuan in the simplest and most direct way. It even brought a huge windfall to the Sky Dome Group. The hospital, VIP ward on the top floor. Leng Tianxiang lay on the hospital bed, his face ashen, listening to the secretary's report on the board of directors and the changes in the Zhang family over the phone. With each sentence he heard, his expression grew more unpleasant. When he heard that Lin Yuan had persuaded the Zhang family to cede land worth billions with just a few words, he could no longer contain himself and slammed his phone to the ground. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He coughed violently, his whole body trembling with anger. He spent half his life planning this game. He planned to sideline Li Weidong's daughter, force Zhang Yang to marry Yanran, and ultimately merge the two companies, turning Tianxiong Group into the private property of the Lung family. Success was within reach. But a brat who appeared out of nowhere turned the world upside down in a single day. Get Yanran here. Tell her. Bring that brat. Get her here to see me right now. He roared wildly at the trembling caregiver beside him. Chapter 16. Willingly and proactively, she handed the money to him. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan appeared at the door of the ward, arm in arm with Lang Yanran. You rebellious daughter. You finally know how to come back. As soon as Ling Tianxiong saw them, he pointed at Lang Yanran and started cursing. For some random man, you've made a mess of the company. How can you face me? How can you face the ancestors of the Lung family? Lang Yanran's face turned pale instantly, and her body trembled slightly. Lin Yuan shielded her behind him, meeting Lang Tianxiang's furious gaze. Chairman Lang, getting so angry isn't good for your health. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Lang Tianxiang pointed at Lin Yuan's nose and cursed. He suddenly pulled a checkbook from the bedside table, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, tore it off, and threw it fiercely in front of Lin Yuan. 100 million. Take this money and disappear from my daughter's life immediately. Never set foot in Tianhai City again. He spoke with an arrogant tone, as if bestowing a handout. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to glance at the check. He simply took out his phone and gently pressed the play button. A clear recording came from the phone. It was during the investigation that Li Weidong tearfully confessed how he colluded with Zhang Yang, how he shorted the company's stock price, and how he planned to kick Ling Tianxiang aside after the deed was done. As the recording played, Ling Tianxiang's expression shifted from anger to shock, then to shame and indignation, and finally to a deathly ashen. His most trusted dog had been plotting against its owner from the very beginning. He misjudged people and almost pushed the entire group into the abyss with his own hands. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him in front of everyone. Now, do you still think that I'm the one who made a mess of the company? Lin Yuan turned off the recording and asked in an icy voice. You? Lang Tianxiang pointed at Lin Yuan, trembling with rage. He couldn't catch his breath, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his head lolled to the side as he fainted. The ward instantly descended into chaos. Lin Yuan didn't even frown. He took Lang Yanran's hand, who was still in shock, turned around, and forcefully left this place of trouble. When Lin Yuan returned to his room that night, it was nearly midnight. He was just about to rest when there was a gentle knock on his door. Lin Yuan opened the door. Standing outside the door was Su Qingying. She changed into a more seductive black lace slip dress. Her originally fair skin looked even more radiant against the black background, exuding a breathtaking allure. In her hands, she held a steaming bowl of bird's nest. Xiao Yuan. I heard you were quite impressive at the board meeting today. She walked in, placed the bird's nest on the table, and her gentle eyes held a hint of nervousness and an undisguised anticipation. I don't know what I can do to help you, but I can cook something to nourish your body. Using the excuse of thanking Lin Yuan for refusing the shares during the day, she mustered her courage and tentatively sat down by his bedside. The soft mattress sagged slightly under her weight. The air was instantly filled with a sweet, unique scent of a mature woman. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure. He knew that Su Qingying was very vulnerable and impulsive right now. He cannot take advantage of someone's misfortune. He picked up the bird's nest soup, drank it all in one gulp, and felt the warmth slide into his stomach. Then, he pulled up a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed, maintaining a safe distance from Su Qingying that was both intimate and respectful. Qingying, thank you for the bird's nest. His voice was very serious. What happened today is just the beginning. What I need to do next is to truly create a business that belongs to us. He briefly explained the solid-state battery plan to her. Furthermore, he told her that what he needed most right now was startup capital and an absolutely safe and confidential laboratory. I need your help. He looked into her eyes, his expression extremely solemn. I need you to use all your resources and connections to help me accomplish all of this behind the scenes. This is the greatest support you can give me. Su Qingying was stunned. She had assumed that Lin Yuan, like all men, would make some excessive demands on her in this atmosphere. But he didn't. He remained as rational, as clear-headed, and as respectful as ever towards her. He treated her as a comrade in arms fighting side by side, not as a plaything to be picked at will. A tremendous feeling of emotion and joy instantly filled her heart. Although this dashed her small, ambiguous expectations and brought her a sense of disappointment. But more than anything, it was the unprecedented exhilaration of finding a new purpose in life. Good. She nodded emphatically, her eyes regaining their confident radiance. Xiao Yuan, don't worry. I'll figure out the money. I'll help you find a lab. I also own several independent art funds and investment companies that Ling Tianxiang is unaware of, and I can use them freely. From today onwards, I will be your strongest support. At this moment, she was no longer the self-pitying, resentful woman from a wealthy family. Instead, she has transformed back into the talented Su Qingying who once shone brightly in both the arts and commerce. Seeing her renewed vitality, Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. This is what he wanted to see. The next morning, Lin Yuan, unusually, did not get up early, but instead slept in the break room of the president's office until he naturally woke up. Last night, both the soul-to-soul resonance with Lang Yanran and the late-night private conversation with Su Qingying had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked down at the city below that resembled a steel forest, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Talent, technology, support, everything is ready. Now, all that's missing is the East Wind money. He needs a large sum of startup capital to turn the blueprint on the whiteboard into reality. He planned to take this first sum of money from Lang Yanran. Should I just ask for it directly? No, that's too low class and doesn't fit his persona. What he wanted was for this ice queen to willingly and proactively hand over the money to him. Lin Yuan changed into a well-tailored suit and walked into the outer office. Lang Yanran was already seated behind her desk, dressed in a smart black suit. Her long hair was piled up high, revealing her fair and slender swan neck, and she was focused on processing the documents. Hearing the door open, she looked up, and the moment she saw Lin Yuan, her cold gaze melted, revealing an almost imperceptible tenderness. Woke up? Lin Yuan poured himself a cup of coffee, but instead of going to her immediately, he sat down on the sofa in the reception area. After finishing chapter 17, he casually signed his name. He casually pulled out an investment analysis report on overseas mineral resources from the nearby file shelf and began to read it seemingly carefully. In reality, a meticulously planned performance has already begun. After Lang Yanran finished dealing with the documents at hand, she looked up and saw Lin Yuan sitting in the sunlight, his brows slightly furrowed, intently studying the report. The morning light gilded him, and his focused and profound expression captivated her. A moment later, she heard Lin Yuan let out a faint sigh, tinged with helplessness and regret. The sound was very soft, yet it reached her ears precisely. What's wrong? Lang Yanran put down her pen, stood up, and gracefully walked to sit down opposite him in her high heels. Have you encountered any difficulties? The fish has taken the bait. Lin Yuan raised his head, a wry smile appearing on his face at just the right moment. He waved the report in his hand and shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking about solid-state batteries. He tossed the report onto the coffee table, leaned back, and sank into the soft sofa, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. No matter how well the blueprint is drawn, it is just empty talk. A world-class laboratory, a full set of atomic deposition equipment, top-notch R&D personnel, everything is built with money. I roughly estimated yesterday that at least 500 million yuan in startup capital is needed for the project to officially launch. As he spoke, he rubbed his temples, a hint of weariness showing on his face. It's a pity. Although Skydome Group has money, its processes are too slow. By the time those old guys on the board finish going through the procedures and getting approvals from all levels, it will probably be too late. By then, let alone seizing the initiative, we won't even get a taste of the soup. Every word he said and every expression he made struck Lang Yanran's heart with precision. Yes, she knows better than anyone the bloated and inefficient nature of the group. She understood even more clearly what Lin Yuan's blueprint meant for the entire technology industry. Time is everything. She couldn't bear to watch his brilliant idea be nipped in the bud because of cumbersome procedures. She couldn't let her man look so troubled over a mere sum of money. At this moment, the Ice Queen's domineering and protective nature was fully unleashed. She didn't say anything. He simply stood up, walked back to his desk, and took a card from a locked drawer. A card that is entirely black, without any superfluous decorations, yet exudes an aura of ultimate nobility. She walked back and gently placed the card on the coffee table in front of Lin Yuan. Smack! A soft sound, yet as powerful as a heavy hammer, struck the air. My personal supplementary card has no credit limit. Lang Yanran looked at Lin Yuan, her icy blue eyes filled with undeniable domineering and determination. 500 million, is that enough? If that's not enough, I also have some real estate and funds under my name that I can liquidate immediately. My money is your money. Do what you want to do, and don't let anything hold you back. Lin Gao admired the domineering expression on her face that said, I'll spoil my man, and chuckled to himself. It's done. This is the ultimate level of living off a woman's money. He didn't go to get the card right away. Instead, he raised his head and looked at her intently, his eyes filled with a hint of emotion, a hint of appreciation, and a hint of amusement. With such a large sum of money, Mr. Lang, aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? You won't. Lang Yanran's answer was resolute. She sat down, leaning slightly forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Because I know that your journey is to the stars and the sea, not to my little few 100 million. And. She paused, a faint yet captivating smile curving her lips. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'm confident I can bring you back. Lin Yuan smiled. He reached out, but instead of taking the card, he grasped Leng Yanran's slightly cool little hand that was resting on the table. Okay, consider this money a loan from me. Once the company becomes profitable, I'll pay you back double. No need to return it. Leng Yanran turned her hand over and squeezed his hand tightly. I said, what's mine is yours. Seeing her earnest expression, Lin Yuan knew that if he continued, it would seem pretentious. He put away the heavy black gold card. 500 million in startup capital, secured. With the money issue resolved, the next step is people. Lin Yuan immediately instructed Leng Yanran to use her connections to invite Chen Xingxuan, who was on the verge of suicide, to an unused meeting room at the Tianxiang Group headquarters. When Lin Yuan pushed open the door, he saw a thin young man with black-rimmed glasses and a face as pale as paper. He was curled up in a corner of the sofa, his eyes vacant, filled with despair for the world. You are Lin Yuan? Upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, Chen Xingxuan raised his head, his voice hoarse and filled with intense hostility. I don't care who you are, or what you want from me. My research findings are ruined. You can't take my brain away either. Letting me die is the greatest mercy you can show me. He clearly saw Lin Yuan as yet another capitalist coveting his research results. Lin Yuan was not angry. He could understand the despair a genius felt after being betrayed and plagiarized. When dealing with this kind of person, any words of comfort or monetary temptation are futile. Only by using absolute strength, and completely crushing and conquering him on an intellectual level, can you make him regain his confidence and willingly serve you. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply walked to the whiteboard in the meeting room and picked up a pen. Under Chen Xingxuan's astonished gaze, he began to write rapidly on the whiteboard. Complex molecular formulas, precise derivation formulas, unprecedented structural models. It was none other than the complete theory of gradient composite electrolyte that he presented at the board meeting yesterday, which shocked the entire audience. At first, Chen Xingxuan stood by with his arms crossed, observing coldly. But as he looked, his eyes widened more and more. The expression on his face changed from disdain to doubt, then to shock, and finally to horror and fervor. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the whiteboard, grabbed it with both hands, and almost pressed his whole body against it. His body trembled uncontrollably with extreme excitement. Oh my God! Gradient composite, using LATP as a substrate, using Lipon thin films to solve interface problems. A genius! This is a genius idea! How is this possible? How is this possible? He muttered to himself like a madman. Having studied battery technology for nearly a decade, he understood better than anyone what Lin Yuan's writing on the whiteboard meant. That's beyond the wisdom of ordinary people. That was a miracle. It is a divine revelation that is enough to usher in a completely new era. The technical bottlenecks that had plagued him for years were easily resolved one by one in the face of this perfect theory. He turned around abruptly and looked at Lin Yuan with the eyes of someone looking at a god. Then, he did something that left even the bodyguards at the door speechless. He bent his knees and knelt down in front of Lin Yuan with a thud. Teacher! He raised his head, his eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling and hoarse with emotion. Please take me as your apprentice. I, Chen Xingxuan, am willing to spend the rest of my life following you, serving you wholeheartedly to realize this grand vision, even unto death. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Xingxuan kneeling on the ground, as if he had been reborn, and smiled with satisfaction. A Nobel Prize-caliber genius scientist is within reach. With talent and funding in place, the last remaining challenge is finding a suitable location. A top-tier, confidential laboratory. Lin Yuan entrusted this matter to Su Qingying. Su Qingying's efficiency exceeded his expectations. The next day, she invited Lin Yuan out under the pretext of going to the suburbs to see an art exhibition together. The car didn't go to any art museums, but instead drove towards the western outskirts of Tianhai City, into a desolate mountain range. Finally, they stopped in front of a huge iron gate with a sign that read Military Control Zone, no entry. Here is the gift I found for you. Su Qingying got out of the car and used a special access card to open the heavy iron door. What comes into view is a huge, abandoned former military factory built inside the mountain. This place was once one of the most important military research institutes in Tianhai City. It covers a huge area and has its own independent power and water supply systems. Most importantly, its security level is military grade, ensuring absolute secrecy and safety. Most of the equipment here has been moved out, but the basic factory buildings and laboratory framework are still there. Su Qingying led Lin Yuan through the massive steel fortress, gently introducing it to him. However, its ownership is a bit troublesome. It's currently in the hands of a retired general known as Old Master Qin. This man has a very eccentric temper. He's unyielding and doesn't give face to anyone. I've pulled many strings, but he still refuses to relinquish it. Lin Yuan nodded. He knew that neither money nor power would work against such a veteran who had dedicated his life to the country. We can only rely on sincerity. Through Su Qingying's introduction, Lin Yuan met Old Master Qin in a simple office deep inside the research institute. The old man had a head of silver hair and was in good spirits. Although he was wearing an ordinary Zhongshan suit, the iron-blooded and fierce aura he exuded from years of battle still made people afraid to look him in the eye. He didn't say a word to Lin Yuan, but simply pointed to a go board on the table. Lin Yuan understood, calmly sat down, and took the black pieces to make the first move. A silent game has begun. Grandpa Qin's chess style is bold and expansive, full of the domineering and sharpness of a soldier. Every move is powerful and heavy, with hidden dangers lurking everywhere. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, takes an unconventional approach, his moves seemingly random yet always managing to neutralize his opponent's attacks at the most crucial moments, and inadvertently lay deeper traps. The two remained silent for an entire day, playing over 100 rounds. From the initial probing, to the mid-game crunch, and then to the post-game analysis. The expression on Old Master Qin's face changed from initial disdain to solemnity, then to shock, and finally to a sense of appreciation and satisfaction at meeting a worthy opponent. As the last rays of the setting sun streamed in through the window, Old Master Qin let out a long sigh of relief and tossed the chess piece back into the chess box. "You little brat, you're not human." He looked at Lin Yuan and spoke his first words of the day, his eyes filled with approval. "Your chess strategy is not only about tactics, but also about a grander vision than mine. Tell me, what do you want after going to all this trouble to get close to this old man?" Lin Yuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Old Master Qin. "Mr. Qin, I want this research institute. I want to build the world's most powerful heart here for our country." He didn't mention any commercial value, only the country. Old Master Qin's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Lin Yuan silently for a full minute. Finally, he smiled. "Good. I'll not only give you access to this research institute, but I'll also use my old connections to help you apply for the highest level of confidentiality and security. I have only one request. Anything you make must bear the Hua name." "Must." Lin Yuan answered decisively. At this point, the three essential elements for starting a business: money, people, and location are all secured. After resolving all external issues, Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran's relationship underwent a complete upgrade. On the way back to the city, Lang Yanran took out a brand new document from her bag. "This is our new contract." Her face showed a hint of unease, but her tone remained that of a vice president giving orders. Lin Yuan took the document and began to read it with great interest. This is a brand new couple compatibility report. In addition to the usual confidentiality clauses, the list also includes many outrageously domineering couple obligations. Article 1. Party B: Lin Yuan's mobile phone must be kept switched on for Party A Lang Yanran 24 hours a day, and Party B shall not set any password for Party A. Article 2. Party B must accompany Party A on a date at least once a week, and the content of the date shall be decided by Party A. Article 3. Party B shall not have any unnecessary physical contact or private communication with any other person of the opposite sex. Article 4. There must be a good morning kiss and a good night kiss every day, which shall be implemented by Party A as appropriate. Lin Yuan found it both infuriating and amusing. This isn't a contract, it's a blatant indentured servitude contract. This woman, who appears cold on the outside, possesses an incredibly strong and terrifyingly possessive nature. So, any objections? Seeing the strange expression on Lin Yuan's face, Lang Yanran asked somewhat guiltily, but still maintained her stubbornness. "There are many opinions." Lin Yuan shook his head. Lang Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Just when she thought Lin Yuan was going to refuse, she saw him pick up a pen and add a sentence at the end of the contract in a flamboyant style. Supplementary clause: the final interpretation right for any matters not covered in this contract rests with Party B. Furthermore, all assets, body, and soul of Party A Lang Yanran shall belong to Party B Lin Yuan from the effective date of this contract. After writing it, he casually signed his name. Then, he handed the contract back to Lang Yanran, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Now, I have no objections. Lang Yanran looked at the domineering supplementary clause, especially the words body and soul, and her pretty face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. You're shameless. She snatched the document away in shame and anger, her heart pounding wildly like a deer's. Lin Yuan simply smiled and remained silent. He knew that from this moment on, his relationship with this Ice Queen was no longer a simple contract. Instead, it was a sweet game called love, in which he held absolute control. Chapter 18. She longed to see her lover's career with her own eyes. After signing the domineering new contract with Lan Yanran, Lin Yuan's life did not become as restrictive as the rules and regulations stated. On the contrary, he found that when a woman starts trying to regulate you with contracts, it shows that she and the other person are filled with insecurity and extreme possessiveness. This also gave Lin Yuan the perfect opportunity to manipulate her. These past few days, Lin Yuan has been busy choosing a location for the laboratory and dealing with old Master Qin, and has just happened to miss Lang Yanran's calls several times. This caused our Ice Queen to harbor a subtle resentment. The first formal date after the contract was signed was set at the most luxurious French revolving restaurant in Tianhai City, Eye of the Stars. When Lin Yuan arrived, Lang Yanran was already seated in a window seat with a view. Instead of wearing a business suit today, she changed into a rare off-the-shoulder moon-white dress, her long silver hair flowing smoothly down and secured at the back of her head with a simple hairpin. She has lost her usual coldness and sharpness, and gained a touch of the cool elegance of a goddess under the moon. When Lin Yuan sat down, she didn't offer any warm greetings like a typical couple would. She simply glanced at him indifferently. Have you been very busy these past few days? Yes, things at the lab are rather tricky, Lin Yuan replied frankly. Oh? How difficult is it? Does it require talking to a retired general from morning till night? Lang Yanran casually cut the steak on her plate, but her tone carried a distinct hint of sourness. Lin Yuan knew that she had investigated him. However, this was within his expectations. Old Master Qin is a national hero naturally, we'll have to put in a lot of effort to get that land from him, Lin Yuan said, elegantly swirling his wine glass. What, are you jealous? Boring. Lang Yanran snorted coldly, turned her head away, and refused to look at him again. But her slightly reddened earlobes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Yuan smiled. He put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and looked at her with great interest through his deep, captivating eyes. Yanran, let's play a game. What game? Truth or dare, Lin Yuan said. The rules are simple, I ask, you answer. You ask, I answer. Whoever hesitates for more than 3 seconds, or is judged by me to be lying, loses. Lang Yanran raised an eyebrow. What about the stakes? I never do anything without a wager. Of course there is. Lin Yuan's smile deepened. The loser must unconditionally grant the winner one request. Any requirements? Any requests. Looking into Lin Yuan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, Lang Yanran felt a surge of challenge. She has always been very confident in her ability to lie without blushing. Okay, I'll bet with you. Ladies first, please ask first. Lin Yuan gestured for them to go first. Lang Yanran pondered for a moment before posing her first question. Besides me, how many other women do you maintain ambiguous relationships with? This question is tricky yet direct. Lin Yuan didn't even blink before blurting it out. 1. His answer was decisive, straightforward, and even somewhat candid. Lang Yanran was stunned. She had anticipated that Lin Yuan would deny it, make excuses, or even remain silent. But I never expected him to admit it so readily. Who? She asked almost instinctively. Stop. Lin Yuan held up one finger. Now, it's my turn to ask. Lang Yanran then realized that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath and resumed her cold expression. Go ahead and ask. Lin Yuan looked at her, a playful smile curving his lips, and slowly asked. What were you thinking when I kissed you in the car that day? Boom. This question was like a depth charge, instantly exploding in Lang Yanran's heart. Her cheeks flushed red instantly. She had already relived that fleeting kiss in her mind countless times. But to let her say it in front of Lin Yuan. I forgot. Her eyes began to dart away, and her voice betrayed a barely perceptible hint of panic. Time out. Lin Yuan's voice was like the whisper of a demon. And you're lying. He calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin, leaned back in his chair, and watched her with a leisurely air. As agreed, you lost. Lang Yanran gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her face filled with resentment. She never expected that she would lose so completely in the first round. Speak, what are your demands? She closed her eyes, looking completely helpless. My requirements are very simple. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to her side. Amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding guests, he reached out and gently lifted Lang Yanran's delicate chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Then, he bent down. In Lang Yanran's suddenly contracting pupils, he kissed her deeply with an undeniable and domineering manner. This time, it's not just a fleeting glance. Instead, it was a deep French kiss filled with aggression and possessiveness. The entire restaurant erupted in an uproar. At this moment, Lang Yanran's mind went completely blank. She could clearly feel the warmth of his lips and the refreshing yet aggressive masculine scent emanating from him. Shame, anger, panic, and a hint of intoxication that she herself was unwilling to admit. A multitude of emotions intertwined, leaving her feeling weak and powerless. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan slowly released her. He looked at the ice queen in front of him, her eyes glazed over, her lips swollen and red, and she was breathing heavily, and he smiled with satisfaction. He ignored the astonished stares around him, returned to his seat, picked up his wineglass, and raised it to her from afar. Now, the entire city of Tianhai knows that you, Lang Yanran, are my woman, Lin Yuan's woman. From now on, stop overthinking. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with undeniable domineering presence. As Lang Yanran looked at him, the last trace of doubt and resentment in her heart vanished in that domineering and deep kiss. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling of being completely conquered. A kiss sealed the fate of the world. Lin Yuan successfully solidified his position in Lang Yanran's heart in the most direct way. On the other hand, his revolutionary comrade in arms, Su Qingying, also provided the strongest support for his career. At Lin Yuan's behest, Su Qingying used her connections to quietly procure the first batch of world-class experimental equipment for the laboratory. As these expensive instruments were transported into the Military Research Institute, truckload after truckload, Su Qingying's heart was filled with curiosity and pride. She longed to see for herself what her lover's career was really like. So, she found an excuse and personally escorted the last batch of supplies to the Research Institute. Chapter 19. Chairman Su, why did you come in person? Chairman Su. Chairman Su, why did you come in person? Chen Xingxuan, who was in charge of receiving them, seemed a little at a loss when he saw this legendary behind-the-scenes financier. I've come to take a look. With a gentle smile on her face, Su Qingying looked around the laboratory, which was already taking shape and full of futuristic technology. Where is Lin Yuan? Teacher, oh no, Mr. Lin, he's in a separate office, studying the latest data models. Guided by Chen Xingxuan, Su Qingying arrived at Lin Yuan's private office. When she pushed open the door and saw the man sitting in front of the computer, his brows furrowed, working intently, her eyes instantly softened with tenderness. Xiao Yuan, I've come to see you. Lin Yuan looked up, saw it was her, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Qingying, you've arrived. He stood up, naturally poured her a glass of water, and then briefly introduced her to the current progress and plans of the laboratory. Su Qingying listened with a mixture of understanding and disbelief, but when she saw the light shining in Lin Yuan's eyes as he talked about his career, her heart was filled with boundless satisfaction and love. The atmosphere in the office gradually became somewhat ambiguous. Looking at Lin Yuan's profile, which was particularly charming due to his focus, Su Qingying couldn't help but reach out and gently straighten his slightly disheveled collar. You've lost weight, she said with heartache, her fingertips lightly touching the skin of his neck. Lin Yuan's body stiffened slightly. Just as this enchanting atmosphere was about to take hold, suddenly, Chen Xingxuan's panicked voice came through the office's internal communicator. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Something terrible has happened. Mr. Lang's car is going up the mountain. It'll be at the entrance in 5 minutes. Boom. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Su Qingying's face turned pale instantly. Why is Lang Yanran suddenly here? If she were to catch me alone with Lin Yuan in the office, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't panic. While Su Qingying was completely flustered, Lin Yuan remained absolutely calm. His gaze swept quickly across the office. Jump out the window? No way, this is the 3rd floor. Hiding in the closet? That's stupid, you'll definitely be discovered. His gaze finally fell on the brand new white coat that Chen Xingxuan had kept on the coat rack in the corner. Quick, put it on. Lin Yuan made a quick decision and threw the white coat to Su Qingying. Put this on too. He then took out a spare mask and a pair of non-prescription goggles from the drawer. You'll stay by my side in a bit, keep your head down, don't say a word, and pretend you're a new logistics manager. But. No buts, hurry up. Under Lin Yuan's unquestionable command, Su Qingying, though extremely flustered, quickly completed the disguise. The oversized white coat concealed her graceful figure. The mask and goggles also obscured her stunningly beautiful face. At this moment, she looks like any ordinary researcher in a laboratory. Just as I finished doing all this, there was a knock on the office door. Chen Xingxuan poked his head in and said nervously, President Lin, President Lang is already downstairs. New. Lin Yuan straightened his clothes and then winked at Su Qingying. He pushed open the door and walked out calmly, as if nothing had happened. Su Qingying followed behind him, her heart pounding, her head down, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly with nervousness. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the hall, he saw Lang Yanran's familiar figure. She was still wearing a black business suit today, exuding a cold aura that kept strangers at bay. Why did you suddenly come? Lin Yuan greeted him with a smile. It's my company, I can come and go as I please, Lang Yanran replied calmly, but her gaze suddenly swept over the female researcher behind Lin Yuan, who was wearing a mask and goggles. Who is this? The new logistics supervisor is in charge of inventory, Lin Yuan replied without changing his expression. His name is Wang Feng. Su Qingying's body suddenly stiffened. Wang Feng? That bastard. How could he give her such a name? Oh. Lang Yanran's gaze lingered on the manager Wang for a couple more seconds. Raise your head so I can see you. Su Qingying's heart jumped into her throat instantly. At this moment, Lin Yuan naturally stepped forward and stood between Lang Yanran and Su Qingying. Alright, she's new here, she's shy. He smiled and changed the subject, is there something you need today? The equipment is all in place, so let me show you around our future empire. As he spoke, he took Lang Yanran's hand and led her toward the core experimental area. Lang Yanran's attention was indeed diverted by his interruption. The two walked side by side into the depths of the corridor. Su Qingying, disguised as Wang Feng, followed behind them with her head down. As she turned a corner, she brushed past the two people holding hands. In that instant, she could even smell the cool, refreshing scent of Lang Yanran's perfume. Her heart was pounding in her throat. This feeling. Tense, exciting, and with a touch of forbidden pleasure. She looked ahead at the man she loved, whose arm she was intimately linked with by her daughter. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Having endured the thrilling inspection, Lin Yuan immediately sent Su Qingying down the mountain. Inside the car, Su Qingying took off her mask and breathed in the fresh air deeply, her chest heaving dramatically. That scared me to death. She patted her chest, a trace of lingering fear still visible on her pretty face. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her adorable appearance. Will you come to visit the set again in the future, Manager Wang? You still dare to talk. Su Qingying was both embarrassed and annoyed. She stretched out her small fist and gently punched his shoulder. It's all your fault. You gave me such an awful name. The two laughed and joked for a while, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Su Qingying looked at the scenery rushing past the window and said softly, Xiao Yuan, promise me you won't let me go through such dangerous things again, okay? I promise you. Lin Yuan's tone became serious. Qingying, give me a year. A year from now, I will personally build you a true kingdom that no one will dare to disturb again. Then you can stand openly and honestly beside me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying nodded heavily, her eyes welling up with tears again. After seeing Su Qingying off, Lin Yuan immediately returned to the laboratory. He knew that sweetness and excitement were merely seasonings for life. What truly allowed him to establish himself was his absolute strength. However, when he returned to the core experimental area, he was met with a gloomy and desolate scene. The entire team, including Chen Xingxuan, stood dejectedly in front of a high-precision atmosphere-sintering furnace worth millions that had just been scrapped. The air was thick with the smell of defeat. What's going on? Lin Yuan asked, frowning. Chen Xingxuan raised his bloodshot face and said in a hoarse voice. Teacher, I'm sorry. We failed. He pointed to the pile of waste material that had turned into coke inside the sintering furnace. We have been trying for 7 days straight, burning tens of millions of dollars worth of raw materials, but no matter how precisely we control the temperature, pressure, and time, we cannot produce qualified electrolyte samples. Theory, the theory is perfect. It's my fault, it's my incompetence. I've let you down. As he spoke, this usually incredibly proud genius suddenly squatted down on the ground in agony, clutching his head in his hands. The team's morale plummeted to rock bottom. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply took off his coat silently, picked up a clean lab coat from the side, and put it on. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he walked into the laboratory, which reeked of failure. Bring me all the experimental data and operation videos from these 7 days. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable power. It was as if with him around, the sky wouldn't fall down. In Chapter 20, Lin Yuan issued his first order. The atmosphere in the laboratory was as oppressive as solidified lead. All the researchers kept their heads down, not daring to look at Chen Xingxuan, who was squatting on the ground on the verge of collapse, and even less daring to look directly at the real owner of the laboratory who had just walked in. 7 consecutive days of failure not only destroyed tens of millions of dollars, but also the pride and confidence in the hearts of these promising young people. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. There was no anger, no disappointment, and no consolation. He issued the first command with an almost indifferent calm. I recorded the entire process of every experiment over these 7 days, including all the background data streams and all the operation records, and synchronized them all to the mainframe in my office. From now on, no one is allowed to touch the sintering furnace without my order. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power that instantly pierced through the decadence that permeated the air. Chen Xingxuan suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Teacher. Go and carry it out. Lin Yuan didn't give him a chance to say more. He turned around, went into his office, and closed the door. That door seemed to separate 2 worlds. Outside the door, there was only frustration and confusion from failure. Inside the gate lies an absolute territory where a miracle is about to unfold. Lin Yuan sat in front of the host computer, where the huge circular screen was instantly filled with countless complex data streams and dozens of monitoring images from different angles. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately entered a state of detached concentration. The skill photographic memory has been activated at maximum power. The system database for solid-state battery virtual experiment cases tens of millions of cycles is now searchable. Countless streams of green data flashed rapidly in his pupils, like a digital waterfall in the Matrix. Over 7 days and 7 nights, more than 300 hours of operation footage were fast-forwarded at 100 times speed in his eyes. What would take an ordinary person a month to finish reading is constantly deconstructed, analyzed, and compared from his divine perspective. Time, in the throes of extreme focus, loses its meaning. In the corridor outside the office, Chen Xingxuan and his team members remained. They stood or sat, staring intently at the closed door, like a group of believers awaiting divine revelation. They didn't know what had happened inside, but they knew that if even Lin Yuan failed, then no one in the world would ever be able to turn that grand blueprint into reality. A day and a night passed quietly. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the office through the blinds the next morning, Lin Yuan's eyes remained fixed on the screen. He has watched all the videos 98 times in their entirety. The database in his mind has already cross-referenced these 98 failed cases with tens of millions of virtual success cases hundreds of millions of times. However, procedurally, it remains perfect. Every operation strictly followed the parameters of the theoretical model, with an error rate of less than 1/10,000th. Wrong. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. Something must be wrong. The theory couldn't be wrong, and the operation was almost flawless. So where exactly does the problem lie? He closed his eyes and rubbed his throbbing temples. In my mind, the images of the 98 experiments flashed by frame, like a film reel. Sudden. A single image was etched in his mind. During the 73rd experiment, an associate researcher responsible for monitoring the vacuum pump yawned almost imperceptibly due to exhaustion. It was this yawn that made him look away from the dashboard for about 0.5 seconds. Within that 0.5 seconds, the pressure gauge inside the vacuum chamber showed an extremely small, almost negligible, downward fluctuation in the value representing pascals. This fluctuation lasted for less than 0.1 seconds before returning to normal immediately. In the massive data stream, this tiny anomaly is like a grain of sand in the desert, completely unnoticed. But it couldn't escape Lin Yuan's brain, which had been enhanced by the system and was comparable to that of a god. That's it. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing within them. He immediately retrieved all the sensor data from the experiment, up to the second before the sintering furnace started. Adjust the time precision to 1,000th of a second. Really? In each experiment, just before the sintering process is officially started, that is, the moment before the cavity is heated, the power of the vacuum pump will experience an extremely small drop lasting about 0.1 seconds due to the instantaneous electromagnetic pulse interference caused by the ultra-high power. This decrease will cause the vacuum level inside the cavity to reach an extremely brief, imperfect state. For ordinary experiments, this level of fluctuation is completely negligible. However, for a God-level technology like gradient composite electrolytes, which requires precise manipulation at the atomic level, this is a different story. That 0.1 second imperfection is the distance between heaven and hell. It is sufficient to create tiny gaps at the atomic interface that is about to be perfectly joined, gaps that are undetectable by current human technology. This gap will be magnified infinitely during the subsequent high-temperature sintering, eventually causing the entire sample structure to collapse and turn into a pile of expensive coke. Found it. They found the devilish detail that had been troubling the entire team and costing tens of millions. Squeak. The office door was pushed open. Lin Yuan came out. His face was pale from staying up all night, but his eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, full of all-knowing wisdom and confidence. Everyone jumped to their feet, staring at him nervously. Chen Xingxuan. Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of weariness, but even more so, an undeniable authority. Gather everyone, clean the sintering furnace, and replace it with brand new raw materials. Prepare for the final experiment. This time, I will personally take command. Half an hour later, the core laboratory was brightly lit. The atmosphere was as solemn as that of a command center before a launch. Lin Yuan changed into a clean lab coat and stood in front of the main control panel. Behind him, Chen Xingxuan and all the core researchers held their breath, awaiting his instructions. Start. Lin Yuan issued the first order. The experiment proceeded in an orderly manner. Vacuuming, inert gas replacement, material preheating. Every step was no different from the hundreds of previous failures. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Finally, the experiment reached its most crucial moment, the last moment before the sintering process was started. Everyone stared intently at the countdown on the screen. Chapter 21. I hope you will like this big gift I have prepared for you. 10, 9, 8. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yuan would, as usual, reset the countdown to 0 and automatically start the program, Lin Yuan's voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's ears. Manual mode. Interrupt automatic program. Chen Xingxuan was startled, but out of absolute trust in Lin Yuan, his finger pressed the switch button without hesitation. Listen up, everyone. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the real-time data stream from the vacuum sensor. The instant I give the order, increase the power of the vacuum pump by 20% and maintain it for only 0.1 seconds, as a counterbalancing action. At the same time, the sintering process is started. Hedging? Using a momentary, extremely high power output to cancel out an electromagnetic pulse interference that is completely unpredictable? What a crazy, audacious, and ingenious idea this is. Chen Xingxuan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. Prepare. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He was watching the impending pulse window, which was only a fraction of a second long. Execute now. The order has been issued. Chen Xingxuan's fingers moved like phantoms, typing a series of commands on the control panel. Buzz. Throughout the laboratory, a faint hum, quite different from the usual one, could be heard emanating from the sintering furnace. It's done. The thought flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. What followed was a long and agonizing wait. 12 hours later. As the furnace door of the sintering furnace slowly opened, everyone held their breath and craned their necks. There was no pungent burnt smell. Instead, there is a faint, fresh scent, like grass after the rain. In the center of the furnace, on a tray, lay a palm-sized, jet-black, square, thin piece of material with a warm, jade-like luster. Under the light, its surface seems to have flowing light slowly rotating, full of dreamlike beauty. That's not an industrial product. That was a perfect work of art. Quick! Get the testing equipment up. With trembling hands, Chen Xingxuan used the robotic arm to carefully remove the sample and place it on the testing table. The next second, everyone rushed to the screen of the testing device. Energy density, 505 WHKG. Ionic conductivity, 2.110 cubed SCM. Interface impedance. On the screen, data kept popping up. Every single data point perfectly surpasses, and even exceeds, the limit value in Lin Yuan's theoretical model. It's a success. A young researcher stared at the data on the screen, muttering to himself. We did it. The next second, the entire laboratory erupted in a thunderous cheer. Countless people embraced and wept, tears of joy. They turned myth into reality with their own hands. Chen Xingchuan, this proud genius, could no longer control his emotions after experiencing great joy and sorrow. He turned around and looked at the man who had remained calm throughout. Thump! Once again, he knelt before Lin Yuan. This time, he didn't speak, but simply touched his forehead to the ground, performing the most solemn salute an ancient disciple would give to his master. Behind him, all the researchers spontaneously bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was no longer their boss or their leader. Rather, they are the one and only, eternal God in their hearts. The celebratory atmosphere lasted for a long time. Lin Yuan didn't disturb them. He told everyone to rest and announced a 3-day holiday with doubled bonuses. But after the commotion subsided, he returned alone to the warehouse filled with failed products. There wasn't much joy on his face. Because there was still a question in his mind that he hadn't answered. A 0.1 second operational error was indeed the last straw that led to the experiment's failure. However, it shouldn't have resulted in such a high failure rate and such a huge amount of material waste. This is illogical. Unless, there is another reason. Lin Yuan walked up to a pile of raw materials labeled scrap. It was a batch of imported, expensive garnet structure LLZO ceramic powder. He picked up a little powder, placed it on his fingertip, and gently rubbed it together. The powder is very fine. However, Lin Yuan's enhanced sense of touch detected a very faint, discordant granular sensation. His eyes instantly turned cold. Without making a sound, he packed a small sample and put it in his pocket. Then, he went to a secluded corner and gave instructions to the system. System, this is the last time I will use Eye of Truth. Objective, identify all personnel in the laboratory who have access to this batch of raw materials, and screen out those whose recent bank accounts or personal behavior have shown abnormalities. Instruction received, begin filtering. Screening complete, target identified, materials administrator, Lu Yu. Should we use Eye of Truth on it? Yes. The next second, information about Lu Yu clearly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Target, Lu Yu. Secret, his younger brother, Lu Yang, is addicted to online gambling and has racked up a debt of 3 million yuan in high-interest loans. The creditors have a close working relationship with Professor Wu Jingde of Tianhai University, the traitorous mentor who stole Chen Xingchuan's research. Using this as leverage, Wu Jingde is forcing Lu Yu to add 5% pure amorphous silica powder to the LLZO powder in the laboratory. This impurity is extremely difficult to detect in initial testing, but it severely damages the sample structure during high-temperature sintering, leading to experimental failure. There really was a mole. Moreover, it was Wu Jingde, that fish that slipped through the net, who was behind all the trouble. A chilling glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. What he hates most is this kind of betrayal that hides in the gutter. He did not have an immediate reaction. Finding the mole and firing him is too easy, and it's too lenient on Wu Jingde. What he needs to do is turn the tables on the enemy. Let this venomous snake turn the tables and bite its master to death. A bold and insidious plan quickly took shape in his mind. He immediately called Chen Xingchuan. Xingchuan, the news of the successful sample is strictly confidential. We will only announce to the outside world that we have found the reason for the failure, but we still need at least 3 months to optimize the process. In addition, you should immediately organize a team to write a fake experimental report, saying that our next research direction is sulfide solid-state batteries because they have higher conductivity. Make the report as realistic as possible, and then inadvertently leak it to Lu Yu. Although Chen Xingchuan on the other end of the phone was puzzled, he answered without hesitation, "Yes, teacher." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan dialed Lang Yanran's number again. "Yanran, do me a favor. Speak." Lang Yanran's cool yet concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. "Use your secret channels to help me re-procure a batch of the highest purity LLZO powder from overseas, not through the company's account, and the sooner the better." "No problem. How's everything going on your end?" "Very smoothly." Lin Yuan smiled. "Get ready to welcome a brand new era. After doing all this, Lin Yuan stood in the empty laboratory corridor, looking at the deep night outside the window, a cold, hunter-like smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is it Professor Wu Zhengde? I hope you will like this big gift I prepared for you. The game has only just begun. Chapter 22 Lin Yuan, what are you doing? The night was as dark as ink, and the campus of Tianhai University was quiet. But in the dean's office of the School of Materials Science, the atmosphere was unusually somber. Wu Zhengde, a professor with a high reputation in academia, was pacing anxiously in his office like a trapped beast. Standing before him was a timid young man, none other than Lu Yu, the mole within the laboratory. Are you telling the truth? Wu Zhengde stopped and stared intently at Lu Yu, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lin Yuan's team abandoned the oxide route and turned to studying sulfides? Absolutely true. Lu Yu shuddered in fright and quickly pulled out several photos he had secretly taken with his phone from his pocket. The photo prominently displays an experimental report filled with technical jargon and complex charts, titled on the application prospects and preparation process of sulfur-silver germanium or type solid electrolytes. Professor Wu, this is a photo I managed to get with great difficulty. Lu Yu said, trembling, I heard Chen Xingxuan say with my own ears that the interfacial impedance problem of the oxide path is simply impossible to solve at the industrial level. They have already burned through tens of millions and decided to cut their losses in time and turn to the sulfide path, which has higher conductivity and is more promising. Wu Zhengde snatched the phone and looked at the photos over and over again, more than a dozen times. With his professional eye, he could naturally see that the report was logically rigorous and data-rich, and was by no means a poorly made product. But he was suspicious by nature. Would someone who could come up with such a brilliant idea as gradient complex electrolyte give up so easily? Could there be a trap involved? No. Wu Zhengde narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint in them. This matter is too crucial, I must confirm it myself. He immediately made a phone call. Old Joe, it's me, Wu Zhengde. I need a favor. Don't you have a distant relative on the board of directors of Tianxiong Group? Could you find out if there's been any new developments in Lin Yuan's new energy project, especially regarding procurement? Over the next 2 days, Wu Zhengde used all his connections to infiltrate and spy on Lin Yuan's laboratory through various channels. He sent people to keep watch at the foot of the mountain where the research institute is located 24 hours a day to record all vehicles and supplies entering and leaving. He even spent a large sum of money to bribe a junior employee in the purchasing department of the Sky Dome Group. All the feedback he received pointed to the same conclusion: Lin Yuan was indeed working with sulfides. The informant reported that a large number of equipment and raw materials labeled with sulfides, organic solvents, and glove boxes have recently been transported into the research institute. Employees of Tianxiong Group also revealed that the company's latest procurement list includes a large quantity of tetrahydrofuran and high-purity lithium sheets used for the research and development of sulfide batteries. The entire laboratory, and all external indications, suggest that they are making comprehensive preparations for a completely new technological path. All the evidence forms a perfect closed loop. Finally, on the third night, Wu Zhengde's suspicious heart was completely put at ease. Ha 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 ha. He burst into maniacal laughter in his office. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan. You are still too young. So what if he's a genius? He's still just a stupid dog who's gone astray and doesn't know how to turn back. In his view, Lin Yuan was completely blinded by the huge failure of the oxide path and, in his desperation, chose the seemingly good but actually deadly path of sulfides, which is full of poison and danger. An opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. A greedy flame ignited in Wu Zhengde's eyes. He wanted to get ahead of Lin Yuan. If he can utilize the ideas in Lin Yuan's report in advance, register the relevant core patents, and then use his connections and media resources to hype up the safety hazards of sulfide batteries, he can completely nail Lin Yuan and his project to the pillar of shame. At that time, he will not only be able to redeem himself, but also take this opportunity to become an authority in the domestic new energy field. Blinded by greed, Wu Zhengde made no further hesitation. He immediately used all his research funds, even mortgaging his property, to raise nearly 50 million yuan, and then devoted all of it to the patent registration and research and development of sulfide solid-state batteries. He pounced on it like a shark that had smelled blood. Little did they know that they were not attacking their prey at all. It was a deadly trap meticulously set by Lin Yuan, filled with barbs and deadly poison. Inside the research institute on the mountaintop, Lin Yuan looked at the report submitted by his subordinates regarding all of Wu Zhengde's movements, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The fish had its jaws firmly on the hook. Now, all we need to do is wait patiently for the moment to reap the rewards. He was in high spirits and wanted to share this milestone victory with his strongest supporters as soon as possible. He picked up his phone, about to send a message to Su Qingying. Lin Yanran called first. Hello? I'm going home tonight. On the other end of the phone came Lin Yanran's unquestionable voice. You've been spending a whole week in that lousy lab. Are you planning to settle down there? Her tone carried a clear hint of resentment and dissatisfaction. This was also the result of Lin Yuan's deliberate actions. A week of silence had whetted the appetite of this ice queen. He knew that the saying absence makes the heart grow fonder applied to any woman. Okay, I'll go back now. Lin Yuan smiled and agreed. He knew that tonight would likely be another war without gunfire. When Lin Yuan drove his Koenigsegg back to the mountaintop villa, he was greeted not only by Long Yanran. There was also a wealthy socialite wearing a beige loungewear dress, exuding an alluring aura like a ripe peach. Su Qingying. She saw Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran get out of the car together, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up by a perfect, gentle smile. Yanran, Lin Yuan, you're back. She came to greet him like a gentle elder who cares for a younger person. I heard that the project has made a major breakthrough, so I specially prepared dinner to celebrate your success. On the dining table, a sumptuous candlelight dinner exudes an enticing aroma. But the atmosphere between the three of them was unusually strange. Lin Yanran sat to Lin Yuan's left, asserting her status as the mistress. Su Qingying sat opposite Lin Yuan, her watery peach blossom eyes always seeming to cast a subtle, alluring gaze upon him. Lin Yuan, caught in the middle, was enjoying the bittersweet experience of having two wives. Lin Yuan, I heard you managed to outwit that old fox Wu Zhengde? Lin Yanran cut her steak and asked casually. It wasn't a trick, it was just that he paid the price for his stupidity, Lin Yuan replied calmly. Humph, that kind of academic scum deserves to be utterly disgraced. Lin Yanran snorted coldly, then asked in a questioning tone, however, your fake sulfide project was so convincing that I almost believed it myself. The procurement costs spent these past few days are no small sum. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Lin Yuan knew she was worried about the money, so he smiled and gave her a look. A look that only the two of them understood, full of hints and reassurance. Su Qingying, sitting opposite, took in everything. A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. She was proud of Lin Yuan's success, but seeing him so intimate with other women made her feel a sense of loss. She was unwilling to accept it. She was the first person to know him and the first person to fall in love with him. She raised her wine glass and toasted Lin Yuan from afar, her voice so gentle it could melt hearts. Lin Yuan, although I don't quite understand what you're saying. But seeing your career make such great progress, I am truly, genuinely happy for you. She emphasized the words from the bottom of her heart, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Yuan with deep affection. This is a pun. It was both a congratulatory message and a reminder to Lin Yuan of the immense inner turmoil she had endured for this project. Lin Yuan naturally understood her unspoken meaning. He raised his glass and returned the toast. Thank you, Auntie. All of this is inseparable from your silent support behind the scenes. This glass is for you. To Lin Yanran, their conversation sounded like nothing more than normal polite conversation. But only they themselves know how many secret emotions were exchanged between them as their glasses clinked. The meal was filled with undercurrents and intense tension. After dinner, Lin Yuan made an excuse to go to the balcony for some fresh air and lit a cigarette. He had just leaned against the railing when he heard a soft sound of footsteps behind him. Su Qingying followed, carrying a plate of sliced fruit. I knew you liked this brand. She placed the fruit plate on the small table next to her and naturally stood next to Lin Yuan. The evening breeze was cool, blowing her seaweed like long hair and her sheer nightgown. Beneath the hem of her skirt, her shapely, long legs were faintly visible, exuding a deadly allure. Why did you come out? Lin Yuan asked, taking a drag of his cigarette. I'm afraid you'll be lonely by yourself. Su Qingying turned her head, her beautiful eyes shining brightly in the night. Looking at Lin Yuan's handsome profile shrouded in smoke, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She knew that there was only a glass door separating them in the living room. Lin Yanran could see it at any time. But the more it's like this, the more exciting it becomes. She suddenly stepped forward, stretched out her arms, and wrapped them around Lin Yuan's neck. Then, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her soft, warm red lips firmly against his. This was a passionate kiss filled with longing, grievance, pride, and love. Lin Yuan's body froze instantly. He could clearly feel the softness of her lips and the heart pounding wildly with excitement in her chest. Crazy. This woman is absolutely insane. He instinctively wanted to push her away. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a scene that sent chills down his spine. Behind the frosted glass door leading to the balcony in the living room, a slender figure is slowly walking towards this side. It's Lan Yanran. It's over. Lin Yuan's brain was working at lightning speed at this moment. Push Su Qingying away? No. Lan Yanran had already seen two intertwined silhouettes. Pushing them apart now would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Hiding with Su Qingying in his arms? That won't do. There's nowhere to hide on this tiny balcony. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan made a decision that can only be described as a stroke of genius. Instead of pushing Su Qingying away, he pulled her even closer into his arms. At the same time, he lowered his head and deepened the kiss with a wilder and more domineering attitude. He wanted to use his body to completely cover Su Qingying. After her initial shock, Su Qingying felt Lin Yuan's unprecedented enthusiasm and wildness, and thought it was his response to her. She was instantly overwhelmed by a huge sense of happiness and responded to him even more passionately. Right there on this forbidden balcony, on the edge of a cliff where they were about to be discovered, the two of them engaged in a frenzied, desperate kiss, like fugitives. Squeak! The glass door was pulled open. Lang Yanran's cool voice, tinged with a hint of doubt, rang out. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Chapter 23. This man is poison. Squeak! The frosted glass door was pulled open. The evening breeze blew into the living room, bringing with it Lang Yanran's voice, which was as cold as ice crystals and tinged with a hint of doubt. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? In that instant, time seemed to be slowed down. Su Qingying's mind went blank. She could even feel Lang Yanran's gaze, like a solid ice spike, piercing through Lin Yuan's body and landing on her. It's over. Her heart sank to the bottom. However, at this critical moment, the scene she had envisioned Lin Yuan frantically pushing her away did not occur. Quite the opposite. She felt the large hand around her waist suddenly tighten. An irresistible, domineering aura, brimming with masculine power, pulled her even more tightly into that broad, warm embrace. Then, the kiss became wilder, deeper, and filled with an undeniable possessiveness. Su Qingying was completely stunned. She couldn't understand why Lin Yuan would do something so crazy. But she could feel that Lin Yuan's lips, in the intervals between rubbing against her lips, touched her 3 times in a very subtle way. This was a secret code they agreed upon during their university years. It means trust me, cooperate with me. Su Qingying's extremely panicked heart miraculously calmed down. She gave up all resistance, like a docile kitten, letting Lin Yuan completely envelop her in his arms. While making a kissing motion, Lin Yuan's other foot seemingly casually hooked back slightly. Clang! A soft sound. The huge areca palm plant, taller than a person and used to decorate the balcony, was accidentally knocked over by him, leaning to one side and making a dull sound. The sound successfully attracted Lang Yanran's attention. This also instantly brought Su Qingying to her senses. In that instant, Lin Yuan's voice, as urgent and clear as a demon's whisper, entered her ears. Don't move, crouch down, go around behind the flower pot, and crawl out from the right side, quick. At the same time, Lang Yanran's gaze finally passed over the flower pot and landed on Lin Yuan's arms. Her pupils suddenly contracted. She saw it. I saw a glimpse of the hem of a beige dress peeking out from under Lin Yuan's arm. It's Su Qingying. A chill that seemed to freeze the soul rose instantly from the depths of Lang Yanran's heart. Betray. The two people she trusted most betrayed her together. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her voice, as if squeezed from the deepest, coldest depths, trembled with a chilling quality. Who are you holding? Murderous look. A palpable killing intent enveloped the entire balcony. Su Qingying was so frightened that her whole body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground. However, at the very second that Lang Yanran uttered her question, Lin Yuan made a move. He suddenly turned around, using his broad back like a mountain to completely block Lang Yanran's view into the balcony. At the same time, he opened his arms and made a gesture of embracing the air. His face carried a mixture of 3 parts drunkenness and 7 parts longing. His eyes shone with a burning light called love. His voice was so gentle it seemed to melt your heart, full of magnetism and doting affection. The one I'm holding, of course, is you, the one I've been thinking about for 7 days and 7 nights. My silly CEO. This is the ultimate test of acting skills. This is a waltz performed on the edge of a cliff. This is a god-level one-man show that belongs only to Lin Yuan. Lang Yanran was stunned. Looking at the man confessing his love to thin air, and seeing the genuine longing and love on his face, she was completely bewildered. Could it be that I saw it wrong? The hem of the skirt we just saw was just an illusion created by the light and shadow when the potted plant fell over. In the instant she hesitated. Having fully realized what was happening, Su Qingying curled up like a frightened gecko, using Lin Yuan's body in the huge flower pot as cover, and crawled silently out from the other side of the balcony, bit by bit, using both hands and feet. The entire process was conducted without making a single sound. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, brought his acting skills to the extreme. He stared intently at the air, as if he were truly holding a priceless treasure in his arms. Did you miss me? For the past week, I've been thinking about you every day in the lab. I miss your eyes, I miss your hair, I miss the cute look on your face when you scold me. I even started hallucinating. As he spoke, he reached out and made a gesture of gently stroking his cheek in the air. Just now, I stood here, looking at the night view outside, and all I could think about was you. I even feel like I could reach out and hug you. So, I hugged him. I didn't expect you to actually show up. Every word he uttered was filled with heartwarming tenderness. Every move he made perfectly portrayed a man blinded by longing and deeply in love. As Lang Yanran looked at him, the iceberg in her heart began to melt little by little. The ice layer, which was in doubt, is starting to crack. Yes, he loves me. He loves me so much. How could he possibly betray me? I must have misread it. It must be. Just as Lang Yanran's psychological defenses were about to be completely breached, Lin Yuan has administered another drastic measure. He slowly lowered his head and made a kissing motion towards the air. Then, he looked up and a satisfied and gentle smile appeared on his face. That smile was clean, pure, and without a trace of impurity. It's enough to make any woman fall for it. All right, the hallucination is over. He turned around, opened his arms, and walked towards Lang Yanran, who was still standing there in a daze. Now, can I hug the real you? As he walked towards her, she smelled the familiar scent of tobacco and male hormones emanating from him. The last trace of doubt in Lang Yanran's heart vanished. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and hugged him tightly. Sorry. She buried her head in his chest, her voice trembling with a sob. I shouldn't have doubted you. Fool. Lin Yuan gently stroked her long hair, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes that went unnoticed by anyone. The crisis was perfectly resolved. Meanwhile, Su Qingying, who had quietly circled back to her room from the other side of the balcony, was leaning against the door as she slowly slid to the ground. Her heart was still pounding wildly. In her mind, Lin Yuan's godlike acting skills on the line, the one I'm holding, of course, is the one I've been thinking about for 7 days and 7 nights, you, kept replaying. She knew that those words weren't meant for Lang Yanran. That was what she was saying to herself through Lang Yanran's skin. In an instant, jealousy, fear, excitement, and an immense sense of being favored intertwined, making her tremble all over and almost faint. This man is poison. It was the most deadly poison she could never give up in her life. A dramatic and tumultuous situation was averted through Lin Yuan's masterful acting. After calming down the 2 female leads, Lin Yuan finally had time to deal with the venomous snake that had already taken the bait. That evening, he returned to his room and opened the encrypted laptop he had brought back from the lab. On the screen, in an anonymous email address, lies a file package prepared by a professional hacker. Inside are all the dirt on Wu Jingde over the years. This includes all chat logs, transfer receipts, and recordings detailing how he colluded with loan sharks, how he laundered money, and how he coerced and lured students to steal others' academic achievements. The evidence is irrefutable and enough to condemn him to eternal damnation. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He divided the evidence into 3 parts. The first and most complete package of evidence was sent anonymously to the Disciplinary Inspection Committee of Tianhai University using a virtual IP address from overseas. Furthermore, a copy was sent to the highest-ranking official in the Tianhai City education system. In the second document, he selected only the evidence concerning Wu Jingda's misappropriation of research funds and investment in his affiliated companies for commercial research and development, and anonymously sent it to the whistleblower email addresses of several of the most famous financial media outlets in Tianhai City. He knew that the media loved to chase after scandals involving collusion between business and academia, and that they would escalate the matter like sharks smelling blood. For the third one, he only posted one photo. A high-resolution photo shows Wu Jingda embracing two female college students in an upscale club with a lone shark boss. He anonymously sent this photo to Wu Jingda's biggest academic rival, Professor Li Kaiming of Kyoto University, who was also vying for an academician position. He knew very well that, when dealing with such hypocritical and sanctimonious people, sometimes a single photograph that could cause their social death was more damaging than a pile of complex evidence. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan shut down his computer and lit a cigarette. He knew that from the moment the sun rose tomorrow, Wu Jingda's end is coming. And he, the mastermind behind the massive upheaval, will remain hidden, continuing to play the role of a mild-mannered and harmless company employee. As expected. Early the next morning, an unprecedented and massive earthquake struck Tianhai City. The first to launch an attack were the financial media. Shocking. A renowned professor at Tianhai University is actually a business tycoon, suspected of embezzling hundreds of millions of yuan in research funds. Unveiling the profit-driven chain behind the sulfide battery scam. One shocking report after another exploded on the internet like a bombshell. Wu Jingda's name immediately topped the trending search lists on major platforms. Immediately afterwards, Tianhai University's official website was overwhelmed by angry students and netizens, causing it to crash. After receiving the detailed evidence, the Discipline Inspection Commission dared not show any favoritism and immediately set up a special task force. Under the personal supervision of the principal and the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau, they stormed into Wu Jingda's office. When they found Wu Jingda, the once debonair professor was in a state of utter distress because of the media revelations. When the disciplinary committee staff slapped the irrefutable evidence in his face, he turned ashen-faced and collapsed to the ground. The final straw that broke the camel's back came from Kyoto. That lewd photo, which he thought was flawless, was somehow leaked to the nation's highest academic review committee. The entire academic community was in an uproar. This kind of morally corrupt scoundrel, let alone being elected as an academician, will even be stripped of his qualification to continue being a teacher. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Students and colleagues who had been suppressed and bullied by Wu Jingda in the past have come forward to report his various misdeeds by their real names. In just one day, this academic authority, who once held sway over Tianhai City, was completely overthrown. All his assets were frozen, all his titles were revoked, and he was taken away by the police on the spot for allegedly committing multiple serious crimes. He will face a long prison sentence. The tens of millions he invested in the sulfide battery project, which he had squandered his entire fortune, became a huge joke with his downfall, leaving him with nothing. The entire revenge process was clean, efficient, and ruthless. Lin Yuan never showed his face once throughout the entire process. Even Tianqiang Group and its laboratory played the role of victims in this turmoil, an innocent research team that was maliciously targeted by Wu Jingda. After the storm subsided, Lin Yuan's laboratory received formal apologies and condolences from the university and government. Killing three birds with one stone. This is Lin Yuan's method. In his office, he watched the news report of Wu Jingda being handcuffed and put into a police car, looking disheveled. Lin Yuan simply stubbed out his cigarette calmly. Next. Chapter 24: Morning Fried Eggs and the Gallery in the Clouds. The next morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by a symphony of clanging pots and pans. He opened his eyes, and the seat next to him was empty, with only the lingering, cool fragrance of Lang Yanran, like that of a pine forest after a snowfall. He walked to the bedroom door, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a scene that surprised even him. In the villa's spacious and bright open kitchen, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in an expensive silk nightgown was frantically battling a frying pan. Lan Yanran. Her long, silver hair, like a waterfall, was casually tied back with a chopstick, revealing her fair and slender swan neck. The silky nightgown she wore accentuated her alluring curves as she moved, and her two long, straight legs were faintly visible beneath the hem, exuding a relaxed, homely charm. But her expression at that moment was completely at odds with her alluring outfit. Her delicate brows were furrowed, a few specks of flour smeared on her pretty face, and her eyes were fixed on the charred, wretched egg in the pan, as if she were facing a multi-million-dollar contract that would never be signed. Sizzle. Oil splattered from the pan, scalding the back of her hand, which was as white as mutton fat jade. Hiss. Lang Yanran winced in pain and withdrew her hand, a hint of grievance and annoyance flashing across her face. Lin Yuan found it both infuriating and hilarious. He knew that this icy queen, who never lifted a finger, was using her own clumsy way to make up for her doubts about him last night. He didn't make a sound to disturb them, but simply leaned quietly against the doorframe, admiring this rare and beautiful view. It wasn't until Lan Yanran ruined her third egg in a row that she finally threw down the spatula in frustration, ready to give up. A pair of warm, strong arms gently encircled her soft, slender waist from behind. Ah! Lang Yanran was startled by the sudden hug, and her body tensed up instantly. But when she felt that familiar, reassuring presence behind her, her tense body instantly softened, and she obediently leaned against that broad chest. I'll do it. Lin Yuan's chin rested gently on her fragrant shoulder, his warm breath spraying against her ear, quickly turning her already fair earlobes a tempting pink. He didn't let go of her. Instead, while embracing her from behind, he reached out and took her small, slightly cool hand that was holding the spatula. When frying eggs, the heat should not be too high. He spoke in a gentle, almost whispered voice in her ear, his large hand enveloping her small one, guiding her to pick up an egg again. The oil should be about 70% hot. Do you see tiny ripples appearing on the surface? That's it. When cracking an egg, be decisive and don't be afraid. Click. Under his guidance, a perfect egg fell into the pan, making a sizzling sound. Lang Yanran felt the warmth of his hand on the back of her hand and heard his gentle, magnetic voice in her ear. She felt as if she were melting. She had no interest in learning how to fry eggs. My entire brain was filled with an emotion called happiness. Sprinkle the salt evenly, like this. Lin Yuan held her hand, picked up a pinch of salt, and sprinkled it evenly on the egg yolk like a fairy scattering flowers. Alright, a perfect sunny side up egg, custom made just for you. He turned off the heat and placed the golden, tempting sunny side up egg, still running in the center, onto a plate. He maintained this intimate embrace throughout. Lang Yanran leaned against him, feeling his steady heartbeat, her guilt and love almost overflowing. Lin Yuan. She turned her head, her icy blue eyes shimmering with tears. Sorry. Why are you saying sorry? I shouldn't have. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yuan silenced her with a gentle kiss. This was a kiss full of comfort and affection, devoid of any lust, yet more touching than any passionate kiss. After the kiss ended, Lin Yuan looked into her dreamy eyes and playfully flicked her nose. There won't be a next time. Yes. Lang Yanran nodded heavily, like a child who had received a promise. The two sat at the table, enjoying this simple yet meaningful breakfast. While eating the heart-shaped fried egg, Lin Yuan casually brought up another matter. By the way, Yanran, after Wu Jingde's downfall, the position of Dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tianhai University should be vacant now. Yes, I've heard about it. Lang Yanran nodded. I remember Chen Xingxuan mentioning to me that he had another mentor named Wang Jingji. He was a very upright professor who was very capable academically, but was constantly suppressed by Wu Jingde because he didn't know how to be flexible. Lin Yuan put down his fork and looked at her. If we can get Professor Wang to take the position of dean, it will be of great benefit to our laboratory's future integration of industry, academia, and research, as well as our talent pool. This will not only allow us to completely control the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tianhai University, but also enable us to continuously supply the best students. Lin Yuan did not make any personal requests. Every word he said was based on the company's strategic perspective. Feeling guilty, Lang Yanran was currently worried about not finding an opportunity to make it up to him. Hearing that he was still thinking about the company, my love and respect for him reached their peak. She picked up her phone almost without hesitation. Hello? Is this Uncle Zheng? This is Yanran. I have a small favor to ask you. It's about the selection of the Dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tianhai University. She didn't shy away from Lin Yuan in front of him. She secured the appointment of a dean of a core college at a top university in less than 3 minutes with a single phone call. This is the power of top-tier elite families. This is also the real reason why Lin Yuan chose to eat a woman's rice. After hanging up the phone, Lang Yanran looked at Lin Yuan with a smug look on her face, seeking praise. Nailed it. Thank you for your hard work, my queen. Lin Yuan smiled, picked up a napkin, and gently wiped away a little mayonnaise from the corner of her mouth. An unintentional gesture of intimacy made Lang Yanran's heart skip a beat again. The cozy breakfast with Lang Yanran has just ended. Lin Yuan's phone received a text message from Su Qingying. Xiao Yuan, congratulations on your great success. Auntie has prepared a small reward for you. I've sent you the address. I'll be waiting for you at 3 p.m. today. The text message ended with a playful winking emoji. Lin Yuan glanced at the unfamiliar address, located on the top floor of the Cloud International Center, the most bustling CBD center in Tianhai City. He knew that today's journey was destined to be anything but easy. At 2:30 p.m., Lin Yuan, under the pretext of going to the partner company to discuss follow-up matters, openly drove the Koenigsegg out of the underground parking garage of the Skydome Group. When he took the private VIP elevator to the top floor of the Cloud International Center, he was not greeted by gallery staff. Instead, it was Su Qingying, dressed in an elegant Chanel suit, with a bright smile on her face. You've arrived. She stepped forward and naturally took Lin Yuan's arm. Come with me and see the surprise I've prepared for you. She led Lin Yuan through a corridor adorned with world-famous paintings, and finally brought them to a heavy door made of pure obsidian. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint. What comes into view is a space that is beyond imagination and luxurious to the extreme. That's not an art gallery. Instead, it's a top-tier sky penthouse occupying the entire top floor, with an area of over 1,000 square meters. The 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the most bustling scenes in Tianhai City. Below, clouds drift and swirl, while in the distance, skyscrapers stand in rows. Standing here, one feels as if they are the king of the world. The entire apartment was designed in Lin Yuan's favorite style, a minimalist industrial style with black, white, and gray tones that exuded a sense of sophistication. The living room even has a small indoor heated swimming pool and a very expensive Steinway grand piano. Here a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Do you like it? Su Qingying gently hugged him from behind, pressing her cheek against his broad back. This is what I bought with the money you gave me last time. I decorated it to your favorite style. From now on, this will be our secret home outside, a real home that belongs only to the two of us. As she spoke, she took out a black access card and a property document with Lin Yuan's name on it from her pocket and handed them to Lin Yuan. This is your reward for your adventure. It's also a betrothal gift from your aunt. Her last words, spoken softly, struck Lin Yuan's heart with tremendous force. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the woman in front of him who had given everything for him, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Su Qingying tiptoed and gently pressed a finger against his lips. Don't speak yet. Her eyes gleamed with a cunning yet alluring light. Close your eyes and wait for me for 10 more minutes. With that, she turned and went into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, when the bedroom door opened again, Lin Yuan's breath hitched. Su Qingying changed out of her elegant suit. Instead, she wore a tailor-made silk cheongsam with a slit up to her thigh, in an inkwash style. The cheongsam perfectly hugged her voluptuous, curvaceous figure, showcasing the charm of a mature woman to the fullest. Her long black hair was piled high and secured with a jade hairpin, revealing the fair and elegant nape of her neck. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, and her eyes sparkled with a natural allure. She walked barefoot on the cool marble floor, her snow-white, translucent feet treading on the surface, step by step, toward Lin Yuan. With each step, the hem of her cheongsam swayed, revealing glimpses of the scenery that were enough to make any man's blood boil. She walked to the center of the living room, smiled sweetly at Lin Yuan. Then, to the sound of classical and melodious music, she began to dance gracefully. It was a dance full of classical charm, called Rain in Jiangnan. Her figure was supple, and her dance was graceful, sometimes like a willow swaying in the breeze, and sometimes like a fleeting glimpse of a beautiful shadow. The flowing skirt exudes an indescribable charm of Jiangnan. The way her eyes sparkled conveyed endless, tender affection. At this moment, she was neither the powerful businesswoman who ran a business empire nor the gentle and considerate socialite. She was simply a devoted woman who was willing to give everything for the man she loved. The dance is over. Su Qingying, her face flushed and covered in sweat, stopped in front of Lin Yuan. She tilted her head back, her large, watery eyes fixed on him, filled with expectation and love. Xiao Yuan, do you like the gift Auntie gave you? Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply reached out and pulled the stunning beauty before him into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Outside the window, thousands of lights twinkle in the sky, and the sea of clouds churns. Inside the window, the room was enchanting, filled with the boundless beauty of spring. Chapter 25. What's wrong with you? The following day, Tianhai University. The giant-tiered conference room of the School of Materials Science was packed to capacity. A subtle yet tense atmosphere of transition between the old and the new permeated the air. Today is the first plenary meeting convened by Professor Wang Jingji in his capacity as the newly appointed dean. This upright and principled professor, who had always adhered to academic integrity, sat solemnly in the center of the stage. Although he had finally secured the position he had always dreamed of, he felt uneasy. He knew very well that his rise to power was entirely due to a single word from that godlike young man. He also knew that those sitting below the stage, besides his old friends who were genuinely happy for him, were mostly Wu Jingde's former subordinates. They were outwardly respectful, but inwardly filled with resentment and a wait-and-see attitude. If he fails to maintain order at the first meeting, he, the new dean, will immediately become a puppet with no real power. At the start of the meeting, Wang Jingji first made some perfunctory remarks, following the established procedure. Sure enough, as soon as the procedure was completed, a middle-aged professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked quite shrewd, immediately launched an attack. This person's name is Zhao Lisan, and he is one of Wu Jingde's closest cronies. Dean Wang, first of all, congratulations on your promotion. Zhao Lisan stood up with a forced smile. However, our college is currently facing a very thorny problem, and we would like to ask the new dean to give us some guidance. They've arrived. Wang Jingji's heart sank. He knew the trap was about to be set. Professor Zhao, please go ahead. It's about a key project commissioned by the military, codenamed Wings of the Sky. Zhao Lisan deliberately raised his voice. The project requires us to develop a brand new polymer composite material for the wings of the next generation of hypersonic aircraft. It needs to withstand temperatures of 2000 degrees Celsius while maintaining extremely high structural strength and toughness. This project had been stalled for half a year under Dean Wu's leadership, and the entire team was at a loss. I wonder if Dean Wang has any insights to share? This question is extremely insidious. This is almost universally acknowledged as a world-class problem. He posed this difficult problem to the public. If Wang Jingji said he had no idea, then he was incompetent. If he dared to say he had an idea, then he was bragging, and if he couldn't implement it, then he would lose all credibility. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Jingji. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Wang Jingji's forehead. Just when he was about to find himself in a predicament, the heavy wooden door to the conference room creaked open gently. A young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes, with an upright posture, stood out among a group of white-haired professors. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, I'm late. Lin Yuan's voice, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. When Zhao Lisan saw Lin Yuan, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He knew, of course, that Wang Jingji's rise to power was related to the investment from Tianqiong Group. In his view, Lin Yuan was nothing more than a spoiled brat who relied on his family's wealth to meddle in academia. Who is this? Let me introduce you. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Wang Jingji stood up immediately, as if he had seen a savior, and said respectfully, "This is Mr. Lin Yuan, the head of the new energy project of Tianqiong Group, an important future partner of our academy. Today, I have specially invited Mr. Lin to provide some valuable suggestions for the future development of our college." Lin Yuan's appearance caused a stir among the professors in the audience. Zhao Lisan sneered, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to make Wang Jingji look even worse. So it's General Manager Lin. I've heard so much about you. Zhao Lisan said sarcastically. Perfect timing. We were just discussing the military's Wings of the Sky project. Since General Manager Lin is here to provide guidance, you must have unique insights into this cutting-edge materials field, right? He's trying to drag Lin Yuan down with him. Wang Jingji's expression changed, and he was about to speak to stop him. Lin Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. He did not walk towards the podium, but went straight to Zhao Lisan with a polite yet distant smile on his face. I do have some immature ideas about this project. Oh? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Zhao Lisan's eyes. I'd like to hear the details. Lin Yuan didn't look at him, but instead surveyed the entire room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of every professor, before finally speaking slowly. His voice remained calm, yet it seemed to possess a magical power that seemed to understand all things. Traditional polymer-based composite materials have reached a dead end. Whether it is modified epoxy resin or polyimide, the nature of their carbon chain structure determines that they will inevitably undergo irreversible pyrolysis above 1800 degrees Celsius. From the very first word, he went straight to the heart of the matter. Everyone present was an expert in this field, and they were instantly captivated by his words. Therefore, to break the deadlock, we must break out of our existing mindset. Personally, I think there are 3 feasible directions. Lin Yuan extended the first finger. First, abandon hydrocarbon polymer matrix and turn to the all-inorganic polyphosphazine polymer. Utilize its special phosphorus-nitrogen skeleton to replace the carbon-carbon skeleton, and its theoretical temperature resistance limit can reach more than 3000 degrees Celsius. The key is how to solve its inherent brittleness problem through the modification of side chain groups. He held up his second finger. Second, if we want to continue using carbon-based materials, we must introduce new reinforcing phases. For example, we can use 3-dimensional graphene aerogel as a prefabricated framework and then use in situ chemical vapor deposition technology to allow silicon carbide nanocrystals to grow directionally inside it. The resulting composite material is as light as a feather, yet as strong as diamond. Finally, he extended his third finger, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Third, and this is the idea I personally admire most, is even bolder biomimetic self-healing. In composite materials, microcapsules containing repair agents and catalysts that can withstand high temperatures are pre-embedded. When microcracks appear in the wing, the capsules rupture, and the repair agent quickly fills the cracks and solidifies, achieving the material's self-repair. In this way, what we are pursuing is no longer absolute indestructibility, but dynamic, renewable structural stability. The words fell. The entire tiered conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Yuan, as if frozen in place. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Any one of the 3 directions proposed by Lin Yuan is a revolutionary idea that could be published as a cover article in a top-tier international journal. He not only pointed out the direction, but also pinpointed the core technical key points. This is hardly the CEO of any company. This is clearly a god descended to earth in the field of materials science. A full half-minute passed before a thunderous, uncontrollable murmur erupted from the audience. Oh my god! Polyphosphazine! How come I didn't think of that? 3-dimensional graphene aerogel, in situ deposition, this idea is brilliant. Self-healing materials. This is technology from science fiction movies. He even provided the implementation path. The once arrogant Zhao Lisin was now ashen-faced, his back soaked with cold sweat. He stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Lin Yuan ignored him and turned to Wang Jingji on the platform, giving him a slight smile. Dean Wang, these are just some immature and shallow opinions, please forgive my ignorance. I believe that with such an outstanding scholar as you leading the way, these problems will soon be solved. Tianqiang Group is willing to provide an initial research funding of 100 million yuan for these cutting-edge projects. After saying that, he turned and left gracefully amidst the professor's gazes, which were a mixture of admiration, awe, and fervor. 100 million. Wang Jingji stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Lin Yuan's back. He knew that from this moment on, the entire School of Materials Science and Engineering would belong entirely to Lin. It was already afternoon when I left the university. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch, a smile playing on his lips. He has easily conquered the halls of academia now, it's time to claim the reward he deserves. In the luxurious sky apartment of the Cloud International Center, he enjoyed an exquisite feast reserved only for emperors. Su Qingying's cheongsam, her passionate dance, her mature yet slightly naive demeanor, all captivated him. Lin Yuan didn't get up from the large wooden plank overlooking the entire city until the sun was setting. He glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, still fast asleep with satisfied tears in her eyes, and quietly got dressed. Unbeknownst to him, a faint lip print belonging to Su Qingying remained quietly on the inside of his shirt collar, like evidence of a crime. He was also imbued with the unique fragrance of Su Qingying, a fragrance known as orchid in a secluded valley. Carrying his trophies, Lin Yuan drove his Koenigsegg back to the underground parking garage of the Sky Dome Group with great satisfaction. He had planned it all out. He parked the car, calmly changed his shirt, wiped away all traces, and then, like an ordinary office worker, went home with Lang Yanran after get-off work. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Just as his car came to a stop in its designated parking space. Bite. The notification tone of a text message rang out crisply. He picked it up and looked at it, his pupils suddenly contracted. From Lang Yanran. The message contained only one sentence: I'm leaving get off work early today and will be waiting for you in the garage. Lin Yuan suddenly looked up. Not far away, the doors of the president's private elevator slowly opened, and Lang Yanran, dressed in a sharp black business suit and wearing 10-centimeter silver high heels, walked towards him with a queen-like gait. A chill instantly ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. His brain was working at an unprecedented speed. He subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye. In the mirror, the faint lipstick mark on the collar of his white shirt was so glaringly obvious. He raised his wrist again and smelled his cuff. That perfume scent, which didn't belong to Lang Yanran but to Su Qingying, was so clear. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. But the fear lasted only 0.01 seconds. The next second, his powerful will to survive and his supercomputer-like reaction ability completely took over his body. He saw it. I saw the storage rack next to his parking space, which belonged to the property management and was used to store miscellaneous items. On the top shelf, there was a 15-liter unopened bottle of mineral water, meant for the office water dispenser. This is it. The instant Lang Yanran was less than 20 meters away from him. Lin Yuan did something that could be described as a crazy act of a desperate man. He suddenly pushed open the car door, pretending to reach for the briefcase on the passenger seat. As he stood up, his body made an extremely realistic gesture of accidentally tripping and losing his balance. His arm flared frantically in the air, and then, with perfect precision, it accidentally struck the shelf's support leg. Boom! The entire shelf collapsed with a crash. The heavy bottle of mineral water on top of the shelf, under the influence of gravity, tumbled and crashed down on his head. Careful! A startled cry came from afar. Lin Yuan did not dodge. He even rushed forward in a state of panic. Splash! Cold, slightly plastic-smelling purified water cascaded down his head like a waterfall. In an instant, he was soaked from head to toe. His expensive, custom-made white shirt was instantly soaked, clinging tightly to his sculpted, muscular body, exuding an indescribable masculine tension. The fatal lipstick stain, washed away by the water, instantly blurred and disappeared without a trace. The rich fragrance of perfume was completely masked by the simple, blunt scent of pure water. When Lang Yanran ran up to him in her high heels. What you see is Lin Yuan, soaking wet, with water still dripping from his hair, and looking utterly disheveled with a look of bewilderment and innocence in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Looking at him like this, Lang Yanran's initial doubt was instantly replaced by pity and amusement. Don't you watch where you're going? You're such a grown man, how could you get splashed with water? Her tone was slightly reproachful, but her outstretched hand took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped the water droplets from his face. Are you all right? Did you get hit? Fine. Lin Yuan shook his head weakly, and then, at just the right moment, sneezed. Quick! Get in the car. Lang Yanran's maternal instincts were fully awakened. She practically half-carried, half-embraced the poor man and shoved him into the passenger seat of her Bentley. Then, with a tap on the gas, he sped off towards home with this time management master who had just averted a major crisis. The car's heater was on. As Lang Yanran drove, she glanced at Lin Yuan with heartache from the corner of her eye. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, a triumphant smile playing on his lips, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 26, The Reward of Equity and the Cufflinks on the Collarbone. The Bentley smoothly drove into the garage of the Hilltop Villa. Lang Yanran got out of the car almost immediately, went around to the passenger side, and personally opened the car door for Lin Yuan. Her careful manner made him seem like a rare porcelain piece that had been wet. Go take a hot shower and change out of your wet clothes so you don't catch a cold. Her tone still carried a hint of queenly command, but the deep concern and heartache in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Yuan nodded weakly and, with her help, walked into the villa. In the bathroom, warm steam rose gently. Lin Yuan soaked himself in the large bathtub, enjoying the comfort of the hot water, but his mind was racing, reviewing everything that had happened that day. From divine pronouncements in the halls of academia to the enchanting beauty of a cloud gallery, and then to a terrifying moment in a garage. Every step is a tightrope walk. Every step, however, was under his control. This feeling of having the world at his fingertips gave him an unprecedented, intoxicating pleasure from power. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed an epic crisis management operation and has successfully aroused the target's Lang Yanran's deep protective instincts. Reward, Spirit Attribute +1, Charisma Attribute +1. God level acting skills, proficiency improved current level, skilled and adept. The system notification sounded in his mind, as if it were the highest reward for his perfect performance today. Lin Yuan sighed comfortably and closed his eyes. When he finished his bath and was about to change his clothes, he discovered that all the spare clothes that had been hanging on the hanger were gone. Instead, hanging behind the door was a silk bathrobe that was clearly too small and belonged to Lan Yanran. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and instantly understood the Ice Queen's thoughts. Is she trying to pull something? Without hesitation, he put on the bathrobe that carried Lan Yanran's fragrance. The size of the bathrobe was rather tight for his 1.85-meter tall model-like physique. His shirt barely covered his vital parts, leaving his two long, powerful legs almost completely exposed. The taut fabric accentuated the clearly defined lines of his chest and abdominal muscles, exuding an explosive aura of masculine hormones. When he pushed open the frosted glass door of the bathroom in that manner, the scene in the living room deepened the smile on his lips. Under the enormous crystal chandelier, Lan Yanran had changed into a black silk slip dress with delicate lace trim. Beneath the skirt, two stunningly long legs, encased in platinum suede, were elegantly crossed, with a pair of black velvet high-heeled sandals on their feet, revealing a few cute toes painted with nail polish. She sat sideways on the soft wool carpet, leaning against the sofa. On the small coffee table in front of her were a bottle of Romanée-Conti that had already been decanted in two crystal goblets. She didn't look at him, but simply swirled the wine in her glass, letting the burgundy liquid trace graceful arcs on the glass. But her slightly reddened earlobes and the unconsciously tense curve of her perfect back betrayed her inner turmoil. She was waiting for him. She was waiting for him in a very seductive way. Come over. She finally spoke, her voice husky and languid, as if infused with the aroma of red wine. She patted the spot next to her. Lin Yuan smiled, strode over, and sat cross-legged beside her. An intoxicating scent, a blend of the rich aroma of red wine and the fragrance of her expensive perfume, instantly enveloped him. Lan Yanran then turned her head and carefully examined him. When her gaze fell upon his powerful body, encased in a tight bathrobe, even she couldn't help but blush and her breathing quickened slightly. But she quickly masked it with a queen-like assertiveness. She did not offer Lin Yuan a wine glass. Instead, she picked up a blue folder that had been prepared beforehand from behind her and handed it to him. Here, take this. Lin Yuan took the folder with some confusion and opened it. On the title page, a few large, gold-embossed characters made his pupils shrink suddenly. Agreement on the gratuitous transfer of equity in Tianxiang Group. He opened the agreement. The contents stirred up a tidal wave of emotions within him. Lan Yanran transferred her 5% original shares in Tianxiang Group, which she held privately, to him free of charge. Sky Dome Group. This business behemoth, spanning multiple sectors including real estate, finance, technology, and energy, is not publicly listed, but its valuation is already in the trillions. 5% of the original shares. This represents more than just assets of at least 50 billion. This also means that he will go from being a high-level employee to a true core shareholder with considerable influence on the board of directors of the Sky Dome Group. This gift is incredibly generous. It's heavy enough to drive any man crazy. Why? Lin Yuan closed the file, looked at Lan Yanran, and his eyes were more solemn than ever before. What you've done for the company and for me is far more valuable than this. Lan Yanran picked up her wineglass, took a small sip, and stared intently at him. Furthermore, I don't want you to do anything dangerous for money in the future. Her words were loaded with meaning. The danger she was referring to was naturally the couple contract that Lin Yuan was forced to sign with her for the 20 million yuan in startup capital. In her opinion, the reason why Lin Yuan was so badly drenched with water today was ultimately because he was too eager to prove himself. And the root of all this lies in money. She wanted to use this most direct and domineering way to tell Lin Yuan that from now on, he would no longer have to worry about money. Behind you stands me, and the entire Sky Dome Group. You can do whatever you want with more ease and pride. Lin Yuan fell silent. Looking at the woman before him, who appeared cold on the outside but was burning with passion on the inside, he felt an indescribable warmth welling up inside him. He knew that this 5% of the shares was her reward, her compensation, and even more so, her chain. She wanted to use this method to completely bind him and their future together. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Yuan stopped being coy and picked up the pen to sign his name in the Party B section of the agreement. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired top-tier assets worth over 50 billion. Gold digger value plus 50,000. Task, the advanced level of being a kept man completed. The system's special shop is now open. Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack, Physical Enhancement Fluid Perfect Grade, X1, Mental Enhancement Fluid Perfect Grade, X1. A series of system notification sounds exploded in Lin Yuan's mind like fireworks. The enormous harvest made his smile even brighter. Seeing Lin Yuan sign his name, Lan Yanran finally revealed a genuine, beautiful smile, like an iceberg melting away. She raised her glass. Cheers to us. Cheers. Lin Yuan also raised his wine glass and gently clinked it against hers. Amidst the crisp clinking of the crystal glasses, the relationship between the two underwent a qualitative transformation at that moment. At the same time, in the penthouse of the Cloud International Center, Su Qingying slowly woke up. She glanced at the empty seat beside her and the deep night outside the window, a sweet feeling welling up inside her, along with an indescribable sense of loss. Despite her slightly aching body, she got out of bed and prepared to tidy up their love nest, which belonged only to the two of them. As she walked to the bedside to make it, her gaze was drawn to a small, glittering object on the carpet. She bent down and picked it up. It was a uniquely designed platinum cufflink. A small obsidian stone is also set in the center of the cufflink. She recognized it at a glance. It was an accessory from the suit Lin Yuan was wearing today, one that she had personally chosen for him. He was in such a hurry that he accidentally fell. Su Qingying held the small cufflink in her hand, as if she could still feel the lingering warmth of his body on it. A bold and exciting idea quietly emerged in her mind. She wanted to return the cufflink to him. But we need to use a more special way. She wanted to use this small piece of evidence to launch a gentle yet possessive, silent provocation against the nominal official wife. 3 days later, a small private cocktail party, named to celebrate the opening of Moyan Gallery and express gratitude to friends from all walks of life, was held in Su Qingying's new gallery in the city center. As Lang Yanran's stepdaughter, she naturally received an invitation, while Lin Yuan, as the representative of the Sky Dome Group, attended the event with her. The party was a gathering of elegantly dressed celebrities. Su Qingying, as the undisputed star of the evening, wore a well-tailored white evening gown and moved gracefully and elegantly through the crowd, displaying her remarkable charisma. When she saw Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran walk into the venue hand in hand, a subtle, cunning glint flashed in her eyes. She approached with a smile, holding a wine glass. "Yanran, Lin Yuan, I'm so happy you could come. You're too kind, auntie." "Congratulations on the opening of the gallery," Lang Yanran replied politely, her attitude remaining neither too close nor too distant. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingying turned her gaze to Lang Yanran. "Yanran, to thank you for your support of the gallery project during this time, I have prepared a small gift for you." As she spoke, she took a beautifully packaged velvet jewelry box from her assistant and opened it. Inside the box lay a valuable platinum necklace made of countless tiny diamonds. The pendant on the necklace is particularly special. That was a meticulously polished and inlaid platinum cufflink. The moment Lin Yuan saw the cufflink pendant, his heart skipped a beat. He stared intently at the pendant. "Isn't that the cufflink I left on Su Qingying's bed 3 days ago? This woman. Has she gone mad? She actually turned this evidence into a necklace, and even wanted to give it to Lang Yanran right in front of him." Lin Yuan's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Lang Yanran, however, was clearly unaware of anything unusual. She looked at the exquisitely designed necklace with its unique pendant, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. "This pendant is very special." "Yes." Su Qingying glanced at Lin Yuan beside her, seemingly casually, and a charming smile appeared on her lips. "This is a precious thing that a very important male friend of mine lost. I made it into a necklace, hoping that its good fortune can also be passed on to you." Her words were perfectly tactful. But to Lin Yuan, every word felt like a heavy hammer blow, striking his heart. "Here, let me help you put it on." Su Qingying picked up the necklace and walked behind Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran did not refuse. She lifted her long silver hair, revealing her smooth, snow-white nape, which resembled that of a swan. Su Qingying stretched out her slender hand and gently placed the cold necklace, which bore the evidence of her crime, around Lang Yanran's neck. Then, she walked up to Lang Yanran and adjusted the position of the pendant for her. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze froze completely. He watched helplessly as his lost cufflink lay peacefully between Lang Yanran's snow-white, deep collarbones. Her breath rose and fell slightly. It shimmered with a cold, yet blinding light. Su Qingying was standing next to Lang Yanran, holding her arm, like a close mother and daughter. She turned her head to face Lin Yuan, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile that was both alluring and provocative, like that of a victor. Chapter 27: The Pain of Evolution and the Decisive Strike at the Conference. The ringing of the closing bell did not dispel the gloom in Lin Yuan's heart. On the contrary, when Koenigsegg's engine stalled in the garage of the hilltop villa, his sense of crisis had reached its peak. The cufflink pendant lying between Lang Yanran's collarbones was like a ticking time bomb, or more like the gentlest yet most fatal nail that Su Qingying had driven into his intimate relationship with Lang Yanran. She was telling him in this way, Sha Yuan, no matter where you are or who you are with, you will always bear my mark. This feeling of being choked and gently manipulated made Lin Yuan feel more irritable than ever before. His emotional intelligence, acting skills, and business acumen allow him to navigate even the most challenging situations with ease. But all this soft power still appears fragile in the face of absolute surprise. He needs greater power. It wasn't about power struggles or money, but rather a kind of hard power that transcended the limits of ordinary people and belonged only to him. That evening, he declined Lang Yanran's invitation to stay overnight, citing that the project has encountered a bottleneck and I need an absolutely quiet environment to think in seclusion. Instead of returning to the villa, he drove straight to the center of Tianhai City, the love nest in the clouds that belonged only to him and Su Qingying. Only here is a truly safe and undisturbed sanctuary. Standing in front of the 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city night view that resembled a galaxy below, Lin Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down. He retrieved the 2 vials of liquid shimmering with a mysterious luster from the system space. Physical enhancement liquid perfect grade. Mental enhancement fluid perfect grade. System, what will be the consequences of using these 2 things together? Ding. Simultaneous use will trigger a profound, synchronous evolution of both physical and mental constitution, with a 99% success rate. However, the transformation process will be accompanied by excruciating pain from cellular-level disintegration and reconstruction, as well as a burning sensation from the overload of neural networks. The level of pain far exceeds the limits of human endurance. Once the hosts will collapses, there is a 1% chance of resulting in a dual collapse of body and mind, leading to immediate death. Confirm use? Confirm. There was not the slightest hesitation in Lin Yuan's eyes. To gain the power of the gods, one must endure the trials of hell. He walked into the bathroom with the huge bathtub and, without hesitation, injected the 2 tubes of enhancement fluid into his body. Boom! It was as if 2 volcanoes were erupting simultaneously in his limbs, bones, and the depths of his soul. Excruciating pain. The excruciating pain, which was beyond words and came from the deepest part of his being, instantly overwhelmed all his senses. He felt every cell in his body being torn apart, crushed, and then forcibly reassembled in a more resilient and perfect way. The bones were groaning, the muscles were spasming, and the blood seemed to be burning. At the same time, his brain felt as if it had been filled with molten lava. Countless streams of information, countless images, and countless fragments of memory flashed wildly through his mind. Every neuron was operating at overload, emitting a shrill scream on the verge of melting. Ugh hi! Even with Lin Yuan's resolute will, he couldn't suppress a suppressed roar of pain. He plunged headfirst into the bathtub, which was already filled with cold water, trying to use the cold to relieve the burning pain that went deep into his bones. The water in the entire bathtub began to heat up at a visible speed, steaming up billowing white steam, like a pot of soup being boiled. His skin was a strange crimson red, and the veins on his body writhed wildly like dragons. Just as Lin Yuan was struggling in this hellish pain, at the most crucial moment of his life's leap forward. Outside the apartment's heavy obsidian doors, a stunningly beautiful figure, dressed in a smart trench coat and with a deep sense of worry on her face, appeared quietly. It was Lang Yanran. She keenly sensed Lin Yuan's unease after the party ended. She was worried about him being alone in his seclusion, but she didn't want to disturb him. Ultimately, worry prevailed over reason. She used the Sky Dome Group's intelligence network and the Lung family's pervasive power to easily find the final destination of the Koenigsegg that frequently operated under Lin Yuan's name, a mysterious apartment located at the top of the city that she had never heard of or set foot in before. When she stood at the door and saw that, in addition to Su Qingying's registered information, there was also a fingerprint marked highest authority belonging to Lin Yuan on the fingerprint lock, a complex and indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. But at this moment, worry for Lin Yuan overwhelmed everything else. She raised her hand, ready to press the doorbell. And at that very moment, Lin Yuan, who was in a semi-conscious state in the bathtub, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to hold a galaxy of stars, so deep they were breathtaking. He heard it. Aside from the rushing water and his own rapid heartbeat, he heard the faint sound of high heels clicking on the carpet outside the door. He heard Lang Yanran's breathing, which was steady but slightly rapid. He could even see the figure outside the door raising his hand, about to touch the doorbell. The epic enhancement of his mental attributes granted him extraordinary, extremely keen senses and perception. Oh no! Despite the excruciating pain, Lin Yuan's mind remained unusually clear. He suddenly stood up from the bathtub. Ding! Physical enhancement complete. Current physical fitness, 25 human limit. Ding! Mental enhancement complete. Current mental strength, 25 photographic memory super brain deduction. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your perfect evolution and gaining the passive skill, absolute perception. Without even checking the changes in his body, Lin Yuan rushed out of the bathroom with a speed surpassing that of a cheetah. He saw the carpet in the living room that he had messed up because of his struggle. I could smell the lingering, slightly bloody scent of sweat in the air. With the ability of super brain deduction, all the details that could be exposed were formed into a clear list in his mind. He had less than 5 seconds. He moved like the wind, so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the air. In a second, he smoothed out the messy carpet. 2 seconds later, he closed the bathroom door and turned on the ventilation at maximum power. In 3 seconds, he rushed to the huge French window, opened it a crack, and let the biting night wind rush in, dispelling the strange smell in the room. 4 seconds later, he returned to the doorway, leaned his body against the cold door panel, and instantly switched his expression to a pale one, as if he were weak from a high fever. The 5th second. Ding dong. The doorbell rang precisely on time. Lin Yuan, panting, asked in a trembling, hoarse voice. Who? It's me. A worried voice came from outside the door. Lin Yuan then laboriously opened the door. The moment the door opened, Lang Yanran saw Lin Yuan, who was pale, with dry lips and a forehead covered in cold sweat, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. All her doubts and suspicions were replaced by endless heartache at this moment. How did you get into this state? She gasped and quickly supported his swaying body. What you could touch was his frighteningly hot body temperature. That was the lingering heat of evolution that hadn't completely subsided, but in Lang Yanran's eyes, it was clearly a symptom of a severe high fever. I'm fine. Lin Yuan leaned weakly on her fragrant shoulder. I was just thinking about a problem so intently that I felt a bit exhausted. You said you were fine. You're burning up like this. Without saying a word, Lang Yanran simply picked him up and carried him horizontally. That's right, it's a princess carry. After being strengthened, Lin Yuan weighed nearly 180 pounds, but for Lang Yanran, who had also undergone physical training and possessed superhuman strength, lifting him was not difficult, although somewhat strenuous. She carried him to the sofa, then found a towel and water, and carefully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Seeing her busy taking care of him, Lin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first crisis has been overcome. The next day, at the top floor of the Sky Dome Group, in the strategic conference room, a high-level closed-door meeting is underway to discuss the group's next 5-year plan. Lang Yanran sat in the main seat, and Lin Yuan sat to her left. Opposite him sat a blonde, blue-eyed, and debonair European man. He is Wang Luan, the Asia-Pacific president of LVMH, the world's largest luxury goods group, and an important strategic partner of Sky Dome Group. At the meeting, Lang Yanran wore the necklace with cufflinks that Su Qingying had given her. That time bomb gleamed dangerously between her snow-white collarbones. Lin Yuan's heart remained uneasy. He knew this issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. However, he hadn't yet figured out a foolproof method. Halfway through the meeting, the group was discussing a cooperation plan. Wang Luan, sitting opposite her, inadvertently glanced at Lang Yanran's necklace. Immediately, an expression of great interest appeared on his face. He looked at the cufflink pendant, then at Lin Yuan, as if he had discovered some interesting secret. He laughed and made a joke in fluent Chinese in front of everyone. Oh my god! What am I seeing? He pointed at Lang Yanran's necklace, then winked at Lin Yuan. Lin, I remember very clearly that this obsidianite cufflink was specially customized for you by our design director. It's a one-of-a-kind cufflink in the world. How did it end up on the beautiful Ms. Lang's necklace? Boom! One sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in the quiet conference room. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. All eyes turned to Lin Yuan, Lang Yanran, and that damned necklace, scanning back and forth. The air froze instantly. Some quick-thinking executives have already imagined a major drama of love, hate, and family feuds. Lang Yanran was also stunned. She lowered her head, looking at the pendant on her chest, a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment flashing in her eyes. The world's only cufflinks? Lin Yuan's? Why would that aunt say it was another important male friend? A terrible thought was about to take shape in her mind. It's over. This was the only thought that flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. He never imagined that the one who detonated this bomb would be a completely uncontrollable outsider. However, within 0.1 seconds of this nuclear crisis, which could destroy everything, about to erupt, Lin Yuan's super brain deduction ability, which had been modified by the mental enhancement fluid and was comparable to a supercomputer, was activated instantly. 10,000 possibilities, 10,000 explanations flashed through his mind, only to be rejected one by one. Ultimately, the boldest, most outrageous, and only feasible solution was instantly identified. He moved. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he stood up without changing his expression. He slowly walked to Lang Yanran's side. Then, under everyone's gaze, he reached out and gently lifted the sinful cufflink that hung between Lang Yanran's collarbones. His face held a smile that was both indulgent and helpless, but his gaze gently fell upon Lang Yanran's bewildered, icy blue eyes. He smiled and said to Wang Luan, who had a gossipy look on his face, "Warren, your eye for talent is still as sharp as ever." "Yes, this is indeed mine." He admitted it. He actually admitted it so directly. A collective gasp filled the conference room. However, Lin Yuan's next words struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them petrified on the spot. He lowered his head and spoke softly in a voice filled with love, a voice only he, Lang Yanran, and a few executives around him could hear. "There's nothing I can do about it. I lost a bet with my wife. The bet is to give her my most cherished possession. So, I had no choice but to reluctantly give up the only other cufflink in the world, letting her have it made into a necklace and wear it every day to show off to me." By the end, his tone had become one of sweet complaining and showing off their affection. "Let's just consider it a harmless little bit of fun between us." The words fell. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Immediately, a burst of good-natured laughter erupted, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. The crisis was abruptly reversed in that instant. A nuclear-level scandal that could have destroyed everything was transformed by Lin Yuan into a sweet and saccharine public display of affection, all under the perfect pretext of a couple's bet. Wang Luan burst out laughing on the spot, gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, and said in an exaggerated tone, "Lin, you are such a romantic gentleman. I'm impressed." The other executives' gazes towards Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran instantly shifted from gossip to envy and blessings. "So that's how it is. President Lang and President Lin have such a great relationship. I'm so jealous, so incredibly jealous. What an amazing love story." Lang Yanran, the person involved, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Her mind was blank. She looked at Lin Yuan's handsome face, which was so close to hers, with a doting smile, and felt the warmth of his fingertips touching her collarbone, a warmth that made her heart flutter. "So, that's how it is? Did I misunderstand, Auntie? Was it Lin Yuan who did this on purpose to give me a surprise?" The dramatic turn of events instantly put her mind at ease. Instead, there is an unprecedented, immense sense of sweetness and happiness, as if ownership has been publicly declared. Her cheeks flushed bright red in an instant. This was an unprecedented loss of composure she had displayed in countless meetings. She didn't even dare to look Lin Yuan in the eye, but simply lowered her head shyly. Her charming and bashful appearance made all the men present stare in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Detected that the host has executed a god-level decisive move, defusing a nuclear-level crisis of trust and successfully turning the crisis into a massive display of affection. Reward, god-level acting, proficiency greatly increased, current level, masterful. Reward, 10,000 soft rice points. Lang Yanran's favorability +5, current favorability, 95s++ completely devoted. He knew that from this day forward, this time bomb had completely transformed into a unique medal of love between him and Lang Yanran. Su Qingying's fatal blow was perfectly converted into a point for him. Chapter 28: The brand on the lapel clip and the warning of bitter tea. The aftereffects of that textbook-level crisis management quickly became apparent. After the meeting ended and the executives left with beaming smiles, only Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran remained in the large conference room. Lang Yanran remained seated in the main seat, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. The captivating blush on her snow-white cheeks had not yet completely faded, making her look no longer like the aloof ice queen, but more like a young girl in the throes of first love. Lin Yuan smiled, about to say something. Lang Yanran suddenly stood up. Without saying a word, she walked straight up to Lin Yuan and then did something that surprised even him. She reached out her slender hand, grabbed Lin Yuan's tie, and yanked it hard. Caught off guard, Lin Yuan involuntarily leaned forward, forced to lower his head and meet her gaze. Their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart. He could even clearly see his own face, showing a hint of surprise, reflected in her icy blue pupils. Lin Yuan. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable tone of command. You're very brave. Not bad. Lin Yuan looked at her eyes, which were so close to his own, and his lips curled up slightly. I like it very much. Lang Yanran's next words made Lin Yuan raise an eyebrow. So, I'm going to give you a response. What response? Lang Yanran didn't answer, but grabbed his tie and pulled him out of the conference room in an almost dragging manner. Come with me. The black Bentley, like a silent beast, weaved through the city's traffic. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of Jiangxin Pavilion, the most prestigious private custom workshop in Tianhai City. There's no luxurious facade here, just a rustic wooden door and a sign at the entrance indicating that you need to book a month in advance to enter. But Lang Yanran is clearly not bound by this rule. She pulled Lin Yuan along and they walked into the workshop without any hindrance. The workshop's chief designer, an Italian man in his 50s with a white beard, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Lang Yanran. Good afternoon, Ms. Lang. It's a pleasure to serve you. Master Antonio. Lang Yanran nodded and got straight to the point. She loosened Lin Yuan's tie, and then took an earring off her small, elfin ear. It was a platinum stud earring with a simple design, yet it contained a unique sense of design. The main body of the earring is a crystal-clear sapphire carved into the shape of a hexagonal ice crystal. This is the Long family's unique family symbol, Eternal Ice Crystal. It is a symbol of identity for every core member of the Long family. She placed the meaningful earring on a tray covered with black velvet. Then, she turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan, her gaze intense. Use it to create a one-of-a-kind tie clip for this gentleman. Her voice, though not loud, was full of power. I want to see the finished product by tomorrow morning. Yes, my lady. A hint of surprise flashed in Master Antonio's eyes, but more so, understanding. He immediately responded respectfully. Lin Yuan stood aside, looking at the ice crystal earring that symbolized the Long family's supreme status, and understood. He knew what Lang Yanran was doing. Su Qingying used a cufflink that served as evidence to leave an ambiguous mark on his world. Lang Yanran, on the other hand, would use an ice crystal representing herself and the entire Lang family to stamp a more domineering and unquestionable seal of official wife on him. This is a war without gunfire, a war that belongs to women. And he, Lin Yuan, was the only trophy they were fighting over. After leaving the workshop and getting back into the car, Lang Yanran finally relaxed her tense posture. She turned her head to look at Lin Yuan, her face showing a little girl smugness tinged with a hint of provocation. This is my punishment for you for making me embarrassed at the meeting last time. The so-called losing face naturally refers to her shy and bashful appearance when she blushed in public. From now on, you must wear it to any formal occasion. This is my symbol. As she spoke, she reached out and gently touched Lin Yuan's chest with her fingertips. That action was full of the meaning of possession and declaration. Lin Yuan didn't speak, but simply took her mischievous finger in his hand, then lowered his head and gently placed a tender kiss on the back of her hand. Yes, Your Majesty. The next morning, the tie clip that incorporated the Eternal Ice Crystal was delivered to Lin Yuan's office on time. Its design is ingenious. The ice crystal was perfectly set in the center of the platinum clip, surrounded by a fine ring of dark patterns representing the initial L of Lin Yuan's surname. Understated, luxurious, and filled with a unique sense of belonging. Lin Yuan had been playing with it for less than 10 minutes when his personal phone received a text message from Su Qingying. The text message was as gentle and appropriate as ever. Xiao Yuan, I heard that the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tianhai University has achieved a major breakthrough with your support, and Dean Wang has also successfully taken office. Auntie is very proud of you. Tonight, I'm hosting a small gathering at the Quiet Heart Tea House for you and Dean Wang to celebrate your achievements. Please do come. Looking at the text message, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The celebration was a sham. The real purpose is to demand an explanation and hold those responsible accountable. He knew that news of his perfect comeback in the cufflink incident must have already reached her ears. The seemingly gentle and kind auntie is probably going to settle this score with me. Interesting. Lin Yuan put his phone away, a hint of excitement at meeting a worthy opponent flashing in his eyes. He was eager to see how this seemingly innocent but actually cunning aunt would discipline her disobedient little man. That evening, at the Tranquil Tea House. This is the most exclusive private tea house in Tianhai City, open only to members, and filled with a classic and zen-like atmosphere. When Lin Yuan arrived, Dean Wang Jingji was already there and chatting happily with Su Qingying. Today, Su Qingying wore an elegant, modified cheongsam. Her gentle demeanor and graceful movements exuded the refined air of an intellectual artist, making even the usually serious Wang Jingji feel as if he were basking in a spring breeze. She first discussed grand ideas about industry-academia research cooperation with Dean Wang, and then donated a substantial talent cultivation fund to the college in her personal capacity, appearing to be a Confucian businesswoman who is deeply righteous and fully supports scientific research. Wang Jingji's goodwill towards Ms. Su, who was eloquent and generous, grew significantly. After finishing her tea, Su Qingying politely asked Dean Wang to leave, saying she wanted to discuss some private matters with Lin Yuan alone. The moment the wooden door to the private room was gently closed, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze instantly. The smile on Su Qingying's face slowly, little by little, disappeared. She didn't look at Lin Yuan, but kept her head down, intently fiddling with the expensive purple clay tea set in front of her. Wash the cup, add the tea leaves, brew, and pour the tea. Every movement of hers was elegant and graceful, yet it carried a sense of impending doom and impending storm. Lin Yuan just sat there quietly, watching her perform. He noticed that his new tie clip was reflecting a cold light under the dim yellow light of the tea room. Finally, Su Qingying pushed a cup of brewed tea in front of Lin Yuan. The tea soup was dark brown, almost black. An intensely bitter smell wafted over me. It's top-grade bitter tea, and the quantity has been tripled. Try it. Su Qingying finally raised her head, her gentle, watery peach blossom eyes now unfathomable, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Auntie brewed this for you herself. Lin Yuan picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp without the slightest hesitation. An indescribable bitterness exploded in his mouth, rushing straight to his throat and numbing his entire tongue. He remained unfazed, put down his teacup, and said calmly, "Good tea may taste bitter at first, but it has a sweet aftertaste." Su Qingying looked at him, and a ripple finally appeared in her eyes. She spoke softly, her voice as light as a sigh. "Xiao Yuan, you've grown up. They've grown too big for their britches. They've all learned to side with outsiders and bully their aunt." When she said the word bullying, her voice carried a hint of grievance and sorrow. "The necklace I gave to Miss Lang was meant to let me feel your presence at all times. But you, on the contrary, turned it into a medal of love for you too." She picked up the teapot and poured Lin Yuan another cup of bitter tea, looking directly into his eyes. "Auntie, are you starting to dislike this cup of tea too? This is a question. This is a warning. It is also a gentle accusation filled with grievance and jealousy." Lin Yuan looked at the glint of tears in her eyes and his heart stirred. He did not defend himself, because he knew that any explanation would be futile in the face of a jealous woman. He reached out, across the tea table, and gently took her slightly cool hand as she poured him tea. "Aunt." He looked into her eyes, his voice more serious than ever before. "Tea is bitter. But, as long as it's made by you, Auntie, even if it's poison, I'll still enjoy it. As for that cufflink." He paused, then grasped her hand, applying slight pressure. "It is now being worn in a place where I can see it at all times. It's like, Auntie, you're watching me all the time. Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" Su Qingying was stunned. She looked into Lin Yuan's deep eyes, which seemed to draw one's soul in, and listened to his words, "Even if it's poison, I'd gladly accept it." All the grievances, all the jealousy, all the dissatisfaction, were melted away at this moment by a tremendous feeling of being favored. Yes. He did not deny it. He even misinterpreted his actions as being to satisfy his desire to monitor him. This man. He always knew how to use the most beautiful words to soothe the deepest creases in his heart. She looked at him, and the coldness in her eyes gradually melted away, returning to its gentle, watery state. Glib-tongued. She playfully withdrew her hand, but a charming blush had already unconsciously crept onto her face. A potentially tumultuous interrogation tea party was averted with Lin Yuan's divinely uttered love confession. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, picked up the still bitter cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. This time, however, he felt that the aftertaste seemed even sweeter. Chapter 29: The Undercurrents of Imprints and the Chaos in the Cinema. That tie clip, crafted from eternal ice crystals, was like a detonated depth charge, stirring up turbulent undercurrents beneath the calm surface of the Sky Dome Group. From the very first day Lin Yuan put it on, he became the undisputed focus of the entire group headquarters. As he walked through the open-plan office area wearing that tie clip that reflected a faint blue light under the lamp, all eyes, whether open or hidden, focused on that dazzling ice blue piece on his chest. Envy, jealousy, speculation, awe. A complex mix of emotions mingled and fermented in the air. Everyone understood that the small tie clip represented more than just jewelry. That was the eldest daughter of the Lang family, the queen of the Tianqiong group, who declared to the world in the most direct and domineering way, "This man is mine." Lin Yuan has gone from being a rumored boyfriend speculated by many to being officially recognized as a prospective prince consort. However, this high-profile favor, while bringing him unparalleled glory, also attracted the most insidious covetous eyes. On the top floor, diagonally opposite the president's office, lies a boardroom with a dignified and imposing interior design. A middle-aged man, around 50 years old, with a face that bore a slight resemblance to Lang Yanran but with eyes as sharp as a hawk, was coldly watching Lin Yuan, who was walking side by side with Lang Yanran in the corridor, through the gaps in the blinds. He is Lang Feng, a veteran of the Sky Dome Group, Lang Yanran's uncle, and a powerful figure with significant influence on the board of directors. His fingers held an expensive cigar, the smoke swirling around it, but it couldn't conceal the deep resentment and bitterness in the depths of his eyes. In his view, the throne of the Sky Dome Group should have been inherited by him. But the old man was biased and handed over the power to this young girl. And now, this niece, whom he considers a thorn in his side, has been completely infatuated with a pretty boy who appeared out of nowhere and is good for nothing except for his good looks. She even went so far as to turn the eternal ice crystal, which represented the core identity of the Lang family, into an ornament and put it on this man. This is a disgrace. It is a stain on the Lang family bloodline. Waste. Lang Feng stubbed out his cigar in the crystal ashtray with a suppressed growl. Go. He gave the order to his assistant, who stood silently to the side. Get me to dig up the entire lineage of this kid named Lin Yuan, including his ancestors for 18 generations. I want to know the color of every single poop he's ever taken since he was a child. Which woman he's ever spoken to. Where every penny in his bank account came from. I don't believe a gigolo who got ahead by relying on his looks can be clean at all. Yes, Chairman Feng. The assistant, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly bowed and withdrew. A silent investigation targeting Lin Yuan, launched by the highest levels of the group, has begun. However, Lang Feng and his supposedly secretive actions were unaware that his every move had already fallen under Lin Yuan's control. Since his mental strength was enhanced, Lin Yuan's absolute perception ability has reached an unbelievable level. If he wanted to, nothing in the entire Sky Dome Group headquarters could escape his ears. He could even clearly hear Ling Feng's venomous growls in the office and every instruction he gave to his assistant. It's finally here. Lin Yuan's face remained expressionless, but he sneered inwardly. He was not afraid of the enemy attacking from the front, but he was afraid of the enemy hiding in the shadows. Now, this most dangerous venomous snake has finally come out of its hole on its own. This tense workweek, filled with undercurrents, is finally over. To reward Lin Yuan and to make up for the neglect she had given him recently due to work, Lang Yanran took the initiative to suggest it on a sunny Saturday afternoon. Shall we go see a movie? As she said this, there was a hint of unnatural anticipation on her face, like a girl on her first date. Just like any ordinary couple. Okay. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. He was happy to accompany this ice queen and experience the simple joys that belong to ordinary people. They chose a high-end cinema located in a top shopping mall in the city center. The cinema's VIP screening room has only a dozen or so seats, each of which is spacious and comfortable, just like a first-class cabin on an airplane. Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran chose the last row, right in the middle, a double sofa seat reserved for couples. Today, Lang Yanran didn't wear her signature business suit. Instead, she changed into a light blue Chanel dress, and her long silver hair was casually draped down, making her look less like a queen and more like a pure and sweet girl next door. She held a large bucket of popcorn in her hands, a look of novelty and excitement on her face. This is my first time in a place like this, she whispered in Lin Yuan's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt both amused and somewhat heartbroken. He knew that this girl, who had carried the fate of her entire family since birth, had never had a truly ordinary life of her own. The movie will start soon. It was a high-class art film that told a tragic love story during the Republican era. The visuals are beautiful, and the background music is melodious. Lin Yuan immediately recognized that the film's art consultant was none other than Su Qingying. What a coincidence! A subtle premonition flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Just then, the door to the screening room was quietly pushed open, and a slender figure wearing large sunglasses and a hat tiptoed in after the movie had started. She moved very quietly, as if afraid of disturbing others. She glanced around the room and finally sat down quietly in the empty single seat behind Lin Yuan and Lung Yanran. Even though she disguised herself very well, Lin Yuan's enhanced absolute perception still locked onto her identity immediately. That familiar, fragrant orchid in a secluded valley scent. That figure, even in the darkness, still possessed breathtaking curves. If it's not Su Qingying, then who is it? Lin Yuan's heart jumped into his throat in an instant. What is she doing here? The next second, he understood. As an art consultant, it's perfectly normal to come to the cinema to personally observe the audience's real reactions. But this is just too much of a coincidence. Just as Lin Yuan's mind was racing, Lung Yanran, sitting next to him, was already completely immersed in playing the role of an ordinary couple. Like a lazy kitten, she naturally and gently rested her head on Lin Yuan's broad shoulder. The warm breath, accompanied by the fragrance of shampoo, sprayed on Lin Yuan's neck, making him feel a surge of desire. She picked up a piece of popcorn and fed it to Lin Yuan's mouth with a sweet smile in her eyes. Lin Yuan could only obediently open his mouth and eat the popcorn, while also having to spare half his attention to be wary of the uninvited guest behind him. However, his worst fears came true. Just as he and Lang Yanran were enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and sweetness, a delicate foot, clad in a black suede high heel, silently emerged from the darkness of the back row. Those slender ankles, enough to drive any foot fetishist crazy, traced a beautiful arc. Then, the sharp, metallic toe of the shoe lightly and almost imperceptibly touched Lin Yuan's calf. Lin Yuan's body stiffened instantly. He didn't even need to turn around to imagine the beautiful woman behind him wearing that charming yet provocative smile, as if she had just pulled off a prank. He dared not make the slightest move. Because Lung Yanran's head was resting on his shoulder. He would be discovered immediately if he made the slightest movement. But the attack from behind did not stop. That mischievous jade foot grew bolder and bolder. The toe of his shoe slid slowly upwards along the crease of his trousers, with a seductive and suggestive rhythm. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. This is practically an extreme double act performed on a cliff. On the surface, he had to maintain the image of a perfect boyfriend, keeping Lang Yanran company as she leaned against him, watching a movie that he couldn't concentrate on at all. He would even turn his head every now and then to place a doting kiss on Lang Yanran's forehead in response to her affection. And under the table, in his blind spot, he had to use the muscles in his legs to make the most subtle and precise reactions to soothe the ant behind him who was acting cute. When the tip of that shoe boldly hooked around his ankle, Lin Yuan could only use his other foot to gently step on the sofa leg, and then, with the strength of his ankle, subtly wrap her toes. This is a silent response. A signal that dances on the edge of a knife, full of both reassurance and warning. Stop fooling around, you'll get caught. It was as if she had read his signal. Su Qingying behind him finally quieted down for a moment. But soon, an even more extreme provocation followed. She took off that high heel. A delicate, translucent jade foot, encased in ultra-thin hemlock, pressed directly against Lin Yuan's calf. The silky smooth touch and the warmth from the soles of his feet almost made Lin Yuan's brain explode. Madman! This woman is absolutely insane. The dimly lit environment of the movie theater gave her boundless courage. He was surrounded by the tender words of his official girlfriend, while behind him lay the bold provocations of his forbidden lover. Ice and fire. Holy and depraved. On this small two-seater sofa, an extreme, unknown struggle and game unfolded. Lin Yuan felt like a schizophrenic patient. Half of his soul is in heaven, enjoying the queen's tenderness. The other half of his soul was scorched by the flames of the witch in hell. Finally, just when Lin Yuan felt he was about to go crazy, the movie has ended. The lights in the screening room suddenly came on. Lin Yuan felt the mischievous jade foot behind him almost a second before the lights came on, and he swiftly withdrew. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the thrilling covert battle just now was merely an illusion. The movie was quite touching. Lang Yanran rubbed her eyes, straightened up from Lin Yuan's shoulder, and still had a touch of sadness on her face from being moved by the plot. She had no idea what kind of ordeal her boyfriend had gone through in the past hour or so. Lin Yuan stood up, stretched his stiff body, and a warm, gentle smile appeared on his face. Yes, let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious, and you can hold back your tears. He took Lang Yanran's hand and walked outside. As he passed the back seat, his gaze, seemingly unintentionally, glanced in that direction. The seats were now empty. Only the familiar, faint fragrance of orchids lingered in the air. And a small sunglasses case that had been left on the ground. Lin Yuan knew that she had left this on purpose. It serves as both a hook for their next meeting and a small reward for his well-behaved cooperation today. Chapter 30: The Praise Fangs. The thrilling double act in the movie theater, like a pebble thrown into a lake, sent ripples of wariness through Lin Yuan's heart. Su Qingying's boldness and unpredictability made him realize that the fragile balance between him and the two female protagonists could collapse at any moment due to a small accident. He needs to speed things up. Before the next uncontrollable crisis arrives, completely eliminate all potential threats around you and firmly grasp the power of the Sky Dome Group in your own hands. Lung Feng was the first and most important stepping stone he chose. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan remained outwardly calm, continuing to play the role of the prospective prince consort who was deeply favored by the queen, going in and out with Lang Yanran every day, and handling the group's daily affairs. But secretly, his enhanced absolute perception ability is like an invisible network covering the entire Sky Dome Group headquarters, taking in Leng Feng's every move. He heard Leng Feng's assistant reporting the progress of the investigation to him. Chairman Feng, we investigated thoroughly. That Lin Yuan's family background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. He comes from an ordinary working-class family. His only redeeming quality is his high level of education. However, we discovered an interesting clue. Besides going to the company and the Hilltop Villa, the Koenigsegg registered under his name goes to one place every week: Cloud International Center. Our people checked the resident information there and found that the most luxurious duplex apartment on the top floor was registered under the name of a woman named Su Qingying. Su Qingying? That's Yanran's stepmother, that woman who's into art? Lang Feng's voice was full of disdain and suspicion. Yes, Chairman Feng. Moreover, we also found out that Lin Yuan's car was purchased with funds transferred from Su Qingying's asset account. Snap. A crisp sound, the sound of a cigar being snapped in two. Lin Yuan could clearly hear Lang Feng's breathing, which suddenly became heavy and filled with ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Good. Great. I knew it. How could that pretty boy be so clean? So, not only did he live off my silly niece, but he was also having an affair with her stepmother. This is a golden opportunity. Go. Find me the best private investigator in the entire city. Give me 24/7 to keep a close watch on that Cloud International Center. I need the most direct and sordid evidence of their collusion. As Lin Yuan listened to all of this, a cold and cruel smile appeared on his face, like that of a hunter seeing his prey step into a trap. The fish has taken the bait. On Friday afternoon, Lin Yuan left the company early. He didn't go to the garage to drive his conspicuous Koenigsegg as usual. Instead, they walked into a quiet back alley and got into an inconspicuous black sedan that was already waiting there. Inside the car sat a man wearing a baseball cap, his entire face hidden in shadow. Boss, everything's arranged. The man handed over a tablet. Phantom is one of the top commercial models in Europe right now. This is her profile. She absolutely meets your requirements. Lin Yuan took the tablet and quickly browsed through it. The woman in the photo has chestnut-colored seaweed curls that are very similar to Su Qingying's. Her height, figure, and even a certain expression she makes her 7 or 8 parts similar. Most importantly, she has extremely high professional ethics and is very discreet. Very good. Lin Yuan handed the tablet back to him. Tell her the script remains the same, and I'll triple her appearance fee. Clear. In addition, I will reserve a global spokesperson position specifically for the Apocalypse series, the new clothing line of the Sky Dome Group this autumn and winter. Lin Yuan said calmly. A look of horror flashed in the man's eyes. Just by cooperating in a play, he was able to get a top-tier endorsement that could make any model an overnight sensation? This young boss is spending way too much. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that Miss Phantom will deliver an Oscar-worthy performance. Go. Lin Yuan waved his hand. The black sedan quickly merged into the traffic and disappeared from sight. An hour later, Lin Yuan's Koenigsegg appeared on time in the underground parking garage of the Cloud International Center. As usual, he took the private elevator to his love nest on the top floor. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, several hundred meters away from the apartment, a man in a cleaner's uniform was squatting behind a pile of clutter, his professional camera with a telephoto lens pointed intently at the floor-to-ceiling window of Lin Yuan's apartment. Target enters the room at 5:37 p.m. He reported in a low voice over the radio. Time passed, second by second. 6:15 p.m. A taxi stopped downstairs at the Cloud International Center. A woman with a slender figure and elegant demeanor, wearing a beige trench coat, sunglasses, and a silk scarf, stepped out of the car. She entered the building, took the elevator, and disappeared from the detective's sight. The detective on the rooftop suddenly found his breathing rapid. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, her figure, hair color, and temperament were exactly the same as Su Qingying's photo in the file. He immediately turned the camera back to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse apartment. The curtains were drawn. He saw it very quickly. They saw Lin Yuan and that mysterious woman who had just entered, embracing each other in the living room. Although it was just a silhouette, and only a fleeting moment. But this scene is enough. Snap. 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 The sound of camera shutters clicking was deafening. The detective captured this scene perfectly. I got it. Boss. I got it. They're hugging. He excitedly roared into the radio. Upon hearing this news, Lung Feng on the other end of the phone burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ironclad evidence. This is irrefutable evidence. With this, let's see how that old man will protect his precious granddaughter. He could almost see the livid face of the Lung family patriarch and the pitiful, distraught appearance of Lang Yanran when he played this trump card at the upcoming family gathering. Sunday, at the Lung family mansion. This is a large, heavily guarded Chinese manor located in the suburbs of the city. The monthly family meeting is held here. At the long mahogany dining table, all the core members of the Long family were present. Seated in the main seat was an elderly man with gray hair, an imposing face, and a vigorous spirit. He is the pillar of the Lang family, the founder of the Sky Dome Group, and Lang Yanran's grandfather Lang Zhenbang. Lang Yanran sat to his left, while Lin Yuan, as a family member, sat next to her. Lung Feng sat to the right of the old man. The atmosphere at the family dinner seemed harmonious, but undercurrents were actually swirling. Lung Feng frequently cast provocative glances at Lin Yuan across from him, his eyes looking at a death row inmate about to be publicly executed. Lin Yuan ignored her completely, elegantly cutting his steak and occasionally handing Lung Yanran a glass of juice. Their intimacy was the envy of everyone around them. Finally, the family dinner was coming to an end. Lung Feng stood up. He cleared his throat, his face bearing an expression of deep sorrow. Grandpa, uncles and brothers, today I have something important to announce to you all, which concerns the reputation of our Lang family and the future of the Sky Dome Group. All eyes were on him. Lang Zhenbang frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "It's about Yanran." Lang Feng's gaze turned to Lung Yanran, his face full of regret. "And the man next to her, Mr. Lin Yuan." He emphasized his words. Lang Yanran's face instantly turned cold. "Uncle, please speak frankly if you have something to say." "All right. Since you want me to speak frankly, then I won't hold back anymore." Lung Feng slammed his hand on the table, pulled a file folder from his pocket, and threw it hard in the center of the table. "See for yourselves. Look at our future son-in-law of the Lang family, what kind of dirty tricks he's been up to behind the scenes." A stack of high-resolution photos were scattered out of the file folder. The contents of the photos are shocking. All of them are silhouettes of Lin Yuan and that mysterious woman embracing in the Cloud International Center apartment. Although the woman's face was not clearly visible, her figure and temperament were highly similar to Su Qingying's. There were even a few records showing the transfers from Su Qingying's account when Lin Yuan purchased the Koenigsegg. "Grandpa, did you see that?" Lang Feng pointed at the photo and accused the photographer in a stern voice. "That Lin Yuan. He's spending our Lang family's money while getting entangled with my sister-in-law, who has a bad reputation. What does he take Yanran, and our entire Lang family, for? How could someone so morally corrupt and depraved be worthy of Yanran? How could he be worthy of entering the Lang family?" His words were powerful and resounding. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. All the members of the Long family looked at Lin Yuan with a mixture of shock, disdain, and anger. Lang Yanran's body was also trembling slightly. As she looked at the photos and the familiar payment records, her face turned deathly pale. She didn't believe it. She couldn't believe it was real. She turned her head sharply to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with pain, confusion, and a final plea. Lang Jinbon, this old man who had seen many storms, now had a face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. His sharp eyes, like two steel knives, were fixed firmly on Lin Yuan. All the pressure, was concentrated on Lin Yuan in that instant. He became the target of public criticism. However, faced with this ironclad evidence that could ruin anyone's reputation, Lin Yuan's face showed no sign of panic. He even had the leisure to pick up a napkin and wipe the corner of his mouth. Then he stood up. He neither looked at the photos nor offered any explanation. Instead, he bowed slightly to Lang Jinbon, who was seated at the head of the table, and said in a chillingly calm tone, "Sir, could we borrow the projector equipment in the mansion? I happen to have a top-secret project about the future of the Skydome Group, and I would like to give you and the board members a brief report on it." His composure exceeded everyone's expectations. Lang Jinbon gave him a deep look and slowly nodded. Allow. Soon, the huge projection screen slowly descended. Lin Yuan took out his phone and connected it to the projector. Instead of playing any PowerPoint presentations, he directly opened a video. The video begins with a contract marked with a top-secret watermark. The contract was titled Apocalypse Global Spokesperson Intent Contract for the Tianqiong series, a high-end apparel brand of Tianqiong Group. The second party to the contract has an artistic signature at the signature section shadow. Immediately afterwards, the video feed switched. A stunningly beautiful European woman with chestnut-colored curly hair appeared. She was standing in a professional photography studio, facing the camera, introducing herself in fluent English. "Hello everyone, I am Phantom. I am very happy to have the opportunity to cooperate with Skydome Group and serve as the global spokesperson for the Apocalypse series. To ensure the confidentiality of this collaboration, all my meetings with Mr. Lin were conducted in an absolutely secure private setting. I am very much looking forward to the Apocalypse series bringing surprises to the world." The video ends with a freeze frame on the Phantom's exquisite face, which is exactly the same as the silhouette of the mysterious woman in the photo. The truth has come out. The so-called secret meeting was actually a business negotiation for a top-secret project of the group. Lang Feng's fatal blow missed its mark instantly. No. Impossible. Lang Feng stared at the screen and let out a roar of disbelief. This must be fake. You just hired someone to act. However, Lin Yuan completely ignored him. He turned off the video and instead played an audio file. The audio played, featuring Lang Feng and his assistant in that familiar conversation. "Find me the best private investigator in the entire city. Give me 24/7, keep a close watch on him. I want the most direct and sordid evidence of their illicit affair." The recording is crystal clear. Lang Feng's sinister and ruthless voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Buzz. Lang Feng's mind went completely blank. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, and slumped into the chair with a thud, his face ashen. He's finished. He knew he was completely finished. Surveillance of senior executives, fabrication of evidence, framing of family members. Any one of these offenses would be a capital offense that would condemn him to eternal damnation. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes shifted from Lin Yuan to Lang Feng, their gazes filled with disdain and contempt. After experiencing a dramatic reversal from hell to heaven, Lang Yanran's gaze towards Lin Yuan was no longer one of admiration and dependence. It was a kind of radiance that bordered on worship, a kind of fanatical light. Once again, he deflated a storm that could have destroyed him in an unbelievable way. And with a swift move, he sent his enemy plummeting to the depths of hell. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the old master of the Lung family, who had remained silent throughout the entire process, sitting in the main seat. He bowed slightly, his tone remaining calm. "Old master, report complete. Are you satisfied with my project and with me as the project leader?" Lang Jinbon looked at Lin Yuan, and a glint of unprecedented brilliance burst forth in his cloudy old eyes. He slowly stood up from his seat. Then, he did something to Lin Yuan that left all the Lung family members dumbfounded. He clapped. "Good. What a brilliant apocalypse project. Well done, project manager." Chapter 31 The Sword Bearer. When Lang Jinbon uttered that crisp "good," Lang Feng's life came to an end. He was dragged away from the mahogany dining table, a symbol of the Lung family's power, by two expressionless bodyguards in black, like a dead dog. He didn't struggle or roar, his eyes were vacant, and he kept muttering impossible. This powerful figure, who had been entrenched within the Sky Dome Group for many years, exited the stage of history in the most undignified and thorough way. The entire banquet hall was deathly silent. All the collateral members of the Lang family lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe loudly. The way they looked at Lin Yuan had completely changed. It was no longer contempt or jealousy, but a deep-seated awe and fear of those in power. This young man, with an almost artistic approach, quietly and effortlessly brought down a towering tree that they considered virtually unshakable. His scheming, his cunning, and his methods were far beyond their comprehension. Lang Yanran, on the other hand, stared intently at Lin Yuan beside her. The shock and lingering fear from the storm had completely faded from her beautiful, icy blue eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented, almost fanatical, worship and infatuation. Just now, she thought that her world with Lin Yuan was about to collapse. But he simply turned this destructive attack into a stepping stone for himself in just a few minutes, without any apparent effort. He is like a majestic mountain, a bottomless sea. No matter how big the storm, it cannot shake him in the slightest. On the contrary, it only makes him seem more unfathomable. At that moment, she felt incredibly fortunate. I'm glad I played that ridiculous truth or dare game. I'm so glad that I've kept such a godlike man firmly by my side. The family dinner ended unhappily. Lang Zhenbang simply waved his hand, dismissing all the bystanders. In the end, only he remained in the huge banquet hall, along with Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran standing beside him. Come with me to the study. The old man's voice revealed no emotion, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. The Lung family study is antique and elegant, with rows of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves displaying countless precious ancient books and rare editions. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink and sandalwood. Lang Zhenbang did not sit down, but stood with his hands behind his back in front of a magnificent calligraphy work. On it, only 4 large characters were written: "Life and death are at your disposal." What do you want? He didn't turn around, but asked the question in a calm tone. This is not a question, but a test. Lang Yanran nervously grasped Lin Yuan's hand. She knew that every decision her grandfather made next would affect Lin Yuan, and even the future direction of the entire Sky Dome Group. Lin Yuan turned his hand over and gently squeezed her palm to reassure her. He stepped forward and stood beside the old man, his gaze also falling on those 4 words. What I want is not a position, nor a power. His voice was equally calm, yet incredibly clear. What I want is for Sky Dome Group to reach an unprecedented height. What I want is for the throne beneath Yanran to be so solid that no one can shake it anymore. What I want is for the word Sky to become the only star of this era. He made no demands of himself, and every word he uttered prioritized the interests of Lang Yanran and the group. But the immense ambition revealed in those words made the air tremble. Lang Zhenbang slowly turned around. His cloudy old eyes stared intently at Lin Yuan, as if trying to see through his very soul. After a long while, a genuine smile of appreciation finally appeared on his face. What a unique star! My Lung family has a successor. He walked to his desk, picked up a red encrypted phone, and dialed a number. Notify all directors that a top-level emergency meeting will be held in half an hour. I will personally preside over this. Half an hour later, the boardroom on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group headquarters, a room symbolizing the highest center of power, was brightly lit. All board members, regardless of their location, appeared at the conference table in the shortest possible time, either physically or via holographic projection. When they saw Lang Zhenbang, who had been behind the scenes for many years, now sitting in the main seat, a rare sight, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. They knew that the Sky Dome Group was about to undergo a major change. Lang Yanran sat to the left of the old man, while Lin Yuan sat beside her. Lang Feng's spot has been vacated. The meeting began without a single wasted word. Lang Zhenbang directly announced his decision regarding Lang Feng, removing him from all positions, reclaiming all his shares, and expelling him from the family. This decision sent a chill down the spines of all the directors present. Then, the old man turned his gaze to the empty position that represented immense power. With Lang Feng gone, the group's most important strategic investment department, which he previously headed, cannot be without a leader for even a day. I propose that Lin Yuan take over as the executive president of the strategic investment department. The words had barely left his mouth. At the conference table, several of the most senior and experienced elders immediately exchanged glances. One of the directors, surnamed Wei, cleared his throat and stood up. Chairman, I agree with your opinion. He first expressed his agreement, then changed the subject. Mr. Lin Yuan is young and promising, and his abilities are outstanding. This is something we can all see. However, the strategic investment department is crucial to the future of the group, and its responsibilities are too heavy. Mr. Lin is young and inexperienced. Putting such a heavy burden on his shoulders all at once might overwhelm him. In my opinion, it would be better to temporarily split up the powers of the strategic investment department. Let experienced young people in the family, like Xiaoshan and Xiaohai, help Mr. Lin with some of the work. It's a way to support and protect him. His words were eloquent and perfectly reasonable. He praised Lin Yuan, proposed the idea of sharing power, and did so under the guise of doing it for his own good. Their intentions are obvious. Their goal is to sideline Lin Yuan, making him a figurehead commander in name only. Chairman Wei is right. I also think that young people need more experience and training. Immediately, several directors echoed this sentiment. They formed an alliance of interests, attempting to use their collective will to oppose the old man's decision. Lang Yanran's pretty face instantly turned frosty. She was about to slam her fist on the table and stand up. A warm, large hand gently pressed down on her from under the table. It is Lin Yuan. He shook his head at her, his face still showing the same calm and composed demeanor. At this tense moment, thump! A soft sound. It was Leng Zhenbong who tapped the table lightly with his withered finger. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. The old man looked around, and from his seemingly cloudy eyes shone a sharp light that made everyone afraid to look him in the eye. My decision is just to inform you, not to discuss it with you. His voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. He ignored the ashen faces of those people and instead took a pre-prepared document from the lawyer beside him. From today onwards, the Strategic Investment Department will be fully managed by Lin Yuan. This is the first bombshell. Before everyone could recover from their shock, he threw out a second one. Furthermore, I have a second announcement to make. He picked up a gold pen and, in a flourish, signed his name on the document. I still have the last 5% of the group's shares in my hands. This 5% comes with a veto right. Today, I am transferring it, along with this power, to Lin Yuan. Boom! If the first decision nearly shocked the board members, this second decision alone was enough to horrify them. Veto power. That was a Damocles sword that Lang Zhenbong specially set up to prevent power from falling into other hands, hanging over the entire board of directors. Seeing this sword is like seeing him in person. Now, he has actually handed over this imperial sword that is powerful enough to control everything to Lin Yuan, an outsider. This is no longer a favor. This is the bestowal of swords. The future of the entire Sky Dome group is being staked on this young man. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces as if they had seen a ghost, Lang Zhenbong slowly stood up and delivered his final verdict in an unquestionable voice. From now on, Lin Yuan's decision is my decision. Anyone who has objections may submit their resignation to me now. Dead silence. The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one dared to say no anymore. They knew that from this moment on, the power structure of the Sky Dome Group had been completely rewritten. Lin Yuan, a newcomer at the young age of 22, has officially leaped from prospective son-in-law to become the true second in command of the Sky Dome Group, second only to Long Yanran. Ding! Detection indicates the host has gained complete control of the core power structure of the Sky Dome Group. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired 5% of the top-tier shares of the Sky Dome Group with veto power. Gold digger value plus 100,000. Congratulations, host. The mission of living off a woman has been completed. Special system privilege, absolute control, has been activated. A series of system notifications resounded in Lin Yuan's mind, a triumphant song of victory. He looked at the heavy equity transfer agreement in his hand, then at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him, who was gazing at him with an almost melting look. He knew. His era has only just begun. Chapter 32: The First Flame of Power. The 37th floor of the Sky Dome Group. This is the heart and brain of the group. Strategic Investment Department. Lin Yuan appeared for the first time as the CEO. The entire floor fell silent instantly. The keyboard clicks and telephone ringing stopped abruptly. The air seemed to have been drawn into a vacuum. Hundreds of eyes were focused on him. It can be subtle or direct. Like a searchlight. His gaze held curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain. But more often than not, there is a deep-seated rejection and a wait-and-see attitude. They were all former subordinates from the Ling Feng era. They didn't believe the young man. I don't believe he can take charge of this core department. Lin Yuan's gaze calmly swept across the entire room. Finally, the image was fixed at the very front of the crowd. He was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Wang Han, Chief Deputy Director of the Strategic Investment Department. Long Feng's most loyal confidant. This department is practically the uncrowned king. He met Lin Yuan's gaze. He forced a seemingly respectful smile onto his face. But deep in his eyes lay arrogance. General Manager Lin welcomes your visit and guidance. He deliberately emphasized the word guidance. Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He ignored the veiled meaning in his words. Notify everyone that we will be in the first conference room in 10 minutes. I want to hear reports from all the projects currently under investment. His voice was not loud, but it was clear. After saying that, he went straight to the president's office. Watching his departing figure, the arrogance in Wang Han's eyes turned into disdain and a cold laugh. He gave a wink to the core manager beside him. A well-prepared show of force is about to unfold. 10 minutes later, in the first conference room, the long conference table was filled with core members. Lin Yuan sat in the main seat with a calm expression. Wang Han sat to his right. He was the first to begin reporting. It's about an overseas mining acquisition project. The data is detailed and well organized. They demonstrated exceptional business acumen. Report complete. He asked Lin Yuan in a seemingly humble manner. Mr. Lin, what are your instructions regarding this project? All eyes were on Lin Yuan's face. This is a trap. The project is nearing completion and is extremely complex. Uninformed people who try to interfere will only make a fool of themselves. They just wanted to see Lin Yuan make a fool of himself. There is nothing wrong with the project itself. But your risk assessment report missed one thing. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. According to the latest trade law of the Eastern Continent Alliance, the K3 rare metal to which this mineral belongs will be added to the export control list in 3 months. Our transportation costs will increase by at least 30% at that time. It wipes out all expected profits of the project. Wang Han's expression changed as soon as he finished speaking. This bill has just been passed and has not yet been officially announced. This is absolutely inside information. How could he know? Lin Yuan didn't give him time to think. His gaze shifted to the next manager. Next. The following reports. Lin Yuan only used a few words. He then pinpointed the fatal flaw in the report. Or it could be an overlooked policy risk. Or it could be embellished financial data. Or it may be a flawed valuation model. Every time he opened his mouth, it was like a sharp scalpel. They precisely sliced through their perfect report. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually became heavy. The eyes of those who had been watching the spectacle began to widen in shock. Even fear. They discovered this young president. Their business acumen and data sensitivity are simply superhuman. Finally, it was the turn of the core members of Wang Han's faction. He took a deep breath. The group then began to elaborate on its core investment direction for the next stage. They are betting everything on the traditional real estate industry. A 100-page PowerPoint presentation unfolded behind him. In summary, I believe that the real estate industry will remain the investment choice with the lowest risk and the most stable return over the next 5 years. He concluded his statement with a resolute tone. A confident smile appeared on Wang Han's face. This plan was a perfect solution that he had spent months working on. Flawless. He looked at Lin Yuan and asked provocatively. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on the 5-year plan that our department has developed? This is the true intention revealed at the end of the story. This is a direct attempt to force the issue. The air in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath. Lin Yuan smiled. He did not get angry. He was just leaning back in his chair. He looked at Wang Han with an almost pitying gaze. Your plan is not a brilliant idea, it's a foolish one. Your data is not evidence, it's just a piece of waste paper. His words shocked everyone present. You. The manager was so angry that his face turned red. Wang Han suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. President Lin, you can insult me, but you can't insult the hard work of our entire team. You say our plan is worthless? Where's your evidence? Evidence? Lin Yuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. In his mind, the super brain deduction had already been activated. That 100-page PowerPoint presentation was broken down, reassembled, and rehearsed tens of thousands of times. Numerous logical flaws are clearly visible. First, he held up one finger. Your data model is based on the flow of global hot money over the past decade. But they deliberately ignored the balance sheet reduction bill that the Federation of Violin had just passed last week. This will lead to a tightening of global liquidity by at least 15% over the next year. This is your first fatal mistake. Second, he held up his second finger. The land valuation of your planned major investment project in the New Bay Area is based on a plan for a cross-sea maglev train. But as far as I know, the core technology patents for this plan are held by the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Tianhai University. And they never authorized any construction company. He glanced at Wang Han indifferently. By the way, the Academy's patent has been exclusively bought out by the Skydome Group. You're using a plan that doesn't even exist to support your investment of tens of billions. This is your second stupid mistake. Third. With each statement Lin Yuan made, Wang Han's face paled a little more. When Lin Yuan finished saying the fifth point, Wang Han's body was already swaying precariously. His proud data fortress. It was utterly destroyed by Lin Yuan. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster. Is this even human? However, the shock was far from over. As for the future direction, he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at this bustling city below. The golden age of real estate is over. The world order over the next decade will be determined by two things: energy and computing power. Therefore, I am announcing the core direction for the future of the Strategic Investment Department. We will fully shift our focus to the two major fields of controlled nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence. I will establish two special task forces with no budget limit. His voice was firm and resounding, with absolute confidence that sees into the future. Controlled nuclear fusion. AI. These two words were too distant for those present. But coming from this young man, yet it possessed a kind of magic that compelled them to believe. After finishing his speech, Lin Yuan slowly walked back to the main seat. His gaze fell on Wang Han, whose face was ashen. The Skydome Group's war machine will drive towards the stars and the sea. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. I don't need short-sighted, mediocre, and insubordinate crew members. Wang Han and those who just echoed his views are fired. Now pack your things and get out. A series of combined punches flowed smoothly and effortlessly. First, use absolute intellectual superiority to destroy the opponent's confidence. Then, with an absolutely ruthless approach, eliminate all dissidents. Wang Han and the others were stunned. He couldn't even utter a single word in rebuttal. Faced with absolute overwhelming strength, any struggle is futile and laughable. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on a few young people in the corner. The look in their eyes just now revealed a mixture of contemplation and agreement. You, and you. He randomly selected 3 people. From today onwards, the 3 of you will be the heads of the new Energy and Artificial Intelligence Special Task Force. I give you absolute power. I only care about the final result. The young people who were called out were taken aback at first. His face immediately lit up with ecstasy and disbelief. They were all talented but marginalized individuals who were suppressed. Happiness came so suddenly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will swear our loyalty to you to the death. They stood up excitedly and bowed deeply. Thus, the new broom sweeps clean with his first major initiative. The entire Strategic Investment Department was completely branded with Lin Yuan's mark. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. This young president is not a dragon that can cross the river. The future of the Skydome Group is truly about to change. Chapter 33: Whispers in the Water. Night falls. The infinity pool of the hilltop villa. The pool water blends seamlessly with the stars in the sky. It resembles a huge blue gemstone. This is a celebration party that Long Yanran threw for Lin Yuan. A private celebration for only a select few. Lin Yuan had just finished showering and came out. She was only wearing black swim trunks. His perfect physique, comparable to that of a top male model, was on full display. Broad shoulders and narrow waist. 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. And a smooth and powerful V-line. He appeared. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lang Yanran was already waiting by the pool. She looks breathtakingly beautiful today. A pure white one-piece swimsuit. The design is extremely minimalist. Yet it perfectly outlined her sculpted, jade-like body curves. The fabric was stretched taut. It perfectly accentuated the breathtaking curve of her heart. The high-cut design made those long, beautiful legs, wrapped in platinum-like skin, look even more stunning. Her long silver hair was styled into a neat bun at the back of her head. Her long, fair swan neck was exposed. Water droplets slid down her delicate collarbone. It disappeared into that deep, white expanse. She is like a snow lotus, untouched by the dust of the world. It is sacred yet filled with deadly temptation. I saw Lin Yuan. Her icy blue eyes instantly filled with laughter. She was like a cheerful little deer. He ran barefoot to Lin Yuan. Stand on tiptoe. I lightly pressed my finger onto his genitals. My hero, you've arrived. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. Lin Yuan affectionately pinched the tip of her pert nose. His gaze, however, subtly drifted towards the rest area not far away. There. A languid and alluring figure. He was leaning back in his recliner. It's Su Qingying. She was also invited. In the capacity of an elder. She did not choose a one-piece swimsuit. Instead, it was a black bikini with very little fabric. The thin black rope. It seemed as if her overflowing fullness could break her at any moment. Her flat stomach had not an ounce of fat. The rounded honeywood supports a breathtaking arc. She did not go into the water. She simply crossed her legs gracefully. He was holding a glass of red wine. Her chestnut brown, seaweed-like curls were casually draped over her shoulders. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye shimmered with a charming luster under the light. She was looking at him too. That gaze was full of aggression. It's as if it's saying, "My little man. Are you ready for tonight's performance?" Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He could sense it. The small waterproof bag in the pocket of my swim trunks. It was pressed tightly against his thigh. What's inside? It was the sunglasses case that Su Qingying had left behind. Tonight. He had to complete this challenging task of returning the item to its rightful owner. Let's go swimming. Lang Yanran held Lin Yuan's hand. He jumped straight into the pool. The icy pool water instantly enveloped my entire body. Lang Yanran is like a mermaid. It swam around Lin Yuan. They would tease him with water every now and then. Lin Yuan played along with her playfully. But in his heart, he was calculating the right moment. Su Qingying still showed no intention of going into the water. She was just sitting on the shore. Swirl the red wine in the glass. With an expression of detached amusement. Admiring the perfect couple in the pool. It was as if she were the director of this party. Playing like this is no fun. Lang Yanran suddenly stopped. She swam to Lin Yuan. She wrapped her arms around his neck. She clung to me like a water snake. How about we play a blindfolded tag game? Her breath was sweet and fragrant in his ear. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The opportunity has arrived. Okay. He casually agreed. Then you catch it. No. Lang Yanran shook her head. A sly smile appeared on his face. You catch him. I'll blindfold you myself. She finished speaking. He then picked up a prepared one from the edge of the pool. A soft silk scarf. She swam to Lin Yuan's back. In an extremely gentle and intimate manner. Slowly unfold the silk scarf. It was placed over Lin Yuan's eyes. World. Instantly, everything went dark. But for Lin Yuan, who possesses absolute perception. This darkness. But it is clearer than ever before. He can see the position of everyone around. Their breathing. Their heartbeats. And the slightest ripples in the water flow. Don't peek. Lin Yanran's voice was tinged with laughter. Then came several sounds of water hitting the surface. The game has begun. Lin Yuan stood still in the water for a few seconds. He easily pinpointed Lin Yanran's location. She was like a frightened little rabbit. They hid in a corner of the pool. He also pinpointed Su Qingying's location. She finally went into the water. Her movements were very gentle. It slid into the water like a ghost. It didn't cause much of a splash. She also hid. They hid at the end furthest from Lin Yuan. A slight smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. He began to take action. He did not pounce on Su Qingying directly. That's too deliberate. He was like a real blind man. It was splashing around wildly in the water. They deliberately made a lot of noise. This caused the surrounding female guests to scream. He started by accident. He lunged towards Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran let out a gasp. She nimbly swam away from him. He could even see the smug smile on her face. They chased each other in the water for several minutes. After creating enough chaos, Lin Yuan knew. Opportunity. Arrive. He suddenly turned around. His entire body shot out like an arrow, heading in the direction of Su Qingying. It pounced precisely. He moved too fast. It was so fast that Su Qingying didn't even have time to react. She felt a powerful force coming towards her. The next second, her plump and soft body. Then I was met by a firm, burning chest. It pressed itself firmly against the cold pool wall. Got you? Lin Yuan buried his head in the crook of her neck. He spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Su Qingying's body. It tensed up instantly. An indescribable current. From the parts where the two are touching. It spread throughout her limbs and bones. Behind her. It's a group of people laughing and joking around. Her stepdaughter. It's in the water not far away. But she is now. But she was taken by her stepdaughter's man. In an extremely ambiguous posture. Held captive in her arms. This extreme sense of taboo and shame. It left her mind blank. I almost stopped thinking. Lin Yuan gave her no chance to catch her breath. Under the cover of the water flow. His other hand was already poised to strike. Quickly from the waterproof pocket of the swim trunks. He took out the small sunglasses case. Then. Precisely. It was placed in her hand, which was clenched in nervousness. That cold, metallic casing. The instant my hand touched her warm palm. Su Qingying's body. A violent tremor ran through it. She gripped the token she had lost and then found tightly. It felt as if I had grasped a ball of fire from hell. It was burning away her reason. Now it's your turn. Lin Yuan whispered something in her ear. He then released her. He ripped the silk scarf off his eyes. It was as if he had just realized who he had caught. His face showed just the right amount of surprise. Oh, it's Auntie. Sorry, I've arrested the wrong person. He announced it with a smile. Auntie is a ghost now. After saying that, he then swam away as if nothing had happened. Su Qingying was left alone, leaning against the pool wall. He was breathing heavily. No one noticed her unusual behavior. Everyone thought it was just part of the game. Only she knows. Those brief 10 seconds or so just now. What kind of spiritual storm did she experience? She swam slowly to the edge of the pool. I climbed up. Wrap yourself in a bath towel. He had his back to everyone. She slowly opened her palm. Looking at that under the moonlight. The sunglasses case lies quietly. On her face. A sickly blush appeared. And a fascinated smile. Chapter 34 Compensation. The afternoon of the second day of the pool party. Lin Yuan's phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Su Qingying. Thank you for going easy on me in the pool last night. To express my gratitude, come to the Cloud International Center tonight. I have a surprise for you. Below the text was a photo. The background of the photo is the bedroom of the penthouse apartment, which is filled with the memories of the two of them. Su Qingying lay on her side on the large bed covered with expensive silk sheets. She was wearing only a thin, black lace nightgown that clung lightly to her curvaceous body. Her long, chestnut brown hair, like seaweed, cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few playful strands partially obscuring her stunningly beautiful face. The afternoon sun shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her in light and giving her already fair and radiant skin an almost translucent, jade-like quality. The nightgown was semi-transparent, allowing a glimpse of the alluring curves beneath. Especially at the chest, those breathtakingly full breasts, barely encased in delicate black lace, resembled ripe fruit about to burst forth, exuding a deadly sweetness. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Yuan in front of the screen, unabashedly peering through the lens. The tenderness and guilt of the past were gone from those eyes, only a naked, undisguised invitation remained. And a hint of absolute possession, like a hunter looking at what he has already captured. Lin Yuan turned off his phone screen expressionlessly. He knew this was a trap. A banquet meticulously planned with tenderness and beauty, yet potentially deadly. That forbidden exchange in the pool was like opening Pandora's box, completely unleashing the madness and obsession that had been suppressed deep within Su Qingying for years. She was no longer satisfied with that kind of sneaky thrill. She wanted more. She wanted to bind him to her side in a way that he couldn't escape. Lin Yuan knew he had to go. This beautiful beast, now awakened, must be appeased. Otherwise, she might do something outrageous at any time that could lead to the utter ruin of everyone. The night was as dark as ink. Like a black lightning bolt, the Koenigsegg silently slid into the exclusive underground parking garage of the Cloud International Center. Lin Yuan took the private elevator that went directly to the top floor and calmly arrived at the familiar apartment door. The door was unlocked, slightly ajar, as if silently welcoming his arrival. He gently pushed the door open. A rich fragrance, a blend of blooming roses and fine sandalwood, instantly enveloped his entire body. The main lights in the apartment were off, only dozens of top-quality scented candles flickered in various corners, casting an ambiguous and warm orange glow. Soft, soothing classical music flowed gently through the air, filling the entire space with an atmosphere of extravagance and danger. Su Qingying stood in the center of the living room, her back to him, gracefully admiring the dazzling night view of the city outside the window. She changed out of the black lace dress in the photo and put on a bolder, burgundy silk slip dress. The expensive silk fabric, like flowing liquid, perfectly hugged her mature and voluptuous body lines. Her skirt barely covered her stunning curves. Two long, slender, and beautiful legs, smooth as jade, were exposed to the air without any cover, gleaming with an ivory-like luster in the flickering candlelight. She seemed to hear the door open and slowly turned around. "You've arrived." Her voice was slightly hoarse and tender, every syllable filled with a deadly allure. Lin Yuan approached step by step, his leather shoes making no sound on the soft wool carpet. He could clearly see that she wasn't wearing any underwear under that incredibly soft and smooth silk fabric. Those full breasts rose and fell slightly with her soft breathing. The outline at the top, partially obscured by the burgundy silk, is full of taboo implications. "Auntie looks beautiful tonight." Lin Yuan stood in front of her, his deep gaze calmly meeting hers. "Yeah." Su Qingying's lips curved into a captivating smile, so beautiful it made one's heart tremble. She stretched out her slender, cool hand and gently stroked Lin Yuan's firm chest. Her fingertips seemed to carry an electric current as she drew circles on his abs with just the right amount of pressure. "So, do you like it?" Her body pressed against him slowly like a water snake, her amazing softness and warmth pressing tightly against his chest through Lin Yuan's thin shirt. "I told you, you will get compensation." She murmured seductively, then turned and picked up a thick brown paper document bag from the wine cabinet next to her. She handed the file bag to Lin Yuan. "Open it and see, this is the first gift I've given you." Lin Yuan took the file bag, his ominous premonition growing stronger. He tore open the seal and pulled out neither a romantic love letter nor a property certificate. Instead, it was an equity transfer agreement with a title that was enough to shock anyone. The title of the agreement, written in bold black font, reads, "Agreement on the gratuitous transfer of 40% equity in Phantom Gallery." Phantom Gallery. That was Su Qingying's most core business asset, a listed group that enjoys a prestigious reputation in the global art investment field. Its total market value exceeds 5 billion. Now, the agreement clearly states in black and white that she will transfer half of the shares of this company, gone, to him free of charge. This is not a gift. This is an incredibly heavy and beautiful shackle made of pure gold and diamonds. She wanted to use this intense and direct method to bind his future tightly to her own. Once he signs the agreement, he will never be able to easily extricate himself from this forbidden relationship. He will become her true, caged canary. So, do you like this compensation? Su Qingying's voice carried a subtle hint of triumphant pride, like that of a victor. She believed that no man in the world could refuse such a huge fortune that had fallen from the sky. Lin Yuan looked at the agreement and fell silent. Instead of looking at the staggering numbers, he pondered how to end this relationship that had begun to spiral completely out of control. Seeing his silence, a hint of confusion and nervousness flashed in Su Qingying's eyes for the first time. She didn't understand why he hesitated. Just then, Lin Yuan slowly placed the agreement, which was enough to drive anyone crazy, on the mahogany side table beside him. He neither accepted nor rejected it. He didn't even glance at the document again, as if those billions of dollars were nothing more than a few pieces of waste paper in his eyes. He raised his head, his deep, night sky-like eyes staring straight into Su Qingying's eyes. He stepped forward, closing the final distance between them. He raised his hand and gently stroked Su Qingying's beautiful face, which was slightly taken aback. His fingertips, calloused from the touch, gently caressed the iconic beauty mark at the corner of her eye. "Aunt." His voice, deep and magnetic, sounded like the melody of a cello playing in Su Qingying's ears. "More than these cold documents, what I want in compensation is you." The words fell the moment before Su Qingying could even react. Lin Yuan suddenly lowered his head and used his own semen to fiercely kiss her soft, slightly parted labia, which were open in surprise. This kiss was domineering, forceful, and filled with undeniable aggression and possessiveness. Su Qingying's mind went blank for a moment with a buzz. All her calculations, all her tests, all her anxieties and pride were shattered by this domineering kiss. The file folder she hadn't yet put down slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. But she no longer cared at all. She instinctively stretched out her arms and tightly wrapped them around Lin Yuan's neck. She responded passionately and unreservedly to the kiss she had waited so long for. A material crisis, meticulously orchestrated by her, unfolded in that instant. Lin Yuan conquered her with an even stronger emotional force, completely dissolving her feelings. And then they turned the tables and took the lead. Chapter 35: The Other Side of the Ice Queen. The next evening, at the top floor of the Sky Dome Group. After finishing the last document, Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. He glanced at his watch. The hour hand was already pointing to 7. He took out his phone, instinctively wanting to send Leng Yanran a message to ask her what she wanted to eat that night. But when he swiped the screen, he found that Leng Yanran had not replied to any messages since 4 p.m. This is very unusual. Based on his understanding of Leng Yanran, even during the most important meetings, she would still find time to reply to his messages instantly. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, a barely perceptible worry rising in his heart. He dialed her number, but all he heard was a cold, mechanical female voice. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently switched off. The computer is off." The worry in Lin Yuan's heart was instantly magnified. Without further hesitation, he immediately stood up, grabbed his suit jacket, and strode towards the private elevator. Half an hour later, the Koenigsegg came to a smooth stop in the garage of the Hilltop Villa. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door and strode into the villa. The hall was quiet and brightly lit, but the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. "Yanran?" He called out tentatively, but there was no response. There seemed to be a faint smell of burning in the air. Lin Yuan's gaze finally settled on the direction of the kitchen. He tiptoed and walked over slowly. When he stood at the kitchen doorway and saw the scene inside, he was completely stunned. The scene before us can no longer be described as chaotic. This is simply the aftermath of a disaster. On the top-grade glass tabletop worth millions, it looked as if a layer of flour bomb had been sprinkled on it, leaving a white, hazy mess. Several bowls and plates of different colors were piled up in the sink, covered with an unknown sauce. Several pieces of broken eggshells lay on the ground, with sticky egg yolks smeared all over the floor. An expensive imported non-stick pan now has a blackened face, with a clump of carbonized material, the original material of which is no longer recognizable, attached to the bottom. The culprit behind this disaster was squatting in the corner next to the refrigerator with his back to him, his shoulders twitching as if he were searching for something. That figure was none other than Leng Yanran. But at this moment, she was completely different from the aloof and icy queen she usually was. She was still wearing a well-tailored white Chanel suit, but the hem of the skirt was now stained with several glaring oil stains. Her beautiful long silver hair had somehow gotten a bit of flour on it, making it look dusty. Her usually stunningly beautiful face looked like a little kitten's face now, with a black soot mark on her left cheek and a few drops of tomato sauce on her right. She seemed oblivious to Lin Yuan's arrival, still intently battling the refrigerator door. On the little finger of her left hand, there was an incongruous cartoon band-aid stuck on it. Cough. Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but cough softly. The delicate body crouching in the corner trembled violently, like a startled rabbit. Lang Yanran stiffly, little by little, slowly turned her head. When she saw Lin Yuan standing at the door with a bewildered expression, her beautiful, icy blue eyes widened instantly. Her expression shifted from shock to panic, and finally, all her emotions turned into endless grievance. Her small mouth twitched, and her eyes, which had just been so domineering, quickly became misty with tears. How did you get back? Her voice had a strong nasal tone, and a hint of embarrassment at being caught. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but simply stepped inside. He didn't look at the messy kitchen, his eyes were only on her. He walked up to her, squatted down, and looked her in the eye. He saw the tears in her eyes, the cute band-aid on her finger, and the tip of her nose, which was slightly red from feeling wronged. Lin Yuan's heart softened completely in that instant. He reached out and gently wiped away the soot from her cheek with his fingertips. His movements were very gentle, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Is our young CEO planning to tear down the kitchen? He spoke, his voice filled with barely suppressed laughter and boundless doting affection. Hearing his gentle teasing, Lang Yanran could no longer hold back. With a loud wah, she burst into tears, like a child who had suffered a great injustice, and threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. I just wanted to cook you a meal. The book says that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But they won't listen to me, wah. The vegetables jump out of the pot by themselves, the flour flies onto my face by itself, and the oil bullies me, boo-hoo. She cried as she incoherently made her accusations. Lin Yuan hugged her, both amused and exasperated, and gently patted her back. He finally understood. This fool was actually trying to surprise himself. Okay, stop crying. They're bullying you, I'll help you bully them back, okay? He comforted her gently. Lang Yanran snuggled against him, wiping her tears and snot all over his expensive shirt before raising her head, sobbing, and looking at him with red eyes. Real? Of course it's true. Lin Yuan smiled and pinched her cheek. However, you'll have to be my deputy. Thus began a peculiar kitchen lesson. Lin Yuan didn't ask her to change her clothes, he simply found her an apron and tied it on for her himself. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. Come on, I'll teach you. He pulled her into his arms and made her stand in front of him. He picked up a kitchen knife and then covered her small, cold hand that was holding the handle with his warm, large hand. That's not how you hold a knife. Relax your wrist, like this. His chest was pressed tightly against her back. His chin rested gently on her shoulder. His warm breath sprayed against her ear, making her already flushed cheeks instantly burn as if they were on fire. Lang Yanran's heart was pounding like a drum. She could clearly feel the warmth of his chest in his heartbeat, and smell the reassuring, cool scent emanating from him. Her mind went blank, she couldn't remember anything about chopping vegetables. Look, like this, cut it down. Lin Yuan held her hand and steadily cut the potato on the cutting board. One after another. In the kitchen, only the rhythmic sound of knives hitting the cutting board remained. And the ambiguous sounds of their intertwined breaths. Under Lin Yuan's patient guidance, Lang Yanran gradually found her footing. Although the potato shreds were still uneven in thickness, at least they were formed. See, isn't it simple? Lin Yuan whispered praise in her ear. Lang Yanran proudly raised her chin, a childlike smug smile on her face. For the rest of the time, the entire kitchen was filled with this warm and ambiguous atmosphere. He taught her how to beat eggs, how to control the heat, and when to add salt. He held her close in his arms at every step, patiently guiding her with the most intimate gestures. The Ice Queen completely transformed into a docile kitten, obediently enjoying his guidance and pampering. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and hot and sour shredded potatoes, with less than ideal appearances, were served on the table. Lang Yanran looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Lin Yuan smiled, picked up a piece of shredded potato with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. Then, his expression froze. How is it? How is it? Lang Yanran asked nervously. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then spoke with a serious expression. If Auntie knew you put her favorite vinegar in the sauce instead of soy sauce, she would be very happy. Lang Yanran was stunned for a moment, then her face turned bright red, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing her embarrassed yet adorable appearance, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. In the end, this dinner still ended up being ordered as takeout. The two sat on the carpet, eating pizza and watching TV. Lang Yanran leaned contentedly on Lin Yuan's shoulder, feeling like the happiest person in the world. The taste of food may not be important. The important thing is the person who is willing to spend an evening with you in the messy kitchen. Chapter 36 Reputation Hunt. After a cozy night, a new undercurrent begins to stir. Lin Yuan had just finished his morning meeting with the Strategic Investment Department and returned to his office. The moment he picked up his coffee cup, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Detection indicates that the host has initially gained control of the core power structure of the Skydome Group, and their social influence has reached a critical threshold. Main quest officially launched, Reputation Hunt. Lin Yuan paused slightly. He put down his coffee cup and his consciousness sank into the system interface. A brand new virtual light screen unfolded before his eyes. Quest name, Reputation Hunt. Task type, Main Quest Unique. Mission objective, to obtain the title of Tianhai City Economic Figure of the Year within 1 month. Task difficulty, A+. Task rewards, 1. System Special Shop unlocked. 2. Special skill, Words Become Law Beginner unlocked. Lin Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the description of that special skill. Words carry law beginner, your language carries a subtle power of rules. When you speak a sentence in a declarative or commanding tone, it will exert a compelling psychological suggestion on the listener, with a very high probability that they will subconsciously agree with and execute your words. The strength of the effect is directly proportional to the difference in the target's mental strength and your reputation level. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This skill. It's practically a bug. Unlike super brain deduction, which provides information, it directly affects reality and distorts the will of others. Although it is only at the beginner level, its potential has already reached a terrifying level. As for that special shop, it must contain good items that cannot be redeemed in the regular shop. This task must be accomplished. Lin Yuan closed the system interface, leaned back in the soft leather seat, and began to think. Tianhai City's Economic Figure of the Year. He had heard of this title before. It was a highly prestigious award jointly organized by the Tianhai City government and top conglomerates. The selection criteria are not solely based on wealth. It places more emphasis on 3 dimensions: business achievements, social contributions, and personal reputation. Lin Yuan believes he has no shortage of wealth and business success. The problem is that he is now a purely behind-the-scenes boss. His power is hidden beneath the surface. Apart from a few core figures in the Skydome Group, no one outside knows of his existence. What he lacks is precisely the most important thing: personal reputation. It seems it's time to step out from behind the scenes and into the spotlight. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He turned on his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he began to retrieve all the information about the selection process. Soon, a name caught his eye. Lu Jingming. This name topped the list of all candidates, with a commanding lead in support. A photo of Lu Jingming popped up on the screen. He was a young man who looked to be about the same age as him, wearing a well-fitting white suit, with a warm, sunny smile on his face that could make any young girl's heart flutter. His resume is practically flawless. Born into the long-established wealthy Lu family in Tianhai City, he founded his own charitable foundation at a young age and has been dedicated to children's education in impoverished areas for many years. Media reports about him were all filled with praise, such as youth leader, conscience of Tianhai City, and charity angel walking among men. He was like a saint shrouded in a perfect halo. However, under the scan of the super brain deduction, a different picture emerges behind the perfect resume of this saint. Massive amounts of data flowed and reorganized in Lin Yuan's mind. The Lu Family Charitable Foundation has irregularities in its fund flow. 37% of the donations ultimately flowed into Lu Jingming's private accounts overseas through several shell companies. Of the 7 Hope primary schools in the mountainous areas that he helped build, 5 had serious problems with shoddy construction, and the safety standards of the building materials were far below the minimum requirements. He himself is the mastermind behind Tianhai City's largest underground luxury car smuggling group. What made Lin Yuan's eyes turn even colder was the last message. Lu Jingming has publicly and privately expressed his admiration in pursuit of Lang Yanran, the president of Tianxiang Group, on multiple occasions, and has tried to establish contact with her through various channels, but has been rejected each time. It turns out he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing who's after his woman. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. Should we directly expose his dirty secrets? No, that's too low level. Without a complete chain of evidence, you'll only be counterattacked by the other party's powerful PR team, who will accuse you of commercial slander. The best way to deal with such hypocrites is never to simply defeat them. Instead, they first lauded him to the skies. He was elevated to a pedestal so high that everyone worshipped him. Then, kick him down. May he be smashed to pieces, never to rise again. This is called killing with praise. Lin Yuan picked up the internal phone on his desk. Connect with the public relations director. The call was answered quickly. It's me, Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. A flattered voice came from the other end of the phone. Use all the media resources we can. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried an unquestionable command. Starting today, I want all reports about Lu Jingming to be upgraded to a higher level. Stop using the term youth leader, it's too petty. To mold him into a moral saint, a once-in-a-century figure, the pride and conscience of Tianhai City. I want everyone in Tianhai City to believe that this year's Economic Person of the Year is none other than him. The director on the other end of the phone was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why the new president would promote the competitor. But he didn't dare ask any more questions. Understood, Mr. Lin. Mission accomplished. Hang up the phone. Lin Yuan turned his chair and looked out at the dazzling city skyline. Lu Jingming. Your path to godhood has been paved by me personally. Enjoy this final celebration to the fullest. Because at the moment the idol collapsed. The sound of your fall will surely be exceptionally pleasant. Chapter 37: The Fermentation of the Storm. The storm was brewing more fiercely than anyone imagined. With the massive and sophisticated media machine of the Sky Dome Group's public relations department operating at full capacity. Overnight, the name Lu Jingming was transformed from a young talent to a living saint. The morning in Tianhai City begins with Lu Jingming's face. Whether it's the giant billboards in the financial district, the newsstands on the streets, or the news headlines popping up on every office worker's phone, they are all dominated by his face with a perfect smile. A once-in-a-century business prodigy and moral exemplar in Tianhai City. On Lu Jingming's philanthropic journey, he lighted a lamp for this era. What is the ultimate meaning of wealth? Lu Jingming provides the answer. Countless cheesy yet highly provocative headlines spread like a virus. On television, a well-known financial commentator lavished praise on him. Online, countless trolls and self-media outlets edited his past public appearances into miracles and spread them wildly. The entire city of Tianhai was engulfed in a frenzy surrounding Lu Jingming. Countless people regard him as an idol, as a faith, and as the last ray of light in this materialistic age. Lu Jingming, who was at the center of the storm and surrounded by countless halos, became completely arrogant. He began to give frequent interviews, speaking eloquently in front of the camera and enjoying the thrill of being the center of attention. Every micro-expression of his was meticulously designed by his team. Every word he spoke was filled with compassion and nobility, as if he were saving all living beings. He became increasingly convinced that he was the chosen one, the conscience of this era. Just as this fervor reached its peak, he made a decision that he believed to be in accordance with the will of heaven. In an exclusive interview broadcast live online, he announced with a smile, "To express my gratitude for the support from all sectors of society, and to raise more funds for the children in the mountains, I will be hosting a grand charity gala this weekend at Tianhai Global Center." At this point, he gave the camera an even gentler and more affectionate smile. "I would also like to extend my sincerest invitation to Ms. Lan Yanran of the Sky Dome Group. Ms. Yanran is an outstanding entrepreneur and a woman with great love. I have always admired her beauty and wisdom. I believe that her arrival will make this charity night even more dazzling." His words were perfectly tactful. It not only expressed appreciation but also elevated the whole matter to a moral level of for charity. These words, broadcast live, instantly spread throughout the entire city of Tianhai. Public opinion was in an uproar once again. Everyone thought it was a match made in heaven. One is a business sage, the other is an ice queen. Their union will be the most beautiful story in Tianhai City. Sky Dome Group, President's Office. Lan Yanran stared at Lu Jingming's disgustingly hypocritical smile on the computer screen with an icy expression. The air pressure in the huge office was so low it felt like it was about to freeze. Today she was wearing a sharp black women's suit, with a pure white silk shirt tied with an elegant bow at the collar. The tailored design of the suit perfectly accentuated her slender yet powerful waist, followed by her shapely hips encased in trousers, and her stunningly long and straight legs. At this moment, her long legs, which were crossed, were twitching impatiently, revealing her inner turmoil. Nausea. This was Lang Yanran's only feeling. But she had to admit that Lu Jingming had played a very clever trick. He placed the invitation on a live broadcast that attracted citywide attention, using the righteous cause of charity to blackmail her. If she doesn't go, then the overwhelming public opinion will immediately portray Tianqiang Group as a socially irresponsible and ruthless capital giant. This will be a huge blow to the group's reputation. But if you go, you'll have to watch helplessly as that man, with a fake smile, orchestrates his own deification banquet. This made her feel worse than if she had swallowed a fly. Ring ring. The internal phone on the table rang. Lang Yanran took a deep breath, suppressed her agitation, and pressed the speakerphone button. Explain. Her voice was cold and brief. Yanran, it's me. On the other end of the phone came Lin Yuan's calm and unhurried voice, tinged with a hint of a smile. The moment she heard that voice, Lang Yanran's icy aura melted away as quickly as winter snow meeting the warm sun. Her straight back relaxed, and she leaned back into the soft chair. You saw everything? Her voice unconsciously carried a hint of grievance. Yes, a very impressive solo performance. Lin Yuan chuckled. So, our CEO, are you feeling quite troubled right now? He's a complete scoundrel. Lang Yanran couldn't help but complain, using charity to blackmail me, I can't find a reason to refuse. Who said they were going to refuse? Lin Yuan's voice remained calm and composed. Not refuse? Do you really want me to see his disgusting face? Lang Yanran raised her voice a little. Of course not. Lin Yuan said slowly on the other end of the line, we're not only going, we're going to go in style and glory. Lang Yanran was stunned. Us? Yes, us. Lin Yuan's voice came through the receiver, carrying a reassuring power. I'll pick you up on Saturday night. You are my companion. Lang Yanran was completely stunned. Her mind raced, and she instantly understood Lin Yuan's intention. Yes. Wasn't Lu Jingming trying to invite her, the queen, from his own turf and with a godlike perspective? What if the queen already has an impeccable male companion when she makes her appearance? That will no longer be Lu Jingming's appreciation of her. Rather, it was her and her man who provided guidance for Lu Jingming's personal show. The balance of power between the home and away teams was instantly reversed. This move, cutting off the source of the problem, is truly a fatal blow. But wouldn't that mean our relationship would? Lang Yanran still hesitated for a moment. It has to be made public eventually, doesn't it? Lin Yuan's voice carried an undeniable air of dominance. Moreover, I want to show that clown what's going on. The so-called treasure that he painstakingly tried to elevate to a divine status is nothing more than something I already had in my grasp. I want him to witness all of this at the height of his glory and triumph. On the other end of the phone, Lang Yanran's cheeks instantly flushed with two beautiful blushes. All the frustration and grievances in her heart were washed away by these domineering yet sweet words. Instead, there is endless peace of mind and anticipation. Good. She responded softly, her voice as sweet as honey. Hang up the phone. Lin Yuan's smile deepened. Lu Jingming. I've already warmed up the stage you've meticulously built for you. Now, it's my turn, and I'm here with my leading lady. The show is about to begin. Chapter 38 Battle Robe. There are still 2 days until the charity gala. On a sunny afternoon, Lin Yuan's Koenigsegg didn't head towards any commercial center, but instead turned into a quiet old street lined with plane trees. At the end of the street stands an old Western-style house from the Republican era, which is not open to the public. This is Mirror Language, the most renowned private bespoke dress workshop in the Eastern continent. Its owner, Master Gu, is a living legend in the fashion world. He had an eccentric temperament and discerning eye, and throughout his life he only designed unique battle robes for those he deemed worthy of his attention. Being able to wear a gown designed by him is itself a symbol of status that transcends wealth. Lin Yuan took Lang Yanran's hand and got out of the car. Today, Lang Yanran wasn't wearing a business suit, but rather a simple off-white long dress. Her long silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her look less like a queen and more like a girl next door. Even so, the innate aloofness and detachment between her brows still made people hesitant to approach her easily. A butler dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket was already waiting at the door. He respectfully led the two into the villa. Inside the workshop, there is no luxurious decoration, only countless fabrics, manuscripts, and mannequins. The air is filled with the scent of fabric and time, like a fashion museum. An elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a modified linen robe, was standing with his back to them, holding a wooden ruler and carefully examining a mannequin. He is Master Gu. Hearing footsteps, Master Gu slowly turned around. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and it immediately fell on Lung Yanran. He looked her up and down, from her stunningly beautiful face to her almost perfect body proportions, his eyes showing no surprise, only an almost anatomical scrutiny. Lung Yanran felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, an experience she had never had before. After a long pause, Master Gu finally spoke, his voice hoarse and direct. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, they are just expensive armor. Your heart is frozen, and your aura keeps people at a distance. The dress on you has no soul, only price. He shook his head and drew a conclusion. I won't waste my time and inspiration on ice sculptures like yours. He refused decisively and without any mercy. Lung Yanran's body froze instantly. Given her status, she had never received such a blunt rejection and criticism before. A hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed across her icy blue eyes. Just as she was about to retort, Lin Yuan gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to calm down. At this moment, Master Gu finally shifted his gaze from Lung Yanran to Lin Yuan beside her. Then, his eyes lit up instantly. It's a kind of blazing light that only bursts forth when an artist finds their perfect muse. He looked at Lin Yuan as if he were admiring a timeless work of art. Perfect proportions, a figure with the golden ratio. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, every muscle exudes power, yet it is perfectly restrained by elegant demeanor. Master Gu's eyes were full of admiration. You have a very special temperament. Beneath your calm surface lies an unfathomable desire for control. Like a dormant volcano, it is quiet, yet contains the power to overturn everything. He excitedly walked forward, circled around Lin Yuan, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Designing battle robes for men like you is the art I pursue. He ignored Lung Yanran and extended an invitation to Lin Yuan. Or, I can design a dress for the lady next to you. A proud smile curved at the corners of Master Gu's mouth. But the premise is that the design concept of that dress must be submission. I submit to you, to complement you, and to become your perfect foil. These words instantly made Lung Yanran's expression become somewhat complicated. She was proud that Lin Yuan had received such high praise. On the other hand, the notion of being just an accessory made this queen, who was used to being in control of everything, feel a subtle sense of resentment. However, Lin Yuan's next move stunned everyone present. He neither accepted nor rejected it. He simply smiled at Master Gu and uttered a shocking statement. I want to be involved in designing her battle outfit myself. Master Gu was stunned, then burst into laughter. Young man, are you kidding me? My designs never allow laymen to interfere. How can you prove that you are qualified? Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply walked to a design table covered with white paper and picked up a carbon pen. He closed his eyes, and his super brain deduction ability instantly activated. Countless top-notch design concepts, the physical properties of fabrics, and the angles of light and shadow are integrated and evolved in his mind. The next second, he opened his eyes. What I want is neither armor nor submission. Lin Yuan's voice echoed clearly in the quiet workshop. Instead, it's a weapon called melting dot. As he spoke, his wrist flew across the paper, the pen tip leaving smooth and precise lines. I will use Byzantine starry blue velvet as the main material because it can present a gradient from deep to brilliant under the light, like the first ray of light melting ice under the early sun. The skirt should be cut in the style of ancient Greece, abandoning all structures that restrict the waist, so that the fabric can gently wrap around her body like flowing water under the moonlight, rather than constricting her. The heart area is not deliberately highlighted, but only a half-open snow lotus is embroidered with silver thread, and the lotus heart is decorated with small diamonds, symbolizing the hot and soft heart under the ice. And the most crucial part of the entire dress is the back. Lin Yuan turned his pen and drew a bold and sexy arc on the back of the drawing. From below her shoulder blades all the way to her lower back, there will be a completely bare back design. This means that she reserved her most vulnerable and unguarded side only for the man behind her, the only man she trusted. When she took my arm and faced the public, she was a noble and aloof ice queen. And when she turns around, the world can glimpse that fatal tenderness that melts only for me. As Lin Yuan finished the last stroke, the entire workshop fell into a deathly silence. Master Gu stared blankly at the design drawings, then at Lin Yuan. His gaze shifted from initial disdain to astonishment, then to shock, and finally to fervent worship. This is no longer a design. This is an epic poem about love and conquest. Who are you? Master Gu's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuan smiled and put down his pen. He walked over to Long Yanran, who was still in shock, and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. I am her man. At that moment, Lang Yanran's heart completely melted. She looked at Lin Yuan, her icy blue eyes shimmering with unprecedented infatuation and love. She finally understood. What he designed for her was not a dress at all. Rather, it is a most affectionate love letter declaring sovereignty to the whole world. Ultimately, the dress named Melting was completed by Lin Yuan and Master Gu together. Lin Yuan's battle robe was designed by Master Gu, whose creative desire was fully ignited. A dinner that was supposed to be a polite exchange of business compliments. At this moment, it has been given a completely new and exciting meaning. Chapter 39: The Shura Field and the Prologue. On the afternoon of the charity gala, Tianqiang Group, Office of the Executive President, Strategic Investment Department. After finishing the last document, Lin Yuan quietly waited for night to fall. There was a gentle knock on the office door. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and a graceful, voluptuous figure walked in, accompanied by a fragrant breeze of roses. It's Su Qingying. Today she was wearing a very form-fitting burgundy long dress, the fabric of which had a luxurious silky sheen. The V neckline was perfectly positioned, outlining the breathtaking depth and fullness of her chest to the fullest extent. Her two jade-like legs were wrapped in thin silk of the same color beneath the skirt, and she wore a pair of black stiletto heels. Every step she took was graceful and charming, full of the ultimate charm of a mature woman. A languid yet alluring smile graced her face. Are you waiting for me? She walked to Lin Yuan's desk, bent down, and placed her hands on the edge of the desk. This movement caused her heavy breasts to appear even more striking under the influence of gravity, as if they were about to break free from her V-neck at any moment. Lin Yuan looked at her calmly without saying a word. Su Qingying didn't mind. She straightened up and gently placed a beautifully packaged rectangular gift box that she had been carrying on the table. The gift box was dark blue and tied with a silver ribbon. You didn't like the gift last time. Su Qingying's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible resentment. So, I changed to another one. I believe you will be satisfied with this gift. She gestured to Lin Yuan with her eyes to open it. Lin Yuan untied the ribbon and opened the box. Inside the gift box, there was no jewelry, no luxury watch, only a thick document. The cover of the document had several large characters written in gold lettering. Deep Space Power All Debt Transfer Agreement. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He raised his head and looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying's smile deepened, tinged with a little girl's slyness and pride. I've done my research, and you seem to be quite interested in this small company that's on the verge of bankruptcy recently. I thought, instead of making you go through the trouble of acquiring it, I might as well just pack it up and give it to you as a gift. Now, all the company's claims are in my hands, which means that its life and death are in your hands. Her voice was soft, but the weight of her words was immense. Once again, she used the simple, direct, yet irresistible method to express her compensation. This gift not only saved Lin Yuan countless business procedures, but also completely eliminated the potential competitor, Star Ring Aerospace, from the game. Do you like this new compensation? She took a step forward, her body almost touching Lin Yuan's, and asked in a soft, fragrant breath. In that instant, the atmosphere in the office became incredibly ambiguous. Knock knock. There was another knock on the office door. But this time, before Lin Yuan could respond, the door was pushed open from the outside. A tall, aloof figure appeared at the doorway. It was Long Yanran. She had clearly dressed up carefully, having changed out of her business attire and into a simple yet high-quality white dress, with light makeup on her face. She came to deliver the accessories Lin Yuan would need to use that evening. However, when she saw Su Qingying's intimate posture, almost pressed against Lin Yuan, in the office. When her gaze fell on the desk, on the beautifully wrapped gift box that was clearly a gift from a woman, her steps faltered. The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Su Qingying slowly straightened up, turned around, and looked at Long Yanran. There was no panic on her face at being caught, but instead a meaningful smile appeared on her face. "Yan-ran, you're here." Her tone was as natural as if she were at home. Lang Yan-ran ignored her. Her beautiful, icy blue eyes simply gazed quietly at Lin Yuan. She didn't question or show anger, but behind her calm gaze lay a chilling coldness capable of freezing everything. She slowly walked forward and placed a small velvet box containing cufflinks and tie clips on the other corner of the desk. Then, her gaze turned to the dark blue gift box, and she smiled and asked softly, "Auntie, what brings you here? Is this a gift you gave to Lin Yuan?" A silent war has begun. Lin Yuan looked at the two women in front of him. One of them was smiling, but her eyes were full of possessiveness. A smiling face, but eyes as cold as ice. He knew that any explanation would seem pale and powerless at this moment. He slowly took the debt document out of the gift box. Then, in front of Lang Yan-ran, he flipped directly to the last page of the agreement. He picked up the pen and signed his name in the transferee column. After signing, he didn't look at Su Qingying, but gently pushed the signed agreement in front of Lang Yan-ran. "This is not a gift." Lin Yuan's voice was calm and steady. "This is the first project that the Strategic Investment Department has secured for you. Its ownership belongs to the Sky Dome Group." In a single sentence, Su Qingying's ambiguous personal gift was instantly transformed into a commercial achievement that Lin Yuan had made for the company. Su Qingying's smile froze slightly. As Lang Yan-ran looked at the agreement and the words "deep space power" on it, the frost in her eyes began to melt rapidly. Of course she knew about this company and its importance to the future plans of the Sky Dome Group. She knew all too well how much effort and connections would be required to acquire all of the company's debts. It turns out that he had been doing all this quietly for the company and for himself. She looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with emotion and trust. "Thanks a lot," she said softly. Then, she turned to Su Qingying, a polite yet slightly aloof smile befitting a CEO. "Thank you so much, Auntie, for your support of our Sky Dome Group's work. I will have the finance department transfer the acquisition funds to your account as soon as possible." She took the steps Lin Yuan offered her perfectly, without missing a single one. A fierce battle was about to erupt, but Lin Yuan neutralized it with a single move, a miraculous shift of the universe. Su Qingying gave Lin Yuan a deep look. In her eyes, there was admiration, resentment, but more than anything, a burning infatuation. This man always manages to surprise her time and time again. Night. The Tianhai Global Center is brightly lit, as if it were daytime. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the depths of the banquet hall. Both sides of the red carpet were crowded with cameras and microphones from major media outlets, creating a sea of flashes. As the absolute star of the evening, Lu Jingming stood elegantly at the end of the red carpet, dressed in a white haute couture suit. He wore a perfect smile and calmly accepted everyone's congratulations and praise. Tonight is his night of legendary status. He was enjoying it all, but his gaze kept drifting toward the entrance to the red carpet. He is waiting. Waiting for the arrival of that Ice Queen. He had fantasized countless times about the moment Lang Yan-ran walked him down the aisle, the moment he took her hand, the moment he would become the most enviable man in the entire city of Tianhai. Time passed, second by second. The red carpet ceremony is nearing its end. Lang Yan-ran still did not appear. The surrounding reporters began to whisper among themselves. The smile on Lu Jingming's face also began to stiffen. Just when everyone thought Lang Yan-ran wouldn't come, a sound of an engine, completely different from the noise at the scene, like the low growl of a wild beast, came from afar. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A supercar, its entire body a liquid silver, silently glided to the entrance of the red carpet, like a bolt of lightning from the future. The incredibly smooth body lines and the futuristic design. My God! It's a Koenigsegg! And it's a custom model I've never seen before. A car-savvy reporter exclaimed in surprise. Amidst countless shocked gazes, the scissor doors slowly rose. A pair of long, straight legs encased in dark gold patterned trousers stepped out first. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan's figure appeared in everyone's sight. He wore a black tuxedo with dark gold paisley patterns, hand-sewn by the master craftsman, making him look like a king of the night. He wore no extra accessories, but simply by standing there, his innate, powerful, and elegant aura was enough to overwhelm the entire room. His face, as handsome as a god, was expressionless, and his deep gaze seemed to pierce through people's hearts. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, overwhelming presence. Lin Yuan ignored the flashing lights around him. He simply walked around to the other side of the car and opened the passenger scissor door. He reached into the car and extended a hand wearing a black leather glove. The next second, a slender hand, wearing the same white long glove, reached out from inside the car and gently placed itself in his palm. Then, Lang Yanran's figure appeared before the whole world. A collective gasp filled the room. She was wearing that starry blue velvet dress called Melting. The Byzantine starry blue color, under the illumination of countless flashes, refracted a dazzling light like the Milky Way. The dress perfectly hugged her tall and graceful figure, making her look like a moon goddess straight out of mythology. The half-open snow lotus in her heart, adorned with scattered diamonds, shimmered with a cool yet sacred radiance. When she appears in public, she remains the same noble, aloof, and unapproachable queen. Lin Yuan took her hand, and the two walked side by side slowly onto the red carpet. They didn't look at anyone else, their eyes were only on each other. As they walked halfway down the red carpet, they turned slightly and gestured to both sides. Everyone saw it. I saw Lang Yanran's dress, a bold and stunningly beautiful bare-back design that extended from her shoulder blades all the way to her waist. At that moment, everyone understood the true meaning of that dress. The iceberg is melting for the man beside her. Standing at the end of the red carpet, Lu Jingming's smile had completely frozen. He felt like a clown who had meticulously prepared a stage, only to have all his glory stolen by a deity who suddenly barged in. He watched as the man, holding the hand of the woman he had always dreamed of, walked towards him step by step. Every step felt like stepping on his heart. Chapter 40: A Feast of Praise to Kill. When Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran walked hand in hand into the banquet hall, the noise in the entire hall fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the perfect couple, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. They are the light. Standing at the end of the red carpet, Lu Jingming, who should have been the focus of the entire event, was completely reduced to the most awkward shadow under the spotlight. His facial muscles twitched slightly from extreme jealousy and anger, but his powerful ability to disguise himself allowed him to force out what he considered a proper smile. He forced himself to remain composed and went to greet them. "Yanran, you finally arrived." His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, his eyes revealing undisguised hostility and scrutiny. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" Before Lin Yuan could speak, Lang Yanran had already made her announcement in her cool voice. "His name is Lin Yuan, and he is my male companion. He is also my only male companion." This addition was like an invisible slap in the face, landing hard on Lu Jingming's cheek. The surrounding celebrities all wore expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Lu Jingming took a deep breath. He knew he had to turn the tide. He straightened his back and made an elegant invitation gesture towards Lang Yanran. "Now that Miss Yanran has arrived, as the hostess for tonight, may I have the honor of dancing with you this opening dance for charity?" His rhetoric was very skillful. They placed themselves on the moral high ground of master and charity. In such a public setting, almost no one can refuse. Lang Yanran frowned slightly, feeling somewhat troubled. Lin Yuan stepped forward and subtly shielded Lang Yanran behind him. He smiled and looked directly at Lu Jingming. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool of water, yet it made Lu Jingming feel a strange palpitation. "Mr. Lu, I think you've misunderstood something." Lin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. He surveyed the entire room, then dropped a bombshell in a nonchalant tone. "The first dance tonight was filmed in advance by me in my own name using 10 million yuan of charity funds for my female partner, Ms. Lang Yanran. Therefore, the ownership of this dance belongs to me. You are not qualified to invite her." The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Yuan's words. 10 million just to buy the first dance? What incredible wealth and domineering power! More importantly, he also used the name of charity, but he used it in a more sophisticated and unquestionable way than Lu Jingming, the master. The banquet host on the side of the stage quickly picked up the microphone, wiping away cold sweat as he confirmed. "Yes, distinguished guests, I can testify that Mr. Lin did indeed donate 10 million to the charity foundation hosting this dinner an hour ago in his personal capacity, specifying that the funds be used to purchase the right to dance with Ms. Lang." These words completely cemented Lu Jingming's place on the pillar of shame. He acted like a clown, inviting a woman who was already taken. The color drained from his face instantly, and he stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Lin Yuan didn't look at him again. He turned around and extended his hand to Lang Yanran. Beautiful lady, am I fortunate enough to have this honor? Lang Yanran's eyes sparkled, her icy blue pupils already brimming with unyielding affection and pride. She placed her soft, boneless hand into his palm. A melodious waltz began to play. Lin Yuan put his arm around Lang Yanran's slender waist and slid into the center of the dance floor. The two danced in perfect harmony, their movements elegant and intimate. They became the sole focus of the entire banquet hall. At that moment, everyone understood. This is not a dance. This was the most powerful declaration of sovereignty, made in front of all the celebrities of Tianhai City. The dance is over. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran returned to their seats. Lu Jingming, who was publicly executed, has long since disappeared. A moment later, he came back through a side door. Although a smile returned to his face, the sinister look in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He walked straight up to Lin Yuan, followed by a portly middle-aged man. Mr. Lin, you are truly young and promising. You have broadened my horizons. Lu Jingming said with a forced smile. Let me introduce you to a senior colleague, Director Wang. He is very capable in many fields. He emphasized the word domain. The director, Wang, looked Lin Yuan up and down with his shrewd triangular eyes, a hint of contempt on his face. Mr. Lin, you are so lucky to have won the favor of President Leng at such a young age. His words were full of implications, clearly treating Lin Yuan as a gigolo who rose to power by relying on women. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. God-level acting skills, quietly beginning. He gave a perfectly timed, slightly awkward smile, the kind a young man gives when praised by a senior. Director Wang, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Seeing his quick thinking, Director Wang's smile widened. He took a step closer, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone that suggested he was one of their own. Mr. Lin, would you be interested in chatting on the balcony? There are some things that are not convenient to discuss here. A hint of curiosity and desire flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and then he nodded heavily. On the balcony, the night breeze was slightly cool. Director Wang handed Lin Yuan a cigar, which Lin Yuan accepted with a sense of flattery and surprise. Young man, to be frank, relying on women is not a long-term solution. Director Wang patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, looking very earnest. A man should rely on his own career. Lin Yuan's face showed a look of confusion and distress. What Director Wang says is true, but doing business is never that easy. That depends on which path you choose. Director Wang revealed his true intentions with a mysterious smile. I have some connections that can make money grow faster than you working hard as a senior executive at Skydome Group. It all depends on whether you have the guts. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He leaned forward and asked in an urgent and greedy tone. Really? Director Wang, you have to teach me. This performance completely dispelled Director Wang's last doubts. He began to talk incessantly, boasting about his shady businesses, from smuggling luxury goods from overseas to operating underground funds, his words filled with contempt for the law and a boast of exorbitant profits. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, played the role of a worshipper who was blinded by money throughout the entire process. Unbeknownst to him, the recording pen, the latest development from Skydome technology and a decorative accessory, was in the pocket of Lin Yuan's tuxedo, recording every single word he uttered with crystal clarity. When Lin Yuan returned to the banquet hall, the charity auction had already reached its final, climactic moment. The host announced the final item in an excited voice. Distinguished guests, next up is our grand finale tonight, a sapphire necklace named Heart of the Deep Sea, donated by an anonymous benefactor. The hostesses walked onto the stage carrying a tray. The necklace, crafted from platinum, featured a top-quality cashmere sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg, its color as deep as the night sky, surrounded by hundreds of dazzling diamonds. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Most importantly, its color is a perfect match for Lang Yanran's dress tonight. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Lang Yanran and Lin Yuan beside her. But in Lu Jingming's eyes, the flames of revenge were rekindled. This is his last chance. He was determined to buy the necklace at all costs and then present it to Lang Yanran in public. He wanted to use this method to prove to everyone that only he was worthy of this ice queen. The auction has officially begun. Starting bid, 10 million. 15 million. Lu Jingming raised his paddle directly. 20 million, another wealthy businessman raised his sign. 30 million. Lu Jingming followed without hesitation, looking at Lin Yuan with a provocative gaze. However, Lin Yuan simply held his wine glass, took a small sip, and even had a playful smile on his face. This composure completely enraged Lu Jingming. He started raising prices recklessly, regardless of cost. 40 million. 50 million. He drove the price up to an unbelievable level. No one else in the entire arena was competing with him. Everyone believed that he was determined to win. 50 million, just once. 50 million, twice. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. Just as his mallet was about to fall, Lin Yuan finally slowly raised his hand. A cruel sneer curled at the corner of Lu Jingming's mouth. Finally couldn't hold back anymore? Unfortunately, you are destined to become my defeated opponent. However, what Lin Yuan said next froze his smile and his very soul on his face. I am the donor of this necklace. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan lowered his hand, looked at the petrified Lu Jingming with a compassionate gaze, and dropped the last bomb, enough to completely destroy him. And the proceeds from its auction, I will donate all of it to the Deep Space Dynamics project in the name of the Strategic Investment Department of Tianxiong Group to support our own space program. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a god. What an ingenious layout! What a vision! He not only allowed his competitors to buy the items he donated at an exorbitant price. Furthermore, by taking advantage of this highly anticipated stage, and with the money provided by Lu Jingming, he completed a perfect public fundraising and promotion for his new project. Business, charity, face slapping, creating a persona. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone. This is no longer a crushing defeat. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Thunderous applause erupted. This time, it is dedicated to Lin Yuan. Lu Jingming, amidst countless sympathetic, mocking, and contemptuous gazes, turned deathly pale and swayed precariously. He knew. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat, utterly humiliated. Chapter 41: The End and the Reward. The afterglow of the dinner party had not yet dissipated into the air. The Koenigsegg, its liquid silver color resembling a streak of light, moved silently along the mountain road in Tianhai City late at night. Inside the car, Lang Yanran's starry blue dress still shimmered with tiny sparkles in the dim light. She tilted her head, gazing intently at the man beside her who was focused on driving. He was dazzling tonight. It was so dazzling that she felt her previous 25 years of life had been dull and colorless. However, this warmth and tranquility were quietly broken by Lin Yuan's barely perceptible movement. He glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes instantly turning deep and cold. Hold on tight. He only said those 3 words. Before Lang Yanran could react, a powerful push forced her firmly into the seat. The Koenigsegg's engine roared with suppressed fury, and its speed instantly soared to a terrifying level. What's wrong? Lang Yanran's heart jumped into her throat instantly. Lin Yuan did not answer. Because in his absolute perception, 3 heavy trucks disguised as ordinary freight vehicles had already roared out from 3 different intersections. They formed a triangular shape, blocking all escape routes, and were relentlessly crushing towards them with a suicidal frenzy. The screeching sound of tires shattered the silence of the night. The massive front of the car, illuminated by its headlights, resembled a 3-headed steel behemoth ready to devour its prey. This is a situation where certain death is inevitable. Ah! Lang Yanran finally witnessed this horrifying scene and couldn't help but gasp in shock. She instinctively gripped the handrail beside her, her face turning deathly pale instantly. However, Lin Yuan beside him remained as calm as a perfectly functioning machine. His face showed no panic, only absolute focus. God-level driving technology, fully activated. Seeing that the truck at the front was about to crash into him, Lin Yuan suddenly turned the steering wheel all the way to the right. The car body, at an angle that defies the laws of physics, almost hugged the guardrail of the mountain wall, completing an extremely dangerous drift. The Koenigsegg's rear end almost grazed the front of the truck as it swerved past. That breathtaking distance was less than 10 centimeters. Boom! The 2 trucks, unable to brake in time, collided violently, producing a deafening roar and sending sparks flying. But the last truck was still relentlessly chasing after them. Lin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror, a cold smile curving his lips. Instead of speeding up to escape, he actually slowed down a little. The truck driver behind him, thinking he was about to collapse, grinned menacingly and slammed on the gas, preparing to deliver the final blow to the expensive sports car. Just as the two cars were about to rear-end each other, Lin Yuan's foot completed a lightning-fast maneuver between the brake and the accelerator. The Koenigsegg's front end suddenly dipped, and then the entire car, like a slippery fish, completed an incredible pendulum-like drift to the left. Squeak! The massive truck, due to its full acceleration, lost its last chance to turn. Its massive body crashed straight through the highway guardrail and plunged down the dark cliff. Everything returned to silence. Only the steady sound of the Koenigsegg's engine echoed in the night wind. Lang Yanran gasped for breath, her heart pounding wildly. Looking at Lin Yuan's still calm profile, her eyes held not only the relief of surviving a disaster, but also a deep-seated admiration and dependence. This man is not only a business tycoon. At the critical moment of life and death, he is also an omnipotent god. Lin Yuan slowly parked the car on the side of the road, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. "It's me." His voice returned to its usual calm. "I'm bringing you a gift." A recording of Mr. Lu Jingming, involving commercial smuggling and hiring hitmen, and dashcam footage of several drivers who just tried to murder me. I think the security department would be very interested in this. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Clean and efficient. The next morning, a shocking piece of news ignited the entire city of Tianhai. Lu Jingming, a self-proclaimed youth leader, was arrested last night on suspicion of multiple serious crimes. The Lu group was seized overnight. The statue that had just been elevated to a divine status was smashed to pieces overnight. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, made headlines in all media outlets as both a victim and a whistleblower of justice. His name, and his impeccably handsome face, appeared in the public eye for the first time so clearly. Byte. Main quest, reputation hunt, completed. Task rating, S+ perfect. The system is calculating the rewards. Rewards: 1. Special shop officially open. 2. Special skill, words become law beginner, unlocked. A cold system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. He devoured all of Lu Jingming's hard-earned reputation in one go. That night, Lin Yuan's phone received a message. From Su Qingying. "Come to my studio at 9 o'clock tonight. I painted a picture for you and wanted to show it to you first." Below the information was an extremely private address located in the suburbs. When Lin Yuan drove to the villa according to the address, it was late at night. The studio door was ajar. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and entered. The air was filled with the rich aroma of red wine and the unique scent of turpentine. In the studio, the main light was off, only a few dim spotlights shone on the artistic paintings on the walls. In the center of the studio, on that huge velvet sofa, there were no paintings. There is only one, a beauty more alluring than any painting. Su Qingying lay lazily on her side on the sofa. She was wearing a light pink, almost transparent silk nightgown, the ties of which were loosely tied, barely covering her most intimate parts. Beneath her robe lay her voluptuous, full-figured, breathtakingly beautiful body. A pair of snow-white, slender legs were crossed without any defense, gleaming like ivory under the dim light. In her hand she held a glass of scarlet wine, and her seaweed-like chestnut curls were disheveled and draped over her shoulders. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye, enhanced by alcohol, appeared exceptionally charming and alluring. She saw Lin Yuan without any surprise, but her red lips parted slightly, her voice hoarse yet alluring. "You've arrived." Lin Yuan closed the door and slowly walked over. "Where's the painting?" Su Qingying laughed hysterically, her body trembling with laughter, her heart shaking violently. She sat up from the sofa, her robe opening even wider at the neckline. "The painting resides in my heart." She gazed at Lin Yuan with her misty, watery eyes, completely absorbed in his gaze. "You are the most perfect creation of my life." She extended her hand to Lin Yuan. "Come here, let me take a good look at my work." Lin Yuan did not move. He simply walked to the wine cabinet on the side, picked up the already opened bottle of top-quality red wine, and a new stemmed glass. He poured himself half a glass, then took the glass and walked to the sofa. He looked down at the woman before him, who was now completely moved. "Do you know?" Lin Yuan's voice was very soft, yet it carried a strange magic. Sometimes, even a perfect piece of work needs some improvisational creation to become more interesting. After saying that, he tilted his wrist. The scarlet, slightly cool liquid slowly flowed from the glass. It didn't spill on the carpet. Instead, it landed precisely on Su Qingying's light pink silk nightgown. Starting from her delicate collarbone, it meanders downwards. It flowed through that breathtakingly full expanse. It soaked that flat belly. The chilled wine, separated by a thin layer of silk, created the ultimate stimulation against the warm skin. Su Qingying's body trembled violently. A suppressed gasp escaped from her throat. She stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with shame, astonishment, and an even more uncontrollable excitement. Lin Yuan's face wore a smile that was both elegant and wicked, almost devilish. He put down his glass, stretched out his finger, and picked up a drop of wine that had slid down the curve of her body. Then, under Su Qingying's humiliated and indignant gaze, he slowly put his fingers, which were wet with wine and warmed by her body, into his mouth. The taste is good. He looked at her and said, word by word. Tonight, I am the painter. And you are my canvas. Chapter 42 Choice, Divine Skill, and Black Widow. The enchanting atmosphere in the art studio finally came to an end with Su Qingying's complete surrender. When Lin Yuan returned to his penthouse apartment in the Cloud International Center, it was already past midnight. He was not sleepy at all. System, settle the task reward. He silently recited it in his heart. Quest, reputation hunt, now complete. Task rating, S+ perfect. Basic reward, 200,000 soft rice points. S+ rating bonus, rewards doubled, plus an extra 200,000 soft rice points. Total earned, 400,000 soft rice points. Current balance of the soft rice value, 561,000. A huge sum of money arrived in the account instantly. But what Lin Yuan was more concerned about at the moment was the newly unlocked feature. Open the special shop. Before his eyes, a virtual interface, seemingly composed of stars, slowly unfolded. A dazzling array of goods, suspended in the air in three-dimensional form, radiate an alluring glow. Lin Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the top few items. Perfect body transformation liquid women only. Introduction. Utilizing futuristic gene editing technology, this device can perfectly optimize the body shape of a designated female target, eliminating all flaws and making subtle adjustments based on the host's deepest aesthetic preferences, bringing her to the pinnacle of human aesthetics. Price, worth 200,000 renminbi. The images of Lang Yanran and Su Qingying subconsciously surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Although they were already stunningly beautiful, the allure of this product still made his heart skip a beat. He continued reading. Report on technological development trends for the next decade. Description. This book provides a detailed record of the breakthroughs and commercial applications in all key technological fields for the next decade. Owning it makes you a visionary of the future. Price, worth 300,000 renminbi. This is a shortcut that could drive any businessman crazy. Loyalty contract for designated character. Description, can be used on any target. After use, the target will develop irreversible and absolute loyalty to the host. Note, this product violates natural law, please use with caution. Price, worth $1 million. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the product for a moment. This is a devilish tool that can control everything. But he simply looked away calmly. Loyalty imposed by external forces is ultimately the most rudimentary method. His gaze searched the mall, eventually settling on an inconspicuous item that he had rummaged through a corner of. Gene Optimization Sequence Elementary. Introduction, a fundamental technological document from a higher dimensional civilization. It won't instantly make you stronger, nor will it directly create wealth. But it is the key to unlocking the secrets of life, the starting point for the vast universe. With it, your deep space propulsion project will possess a true soul. Price, worth 500,000 renminbi. Without the slightest hesitation. Exchange 4, Gene Optimization Sequence Primary. Exchange successful. 500,000 soft rice points deducted, 61,000 soft rice points remaining. Technical data is being transmitted. An unimaginably massive torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. This time, it was no longer a simulation of super brain deduction, but a genuine transformation of this knowledge into a part of himself. From gene expression to telomere elongation, and even adaptive modification to cosmic radiation. These seemingly dry pieces of knowledge, unrelated to business, ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes for the first time a fervent light that surpassed even the desire to conquer the world. Only with it can he truly be qualified to lead those around him to glimpse a more magnificent future. The next day, at the Sky Dome Group, the highest board meeting was held. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Lin Yuan's plan to inject a massive 30 billion yuan into the deep space propulsion project in its first phase has encountered unprecedented resistance. I object. A loud voice broke the silence of the conference room. The one who spoke was Wang Kangyan, a veteran of the group and its executive vice president. He was arrogant and self-important, with the support of several senior directors behind him, and always looked down on Lin Yuan, a young man who rose to power by virtue of being the president. A small company on the verge of bankruptcy, and you're offering a 30 billion investment right off the bat? Mr. Lin, are you playing with the future of the group? Aerospace technology? That's something for state-owned enterprises. What are we, a private company, doing getting involved? If we invested that money in our established real estate and financial projects, how much profit could we generate? Wang Kangyan's words were resounding and received nods of agreement from several senior directors. They represent the most conservative force within the group. Lang Yanran sat in the main seat, her face as cold as ice. She was about to speak up in support of Lin Yuan, but a reassuring look from him stopped her. It was Lin Yuan's turn to speak. All eyes were on him. They all wanted to see how this newly appointed CEO would use data and reports to refute Wang Kangyan's seemingly mature and prudent remarks. However, Lin Yuan did not touch the thick project plan in front of him. He simply stood up, calmly looking directly into Wang Kangyan's eyes, which were filled with disdain and provocation. Then, he slowly began to speak. His voice carried a strange, undeniable rhythm. You suddenly feel now. The Deep Space Propulsion Project is a once-in-a-century opportunity for our Sky Dome Group. You will fully support it. Words become law, a first attempt at demonstrating one's talent. The mocking expression on Wang Kangyan's face froze instantly. His eyes first flashed with intense confusion and struggle. It's like there are two little people in my mind, having a battle of wits. But just 2 seconds later, that struggle transformed into enlightenment and fervor. Looking at the project proposal in his hand, he seemed to understand its profound significance for the first time. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the board members, whose jaws nearly dropped, Wang Kangyan slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. He spoke in a voice 100 times louder than before, delivering his eloquent address. I was just farting. I was so short-sighted. I couldn't recognize a person of great stature. President Lin's plan is not a risk at all, it's clearly opening a door to the future for our Sky Dome Group. I hereby declare that I, Wang Kangyan, am now the most steadfast supporter of the Deep Space Propulsion Project. Anyone who dares to oppose me is going against me, Wang Kangyan. The meeting room was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Wang Kangyan as if he were crazy. Lin Yuan slowly sat down, a calm and serene smile on his face. He won without bloodshed, deciding the fate of the nation with a single word. The miracle of this board meeting spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Tianhai City. Lin Yuan's name was thus shrouded in an even more mysterious and powerful aura. This naturally attracted the attention of certain entities across the ocean. 3 days later, Lin Yuan received a meeting invitation from the Pan-Asia Transnational Investment Group. The person who invited them was Isabella, the group's newly appointed chief representative for the Asia-Pacific region. The meeting place was set at a Michelin 3-star restaurant with a superb view on the banks of the Yellow River. Lin Yuan arrived as promised. When he entered the restaurant that had been booked, the first thing he saw was that figure standing by the window with his back to him. That was a back view that could drive any man crazy. She wore a tight-fitting, high-slit black dress that perfectly accentuated her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio and her pert, full peach-shaped curves. The slit in the skirt revealed a section of her thigh, which was covered in black mesh silk, and had a strong and muscular physique. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned around. For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in Lin Yuan's gaze. The woman before me possessed a stunningly beautiful face with mixed Eastern and Western features. Her features were bright and fiery, her cheeks were full and sensual, and her pair of emerald green eyes were like those of a venomous snake deep in the jungle, beautiful, yet filled with deadly danger. She is neither the ice of Lang Yanran nor the allure of Su Qingying. She was a black flame, powerful enough to burn everything to ashes. You are Mr. Lin Yuan? Isabella, swaying gracefully in her 10-centimeter stilettos, reached out her hand to Lin Yuan. Her nails were painted the same scarlet color as her skin. I've heard so much about you. I am Isabella. The instant their hands clasped, Lin Yuan's absolute perception instantly issued a piercing alarm to him. He could clearly sense the explosive power in the woman's muscles beneath her smooth skin, like those of a cheetah. He could smell the dangerous aura emanating from her, a mixture of top-tier perfume and a faint scent of gunpowder. He could also see the greed hidden deep within her beautiful emerald green eyes, a greedy determination to possess her prey. This woman was sent by the Freemasons. She was the Black Widow. Mr. Lin is even younger and more handsome than rumored. Isabella's voice was magnetic, each syllable seemingly hooked. I am very interested in you and your deep space propulsion. A perfectly timed, charming yet aloof smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He gently withdrew his hand, his voice calm. Miss Isabella is much more beautiful than I imagined. Yes, much more dangerous. A war without gunfire has begun. Chapter 43 Trap, Trial, and Dagger. Isabella moved quickly. The next day, a formal letter of intent for investment was delivered to the headquarters of the Sky Dome Group. She requested to visit Deep Space Dynamics Research and Development Base before formal negotiations to assess its true value. This is a perfectly reasonable business request. It was also a test harboring malicious intent. Lin Yuan readily agreed. 3 days later, Isabella, accompanied by her technical advisory team, arrived at a research and development base located on the outskirts of the city, with security measures comparable to those of a military facility. Today, she was a far cry from her usual sexy and glamorous self. She wore a well-tailored white women's suit, her long golden hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her emerald green eyes were hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, making her look like a meticulous and professional Wall Street elite. However, Lin Yuan's absolute perception could still see through her disguise and the danger that was brewing beneath. President Lin, the security system here is truly impressive. As Isabella walked, she spoke with an admiring tone, but her eyes were subtly scanning every blind spot of the cameras and the location of the sensors. To protect the future of humanity, no amount of caution is excessive. Lin Yuan responded with a smile and personally acted as her guide. The two engaged in a war of words, their conversation filled with business jargon, but in reality, every sentence was a test and counter-test of intelligence. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the base, the central data center. Through the thick bulletproof glass, you can see countless servers running at high speed, their dark blue indicator lights resembling a sea of stars. Your company's core data should all be here, right? Isabella pushed up her glasses and asked casually. Certainly. Lin Yuan readily admitted it. At that very moment. Sizzle. All the lights in the entire base suddenly went out at the same time. Before the emergency power supply could even be activated, the entire world was plunged into pitch-black darkness and deathly silence. What's going on? The accompanying security personnel cried out in alarm. Isabella's fiery red blush, however, curved into a triumphant arc in the darkness. Her unexpected power outage was a success. Her team will have 3 precious minutes to hack into the seemingly indestructible database. However, what she didn't know was, in the darkness, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a similar, even colder, arc. He had already anticipated all her moves. Power was restored 3 minutes later. Everything seems to be back on track. Isabella expressed her sincere apologies to Lin Yuan for this accident. Lin Yuan also magnanimously stated that this was just a minor incident. The visit ended in a friendly yet eerie atmosphere. That night, across the ocean, in a secret Freemason laboratory, a top hacker excitedly reported to his superior. It's a success. I have successfully stolen the most core technical data of deep space dynamics, gene optimization sequence primary. My God, this is simply a masterpiece of God. Our biotechnology will be at least 50 years ahead of the world because of this. Nobody knows. This generous gift that made them ecstatic contained a genetic virus with the codename Pandora that Lin Yuan had personally implanted in it. This time bomb has crossed oceans and been planted in the heart of the enemy. That evening, at the mountaintop villa. When Lin Yuan returned home, he was greeted not with a warm embrace, but with cold air. Lan Yanran sat on the sofa in the living room, wearing a black lace nightgown that he had never seen before. The style of this nightgown is bold and sexy. The black lace makes her snow-white skin even more alluring, and her long, beautiful legs, encased in platinum stockings, are elegantly crossed. Her demeanor remained icy, but now it possessed a dangerous and deadly allure, like that of a black swan. In front of her were 2 glasses of red wine that had already been poured. Seeing Lin Yuan enter, she did not get up, but slowly raised her beautiful icy blue eyes and quietly looked at him. Is that woman pretty? Her voice was clear and cold like moonlight, yet it carried a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Lin Yuan knew she was jealous. He offered no explanation or defense. He slowly walked over, sat down beside her, and picked up his glass of red wine. Then, he did something that completely surprised Long Yanran. He bent down and gently poured the red wine from his glass onto the coffee table in front of him. Then, he stretched out his finger, dipped it into the pool of scarlet wine, and lifted Long Yanran's delicate chin. "Don't move." His voice was hoarse and domineering. Under Long Yanran's bewildered and shy gaze, with his wine-stained finger, he began to write on her delicate, snow-white collarbone. The icy touch sent a slight shiver through Long Yanran's body. She saw Lin Yuan use red wine to write his name on her body, stroke by stroke. After finishing writing, he raised his head, looked directly into her eyes which were already glistening with tears, and spoke slowly in a tone that asserted his dominance. "Remember. From now on, you can only bear my mark. You are mine, and you can only be mine." The words fell. He lowered his head and kissed the skin he had just stamped with his own. The Ice Queen's last line of defense collapsed with a deafening roar. The next afternoon, while Lin Yuan was in his office, processing documents regarding the subsequent funding injection for deep space power, his secretary brought in an exquisitely packaged gift box from one of the city's top dessert shops. "Mr. Lin, it was sent by a Ms. Su." Lin Yuan knew it was Su Qingying. He opened the gift box. Inside were several French desserts that looked quite expensive. But there's another layer underneath the dessert. Lin Yuan pulled open the interlayer. Inside, there were no priceless jewels, nor any business documents. There was only one sheet of paper filled with words written in delicate handwriting. The contents of the letter were enough to shock the intelligence agencies of any country. Isabella, codename Black Widow. Growing up in the cradle of elite Freemasonry training camps from childhood. Fluent in 7 languages, skilled in close combat, especially martial arts. Achievements: successfully persuaded the mining minister of an African country to defect, stealing a diamond vein distribution map worth 30 billion. Single-handedly dismantled the internal alliance of a branch of the long-established European financial family Rothschild. Weaknesses: extremely arrogant. Peanut allergy. This file records everything in great detail, even clearly marking Isabella's little-known allergens. Lin Yuan stared at the intelligence report for a long time without saying a word. He knew that the energy Su Qingying could wield was far more terrifying than he had imagined. This seemingly unassuming socialite, who only knows about romance and pleasure, has secretly woven her own afternoon tea intelligence network that spans the globe. She proved herself in her own unique way. She can be not only his canvas. It can also become the most deadly dagger hidden in the shadows in his hands on the battlefield. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Qingying. The dessert was delicious. But next time, I want to taste the flavor of an intelligence agent myself. Chapter 44: Weapons, Alliances, and the Prelude to the Hunt. Faced with the looming behemoth that was the Freemasons, Lin Yuan felt for the first time the inadequacy of his current power. Isabella was merely one of their outstretched tentacles. And this tentacle is dangerous enough. He needs a stronger trump card. System: besides being deeply tied to the favorability of specific women, are there other ways to obtain soft rice points? Lin Yuan sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the apartment, looking down at the city night view that resembled a galaxy, and asked himself a question. Bite. The essence of a soft rice value is a comprehensive reflection of the host's absolute soft power in attracting the opposite sex and absolute hard power in influencing the outside world. When a host gains significant prestige and influence in a particular field, this can also be converted into soft rice points. A look of understanding flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He turned on his computer and pulled up the massive file he had just redeemed, the Yi Gene Optimization Sequence Primary. Super Brain Deduction, activated. I didn't sleep a wink all night. When the first rays of dawn in the east illuminate the horizon. A paper titled On the Stable Expression and Reverse Transcription Repression of Artificial Telomerase in Somatic Cells was quietly born under his guidance. If this paper is published, it will be enough to cause a magnitude 8 earthquake in the entire biological community. It directly touches upon the ultimate secrets of human aging and immortality. Lin Yuan did not sign his name. Using a fictional pseudonym, Prometheus, he uploaded this paper, which was worthy of winning all the top scientific awards, directly to the interdisciplinary section of the world's leading physics preprint website. After doing all this, he closed his laptop, as if he had only done a trivial thing. However, a storm has already begun to brew. Just 1 hour later, Biological laboratories at all the world's top universities and research and development centers of all well-known pharmaceutical groups have been thrown into an unprecedented frenzy. The name Prometheus has spread like wildfire throughout the academic world. Countless emails flooded the website's server, attempting to contact this mysterious expert. Meanwhile, a series of dense system notifications began to ring in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Your reputation in the global biology community has greatly increased, earning you 5,000 soft rice points. Ding! Your influence is spreading to the global pharmaceutical industry, earning you 8,000 in soft rice value. Ding! Your thesis has caught the attention of high-ranking Freemasons, raising their suspicions. You've been awarded a kept woman contract worth 10,000. The series of prompts continued for the entire morning. Ultimately, his soft rice value balance soared from the original 61,000 to 213,000. Open the special shop. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a confident light that suggested he was in complete control. Exchange, basic information cocoon. Exchange successful, 60,000 soft rice values deducted. Exchange 4, Eye of Truth trial card. Exchange successful. 10,000 soft rice points deducted. Current balance of the soft rice value, 143,000. 2 brand new cards have been dealt to us. Now, he is the real hunter. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was forging his own weapon. An invisible war is quietly unfolding in the underground world of Tianhai City. At the heart of the war was a man nicknamed Old Ghost. He is Tianhai City's top intelligence broker and the key to Isabella's rapid establishment of a foothold in the local area. Sky Dome Group, President's Office. Lang Yanran listened to her chief security officer's report with a furrowed brow. Our people have already made contact with Old Ghost. They offered him a price that would ensure he would be well fed and clothed for the rest of his life and send his whole family to settle overseas. But he hesitated, as if he was waiting for something. Almost at the same time, Su Qingying was gracefully trimming a vase of tulips that had just been airlifted to her private studio. Beside her stood a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform, with a calm and composed demeanor. Lady, our people have also found Old Ghost. We didn't give him any money, we just sent him a recent photo of my youngest daughter, who is studying overseas, registered under my name. He was terrified, but he remained on the sidelines, as if another force was also promising him protection. An invisible tug of war has resulted in a stalemate. Lang Yanran's power is an open strategy, the absolute protection that a legitimate business empire can provide. Su Qingying's power lies in conspiracy, a deadly threat hidden in the darkness that can precisely find all your weaknesses. Both forces were enough to tempt or frighten Old Ghost. But precisely because of this, he dared not make a choice easily. All of this naturally came to Lin Yuan's attention. He did not step in to mediate. He simply used an anonymous phone to send a message, consisting of only half a sentence, to Lang Yanran's chief security officer and Su Qingying's mysterious butler. The message sent to Lang Yanran read, Madame Su's goodwill is enough to make Old Ghost make the final choice. The message sent to Su Qingying read, President Lang's promise is the only guarantee that Old Ghost can survive. The moment I received the message, the 2 equally intelligent women immediately understood the deeper meaning behind it. Their rivals are not each other. If their powers are combined, they will form a perfect closed loop that Old Ghost will never be able to refuse. One provides the fatal thrust, the other the only way out. That night, Old Ghost vanished without a trace, taking all his secrets with him. The next day, he appeared at one of Sky Dome Group's overseas subsidiaries and became an unknown librarian. The detailed intelligence he gave Lin Yuan about Isabella's entire operation in Tianhai City lay quietly on Lin Yuan's desk. 2 women who deeply loved him, without knowing each other's identities, completed a flawless cooperation for his sake. The stage for the hunt has been set up. Isabella's invitation arrived as scheduled. An extremely private dinner party hosted in her own name. The location is a private restaurant atop Huangjiang River, open only to the world's most elite members. When Lin Yuan entered the empty restaurant, Isabella had been waiting for a long time. Tonight she wore a burgundy haute couture gown, the fabric of which resembled flowing flames, outlining her breathtakingly perfect curves. The exposed skin was so white it seemed to glow. Her emerald green eyes, illuminated by the crystal chandelier, shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Lin, you are 3 minutes late. She walked forward gracefully, holding a wineglass, her tone carrying just the right amount of reproach. This is a clever way of applying psychological pressure, attempting to control the pace of the conversation from the very beginning. Spending 3 extra minutes getting ready to meet a beautiful lady is the most basic respect you can show her. Lin Yuan responded with a smile, his response perfectly watertight. The atmosphere at the dinner was filled with a dangerous tension. Isabella's every word and every action was like a precise scalpel, attempting to dissect Lin Yuan's psychological defenses. They talked about everything from business strategies to art and philosophy, and then to personal hobbies. Lin Yuan, wearing the mask of god-level acting skills, perfectly portrayed a prey who was exceptionally talented but also possessed a certain youthful arrogance. Everything is going according to Isabella's script. She was very satisfied. She felt that she was almost completely seeing through the incredibly handsome man in front of her. Then, the last dessert was served. That was a molecular gastronomy dish. The chef is putting the finishing touches on the dish. Lin Yuan looked at the dessert and, as if suddenly intrigued, spoke to the chef in the tone of a connoisseur. If you sprinkle some crushed nut puree on top of this dessert, it might add an interesting layer to its creamy texture. What do you think? This was a gentlemanly, unintentional suggestion. The chef's eyes lit up. He thought the suggestion was very creative and readily adopted it. Isabella smiled and praised Lin Yuan's excellent taste. She was completely unaware that the Grim Reaper's scythe was already hanging over her neck. She picked up a small silver spoon and gracefully dipped the dessert, adorned with deadly stars, into her fiery red broth. The next second, the smile on her face froze instantly. Her beautiful emerald green eyes widened suddenly, filled with extreme terror and disbelief. A terrifying feeling of suffocation gripped her throat. She clutched her neck and coughed violently, her delicate face turning a deep liver color from lack of oxygen. Quickly, call a doctor. Her bodyguards finally realized what was happening and were thrown into chaos. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and straightened the collar of his perfectly wrinkle-free suit. He looked down at the stunning beauty who lay sprawled before him, like a dying fish. He leaned down and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. It seems Miss Isabella is a little allergic to tonight's dessert. By the way, my men have just taken over the restaurant's security system. So, good luck. After saying that, he turned around and walked away gracefully, leaving Isabella's gaze filled with resentment and fear. The prelude to the hunt began in the most elegant, yet deadly way. Looking for free gifts. Chapter 45: Sacrifice, Lies, and the Eye of Truth. The warmth after war is always especially intoxicating. When Lin Yuan returned to the mountaintop villa, he was greeted by a grand yet tranquil sacrifice that he had never anticipated. All the servants in the villa have disappeared. The air was filled with the aroma of food and Lang Yanran's unique, cool fragrance. She prepared dinner for him herself. What captivated him even more was her outfit tonight. It was a pure white loungewear dress with a touch of sanctity, made of top-quality velvet that shimmered softly under the light. The dress wasn't revealing, but it perfectly accentuated her shapely curves. Her long, silver hair, which was usually piled high, was now softly draped over her shoulders, making her less aloof like an ice queen and more gentle, wifely, radiating tenderness that was reserved only for him. After dinner, Lang Yanran didn't say anything, but took Lin Yuan's hand and pulled him into her bedroom. Her bedroom, just as he had imagined, was a minimalist black, white, and gray color scheme, spotless, yet revealing the owner's elegant taste in the details. She walked to the bedside table and took out a dark blue velvet box from it. Open. Inside, lying quietly, was not priceless jewelry, but a seal made of pure gold and engraved with the Sky Dome Group logo. And a share transfer agreement that she had already signed herself, unconditionally. This is the highest authority seal of the Sky Dome Group. Seeing it is like seeing me. Lang Yanran's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were unwavering. And this agreement, once you sign your name, you will have 51% absolute control of the Sky Dome Group. She presented the box to Lin Yuan, like a devout believer offering up all their faith. Everything I have is yours. She raised her beautiful, icy blue eyes and gazed at him intently, finishing her last sentence in an almost sacrificial tone. Including myself. Lin Yuan's heart was deeply touched. He knew that the woman before him was handing over not just a business empire worth hundreds of billions. He was her complete trust, her lifelong support, and the queen's heart that had long been filled with him. He didn't take the box. He simply reached out and gently stroked her breathtakingly beautiful face. Fool. His voice was filled with unprecedented tenderness and affection. To me, the entire Sky Dome Group is worth less than a single hair of yours. He slowly closed the box and placed it back on the bedside table. You can keep these for me. Because you, and your empire, are already my spoils of war. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. This was a kiss devoid of any desire, yet filled with boundless affection. Lang Yanron's body instantly softened in his arms, and she responded to him with all her might. Tonight, no more words are needed. The queen has given everything completely to her king. The pleasures of love are always fleeting. The thunder and storm arrived as expected the following day. Isabella's revenge was even more ruthless and swift than Lin Yuan had anticipated. She used the Freemasons' terrifying power in the international financial market to launch a devastating attack on a subsidiary of Sky Dome Group that was listed in Europe. At the same time, she cut off all of the company's raw material supply channels. Beset by internal and external troubles, the subsidiary's stock price plummeted by 70% in just one day, bringing it to the brink of bankruptcy. Isabella finally extended another invitation to Lin Yuan to negotiate. This time, she positioned herself as the absolute victor. The negotiation took place in a top-floor conference room of a skyscraper opposite the headquarters of the Sky Dome Group, which she had booked. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, she could clearly see the business empire that belonged to the Lung family. Its provocative intent is self-evident. When Lin Yuan walked into the conference room, Isabella was facing away from him, admiring the scenery outside the window. Today she was wearing a black, tight leather outfit that perfectly showcased her powerful and wildly sexy figure. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned around, a cruel yet alluring smile on her face, like a cat catching a mouse. Lin, it seems your luck isn't so good. She got straight to the point, tossing a document onto the table. Either we sign the agreement and they transfer 80% of the deep space propulsion technology patents to us free of charge. Or, tomorrow morning, you'll receive news that your European subsidiary has gone bankrupt and is undergoing liquidation. You have no third choice. Her tone was full of unquestionable arrogance. Lin Yuan picked up the document, glanced at it, and casually threw it into the trash can. He pulled out a chair, sat down calmly, and even had a playful smile on his face. Miss Isabella, are you so sure you've got me cornered? His composure caused Isabella to furrow her brow slightly. But she quickly regained her confidence. She slowly walked to Lin Yuan's side, bent down, and a strong, aggressive perfume scent instantly enveloped him. Her voice suddenly became incredibly soft and charming, like a lover's whisper. Of course, I can also give you a third option. A private solution. She stretched out her fingers, painted with scarlet nail polish, and gently traced them across Lin Yuan's profile, her eyes dreamy and alluring. As long as you are willing to become my ally. I can not only immediately stop the attack on the Sky Dome Group, but I can also use the power of the Freemasons to help you completely sideline the Lang family in the future and become the sole master of this empire. And all I want to be is the woman by your side, sharing the fruits of victory. So, isn't this deal much more tempting than that cold, hard contract? Her breath was sweet as orchids, and every word she spoke was filled with deadly poison. This is the ultimate test of power, beauty, and betrayal. Lin Yuan's face revealed just the right amount of struggle and wavering. His breathing seemed to become somewhat rapid. A glint of contemptuous victory flashed in Isabella's eyes. Even the strongest man cannot resist this temptation. And just when she thought she was about to completely control this man's soul, Lin Yuan silently recited a sentence in his heart. Activate, Eye of Truth. Ding! The Eye of Truth trial card has been activated. Duration, 10 seconds. The world before my eyes instantly lost all its color. Isabella's stunningly beautiful face became transparent in his eyes. A line of scarlet text, representing her truest thoughts, clearly appeared above her head. That foolish man has taken the bait. If he agrees, I will erase him, along with that woman surnamed Lang, from this world the day after I obtain all his secrets. The struggle in Lin Yuan's eyes vanished instantly. Instead, there was a bottomless, cold mockery. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. His facial expression returned to normal. He slowly raised his hand and gently grasped Isabella's delicate hand, which was still messing around on his face. He spoke in a deep voice, as if he had made a tremendous decision. Your proposal is very tempting. But how can I be sure that your Freemasons are more trustworthy than the Knights Templar? These words struck Isabella like a bolt from the blue. The Knights Templar, that is the Freemasons' largest and most secretive nemesis worldwide. This name could never be known to any outsider. Isabella's charming smile froze instantly. Her beautiful emerald green eyes contracted sharply, filled with extreme horror and disbelief. She jerked her hand back as if bitten by a venomous snake, taking several steps back. How did you know? For the first time, her voice trembled with undisguised fear. Lin Yuan slowly stood up, looking down at the woman in front of him who had finally shed all her pretenses. A devilish smile graced his face. I know more than just the Knights Templar. I also know that 3 years ago in Prague, you secretly swallowed a pink diamond worth 300 million that should have been handed over to the organization. If your discipline elders find out about this, do you think your fate will be much better than that of your European subsidiary? Boom! Isabella's mind went blank. Her last line of defense was completely shattered by Lin Yuan's words. Her face was ashen, and the way she looked at Lin Yuan was as if she were looking at an all-knowing demon god from hell. The game is over. The positions of hunter and prey have long since been irreversibly reversed. Chapter 46: Collar, Confession, and Weapon Maintenance. Fear is the best tamer. The color drained from Isabella's stunningly beautiful face, leaving only a deathly pallor. She looked at the man in front of her, who had a devilish smile, and her body trembled uncontrollably. This man is not human. He is capable of knowing all secrets, whether it be a god or a demon. What do you want? Her voice was hoarse and dry, completely devoid of its former composure and allure. Lin Yuan slowly walked back to his seat, sat down again, interlaced his fingers and placed them on the table, scrutinizing her with the gaze of someone examining a work of art. What do I want? He repeated it softly, the curve of his lips growing increasingly cold. I don't want anything. I just need a smart, beautiful dog that can bite for me. I think you're a good fit. This statement is the ultimate insult. Isabella's body stiffened abruptly, and a hint of humiliated anger ignited in her emerald green eyes. But that spark of anger vanished instantly when it met Lin Yuan's unfathomable eyes, leaving only a humble fear. She knew she had no right to bargain. I agree. She practically gritted her teeth as she forced out those 2 words from her throat. If you let me go and keep my secret, I'm willing to become your dog. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. However, verbal promises are the cheapest things. I need to see your sincerity. He took out his phone, pulled up a picture he had prepared beforehand, and pushed it in front of Isabella. It was an extremely simple totem symbol, yet full of mysterious beauty. It resembles a variant of some ancient script, or a burning, abstract flame. What's this? Isabella asked, puzzled. Your collar. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and undisturbed. I want you to get it tattooed on the back of your neck, in the most conspicuous place. From now on, this will be your only identifier. You are no longer Black Widow, you are just my possession. Isabella's pupils suddenly contracted. This is no longer just a humiliation. This is to brand her soul with the mark of enslavement, so that she can never rise again. She was breathing heavily, her heart heaving with intense emotions. Pride and the will to survive were locked in a fierce internal struggle within her mind. Ultimately, the instinct for survival prevailed over everything. Good. She closed her eyes, as if using all her strength, and uttered the word. I'll get a tattoo. A genuine, victorious smile finally appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He watched as Isabella, with trembling hands, dialed the private number of the top tattoo artist in Tianhai City right in front of him and made an appointment for the earliest possible time. He knew that from this moment on, this most deadly black rose from the Freemasons had been completely plucked by him. And soon, he will personally put on her an invisible collar that belongs only to him. The turmoil subsided faster than expected. The very next morning, the stock prices of Sky Dome Group's European subsidiary miraculously rebounded across the board, returning to normal levels. All the targeted attacks vanished overnight. Lang Yanran received the news immediately. She felt no joy whatsoever. Because she knew that behind this must have been Lin Yuan, who had gone through a dangerous confrontation that she was unaware of. That evening, Lin Yuan returned to the villa. Lang Yanran did not give him a hug as usual. She simply stood in the center of the living room, quietly watching him with her beautiful, icy blue eyes, her gaze filled with worry, curiosity, and a hint of wariness towards an unknown force. How exactly did you do that? Her voice was clear and cold, yet undeniable. What agreement did you and that woman reach? Faced with the queen's interrogation, Lin Yuan did not choose to conceal anything, nor did he fabricate lies. He stepped forward, gently pulled her into his arms, and inhaled the cool fragrance of her hair. With a tone tinged with weariness and guilt, he spoke slowly. I won. But my victory was not honorable. He made an artistic confession. Ansu gave me a top-secret intelligence report about that woman. I used that intelligence to seize her fatal weakness at the negotiating table, completely shattering her psychological defenses and forcing her to stop all her attacks. He paused, then lowered his voice further. Sorry. I won this battle by leveraging the power of two women who love me deeply. This display of weakness and honesty instantly touched the softest spot in Lang Yanran's heart. All her doubts and wariness vanished at that moment, turning into endless heartache and love. She turned around, hugged him tightly, and buried her face in his chest. You are not allowed to say sorry. Her voice was choked with emotion. We are all yours. Our strength, naturally, is also yours. As long as you're safe, what does it matter if I have to be at odds with the whole world? She raised her head, her eyes no longer filled with doubt, but with absolute trust and resolve. From today onwards, Skydome's intelligence network will engage in deeper cooperation with Madame Sue's channels. And you will be the sole, master coordinator of all of this. In her own way, she offered her king an even greater power. A calm and peaceful afternoon. Lin Yuan was in his office, handling follow-up matters. His personal cell phone suddenly lit up. It was a message sent by Su Qingying. The message contained a photograph. And one sentence that would make any man's blood boil. The background of the photo is that familiar art studio, full of artistic atmosphere. Su Qingying had just finished bathing and was wearing a loose silk bathrobe. Her seaweed-like chestnut curly hair was still dripping wet. She lay languidly on the velvet sofa, holding a glass of scarlet wine in her hand. Her long, slender, snow-white legs were crossed without any defense, gleaming like ivory in the afternoon sun. On that gentle, water-like face, there was a charming smile, as if she were boasting. The caption below the photo is my dagger any good? If it works well, shouldn't you give your weapon a thorough maintenance? As Lin Yuan looked at the message, a wicked smile slowly crept onto his lips. He did not reply in text. Instead, he simply picked up his car keys and stood up. He knew that this sharp and self-aware weapon was eagerly awaiting its master's personal inspection and reward. When Lin Yuan pushed open the half-closed door of the art studio, what I saw was exactly the same vivid and lively scene as in the photo. The air was filled with the rich aroma of red wine, and her body exuded the unique sweet fragrance of peaches that comes with maturity. You've arrived. Su Qingying saw him without any surprise. She simply parted her red lips slightly, her voice languid and husky. Lin Yuan remained silent. He closed the door behind him and walked step by step to the sofa. This time, he was no longer a guest. He looked down at the stunning beauty before him, who was at his mercy, with an absolute, masterly air. He reached out and lifted her rounded chin. I heard. His voice was full of aggression. There is a high-performance weapon waiting for its owner to maintain it? Two beautiful blushes instantly appeared on Su Qingying's cheeks. Her beautiful, misty eyes gazed at him intently, and she nodded. So, let's begin the maintenance. The words fell. A role-playing game called Maintaining Weapons, with a clear hierarchy of roles, has officially begun. Chapter 47: The Emergence of an Empire, the Kingdom of Women, a New Era, and the Carousel. The war began silently at Lin Yuan's command. This is not a war with heavy gunfire, but a silent strangulation carried out in the flow of financial data and business intelligence networks. Sitting in the highest command room of the Skydome headquarters, Lang Yanran's usually icy face now showed a hint of excitement as she strategized. In front of her were dozens of huge electronic screens displaying real-time data from major financial markets around the world. In her earphones came the calm and precise voice of Su Qingying's mysterious butler. Target 1, Morningstar Agriculture, located in the Pampas of South America, is an inconspicuous grain subsidiary of the Freemasons, but it controls 30% of the futures market for specialty barley in Europe. Intelligence indicates that the company's CFO has an improper relationship with his wife's best friend and has a secret bank account with as much as 30 million. After listening, Lang Yanran gave a concise and cold instruction to the trading team in front of the command console without any hesitation. Short: Morningstar Agriculture. At the same time, this intelligence was sent anonymously to the European Food Safety Authority and the wife of the CFO of Morningstar Agriculture. The order has been issued. Billions of dollars, like a prehistoric crocodile, have silently plunged into the capital market. Meanwhile, a complex storm of family and business scandals erupted in distant Europe. In just half a day, Morningstar Agriculture's stock price plummeted, and its market value evaporated by 90%. The Freemasons lost a finger. Target 2, Hungtome Logistics, located in the Golden Crescent of Southeast Asia, is responsible for 40% of the Freemasons' gray cargo transportation in the Asian region. Intelligence indicates that its largest cargo ship, the Poseidon, has serious safety hazards in its hull structure, but these have been forcibly concealed by the company's senior management. A cold smile curved Long Yenron's lips. Submitted a risk assessment report on the Poseidon to the International Maritime Safety Organization in the name of Sky Dome Shipping. At the same time, we will ask our insurance companies to increase the risk level and premiums for all projects that cooperate with Hungtome Logistics. To cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. Remove the fuel from under the cauldron. One by one, seemingly insignificant yet crucial assets supporting the behemoth that is the Freemasons, collapse like dominoes under the perfect coordination of Lang Yenron's overt schemes and Su Qingying's covert plots. The combination of the Sky Dome Group's business empire and Su Qingying's network of intelligence among wealthy women has unleashed a terrifying chemical reaction, far exceeding the sum of its parts. Lin Yuan, as the sole coordinator of all this, simply sat quietly in his office, watching the victory reports coming from the screen. An invisible empire centered around him, spanning both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and capable of shaking the world, has begun to take shape. Just as the global business community was reeling from this sudden reshuffle, Lin Yuan received an invitation from Su Qingying that he couldn't refuse. A private afternoon tea hosted by her, for her best friends only. And he was the only male. The location is a private estate under Su Qingying's name, situated on an island in the middle of a lake. When Lin Yuan boarded his private yacht and set foot on this secluded island, he truly realized what kind of people Su Qingying's best friends were. He was greeted not only by Su Qingying, who was already waiting at the dock with a radiant smile, but also by 3 other women, all of whom possessed exceptional temperament and beauty. The first one was an Eastern woman who looked to be only about 30 years old. She was wearing a simple white dress and had a gentle and refined temperament. However, her eyes held a calm and composed air, as if she had seen through the ways of the world and was in control of everything. Su Qingying introduced her as Chen Shu, the behind-the-scenes mistress who controls a hidden conglomerate in Southeast Asia. The second woman was a tall, slender Middle Eastern woman with striking, deep-set features, resembling a goddess from ancient Greek mythology. She wore a headscarf studded with diamonds, and every gesture she made exuded innate nobility and pride. Her name is Fatima, and she is the eldest princess of a superoil-producing country in the Middle East. The third was a blonde, blue-eyed, still elegant European noblewoman, with a touch of languid melancholy in her eyes, like a priceless classical oil painting. Her name is Sophia, the widow of the recently deceased Earl of Rothschild, one of Europe's largest art dealers. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally understood how Su Qingying had built such a terrifying intelligence network. Any one of these 3 women could shake the world with a stomp of their foot. And they were all just members of Su Qingying's afternoon tea circle of friends. "Hello, I am Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan showed no sign of awkwardness. He smiled and calmly extended his hand to these world-class women. The 3 high-class ladies, who were used to seeing all kinds of men from all over the world, couldn't help but show a hint of amazement in their eyes the moment they saw Lin Yuan. This young man is incredibly handsome. What's even more remarkable is his composure, calmness, and confidence when facing them. Afternoon tea began in an atmosphere that seemed harmonious but was actually rife with undercurrents. Chen Shu discussed with him the global economic trends for the next 10 years. Princess Fatima, curious, asked him about his insights into ancient Eastern philosophy. Sophia, with her bright blue eyes, scrutinized him with great interest, as if admiring a work of art more perfect than all her collections. This is a test. It was a joint interview conducted by the queens of this kingdom of women for the man chosen by Su Qingying. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, answered fluently and chatted with ease. From geopolitics to capital games to art appreciation, his knowledge and vision impressed these 3 well-traveled ladies. Finally, Sophia put down her teacup and said to Su Qingying in a half-joking tone, "Qingying, my dear, where did you find such a perfect collection? To be honest, I'm a little jealous of you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingying laughed heartily, but her eyes were filled with pride and possessiveness. She reached out and affectionately took Lin Yuan's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and said in a tone that asserted her dominance, "I'm sorry, dear Sophia. This collection is not for sale. And it's mine, exclusively mine." Lin Yuan successfully passed this sweet interview from the pinnacle of world power. 1 week later, the Tianhai International Convention and Exhibition Center was packed with people. The eyes of the whole world are focused here. The first global results release conference for deep space propulsion is about to be held. The speaker at the press conference was not any of the company's senior executives or scientists. It was Lin Yuan. When he walked alone onto that simple yet futuristic stage, dressed in a well-tailored black haute couture suit, the whole world gasped in amazement at his face, which was so handsome it seemed unreal. Countless flashes of light illuminated a sea of stars. He ignored the clamor from the media and simply stood quietly in the center of the stage. "I know you've come here today to see what earth-shattering products we can bring out." His voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, reached every corner of the venue and was broadcast to hundreds of millions of live screens around the world. "But, I'm sorry. We are not releasing any products today." The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone thought it was a publicity stunt. Lin Yuan paused, looked around the room, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Because what we are announcing today is a new era." The huge screen behind him lit up instantly. What appears above is not any cool product model, but a double helix structure diagram representing the human gene sequence. "We named this technology Oracle. It cannot make you fly or disappear into the earth, nor can it instantly grant you wealth. There is only one thing it can do." He looked at the audience, at the camera, and declared to the world, word by word. That is, to extend the average human lifespan from 78 years to 150 years. Boom! The whole world was in an uproar. If Lin Yuan's previously anonymously published paper was merely the detonation of a nuclear bomb in the academic world, so today, he personally dropped this nuclear bomb in front of everyone in the world. Immortality, the ultimate dream of humankind since ancient times, seems within reach at this moment. On this day, Lin Yuan's name, Lin Yuan's face, and the word divine oracle became the sole focus of the global internet. A new era was ushered in by his own hands. The noise will eventually subside into tranquility. To celebrate the unprecedented success of this press conference, and also to reward Lin Yuan, Lang Yanran made an extremely romantic decision. She used her connections to book the entire Dream Kingdom amusement park, the largest in Tianhai City, just so she could have a date with Lin Yuan without anyone disturbing them. That night, the dazzling fireworks were set off just for the two of them. The carousel sang only for the two of them. Lang Yanran, dressed in an adorable white dress, looked like a young girl experiencing her first love. She sat on a carousel, her long silver hair flowing in the wind, and her face adorned with an unprecedentedly happy and pure smile. Lin Yuan sat beside her, watching her quietly, his eyes filled with doting affection. However, just as this dreamlike atmosphere reached its climax, a gentle voice, tinged with surprise, rang out from not far away. "Lin Yuan? Yanran? What a coincidence, you're here too." Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran turned around at the same time. Su Qingying was standing at the entrance of the carousel, looking at them with a smile. In her hand, she was holding a trial voucher that looked like some kind of internal certificate. "A friend of mine, who is a shareholder here, gave me a trial voucher so I could come and have some fun." She blinked, and her explanation was flawless. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The smile on Lang Yanran's face slowly disappeared, and a hint of vigilance and displeasure flashed in her icy blue eyes. She didn't know Su Qingying, but her woman's intuition told her instinctively that this excessively gentle woman posed a strong threat to her. Lin Yuan's heart sank slightly. He knew this was no coincidence. This was his weapon, a blatant provocation against him and his wife in a seemingly harmless way. An unexpected battleground that he least wanted to see quietly began in front of what should have been the most dreamy carousel. Chapter 48: The Power Triangle, Pledges of Allegiance, and the Queen's Gamble. Lin Yuan made a decision that would shock the world. He would hold a family meeting attended only by himself, Lang Yanran, and Su Qingying. The location was chosen as a rooftop revolving restaurant, a place that was both neutral and stylish enough. When Lang Yanran, dressed in an ice blue gown like a queen under the moon, entered the restaurant that had been emptied in advance, she saw Lin Yuan, who was already waiting there, and the gentle woman beside him. Lang Yanran paused slightly, and a layer of frost instantly formed in her icy blue eyes. She didn't say a word, but walked straight to Lin Yuan and sat down opposite him. Her powerful aura made the surrounding air seem to drop several degrees. Su Qingying remained as gentle and tender as ever. She wore a beige knitted dress and elegantly poured herself a glass of lemonade, seemingly oblivious to the hostility from the person opposite her. Two equally stunning women, one as cold as snow on a mountain peak, the other as gentle as water in Jiangnan, exchanged a silent battle of wits in the air. Lin Yuan, at the center of this storm, remained calm, as if he were presiding over an ordinary business meeting. He offered neither explanation nor reassurance, but instead uttered his first words in a clear and unquestionable voice. I have invited you here today not to solicit your opinions, but to announce a fact to you. This sentence made both women focus their attention firmly on him. From today onwards, the three of us will form the most stable and core power triangle. His gaze toward Lang Yanran was filled with love and respect. Yanran, you are my one and only love, the undisputed empress of this empire. These words melted the ice in Lang Yanran's eyes a little, and she raised her proud chin slightly. Then he turned to Su Qingying with a complex yet certain look in his eyes, and Qingying, you are my most important bond in the past, and also the sharpest dagger to protect the empire in the future. These words made Su Qingying's hand holding the water glass tremble slightly, and a light she had never seen before flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan slowly stood up, placed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and gave the final definition to the meeting in a tone of complete control. The Empress reigns over the light, the dagger guards the night, and I am the empire itself. He left no room for the two women to argue or be jealous, but instead elevated them directly from rivals to partners in the empire. He redefined their relationship and their place in his life in an almost domineering way. A long silence fell over the restaurant. The atmosphere was both oppressive and subtle. Looking at Lin Yuan, the man she deeply loved, who was showing such a domineering side to her for the first time, Lang Yanran felt not anger but a strong flutter in her heart. Su Qingying stared at him blankly. The description of dagger struck a chord deep within her, revealing the value she most longed to be acknowledged. After a long while, Lang Yanran slowly spoke, her voice still cool but with a hint of acquiescence. I only care about whether he is safe. Su Qingying put down her water glass and gave Lang Yanran a sincere and gentle smile. President Lang, please guide me in the future. A crisis that could have detonated a planet was thus averted by Lin Yuan's godlike control skills, replaced by a dangerous yet stable power triangle. After the meeting, Lin Yuan returned to his office. He needed some time to process the mentally exhausting battle he had just fought. At that moment, his personal phone received a message from an encrypted channel. The message contained no words, only a photo. That photograph was enough to make any man's pupils dizzy. It captured a section of a woman's slender, snow-white neck, as delicate as a swan's, with a pure black totem symbol standing out prominently on that flawless skin. That was a collar personally designed by Lin Yuan. The tattoo seemed to have just been completed, and the surrounding skin still had a faint, pitiful redness and swelling. Below the photo was a line of text filled with humility and fanaticism. Master, your hounds are ready to bite the throats of your enemies. A cold, satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He knew that Isabella, the deadly Black Widow, had been completely tamed by him, both in soul and body. He did not reply, because the master never needed to respond to the loyalty of his tool. Just as Lin Yuan was admiring his spoils, his chief secretary knocked on the door and entered with a sleepwalking expression, holding 3 investment intention documents that had just been delivered. Her voice was trembling. Princess Fatima's Royal Foundation and Ms. Sophia's Family Trust, both from the Lin family's Chen conglomerate, have expressed their intention to invest in deep space dynamics. Lin Yuan calmly accepted the 3 documents, each one enough to drive a country mad. Chen Shu's investment is 50 billion, plus the Chen family conglomerate's highest priority right to use all ports in Southeast Asia. Princess Fatima's investment strategy is simple and straightforward, a single figure of 100 billion. Sophia's investment is 20 billion euros, along with her vast network of contacts spanning all the top laboratories in Europe. The 3 investments totaled 170 billion yuan, and behind them came the full support of 3 major forces whose influence could not be measured in monetary terms. These women at the top of the world offered their most precious power and wealth to the men they choose in the most direct way. They were betting not only on the Oracle plan, but also on Lin Yuan's amazing future. I accept it all. Lin Yuan issued the order in a calm tone, as if it were not 170 billion but just an insignificant number. Because he knew this was just the beginning, and his empire needed these first cornerstones from the queens. That night, Lin Yuan stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, with the dazzling city lights below him, while a system notification sounded in his mind, as beautiful as heavenly music. Ding, the system has detected that the host's global influence, wealth, and power have all reached new thresholds. Ding. Your story is being discussed by over 1 billion people worldwide, gaining you tremendous prestige. Ding. Soft rice values settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have earned a total of 500,000 soft rice values this time. Current balance of soft rice value is 643,000. A burning light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. System, open the shop. He found the skill he had long coveted, the upgrade option for making his words law. Do you want to spend 300,000 soft rice points to upgrade the skill to words become law intermediate level? Yes. Upgrade successful. A massive, invisible flow of information instantly flooded his mind, and he felt that his understanding of language and spirit had entered a completely new dimension. If the initial level of words carrying weight is like a gentle breeze, then the intermediate level is like silently planting a seed of inclination in someone's subconscious. This ability is akin to the whispers of God, terrifying yet powerful. Lin Yuan's lips slowly curled up as he looked out the window at the dazzling starry river beneath his feet, and a strange feeling arose that he was no longer an ordinary mortal. The world had become a giant chessboard for him, where he could make moves at will. Chapter 49: The Empress's Coronation, and the Wiping of the Dagger. The most prestigious annual charity gala in Tianhai City was held in the magnificent banquet hall of the State Guest House. This place brings together the most powerful, famous, wealthy and influential people in East Asia. Lin Yuan, representing the Sky Dome Group, and Lang Yanran, dressed in a pure black floor-length evening gown, became the absolute focus of the entire event the moment they appeared. Lang Yanran looked stunningly beautiful tonight. The backless design of her dress perfectly showcased her shoulder blades and spine. Her silver hair, styled in a high bun, was adorned with a simple diamond hairpin, making her look like a queen of an ice kingdom about to be crowned. After accepting the power triangle setup, Lang Yanran began to solidify her unshakable position as empress in her own way. The highlight of the dinner was the charity auction, with the grand finale being an extremely rare 100-carat argyle pink diamond named Heart of Eternity. When this dazzling giant diamond was presented on the display stand, a collective gasp rippled through the audience. Starting bid, 300 million. Just as everyone was still gasping at the astronomical price, Lang Yanran raised her bidding paddle, her clear, cold voice resounding throughout the venue, 500 million. The entire room fell silent instantly, and all eyes were on her. A bid increase of 200 million is no longer an auction, it's a declaration. An oil prince from the Middle East, defiantly raising a sign, read, 510 million. Lang Yanran didn't even glance at him, and raised her paddle again, 1 billion. The oil prince's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He silently put down his bidding paddle. He knew this had nothing to do with wealth anymore, it was a blatant provocation. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement as he prepared to bring down the gavel. Lang Yanran picked up the microphone on the table, her icy blue eyes scanning the entire banquet hall before fixing their gaze firmly on Lin Yuan beside her. Her voice carried through the speakers to every corner. From today onwards, this diamond will have only one name, Lin Yuan, Ly. I will establish a charitable foundation in its name, and my fiancé, Mr. Lin Yuan, will be the sole permanent executor of this foundation. Boom! The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. The words fiancé were like a nuclear bomb, shattering everyone's reason. The queen of the Sky Dome Group actually declared her ownership of her beloved man in front of the whole world in such a high-profile manner. This is not an auction, this is a coronation. She personally placed the most expensive and dazzling crown in the world on her man's head. Amidst countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, Lin Yuan simply smiled calmly and grasped Lang Yanran's slightly icy hand. In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall, Su Qingying, dressed in an elegant dark green cheongsam, gently swirled the red wine in her glass, looking at the radiant couple on the stage, a gentle smile on her face that no one could understand. After the auction, we entered a more relaxed cocktail party period. Lang Yanran was temporarily occupied by several business tycoons who came to offer their congratulations, leaving a tiny opening in her path. Su Qingying saw this opportunity and gracefully walked towards Lin Yuan with her wineglass in hand. Just as she was about to get close, a bloated real estate developer, emboldened by alcohol, blocked Lin Yuan's path with a malicious smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you're young and promising. I wonder if you'd be interested in investing in our project in the south of the city. Lin Yuan frowned almost imperceptibly, just about to refuse. Su Qingying, however, took the initiative and very naturally stepped aside to block Lin Yuan and the real estate developer. She gave the real estate developer an apologetic smile, her voice so gentle it could melt your heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lin has more important matters to attend to right now. In the short time that the real estate developer surnamed Zhang was stunned. Su Qingying's wrist inadvertently tilted, and the entire glass of scarlet wine was accurately spilled onto Lin Yuan's crisp suit trousers, in an extremely tricky and sensitive spot. Oops! Su Qingying let out a perfectly timed exclamation, her face instantly filled with panic and deep apology. I'm so sorry, Lin Yuan, I didn't mean to. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Lang Yanran, who had just escaped not far away. When Lang Yanran saw the scene, her pupils suddenly contracted. What happened next caused all the warmth in her eyes to vanish instantly. Amidst gasps of surprise, Su Qingying made a move that left everyone speechless. Without hesitation, she squatted down. She took out a clean white silk handkerchief from her purse and, under everyone's incredulous gaze, began to gently wipe the glaring wine stain on Lin Yuan's trouser leg. Her movements were so gentle and meticulous, as if she were polishing a rare treasure. She tilted her head slightly, her gentle face filled with guilt, her misty eyes gazing intently at Lin Yuan, as if her world consisted only of him and that stain. The impact of this scene was simply too great. A stunningly beautiful woman with such an elegant and noble demeanor was seen kneeling in public beneath a man, wiping his trousers. The ambiguity and subservience in this situation have reached an extreme. Lang Yanran's body tensed up instantly. Her knuckles were white from gripping the LY diamond so tightly. A terrifying chill spread wildly outwards from her center. Dagger. Finally, on the day of the Empress's coronation, in the most decisive and ruthless way, the most deadly assassination was launched against the core of the empire. Chapter 50. Left hand, royal power; right hand, desire. Dead silence. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats, staring in horror at the scene before them. The Ice Queen's rage had reached its peak, as if it would solidify into frost at any moment, freezing the entire world. The dagger named Su Qingying remained obediently crouching on the ground, its pitiful face turned upwards, but its eyes gleamed with a madness and stubbornness that only Lin Yuan could understand. Just as Lang Yanran was about to take a step, Lin Yuan made a move. He didn't look at Lang Yanran's murderous eyes. He didn't immediately help Su Qingying up from the ground or offer her any form of comfort. He simply extended his left hand and, with extreme slowness and firmness, made a gesture to stop and please calm down in Lang Yanran's direction. This gesture exudes absolute confidence and unquestionable authority. Lang Yanran's long, slender legs, encased in a black evening gown, which were about to step out, actually stopped abruptly in mid-air. A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes, which was quickly replaced by a deeper rage. Lin Yuan, however, completely ignored her reaction after making this gesture. He slowly bent down, his tall figure completely enveloping Su Qingying, who was squatting on the ground, in his shadow. He whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, like a devil's whisper, "Well done, but too much. Go back and wait for my punishment." Su Qingying's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly. There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, the words "go back and wait for my punishment" caused a layer of even more hazy and ferventness to rise in them. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan straightened up. In front of everyone, he took the silk handkerchief, stained with red wine and hints of ambiguity, from Su Qingying's soft, boneless hand. He didn't use it to wipe his pants. He simply used that handkerchief to wipe his long, clean fingers very slowly and deliberately, as if it were some kind of supreme mark of honor. Every movement was so elegant, as if a sacred ritual was being performed. After doing all this, he didn't even look at the stains on the handkerchief. He casually folded it up and put it into the inner pocket of his suit jacket, the one closest to his heart. This action was more impactful than anything before. If Su Qingying's behavior was a provocation, then Lin Yuan's behavior at this moment was an open acceptance and approval of that provocation. Instead of punishing the dagger, he carefully hid the blood-stained murder weapon in his bosom. Lang Yanran's face instantly turned from icy cold to deathly pale. Her hand, gripping the diamond box, had knuckles that had lost all color from the force of her grip. She realized that Lin Yuan's reassurance was fake. He was using this method to maintain the balance of his power triangle. But she was an empress. The empress never accepts balance. The empress accepts only absolute submission. She didn't look at Su Qingying again, but walked directly to Lin Yuan's side. She opened the velvet box containing the LY pink diamond and presented the dazzling diamond, so brilliant it was almost blinding, to Lin Yuan. Her voice was cold and resolute, carrying an unquestionable command: "Now, I will put it on you." She wanted to use the ceremony, and this diamond worth $1 billion, to cover up the humiliating scene that had just occurred. She wanted to declare to everyone, including the dagger in Lin Yuan's arms, who was the sole mistress of this empire. Ignoring Lin Yuan's reaction, she reached out her slightly trembling hand and personally straightened Lin Yuan's collar. She placed the huge pink diamond brooch on Lin Yuan's dress. The cold metal clung tightly to Lin Yuan's skin through his clothes. As she put it on, she stared intently at Su Qingying, who had already stood up from the ground, with her icy blue eyes. His eyes were filled with a warning and a declaration of war. A silent war reached its climax as the three people's gazes intersected. In the end, it was Lin Yuan who broke this terrifying standoff. He let Ling Yanran put the brooch on for him, then naturally put his arm around her slender waist and gave a perfect smile to the guests who were already dumbfounded. He showed everyone through his actions that Ling Yanran was the true victor tonight. Ling Yanran's icy expression softened slightly, but she remained tense. She proudly raised her swan-like neck, took Lin Yuan's arm, and accepted the congratulations of the crowd with the air of a victor. Meanwhile, Su Qingying, who was left behind, seemed somewhat gloomy and disappointed. But no one saw that in the instant she lowered her head and turned away, a triumphant, satisfied smile flashed deep within her gentle eyes. The dinner ended in an eerie and turbulent atmosphere. In the Rolls-Royce that carried them back to the villa on the mountaintop, Ling Yanran remained silent. The atmosphere inside the car was so oppressive that even the driver felt suffocated. Lin Yuan remained silent, knowing that any explanation at this moment would only add fuel to the fire. Back at the villa, Ling Yanran coldly tossed out a "I'm very tired" before heading straight into her bedroom and slamming the door shut. Lin Yuan sat alone in the empty living room, listening to the muffled sound coming from upstairs, which sounded like something had been smashed. He took out his phone. A message had silently appeared a few minutes earlier. The sender was Su Qingying. The information is a photograph. In the photo, a silk handkerchief stained dark red by red wine is being gently held by two slender, fair fingers. The background of the handkerchief is a picture of a snow-white, rounded thigh with an exquisitely beautiful curve, still glistening with water droplets after a bath. The composition of the photograph is full of deadly allure and suggestion. Below the photo, there was also a line of text. "Master, your dagger has drawn blood tonight and needs you to clean it yourself." Lin Yuan looked at the message and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. He stood up, picked up his coat from the sofa, and calmly said to the closed door upstairs, "The investors at the company have some urgent business to attend to, I'm going out for a bit." There was no response. Lin Yuan didn't care. He walked straight out of the villa and started the Koenigsegg. The roar of the beast-like engine shattered the silence of the night on the mountaintop. Half an hour later, on the top floor of a private art gallery in the city with extremely high security. In Su Qingying's studio, only a dim floor lamp was lit. She wore a loose, off-white silk robe, her bare, jade-white feet touching the cold floor. Her long, seaweed-like hair was still damp and casually draped over her shoulders. The moment Lin Yuan pushed open the door, she turned around, her face bearing a morbid sense of satisfaction, as if awaiting judgment. Lin Yuan walked step by step to her, his tall figure completely enveloping her. "Tonight, do you want to die, or do you want me to kill her?" His voice was cold and hoarse. Su Qingying laughed foolishly. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Lin Yuan's neck, pressing her voluptuous body tightly against him. Her blush deepened as she whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. "I just want Her Majesty the Empress to know that the dagger that protects the Empire can pierce her heart at any time. I also want my master to know." She paused, her voice becoming even more alluring. "This dagger can only remain sharp if you personally wipe and maintain it." Chapter 51. You worked hard last night. The air in the studio was thick and scorching hot. Lin Yuan pressed Su Qingying against the cold wall. His towering figure was like the shadow of judgment cast by a god. His fingers gently traced her delicate collarbone. His voice was deep and dangerous. "Tell me, was tonight's performance something you had planned for a long time, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision?" Su Qingying's body was trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but rather stemmed from excitement. She looked up at her breathtakingly beautiful face. She stared at the man in front of her, mesmerized. Her warm breath brushed against his Adam's apple. "From the moment I decided to become your dagger, every swing was to make you see clearly." Her fingers touched Lin Yuan's heart. There she wore a pink diamond called Ly worth $1 billion. The cold diamonds contrasted sharply with her fiery fingertips. "Even the most dazzling crown of an empress needs a dagger to protect it, doesn't it?" Lin Yuan did not answer. He began to punish weapons with his actions. He began maintenance of the weapon. After a long while, Su Qingying finally caught her breath. She led Lin Yuan to the center of the studio. There is a huge oil painting that has just begun to be created. The canvas is outlined with only charcoal pencil. That man was Lin Yuan. He sat on the throne, his expression indifferent. Beneath his feet lay endless skeletons and crowns. Su Qingying's bare, fair feet were exposed. She walked to the palette and picked up a paintbrush. She dipped her brush in the most intense and vibrant burgundy red paint. The color was like fresh blood. "Do you know Yuan?" Her voice became distant and dreamlike. "After you left back then, I almost couldn't go on living." She turned around and walked step by step toward Lin Yuan. The paintbrush in her hand traced a poignant and beautiful path in the air. "They saved me." She lightly touched the canvas with her paintbrush. "That location is Lin Yuan's heart. I lock myself in my studio every day and paint you over and over again. I imagine what you look like, and I imagine that you still love me." A single, glistening tear slid down the corner of her eye. Tears mingled with the bright red paint. She suddenly burst into a silly laugh. She handed the paintbrush to Lin Yuan. "Now this dagger is dirty." She tilted her head back, her eyes filled with both fervor and humility. "Master, please dye her your favorite color yourself." She held Lin Yuan's hand. She guided him to hold the paintbrush. Then she slowly touched the bright red pen tip to her brow. This ritual is full of twisted beauty. Desire and art intertwine at this moment. Buzz. Lin Yuan's phone vibrated violently in his pocket. The shrill ringing of the bell instantly shattered the atmosphere in the art studio. The caller ID only displays 2 characters. Yen Ran. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly regained their clarity. Su Qingying's movements also stopped. A hint of annoyance at being interrupted flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan released her hand, turned around, and answered the phone. "Hello." His voice was so calm that it didn't betray a single emotion. The voice on the other end of the phone was Lang Yanran's icy tone. "Have we finished discussing the work?" "Soon." Lin Yuan answered while gesturing to Su Qingying. The partner was very sincere, and we chatted for a while longer. "Yeah." Lang Yanran's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Then I don't mind waiting a little longer. But I'm curious, what kind of partner would require you to visit so late at night?" Her next words froze the air. "Open the video and let me see it." "This is not a request, it is a command." Su Qingying's pupils suddenly contracted. A more stimulating light shone in her eyes. Instead of backing away, she quietly squatted down. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. His face remained expressionless. He even had a hint of indulgent smile on his face. "Why are you still awake so late? Are you missing me?" He pointed the camera at himself as he spoke. He took 2 steps back to make sure the camera only captured the background of the art studio. "Just checking to make sure my things haven't been dirted by other stray cats." Lang Yanran's voice carried a chilling edge. The video call connected. Lang Yanran's cold face appeared on the screen. She was wearing a black silk nightgown. Her long, silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She had clearly not slept all night either. Her sharp gaze swept over the area behind Lin Yuan. "It seems your business partner has good taste." And in the blind spot of the video, at Lin Yuan's feet, Su Qingying was crouching there. She stared at Lin Yuan's face with fascination. Her hand quietly climbed up Lin Yuan's trouser leg. Lin Yuan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He smiled at Lang Yanran on the screen. "Okay, sweetie, go to sleep early. I'll be right back." He reached out to hang up the video call. Just then, Su Qingying squatted at his feet. She suddenly made a fatal move. She extended her warm, soft tongue. She licked her lips very slowly. Then she looked up with a defiant gaze. She silently mouthed to Lin Yuan. "Is she as good as me?" Lin Yuan's eyes became as deep as the sea. He calmly ended the video call. Then he bent down and used one finger. He gently lifted Su Qingying's chin. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with a sense of victory. He didn't say anything. He only used the paintbrush he was still holding. He was on Su Qingying's soft white silk nightgown. A shocking red mark slowly appeared on it. As dawn broke, Lin Yuan returned to the villa on the mountaintop. What awaited him was not an empty living room. Instead, it was Lang Yanran sitting on the sofa in the master bedroom. A cup of coffee, already cold, sat in front of her. She had clearly been waiting for a long time. She didn't question Lin Yuan when he returned. She simply stated the facts in an extremely calm tone. "I've decided that starting today, I'm moving in with you." Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. Lang Yanran slowly stood up and walked to him. She straightened his slightly disheveled collar. "As an engaged couple, shouldn't we live together?" Her voice was soft but brooked no argument. "This is not a request, but a declaration of imprisonment." Lin Yuan has not yet answered. The bedroom door was pushed open. Two maids pushed a clothes rack in. It was covered with women's clothing. Then came the second, the third. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the clothes. Lang Yanran wore an expensive suit and a sexy evening gown. And those lightweight silk nightgowns. There are also rows of platinum sapphire in various colors. The maids opened Lin Yuan's walk-in closet. They started hanging the lady of the house's clothes inside. They moved Lin Yuan's suit a little. They left half the space empty and hung Lang Yanran's dress there. They opened the drawer where Lin Yuan kept his ties. They neatly placed the stockings into the compartments. The entire walk-in closet was instantly filled with the presence of the two of them. This is a gentle invasion filled with possessiveness. It declared that everything this man owned belonged to her. Lin Yuan watched all of this in silence. He simply nodded in the end. "Good." A slight smile finally appeared on Lang Yanran's face. However, this peace lasted only until breakfast time. At the dinner table, Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran were engaged in a silent tug-of-war. Just then, the doorbell rang at the villa. The butler quickly came in. He was holding a beautifully insulated lunchbox in his hands. "Sir, this was sent by Ms. Su Qingying. They said it was a lovingly prepared breakfast for you." The butler's voice was exceptionally clear in the restaurant. Lang Yanran's hand holding the knife and fork froze in mid-air. She slowly raised her head. Her icy blue eyes were fixed on the lunchbox. The butler reluctantly placed the lunchbox in front of Lin Yuan. He also handed over a card tied with a ribbon. Lin Yuan glanced at Lang Yanran's deathly pale face. He reached out and took the card. "The above is Su Qingying's beautiful handwriting. You must have had a hard night. Here's something to help you recover." The words "thank you for your hard work" were deliberately emphasized. Click. With a crisp sound, Lang Yanran's silver fork was bent. Her chest heaved violently with anger. An extremely terrifying chill suddenly erupted. Her gaze slowly shifted away from the card. She landed inch by inch on Lin Yuan's face. Finally, her gaze settled on his collar. There was a dark red mark there. Like dried blood. That's burgundy red oil paint. Chapter 52: The Shattered Breakfast and the Kiss of Punishment. Lang Yanran didn't say anything. She simply stood up slowly. In her icy blue eyes, all emotions have faded. Only a deathly silence, like a vacuum in the universe, remained. She picked up the exquisite insulated lunchbox. Su Qingying's love seemed incredibly glaring in her hands. She strode forward, her long legs encased in black silk trousers. I walked step by step toward that huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her silhouette was resolute yet lonely. She resembled an empress about to be beheaded. The next second, she raised her arm. I used all my strength. He smashed the insulated lunchbox hard. Whoosh! The lunchbox traced a desperate parabola through the air. It then shattered on the rocky terrace outside the window. The expensive bone china liner was shattered into pieces. The carefully prepared soup and snacks were spilled all over the floor in a mess. It resembled a hasty and ridiculous funeral. The restaurant fell into complete silence. Only the howling of the cold wind outside the window could be heard. Lang Yanran slowly turned around. Her hands were still covered in greasy soup that had been splattered. He looked utterly disheveled. But her aura reached an unprecedented peak. It was a terrifying aura, a mixture of destruction and madness. She walked back to the dining table step by step. He walked up to Lin Yuan. The two were very close. Lin Yuan could even smell the chilling aura emanating from her, fueled by extreme anger. Sudden. Lang Yanran extended her hand. With that sticky hand stained with soup. He grabbed Lin Yuan's collar tightly. They roughly pulled him up from his seat. She pulled him in front of her. Their foreheads were almost touching. She raised her other free hand. Her fingernails dug deep into Lin Yuan's shirt fabric from the force she applied. Her fingertip pointed precisely to that spot of dark red paint. Her voice. It seemed to emanate from the deepest, most icy hell. Every word carried a chilling, killing intent. Last night. You and her. What exactly did they do? Her chest heaved violently. The pure white silk shirt was stretched to its limit. It seemed as if it would be broken apart by the surging rage at any moment. Her icy blue eyes were no longer lifeless. Instead, it ignited into a raging fire. That was the flame of jealousy. It is the flame of betrayal. It was a mad flame that wanted to burn the man in front of her to ashes and then blend him into her own bones and blood. Lin Yuan looked at her, who was on the verge of collapse. He did not answer that question. Explanation, at this moment, is the most pale and powerless thing in the world. He did not try to break free from her grip. He simply looked at it with a deeper, more aggressive gaze. Looking back at her. Just as Lin Yanran was about to completely explode because of his silence, Lin Yuan made a move. He offered no explanation. There was no attempt to appease them. He stepped forward directly. In an almost brutal way, with an absolute possessiveness. Hard. He kissed her. This kiss was full of punishment. It was filled with an unquestionable domineering attitude. He wasn't comforting a frightened cat. Instead, it was about taming a furious lioness that was about to devour its master. Ugh! Lin Yanran's eyes widened instantly. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lin Yuan's response was surprisingly unreasonable and domineering. All the more vicious questions that were about to spill out of her mouth. All the destructive rage that was about to erupt. Everything was blocked. She began to struggle violently. He punched Lin Yuan in the back. But her strength seemed so insignificant in the face of Lin Yuan's steely embrace. Lin Yuan's kiss grew deeper and more forceful. It carried a fierce intent to devour her completely, chew her up, and swallow her whole. He kissed more than just her lips. It is using this most primitive and direct form of physical contact to force her to calm down. He came to imprint his mark once more upon her soul, which was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Let her confirm again. Who is her master? Gradually, Lin Yanran's strength to struggle was waning. The fists that had been pounding the ground became weak and powerless. Her body, which had been tense with anger, began to soften involuntarily. She was kissed so hard she almost suffocated. My mind went completely blank. All reason, all anger, all grievances. Everything was shattered in that kiss, which was full of the meaning of conquest. Final. She gave up all resistance. His hands hung limply at his sides. Let this man have his scent, his smell, everything about him. To reclaim, completely, and entirely. When this long kiss, which almost burned up all the air, finally ended, Lin Yanran was completely exhausted and collapsed into Lin Yuan's arms. Her cheeks were flushed. Her labia were swollen and slightly open, and she was breathing rapidly. The anger in those icy blue eyes had subsided. Instead, there was a hazy mist and a deep sense of submission, as if utterly conquered. Lin Yuan lowered his head. He pressed his forehead against hers. His voice was hoarse yet full of magnetism. It was as if a cello was playing in my ear. Now. Have you calmed down yet? He reached out his hand. He gently stroked her swollen, kissed vulva with his thumb. Her movements were so gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier roughness. Remember, Yanran. He gazed into her eyes and spoke, word by word. You are my woman. Only you are. Forever. Chapter 53 Her Mark, and the Empire's Warning Bell. Lin Yuan picked up the limp Lin Yanran in his arms. She was like a cat that had lost all its strength. She nestled obediently in his arms. He carried her straight into the master bedroom. Walked through the spacious bedroom. They entered the surprisingly large bathroom. He gently placed her on the cool marble washstand. Her legs, clad in black trousers, hung limply at her sides. The pointed silver high heels swayed gently. Lin Yuan turned on the gold-plated faucet. The sound of warm water flowing filled the quiet space. He dampened a soft, white towel with warm water. He carefully wiped her cheeks. She wiped away the cold tear stains that she herself hadn't even noticed. Then he took her hand, which was stained with soup. Wrap it in a towel. He wiped her slender fingers one by one. The movements were gentle yet exuded an irresistible sense of control. After doing all this, he looked up. His gaze fell on the collar of his shirt. That touch of burgundy red seemed incredibly glaring at that moment. It is the source of all these storms. He did not hesitate at all. Grasped the hem of the shirt with both hands. It suddenly pulled upwards. The fabric rubbed against his firm skin. An expensive custom-made shirt. Along with the so-called evidence of the crime. He took it off without any mercy. He was shirtless, showing off his muscular upper body. The perfectly defined muscles exude power under the soft bathroom lighting. He casually crumpled the shirt into a ball. It was accurately thrown into the nearby trash can. The movements were swift and decisive, as if discarding a piece of real trash. Lang Yanran stared at him intently, watching him gently wash himself. They then used drastic measures to destroy the evidence. Her heart raced because of his naked body. Her rationality was completely shattered by his series of actions. This man is poison. It was a poison she knew would be fatal, yet she accepted it willingly. However, just as Lin Yuan turned around to get his bathrobe, Lang Yanran suddenly moved. She looked at Lin Yuan's sexy collarbone below his neck. In those hazy eyes that had just been kissed, suddenly, a more primal and wilder possessiveness ignited within me. She suddenly leaned forward. She opened her lips, which were red and swollen from being kissed, facing Lin Yuan's collarbone. Hard. He took a bite. Her teeth weren't very sharp, but it took all of its strength. Lin Yuan grunted. He could clearly feel the slight pain of his skin being pierced. And then, a tingling, shivering sensation followed. A moment later, Lang Yanran slowly opened her mouth. She looked up. He gently licked the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue, like a proud and beautiful wild beast that has just marked its territory. On Lin Yuan's bronze skin, a clear yet ambiguous tooth mark, tinged with a hint of blood. It was right there in front of me. Like a badge, branded in the most primitive way, uniquely belonging to her. This is my mark. Her voice was slightly hoarse with the huskiness of someone who had just felt satisfied. And an unquestionable declaration. I won't allow it on you. Traces of other women have appeared. Whether it's paint or not. Or something else. Lin Yuan lowered his head, looking at that unique wound that belonged to her. He wasn't angry. A strange light, a mixture of doting affection and dark possessiveness, flashed in his eyes. He reached out and gently touched the tooth mark. Then, he lifted Lang Yanran's chin, just as he was about to respond to her brand with a deeper kiss. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. A rapid, almost frantic phone call rang. Without warning, at the same time, the sound reverberated throughout the entire master suite. A sound came from the phone that Lin Yuan had tossed onto the sink. Another sound came from inside Lang Yanran's handbag in the bedroom. Two voices rang out at the same second. The frequencies were perfectly synchronized, so rapid it was heart-pounding. This is by no means a coincidence. The alluring yet dangerous atmosphere between the two was instantly torn apart. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lang Yanran also regained her composure as an ice queen. The two exchanged a glance. They both saw a hint of foreboding in each other's eyes. Lin Yuan picked up his phone. Lang Yanran quickly slid off the sink and strode into the bedroom. On the screen, the same caller ID keeps flashing. Sky Dome Group Top Emergency Hotline. Lin Yuan pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, the group's chief security officer immediately sounded more anxious than ever before. Mr. Lin, is President Lang with you? Something terrible has happened. Just now, 17 important subsidiaries of the group. At the same time, it was subjected to devastating short selling and hostile takeovers by unknown forces. Chapter 54: The Guardians of the Empire, and the Sole Commander-in-Chief. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, a series of cold, mechanical sounds exploded in his mind. Bite. The host's core interests have been detected and are under unprecedented and severe threat. The foundation of living off a woman is the existence of a rice bowl financial support. The stability of the Sky Dome Group is deeply intertwined with the host's long-term interests. Urgent mission triggered. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He never expected this sudden business war. It actually triggered a system response. Mission name: Guardians of the Empire. Mission background: a pack of hyenas from the shadows is attempting to tear apart your future wife's empire. As the future master of the empire, you must make them pay a bloody price. Mission requirements: within the next 24 hours, use swift and decisive action to completely dismantle the enemy's first wave of combined offensive and stabilize the Skydome Group's stock price, which is on the verge of collapse. Mission rewards: 500,000 soft rice points, special business talent skill, capital sniff beginner, early unlocking of the new system section, business empire. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A $500,000 dowry. This is almost the sum of all the awards he had received before. More importantly, there's that innate skill called capital sense. And then there's that incredibly powerful sounding new section, the business empire. The system has determined that relying solely on being financially supported by others is no longer sufficient to cope with the current situation. Therefore, he should be given the power to personally take control of everything. Interesting. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From Lung Yanran's perspective, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought for a moment after receiving that phone call. In those deep eyes, there flickered an excitement and fighting spirit that she couldn't understand. She thought he was under pressure because of the impending war. The two calmed down for the time being. They decided to take care of their internal affairs first before heading to the battlefield. Lin Yanran took out a brand new set of disinfection supplies from the medical first aid kit in the corner of the bedroom. There were medical cotton swabs, disinfectant, and an imported ointment that supposedly speeds up wound healing. She asked Lin Yuan to sit down on the edge of the bed. The tall man was now as docile as a tiger that had sheathed its claws. He let her do as she pleased. Lin Yanran unscrewed the cap of the medicine bottle. I dipped a cotton swab in the clear liquid. She knelt before Lin Yuan, her stunningly beautiful face turned upwards. Carefully, she touched the tooth mark on his collarbone, which was still tinged with blood. Disinfect. The cold medicine touched the wound the moment it came into contact with it. It caused a slight stinging sensation. Lin Yuan's body tensed slightly. Lin Yanran's movements immediately became even gentler. Her fingertips trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. His eyes held a mixture of heartache, lingering fear, and a secret, morbid satisfaction. Next time. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of barely perceptible reproach. Don't make me angry again. I'm afraid I really will bite you to death. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. He reached out and stroked her long, silver hair, which flowed like a waterfall of moonlight. Good. He only said one word. Yet it was filled with endless pampering and promises. The two shared a tender moment before the storm. In this strange way, a new balance was achieved. The wound has been treated. War is about to begin. Half an hour later. Skydome Group, top floor, highest strategic conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive, it felt like water could drip from it. The large conference table was filled with the most powerful people in the group. They are the top leaders of their respective departments, the cogs that keep the multi-billion-dollar empire running. But at this moment, these usually high-ranking figures all had anxiety and panic written on their faces. On the huge electronic screen, a shocking blood-red color appeared. 17 stocks, like 17 sharp blades thrust into the heart of the empire. Every jump means that hundreds of millions of dollars are evaporating from the face of the earth. We can't find anything. The other party's funds come from hundreds of offshore accounts, which are impossible to trace. The technical department is doing everything it can to defend, but the attack methods are unprecedented, and our firewall is about to break down. Our PR department's phones have been ringing off the hook. The media are all asking us if we're going bankrupt. Chairman, please make a decision quickly. All eyes were focused on Leng Jiangwo, who was in the main seat. This once powerful business tycoon now had a solemn expression and remained silent. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as the entire conference room was about to be completely swallowed by despair. The heavy solid wood door was pushed open with a bang. Lin Yanran walked in, dressed in a black business suit, her face as cold as ice. Behind her followed a tall, handsome young man wearing a brand new shirt. It was Lin Yuan. The collar of the shirt was slightly open. You can clearly see the brand new teeth mark on his collarbone, an ambiguous yet possessive mark. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Some of the veteran board members had a hint of disdain and contempt in their eyes. What time is it? Her Majesty the Queen even brought her male favorite to this level of meeting. That's utterly ridiculous. Lang Yanran ignored everyone's gaze. She walked straight to the head of the table and whispered a few words in Lang Jiangwo's ear. Lang Jiangwo was initially surprised, then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Finally, he slowly nodded. Lang Yanran straightened up and walked to the front of the conference table. She surveyed the entire room, her icy gaze instantly silencing all the noise. From now on. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. I have something to announce. Establish the Sky Dome Group's Supreme Crisis Management Command Center. I will serve as the honorary group leader. She paused, then extended her fair fingers. She pointed to the young man behind her who had remained silent. By Lin Yuan, the sole commander-in-chief in charge of handling this crisis. He will have the highest authority. We can mobilize all the human, material, and financial resources within the group, including myself. His orders are my orders. Anyone who dares to outwardly comply but inwardly defy him or question his decisions. A chilling killing intent flashed in Lang Yanran's eyes. Should they all be dismissed on the spot and never be hired again? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. What? Let a hotshot like him, who got his position based on his looks, command this war worth hundreds of billions? Mr. Lang, have you gone mad? I object. I strongly object. An elderly veteran with gray hair suddenly stood up, trembling with rage. Does he know anything about capital? Does he know anything about short selling? Entrusting the fate of the group to him is suicide. All dissenting voices instantly merged into one. They cannot accept it. Unable to accept this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, who was good-looking but otherwise useless. He was above all of them. However, it faced overwhelming criticism. Lin Yuan's face remained completely expressionless. He simply walked slowly to the elder who had been shouting the loudest. He didn't even glance at him. He simply raised his hand and gently tapped the table in front of him. Then, in a calm, almost indifferent tone, he addressed the entire audience and uttered his first words after assuming the position of commander-in-chief. Now, all of you, in the past half hour, for all your mistakes, stupid decisions, and every wasted second, give me everything, and repeat it in detail. Let me see. A cold, devilish smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You bunch of useless trash, how did you manage to do it in 30 minutes? They sailed an aircraft carrier into a gutter. Chapter 55, Making an example of someone and unplugging the internet cable. The gray-haired elder was still shouting relentlessly. His spittle almost landed on Lin Yuan's face. Who do you think you are to boss me around? When I was working for the Sky Dome Group, you weren't even born yet. President Lang, Chairman. If you insist on this, I will be the first to resign. He attempted to use his status as a veteran of 3 administrations to incite the other directors to pressure Lang Yanran and Lin Yuan to step down. However, Lin Yuan simply looked at him coldly, even numbly. It's like looking at a dead person who has stopped breathing. I don't care if you're a veteran of several dynasties. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, carried a chill that penetrated to the bone. To me, you are nothing but a piece of trash who wasted 10 precious seconds of my time. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at that elder again. He turned his head and looked calmly at Lang Yanran. He spoke in a concise, almost commanding tone. Get him out. Lang Yanran did not hesitate at all. There wasn't even a flicker of emotion in his eyes. She simply raised her hand slightly. He made a hand gesture to the 2 burly security guards in black who had been standing guard at the conference room door. The 2 security guards immediately understood. With heavy steps, he walked towards the elder who was still in a daze, 1 foot to the left and 1 to the right. What are you trying to do? The elder's anger instantly turned into terror. I'm a director of the group. How dare you touch me? President Lang. You can't do this to me. He was answered by 2 strong, large hands. Like iron clamps, they held his arm firmly in place. They forcibly dragged him from his seat. His expensive custom-made suit was torn and deformed. Her usually meticulously styled hair had become a mess. He began to struggle violently, letting out pig-like screams. But all of this was to no avail. That's just how he is. Under the gaze of all his colleagues in the conference room, some shocked, some fearful, and some gloating, he was dragged around by 2 security guards like a dead dog. They roughly dragged them out of the conference room, which symbolized the highest power of the Sky Dome Group. His piercing wails still echoed in the corridor, until it was completely isolated by the heavy solid wood door. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey, Lin Yuan used the most direct and bloody method. He announced to everyone present just how much power he, as the commander-in-chief, possessed the power of life and death. And Lang Yanran's trust and support for him was unreserved, even blind. The conference room fell completely silent. No one dared to question his authority anymore. Those elders who had previously harbored similar discontent now all lowered their heads. She was afraid that Lin Yuan's next gaze would fall on her. The atmosphere in the entire conference room transformed from a chaotic marketplace to a solemn execution ground. Lin Yuan is the one who wields the butcher's knife, the sole ruler. It was in this extremely oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yuan's personal cell phone in his pocket vibrated very slightly. He took it out without making a sound. On the screen is a newly received, top-level encrypted email. The sender was Su Qingying. Lin Yuan tapped the screen lightly with his fingertip. The email was decrypted instantly. There was no unnecessary small talk or chatter. There was only one list, and it was extremely detailed. The list contained a total of 7 names. Behind each name is their precise job title, as well as shocking records of financial transactions from anonymous overseas accounts in their respective private accounts before the outbreak of this crisis. The time and amount of each transaction are clearly marked. The evidence is conclusive and irrefutable. At the end of the email, only one sentence remained from Su Qingying, a short but ambiguous statement. "Master, your dagger is ready at any time." A hint of approval flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Su Qingying's efficiency was even faster than he had imagined. This is more than just a list of insiders. This was Su Qingying demonstrating to him the power of the vast intelligence network she controlled, hidden in the shadows. In this way, she proved herself once again, demonstrating her irreplaceable value as a dagger. He looked up. His deep gaze slowly swept over everyone around the conference table. Those executives who had just been intimidated by him. Under his piercing gaze, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Especially those few whose names appear on the list. His face was deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately launch an attack. Now is not the best time to purge the internal traitors. He wanted more than just to expose them. He also wanted to use them to deliver a deadly false intelligence to the enemy. He put his phone back in his pocket. It was as if nothing had happened. He slowly walked to the central control console at the very front of the conference room. This drew everyone's attention back to the immediate crisis. He stared at the 17 red lines on the screen, which were still plummeting. But a chilling smile appeared on his face, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Then, he issued his first official order as commander-in-chief. A ridiculous command that made everyone present think they had misheard. Technology Department. His voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, reached every corner of the conference room. I command you, within 3 minutes. Sever all physical connections between the Sky Dome Group headquarters building and the outside internet. The conference room fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked up at Lin Yuan as if he were a madman. Unplug the network cable? In this race against time, the online capital war is raging. Actively severing one's connection with the battlefield? What's the difference between this and deliberately gouging out one's own eyes on a battlefield amidst a hail of bullets? This is suicide. This is an outright, insane act of suicide. The head of the technical department, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, stood up tremblingly. His voice trembled with fear. Commander-in-Chief. Are you sure? Once the physical connection is severed, we become completely blind and deaf. We can't see any of their actions, so we can't take any countermeasures. Lin Yuan slowly turned around. He looked at the head of the technical department with an expression as if he were an idiot. I'm asking you. Can you withstand their attack now? We can't hold them off for now. The technical lead lowered his head in shame. Then that settles it? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. Since we can't hold on, let's just flip the table over. I want those hyenas outside to tear at a wall like crazy. Let all their attacks hit the air. He paused, his voice growing even colder. I'll give you a second order. Within the next 3 hours, I will issue the highest directive to all cooperating securities firms and exchanges, based on my overall command authority. Completely lock down stock trading in all subsidiaries of the Sky Dome Group. No one is allowed to buy or sell even one share within the next 3 hours. Boom! If the first command was madness, that second order is simply insane. Lock down the transaction. In the capital market, this is only used as a last resort, and also the most helpless measure, when a company is on the verge of delisting or has suffered a devastating blow. Once it is used, it is tantamount to announcing to the whole world, we can't do it anymore. We have given up the fight. This will cause irreparable and devastating damage to the reputation of the Sky Dome Group. Lin Yuan, what exactly is he planning to do? Is he really going to personally push this vast business empire into an abyss of no return? Chapter 56: The Empty City Stratagem, the Traitor, and the Empress's Light Laughter. Facing the pairs of eyes in the conference room, filled with fear, confusion, and despair, Lin Yuan finally spoke up to explain. Behind his two seemingly self-destructive orders lay his true intentions. What do you think we are facing right now? He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city below. It was a battle we were ill-prepared for, a battle the enemy had planned for a long time, and one we were destined to lose. His voice was calm to the point of being cruel. It shattered the last shred of hope that remained in the hearts of some people present. We can't beat them online. Their funding, their technology, their preparations are far superior to ours. Continuing to fight them online is like trying to break a rock with an egg. There will be no other outcome but being smashed to pieces. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping across the entire room. So, I chose to flip the table. Unplug the network cable and lock the transactions. This is called the Empty City Stratagem. What would a city that suddenly opens its gates and then falls silent bring to the attackers? A playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. It is confusion, it is suspicion, it is fear. They'll be wildly speculating about what's going on in the city. Is it internal strife? Or is there some bigger conspiracy? The more suspicious they are, the slower they will act, and the more likely internal divisions will arise. And they stood still, spending those 3 hours frantically imagining things. This is the only chance we've left for ourselves. A golden 3 hours in which a desperate counterattack was completed on a battlefield unseen by all of them. Lin Yuan's words were like a thunderclap. It cleaved through the heavy gloom in everyone's hearts. They finally understood. This seemingly suicidal act was actually a brilliant and ingenious plan to turn the tide and survive. It turns out that the commander-in-chief never intended to fight a direct battle on the front lines from the very beginning. What he wanted was to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy in the most unexpected place. Some quick-thinking directors had already changed their eyes from despair to fanatical worship. They looked at the young man before them as if they were looking at a peerless general, a strategist who could strategize and win battles from afar. While everyone was still shocked by this empty city strategy, Lin Yuan has already begun the second step of his counterattack plan. Before that empty city strategy was implemented, we need to get rid of the rats hiding around us first. His gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. He turned around and slowly walked to a few specific spots around the conference table. Those executives who appeared on Su Qingying's list. His face instantly turned even paler than a dead person's. They began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if a prehistoric beast, about to devour its prey, was slowly approaching. Lin Yuan first stopped in front of the group's deputy financial director, a middle-aged man surnamed Lu, who was bloated and had a large belly. He didn't even look at him, he just handed him a printed bank statement. It was gently placed in front of Director Lu. Director Lu. Lin Yuan's voice was as soft as a lover's whisper. The 30 million bonus that suddenly appeared in your secret Swiss bank account last night. Are you happy with the flowers? Director Lu's body felt as if all the bones had been removed. He instantly slumped into the chair. A yellow, suspicious water stain quickly spread across his crotch. Lin Yuan ignored him. He then walked up to another person, the marketing director. Director Zhang. The limited edition pink Porsche that your mistress, who lives in that villa in the suburbs, received yesterday. Does she still like it? That Mr. Zhang, the director who is usually known for his refined and scholarly demeanor. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and he was sweating profusely. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yuan walked past them one by one, as if strolling leisurely. With every word he spoke, one person's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He didn't roar, he didn't question. He simply stated, in the most calm tone, the cold, hard facts that were enough to ruin their reputations and send them to prison for life. In the conference room. Apart from Lin Yuan's eerily calm voice, only those few traitors remained, their heavy, desperate breathing echoing through the air. At last, Lin Yuan returned to the control panel. He glanced at the 7 rats that were now like rotten mud. He said to the security guard next to him, "Invite them to the small conference room next door. They still have one last bit of value to be exploited before I take action." Security personnel immediately stepped forward and took the 7 distraught moles away one by one. An internal purge capable of appending the group. And so, Lin Yuan completed it with an almost artistic touch, effortlessly. Everyone present looked at Lin Yuan with those eyes. It has completely transformed from worship into a deep-seated awe. At the same time, in a luxurious command center, decorated like a palace, far overseas. The atmosphere, however, was the complete opposite of the tense and oppressive atmosphere at the Sky Dome Group. It was filled with a sense of ease and comfort, as if victory was in sight. 3 women with very different temperaments, but equally breathtakingly beautiful. He was sitting lazily on the leather sofa, savoring the finest red wine, admiring the blood-red carnage of the Sky Dome Group on the giant screen. With a gentle and refined demeanor, resembling a classical lady, she is Chen Shu, the behind-the-scenes leader of the Chen family. Elegant and aloof, with an exotic charm reminiscent of Cleopatra, is Fatima, the eldest princess of a Middle Eastern oil kingdom. With blonde hair and blue eyes, still possessing a captivating charm, and a languid allure in her eyes, she is Sophia, the widow of a European art tycoon. They are the true masterminds behind this business war against the Sky Dome Group. This is really disappointing. Sophia swirled her wineglass and spoke in an aria-like tone. I thought that the legendary Ice Queen Lang Yanran would bring us many surprises. I didn't expect that we would be unable to hold on so soon. Fatima snorted coldly, her proud eyes filled with disdain. Her biggest mistake was choosing a man. Women become foolish when they are blinded by love. Look at the commander-in-chief she chose. Ha, he's a good-for-nothing who's good for nothing except his looks. Just then, on the screen, the stock of Sky Dome Group suddenly turned gray. All transactions are halted. Immediately afterwards, they received a message that the Sky Dome Group headquarters building had physically cut off the network. There was a moment of silence in the command center. Immediately, a burst of undisguised, triumphant laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Sophia laughed so hard she nearly fell over, her heart pounding wildly. Unplug the network cable? Lock the transactions? My God, have they completely given up? Fatima's face also revealed a confident smile. It seems we overestimated them. I have also prepared a second and a third attack plan. Now it seems completely unnecessary. Only Chen Shu maintained that gentle, jade-like smile. But a faint, almost imperceptible hint of doubt flashed in her deep eyes. Isn't everything going a little too smoothly? She said softly. This isn't like Lan Yanran. Oh, my dear Shu. Sophia smiled and leaned closer. You're overthinking it. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. Right now, that so-called Ice Queen is probably holding her pretty boy in the conference room, crying her eyes out. They didn't know. Just as they let out this triumphant chuckle. A real hunt, orchestrated by the man they considered useless. Already, in the darkness unseen by any of them. Quietly, the curtain was drawn back. Chapter 57: Deadly False Information and the Call to Arms for the Final Offensive. In the small conference room next door. There were no windows, and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Those 7 arrogant executives, who had just been so domineering, now sat slumped on the ground like 7 dead fish waiting to be slaughtered. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Lin Yuan walked in slowly, alone. He didn't bring any security guards, nor did he bring Lang Yanran. He simply pulled over a chair and sat down opposite the 7 people. The heavy, soundproof door closed silently behind him. This place was completely transformed into a secluded, private execution ground. He didn't say a word. He simply used his unfathomable eyes to calmly scan the 7 faces before him. That gaze held neither anger nor contempt. There is only one kind, one of absolute indifference, like a god looking down upon ants. This indifference is more terrifying than any form of torture. Finally, the terrified Director Liu could no longer endure the mental torment. He scrambled and crawled to Lin Yuan's feet. She clung to his trouser leg, wailing and weeping uncontrollably. Commander-in-Chief! Commander Lin! I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was confused for a moment. I was blinded by greed. Please, give me another chance. Lin Yuan's foot twitched slightly. As if stained with something dirty, it slipped out of his grasp without leaving a trace. Chance? Lin Yuan finally spoke. His voice was very soft, yet it made the temperature in the entire conference room seem to drop several degrees. I never give a second chance to good-for-nothings. But... He abruptly changed the subject, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Considering that you once contributed to the Sky Dome Group, I can give you a choice. He threw the 7 cell phones on the ground. Now, pick up your phones. Send a message to your master. Tell them. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cunning and icy light, like that of a demon. Lang Yanran has suffered a mental breakdown under immense pressure. She is currently locked in the top floor office with her gigolo lover, who is me. The entire Sky Dome Group has been completely paralyzed and in chaos due to the loss of its supreme commander. No one can make effective decisions. Send this message. Then you can walk into the security room with dignity. Otherwise. He didn't continue. But the unresolved threat is more chilling than any vicious curse. The moles look at each other. They both saw a glimmer of hope for survival in each other's eyes. They had no doubt. If they don't do as instructed, this seemingly young but actually ruthless man has hundreds of ways to make them wish they were dead. Now, it's just sending a message. This is simply the most merciful choice. They all picked up their phones, their hands trembling, and sent out the deadly false intelligence that Lin Yuan had meticulously crafted a message that perfectly explained the empty city stratagem and completely lowered the enemy's guard. After doing all this, Lin Yuan stood up. Just as he was about to leave the conference room, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to remember something interesting, turned around, and gave Director Zhang a bright smile. By the way, Director Zhang, I forgot to tell you. Your mistress doesn't seem to be very happy with the pink Porsche. She said she preferred your boss, Vice President Wang's, black Bentley. Director Zhang's face instantly turned as white as paper. Lin Yuan returned to the main conference room. This place has been temporarily converted into a top-level war command post. A huge electronic whiteboard has replaced the previous blood-red stock market candlestick chart. Lang Yanran stood in front of the whiteboard, her expression focused, waiting for her general to give the next battle order. Lin Yuan did not speak immediately. His phone vibrated slightly again. Su Qingying's second encrypted email arrived as promised. If the first email was a list of moles, so this second letter is a final assassination strategy that could determine the outcome of this war. The email was written with an extremely precise, even ruthless, touch. The analysis detailed the personality weaknesses of the 3 empresses, Chen Shu, Fatima, and Sophia. And behind them, the seemingly impregnable business empires have 3 most vulnerable and fatal links. Chen Shu may seem gentle and mild-mannered, but she is actually extremely controlling. What she is most proud of is the world-class chip manufacturing plant in Southeast Asia that she built single-handedly. That is her Achilles heel. Touching it will surely enrage her. Fatima, born into royalty, is proud and arrogant. What she values most is the face and honor of her family. She controls most of the royal family's overseas assets through a Middle Eastern offshore fund. If this fund runs into trouble, she will be the first to be held accountable. Sophia, a hedonist, sees art as her life. Her biggest source of cash flow is that chain of art auction houses that are all over Europe. It is her money bag, and also her most vulnerable weakness. Looking at this intelligence report, which is so detailed it's outrageous. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt a genuine sense of admiration for Su Qingying. She is more than just a sharp dagger. She is practically a walking encyclopedia of information about the dark world. Just how many secrets is she hiding? Lin Yuan suppressed his thoughts. He rapidly matched and reorganized the 3 key points provided by Su Qingying with the vast global business map of the Sky Dome Group in his mind. A daring, almost insane, counterattack plan. It took shape instantly in his mind. He walked up to the huge whiteboard. He took the marker pen from Long Yanran. With a flourish, 3 key objectives were written on it, seemingly unrelated to the business of the Sky Dome Group. Target 1, Louvre United Auction House, Europe. Target 2, Middle East Glory Star Offshore Hedge Fund. Target 3, Huanya 17 Semiconductor Chip Manufacturing Plant. He turned around to face all the executives in the conference room who were holding their breath. His voice was steady yet full of power. Now, I declare that this golden 3 hours is the real battlefield. Marketing department, immediately contact all European media outlets we control and publish Sophia's scandal. At the same time, have our legal team file a top-level class action lawsuit against Louvre United Auction House on the grounds of selling counterfeit goods. Ministry of Finance, immediately mobilize all our overseas liquid funds to target the Glory Star Fund. I want you to short it at any cost. I want Fatima to pay the price for her pride. As for Huanya 17 Chip Factory. A meaningful, cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Overseas Business Division, immediately activate the Environmental Assessment Agency we previously acquired, located in Southeast Asia. File the most severe complaint with the local government on the grounds of serious pollution and data falsification. I want Qinshu's beautiful back garden to be completely engulfed in flames. 3 orders, each one deadly. Each strike was precisely aimed at the 3 empresses' most vulnerable and vital areas. This was a complete and utter siege of Wei to rescue Zhao. It was a deadly trap set up using the entire Sky Dome Group as bait. Everyone present was completely awestruck by Lin Yuan's grand yet precise strategy. They finally understood. Their young commander-in-chief was never going to fight a passive defensive war. It was not a war of annihilation, but a proactive, global offensive. At the same time, overseas, inside that luxurious command center, Chen Shu and the other 2 received the false intelligence about internal strife in the Sky Dome from their respective informants at almost the same time. Sophia was the first to laugh out loud, and she took an elegant sip of red wine. Oh my God, a mental breakdown? Locking herself and her gigolo in the box? My dear Miss Lang, you really are a pitiful person with unstable emotions. Fatima's face was also filled with the contempt of a victor. I've said it before, handing the empire over to a young woman was a mistake in itself. It seems we don't even need to reveal our last trump card. This game ended much faster than I expected. Only Chen Shu's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. But she quickly relaxed. This information perfectly explains the other party's foolish act of unplugging the network cable. A woman overwhelmed by pressure may do anything irrational. That makes sense. In that case, Chen Shu put down his wineglass, regaining his composed and strategic demeanor. Order the frontline troops to suspend the attack. Let them have a good look at how the Sky Dome Group, this business empire, begins to rot and collapse from within. All we need to do is, like an elegant hunter, wait for our prey to bleed to its last drop. The 3 arrogant empresses completely lowered their guard. They didn't know. At the same time, they issued the pause attack order. Lin Yuan also glanced at the clock on the wall. He gave everyone in the command center a cold smile, like a hunter seeing his prey walk into a trap. Now, 15 minutes have passed since we unplugged the network cable. Our enemies have completely believed the illusion that we are internally paralyzed. We have 2 hours and 45 minutes left. He stretched out his hand and swung it sharply. The voice was firm and resolute. All-out attack. Start. Chapter 58: The Empress's Panic and the General's Red Wine. 30 minutes after the start of the general offensive. In that luxurious, palatial command center overseas, melodious classical music still flows. The air was filled with the luxurious scent of top-quality cigars and expensive perfumes. How boring. Sophia stretched lazily, her long golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her voluptuous body stretched out in an extremely alluring arc on the soft sofa. I thought I was going to witness a spectacular collapse of the empire, but there wasn't even a sound. Fatima's face also showed a hint of boredom. A bunch of useless people, they even managed to stir up internal strife so quietly. I should have just used my strongest power to crush them. Chen Shu held a cup of tea, about to say something. Just then, a piercing, urgent telephone ring shattered the tranquility without warning. The three empresses' private phones, as if precisely synchronized, started shrieking wildly at the same second. This sudden turn of events caused a look of surprise to appear on their faces for the first time. Almost instinctively, they answered the phone at the same time. "Boss, something bad has happened." Sophia's most capable assistant's voice was shrill and piercing due to extreme panic on the other end of the phone. Just now, more than a dozen mainstream European media outlets simultaneously broke the news about our counterfeit scandal. Countless buyers are jointly suing us, and all of our auction houses have been urgently shut down by local regulators. Sophia's languid smile froze instantly. The $1 million crystal goblet in her hand crashed to the ground with a crack, the bright red wine staining the expensive carpet like blood. "Your Highness is in trouble." At the same time, Fatima heard her chief fund manager's apocalyptic wail. "Our glory star is being heavily shorted by a mysterious and immeasurable amount of capital. Our firewall was breached instantly, and our assets are evaporating at a rate of tens of millions per second." For the first time, all color drained from Fatima's perpetually proud and aloof face. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, so forcefully that she knocked over the antique vase next to her. "President Chen, return to defense immediately, immediately." What Chen Shu heard was the desperate, tearful roar of the person in charge of her chip factory. A high-level, UNEP inspection team stormed into our factory. They said we were seriously polluting and falsifying data. Our production lines were all sealed off, and all export orders were urgently suspended. Chen Shu's eyes, which were always gentle and refined, seemingly able to see through everything, suddenly contracted violently into the most dangerous needlepoints. Three empresses. Three devastating battle reports from the heart of their respective empires. The command center, which had just been as leisurely as paradise, instantly transformed into a chaotic and disorganized hell on earth. How is this possible? Sophia screamed, all traces of her noble woman elegance gone. Who did it? Who did it? Immediately allocate all available funds to hold them off, at all costs. Fatima roared hysterically into the phone. The hundreds of top operators and technicians who were originally in charge of besieging the Sky Dome Group are now in complete chaos. They frantically pounded on their keyboards, trying to fight back and save the three backyards that were simultaneously engulfed in flames. The relaxed cocktail party turned into a chaotic firefighting scene. The victor's smug laughter turned into the wailing of the loser. They finally realized that they had fallen into a carefully designed death trap tailored specifically for them from the very beginning. At the same time, Sky Dome Group top-level command center. The atmosphere was completely different from that on the enemy's side. The place was quiet and solemn, yet filled with a thrilling joy of victory. Good news is pouring in from all over the world via an internal hotline. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, news has come from Europe that the Louvre United Auction House has been completely seized. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, good news from the Middle East, the Glory Star Fund's market value has evaporated by 30%. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, Southeast Asia has confirmed that the Huanya 17 chip factory has been completely shut down. Every Sky Dome executive present had a face full of fervor and admiration. They looked at the young figure standing quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as if they were looking up at a true god of war. Lin Yuan, however, simply listened to all of this calmly. It's as if all these brilliant achievements, enough to shake the global business world, are just a trivial matter. He slowly turned around and, under the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, took Long Yanran's small hand, which was slightly cold from excitement. He led her to the floor-to-ceiling window and personally poured 2 glasses of 1982 Lafite for her and himself. The two clinked glasses lightly, the crisp sound echoing in the room that would determine the fate of a multi-billion-dollar empire. "Don't rush," he said softly to everyone behind him, looking out at the city night view that resembled a sea of stars. "Good show. It's only just begun." Inside the chaotic enemy command post. After experiencing the initial 10 minutes of panic and chaos, Chen Shu, who was the most meticulous, was the first to force herself to calm down. Her heart was bleeding. But her mind was working at an unprecedented speed. "No," she said in a trembling but unusually firm voice. "Something's not right." Fatima and Sophia both looked at her with eyes that were a mixture of despair and confusion. "Our counterattack was too precise," Chen Shu said, her eyes flashing with a mixture of fear and rationality. "Accounting loopholes in auction houses, regulatory backdoors in funds, pollution discharge data from chip factories. These 3 places are the most core and most hidden vulnerabilities in our respective industrial layouts. Apart from ourselves and a few core members, there is no way anyone else could know. This is absolutely not something that Sky Dome Group, or that pretty boy, could find out. Her voice was resolute. Behind the Sky Dome Group, there is a top-tier, terrifying intelligence expert whom we are unaware of. This person knows us inside and out. It was him. He was the one who handed the knife to that pretty boy. Chen Shu's words sent a chill down Fatima and Sophia's spines. They finally realized that they were not dealing with a reckless pretty boy at all. Instead, it was a prehistoric crocodile that possessed deadly intelligence and knew how to use it. However, just when they finally realized this, when all their power was forced to be redirected to save their own backyards, Lin Yuan had slowly finished sipping the red wine in his glass. He looked at the enemy's financial flow on the screen, which had completely collapsed and abandoned all attacks on the Sky Dome Group, and revealed a cold and cruel smile like a hunter. He slowly walked back to the main seat in the command center and issued the final order that everyone present had been eagerly anticipating and whose blood was boiling. Technology Department. Reconnect to the network. Ministry of Finance. Prepare all our funds. His gaze swept across the entire room, and his voice was like a divine decree from the heavens. The enemy's backyard is on fire. Now it's our turn. They went on a killing spree in their capital markets. Chapter 59: Slaughter, Peace Treaty, and the Birth of a King. The moment the network was reconnected, the nature of warfare was completely transformed. If the previous operations were precise surgical procedures, then this is a devastating saturation bombardment. The vast funds of the Sky Dome Group, which had been lying dormant for a long time, surged into the enemy's already chaotic capital market with boundless rage and roar, like an ancient beast breaking free of its shackles. Short all of Sophia's listed art companies, regardless of cost, Lin Yuan's voice was cold and steady. Target the energy stocks controlled by the Fatima family and smash them below their IPO price. As for Chen Shu's Pan-Asian Technology Alliance, I want it to become history tonight. This place has become Lin Yuan's stage all by himself. He didn't even look at those complex data charts. His upgraded capital sense was clearly outlining the entire market's trajectory and the flow of all funds in the next 5 minutes in a way that transcended logic. Every command he gave was like a divine decree. Each strike hit the vital spot of the 3 dying pythons precisely. The traders in the finance department had gone completely mad. They had even given up thinking and were simply mechanically and fanatically executing every word Lin Yuan said. Because they discovered that the young commander-in-chief's predictions were 100 times more accurate than the simulations of the supercomputer. No, don't let it fall any further. Fatima cried out in despair as she watched the green lines plummeting off the screen. Her noble and aloof face was filled with fear, as if she were seeing not stocks, but the crumbling power of her family. My money, my artwork. Sophia collapsed to the ground. Her prized aesthetic sense and wealth were as fragile as a sandcastle in the face of absolute power. Her face was ashen, her eyes vacant, and she had completely lost all her elegance and charm. Only Chen Shu bit down hard on her genitals, letting the taste of blood spread in her mouth. She watched as the technological empire she had built was being cruelly devoured, bite, by the other party. Every second, hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth vanish into thin air. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They were utterly humiliated. Let's make peace, Chen Shu finally said, using all her strength, uttering these words that filled her with endless humiliation. She knew that if they didn't surrender, they would face an abyss of no return. Inside the Sky Dome Command Center, an unfamiliar encrypted signal rang out on Lin Yuan's private communicator. He answered the call calmly. A respectful and awe-inspiring voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin, on behalf of Ms. Chen Shu, Princess Fatima, and Countess Sophia, I formally propose a ceasefire in peace to you and the Sky Dome Group. In return, they are willing to immediately and unconditionally transfer all of their 3 companies' combined 30% stake in the Western Continent United Mining Company. Furthermore, we pledge to permanently withdraw from the Eastern Continent market. The entire command center fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster. West Continent United Mining is the world's largest energy and mining giant. A 30% stake in it is worth at least 50 billion. This is no longer just cutting off flesh. This is a case of cutting off an arm to save one's life. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. Tell them. I accept. As he finished speaking, this war that had shaken the global business world finally came to an end. At the same time, a series of notification sounds rang in Lin Yuan's mind, making his heart race. Ding! Host has completed an epic living off a woman event. Living off a woman value plus 500,000. Ding. Detection indicates the host has successfully protected their job and gained substantial profits. The conditions for activating the Business Empire module have been met. Ding. The Business Empire module has been officially activated. The host can purchase or acquire controlling stakes in any non-core assets worldwide by consuming soft rice points to. We won. A complete and utterly resounding victory. Tianxiang Group not only recovered all its losses, but also gained an astonishing profit and assets of nearly 100 billion yuan out of thin air. And Lin Yuan has finally begun the most crucial and powerful new chapter in his journey of living off women. That evening, the banquet hall on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group was brightly lit. A grand and exciting victory celebration banquet is being held here. Every senior executive in the company beamed with the joy of surviving a disaster, and with an almost fanatical adoration for that young man. They knew that it was that man who, single-handedly, saved the entire Sky Dome Group. Lin Yuan was the only god in their hearts. Amidst cheers and the spotlight of everyone, Lin Yuan slowly walked up to Long Yanran. Their queen, who was usually cold, was now filled with tenderness and love in her beautiful silver eyes, and her pretty face was flushed with a charming blush. He didn't say anything. Under everyone's gaze, he gently embraced Long Yanran. Then, he lowered his head. He gave her a long, domineering yet affectionate kiss that declared absolute sovereignty. After a moment of silence, the entire banquet hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. They know. Starting tonight, the world has changed for the Sky Dome Group. This man will be their shared king. The next morning, the outcome of this earth-shattering business battle completely ignited the global financial world. Overnight, the stock price of Tianxiang Group not only recovered all its losses but also surged across the board, rising by an incredible 30%. Lin Yuan, this mysterious young commander-in-chief, was appointed in a time of crisis. He became a legend in one battle. His name, his legend, began to spread wildly throughout the upper class. Countless families and forces began to investigate this mysterious hero who appeared out of nowhere and rose like a comet, sparing no expense. But this hero is now enjoying the rewards that belonged to him as a victor. After the celebration banquet, Lin Yanran took a slightly tipsy Lin Yuan back to her luxurious penthouse apartment at the top of the city. Inside the apartment, only a few dim wall lamps were lit. The atmosphere was so ambiguous it was almost palpable. Today, you are the greatest contributor. Lin Yanran's cheeks were flushed, and her silver eyes were as mesmerizing as a galaxy. She looked at the man in front of her and mustered all her courage. You can have whatever reward you want. She hadn't finished speaking. Lin Yuan then swept her up in his arms. Lin Yanran gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. My reward, Lin Yuan said with a low laugh, looking at her slightly parted, red vulva caused by panic. It's you. He carried her and strode towards the huge bedroom, bathed in moonlight. Late at night, the Ice Queen in his arms had fallen into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile. Lin Yuan quietly picked up his phone. On the screen, there was an encrypted message from Su Qingying. Click to open. The first thing that catches the eye is a photo that would make any man's blood boil. In the photo, Su Qingying appears to have just finished taking a bath. She was wearing only a nearly transparent black lace nightgown, and her long, chestnut-colored hair, like seaweed, was still damp. She lay languidly on the soft sofa, her breathtakingly voluptuous curves even more stunning under the lace covering. A pair of crystal-clear jade feet were casually crossed, the pale pink toenails shimmering alluringly under the light. Below the photo, there is another line of text that is even more captivating. My master, are you satisfied with this sacrifice? Chapter 60: The Master's Punishment and the Empress's Mourning. In the stillness of the night, the light from the phone screen illuminated Lin Yuan's deep eyes. He did not reply immediately to Su Qingying's provocative message. Instead, he first silenced his phone to make sure he wouldn't wake the sleeping beauty next to him. Lin Yanran was fast asleep, her long silver hair spread across the pillow like moonlight. Her perpetually cold and beautiful face now had a satisfied blush and a sweet smile, like a child who had received a beloved toy. Lin Yuan lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. After doing all this, he took his phone and quietly went to the balcony. The city's night view at his feet resembled a dazzling galaxy. He opened the chat window, his slender fingers tapping the screen slowly and deliberately. The photos are nice. But as the host, I believe the reward should be decided by me. Come to my office at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. There were no superfluous words, yet the lines were filled with an unquestionable sense of command. He knew that to deal with a smart woman like Su Qingying, he had to make her understand at all times who was truly in control. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, there was a reply. It was just one word, yet it carried boundless obedience and expectation. Yes. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the huge French windows and onto the soft carpet in the bedroom. Lang Yanran woke up to the aroma of food. She opened her sleepy eyes and found that the seat next to her was empty. Just as a strange sense of loss welled up in her heart, she heard a faint sound coming from the kitchen. She quietly got out of bed with her bare, snow-white feet bare. She was only wearing Lin Yuan's oversized white shirt, the hem of which barely covered her pert peach-shaped buttocks, leaving her two long, straight, beautiful legs exposed to the air, exuding an astonishing allure. She walked to the kitchen door and saw the man who had completely captivated her. Lin Yuan, dressed in casual home clothes, was facing away from her, skillfully frying eggs at the stove. The morning light outlined his tall figure and focused profile. At this moment, he lacked the decisiveness of the battlefield and the cold authority he displayed when facing enemies. Instead, he exuded a gentle warmth that brought peace of mind. Lang Yanran's heart was instantly filled with an emotion called happiness. Unable to suppress her inner turmoil any longer, she quietly stepped forward, stretched out her arms, and tightly hugged Lin Yuan's waist from behind. She pressed her slightly cool cheeks tightly against his broad, warm back, greedily inhaling his pleasant scent. "Good morning," she said, her voice slightly languid and hoarse from just waking up, yet cloyingly sweet. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then a gentle smile appeared on his lips. He turned off the stove, turned around, and embraced the icy queen who had thrown herself into his arms. "Good morning, Your Majesty." He looked down at her blushing cheeks and her silver eyes, glistening with emotion, and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. This is a morning kiss, devoid of any desire, filled only with love and warmth. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, the two headed to Sky Dome Group together. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuan's personal phone was almost overwhelmed with encrypted calls and invitations from all over the world. Countless names that were once only seen in international financial news are now trying to establish connections with this new business god with an almost humble attitude. There were hunting invitations from Middle Eastern royalty, dinner invitations from ancient European tycoons, and even several mysterious letters written in ancient scripts whose origins could not be traced. Lin Yuan glanced at the invitations casually and then lost interest. His current goal is clear: to fully digest the fruits of victory he has gained. "What are these?" Lang Yanran asked curiously, looking at the gold-embossed invitations. "Just a bunch of hungry wolves looking to grab a piece of the pie," Lin Yuan chuckled dismissively. "Ignore them." His gaze fell on one of the invitations, from a mysterious ancient Eastern family. The invitation was made of a very special kind of silk, with two ancient seal characters written on it in brush, Chen family. There are only these two words, nothing else. But Lin Yuan sensed from those two words a genuine, ancient, and powerful force, completely different from Chen Shu's gentle exterior. He thoughtfully put the special invitation away separately. Upon returning to the company, Lin Yuan immediately convened a top-level board meeting. He sat in the seat that once belonged only to Lang Tianxiong and Lang Yanran, a seat that symbolized the highest power. None of the directors and senior executives present raised any objections. Everyone looked at their king with a gaze that was a mixture of awe and fervor. "I have an announcement to make," Lin Yuan said, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire conference room. "From now on, Sky Dome Group will launch the Giant Crocodile Project. As he spoke, he projected a pre-prepared document onto the large screen. "We will use all the profits and resources gained from this war to conduct a full reverse takeover of Sophia S. Louvre United Auction House, Fatima S. Glory Energy, and Chen Shua's Huanya Semiconductor." These words shocked everyone present. Everyone was completely shocked by Lin Yuan's grand, almost insane plan. This is no longer a simple business expansion, it's swallowing up giants and reshaping the entire industry landscape. "I object." An older director instinctively stood up. "This is too risky. Our foundation is in the Eastern continent. To act rashly." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan's icy gaze forced him to swallow his words. "For me, there are no risks. Only victory." Lin Yuan surveyed the entire room. "This is an order, not a discussion. From today onwards, I will be in charge of the Sky Dome Group. Anyone who has a problem with this can take their shares and leave now." The entire conference room was completely silent. No one dared to question his authority anymore. They knew that an even larger and more glorious business empire belonging to Lin Yuan was about to rise. And they will be the most loyal founders of this empire. After the meeting, Lin Yuan was busy dealing with various acquisition details. His story of becoming famous overnight has already spread throughout the entire company. Countless female employees, under the guise of reporting on work, tried to come to his office to catch a glimpse of his face, and even hoped to win the favor of this young new king. The women, dressed in a variety of carefully matched business suits, presented their most perfect selves. Their eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and love as they looked at Lin Yuan. All of this was witnessed by Lang Yanran, who had just passed by. A barely perceptible glint of cold light flashed in her beautiful silver eyes. She did not have a fit of anger on the spot. Only when there was no one else in Lin Yuan's office for the time being. She went in silently and locked the office door behind her. "You're quite popular, Commander Lin?" Her voice was unreadable, yet Lin Yuan sensed a dangerous aura. Lin Yuan looked up and met her eyes, which held a hint of resentment and possessiveness. He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Lang Yanran had already walked up to him, bent down, and placed her hands on his desk. This action revealed the stunning curves of her chest, encased in a white silk shirt, to Lin Yuan without reservation. Before Lin Yuan could react, she lowered her head and extended her warm, red lips to the most conspicuous spot on the side of his neck. It left a clear yet ambiguous hickey, with a lipstick mark, neither too light nor too heavy. "Stamp it," she said, straightening up and admiring her masterpiece with satisfaction, her tone domineering yet tinged with a little girl's smugness. "You are mine. No one can take it." Chapter 61: The Cornerstone of Empire and the Dangerous Scent of Perfume. After the board meeting, Lin Yuan returned to his empty top-floor office. He leaned back comfortably in the leather executive chair, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the system space. The interface of the Business Empire module slowly unfolded before his eyes. It was a huge three-dimensional sand table with the entire planet as its backdrop. On the sand table, countless points of light twinkled, each representing a company that could be acquired. Among them, 3 points of light were shimmering with an alluring dark gold hue. Target, Louvre United Auction House, currently severely undervalued, acquisition price, 50,000 renminbi. Target, Glory Energy Partial Equity, currently severely undervalued, acquisition price, 80,000 renminbi. Target, Huanya Semiconductor Raw Material Supply Chain, currently undergoing bankruptcy, liquidation, acquisition price, 120,000 renminbi. The price offered by the system was practically robbery, a veritable dirt cheap price. Lin Yuan looked at his balance of 500,000 soft rice points, a Chinese slang term for being a kept man, and didn't hesitate at all. System, acquire them all. Ding. The soft rice value has been deducted. The acquisition process has been initiated. The transfer of all assets is expected to be completed within 24 hours. As the system notification faded, Lin Yuan saw that on the magnificent planetary sand table, the blue map belonging to the Sky Dome Group, for the first time, crossed the ocean and lit up 3 brand new territories on the distant western continent. These 3 territories will become the most solid and important foundation for his future global business empire. After doing all this, Lin Yuan glanced at the time on his wristwatch. There are 10 minutes left until 3 p.m. The prey has arrived. It was exactly 3 p.m. The office door was knocked on precisely on time, with a gentle knock. "Enter." The door was pushed open, and a graceful, voluptuous figure slowly walked in. Su Qingying had clearly dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a very fitted black dress, the length of which was just above her knees, perfectly outlining her voluptuous curves. The square neckline of the dress further accentuated the breathtaking whiteness and depth of her chest. Her seaweed-like chestnut-colored curls were styled in a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender swan neck, with only a few playful strands falling beside her ears. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup, and her eyes, which were always gentle and calm, now held a hint of nervousness and anticipation, like a primary school student meeting their teacher. As soon as she entered, she respectfully bowed slightly to Lin Yuan. "Master, I've arrived." Lin Yuan did not speak immediately. He simply scrutinized her from head to toe with his extremely aggressive eyes. His gaze finally settled on her perfect, jade-like feet, encased in black strappy high heels. "The shoes are very beautiful." He finally spoke, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable command. "But I don't like it. Take it off." Su Qingying's body trembled almost imperceptibly. A beautiful blush rose on her face. But she didn't hesitate at all. She simply bent down obediently and untied the complicated bandages on her ankle. As the exquisite high heels were removed, a pair of flawless jade feet, seemingly carved from the finest mutton fat jade, were revealed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Her feet were delicate and beautiful, with an elegant and charming arch. Her 10 toes were round and cute, and her nails were painted a light pink, like crystal seashells. "Come over." Lin Yuan gave another order. Su Qingying walked barefoot on the cool, smooth marble floor, step by step, to Lin Yuan's desk. Her heart was pounding. Lin Yuan took out a brand new red ink pad box that he had just asked his secretary to buy from the drawer. He opened the ink pad box and placed it at Su Qingying's feet. "This is a reward for your perfect completion of the mission, and also a punishment for your attempt to lure your master with photos." A playful smile curved at the corners of his mouth. "Use your foot to leave a mark on it. I'm going to frame it and make it a unique work of art in my office." Su Qingying looked at the ink pad box, then at Lin Yuan's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. "This punishment is just too shameful, and too stimulating. This is not just leaving a mark, but also symbolizing that she has given her most private and perfect part to the man in front of her without reservation, leaving it to his control." She bit the red syrup and slowly raised her jade-like right foot. Then, gently, I stepped onto the bright red ink pad. When she lifted it again, her perfect jade foot was stained with a layer of eerie and alluring red. "This scene is incredibly visually striking." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then pulled out a sheet of A4 white paper and placed it on the ground. "Print it out." Su Qingying did as instructed. A bright red footprint, so perfect it resembled a work of art, was left forever on that snow-white paper. That evening, Lin Yuan returned to Lang Yanran's apartment. To reward this hero who saved the entire group, Lang Yanran decided to cook for him herself. As a result, this icy queen, who was a force to be reckoned with in the business world and decisive in her actions, was. In the kitchen, however, he was a complete novice. She was wearing a cute pink apron and holding a spatula, looking like a soldier who was about to go into battle but had picked up the wrong weapon, appearing clumsy yet adorable. I either mistook salt for sugar or almost poured oil into the sink. Finally, because the fire was turned up too high, the pot caught fire. "Ah!" Lang Yanran screamed in panic, flustered and at a loss for what to do. Lin Yuan shook his head with a helpless smile and stepped forward from behind. He skillfully picked up the pot lid, extinguished the fire, and then turned off the gas. The entire kitchen was a complete mess. Their queen, on the other hand, looked at him with a pitiful expression, like a child who had done something wrong, her face smeared with black soot. I didn't mean to." Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her cute yet pitiful appearance. He reached out and gently wiped the dirt off her face. Then, from behind, he wrapped his arms around her petite body. His hands covered her small hands, which were still holding the spatula. "I'll teach you." His chin rested gently on her fragrant shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. I taught her step by step how to cut vegetables and how to control the heat. A warm and sweet atmosphere quickly filled the kitchen. Night was falling. After a cozy dinner, it's time for couples to enjoy some intimate time together. In the bedroom, only a dim bedside lamp was on. The atmosphere was enchanting yet ambiguous. Lin Yuan held the exquisite body in his arms, a body as perfect as an ice sculpture, and was preparing to engage in a deeper exchange. Lang Yanran's body suddenly stiffened. She stopped all her movements. Those silver eyes, still as bright as stars even in the dim light, narrowed dangerously. She leaned close to Lin Yuan's neck and gently sniffed with her small, delicate nose. Then, she looked up. He asked in a soft voice, which sounded calm but was actually turbulent beneath. "On you. Why is there another woman's perfume scent?" Chapter 62, Confronting the Female CEO. The air in the bedroom seemed to freeze instantly. Lang Yanran's silver eyes narrowed dangerously, locking onto Lin Yuan. That faint yet highly distinctive perfume scent, like an invisible needle, pierced her heart, which had just been filled with happiness. Seeing her like that, Lin Yuan thought to himself that something was wrong and was just about to explain. Just then, an even more lethal piece of evidence than the scent of perfume appeared at an inopportune moment. The screen of his phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly lit up. An encrypted message from Su Qingying popped up. The message contained a photograph. The background of the photo is Lin Yuan's luxurious top-floor office. On that dark, solid wood wall, a symbol of power, in an exquisitely framed picture, stands a strikingly vivid image, a striking, alluring, bright red female footprint. Below the photo, there was another line of text that added fuel to the fire. Master, I have hung your artwork in the most prominent position in your office. This message, and that extremely impactful photo. Just like that, completely and without any obstruction, it came into Lin Yanran's view. With a buzzing sound. Lin Yanran felt her mind go completely blank for a moment. Perfume. The title used to address the master. And that mark of shame, clearly belonging to a woman. All the clues, when pieced together, formed a cruel truth that caused her heart to stop. Her man, her hero, her king. Behind her back, in her company, he was playing this master's servant game with other women, a game she could never have imagined. A mixture of betrayal, anger, and humiliation erupted in her heart like a volcano. In an instant, her beautiful silver eyes were covered with a layer of icy, bone-chilling frost. The temperature in the bedroom seemed to plummet to freezing point as a result. She slowly broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace and sat up straight. She didn't question hysterically, nor did she cry. She looked at Lin Yuan with a cold gaze, almost as if he were a stranger. Who is she? Her voice was eerily calm, yet it carried an intense sense of suppressed emotion, like the calm before a storm. Faced with this sudden, hellish battlefield, Lin Yuan, however, calmed down completely. He knew that any lies or excuses would appear pale and powerless in the face of such irrefutable evidence, and might even have the opposite effect. Panic and guilt are signs of weakness. And he is the king. Therefore, he chose the boldest, most exciting, and most effective path to demonstrate his absolute control. Far from showing the slightest panic, he instead curled up a wicked yet amused smile. He slowly moved closer to Lin Yanran. Under the gaze of those silver eyes, filled with coldness and scrutiny, he leaned down and gently pressed his semen against Lin Yanran's cold earlobe. It was in a way that only the two of them could hear, filled with a devilishly seductive, ambiguous atmosphere. He spoke softly, word by word. You guessed right. This perfume is definitely not yours. Because. He paused deliberately, feeling the delicate body beneath him stiffen with tension. Then, slowly, he uttered the answer that was enough to push this storm to its absolute peak. This is your beautiful, gentle, and respected stepmother, Ms. Su Qingying. The smell lingered in my office this afternoon. As for that artwork. He chuckled softly, his tone increasingly playful and authoritative. Nature. It's also her masterpiece. Chapter 63 Spoils and the Queen's Tears. Lin Yuan's confession, which sounded like a devil's whisper, completely ignited the tension that had already reached its limit in the bedroom. Lin Yanran's body trembled violently. She had imagined countless possibilities. It was just Lin Yuan putting on an act. It was the seduction of some shameless female subordinate. Even an accident that he inadvertently came into contact with. But she never expected that the answer would be Su Qingying. It was that one, her nominal stepmother. It was that woman who lived in her house, who cared for her every day, and was as gentle as a sister. This answer was more vicious than any other betrayal, and it made her feel more humiliated and heartbroken. She felt like a complete fool. She was manipulated by these two people, the closest to her in life. Extreme anger and icy despair instantly overwhelmed her reason. She suddenly raised her hand and, with all her might, slapped Lin Yuan hard across the face. However, her slender wrist was firmly grasped in mid-air by a much stronger hand. There was no trace of evasion or guilt in Lin Yuan's eyes. Instead, a flame burned within her, hotter and more domineering than her anger. Instead of letting go, he pulled harder. He forcefully pulled Lin Yanran's soft yet icy body, which was struggling in anger, back into his arms. He used his arms, like iron hoops, to tightly restrain her waist, making her unable to move. Then, he lowered his head and, in an almost declarative and extremely domineering tone, spoke to her ear, word by word. Control your temper. Listen up. Whether it's the Sky Dome group, which I'm currently devouring. It's still your beautiful stepmother, who seems gentle on the surface but is full of scheming inside. Even you, Lin Yanran. These are all my spoils of war, Lin Yuan's. The victor has the right to enjoy everything he has, in whatever way he likes. And you. His voice carried an unquestionable air of command. Just stay obediently by my side and enjoy the victory. These words struck Lin Yanran like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. All her anger, all her questions, all her prepared, cold words. Faced with such an unreasonable yet suffocatingly powerful declaration, everything else seemed so pale and powerless. He offered no explanation. He did not apologize. He didn't even give her the slightest bit of respect befitting the official wife. He was simply declaring his sovereignty to her in the most direct and primal way. An absolute, controlling power that transcends all emotions and morals. Lang Yanran was completely stunned. Her silver eyes, burning with icy flames, stared in disbelief at the man before her. Looking into his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky, yet now filled with aggression and possessiveness. Her heart, which had been disguised with coldness and strength for more than 20 years, was shattered by this tyrannical force at this moment. That layer, the hard outer shell used to defend the entire world and to rule the vast commercial empire, is called the Ice Queen. Cracks appear inch by inch. Then, it collapsed with a crash. A single, crystal-clear teardrop. Uncontrollably, tears silently streamed down her silver eyes, which had never before witnessed such intense emotional fluctuations. It swept across her beautiful face, which was always as cold as frost, but now was pale and bloodless. It dripped onto Lin Yuan's burning hot arm, which was holding her captive. These are not tears of anger. It wasn't tears of grievance. This is a kind of extreme vulnerability and bewilderment that arises when all pride and pretense are completely crushed in the face of absolute power. Just as that tear slid down, the system's cold, urgent notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Warn. The stability of one's job has plummeted, reaching a critical point and teetering on the brink of collapse. Emergency crisis mission triggered, appease the Queen. Task requirement, within 24 hours, raise Lang Yanran's favorability rating back to above the safe level. Mission reward, exclusive title King of the Battlefield, but punishment for mission failure, all soft rice points are reset to 0, and the Business Empire module is permanently frozen. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that his gamble had shattered Lang Yanran's mental defenses, but it had also pushed her to the brink of complete collapse. Now, it's time to give her a candy that can soothe her wounds. However, he didn't have time to make any attempt to comfort him. Lang Yanran, who was in his arms, suddenly had a new and unexpected reaction. That single tear seemed to mark the end of all her vulnerability. The next second, a more primal, more intense flame, filled with destruction and possessiveness, erupted from the depths of her silver eyes. She suddenly raised her head, like an enraged, wounded female leopard. In a way that is almost like tearing or biting. She kissed Lin Yuan's penis fiercely. This kiss lacked any tenderness or skill. Only catharsis, possession, and a near revengeful madness. With all her might, she pushed Lin Yuan hard onto the soft, broad wood. She rolled over and climbed on top, straddling his room. She used her long, straight, beautiful legs to hold him captive. She looked down at him from her elevated position. That exquisitely beautiful face, still streaked with tears, carried a morbid, resolute madness. Her voice, hoarse from the extreme emotional turmoil, possessed a deadly allure. You are mine. It's all mine. Tonight. I want to leave you with only my scent. Chapter 64 The Only Empress and the Truce. Lang Yanran's madness was like a wildfire that consumed everything. But Lin Yuan is the god who controls the wind direction. He did not passively accept this. Instead, he vented his anger with a sense of revenge. Instead, they took the initiative. With a more powerful, more irresistible, absolute force. It responded to her madness. He rolled over and pinned down the still struggling, cold yet burning hot body beneath him. His gaze, like that of a hawk in the night, was fixed on the pair of silver eyes beneath him, burning with cold flames. He didn't say anything. I just showed her through my actions. Who is the true master of this game? Millions of words omitted here. Much later. The storm has finally subsided. Like a swan that had exhausted all its strength, Lang Yanran collapsed weakly in Lin Yuan's arms. Her once fiery silver eyes were now only filled with a misty, watery haze. Deep within her body, an unprecedented, extreme sense of exhaustion and satisfaction completely overwhelmed all her reason and defenses. Anger, jealousy, humiliation. Those emotions that once drove her mad now seemed to have been ripped from her body, becoming distant and unreal. Lin Yuan held the delicate body in his arms tightly, as warm and soft as the finest jade. He could clearly feel her fiercely beating heart gradually calming down. He knew the time had come. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear in his gentlest, most magnetic voice. Do you know? From the moment I decided to take over the Sky Dome Group, I just told myself that only one empress can sit on the throne of this empire. His voice has a magical quality that can soothe people's hearts. Su Qingying, she may become the most gorgeous decoration in this empire. It can become my most interesting toy in my spare time. But she will never be able to sit in that position. He paused, then continued in an almost solemn tone, as if making an oath. Because of that location. From the very beginning. I've kept this just for you. Lan Yanran. You are my first and only queen. These words were like the most precise key. In an instant, the most private and secure lock in Lan Yanran's heart was unlocked. Her cold, hard shell was shattered by Lin Yuan in the most ruthless way during the previous storm. At this moment, her heart, soft and fragile, was riddled with holes. Lin Yuan's gentle yet domineering words of love completely healed and captivated her. The only empress. She murmured those words softly. Beside the dried tear stain at the corner of her eye, another crystal tear quietly slid down. But this time, it was no longer about pain and humiliation. Rather, it was a feeling of grievance, relief, and an indescribable sense of peace and sweetness after being completely conquered. She buried her face deeply into Lin Yuan's firm yet warm heart. With her last ounce of strength, she stretched out her arms and tightly wrapped them around his waist. It was as if she wanted to completely merge herself into his body. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the French windows, falling onto the bedroom carpet. Lan Yanran slowly opened her eyes. The hangover-like exhaustion left her feeling weak and sore all over. But her spirit was never clear and peaceful. She lay quietly in Lin Yuan's arms, looking at his sleeping face, which looked exceptionally handsome in the morning light. Everything from last night is replaying in my mind like a movie. Madness, tears, depravity, and that phrase, the only empress. A beautiful blush involuntarily rose to her cheeks. She knew that she had completely lost. They lost badly, utterly, and completely. I lost willingly. But losing doesn't mean she'll give up everything that belongs to her. As the queen of the sky, she has her own code of conduct. She gently moved away from Lin Yuan's embrace. Then, he took out a piece of stationery and a Mont Blanc fountain pen from the bedside table. She returned to bed, placed the letter on Lin Yuan's chest, and then put the pen into his hand. Lin Yuan was awakened by her movements. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at her in confusion. What is this for? Lan Yanran's face had regained its usual coldness. But in those silver eyes, there was a hint of complex emotion that could not be concealed. She spoke to him in a calm and uncompromising tone, as if she were negotiating a multi-billion-dollar project. I want to sign a truce agreement with you. You write it. What do you want? 10% of the Sky Dome Group's shares, or my private bank located in the Western continent? Or perhaps, that piece of land in the east of the city, and all its future development rights? Just write it down. And, in the agreement, you must grant me 3 conditions. I will sign it immediately and it will take effect. This is her, Lan Yanran. A business tycoon, and her problem-solving approach. She couldn't stop this man from acquiring other trophies. But she wants to define her unique and prima donna status through a contract. And, to secure the greatest sense of security for oneself. Lin Yuan couldn't help but find her serious expression somewhat amusing. Oh? What are the 3 conditions? He asked with great interest. Lan Yanran extended 3 slender, fair fingers. First, I don't care what your relationship with her is like in private. But in front of me, in any public setting, you must maintain the purest distance between a stepmother and stepson. Second, her artwork must be removed from your office immediately. I will not allow any mark belonging to another woman to appear on my territory. Third, she looked into Lin Yuan's eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. And also the most important. You can't let her get pregnant with your child. Your heir can only be me, the only empress in the next life. Chapter 65 My Private Property and Morning Greetings. Lin Yuan looked into Lan Yanran's silver eyes, which were filled with seriousness and stubbornness. He found it amusing. I also find it cute. Even at this point, this woman still wants to use her most proficient method business contracts to frame a relationship that has already spiraled out of control. Did she think this was about dividing up the business landscape? They also listed the terms and offered the terms. She's so cute that it makes you want to tease her even more. Lin Yuan picked up the exquisite Mont Blanc fountain pen. The coldness of the pen tip contrasted sharply with the warmth of his fingertips. He was under Lang Yanran's expectant yet slightly nervous gaze. On that piece of paper, which symbolized her last line of defense, he signed his name with a flourish. Lin Yuan. The two words, written with powerful strokes and penetrating force, exude an air of domineering arrogance. After signing, he pushed the letter and pen together in front of Lang Yanran. He spoke with a smile and a calm yet overwhelmingly authoritative tone. My part is done. Now, it's your turn. Lang Yanran's heart trembled slightly. She never expected that Lin Yuan would actually sign this truce agreement, which was of paramount importance to her, so readily. This meant that he accepted her three incredibly domineering conditions. This means that he acknowledged her unique status as empress. A huge, satisfying joy instantly welled up in my heart. She picked up the pen, eager to sign her name in her designated signature section. Let this hard-won contract take full effect. However, just as her pen tip was about to touch the paper, a warm, large hand gently pressed down on the back of her hand. They stopped her from doing so. Lang Yanran looked up at Lin Yuan, puzzled. But then she saw a playful smile on Lin Yuan's face that made her heart skip a beat. Don't rush. He held her hand and spoke softly. Before signing, it seems there was one more crucial clause that we hadn't agreed on. Lang Yanran frowned in confusion. What terms? You haven't filled in the asset details I promised you yet, have you? Lin Yuan shook his head. His gaze slowly shifted from the blank asset section of the paper to Lang Yanran's stunningly beautiful face. His voice became low and aggressive. Those cold numbers and land deeds mean nothing to me. My queen, the price you offered is too low. So low, it doesn't even deserve the name I signed. He looked at Lang Yuan's silver eyes, which had widened slightly because of his words, and continued speaking. Now, I will make the offer. His fingertips gently traced the smooth, delicate skin on Lang Yanran's hand. In the assets section. I don't want what you wrote. I want you to sign your name too. Lang Yanran was completely stunned. For a moment, her mind couldn't grasp the meaning of those words. Sign your name in the assets section. What does this mean? It was as if he could see through her doubts. Lin Yuan leaned down and brought the liquid close to her ear. With a tone that was like an oracle, filled with extreme possessiveness, he revealed the answer to her word by word. Because, from the moment you signed this agreement, you, Lang Yanran, you, your body, your thoughts, your joys and sorrows, everything about you, they will all belong to me, Lin Yuan. The only private property. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, 100 times more domineering than the word spoils of war from last night. It struck Lang Yanran's mind hard. She froze on the spot. Her heart, which had just gained a sense of security because of the agreement, was pierced at this moment by a more ruthless and thorough force. This agreement. It is not a truce agreement at all. This is a complete and utter contract of servitude. Moreover, it was she who offered it to her. She looked into Lin Yuan's deep, playful eyes, which were so close to hers. She knew that she had once again fallen into the trap that this man had carefully woven. One that she couldn't refuse, and even secretly longed for deep down a sweet trap. However, at the very moment when ambiguity and domineering intertwined to their climax, just as Lang Yanran was about to completely succumb and sign this contract of servitude, a voice, extremely out of place, suddenly rang out. Buzz buzz. It was Lang Yanran's personal cell phone, which she had placed on her bedside table, vibrating. The sudden sound instantly shattered the extremely ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Lang Yanran's thoughts were also pulled back to reality. She glanced at the caller ID. The moment the name Su Qingying came into view, her silver eyes, which had just been misty and dreamy, suddenly froze back into ice. That chilling rage from last night, a rage born of betrayal and deception. Once again, uncontrollably, it surged up from the depths of my heart. They received no news from their master all night. This woman, in the end, could no longer restrain herself. What is she doing? Is she calling to boast to her man? Or is he showing off his victory to her, this foolish stepdaughter who's been kept in the dark? Lang Yanran's eyes instantly turned extremely dangerous. She glanced at Lin Yuan, whose expression remained unchanged. Then, I picked up my phone. Without hesitation, I pressed the hands-free button in front of him. Chapter 66 Busy Lin Yuan and Silent Ant. The moment the hands-free button was pressed, the entire bedroom seemed to transform into a silent arena. The air froze. Lin Yanran's icy gaze was like a sword of judgment. Lin Yuan's amused smile was a scepter of control over the entire situation. The contract of servitude that had not yet been signed and was labeled private property was the only and final spoils of war. A few seconds of electrical hum followed. A soft, alluring voice, seemingly capable of dripping with tenderness, came clearly from the phone's receiver. Onar. Just those two words. Lin Yanran's body suddenly stiffened. Her silver eyes, which had just been misty with tears because of Lin Yuan's domineering declaration, froze completely in that instant, becoming an unyielding ice. That kind of deliberately lowered voice, filled with endless obedience and flattery. That kind of unique nickname, as if whispered in a lover's ear. They were like steel needles coated with deadly poison, piercing her heart with deadly force. But Su Qingying was clearly unaware of the storm brewing on the other end of the phone. She continued to greet them cautiously in her soft, charming voice. Are you awake? Did you sleep well last night? However, there was only dead silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply admired the extremely cold expression on Lin Yanran's face with great interest, as if he were appreciating a work of art about to be perfectly provoked. The silence that followed clearly alerted Su Qingying on the other end of the phone to something amiss. Her keen intuition as a woman immediately detected the unusual atmosphere in the air. She paused for a moment. Then, in a more cautious, tentative tone, he asked in a low voice. Onar. Your voice sounds a little different. Is there someone next to you? This problem is like a depth charge that has been precisely dropped. In an instant, the already tense atmosphere in the bedroom reached a critical point, on the verge of exploding. Lin Yanran's breath caught in her throat for a moment. A flicker of fire, a mixture of humiliation and extreme anger, flashed in her icy eyes. Is this woman showing off? What right does she have to question her man in that tone? At this moment, Lin Yanran made a move that even Lin Yuan found somewhat unexpected. She didn't let Lin Yuan speak. He wasn't even given a chance to speak. The moment Su Qingying uttered that fatal question, she suddenly reached out and snatched the phone from the bedside table. Her movements were swift and decisive. Like a proud silver lioness whose territory has been violated. Then, she held the phone up to her cheek. She spoke in a tone that was extremely cold, yet carried a hint of condescension, like a mistress of the house. He spoke calmly into the phone. Aunt Su. Good morning. What's up? There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Su Qingying's soft and charming voice came to an abrupt end. One can imagine the utterly shocked expression on her face, which always wore a gentle smile, on the other end of the phone. She never dreamed of this. The person who will answer the phone will be Lin Yanran. Even more unexpectedly, Lin Yanran would address her in such a cold, almost interrogative tone. A few seconds later, Su Qingying's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible stiffness, rang out again. Yanran. It's you. I just wanted to check on your health. She was clearly still reeling from the huge shock. But she still instinctively tried to smooth things over. By the way, is Lin Yuan next to you? I have some work-related matters that I'd like to discuss with him. She steered the conversation toward work. This was the only reasonable explanation she could think of at that moment. However, Lin Yanran, did not give her that kind of way out at all. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who was leaning against the headboard, looking at her with amusement. A beautiful, cold, and triumphant smile curved at the corners of his lips. He's here. She admitted it readily and decisively. Then, in an even colder, more authoritative, and possessive tone, she added. But he's very busy right now. I'm busy, I can't answer your call. After saying that, Lin Yanran did not give the other party any further chance to speak. There was no further response. She simply stretched out her finger and pressed the hang-up button hard. The whole world finally fell silent again. In the room, only Lin Yuan and Lin Yanran remained, their breathing clearly audible. Lin Yanran gripped her phone tightly, her heart pounding wildly from the intense emotional outburst she had just experienced. Those breasts, wrapped in a silk nightgown, swayed up and down, their breathtaking curves accentuated by the movement. She won. In that silent exchange just now, she achieved an overwhelming victory. She raised her proud, swan-like, long and fair neck. She gave him a look that carried a hint of provocation, a hint of questioning, and a hint of self-aggrandizement that she herself was unaware of. He looked at Lin Yuan. That look seemed to say something. Are you satisfied now? This is the hellish battlefield you wanted. Did I clean it up properly? Chapter 67. Well done. And the king of the Shura field. Lang Yanran gripped her phone tightly, proudly raising her neck, which was as elegant as a white swan. In her silver eyes, which were as cold as ice, a complex flame was burning, a mixture of provocation, questioning, and expectation. She was like a lioness who had just won a battle to defend her territory. With her eyes, she silently sought praise from her male lion. She flaunted her sharp claws in unassailable majesty. Faced with her expression, which was both proud and subtly nervous, he was struck by her demeanor. Lin Yuan smiled. It wasn't the kind of playful, mocking laugh. Rather, it is a genuine smile, one that comes from the heart, carrying strong approval and appreciation. His gaze, like the warm sunshine, instantly melted the ice in Lang Yanran's eyes. Oh! He chuckled softly and slowly extended his arm. Under Lang Yanran's slightly surprised gaze, he pulled her soft, delicate body, which was trembling slightly from emotional excitement, back into his arms. His warm, firm, masculine heart pressed tightly against her cold back once more. He didn't give her any chance to struggle. One hand, like an iron clamp, encircled her slender waist, holding her tightly in his arms. With his other hand, he gently pinched her small and delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and look him in the eye. Their eyes met. The lingering smell of gunpowder in the air was instantly replaced by a more intense and aggressive atmosphere of ambiguity. Well done. Lin Yuan looked into those silver eyes that were once again misty and watery because of his actions, and spoke in a deep and magnetic voice, word by word. My queen. Immediately afterwards. Before Lang Yanran could react to the sudden, top-level praise, she was left speechless. He lowered his head. With a deep kiss, imbued with absolute possession and a strong sense of reward, he fiercely pressed it onto her slightly parted, soft petals. This kiss was unlike any other before. It contains neither lust nor punishment. It carries only the purest, most direct, highest level of affirmation and reward from one victor to another. After a long time, the tears were divided. Lang Yanran leaned weakly against Lin Yuan's chest, panting heavily. Her mind was blank. All that remained was Lin Yuan's praise, which was etched deep into her soul like a brand. Well done, my queen. This statement carries far more weight than an unfinished contract or so-called private property. It directly struck Lang Yanran at the deepest part of her heart, where she longed to be satisfied. Approval. This is a unique recognition from this man. Lin Yuan gently stroked her vulva, which had become even more rosy and full from the kiss, with his fingertips. Feel that amazing softness and elasticity. Looking at her dreamy yet contented expression, his smile deepened. He leaned close to her ear and whispered a word, his tone a mix of teasing and instruction. It seems so. You have already learned the basics. How to get rid of those annoying flies buzzing around your man. Remember this feeling. There will be many more things like this in the future. And I allow you to defend your throne, the Empress's throne, in any way you prefer. He used this approach, which bordered on indulgence, to grant unlimited authority. He completely conquered Lang Yanran's heart. He told her that her behavior was not unreasonable or driven by jealousy. Rather, it was the sacred power that was rightfully hers as Empress. And just as Lin Yuan used these words to completely soothe the proud Empress in his arms. Just then, Lang Yanran was completely immersed in the immense happiness of being recognized and indulged. In Lin Yuan's mind, a cold yet familiar mechanical voice quietly sounded. Bite. Host detected. The negative emotions of the key female protagonist, Lang Yanran, have been successfully reversed, and a preliminary relationship of absolute control, dominance, and subordination has been established. Emergency crisis mission, appease the queen, mission exceeded target. Task rating, S+ perfect control. In progress, task completion. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. But on his face, he still maintained that gentle and affectionate smile, gently stroking Lang Yanran's smooth, long silver hair. His movements did not falter in the slightest. It was as if the voice in my mind didn't exist at all. This is his most basic quality as a qualified player. Never let NPCs become aware of the system's existence. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host. For your perfect performance in this battleground crisis, you have obtained an S+ level hidden reward, the unique exclusive title, King of the Battleground. Title automatically equipped. As the system notification tone faded, Lin Yuan felt an indescribable, cool current instantly flow from his mind throughout his body. At this moment, his mind became clearer and sharper than ever before. Many details about interpersonal relationships that I couldn't understand before have suddenly become clear. It was as if a superprocessor called emotional insight had been forcibly implanted into his brain. Title: King of the Battlefield. Type: Unique exclusive passive title. Effect 1: Emotional balance. Description: This title will automatically activate when the host is simultaneously in the same physical space or connected via phone, video, etc. with multiple female protagonists who have a favorable impression of you, 60 points or more. You will gain absolute insight into the emotional changes of all participants in the current situation. Effect 2: Conflict-driven motivation. Introduction: During the emotional balance period, any battlefield behavior between the female protagonists, such as jealousy, verbal conflicts, or covert rivalries, will be judged by the system as positive incentives for the host. Depending on the intensity of the battlefield behavior, the system will provide you with a temporary soft rice value bonus ranging from 10 to 1,000 points. This soft rice value can be used to temporarily enhance personal charm, persuasiveness, or physical functions. Effect 3: Absolute judgment. Introduction: As the king of the battleground, you possess the final say in any battleground event. Once you make your final decision, e.g., support one side, suppress the other, or appease both, your decision will have a very high probability of gaining superficial approval from all participants. The losing side will experience a 90% reduction in favorability. Looking at this, the newly acquired title attribute is so powerful it's almost shameless. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards even further. This is simply a god-level skill tailor-made for me. Emotional insight, conflict-driven motivation, absolute judgment. This is hardly a title. This is clearly an ultimate guide to perfectly balancing your harem and even profiting from it. Especially the second one. The women are fighting over him, and he actually gets temporary attribute points? Isn't this just encouraging yourself to actively create and intensify more chaotic situations? System, you really understand me so well. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented excitement. He looked at the Ice Queen in his arms, who had just given him a perfect S+ level performance. His gaze grew increasingly intense. He seemed to have already seen it. In the not-too-distant future. As more top goddesses join the battle for Lin Yuan. He himself sits in the center, holding the scepter of the king of the Azura field. Watching them fight over him, vying for his affections and engaging in open and covert struggles. Meanwhile, he himself continued to reap the enormous profits that resulted from this. What a beautiful picture that would be. Chapter 68: Contracts, Bathing, and the Real War. Tenderness and recognition are the flames that can melt the hardest ice in the world. At this moment, Lang Yanran was like a block of ice thrown into a volcano. All her pride, defensiveness, and cold pretense melted away completely when Lin Yuan said, "My empress." In the end, only the softest, hottest pool of spring water remained. She held Lin Yuan tightly, greedily absorbing his essence. It's as if they want to make up for all the security they've lost. However, Lin Yuan did not let her indulge in this warmth for too long. He enjoyed seeing her submit. But he preferred that she clearly understand the true meaning of this surrender. He used irresistible force to gently push away the delicate body in his arms. This allows her to refocus her gaze on her face. Then he turned around and picked up the pen again from the bedside table. And that sacred covenant that was only half signed. He placed the pen and letter paper in front of Lang Yanran once again. "My queen." Lin Yuan's voice was deep and full of authority. "You did an excellent job just now. You have defended your throne and proven that you are worthy of sitting in this position." His gaze slowly moved down from her flushed cheeks. Finally, it all came down to that contract that symbolized ownership. "Now, it is time for you to perform your final ceremony as the victor." Lang Yanran's breath hitched. She looked at the pen in front of her and the letter that seemed to possess magic. Her mind instantly understood Lin Yuan's intention. He wanted to do it at the moment when she was most willing. Let her personally put a period to her freedom. And he branded himself with an eternal mark called Lin Yuan. What an overwhelming and heart-pounding sense of ritual. Lang Yanran remained silent. She silently accepted the heavy fountain pen from Lin Yuan's hand. The coldness of the pen tip contrasted sharply with the heat of her palm. She raised her eyes and gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. Those clear, moon-like silver eyes seemed to be filled with an entire galaxy. There was infatuation, intoxication, shyness, and even more resolute determination. There was also a hint of fervor and excitement that she herself was unaware of. Then she lowered her head. That column should have been filled in the assets section for Tianqiong Group shares. Her hand holding the pen trembled slightly, yet remained incredibly firm. Each stroke, one character at a time. She wrote down her own name. Lan Yanran. The 3 characters are elegant yet sharp, just like her personality. The moment the last stroke was made, she felt as if some invisible shackles were quietly being placed on her from the depths of her soul. The shackles were neither cold nor heavy. Instead, it brought her a sense of warmth and security that made her feel incredibly at ease. From this moment on, she is no longer the Ice Queen fighting alone. She is his. It is his private property, completely and utterly his own. Looking at the contract that had finally fulfilled its mission, a smile full of satisfaction and possessiveness appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He carefully folded the contract of servitude in half. Then he put it in the pocket of his pajamas. He stretched out his arms as Lan Yanran let out a shy, soft cry. He lifted her incredibly soft and perfect body up in his arms. Princess Carrie. This action seemed childish and ridiculous to her. At this moment, however, she experienced a sense of being cherished that she had never felt before. All right, my queen. Lin Yuan carried her straight to the spacious and luxurious bathroom. His voice carried a hint of mocking laughter. The brutal war is over. Now is the time to clean up the battlefield and bathe and dress the victors. He pushed open the bathroom door. Warm, beige light instantly poured out. The 2 figures, tightly embracing each other, cast a long shadow. Lin Yuan carried her to the huge round bathtub. He didn't put her down immediately. Instead, he held her and sat down on the edge of the bathtub together. Then he reached out and turned on the gold-plated faucet. Splash! Warm water mixed with floral essential oil foam. Soon, a layer of snow-white, dense clouds accumulated in the bathtub. Water vapor begins to evaporate. The entire bathroom became hazy and ambiguous. Lin Yuan held her like that, watching the water level in the bathtub rise little by little. He didn't say anything. Lan Yanran nestled quietly in his arms, enjoying the rare tranquility after the storm. She could even clearly hear his strong, powerful heartbeat. Knock, knock, knock. Each sound was like a requiem striking her heart. It made her feel a sense of security and peace she had never experienced before. This calm did not last long. When the bathtub is almost full of water, Lin Yuan has finally made a new move. He stood up, holding Lan Yanran in his arms. Then, in front of her, he slowly and deliberately untied the belt of his silk nightgown. A perfectly sculpted, strong body was displayed before her. Lan Yanran's face flushed bright red instantly. She instinctively wanted to turn her head away. But Lin Yuan didn't give her a chance to escape. He sat down again and pulled her between his legs. Then, with an irresistible force, he turned her face back to its original position. He forced her to look at him. Then his hand slowly reached towards the thin silk nightgown she was wearing. His movements were slow and gentle. It's like unpacking the most precious work of art in the world. His gaze was both aggressive and imbued with a pure, artistic appreciation. When that last barrier was completely stripped away. When that flawless, snow-white body was first revealed to him without reservation. Even Lin Yuan's breath hitched slightly. Beautiful. The ultimate beauty. It was as if God had poured all his heart and soul and favor into her creation. Only then was this perfect masterpiece sculpted. Lin Yuan did not rush to put her into the bathtub. He simply admired it inch by inch with the purest and most ardent gaze. This exquisite work of art now completely belongs to him. Those butterfly-like eyelashes trembled with shyness. Those breathtaking snow-capped mountains, their peaks undulating slightly with tension. And that perfectly sculpted, flat stomach without an ounce of excess fat. And those long, beautiful legs that have been hailed by countless magazines as the most beautiful legs in the summer capital. My queen. Lin Yuan's voice became somewhat hoarse from the extreme appreciation. You are so beautiful. After saying that, He finally couldn't take it anymore. He picked her up and gently lowered them both into the huge bathtub filled with warm bubbles. Much later, when Lang Yanran leaned against Lin Yuan's chest, her body burning hot as if she had lost all her bones. Lin Yuan, however, did not indulge in this extreme tenderness like she did. His fingers gently traced her smooth, jade-like back. His voice whispered in her ear once again. Just this once. His voice no longer carried ambiguity or lust. Instead, it is replaced by a calmness and sharpness as cold as ice. Yan ran. He used his fingers to lift her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. You felt relieved when you hung up on Su Qingying, didn't you? Lang Yanran's dazed eyes cleared slightly, and she nodded subconsciously. Lin Yuan smiled. But there was a hint of cold cruelty in that smile. But that was just a child's way of venting emotions while playing house. You are using my power to drive away a fly in my territory. This is awesome. But it has no practical significance. Lang Yanran frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Lin Yuan was saying these things at this time. Lin Yuan seemed to see through her doubts. He pointed to the bustling city outside the bathroom, shrouded in night. And a true empress. His voice became like the sharpest blade. The question should not be how to shoo away a fly in your own palace, but how to ensure that she can never fly into your world again from now on. Even. A cold glint, as cold as 10,000 years of ice, flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. How can we make that filthy garbage dump where she lives disappear from this world completely? That's what war is. Did you understand? My Empress. Chapter 69 Early Morning Court, Investment, and the Gentle Trap. The next morning. The first ray of golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the city's peak. Lin Yuan woke up earlier than the woman in his arms. He didn't move. He simply turned to the side and quietly admired Lang Yanran's stunningly beautiful sleeping face, which had shed all its cold pretense. Long, silver eyelashes, like butterfly wings, cast soft shadows in the morning light. Her fair cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush as she slept soundly. The slightly pouting, soft petals carry a touch of childlike innocence. Who would have thought? The woman sleeping soundly and peacefully in his arms was none other than the Ice Queen who ruled a multi-billion-dollar empire and was feared by countless business tycoons. A gentle smile curved the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. He carefully pulled his arm out from under her neck. Then he bent down. A light kiss, carrying the scent of morning dew, was placed on her forehead. He then quietly got up and walked into the enormous walk-in closet that would drive any woman crazy. Outside a floor-to-ceiling window that covers an entire wall. The Sky Dome Group's headquarters building, which pierces the sky like a sharp sword, is bathed in the golden morning light. It was as if it were paying the highest tribute to its queen. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the rows of dazzling top-tier haute couture pieces. Final. He chose a silver gray suit skirt for Lang Yanran, with sharp tailoring and smooth lines. This color. It perfectly complements her rare, long silver hair. It also perfectly showcases her innate nobility and aloofness. He prepared his battle robe. Then he returned to the bedside and gently patted the soft, delicate body that was still lingering in bed. Yanran. Time to get up. Lang Yanran let out a sound, a lazy murmur with a thick nasal tone. She rolled over and, like a kitten, buried her face in the soft pillow. It seemed to want to escape this disturbing sound from its peaceful sleep. Lin Yuan smiled. He leaned down, brought his ear close, and whispered in a deep, magnetic, and seductive voice. His Majesty. It's dawn. You should attend the morning court session. The two words, Your Majesty. It's like a key with magical powers. In an instant, a mysterious switch was flipped in Lang Yanran's body. Her languid, hazy silver eyes suddenly opened a crack. A flush of passion quickly spread from her neck to her ears. She turned her head. Looking at Lin Yuan's handsome face, so close to hers, with a mocking smile on his face. Everything from last night. That feeling of utter conquest and depravity. That resounding declaration of war. Like a tidal wave, it flooded into her mind. She is no longer the Lang Yanran who had to support everything on her own. She was his empress. And he was the one and only monarch who bestowed the crown upon her. She obediently allowed Lin Yuan to lift her from the warm bed. She let him dress her in that silver gray suit, a symbol of power. When Lin Yuan picked up a dark patterned silk scarf and tied it around her fair and slender neck. His fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, traced across her sensitive and delicate skin. It sent a shiver through her body, a faint electric current. His movements were gentle yet focused. It's as if the most devout believer is offering the most sacred sacrifice to their God. At last, he straightened the last wrinkle in her collar. Gazing at the image in the mirror, she saw the stunningly beautiful queen, exuding confidence and charisma. He nodded in satisfaction. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. He rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder. The two of them nestled together intimately, looking at each other in the mirror. Lin Yuan whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Go, my queen. Go and inspect your empire. Remember, today, you are not only the president of Sky Dome. Even more so, my woman. Let everyone see your brilliance. Let them know too. Who stands behind you?" Lan Yanran laughed. They carried with them an unprecedented fighting spirit and absolute confidence. Her steps were no longer hesitant or wavering. Because she knew. From this day forward, her throne is as secure as Mount Tai. The apartment returned to silence. Lin Yuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of freshly brewed black coffee. His gaze was calm as he watched Lan Yanran's Bentley slowly drive out of the underground parking garage. Then, it merged into the city's congested traffic. The gentle smile on his face gradually faded. Instead, there is a calm and indifference, like an abyss. Last night's tenderness was just a sugarcoating. The war that followed was fought with cannonballs. Su Qingying, that woman, will never let this go. Her counterattack could come at any moment. But I need even more powerful weapons. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. In his mind, he summoned the golden system panel that only he could see. His gaze immediately locked onto the J skills section. Capital Sense Beginner. This skill had helped him a lot in the past. But what lies ahead is the impending real capital war. Beginner level is far from enough. His gaze fell on the 250,000 yuan he had spent on a soft rice, a form of financial support. Without any hesitation, he used his mind to choose to upgrade. Byte. Do you wish to spend 200,000 soft rice points to upgrade the skill, Capital Smell Beginner, to Capital Smell Intermediate? Yes. Lin Yuan silently recited in his heart. The moment the words fell, the numbers in his account suddenly jumped. 250,000 instantly became 50,000. A cool current, even larger and purer than when it last earned the title. Like a flood bursting its banks, it erupted from the depths of his mind. In an instant, it swept over his limbs and bones. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. This moment, the world he saw had completely changed. If the world before was high definition, so now, what he sees before him is an AR real world with countless layers of data superimposed on it. Countless, invisible to the naked eye, golden threads, some thick and some thin, representing the flow of funds. They are frantically shuttling, converging, and separating in the sky, underground, and among the buildings of this city. Sky Dome Group Headquarters Building. It is like a pillar that has absorbed a massive amount of golden threads, a pillar that stabilizes the sea. Radiant with light. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, in a private estate. Similarly, a formidable golden energy resides within it. But it's different from the healthy and powerful golden color of the Sky Dome Group. Deep within that energy, there seemed to be a wisp of darkness and decay, extremely difficult to detect. That was Su Qingying's foundation. What alarmed Lin Yuan even more was, he can even see a very subtle, almost transparent, dark gold thread. It extends directly from that manor. It connected to a VIP ward at Xiadu Central Hospital. That line exuded a cold, bait-like, sinister aura. Just then, it was as if to confirm his observation. His personal cell phone, which was on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated slightly. The screen lit up. It was an encrypted message from Su Qingying. Lin Yuan slowly walked over and picked up his phone. Unlock. Click to open. An electronic diagnostic certificate from Xiadu Central Hospital popped up instantly. In the diagnosis section, several alarming words were clearly written. Severe depression. Acute anxiety attack. Below the diagnosis certificate, attached was another line of text, edited in a tone full of weakness and pleading. Oh no. I think I'm sick. The doctor said I need the company of my closest loved ones. Could you come and see me? I'm alone in the hospital right now, and I'm so scared. Looking at this pitiful text message. And before him, there was the dark golden thread, full of intrigue, connecting the manor and the hospital. Lin Yuan's lips slowly curled into a cold and cruel smile. A top-notch hunter. They often appear in the form of prey. He picked up his phone. Long, slender fingers tapped the screen slowly and deliberately. He quickly replied with 2 words. Wait for me. Then. He tossed his phone back onto the sofa. I picked up the cup of black coffee again, it had gone slightly cool. He walked to the window and drank it all in one gulp. His gaze was directed toward the central hospital. There was not a trace of pity or worry in his eyes. Only a chess player, when looking at the chessboard, remains absolutely calm. Su Qingying. Since you have already laid a trap. So, as a hunter, how could I possibly disappoint you? Chapter 70 Trap, Scales, and the Queen's Sword. The VIP ward of Shedu Central Hospital was as quiet as an isolated island, with the air filled with the cold, pure smell of disinfectant. Lin Yuan walked alone in the empty, white corridor, his custom-made leather shoes making no sound as they stepped on the floor. He was like an apex predator about to enter his hunting ground, calm and composed yet brimming with deadly danger. He came to visit a patient and also to enjoy a meticulously arranged drama. He finally stopped in front of a ward with a sign that read Special Care 01. He didn't knock, but gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. The curtains in the room were drawn tightly shut, leaving only a dim bedside lamp to create a fragile and oppressive atmosphere. Su Qingying lay on that large hospital bed. She was wearing an ill-fitting, oversized striped hospital gown, and her stunningly beautiful face was deathly pale. And 4 needle was still inserted in the back of her hand, and clear liquid was slowly dripping into her body. She looked so helpless, fragile, and pitiful, like a delicate lily ravaged by a storm. She slowly turned her head when she heard the door open. When she saw Lin Yuan standing at the door, her gentle eyes, which should have been sparkling with life, instantly welled up with a thick layer of tears. Oh no. Her voice was hoarse and weak, filled with endless grievances and dependence, as if she had used up all her strength. Lin Yuan slowly walked in, gently closing the door to shut out the outside world. He walked to the bedside and looked down at this woman whose acting skills were enough to win any Best Actress award. His face showed just the right amount of heartache and concern. How did you end up like this? His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. Su Qingying stretched out her hand, which wasn't receiving in 4 drip, trembling as if trying to grab Lin Yuan's clothes. I have no idea. Her tears finally rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. I just feel so sad and scared. It's so cold and quiet here, and I'm all alone. Master, am I going to die? Lin Yuan didn't speak, he simply bent down and gently took her cold little hand in his. Then he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his other hand. Don't be afraid. His voice carried an undeniable sense of calm and stability. I am coming. His performance was equally flawless. However, deep within his heart, his eyes, enhanced by the capital sense intermediate, saw a completely different scene. He could see 3 pinhole-sized high-definition cameras hidden in 3 inconspicuous corners of the room. He could sense that in the next room, there sat one of the top lawyers in the capital, specializing in emotional disputes. Beside him lay a pre-prepared agreement for a huge sum of money in damages for emotional distress. He could even smell the cold scheming and resentment hidden within Su Qingying's seemingly fragile body, like a venomous snake. All of this forms a flawless web, a gentle trap that can ruin any man's reputation and bankrupt him. Seeing that Lin Yuan had completely entered into the script she had set up, a barely perceptible hint of smugness flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. She grabbed Lin Yuan's hand tightly and spoke in a pleading tone, almost tearful. Master, please don't go. They all say it's my fault, that I ruined your relationship with Lang Yanran. But I just love you too much. Could you sign something to prove to them that we are true love? Her words were incoherent, yet they pointed precisely to the fatal agreement in the hands of the lawyer next door. However, just as she was about to bring the drama to its climax, a crisp cell phone ringtone abruptly broke the silence of the room. It's Lin Yuan's phone. He took out his phone and glanced at the screen. The caller ID displayed 2 words, Yanran. Su Qingying's pupils contracted sharply, and a tiny crack appeared in the perfect expression of sorrow on her face. Lin Yuan seemed oblivious to all of this, and gave Su Qingying a reassuring smile. Then, in front of her, he pressed the answer button and immediately put the call on speakerphone. This action was like the sharpest dagger, instantly piercing through all of Su Qingying's pretense. "Ling Yuan, where are you?" Lang Yanran's cool yet slightly dependent voice came through the receiver clearly. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice rang in Ling Yuan's mind. "Bite. A chaotic environment has been detected. The title King of the Battlefield has been automatically activated. Current key figures in this chaotic situation: Su Qingying on site, Lang Yanran remotely. The emotional balance is being visualized." The next second, a huge, illusory, classical scale made of pure golden light suddenly appeared in Ling Yuan's consciousness space. On the left side of the scale was a silver weight radiating a chilling aura, the frost on its surface representing Lang Yanran's stable and powerful queenly state of mind. On the right side of the scales was a constantly twisting, dark red poisonous flame wrapped in black thorns. The poisonous flames burned and flickered violently, representing the jealousy and rage that Su Qingying was about to unleash beneath her disguise. A playful smile appeared on Ling Yuan's lips. His control over this game had reached a godlike level. "I'm at the hospital." He spoke into the phone in a relaxed tone. "A friend of mine is a little sick, so I came to visit." Lang Yanran was silent for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone. "Is it Su Qingying?" Her voice instantly turned 8 degrees colder. The ball of poison representing Su Qingying in Ling Yuan's mind also surged upwards because of those 2 words. "Yes." Lin Yuan admitted it with a smile. Then he continued in a tone that was both indulgent and helpless. "After all, he is your elder. As a junior, I can't afford to be impolite. How are things going on your end? Was the morning court session successful, Your Majesty?" The last phrase, "my empress," was spoken very softly and ambiguously, yet it was like a super bomb detonating a nuclear arsenal. The voice of Lang Yanran on the other end of the phone, which had been frozen, instantly melted into a pool of spring water, carrying a hint of shy reproach. It's all right." On the scales in Lin Yuan's mind, the silver weight representing her shone brightly and sank steadily downwards. Meanwhile, the dark red poisonous flame representing Su Qingying on the other side exploded as if it had been doused with a whole barrel of highly concentrated gasoline. The black thorns spread wildly, almost swallowing up the entire scale. Su Qingying's pale face could no longer maintain the slightest expression of sadness. Her fingernails had dug deeply into her palms from the extreme force she was using. At the same time, in the oval boardroom on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group headquarters, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the deathly silence before a storm. All the board members were present, and their eyes were filled with complex emotions as they looked at the young woman sitting in the head seat. There was disdain, skepticism, and also deeply hidden greed. Lang Yanran sat there expressionless, wearing the silver gray suit that Ling Yuan had chosen for her, making her look like a peerless sword drawn from its sheath. Its sharp edge was fully revealed. Just now, 2 highly respected veteran directors in the group, relying on their seniority and shareholding, openly raised strong questions about her latest overseas new energy investment plan. This is both a test and a provocation. Everyone knows that these 2 directors have intricate connections with Su Qingying's family. What they wanted to see was whether this young female CEO still had any redeeming qualities after losing her father's protection. In the past, Lang Yanran would present a thick data report and use facts and logic to persuade them. But she didn't today. She simply listened quietly to their impassioned speeches, then picked up the remote and pressed a button. The huge projection screen directly in front of the conference room lit up instantly. What appeared was not a project plan, but a top-secret document titled Special Audit Report on Related Party Transactions and Transfer of Benefits within the Group. The document, with the most detailed data and irrefutable evidence, clearly outlines how these 2 highly respected veteran directors used their positions to transfer Tianqiong Group's premium orders to shell companies under the name of Su Qingying's family over the past 3 years. And the astonishing kickbacks they received from it. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. The 2 directors who had been speaking righteously just moments before now looked worse than dead, their expensive shirts soaked with cold sweat. Lang Yanran slowly stood up. Her gaze swept over everyone present like a Siberian chill, finally settling on the 2 old men who were slumped in their chairs. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears, cold and resolute, utterly devoid of any emotion. "I hereby declare." Effective immediately, Wang Hailin and Li Jianguo are removed from all their positions at Tianqiong Group. The group's legal department will immediately file a lawsuit against the 2 individuals for breach of commercial trust. Security guard. She raised her hand and pointed to the door. Please remove these two gentlemen who are no longer of any value to the group. Chapter 71: The Queen's Question and the Joker's Bargaining Chip. Lin Yuan hung up the phone. He didn't even look away, but quietly enjoyed the crumbling expression on Su Qingying's face with a slightly mocking gaze. Extreme anger and jealousy are not followed by collapse, but by a deathly silence and coldness like an abyss. Su Qingying stopped her pointless trembling. She slowly released the hand that had been pinched until it was bloody and mangled. The tear tracks on her face seemed to evaporate instantly. Those eyes, which should have been gentle and tender, now resembled two bottomless pools reflecting Lin Yuan's calm and composed demeanor. She lay back down. There was no longer any weakness or pretense in their demeanor. Instead, there was a scrutiny and assessment befitting someone in a superior position. She looked at Lin Yuan with a completely new perspective, as if she were appraising a commodity that could be valued. Speak. Her voice was so flat that it revealed no emotion whatsoever. What do you really want? Are the shares in Sky Dome still part of the Lung family's assets? She paused for a moment, then a smug and cold smile curved her lips. Just say the word, just come back to me. I can give you much more than that ignorant young girl Lin Yanran. She finally tore off all her pretenses, revealing her true nature as a top artist and a wealthy socialite. She attempted to use the most basic yet most effective bargaining chip to pull the man who had caused her to lose control back into her grasp. In her view, nothing in this world is off limits for trade. Including emotions. Including men. Lin Yuan's smile grew even more amused as he listened to her words. The dark red poisonous flame that represented Su Qingying in his mind had stopped throbbing wildly and instead shrunk into a cold, hard black crystal. She calmed down. It has also become more dangerous. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to respond to her arrogant offer, his phone, which he had just put down, started vibrating wildly again. The phone, with an even more hurried and impatient tone, proclaimed the caller's mood. The screen still displayed those two words Yanran. Su Qingying's pupils contracted sharply once again. If the previous phone call was an insult, then this one is a blatant declaration of war and provocation. Lin Yuan did not look at Su Qingying this time. He simply answered the phone again slowly and put it on speakerphone as if it were just an ordinary little thing. Lin Yuan. The voice on the other end of the phone no longer carried any shyness or dependence, but only the unquestionable majesty and anger of an empress. Which hospital and which ward are you in? I'll be right there. I want to see just how sick Su Qingying really is. The moment the words left his mouth, the enormous emotional scales in Lin Yuan's mind vibrated violently. The silver weight representing Lin Yanran instantly ignited with a layer of platinum gold flames, symbolizing possessiveness and rage. An even more terrifying storm is on its way. Su Qingying listened to the voice on the phone. A morbid smile, a mixture of cruelty and anticipation, finally appeared on her face, which had just regained its composure. She even mouthed "Please go ahead" to Lin Yuan. She wasn't afraid of Lin Yanran coming. She even longed for Lin Yanran to come. She wanted her arrogant stepdaughter to see firsthand how the man she was so proud of was fawning over her elder at his bedside. She wanted to utterly crush Lin Yanran's pathetic self-esteem in front of her. However, Lin Yuan's reaction once again exceeded her expectations. He remained completely calm. His voice remained calm and composed, even carrying a hint of reassuring laughter. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Her Majesty the Queen personally visit a clown's circus? His voice came clearly to the two women's ears through the receiver. Lin Yanran's anger momentarily faltered. The sickly smile on Su Qingying's face instantly froze. Lin Yuan continued speaking calmly. He's just a clown jumping around trying to get attention. He's not worth your personal appearance. Wait for me obediently on your throne. Once I've dealt with this eyesore of a fly, I'll return to report to you. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively without waiting for Lin Yanran to respond. The entire ward fell into a deathly silence once again. Su Qingying stared intently at Lin Yuan, her eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. Clown? Fly? How dare this man use such vile words to describe her? Lin Yuan, however, acted as if he had done something insignificant. He casually put his phone back in his pocket, then turned his gaze back to Su Qingying. The smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by an absolute indifference as if he were looking down at ants. He slowly leaned down towards her. He spoke softly, in a tone even colder and more indifferent than she had before. Now, tell me what you just said. Is this all the last card you, a failed clown, have to play? Chapter 72: The Collapsed Chips and the Knight's Fate. Lin Yuan looked into Su Qingying's eyes, which were burning with humiliation and resentment. His expression remained unchanged, devoid of any indifference. It was as if he was facing not a woman who had once left an unforgettable mark on his heart, but an interesting prey that had been driven into a corner. He slowly extended one finger. The slender knuckles, under the dim light, resembled works of art, yet carried a heavy force capable of crushing everything. Here's your first choice. His voice was soft, yet every word was piercing. I'll call Long Yanran over now. Let her see her noble and elegant stepmother with her own eyes. How could he be acting like a hysterical clown, putting on this clumsy self-inflicted injury act here? Su Qingying's body suddenly trembled violently. All the coldness and hardness she had just gathered suddenly cracked open in the face of this one sentence. Lin Yuan ignored her reaction. He slowly extended his second finger. Or the second option. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze falling on his spotless custom-made leather shoes. His voice became colder than the Siberian wind. Kneel down. Kiss the tips of my shoes. Then beg me. I forgive you for all the stupidity you just did. Dead silence. The entire ward fell into a suffocating silence. Su Qingying stared blankly at Lin Yuan. The flames in her eyes were extinguishing at a visible speed, replaced by endless fear and despair. Two choices. Both of them completely trampled and crushed all her dignity, pride, and scheming underfoot. Her mind went blank. Her shrewdness, which she was very proud of. The scheming she relied on for survival. At this moment, it all became a huge joke. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They were utterly humiliated. Lin Yuan just watched her quietly. He didn't urge him. He was like the most patient hunter, waiting for his prey to make its final struggle. Time passed by, second by second. Su Qingying's psychological defenses were repeatedly battered from heaven to hell. Finally, it collapsed completely with a barely audible, crisp sound. Looking into Lin Yuan's emotionless eyes, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a surrender in fear that originated from the depths of the soul. She slowly lifted the thin blanket covering her. Then, in an extremely slow and humiliating manner, she slowly climbed off the hospital bed. She didn't even dare to look up and meet Lin Yuan's eyes again. She knelt down at Lin Yuan's feet in a disheveled state. The cold floor made her shiver, but it was nothing compared to the chill in her heart. Her forehead finally touched the cold ground gently. She uttered those words in a trembling voice filled with brokenness and fear. Oh nar. I was wrong. Lin Yuan left the hospital. Night had already fallen when he returned to his penthouse at the Sky Palace. He pushed open the door. A warm, comforting aroma of food wafts over you. The scent dispelled all the coldness and gloom that clung to him from the hospital. The large living room was brightly lit. That icy queen who was ruthless and decisive in the business world, making countless giants take notice. She is currently wearing a pink apron with cute cartoon patterns. Her rare long silver hair was casually tied back with a hair tie, revealing her fair, slender neck, which was as graceful as a swan's. She was somewhat clumsily busy in the open kitchen. There was a ridiculous bit of flour stuck to her fair face. I heard the door open. She immediately turned around in surprise. When she saw Lin Yuan standing at the door, her clear, silver eyes instantly shone with a light as bright as stars. She immediately dropped the spatula in her hand. She ran over joyfully like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, and threw herself directly into Lin Yuan's arms. You're back. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed joy and delight. She tilted her exquisitely beautiful face up. She looked like a child who had gotten a perfect score and was waiting for praise from her parents, her eyes filled with anticipation and a desire to be credited. It is also full of the most straightforward demands. I need some praise. I also long for a victorious kiss. Lin Yuan looked down at the little woman in his arms who belonged only to him. The last trace of gloom in my heart completely dissipated. He reached out his hand. He affectionately flicked the tip of her upturned nose, which was covered in flour. Then he bent down. He planted a deep, passionate kiss, like that of a triumphant knight, on her lips, which carried a hint of cooking oil yet were incredibly soft and sweet. Chapter 73: The Empress's Reward and the System's Blessing. That kiss was long and tender. Lin Yuan only slowly released Long Yanran when her breathing became rapid and her pretty face flushed a charming blush. I'm hungry. He looked into her eyes and smiled as he spoke. Lang Yanran then seemed to wake from a dream, and she quickly pulled Lin Yuan's hand and pressed him down to the head seat of the huge dining table. Please sit down. Try my cooking. Her tone was filled with anticipation and nervousness, as if she were presenting a treasure. After saying that, she turned and ran back to the kitchen like a busy little bee. Soon, she carefully placed one after another of her masterpieces that looked rather indescribable on the table. It was a plate of black pepper steak with visibly charred edges. There was also a vegetable salad, in which the vegetables were cut into oddly sized pieces. Finally, there was a pot of borscht, which was slightly cloudy in color. Clearly, this queen, who was invincible in the business arena, encountered an unprecedented challenge in the entirely new field of culinary arts. Lang Yanran twisted the hem of her apron somewhat embarrassedly. She kept her head down and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I spent the whole afternoon watching tutorials. But they don't seem to listen to reason. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her cute yet helpless appearance. He didn't say anything. He simply picked up the knife and fork calmly. Then he cut off a piece of steak that looked normal and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. Lang Yanran held her breath. Her beautiful silver eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yuan's face, as if afraid of missing any subtle change in his expression. A few seconds later, Lin Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth. He looked up and gave Lang Yanran a genuine smile. It's delicious. Real. Lang Yanran's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. A smile instantly bloomed on her face, brighter than any of the neon lights outside the window. Really? Then eat more. She happily picked up the serving chopsticks, wanting to put something more on Lin Yuan's plate. Lin Yuan, however, took her small hand in his. Let's eat together. That night's dinner was filled with an awkward yet genuine warmth. After dinner, Lin Yuan was sitting on the sofa watching financial news. Lang Yanran, her pretty face flushed, walked over after tidying up the kitchen. She sat down next to Lin Yuan, leaning gently against him. She hesitated for a long time before speaking in a barely audible voice tinged with shyness. I've prepared the bathwater for you. Why don't you go for a soak? It'll help you relax. After she finished speaking, her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. He looked at her evasive gaze and her eyelashes trembling slightly with nervousness. He instantly understood the true meaning of her unspoken invitation. He didn't say anything. He simply stood up, took her small hand, and walked straight into the enormous bathroom, which was comparable to a presidential suite. The bathroom was already filled with warm, moist steam. The air was filled with the aroma of high-end essential oils, a blend of rose and sandalwood. The white jade bathtub, large enough to hold 4 or 5 people, was filled with hot water at just the right temperature. A layer of bright red rose petals floated on the water's surface. Lang Yanran blushed. For the first time, she proactively extended her slightly trembling little hand. With an awkward yet incredibly earnest demeanor, she unbuttoned her night shirt. In the hazy light and shadow of swirling steam, she used her clumsy yet passionate way, a way she had never served anyone before, to wash away all the weariness and dust that her triumphant hero had picked up outside. The night grew deeper. Lang Yanran seemed to be truly exhausted. Both the intense mental stress and the completely new physical challenges exhausted her. She curled up in Lin Yuan's arms like a docile kitten, already fast asleep. Her even breaths gently touched Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan embraced her. His gaze, however, was drawn to the dazzling night view outside the window, which resembled a galaxy of stars. He felt an unprecedented peace and contentment within him. And at that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly boomed in his mind. Bite. Detection indicates that the host has completely conquered the S-class high-value kept man target, Su Qingying, through a dual crushing on both the spiritual and dignity levels. Their will to resist has reached rock bottom, and a state of submission has begun to take shape. The special effect of the title King of the Battlefield Conqueror's loot has been perfectly triggered. Soft rice points rewards in progress? Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 million soft rice points. Special rewards are being processed. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 100 million. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, loyalty collar, unique X1. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. His consciousness instantly sank into the system space. Loyalty collar. Type a conceptual rule-based item. Level unique. Effect can be used on a female target whose mental defenses have completely collapsed. After use, it will bind her soul to the target. The target will develop absolute and irresistible loyalty to the host, and any attempt to betray the host will bring immense suffering on a spiritual level. Note the highest level of control often comes from invisible shackles. Lin Yuan looked at the description of the prop and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. This is truly a little gift tailor-made for Su Qingying. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He logged out of the system space and picked up his phone from the bedside table. He opened the bank's app. The next second, a long string of numbers that would drive anyone crazy clearly came into his view. Account balance, 1000-052-3154. Look at this number. Lin Yuan gently stroked the soft, silver hair of the sleeping beauty in his arms. He knew that from tonight onward, he would redefine both the game at the poker table and the rules of the world. Chapter 74: Imperial Consumption and Private Property. The next day was the weekend. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. This is the first truly relaxing holiday for Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran since they got together. Lang Yanran changed out of her cold business suit and into an elegantly tailored off-white dress. She lacked some of the majesty of an empress, but possessed more of the delicate beauty and gentle grace of a girl next door. She took Lin Yuan's arm and walked into the most bustling Hanglong shopping mall in Xiadu like an ordinary young couple. The mall was bustling with people. Almost everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to this perfect couple, whose figures and looks were both top-notch. What would you like to buy? Lang Yanran tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with a happiness she herself was unaware of. Lin Yuan was dressed in what appeared to be an ordinary casual outfit, but it was actually handcrafted by a top designer. He smiled and said, "Just browsing. Pick out a few clothes for me." "Okay." Lang Yanran happily agreed and pulled Lin Yuan into a private custom-made workshop of a top menswear brand that she frequented. The workshop manager was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He clearly knew Lang Yanran, this top-tier VIP. As soon as he saw Lang Yanran enter, he immediately put on an extremely fawning smile and greeted her. "Mr. Lang, what brings you here today? Would you like to see our newest collection, which was just flown in from Milan this season?" His fawning expression froze the moment his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, whom Lang Yanran was intimately embracing. Instead, it was replaced by an arrogance mixed with disdain and scrutiny. He looked Lin Yuan up and down. Although he couldn't tell the brand of Lin Yuan's clothes. But in his eyes, which had become incredibly snobbish after years of immersion in the luxury goods industry, anything without a prominent brand name was equivalent to cheap street vendor goods. His tone instantly turned cold. He ignored Lin Yuan completely. He simply spoke to Lang Yanran in a low voice, in a self-righteous tone as if he were thinking of her best interests. "Mr. Lang, security at our store has been a bit lax lately. All sorts of shady people have gotten in. You'd better be careful, don't be fooled by some pretty boys who want to take shortcuts." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for the surrounding shop assistants to hear clearly. The shop assistant's gazes toward Lin Yuan instantly turned amusement and disdain. Lang Yanran's face instantly turned cold. A chilling aura belonging to the president of the Sky Dome Group suddenly erupted. "What did you say? You're fired." The manager, however, was not afraid at all. He even puffed out his chest. "Mr. Lang, I'm doing this for your own good. I am also a top manager at Hanglong Shopping Mall. You probably don't have the authority to fire me directly." Lang Yanran was so angry that she was about to explode. A warm, large hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. It is Lin Yuan. He wore that calm and serene smile on his face from beginning to end. He looked at the manager who was so arrogant and condescending. He calmly took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Lin Yuan spoke in a calm tone, as if he were instructing a servant to buy groceries. "Please contact the parent company of Hanglong Plaza for me." "Yes, I want to acquire it." He hung up the phone after saying that. The entire custom workshop fell into a deathly silence. The manager's arrogance froze completely. He opened his mouth, wanting to mock Lin Yuan's overestimation of his abilities. But when he looked into Lin Yuan's deep eyes, which were as vast as the cosmos, he couldn't utter a single word. A fear that came from the depths of his soul chilled him to the bone. Lin Yuan didn't look at him again. He took Lang Yanran's small hand, turned around, and walked out of the shop. All that remained was a room full of people who were already dumbfounded. Are you really going to buy Hang Lung? Lang Yanran was still somewhat incredulous in the car. Lin Yuan said with a smile as he drove. A buzzing fly is annoying. Why not just buy the trash can it's in and throw it away? Simple and straightforward. Yet it exudes an absolute and captivating aura of dominance. Lang Yanran's eyes sparkled with wonder. And at that very moment, Lin Yuan's keen, capital sense intermediate ability was suddenly triggered. In his perception, in an old industrial area on the other side of the city, an extremely faint yet incredibly pure golden aura of capital was emitting a dying wail. The buried gold is weeping. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned the car around and sped towards the source of the aura. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a dilapidated old factory building. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the factory that was almost falling off. It says 3 words, New Star Technology. Lin Yuan pulled the somewhat puzzled Lang Yanran inside. The factory was dimly lit and filled with all sorts of discarded parts. A young man wearing greasy work clothes, with hair like a bird's nest, sunken eyes, and a listless demeanor, was sighing over a bunch of complicated wiring. He is Zhou Ming, the sole owner and sole employee of this company. He was a genius who graduated from the highest polytechnic university in the capital. He was also an unlucky guy who was about to go bankrupt. Seeing Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran, a couple who seemed completely out of place here, Zhou Ming asked weakly, "Are you here to collect recyclables? If that's the case, please leave. Even if these are scrap, I can't bear to sell them." Lin Yuan ignored his discouraging words. His gaze fell directly on the huge machine behind Zhou Ming, which was covered by a canvas. Has room temperature superconducting material already achieved small-scale mass production? Lin Yuan asked calmly. Zhou Ming's dull eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? This is his biggest secret. It is also the great achievement of him, which has exhausted all his wealth and effort. A revolutionary technology that could change the entire global energy landscape. Lin Yuan smiled. He did not explain how he knew. He simply stated his price. 50 million. We'll buy 80% of your shares. And all future control over this technology. Zhou Ming was stunned. He looked at Lin Yuan and thought he was hallucinating. 50 million? He can't even afford the 10,000 yuan factory rent for next month. Lin Yuan noticed his hesitation. He added another sentence. This 50 million is just the startup capital. I will also give you an independent laboratory and a research team that you will have full command of. I have only one request. I need to see a feasible plan for the commercialization of this technology within 3 months. Zhou Ming could no longer hold back. This genius was suffocating under the weight of reality. The man, who was holding a mountain of gold but was starving and on the verge of death, burst into tears. He had waited too long for this day. That night, to celebrate this double celebration, Lin Yuan led Lang Yanran to a top-tier private restaurant located atop a cloud-topped mountain. I just took my seat. A discordant sound rang out. Yanran? It really is you. A young man wearing an extremely flashy pink suit and with his hair slicked back and a slicked back tumbled over, carrying a wine glass. His name is Wang Teng. He is the only son of the Wang family, a second-tier wealthy family in Xiadu. She was also one of the many flies that had been madly pursuing Lang Yanran over the past few years. He saw Lin Yuan opposite Lang Yanran. A flicker of jealousy and contempt flashed in his eyes. And who is this, Yanran? Is this your new driver or your new bodyguard? He looks quite energetic. Lang Yanran's face instantly turned icy cold. Wang Teng. I don't know you well. Please disappear from our sight immediately. Wang Teng seemed not to hear. He even recklessly reached out to grab Lang Yanran's wrist. Yanran, don't be like that. I know you're under a lot of pressure taking over the company. It's normal to find a pretty boy to relieve boredom. But how can you bring this kind of stuff to a place like this? His hand hadn't even touched Lang Yanran's clothes yet. It was then tightly gripped by a large, iron-like hand. It is Lin Yuan. He had stood up without anyone noticing. His face remained completely expressionless. But his gaze was so cold it could freeze the air around him. "Take your dirty hands off," Lin Yuan said calmly. Wang Tang's wrist ached from the grip and his face turned red. "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in my business?" Lin Yuan looked at the clown jumping around. He slowly increased the pressure on his hands. He declared clearly, word by word, "Stay away from her. Because of her. It is my private property." Chapter 75: The Emperor's Tenderness and the Queen's Fangs. Lin Yuan released his grip on Wang Tang's wrist. The foolish heir of that second-rate wealthy family immediately collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. His wrist was twisted at an odd angle, clearly indicating that the bone was broken. Lin Yuan didn't even look down at him again. He simply took Lang Yanran's slightly cold hand again, turned around, and left the restaurant. On the way back to the heavenly palace on the cloud top, the atmosphere inside the car was unusually quiet. Lang Yanran remained silent. She simply leaned quietly against the passenger seat, tilting her head to watch the night view rushing past the window. The dazzling neon lights flowed into a mesmerizing river of light in her silver eyes. Lin Yuan did not speak. He was driving silently, but his speed unconsciously slowed down. He could sense that the young woman beside him seemed a little down. Finally, at an intersection, when the car stops and waits at a red light, Lang Yanran turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan, asking softly, "Am I really your private property?" Her voice carried a hint of cautious inquiry, and an expectation that she herself was unaware of. Lin Yuan looked into her eyes, which appeared exceptionally clear and earnest in the dim light. He did not answer. When the green light came on, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and drove the car off the main road. A dozen minutes later, this expensive sports car was parked on the outskirts of the summer capital, on a nameless mountaintop overlooking the entire city's night view. Lin Yuan turned off the engine. He unbuckled his seatbelt and also unbuckled Lang Yanran's seatbelt. Then he bent down. He silenced all her unspoken words with a kiss deeper and more domineering than the night sky atop the mountain. This kiss was filled with an undeniable possessiveness. A declaration that penetrates to the very marrow of one's bones. Until Lang Yanran became weak and collapsed in his arms, even breathing became difficult. Lin Yuan slowly released her. He pressed his forehead against hers. He whispered in her ear in a deep, magnetic voice, "You are inside and out, from your hair to your soul. Everything belongs to me alone. What's mine can only be mine." Lang Yanran smiled. A captivating glint appeared in her misty silver eyes. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms and tightly wrap them around Lin Yuan's neck. She responded softly in his ear with a voice that was almost dreamlike, content, and devout. "It can become your private property. It is my honor." The next day, when Lin Yuan woke up, the seat next to him was empty. The air still lingered with Lang Yanran's unique, cool fragrance. He knew she had already gone to the company. Last night's words clearly ignited a hidden flame deep within this Ice Queen's heart. She no longer suppressed herself. She wanted to defend the glory that belonged only to Lin Yuan's private property in her own way. Really? As Lin Yuan leisurely ate his breakfast and opened the financial news, an urgent news alert popped up. Tianqiang Group launched a full-scale commercial attack on Shadu Wang's group after the market opened this morning. The news report detailed the terrifying offensive launched by the Sky Dome Group, which was as powerful as a thunderbolt. They shorted the stock and colluded with upstream suppliers to cut off raw materials and block all downstream sales channels. The combination of punches was clean, swift, and merciless. In just one morning, Wang's group's stock price has plummeted by more than 70%, putting it on the verge of delisting. The entire business community of Shadu was shaken. No one could understand why the Ice Queen of the Sky Dome Group would suddenly take such drastic measures against a second-rate family that had no direct competitive relationship with them. Lin Yuan smiled as he watched the news. His queen is really efficient. He was just about to call Lang Yanran to praise her. The phone rang first. It was Lang Yanran calling. Her voice remained cold and aloof, but Lin Yuan could clearly hear a hint of smugness and anticipation hidden beneath it. "I got rid of that fly. Nothing will bother you anymore." Lin Yuan's smile deepened. "My queen. She's becoming more and more like a queen. I love so much." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan sat alone in the spacious yet luxurious living room. He felt an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. He was gratified by Lin Yanran's growth. But it also made him realize, I want to tame this increasingly powerful queen. To remain undefeated in this increasingly complex and turbulent game of chess. His own abilities must also undergo a complete leap forward. He slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system space. Looking at that 1.05 million soft rice value, a unit of currency used to support a woman, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. He found the upgrade option for Capital Sense directly in the system store. Capital Sense Intermediate, Capital Sense Advanced. Upgrade required, 500,000 soft rice points. Confirm upgrade? Confirm. Lin Yuan silently recited in his heart. The next second, an immense and highly refined torrent of information surged forth from the deepest part of the system in an instant. It rushed into his mind like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens. This upgrade is completely different from the previous ones. If the intermediate level only allows him to see the ripples on the water's surface, so advanced is the ability that gives him the terrifying power to see through the entire ocean and see every ripple of the deepest currents. The entire summer capital. No, it's the entire Flame Dragon Federation. All the hidden business connections. All ongoing capital flows. The secret deals made by all the big shots behind the poker table. At this moment, they all transformed into billions of clear lines composed of data and money. Like a huge and intricate three-dimensional holographic star map, it slowly unfolded in his mind, revealing everything. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Countless golden codes seemed to be rapidly flowing in the depths of his eyes. He picked up the tablet computer casually. He clicked on a very inconspicuous news item about a remote port that was temporarily closed due to a typhoon. Moment. Tens of thousands of intelligence nodes related to this news in his brain were simultaneously activated. He saw a mining giant located far overseas that had to pay an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract due to the temporary disruption of the shipping route. He foresaw that the mining giant's stock price would experience a brief, precipitous drop after the market opened tomorrow. He also saw a mysterious consortium that had been lurking for a long time, preparing to take advantage of this market downturn to complete a hostile takeover of it at the lowest cost. The cause and effect of everything. The underlying logic of everything. The truth hidden beneath the fog. There are no secrets left when faced with a Capital Sense Advanced. Lin Yuan put down the tablet. A smile, like that of a god looking down upon all living beings, curled at the corners of his mouth. Now. The game has only just begun. Chapter 76, The Game of Gods and the Awe of Mortals. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The omniscient perspective brought by the Capital Sense Advanced still lingered in his mind. He knew that using this ability only for insight and not for practical application would be a huge waste. He decided to let Lin Yanran witness firsthand what a true miracle is. He made a video call to Lin Yanran. The moment the connection was established, Lin Yanran's stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. The background behind her is the president's office on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group. What's wrong? Lin Yanran's voice carried a hint of gentleness, clearly still basking in the joy of receiving praise that morning. My queen, would you be interested in playing a game with a high return on investment? Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile. Game? Lin Yanran was somewhat curious. Lin Yuan didn't offer much explanation. He simply said calmly, open your private trading account. Follow my instructions. Although Lin Yanran was puzzled, she no longer questioned Lin Yuan's words. She immediately had her secretary connect to the office's large screen and log into her private account. All right. You now go all in to short an overseas mining company called Pan Asia Mining. Lin Yuan casually gave a name. Lin Yanran was stunned for a moment. As a business tycoon, she certainly knew about Pan Asia Mining, an industry giant with a very healthy business. Shorting it is like throwing an egg against a rock. But she hesitated for only a second before giving instructions to the trader beside her. Do as he says. The astronomical sums of money that flooded into the market instantly became the sharpest short sellers. Okay, now turn off the computer. Let's go shopping. Lin Yuan said calmly. Lin Yanran was completely stunned. Shop? Account available. Believe me. Lin Yuan interrupted her, his voice carrying an irresistible confidence. Lin Yanran looked at Lin Yuan's deep, smiling eyes on the screen. She nodded. She truly abandoned all the affairs of the group and never looked at the account where a huge bet had been placed again. She went straight downstairs and drove to the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. She's going shopping with her god. At the same time, the acquisition of Hang Lung department store has been finalized. Lin Yuan's acquisition team was incredibly efficient. When Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran walked hand in hand into the entrance of Hang Lung shopping mall, the mall's new general manager, along with all the senior executives, were waiting respectfully at the entrance. "Hello, Chairman Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lang." The synchronized greetings drew astonished glances from all the customers and staff in the mall. Lin Yuan simply nodded. He led Lang Yanran straight to the Armani Bespoke Boutique. Inside the workshop, the once arrogant and top-performing manager stood there, completely at a loss. When he saw Lin Yuan and Lang Yanran, and the executives behind them who were surrounded by a crowd of people like stars around the moon, his mind went completely blank for a moment. He finally understood what kind of person he had offended the day before yesterday. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. A foul, pungent odor instantly wafted from his crotch. In his extreme fear, he was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder and bowels on the spot. The surrounding shop assistants covered their noses and backed away, their faces filled with disdain and fear. Lin Yuan frowned in disgust. He didn't even glance at the man kneeling on the ground. He simply said this to the new general manager beside him. "I don't want to be in my business. See any trash? Clear." The new general manager immediately understood. He waved his hand, and two security guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the unconscious manager out like a dead dog. After disposing of the garbage, Lin Yuan seemed to be in a much better mood. He strolled around the mall with Lang Yanran, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. And at that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. "Bite." Detection indicates that the host's assets have reached a preliminary scale and have begun generating substantial profits. The soft rice system is currently undergoing self-optimization and upgrades. The system store has officially launched the industry module. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He immediately diverted a sliver of his attention to the system. He discovered that a brand new section had appeared in the system store. Within this section, he can spend his soft rice points to exchange for all sorts of bizarre goods for his businesses, such as Skydome Group and Nova Technology. Black Technology Blueprints, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Fragment. Required soft rice value for redemption, 1 million. Business fortune, fated to destiny small. Effect, increases the success rate of all business activities in the designated industry by 20% over the next month. Required soft rice value for redemption, 200,000. As Lin Yuan looked at these brand new products, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This is no longer just about making money. He is creating his own business empire, or even a technological empire. While Lin Yuan was immersed in the awe of the new features, his phone rang. It was a call from Lang Yanran's chief trader. Her voice was trembling violently with extreme excitement. "Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang. A miracle. It's a miracle. Pan-Asia Mining's stock price just suddenly crashed, without any warning. We spent an afternoon. I made 5 billion. The entire mall could hear the scream from the other end of the phone, a scream that cracked with ecstasy. Lang Yanran stood there blankly. She looked at the man beside her, whose face still wore a calm and serene smile. She finally understood. He wasn't playing a game. That was the gods plucking the strings of mortal destiny. Chapter 77: Gifts and Shackles. The mall was still bustling with people. But Lang Yanran could no longer hear any sound. All that remained in her world was Lin Yuan's calm and collected face. And in the background, on the other end of the phone, the chief trader was completely speechless with ecstasy. 5 billion. One afternoon. This has exceeded all the business knowledge she has built up over the past 2 decades. This is neither investment nor speculation. This is a miracle. It was a true miracle. The way she looked at Lin Yuan completely changed. If the previous relationship was one of love, possession, and submission, now, in those beautiful silver eyes, only the purest, most fervent, believer-like worship remained. We returned to the Heavenly Palace in the evening. The first thing Lang Yanran did was to transfer every penny of the 5 billion yuan profit she had made that day into Lin Yuan's private account. She did it with utmost naturalness and devotion. It's like a most faithful believer offering the most lavish sacrifice to their God. This is your spoils, my God. Lang Yanran knelt before Lin Yuan, her beautiful face, which could captivate all living beings, looking up at him with an unyielding infatuation in her eyes. Lin Yuan did not refuse. He enjoyed the queen's submission and readily accepted this sacrifice. He gently lifted Lang Yanran's chin, looking at her cheeks, which were slightly flushed with excitement and admiration. He smiled. My queen has offered her loyalty. Then the gods will naturally bestow their blessings. After speaking, Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the system space. He looked at his soft rice value, which remained at 550,000. Without hesitation, he selected the card he had just unlocked in the industry module. Business fortune, fated to destiny small. Effect, increases the success rate of all business activities in the designated industry by 20% within the next month. Required soft rice value for redemption, 200,000. Exchange. Designated industry, Sky Dome Group. Lin Yuan silently recited this in his heart. Ding redeemed successful. Business fortune, Destiny's mandate small has been successfully bestowed upon the Sky Dome Group. The next second. An invisible yet incredibly powerful and mysterious force spread out from Lin Yuan's center in an instant. It penetrated the walls of the heavenly palace on the cloud top and blended into the night of the summer capital. It precisely enveloped the magnificent building that represented the headquarters of the Sky Dome Group. While processing the documents, Lang Yanran suddenly felt that her mind was clearer than ever before. Many previously thorny business problems suddenly seemed to become clear and easily solved at this moment. She even had a strong intuition. It was as if from this moment on, every decision she made would be correct. It was as if the entire world's commercial landscape was tilting in her favor. She looked up at Lin Yuan in shock. Lin Yuan simply smiled mysteriously at her. This is a gift for you. From this day forward, you are the true chosen one in the business world. The shock this gift brought to Lang Yanran was unparalleled. Like a kitten rewarded with a bone by its owner, she clung to Lin Yuan all night in an almost obsessive way. She finally fell asleep contentedly late at night. Lin Yuan gently got out of bed. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the dazzling night view of the entire summer capital. Lang Yanran has now become a fully active chess piece. Her growth rate even exceeded his expectations. So, what's next? It's time to activate another, more dangerous piece that he's kept hidden for so long. He picked up his phone and dialed the number he had only called once. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. The voice on the other end was hoarse and hollow, carrying a numbness as if it had lost interest in the whole world. The other person remained silent. Lin Yuan knew who she was. Su Qingying. Lin Yuan calmly called out her name. It's me. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Su Qingying on the other end of the phone seemed to show a slight reaction. But that reaction was only slight. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Come find me at New Star Technology in the south of the city. Lin Yuan gave her no room to refuse and issued the order directly. After saying that, he prepared to hang up the phone. Lin Yuan. Su Qingying suddenly spoke, her voice filled with a desperate plea. Can we go back to the past? Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. Then he replied in a cold and emotionless tone. Cannot. But you can have a new future. A future that belongs to me. After saying that, he resolutely hung up the phone. He knew that any pity was superfluous for a woman like Su Qingying. Only the deepest despair could put the strongest shackles on her. The next morning. In front of that dilapidated New Star Technology factory in the south of the city. Lin Yuan was already waiting there. Not long after, a regular ride-hailing car pulled up in front of the door. The car door opened. A woman wearing a faded beige dress came down. It's Su Qingying. She seemed like a completely different person after only a short time apart. The once gentle, intellectual artist with eyes as clear as water is now pale, with cracked lips and an empty gaze, resembling a walking corpse. Her long, seaweed-like chestnut hair had lost its luster and was simply draped casually over her shoulders. She saw Lin Yuan. A faint glimmer of light finally appeared in those lifeless eyes. She walked towards Lin Yuan step by step. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Lin Yuan simply looked at her indifferently. Until she walked right up to him. I am coming. Su Qingying's lips moved, her voice terribly hoarse. Lin Yuan did not respond to her words. His gaze fell on Su Qingying's neck. That fair and slender swan neck was once his most fascinated feature. Now it will become a symbol of her being bound. Lin Yuan took out a black velvet box from his pocket. He opened it. Inside lay a beautifully designed black collar. That is the special item, the loyalty collar. Loyalty collar, a special binding item that can be used on a female character. After binding, this character will develop absolute loyalty to the host, and their affinity will be permanently locked at SSS level absolute loyalty. They will also proactively complete all tasks and instructions assigned by the host. What's this? Su Qingying stared at the collar, a hint of instinctive fear flickering in her empty eyes. Lin Yuan offered no explanation. He simply approached Su Qingying step by step with the collar in his hand. What do you want to do? Su Qingying instinctively stepped back. Lin Yuan grabbed her wrist and roughly pulled her in front of him. With an unyielding force, he personally placed the cold collar around her fair neck. The moment the collar was fastened, a barely perceptible black light flashed and disappeared. Su Qingying's body trembled violently. Her empty eyes widened instantly. Endless chaos and struggle surged in her eyes. But soon all of that faded away. Instead, it is a kind of absolute, fanatical, fiery loyalty. Her eyes regained their sparkle, even brighter than ever before. The way she looked at Lin Yuan. It's no longer a mix of love and hate with an ex-girlfriend. No longer the numb emptiness of strangers. Rather, it is the gaze of a creator looking at the creator. She slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yuan. She lowered her once incredibly proud head. He spoke clearly in a voice that was both extremely humble and extremely fervent. Onar. Su Qingying, I offer you everything I have. Chapter 78 Hidden Blade, Divine Grace, and the Queen's Intuition. Lin Yuan handed over all the information about Xinqing technology, as well as an account containing 1 billion yuan in startup capital, to Su Qingying. He gave his first order to the woman he had just shackled. Your past is dead. From now on, you are the CEO of New Star Technology. I want the whole world to know the name of this company within a month. Onar. Su Qingying knelt on one knee and respectfully accepted the documents with both hands. Her once gentle and tender eyes now gleamed with a strange light, a mixture of fervor and coldness. Your will is the sole purpose of my existence. After saying that, she got up and left. Her figure was still slender, but her steps were incredibly firm. It was like a peerless, deadly blade that had finally broken free from all its restraints and was about to drink blood. Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure and nodded in satisfaction. He also entrusted Su Qingying with full command of Zhou Meng, that technical genius. He was eager to see what surprises this madman and madman duo would bring him. Su Qingying did not disappoint him. The second day after taking over Xinqing technology, she then displayed a terrifying and astonishing skill. She didn't follow the traditional marketing approach of tech companies. She did the opposite. He leveraged his past as an internationally renowned artist and his network of connections. She personally designed a conceptual luxury item called Eternal Heart. It was a heart carved from the purest crystal. Its base is the core module that utilizes room temperature superconductivity technology. Driven by technology, that crystal heart will forever float above the base in an elegant manner visible to the naked eye, slowly rotating. Technology and art have found their perfect fusion at this moment. It is no longer a cold industrial product, but an artistic treasure that can drive all the wealthy crazy. Su Qingying even created a poignant and romantic brand story for it. I would offer you this heart that will never fall. When the promotional video for Eternal Heart was precisely released through the high society channels that Su Qingying had cultivated for many years, it was successfully disseminated. The entire global elite circle was instantly ignited. Countless orders and inquiries poured into this little-known new star technology like snowflakes. They don't care what kind of technology it is. All they care about is whether they can own this ultimate work of art that represents wealth and taste. New Star Technology, an overnight sensation. For the first time, its name made headlines in global finance and fashion sections in a way no one could have imagined. Lin Yuan was at his home in the heavenly palace on the cloud top, looking at the perfect answer sheet that Su Qingying had submitted. The smile on his lips grew even wider. Well done, my dark blade. He looked at his account and saw that he still had 350,000 yuan left as a soft rice term for someone who lives off another woman. He decided to add fuel to the fire of his hidden blade. System. Exchange for business luck, a meteoric rise to fame. Designated industry, New Star Technology. Ding redeemed successful. Business aura, a meteoric rise has been successfully bestowed upon New Star Technology. Result, enables the industry to gain extremely high attention and a positive reputation in its early stages, increasing the effectiveness of all promotional activities by 50% for 1 month. Required soft rice value, 200,000. As the system notification tone faded, Lin Yuan could clearly see another stream of golden energy, representing good fortune, precisely injected into the factory in the south of the city that was already undergoing expansion. He knew from this moment on, Su Qingying's path to godhood will become even more unstoppable. At the same time, the top floor president's office of Tianxiong Group. Lang Yanran's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She was also reading reports about New Star Technology and Eternal Heart. Since receiving Lin Yuan's destined blessing, her sense of business opportunities became sharper than ever before. She could clearly sense that this suddenly emerging new company, and the room temperature superconductivity technology they possessed, held immense potential to change the world. If Skydome Group can acquire a controlling stake or engage in deep cooperation with them, then she would be able to build an even larger business empire for her god more quickly. Once the idea took hold, it could no longer be contained. Lang Yanran did not hesitate at all. She immediately gave instructions to her secretary. Help me contact the CEO of New Star Technology. Tell her that the president of Skydome Group wants to discuss cooperation with her in person. The secretary accepted the order and left. She quickly received a reply from the other party. Mr. Lang, the other party has agreed. She said she was also looking forward to meeting you, the queen of the business world in Shedu. The time is set for 3 p.m. tomorrow. The location is in their company's newly renovated reception room. Very good. Lang Yanran nodded in satisfaction. She was completely unaware. Who exactly is this old acquaintance she is about to meet? That evening, as usual, Lang Yanran reported her work for the day to Lin Yuan. When she mentioned that she was going to meet the CEO of New Star Technology, she made a keen observation. A playful smile, one she had never seen before, flashed across Lin Yuan's face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this company? Lang Yanran asked, puzzled. No, no problem. Lin Yuan shook his head, then reached out and gently stroked Lang Yanran's pert nose. I just think it will be a very interesting meeting. Go, my queen. Go and meet that CEO, who is also quite interesting. I believe that you two will definitely get along very well. Lin Yuan's words were loaded with meaning. But Lang Yanran, immersed in her admiration for Lin Yuan, failed to grasp the deeper meaning. She thought it was her god testing her abilities. Her fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Don't worry. I will definitely make this company the most shining piece of your empire. Lang Yanran clenched her small fist and solemnly promised. Lin Yuan smiled. He could already imagine it. When his queen and his dark blade first met face to face. What a spectacular scene that would be, like Mars colliding with Earth. An epic battleground. The event is about to officially begin. Chapter 79: The Symphony of the Grandmaster and the Pieces. Night was falling. Lang Yanran had already fallen into a deep sleep beside him, her breathing even and long. Lin Yuan gently got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at his remaining 150,000 soft rice points and fell into deep thought. After bestowing commercial luck upon Skydome Group and New Star Technology respectively, he had few points left to use. But he understood one thing. Tools are just tools. True strength lies within oneself. Especially in the upcoming increasingly complex battlefield and business struggles, he needs even greater control. He immersed his consciousness into the system space, his gaze falling on his skill bar. Master of Sweet Talk Grand Level. This skill has always been his powerful tool for navigating relationships with women. But as the women he comes into contact with become more and more high level, he also needs to upgrade his abilities accordingly. System. Upgraded to a Master of Sweet Talk. Byte. Master of Sweet Talk Grandmaster Level, Master of Sweet Talk Grandmaster Level. Upgrade required, 150,000 soft rice points. Confirm upgrade? Confirm. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. The moment he confirmed it, his remaining 150,000 soft rice points were instantly wiped out. An indescribable, profound realization, like a sudden awakening, surged into the depths of his soul. If being a master means knowing what words can make a woman's heart flutter, so, the master level is about teaching him how to completely control a woman's heart through a single glance, a subtle gesture, or even the creation of an atmosphere. This is a state of being that is close to the Tao. His every word and action will be magnified infinitely in the eyes of women, exuding a fatal attraction. He even had a kind of self-confidence. Even without the system, with this master-level ability, he could make the world's most beautiful woman fall for him. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The light in the depths of his eyes seemed even more profound and captivating than before. He turned around and glanced at Lang Yanran, who was fast asleep on the bed. It was just an unconscious glance. As if sensing something, Lang Yanran, still asleep, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a sweet and contented smile. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. He knew that the 150,000 yuan he spent on his mistress was worthwhile, well worth the money. The next morning, Lin Yuan had just seen Lang Yanran off, who was full of energy and high spirits as she went to work. His phone then received a text message from Zhou Ming, filled with shock and awe. Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin. Are you a god? President Su. President Su is simply a business genius. No. She said that everything she did was to carry out your will. Using art to promote superconducting technology, who but a god could come up with such an idea? Chairman Lin. I, Zhou Ming, will follow you for the rest of my life. Lin Yuan looked at the text message and chuckled to himself. He could imagine it. That single-minded tech geek was deeply shocked after witnessing Su Qingying's phenomenal business acumen over the past 2 days. When he learned from Su Qingying that the mastermind behind all this was actually Lin Yuan, the seemingly handsome and young Chairman Lin, he was shocked. His reverence for Lin Yuan probably surpassed his faith in technology. This was exactly the effect Lin Yuan wanted. An absolutely loyal and complementary team is beginning to take shape. He casually replied with 2 words. Come on. Then he put down his phone and ignored it. He leisurely made himself a cup of coffee and waited quietly. Waiting for the real show this afternoon. 3 p.m. The headquarters of Xinqing Technology is located in the south of Shedu City. A black, top-of-the-line business van slowly pulled up at the entrance. The car door opened. Lang Yanran got out of the car. Today she wore a well-tailored silver-gray business suit that perfectly accentuated her breathtaking figure. Her long, silver hair was piled high, revealing her fair and slender swan neck, and she exuded a powerful aura like an ice queen, making her unapproachable. She looked up at the office building, which had been converted from an old factory, and a determined glint flashed in her silver eyes. Accompanied by her secretary, she entered the meeting room of New Star Technology. In the reception room, a woman was already standing quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her back to the door. She wore an elegant beige knitted dress, her seaweed-like chestnut curls were casually draped over her shoulders, and her figure was slender and graceful. Even just from behind, she exuded a gentleness and intellect like a classical lady. I heard footsteps. The woman slowly turned around. The moment Lang Yanran saw her face clearly. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her perpetually icy face. Her pupils contracted violently in an instant. Su Qingying. It was her. That woman who was introduced to her at her father's birthday party years ago and became her stepmother. That woman who was nominally his stepmother. How did she end up here? How could she be the CEO of this upstart technology company that became an overnight sensation? Lang Yanran's mind went blank for a moment. However, in stark contrast to her shock was Su Qingying's calmness. Su Qingying looked at Lang Yanran, whose gentle and beautiful face remained completely expressionless. Her eyes were as calm as a deep pool, as if she were seeing Lang Yanran, the stranger, for the first time. She even had a polite yet distant smile on her lips. She reached out her hand. This must be President Lang of the Sky Dome Group, right? Hello, I am Su Qingying, CEO of Xinqing Technology. I have long admired your name. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a rare queen in the business world. Su Qingying's voice was soft and melodious. But this gentle tone sounded more grating to Lang Yanran's ears than any mockery. Lang Yanran stared intently at her, without reaching out to grasp the hand that was outstretched in midair. She squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Su Qingying. What's going on? Su Qingying seemed oblivious to the questioning and anger in her words. She simply and slowly withdrew her hand. She gracefully walked to the sofa where guests were seated, sat down, and gestured for them to sit. Mr. Lang, please have a seat. If you've come here today to question my private life, then I'm sorry, I can't keep you company. But if you're here to discuss cooperation, then perhaps we can have a chat. However, before we talk, I have a condition. Su Qingying picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a small sip. Then, she raised her eyes, looked at Lang Yanran, whose face had turned extremely pale, and spoke clearly, word by word. New Star Technology only accepts being wholly acquired by Sky Dome Group. We will not discuss any other forms of cooperation. Chapter 80: God's Reward and the Queen's Fangs. Why her? Lin Yuan glanced at the angry and confused text message from Lang Yanran on his phone screen and simply smiled. He knew that the show he had personally directed had perfectly reached its first climax. His queen has been thoroughly enraged by his hidden blade. Just then, that familiar yet cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Bite. The host has successfully instigated an epic battleground. And in this confrontation, he perfectly controlled the emotions and actions of all the key characters. The system has determined that the host's understanding of the essence of living off a woman has reached a completely new level. This reward is worth 500,000. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. 500,000. This is much more than he expected. It seems the system also really enjoys this dramatic scene. As he watched his soft rice value skyrocket from 0 to 500,000, an unprecedented sense of abundance welled up within him. He now has enough resources to deal with any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. He was adept at both upgrading his skills and exchanging for more powerful business luck. The drama has only just begun, and he has already made a fortune. The night was as dark as ink. The atmosphere in the luxurious, palace-like living room of the Cloud-Top Palace was so oppressive it was almost frozen. Lang Yanran is back. As soon as she got back, she threw herself heavily onto the sofa. She didn't throw herself into Lin Yuan's arms as affectionately as usual. He simply stared intently at Lin Yuan with an extremely complex gaze, full of scrutiny and inquiry. Lin Yuan knew she was waiting for an explanation. But he didn't speak up. He simply poured her a glass of warm water and gently placed it in front of her. Then wait quietly. After a long silence, Lang Yanran finally spoke, her voice carrying a tremor and a hint of grievance that she herself was unaware of. My God! This was the first time she had addressed Lin Yuan in this way in real life. This form of address signifies that she has lowered her stance to the lowest possible level. She was like a most devout believer who was experiencing a crisis of faith. Is your gift unique? Instead of directly questioning Su Qingying, she raised her questions in a more tactful yet more direct manner. Today, I felt a power in that woman that was very similar to the power you bestowed upon me. It was a feeling as if I were blessed by fate. My God, that woman named Su Qingying. Does she deserve your gift? Lang Yanran raised her head, and a thin layer of mist appeared in her beautiful silver eyes. There is confusion, resentment, and above all, a fear that one is no longer the only one. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. His queen was indeed astute. Under the interaction of these two business fortunes, she actually sensed something was amiss. But his face showed just the right amount of surprise and amusement. He slowly walked over and sat down next to Lang Yanran. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. His eyes were gentle yet profound, as if they could draw one's soul in. With the passive buff of being a master of sweet talk, every move he made exuded an irresistible charm that Lang Yanran could not resist. My silly queen. His voice carried a hint of indulgent laughter. How could there possibly be another person in this world who is worthy of my gifts? You've forgotten that you are the one I chose to be my destiny. As for the power you feel, it's probably just because you're all equally outstanding. So outstanding that even fate can't help but stop for you. His words were half true and half false, but they perfectly avoided the core issue and instead praised Lang Yanran highly. These words instantly struck the softest spot in Lang Yanran's heart. Her anger and doubts crumbled instantly under Lin Yuan's masterful yet gentle approach. Yes, he is a god. How could God be wrong? The mistake must lie in your own feelings. But Lang Yanran was still somewhat unwilling. That woman is really annoying. She actually proposed to accept a full acquisition by the Sky Dong Group only. This is outrageous. Oh? Lin Yuan's face showed an expression of interest. He gently pulled Lang Yanran into his arms and let her lean against his heart. So what does my queen intend to do? Give up? Of course not. Provoked by Lin Yuan's words, Lang Yanran's queenly arrogance instantly returned. She broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace and clenched her little fists. I will never give up. I will make her willingly submit to the Sky Dome Group. Her high-spirited appearance made Lin Yuan's smile deepen. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Just then, Lang Yanran's phone rang. It was her secretary who called. Lang Yanran answered the phone, but after only a few words, her pretty face, which had just been full of fighting spirit, instantly turned ashen. After hanging up the phone, she gritted her teeth and practically squeezed out a sentence. That damned woman. She actually made an utterly absurd request to us. She said it was to assess the sincerity of our Sky Dome Group in cooperation and the quality of our grassroots employees. She needs to personally interview one of our marketing department staff members named an ordinary employee named Lin Yuan. Chapter 81: The Trial Behind the Glass Wall. In the end, Lang Yanran still agreed to Su Qingying's absurd request. Her reason told her that this might be a trap, a humiliation. But her pride as a business tycoon and her desire for the potential of emerging technologies made it impossible for her to refuse. However, she also put forward her own conditions. She would supervise the entire process from a one-way glass observation room next to the interview room. Su Qingying agreed without hesitation. It was as if all of this was within her expectations. The next afternoon, the meeting room of Xinqing Technology was temporarily converted into an interview room. Lang Yanran sat alone in the dimly lit observation room next door. She stared intently through the huge one-way glass into the empty room. Her pretty face was as cold as ice that had never melted in the Arctic. Those beautiful silver eyes burned with a fury and possessiveness that seemed capable of incinerating everything. She wanted to see what tricks that woman was up to. She also wanted to see how Lin Yuan, the man she had chosen, would respond. This was not only an interview, but also a trial of her man. Soon the door to the interview room was pushed open. Lin Yuan walked in. He was wearing a plain white shirt and black trousers, typical of the Sky Dome Group employee uniform. But his physique and demeanor, comparable to those of a top male model, made even this ordinary uniform stand out. His expression perfectly captured the nervousness and restraint one feels when an ordinary employee meets an important person. Her acting was flawless. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingying also walked in through another door. She was wearing a very form-fitting black knitted maxi dress today. The soft fabric perfectly accentuated her full, voluptuous, and mature curves, which resembled a ripe peach. The skirt has an extremely high slit on the side. With each step she took, her long, beautiful legs, encased in black stockings, were glimpsed and revealed, sparking the imagination. She didn't have the habit of wearing a bra, and the astonishing curve of her chest swayed gently with her steps. She sat down gracefully in the interviewer's seat. Those gentle, watery eyes now held a playful and cold quality, as if scrutinizing prey. She glanced at Lin Yuan, then her gaze seemed to casually sweep across the one-way glass. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his lips. An unprecedented interview has officially begun. Mr. Lin Yuan, is that right? Su Qingying spoke, her voice still as gentle and melodious as ever. Please sit down. Lin Yuan sat down as instructed, maintaining an upright posture. Su Qingying interlaced her fingers, resting her chin on them, and leaned forward slightly. This action made the breathtaking depths in her heart even clearer. She gazed at Lin Yuan and asked softly, Mr. Lin, I have reviewed your resume and it is excellent. I'd like to know if you personally can adapt to high-intensity work? Her voice wasn't loud. But the sound was clearly heard by Lang Yanran in the observation room next door, even in the quiet room. Lang Yanran's knuckles turned white from gripping the armrest so tightly. Of course, Mr. Su. Lin Yuan's answer was neither humble nor arrogant. I personally enjoy taking on challenges and have plenty of stamina. Su Qingying nodded in satisfaction. She suddenly stood up. Excuse me, I need to pick up a document. As she spoke, she walked around the table toward the filing cabinet behind Lin Yuan. As she passed Lin Yuan, she seemed to lose her footing and swayed slightly. He pressed his entire body against Lin Yuan's back. The soft yet amazing elasticity was clearly conveyed through the thin shirt. Lin Yuan's body stiffened slightly. Lang Yanran, who was behind the glass wall, stood up almost instantly. Her heart heaved violently, and she almost bit her lips until they bled. Su Qingying acted as if nothing had happened. She straightened up, whispered sorry, and took a blank document from the filing cabinet. She sat down again and accidentally knocked the pen to the ground. The pen rolled to Lin Yuan's feet. She didn't let Lin Yuan pick it up, but instead bent down herself. She knelt down in front of Lin Yuan. The plump, full peach-shaped buttocks were raised high by this movement, forming an amazing arc. The V neckline is even more revealing. From Lin Yuan's perspective, one could even clearly see the most enchanting scenery in the deepest part. She slowly and deliberately picked up the pen with her slender hand. As she stood up, her fingertips accidentally brushed against Lin Yuan's calf. Lang Yanran, behind the glass wall, was trembling all over. She had never felt such immense humiliation and anger. This is no longer an interview. This is a provocation. It's blatant, open seduction. Su Qingying, however, seemed completely oblivious to the overwhelming rage. She sat up straight and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair ear. She looked at Lin Yuan with a slightly apologetic smile on his face. "All right, Mr. Lin, I've finished asking my questions. You are very excellent and I am very satisfied. The interview is over." She stood up again as she spoke. This time, she walked directly up to Lin Yuan. Under Lin Yuan's astonished gaze. Under Lang Yanran's fiery gaze from behind the glass wall. Su Qingying reached out and gently straightened Lin Yuan's already perfectly neat collar. Her fingertips gently traced his collarbone. Then she stood on tiptoe. She brought her warm, red lips close to Lin Yuan's ear. He spoke in a whisper, a sound only the two of them could hear. "How did I do, master?" From an outsider's perspective. Especially from the perspective of the jealous queen behind the glass wall. This scene resembles a tender and lingering kiss. After doing all this, Su Qingying took a step back and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Lin. When you leave, please inform Mr. Lang who is waiting outside. Just tell them that I agree to the acquisition plan of Sky Dong Group. But there is one condition. I need you, Mr. Lin Yuan, to be stationed at our Xinqing Technology as the project leader for an extended period." He personally coordinated all the work with me. That evening, after returning to the heavenly palace on the cloud top, after suppressing her emotions all day, Lang Yanran finally exploded. Bang! She smashed a crystal vase worth millions to pieces on the ground. She was like a little lioness who had been thoroughly enraged. Those beautiful silver eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Lin Yuan. "What exactly is your relationship with her? Did you two know each other before? What exactly did she mean by what she did today? Why didn't you move away? Why didn't you refuse?" She hysterically questioned him, pouring out all her anger and grievances. Lin Yuan simply stood there quietly. He let the valuable fragments scatter at his feet. He remained silent. He simply looked at her calmly with those deep, star-like eyes. Until Lang Yanran was so emotional that her whole body trembled and her voice became tearful. She slumped weakly onto the sofa, having vented all her anger. Lin Yuan slowly took a step. He walked step by step towards her. Then squat down. He offered neither explanation nor reassurance. He simply reached out and gently cupped her pretty face, which was streaked with tears. He gazed into her eyes and asked softly in a calm, almost cold tone. "Are you doubting me? Are you still doubting yourself?" Chapter 82: The Queen's Shackles and the Doghouse of the Dark Blade. Lin Yuan's calm yet cold question was like an invisible sword. It instantly pierced through the armor Lang Yanran had built with anger and jealousy, reaching the deepest fear and unease in her heart. Suspicion of him? How could she dare to doubt the god she had chosen? That is, doubting her own vision and the meaning of her own existence. Her body was trembling violently. Those silver eyes, which had just been burning with raging fury, were now filled with nothing but endless chaos and confusion. She looked into Lin Yuan's unfathomable eyes. It was as if I saw the stars of the universe and the truth of all things. Before God, all jealousy and suspicion are insignificant sins. Her pride and self-esteem were shattered at that moment. Instead, a more fanatical and obsessive worship has taken its place. God is never wrong. The only one who can be wrong is me. It was my fault for not trusting him enough. I was using the foolishness of a mortal to try and understand God's intentions. I let him down. Once the thought arose, it instantly took over her entire soul like wildly growing weeds. She looked at the scattered crystal shards on the ground and at Lin Yuan's calm, expressionless face. Extreme guilt and remorse overwhelmed her like a tsunami. Thump. Lang Yanran's knees buckled, and she knelt straight down in front of Lin Yuan. She looked up at her beautiful face, streaked with tears. His silver eyes were filled with humble pleading and self-loathing. I was wrong. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. My God, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you, and I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. I am a sinner. Please, please, punish me. She reached out her trembling hands and gently grasped Lin Yuan's trouser leg. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto the only piece of driftwood. She pressed her cheek against Lin Yuan's knee, feeling his warmth. It was as if only in this way could she alleviate the guilt in her heart. Lin Yuan quietly looked at the queen kneeling at his feet, watching her transform from an enraged lioness into a docile lamb. He knew he had achieved his goal. He not only resolved the crisis, it further reinforced a shackle called faith deep within her soul. He slowly reached out his hand. He gently stroked her soft, silver hair. His voice carried a divine compassion and forgiveness. Raise your head, my queen. Lang Yanran obediently raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes. Remember. Lin Yuan's fingertips gently traced her smooth forehead. You are the queen of the sky, the woman I, Lin Yuan, have chosen. Your pride and confidence should not be shaken by anything external. No one can. That woman was just a whetstone I used to sharpen you. That's all. These words sounded like sacred pronouncements. It instantly dispelled all the gloom in Lang Yanran's heart. Whetstone. I see. It turns out that all of that woman's provocations were a test for him. Test her character and test her trust. But I almost failed this test. Lang Yanran's eyes shone brightly once again. It was a light that was a mixture of shame, gratitude, and even more fervent worship. I see. She nodded emphatically. I will not let you down again. The next morning, after a night of self-reflection and repentance, Lang Yanran seemed to have been reborn. Although her beautiful eyes were slightly red and swollen from crying, but her gaze was more resolute than ever before. She personally straightened Lin Yuan's tie. Then he raised his head and said in an extremely solemn tone, I agree to let you go to New Star Technology. This is a test you've given me, and I must pass it. I trust you. She paused, then extended her slender finger and gently tapped Lin Yuan's chest. Her silver eyes gleamed with a queenly, obsessive, and domineering possessiveness. But you have to agree to one condition. No matter what happens, no matter what you're doing there, you must come back to me every night. Back here. This is my bottom line. Lin Yuan looked at her and smiled. Okay, I promise you. He agreed immediately. Because he knew that this shackle that the queen had personally set for him was also his most perfect alibi. Having received Lin Yuan's promise, Lang Yanran finally showed a relieved smile. She deliberately stood on tiptoe. He placed a kiss on Lin Yuan's lips, cool as morning dew. Go, my hero. She ultimately did not use the word God. She felt that the word was more intimate and powerful when the two of them were alone together. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave for New Star Technology to start work, his phone vibrated slightly. It was a text message from Su Qingying. The text message was very simple. There is only one photo and one sentence. The photo shows a spacious and bright office. The interior design is simple yet full of a high-tech feel. The most eye-catching. It's between this office and the larger CEO's office next door. There was a hidden door that could be opened from the inside. The photo was accompanied by a sentence. Master, are you satisfied with your new doghouse? Chapter 83: The Boudoir, the Cage, and the Courtroom. Lin Yuan drove his ordinary sedan to the headquarters of New Star Technology. He became the center of everyone's attention almost instantly when he got out of the car. The company's employees had all heard that a project director from the parent company, Sky Dome Group, would be coming to move in today. They had assumed it would be a balding, middle-aged man who was not young. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a young, handsome man, almost like a celebrity. The employees whispered amongst themselves. It was filled with curiosity and speculation. Just then, Su Qingying personally came out of the building to greet them. She was still wearing that black knitted dress that perfectly accentuated her mature curves. He wore a perfectly measured, formulaic smile. "Welcome, Director Lin." She extended her hand to Lin Yuan in front of all the employees. "I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration in the future. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Su." Lin Yuan gently shook her hand and then let go. The two performed impeccably, like business partners meeting for the first time. Su Qingying personally led Lin Yuan on a tour of the company. She formally introduced the project director from Sky Dome Group to the employees. He emphasized that he would play a crucial role in the company's future development. The employees looked at the excessively young director and then at their stunningly beautiful CEO. There was a strange meaning in his eyes. The tour has finally come to an end. Su Qingying led Lin Yuan to the project director's office that had been prepared in advance. "This will be your office from now on, Director Lin." Su Qingying's voice remained businesslike. "I hope you are satisfied." She turned and prepared to leave. But she stopped just as she reached the door. She glanced back at the security camera in the corner of the office and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She slowly closed the door from her office to the outside corridor. Then, with a click, she actually locked the door right in front of Lin Yuan. She turned around only after she had done all that. The formulaic smile on his face disappeared. Instead, a morbid, possessive frenzy took hold. She walked towards Lin Yuan step by step. The high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the floor, like the drum beats of death. She walked up to Lin Yuan, her body almost pressed against him. Then she raised her head, and a strange flame burned in her gentle, watery eyes. "Oh nar." Her voice was seductive. "Welcome to my boudoir." She then extended her hand. Instead of hugging Lin Yuan, she grabbed the phone directly from his pocket. Lin Yuan's reaction was incredibly quick. He instinctively wanted to dodge. But Su Qingying's purpose was clearly not to steal it. Her fingertip lightly swiped across Lin Yuan's phone screen. A video call request suddenly appeared on the screen. The caller ID displayed the name as Her Majesty the Queen. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Su Qingying seemed to have anticipated this scene. A mischievous, triumphant smile spread across her face. She took a step back, creating distance between herself and Lin Yuan. Then she gracefully walked to the other side of the office. There was a hidden door that was almost blending into the wall. She gently pushed the hidden door open, and it slid open silently. On the other side of the door was her CEO's office. She leaned against the doorframe, lazily crossing her arms. The incredibly full breasts were lifted high by this movement, forming a breathtaking arc. She gestured to Lin Yuan as if to say, "Please go ahead." His eyes were full of provocation and amusement. Lin Yuan's phone was still stubbornly ringing in his pocket. "It's like a death warrant." Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He knew this was Su Qingying's first test. This was also Lang Yanran's first trial. He took out his phone and his face instantly switched to a gentle smile with a hint of helplessness. He pressed the answer button. Lang Yanran's cold yet stunningly beautiful face immediately appeared on the screen. "What are you doing?" Her voice betrayed no emotion. "I just arrived at the office and am getting familiar with the environment." Lin Yuan adjusted the angle of his phone as he answered. He strolled around the office as if casually. The camera panned across the desk and then across the floor-to-ceiling window. They perfectly avoided Su Qingying and the wide-open hidden door. "Let me see." Lang Yanran's voice carried an unquestionable tone of command. "Good." Lin Yuan smiled and agreed. He held up his phone, displaying the entire office to Lang Yanran. Every corner is clearly visible. Just as the camera was about to pan towards the hidden door, Su Qingying's figure had already disappeared behind the door. The hidden door closed silently. It was as if it had never existed. "The environment is nice." Lang Yanran's voice seemed to have softened a bit. "Are you alone in the office?" She asked the question seemingly casually. "Of course not, who else could it be?" Lin Yuan's tone was completely calm. His gaze, however, inadvertently drifted to the smooth wall. He knew Su Qingying was right behind him. Like a venomous snake poised to strike, she quietly observes the drama she is orchestrating. That's good. Lang Yanran seemed to finally feel relieved. Remember what you promised me. Certainly. Lin Yuan smiled gently. See you tonight. Hang up the phone. Silence returned to the office. The smile on Lin Yuan's face slowly faded. He turned to look at the tightly closed hidden door. Almost simultaneously, the hidden door slid open silently once again. Su Qingying leaned against the doorframe with a lazy yet satisfied smile on her face. Master, your acting is superb. She praised softly. You almost fooled me too. She said that as she walked back in. This time, her goal was very clear. She walked directly behind Lin Yuan. She stretched out her arms and gently wrapped them around his waist from behind. She pressed her hot, soft body tightly against his back. Her cheeks were buried in the crook of his neck. He greedily inhaled his scent. Welcome to your new cage, master. Starting today. You are now my prisoner. Chapter 84: The Cage, the Feast, and the Judgment at the Toes. Prisoner? Lin Yuan suddenly laughed as he listened to Su Qingying's possessive declaration in his ear. His laughter was very soft. But this caused the hot, delicate body behind him to stiffen slightly. The next second, Lin Yuan made a move. He did not break free. Instead, it turned around suddenly with incredible power and speed. Su Qingying felt a sudden dizziness. Before she could react, Lin Yuan had already slammed her against the cold wall. The hidden door that had just been closed was right next to her ear. A muffled bang. Lin Yuan braced himself against the wall with one hand, completely trapping her between himself and the wall. His other hand mercilessly pinched her delicate chin. He forced her to look up and meet his gaze. Their positions were instantly reversed. The roles of hunter and prey have been completely reversed. Yeah? Lin Yuan's face slowly drew closer. There wasn't a trace of panic in his deep, peach blossom eyes. Only a cold smile filled with aggression and a desire for control. Then you'd better make this cage sturdier. Otherwise. His voice was low and had a magnetic quality. Be careful, or I, the prisoner, will swallow you in your guard hole. Su Qingying's breath hitched. She looked into the deep, abyss-like vortex in Lin Yuan's eyes. Feel the undeniable domineering aura emanating from him. Far from being afraid, she was not scared. A pair of gentle, watery eyes ignited with an even more fervent and obsessive flame. This is the master she wanted. A god who can completely conquer and dominate her. I'm waiting for that day. Instead of struggling, she took the initiative to meet her. Her rosy lips were almost touching Lin Yuan's lips. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked the corner of her lips. My master. This call was filled with a morbid obedience and expectation. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and released her. He straightened his collar as if nothing had happened. It was as if the aggressive man from just moments ago wasn't him at all. Su Qingying leaned against the wall, her body feeling weak. She gazed at Lin Yuan's tall, straight back with adoration in her eyes. Time passed slowly. It was lunchtime. There was a knock on the office door. Su Qingying personally carried in an extremely exquisite plate. It contains 4 dishes and a soup, which are nutritionally balanced and have a great color, aroma, and taste. She arranged the food on Lin Yuan's desk one by one. Then he made a move that would make any man's blood boil. She lifted her skirt. She knelt down gracefully and obediently in front of Lin Yuan. Her posture was like that of the most humble maidservant serving her supreme king. Please enjoy, master. Her voice was soft and respectful. From today onwards, I will be responsible for all your food and lodging needs here. Lin Yuan looked at the stunningly beautiful noblewoman kneeling at his feet. Then I looked at the lunch on the table, which was comparable to a state banquet. He simply picked up his chopsticks calmly. I accepted it all with equanimity. Afternoon. Lin Yuan was sitting at his desk processing some documents from the Sky Dome Group. Lang Yanran called again via video. The reason given this time was to discuss official business. Lin Yuan answered the video call without any surprise. Lang Yanran's icy, beautiful face reappeared on the screen. She sat in the CEO's office, dressed in a smart business suit. Meticulous. I have some ideas about the first step of the integration plan after the acquisition of Xinqing technology that I need to discuss with you. She said it in a very serious tone. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, his expression focused. The two discussed work seriously, just like any ordinary superior and subordinate. And at that very moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a strange sensation on his calf. He lowered his head. Under the table. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qingying had already quietly knelt down there. She took off her black high heels. A clean, bare foot encased in platinum stockings rested gently on his leg. She tilted her head back. Her face was flushed with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Looking at Lang Yanran's serious face on the screen. Then he looked at Lin Yuan, who was so close at hand. The thrill of engaging in forbidden interaction with her master right under the enemy's nose sent shivers down her spine. Her toes were crystal clear, like the finest jade. At this moment, it's all through a thin layer of trouser fabric. They were drawing circles on his legs. Lin Yuan's body stiffened slightly. But the expression on his face did not change at all. He continued to discuss the allocation of Xinqing Technology's future budget of 1 billion yuan with Lan Yanran in a steady voice. I believe the initial focus should be on consolidating core technologies rather than blindly expanding. He said. Under the table, Su Qingying's toes darted even further upwards. It grazed his knee. Towards. Lin Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Your idea makes sense. Lang Yanran on the screen nodded. But the market waits for no one, and we must come up with products that can generate returns as soon as possible. Her voice remained cool and assertive. She was completely unaware. Just when she was completely focused on her work. A silent trial, brimming with provocation and desire, is unfolding wildly right before her eyes. The video conference lasted for half an hour. For Lin Yuan, every second felt like an eternity. For Su Qingying, however, these were the most exciting 30 minutes of her life. The meeting finally ended. The video call was disconnected. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He looked down at Su Qingying, who was still kneeling there, her face flushed and panting. His eyes held a complex expression. And at that very moment, it's almost time to leave work. His phone rang again. She was still Lan Yanran. Lin Yuan answered the phone. On the other end of the phone came Her Majesty the Queen's command, tinged with anticipation and brooking no argument. I asked Aunt Zhang to make your favorite dishes. Go home early tonight. Chapter 85 God's Punishment and the Devil's Feast. Lan Yanran's phone call to come home for dinner was like a cold imperial edict. It instantly extinguished all the ambience and heat that had just risen in the office. Su Qingying's body stiffened slightly. She slowly stood up from beside Lin Yuan's legs. Her pretty face, flushed with excitement, now turned pale. She knew her master was about to leave. She was about to leave her cage and return to the queen's side. An unprecedented sense of resentment and jealousy gripped her heart like a poisonous vine. Just as Lin Yuan hung up the phone and was about to get up, Su Qingying suddenly hugged him tightly from behind again. Her arms were so tight it was as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Oh no. This time, her voice no longer carried a hint of provocation and submissiveness. Instead, it carried a trembling and humility that was almost pleading. Please don't go back. Stay with me tonight. I can do anything for you. Anything. This was the first time she had directly challenged Lang Yanran's bottom line. This was the first time her hidden blade had attempted to pierce the queen's authority. She no longer wanted to be that shadow who could only hide in the dark. She also longed to bask in her master's glory, even if only for one night. Lin Yuan's body stopped moving. He didn't turn around. He simply felt the trembling and heat of the delicate body behind him. A deathly silence fell over the office. For a long time, Lin Yuan finally spoke. His voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Su Qingying. For the first time, he called her by her full name in such a cold and unfamiliar tone. Su Qingying was jolted as if struck by lightning. You've crossed the line. Lin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it struck Su Qingying's heart like a merciless hammer. He broke free from her embrace. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. He turned around. He looked down at her with an unprecedentedly cold gaze. Remember who you are. You are just a tool to me. A sharp tool to deal with the Long family. Don't try to test my limits. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind getting a more obedient one. These words were extremely ruthless. Every word was like the sharpest knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Su Qingying's heart. The color drained from her face instantly, turning her ashen white. Those eyes, which had just been burning with fervent passion, quickly dimmed. All that remained was endless shock, pain, and fear. She never imagined that her god would say such cruel things to her. But Lin Yuan didn't give her any chance to recover. He turned around and walked straight to the door. He stopped as he was about to leave. It was as if she had remembered something again. A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Su Qingying's heart. Is he regretting it? Was he going to comfort me? However, Lin Yuan's next move shattered her last shred of hope. He didn't turn around. She simply took out a corner of her shirt, which she had secretly stained with a lipstick mark during the cloud trial, from her pocket. He did it in front of her. She slowly and meticulously wiped away the bright red mark that belonged to her in an almost humiliating manner. Then he opened the door. He walked out without looking back. Only Su Qingying remained frozen in place. It resembles a beautiful statue that has lost its soul. Lin Yuan was driving home. His face was ashen. But then that familiar mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Bite. The host has successfully completed an epic, high-difficulty ordeal, the Queen's Cloud Judgment. And afterwards, they perfectly managed and controlled the emotions of the key figure, Su Qingying. The system has determined that the host's understanding of the ultimate secret of being a kept man, a combination of kindness and severity, has reached a whole new level. This reward is worth 500,000. Lin Yuan's account balance instantly jumped from 500,000 to 1 million. But he felt no joy at that moment. His experiences during the day made him realize something profound. In this game filled with apex predators, intelligence and acting skills alone are far from enough. He must possess greater power. It's necessary for both self-preservation and controlling others. System. He gave the order in his mind without hesitation. Consumed 800,000 soft rice points. Upgrade, Master of Sweet Talk Grandmaster, to Words That Become Law Beginner. Raise, Driving Proficiency Expert level, to Grandmaster level. Bite. Successfully used up your soft rice points. The skill Master of Sweet Talk has been successfully upgraded to Words That Make Law Beginner. Passive effect, the host's words will carry a faint trace of the power of rules, subtly influencing the emotions and judgments of others. Active effect, consumes mental energy to transform a single sentence into a command, with a certain chance of causing a target with a willpower no higher than the host's to unconditionally obey. This effect has a significantly increased success rate against deeply bound targets. The skill Driving Proficiency has been successfully upgraded to Grandmaster level. Passive effect, gain, absolute car sense, extending the host's perception to the vehicle itself, and enabling clear perception of the dynamics of all vehicles within a certain range and the driver's intentions. Active effect, man and vehicle become one, allowing the host to unleash 120% of the vehicle's maximum performance. A massive and mysterious flow of information instantly flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. His perception of the world seemed to have changed. He felt that every word he spoke carried a strange weight. And the traffic outside the window was no longer a chaotic metal box in his eyes. It has become a complex network composed of countless trajectory lines. He can clearly see the next move of each car. That's power. Lin Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The value of $1 million spent on a mistress instantly dwindled to only 200,000. But what it brought was a qualitative leap. This deal was a great deal. When Lin Yuan returned to the heavenly palace on the cloud top, it was already completely dark. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread of his favorite dishes. Lang Yanran had already changed out of her smart business attire. She put on a silk nightgown for home. Her long, smooth silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She has lost some of the queen's coldness and gained more of the wife's gentleness. When she saw Lin Yuan return, a genuine smile appeared on her face. You're back, go wash your hands and eat. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. The two sat facing each other under the warm lighting. The atmosphere at the dinner table was peaceful and pleasant. Lang Yanran ate her meal elegantly. He asked in a seemingly casual tone. How are you feeling at the new company today? That Mr. Su didn't give you any trouble, did he? She picked up a piece of braised pork, Lin Yuan's favorite food, and placed it on his plate. Those beautiful silver eyes were like the most sophisticated radar. They were intently watching every subtle expression on Lin Yuan's face. They tried to find even the slightest flaw in it. Chapter 86: God's Gifts in Chains. He faced Lung Yanran's silver eyes, which seemed to see right through him. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He just watched her quietly. The moment their eyes met, his phone vibrated very slightly under the table in his pocket. The screen lights up. It was a text message from Su Qingying. Master, I know I was wrong. Please reply to me with just one sentence. Otherwise I'll die tonight. On one side was the Queen's relentless scrutiny. On one side was Dark Blade's humble, almost shameful plea. If it were in the past, Lin Yuan might have needed to put in some effort to deal with it. But now he has the power to make his words law. He slowly put down his chopsticks. Then he reached out and gently took Lung Yanran's hand, which was resting on the table. Her hands were slightly cool and delicate. She trembled slightly when Lin Yuan's warm, large hand enveloped her. Lin Yuan looked directly into her eyes. It seemed as if stars were flowing deep within his pupils. He activated his newly acquired ability that his words could become law. A faint yet mysterious power of rules quietly spread out along with his words. She's just my subordinate. His voice was gentle yet sincere. It is filled with undeniable power. That's all. You are the only one in my heart. These words seemed to possess a magical power. They bypassed all of Lang Yanran's reason and vigilance. It was directly imprinted on the deepest part of her soul. All her doubts, anxieties, and scrutiny. Everything vanished in an instant. Instead, it brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and immense sweetness. She could feel her heart racing. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. He only has eyes for me. The words kept echoing in her mind. It was more beautiful and reassuring than any vow of eternal love. She was completely captivated by Lin Yuan's affectionate peach blossom eyes. I trust you. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly in return. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and dependence that she herself was unaware of. Lin Yuan diffused an invisible interrogation with ease. He even had spare time. Under the table. Take out the phone with your other hand. He replied to Su Qingying's text message with one hand while blind typing. There is only one word. Good. After sending the text message, he then put his phone back in his pocket. It was as if nothing had happened. The dinner ended in an extremely warm and sweet atmosphere. Lang Yanran was extremely satisfied with Lin Yuan's answer. She felt that her man had not only passed the test perfectly. It gave her the answer she wanted most and felt most at ease. After dinner, she took Lin Yuan's hand and led him to the master bedroom on the second floor. A faint, sweet fragrance filled the bedroom. Lang Yanran took out an exquisite gift box from the dressing room. Inside was a black silk robe of excellent quality. This is a gift I prepared for you. She gently kissed Lin Yuan on the cheek. Do you like it? She personally helped Lin Yuan take off his coat. Then I changed him into this soft, smooth bathrobe. Her movements were gentle and meticulous. She was like the most considerate wife. She showed Lin Yuan through her most direct actions. The daytime surveillance stemmed from her unease and concern. The tenderness of the night was the highest reward for her loyalty to him. As a queen, her love was both domineering and pure. Lin Yuan stood in front of the mirror wearing a bathrobe. The black silk made his skin appear even whiter and his figure even more upright. She exuded an air of languid elegance. Lang Yanran gently hugged him from behind. Press your cheek against his back. He closed his eyes contentedly. Lin Yuan. She murmured softly. Will you stay by my side forever? And at that very moment, on the other side of the city, inside the CEO's office at New Star Technology, Su Qingying sat barefoot and listlessly on the cold floor. In front of her was a broken wine glass. The bright red wine mingled with the scarlet blood. Shocking wounds were left on her fair, work of art feet. Lin Yuan's cold use of the word tool and the humiliating gesture of wiping away lipstick marks. It shattered all her pride and self-esteem. After returning to her office, she was plunged into immense pain and self-doubt. She began to seek a morbid escape by harming herself. Just as she was being consumed by endless despair. When you feel like you're really about to die. Her phone rang. It was the number she had set a special notification tone for. There is only one word. Good. The instant I saw this word, Su Qingying's dull eyes suddenly lit up again. It was as if a dying person had witnessed a miracle. Good. My master did not abandon me. He's still looking at me. He was just giving me a warning. It's punishing me for overstepping my boundaries. He loves me. This thought instantly occupied her entire mind. All the previous pain and despair transformed into the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and an even more morbid loyalty. She suddenly picked up her phone. He took a picture of his feet, which were bleeding profusely from cuts caused by shards of glass. She did not treat the wound or wipe away the blood. They used this most direct and tragic method. She sent her humility and repentance to her God. She added a sentence to the photo. Master, I know I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. I am your sharpest knife. And also your most loyal go. She felt as if she had used up all her strength after sending the message. She looked at the wound on her foot. Not only did I not feel any pain. Instead, he revealed a strange yet satisfied smile. This is the mark my master left on me. These are my chains. Chapter 87 God's Will and Mortal Law. In the master bedroom of the heavenly palace on the cloud top, Lin Yanran had already fallen into a deep sleep, resting her head on Lin Yuan's arm, completely satisfied. Her sleeping face was serene and beautiful. Like a child who has received their favorite candy. Lin Yuan gently withdrew his arm. He glanced at his phone screen. The bloody yet humble and pleading photo of Su Qingying. This created an incredibly ironic and eerie contrast with the serene and peaceful sleeping face of the queen beside him. He frowned. He did not appreciate Su Qingying's extreme self-harming behavior. Tools should look like tools. Sharp, obedient, and intact. A broken tool will only affect efficiency. He pondered for a moment. Long, slender fingers began tapping on the screen again. This time he didn't use the word well-behaved. Instead, he replied in an unquestionable, cold, commanding tone. I don't want to see a crippled CEO tomorrow. Treat the wound immediately. After sending this text message, he then put his phone on silent mode and set it aside. It was as if they had only dealt with a trivial matter. For Su Qingying, who was in hell, this text message was a different story. It was no less than a divine decree descending from the heavens. I don't want to see a crippled CEO tomorrow. She kept repeating those words to herself. His sickly smile grew even brighter. My owner still cares about me. He cares about me. Although it was spoken in a commanding tone. But that's exactly how he loves me. He is domineering, forceful, and leaves no room for argument. He didn't want me to get hurt. This commanding concern made her feel an unprecedented sense of honor and satisfaction from being cared for. She immediately struggled to get up from the ground. He limped into the bathroom. I carefully cleaned the wound on my foot. Then carefully bandaged it with the best ointment and gauze from the first aid kit. Every movement was imbued with a sacred sense of ritual. It was as if they were maintaining a sacrificial offering belonging to God. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the restaurant through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan and Lin Yanran were enjoying a cozy breakfast. I met with Zhou Ming from Xinqing Technology at noon today to discuss future research and development directions. Lin Yuan said casually. I found the perfect reason to go to New Star Technology today. Lin Yanran nodded, her eyes full of trust. You can handle your work matters yourself. She now has complete trust in Lin Yuan. I said goodbye to Lin Yanran. Lin Yuan drove the ordinary sedan toward New Star Technology. While crossing an intersection, a tall, stern-looking traffic inspector stopped his car. Hello, this is a routine check. Please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. The inspector's voice was loud and clear, his tone official and devoid of any emotion. Lin Yuan lowered the car window. Looking at this serious-looking middle-aged man, a thought suddenly struck me. He wanted to try out the skill he had just acquired that words could become law. He took his identification from the storage compartment. He looked directly into the inspector's eyes. He mustered a tiny bit of his spiritual power. He imbued his words with the power of law. "You look great today." His voice was gentle yet sincere. "It must be hard work to be at work so early." This is just a very ordinary polite remark. But when Lin Yuan said it, it seemed to carry a strange magic. The inspector, whose expression was originally stern, like the black-faced Judge Bao. He was clearly taken aback after hearing that. The serious lines on his face melted away instantly. He then revealed a somewhat simple and even kind smile. His hand became much gentler as he took the documents. "Yes, of course." His attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. The businesslike attitude instantly transformed into the warmth of a friendly neighbor. "You're such a young man, yet you drive so steadily. That's quite impressive." He quickly checked the documents and then handed them back to Lin Yuan with both hands. "Okay, everything's fine now. Be careful on the road." After he finished speaking, he even took a step back. He gestured for Lin Yuan to pass. His enthusiastic attitude left the drivers waiting in line for inspection dumbfounded. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, then rolled up the car window. The car restarted. The smile on his face slowly faded. Instead, it was a profound shock. That's terrifying. This is only the initial stage of making one's words law. It was merely accompanied by a faint trace of the power of the rules. This can instantly make a serious and dedicated law enforcement officer, whom you don't know, feel extremely goodwill towards you. This is no longer a simple psychological suggestion or rhetorical technique. This is a higher dimensional attack. An influence that is almost at the level of rules. If this skill were applied to business negotiations, used in the game of power struggles with top-tier figures, what terrifying effects would that have? For the first time, Lin Yuan directly experienced the power and terror of this cheat system. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the steering wheel. I have more confidence and expectations for the future of the game. Having acquired this power, whether it was Ling Tianxiong's feast at Hongmen, it was still a provocation by the Rothschild family. Everything seems to have become less of a problem. Chapter 88: The Queen's Surprise Attack and the Out-of-Control Miracle. New Star Technology. Top floor CEO's office. When Lin Yuan pushed open the door, Su Qingying had been waiting for him for a long time. Today she was wearing a perfectly tailored black business suit. His seaweed-like chestnut-colored curls were neatly pinned up at the back of his head. Her long, fair swan neck was exposed. Her gentle and intellectual face was adorned with delicate, light makeup. It made her look like a perfect female CEO who was in control of everything. However, those elegant black flats seemed somewhat out of place with her outfit today. This also made her walk slightly stiff and unnatural. The moment Lin Yuan closed and locked the office door, this female CEO appears noble and elegant in front of outsiders. All the powerful aura around him instantly crumbled. She brought it up almost without hesitation. The hem of the skirt. With practiced and devout movements, he knelt down in front of Lin Yuan. Her posture was like that of the most humble maidservant welcoming her supreme master. Onar. She tilted her stunningly beautiful face up. A pair of gentle, watery eyes were filled with a mixture of awe and fervent obsession. "Your dog is here." She was speaking. She then lifted the hem of her skirt suit. Her slender ankles, encased in flesh-colored stockings, were revealed. The neatly wrapped white gauze around her ankle was particularly jarring. "She is not lame." Her voice carried a hint of eagerness to prove herself and to curry favor. "She can continue to tear apart your enemies for you." Lin Yuan looked down at the stunningly beautiful noblewoman kneeling at his feet. He didn't say anything. He simply walked around her and went behind the huge CEO's desk. I moved a chair over. "Sit down casually." Then he pointed to his thigh. He commanded in a calm, unquestionable tone. "Get in." Su Qingying's body stiffened abruptly. A surge of immense joy welled up within him. This is a gift from the master after his inspection. She quickly got up from the ground. My heart was pounding wildly with excitement. She walked up to Lin Yuan. She sat carefully, sideways, on his lap with endless shyness. She only dared to sit on one side. Its body was tense, as if afraid that its weight would offend its owner. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Lin Yuan's nostrils. He felt the plump, full body in his arms, trembling slightly with nervousness. His face remained calm and expressionless. He issued the order once again. Lift your feet up. Let me examine the wound myself. Yes. Master. Su Qingying's voice trembled. She awkwardly lifted her injured foot. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped her delicate foot, which was wearing flat shoes. She gently took off her shoes. He unwrapped the layers of gauze that were wrapped around his neck. The wound inside was exposed. The cut on the glass, though not deep, was still shocking. Fortunately, a scab had formed and ointment had been applied around it, so there were no signs of inflammation. Lin Yuan confirmed that the wound had been treated properly. He then released her ankle. He leaned back in his chair. Looking at the stunningly beautiful noblewoman in his arms, who dared not even breathe loudly. My heart stirred again. The principle of words become law is remarkably effective even with inspectors they don't know. That's the target for Su Qingying, whose affection for her has already reached its peak and whose mind is deeply bound to her. What terrifying effects will this produce? He decided to give it a try. He slowly leaned close to Su Qingying's ear. In a voice that carries the power of rules, as gentle as a devil's whisper. He said it softly. You look. It's beautiful. Buzz. Su Qingying's mind went completely blank. These words were like a thunderclap from the heavens. It's like the sweetest gift from God. It carries an irresistible willpower. It instantly shattered all her reason and composure. Those eyes, which were originally filled with nothing but awe. At this moment, I was completely overwhelmed by endless infatuation and surging emotions. The blood in her body seemed to be burning. She could no longer control herself. He suddenly turned around. Like a wildcat that has found its home. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms without a second thought. Her rosy lips frantically searched for his lips. Oh nar. She murmured uncontrollably. I love you. Lin Yuan was also taken aback by her sudden and crazy behavior. He never expected that his words would have such a powerful effect on Su Qingying. This is no longer an impact. This is practically a complete alteration of her behavior pattern. He was about to speak to stop the out-of-control little wildcat. Thump! 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 Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. The knocking was urgent and loud. It was accompanied by the panicked voice of the receptionist. President Su. Director Lin. President Lang of the Sky Dome Group. President Lang has come in person. They said they were coming to inspect the company and even brought you lunch. Boom. These words were like a bucket of ice water at -100 degrees Celsius. In an instant, the water poured over Su Qingying from head to toe. Her movement toward Lin Yuan suddenly froze. The flush and arousal on her face vanished in an instant. All that remained was endless paleness and terror. Lang Yan ran. That queen. Why would she come? And it's right outside the door. And right now, I'm sitting on my master's lap. They even committed such a shameless act. If she sees it. Su Qingying simply couldn't imagine the consequences. What she feared even more was that her master would be punished by the gods for her loss of control and stupidity. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed instantly. This point in time. Why did she launch a surprise attack? The office door seemed to have become a boundary marker separating heaven and hell. Outside the door was the queen, who could break down the door at any moment. Inside the door sat Anren, his clothes disheveled and terrified, sitting on his lap. An unprecedented and potentially deadly storm of carnage. Without any warning. It arrived with a roar. Chapter 89 Hell under the table and heaven on the table. Thump! 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 The moment the urgent knocking and the panicked announcement from the receptionist rang out. A cold and urgent mechanical voice also rang in Lin Yuan's mind at the same time. Bite. Host detected to be facing an S-level deadly battleground crisis. S-rank crisis mission triggered, the Queen's gaze. Task requirements: within the next 10 minutes, perfectly evade all of Lang Yanran's suspicions and ensure she leaves the office with a satisfied smile. Task reward: 2 million worth of soft rice of virtual currency, and the option to upgrade one existing skill by 1 level. Failure penalty: the soft rice system will be forcibly unbound. Lin Yuan's heart clenched. The penalty for failure is actually unbinding. This means that if the current crisis is not handled properly, he will lose everything. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. The pale face of Su Qingying in his arms instantly turned from ecstatic joy to extreme terror. The sound of Lang Yanran's high heels getting closer and closer outside the door. And the cold countdown in my mind. All of this translated into unprecedented pressure. It is enough to crush any ordinary person to pieces. But Lin Yuan is no ordinary person. Under the passive buff of the title king of the battlefield, the more dangerous the situation, the calmer he became. In the blink of an eye, a crazy and audacious plan took shape in his mind. Don't move. He whispered the command to Su Qingying, who was already terrified, in his arms. He then yanked her off his lap. Then, with irresistible force, he pressed her down hard. He pressed it directly under the large CEO's desk. Su Qingying's mind went blank from this sudden turn of events. She didn't even have time to make a sound. The person was now curled up in a small, dark space. Immediately afterwards, the black flat shoe she was wearing on her uninjured foot was taken off. Then he was accurately kicked under the sofa not far away. Her injured foot was pressed to the ground by her owner in an unquestionable manner. It only took a second to do all of this. Almost at the same time, Lin Yuan shouted loudly towards the office door. The voice carried a perfectly timed hint of languor and impatience, as if the person had just been woken from a nap. Wait a moment. I'm changing my clothes. This delaying tactic perfectly stopped Lang Yanran from swiping her card to enter the room. This also gave Lin Yuan 2 seconds to prepare. He quickly unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt collar. I messed up my hair a bit. Then he pushed the chair he had just sat in deep under the table and pressed himself tightly against Su Qingying, who was curled up. When he opened the office door, the expression on his face. He had transformed into a languid figure, slightly grumpy from just having taken a short nap on the office sofa, only to be ruthlessly disturbed. Didn't I already say I was going to discuss work details with General Manager Su this morning? He looked at Lang Yanran outside the door, who was carrying an exquisite insulated lunchbox and looking excited, ready to surprise him. He said it in a doting yet slightly complaining tone. Why the sudden attack? Lang Yanran looked at Lin Yuan's lazy appearance. She could smell his pleasant, uniquely masculine scent. All doubts vanished instantly. All that remained was overflowing love and a hint of smug satisfaction at the success of the prank. I wanted to give you a surprise. She shook the lunchbox in her hand playfully. I made this loving lunch for you myself. As she spoke, she affectionately linked arms with Lin Yuan and walked into the office. The moment the office door slowly closed behind them. For the person above the table. This is a sweet and cozy paradise for lovers. As for Su Qingying, who was huddled under the table. This place, however, was a painful yet stimulating hell that made it almost impossible for her to breathe. She curled up on the cold floor. The impact of my knee hitting the hard ground sent sharp pains through me. She could even smell it clearly. The lingering scent of the owner on the chair. And under the sofa not far away, there was her lonely shoe. What made her feel even more suffocated was the Queen's voice, cool yet melodious, came from above. Wow, your office is even bigger than mine. The view is really good. Lang Yanran toured the office like a little girl. And the clack-clack sound of her high heels on the floor. Each step felt like a blow to Su Qingying's heart. Come and eat quickly, it'll get cold soon. Lang Yanran placed the lunchbox on her desk. And that position was directly above Su Qingying's head. Lin Yuan walked over. He pulled out another chair and sat down. His legs were right in front of Su Qingying. So close. She was so close that she could even see every line on his trousers. Try this sweet and sour pork, I've been learning how to make it for a long time. Lang Yanran's voice was full of anticipation. It's delicious. Lin Yuan's voice was gentle and indulgent. You feed me. I just can't do anything with you. Open your mouth. Above the table, lovers feed each other and flirt. Beneath the table lay endless darkness, fear, and humiliation. Su Qingying buried her head between her arms. She bit her lip hard. They dared not utter even the slightest sound. She could clearly hear the crisp sound of each clinking of the bowls and chopsticks. You can hear the Queen's laughter, which sounds like silver bells. You can also hear your master's tender, almost seduce-like words of love. Every single word. Every sound. They are all like an invisible knife. It cruelly tormented her dignity and heart. She didn't know why she had to endure all of this. All she knew was that it was her master's order. She must obey. Even if they could die from suffocation or fear in the next second. She also had to lie quietly at her owner's feet. Even though another woman was standing next to him. Time passed by, second by second. Every second felt like an eternity. Su Qingying felt her body stiffen and go numb. His mental state was also on the verge of collapse. Just then, she suddenly felt a foot. Lin Yuan's feet. I gently touched her back. Then used the tip of your shoe on her back. Very soothing, slow and rhythmic. I patted it gently. It was as if they were comforting a frightened little pet. This action made Su Qingying tremble violently. Amidst endless grievances, fear, and humiliation. A strange, comforting warmth welled up within me. Master hasn't forgotten me. He knew I was here. He was still trying to comfort me. This thought broke her mental defenses, which were on the verge of collapse. It became strong again. Chapter 90: The Whispers of Rules and the Ascension of Divine Authority. Lunch on the table was almost over. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. Lang Yanran put down her chopsticks. A lingering sense of satisfaction flickered in those beautiful silver eyes. She suddenly stood up from her seat. He walked around the table and stood behind Lin Yuan. She reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. She pressed her curvaceous body tightly against his back. I'm free this afternoon. Her voice carried a hint of lazy coquettishness. Her rosy lips came close to Lin Yuan's ear. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. I don't want to go back. Doesn't your office have a lounge? Us. She didn't finish her sentence. But the implied invitation is self-evident. Boom. These words were relevant to Lin Yuan at the table and Su Qingying below the table. It was no less than a nuclear bomb exploding next to my ear. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's mind. He could feel it clearly. Su Qingying was curled up at his feet, pressed tightly against his calves. The moment that voluptuous body heard those words, it suddenly trembled violently. Like a small beast cornered by a hunter. Even the breath held in fear became slightly disordered. This cannot continue. Staying any longer will definitely lead to trouble. She must leave immediately. Lin Yuan's mind raced. Conventional excuses and reasons are no longer enough to deal with the clingy queen who is currently at the peak of her infatuation. The only way. Only by using that power, which he has not yet fully mastered and which is almost a rule. Lin Yuan raised his hand. It gently covered Lang Yanran's soft hands that were wrapped around her neck. He turned his head. His eyes met hers, which were so close to his, sparkling with affection. At this moment, he mobilized all his mental energy. He pushed the power of his words to its limit. An invisible will, imbued with supreme rules. Following his gaze and the words he was about to utter. It spread quietly. His eyes were deep and filled with an undeniable magic. Her voice was so gentle, like a loving whisper. Yet it also carried an irresistible air of authority, like an imperial edict. You have a very important meeting this afternoon. Every word he wrote was like a precise seal. She bypassed all of Lang Yanran's emotions and coquettishness. It was directly imprinted on the deepest part of her mind. We have to go back now. He continued speaking. It carries a hint of pampering and commitment. This irresistible order was wrapped in a layer of honey. I'll spend more time with you when we get home tonight. Lang Yanran's eyes, which were originally dreamy yet full of affection. The moment I heard those words, he was clearly taken aback for a moment. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her deep blue eyes. It felt as if a memory that never existed had been forcibly implanted into my brain. But this confusion lasted for less than half a second. It was then completely covered by that implanted memory. She nodded. His expression became matter of fact. That's right. She released Lin Yuan. He gently patted his forehead. His tone carried a hint of frustration. I almost forgot. It's a very important video conference about new channels in Europe, and I can't be late. She has fully accepted the settings implanted by Lin Yuan. He even proactively added logical details to this meeting. Then I'll be going now. She kissed Lin Yuan on the cheek with a hint of reluctance. I'll be waiting for you tonight. After saying that, she then picked up her handbag. He turned and walked towards the office door. The whole process was incredibly natural. She had no doubts about her sudden change of mind. Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure as she walked towards the gate. I breathed a long sigh of relief. But his back was already soaked with a layer of cold sweat. The power of words to become law. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This is no longer just a hint. This directly alters a person's short-term perception. Lang Yanran's slender hand gripped the doorknob. The moment I was about to push open the door and leave. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system's exciting, heavenly notification sounded. Byte. Congratulations, host. The S-rank crisis mission The Queen's Gaze has been perfectly completed. Task rating, SSS flawless. Under extreme crisis conditions, you demonstrated superb mental fortitude and absolute control over the situation, not only perfectly resolving the crisis but also further solidifying your position in the hearts of the two female protagonists. Task rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, the 2 million yuan reward for being a kept woman has been credited to your account. Reward 2, upgrade a designated skill by 1 level. Please select from the following skills. 1. Capital Sense Advanced Capital Sense Master Level. 2. Words Become Law Beginner Words Become Law Intermediate. 3. Driving Proficiency Grandmaster Driving Proficiency God. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly turned fervent. He made his choice without hesitation. I choose to elevate the principle that words become law. I just personally experienced the terrifying power of this skill. Lin Yuan understood its value more clearly than ever before. Capital and driving skills are certainly important. But this kind of power acts directly on the level of rules. That is true divine authority. Confirm selection. Skill, Words Become Law Beginner, is currently being upgraded. Boom. A warm current, dozens of times stronger than before, instantly surged into Lin Yuan's mind. He felt as if his spiritual world had been expanded countless times in an instant. If we say that what was said before was law, then it simply allows him to guide the rules through whispers. Now. He felt he was now able to command the rules. He looked at Lang Yanran at the door again. I found that the world I saw had changed. He could even see it clearly. The emotions and thoughts that lingered around Lang Yanran. And that idea about having a meeting that he had just implanted in him. It was so clear yet so vulnerable. It was as if he only wanted to. You can use another sentence at any time. Make Lang Yanran forget about the meeting. Then he turned around and came back. To fulfill the invitation she hadn't completed before. Promotion complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Words Become Law Intermediate. Skill effect, your words contain a stronger power of rules, capable of moderately modifying the target's cognition and issuing behavioral commands. The success rate is related to the target's mental strength and affinity. For targets who are already deeply bound, your language is almost like divine pronouncements. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. I took a deep breath. Feel this new and even more powerful force. He knew. Starting today. The chessboard in his hand. It has become bigger. Chapter 91 The Glory of the Oracle and the Reward of its Shadow. The office door lock clicked softly. That was the signal that Lang Yanran had completely left. Lin Yuan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. I watched quietly as the silver Bentley slowly drove away from the new Star Technology building. Until it merges into the traffic and is no longer visible. He slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the empty desk. He walked to the table. Long, slender fingers tapped lightly twice on the smooth tabletop. Come out. His voice was calm and indifferent. It's as if you're just summoning a pet. A rustling sound came from under the table. Immediately. A disheveled and pitiful figure. From that small, dark space. He crawled out, his body stiff and slow. Su Qingying looked extremely miserable. Her expensive black suit was now wrinkled and crumpled. Her carefully styled hair also fell down. A few strands of hair clung messily to her pale, tear-streaked face. She knelt down. His body trembled uncontrollably from being curled up for so long and from extreme fear. Those eyes, which were once gentle and tender, were now empty and lifeless. It was filled with the disorientation of surviving a catastrophe and the deep-seated humiliation. His mental state seemed to be on the verge of collapse. She's like a beautiful porcelain doll that's been ruined. It has lost all its brilliance and soul. Lin Yuan looked down at her. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, there was not a trace of pity in his heart. A useful tool. All you need to do is obey. There's no need to have your own emotions. He walked up to her. Squat down. I stared directly into her empty eyes. I decided to test the newly ascended divine authority. He summoned an even more powerful spiritual force. The power of intermediate level words become law. It was incorporated into his subsequent words. His voice was no longer cold. Instead, it became gentle and dignified. It even carries a touch of sacredness and compassion. They seem to be gods from the heavens. He sent divine pronouncements to his most devout believers. You don't need to feel wronged. The voice of God pierced directly through Su Qingying's chaotic consciousness. It was precisely imprinted on the deepest part of her soul. This is the glory of being a shadow. Boom! Su Qingying's body, which was trembling violently with fear, jolted suddenly. A glimmer of life instantly appeared in her empty eyes. His face showed extreme humiliation and fear. It started to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, it is an incredible, fervent, and supreme glory of dedicating oneself to one's faith. Yes. The master is right. I am my master's shadow. Shadows should stay in the darkness. What just happened was not a humiliation. It was a test from my master. This is a test of my loyalty. I passed the trial. This is the supreme glory of being a shadow blade. Under the terrifying power of words become law, which is almost a distortion of cognition. Su Qingying's negative emotions were instantly swept away. The mental world has been forcibly reshaped. The way she looked at Lin Yuan. There was no longer any fear or grievance. All that remained was the purest, most fervent worship and loyalty. Seeing this immediate effect, a satisfied smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. The intermediate level's words, which became law, were indeed domineering. He stood up. He reverted to that indifferent, superior demeanor. He looked at the tools that had been repaired. Suddenly, he smiled and spoke. The tone was as if the speaker were addressing a pet that had performed a difficult maneuver. You did very well today. They didn't make a sound, and they weren't discovered. Speak. What reward do you want? Award? Su Qingying's heart pounded wildly at those two words. After experiencing hellish torment and the baptism of divine oracle, they can receive personal praise and rewards from their master. This gave her an unprecedented, morbid sense of happiness and satisfaction. She looked up. He stared intently at Lin Yuan. His lips moved. However, he was too excited to utter a single word. She doesn't want anything. As long as I can kneel at my master's feet like this. That is the greatest reward. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan also seemed to have lost patience. He bent down directly. Under Su Qingying's astonished gaze, he lifted her up from the ground in his arms. The action was forceful and left no room for refusal. It seems you haven't made up your mind yet. Lin Yuan held her in his arms. They walked toward the luxuriously decorated lounge that was attached to the office. He said it in an unquestionable tone. Then I'll decide your reward. He kicked open the door to the lounge. He walked straight to the soft, large bed that could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 people. He held the delicate body in his arms, which had stiffened with shock and anticipation. It was placed gently on top. Su Qingying lay on the soft mattress. She looked up at the man standing beside the bed, who seemed like a god. The brain has completely stopped thinking. Lin Yuan looked down at her. Slowly bend down. He placed his hands on either side of her body. He completely shrouded her in his shadow. He looked at her long eyelashes, which were trembling with nervousness, and those slightly parted, luscious red lips. He spoke in a devilish whisper, with a deadly allure. You must have been frightened today. We need some special treatment. Chapter 92: The Ceremony of Confession and the Cold Drums of War. Lin Yuan looked down at Su Qingying. She was like a perfect work of art waiting to be inspected by her master. His eyes were filled with utmost admiration and anticipation. However, Lin Yuan did not behave as she had expected. Give her physical contact. This special treatment. It is not aimed at the body. Instead, it points directly to the soul. He slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. He maintained a subtle distance from Su Qingying's body. It is both intimate and tinged with a scrutinizing sense of detachment. Let's begin. He spoke. The sound was calm and even. Yet it carries an undeniable power. I want you to tell me everything you felt under the table just now. Don't miss a single word. Tell me everything. Su Qingying's body trembled violently. She stared at Lin Yuan in astonishment. I don't understand why my master would give such an order. Let her recount that hellish experience in person. This is tantamount to reopening her newly healed wound. It was torn open again, bloodied and raw. Lin Yuan saw through her hesitation. His eyes suddenly turned cold. How? Don't you understand my orders? Or do you have doubts about your honor? No. No, master. Su Qingying was terrified by his cold gaze. He quickly shook his head in denial. She knew. This is both treatment and another, even more rigorous test. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. It was as if they were summoning all their courage. That trembling voice. The music began to slowly play in the quiet lounge. It was like a most devout confession ceremony before the gods. At first, I was scared. When the queen knocked on the door, my mind went completely blank. I'm afraid she'll find out, and I'm afraid you'll get into trouble because of me. What I fear even more is that you will despise me because of this. Her voice trembled with lingering fear. Her body unconsciously curled up. It felt like I was back in that dark, cramped space. And then came the humiliation. When I was hiding under the table. I can hear your laughter and hers coming from above. Listening to you say those sweet words I've only ever heard in my dreams to her. I feel like a rat that can't be seen in the light. No, they're not even as good as rats. It's like a real coward. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her tightly closed eyes. That was the most primal sense of humiliation that was stirred up. Lin Yuan listened quietly without interrupting her. What he wanted was for her to completely open up about her inner thoughts. It shattered all her worldly dignity. Then, he personally reshaped it. I thought I would go crazy, or curse her in my heart because of my jealousy. But I didn't. Su Qingying's voice suddenly changed slightly. She was filled with confusion that even she herself couldn't understand. I didn't feel a single bit of jealousy. I just feel that position never belonged to me. The queen stands beside you, so openly and proudly. And I should be in the shadows beneath your feet. This feeling is painful, but it also feels right to me. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Very good. She has completely accepted her role as a shadow. And then what? Lin Yuan guided her. Finally, how did you feel? At last. Su Qingying's body stopped trembling. Her tone carried a strange, almost sickly sweet undertone. Finally, there is peace of mind. Your foot touched my back. You are comforting me. In that darkest, coldest, and most desperate time. You haven't forgotten me. You are aware of my existence. At that moment, all the fear and humiliation disappeared. In my heart, there was only an unprecedented, immense sense of happiness. I feel, even if I stay in that darkness forever. As long as I can feel your presence. I'm willing to do it. She finished speaking her last sentence. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer any confusion or pain in his eyes. All that remained was a pure, fervent fervor born from the complete self-sacrifice. In this confession ceremony of the soul, she gave herself the last fragment of her personality that belonged to Su Qingying. She also offered it as a sacrifice to her god. From this day forward, she was merely Lin Yuan's most loyal shadow. Lin Yuan looked at his work with satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to give this completely tamed pet. When there is a real reward. Buzz buzz. His personal cell phone, which he kept on his bedside table. It began to shake violently without warning. It's jumping around on the screen. It was the name that instantly turned his eyes cold. Lang Tianxiang. That cold, death-dealing bell sound, like a war drum. It instantly shattered the enchanting yet eerie atmosphere in the lounge. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Qingying. Then he reached for the phone and pressed the answer button. He didn't say anything. On the other end of the phone, Lang Tianxiang's cold yet authoritative voice, filled with suppressed anger, immediately came through. I heard. Did Yanran come to see you today? Every word he uttered seemed to have been retrieved from an ice cellar. Lin Yuan could hear it clearly. He was suppressing his anger. Young people. I hope you understand your place. There are some things you shouldn't touch. Before Lin Yuan could answer, he spoke in an unquestionable, commanding tone. An ultimatum was issued. 6 o'clock tonight. Tranquil Tea House. I hope you come alone. We need to have a serious talk. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Yuan was not given any chance to refuse. Lin Yuan put down his phone. His facial expression had returned to its usual calm and serene state. He knew. The real war is about to begin. Chapter 93: The Queen's Challenge and the Barrier of Divine Authority. The air in the lounge. The atmosphere became heavy because of Lang Tianxiang's cold phone call. Su Qingying didn't dare to breathe. Based on her understanding of that man, they were well aware of this so-called talk. It was absolutely a trap. Her eyes were filled with worry. But he dared not speak rashly. She could only be like the lowest of maids, awaiting the master's judgment. Just then, a crisp text message notification tone. The silence inside was broken once again. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. It turned out the text message was from Long Yanran. He opened the message. A line of text filled with urgency and worry came into view. My dad just called and gave me a really hard scolding. You said I'm getting too close to you. You shameless bastard. Is he going to cause you trouble? Lin Yuan, don't be afraid. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. I will immediately sell all my shares in Sky Dome Group. Let's see how he explains himself to those old guys then. At the end of the text message, it also features an angry emoji of someone waving their fist. Lin Yuan looked at the text message. A warm feeling washed over me. He could imagine it. The Ice Queen on the other end of the phone. What is it that makes him so angry right now that he's jumping up and down? She was willing to use this almost self-destructive method to threaten her father. This is to protect him. This is a pure and ardent love. It's true. It is also heavy. His long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the screen. I replied with a reassuring message. Don't worry, it's okay. Your father just wanted to invite me for a cup of tea. We men will handle our own affairs. You just focus on your work and wait for my date tonight. After sending, the gentleness on Lin Yuan's face quickly faded. It was once again covered by cold rationality. He was certainly moved by Lang Yanran's support. But this does not solve the problem. It could even escalate the conflict. Given Lang Tianxiang's extremely controlling personality, his daughter defended him even more. The more he thinks, the more he feels that he, as an outsider, has bewitched his daughter. This further strengthened their resolve to eliminate him. Tonight's feast at Hongmen. I must go myself. They also need to go without any worries. He couldn't allow Lang Yanran any opportunity to interfere. Any tiny variable. All of these could lead to the collapse of the entire game. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He did it in front of Su Qingying. He immediately called Lang Yanran back. The call was answered almost instantly. The receiver immediately picked up Lang Yanran's voice, which was thick with a nasal tone and clearly indicated she had been crying. Lin Yuan, you. She had just spoken. He was interrupted by Lin Yuan's gentle yet firm voice. Yanran, listen to me. Lin Yuan spoke very softly, like whispers between lovers. But in every word spoken, They were all imbued with the irresistible power of the intermediate level words become law. An invisible spiritual force. Following the radio waves. It was accurately transmitted to the other end of the phone. It directly affects the depths of Lang Yanran's subconscious. You're too tired today. His voice carried a hint of heartache and a hypnotic charm. I can sense your exhaustion. So, let's cancel our date tonight. Lang Yanran on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. My immediate instinct was to speak up and refute. But Lin Yuan did not give her a chance to refute. The power of divine authority began to truly manifest itself. His voice became gentler and more assertive. You will suddenly feel very uncomfortable tonight. It's a weariness that seeps into your very bones. You don't want to see anyone. I don't want to answer anyone's calls. Including mine. You just want to go back to your room and get a good night's sleep. Get a good night's sleep that is undisturbed, sweet, and allows you to completely relax. Do you understand? The words fell. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Su Qingying could even hear it. The receiver carried Lang Yanran's breathing, which had become somewhat long and heavy. It was as if she had truly been there in an instant. I felt that forced sense of fatigue. After a while. Lang Yanran answered in a drowsy, indistinct voice. You're right. I'm really tired. I can't even open my eyes. Then. I'll go home and sleep first. Good night. Beep. The call was disconnected. Lin Yuan put down his phone. His face remained completely expressionless. He just used his divine authority. For tonight's operation. It has erected the strongest and safest barrier. And this barrier. It was through his woman's love and trust. It was hand-woven. Chapter 94: The Assassin's Contingency Plan and the Cold Glimpse of the Tea-Knife. The perfect barrier has been completed. Now, it's time for tonight's card game. It's time to prepare a real trump card. Lin Yuan got up from the bed and began to straighten his slightly wrinkled shirt. His movements were calm and unhurried. There was absolutely no sense of tension that a major battle was about to begin. It was as if the appointment I was about to attend was just an ordinary, insignificant tea party. Su Qingying also quickly got off the bed. Barefoot, her perfect jade feet tread on the cold floor. Like a most dutiful maid, she wanted to step forward and straighten her master's collar. But Lin Yuan simply raised his hand to stop her. He walked to his desk and opened his laptop. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Soon. A compressed file with triple encryption has been generated. He saved the file to a small USB drive. Then he turned around and handed the USB drive to Su Qingying. What is this, master? Su Qingying took the cold USB drive with both hands, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Yuan looked at her, a cold and cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile made Su Qingying's heart skip a beat. This is a big gift I'm giving to your future father-in-law. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling intensity capable of freezing the soul. Take it. If I haven't contacted you by 9 p.m. tonight, you can take the things inside. Use the most discreet methods to anonymously send it to all the directors of the Sky Dome Group and the biggest media outlets in Shedu. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on Su Qingying's stunningly beautiful face. He issued the final instructions, word by word. Remember, make sure everyone receives it at the same time. This is a direct order. Do you understand? Su Qingying gripped the USB drive tightly. She didn't know what was inside. But she could read everything from her master's cold eyes. What's hidden inside this USB drive? It was enough to drag Leng Tianxiong, and even the entire Leng family, into an abyss. A bomb that could be deadly. The master had prepared a contingency plan to perish together with his master from the very beginning. He didn't go there to negotiate. He went to flip the table. An unprecedented sense of dread shot from the very tip of Su Qingying's spine straight to the top of her head. She finally understood. Just how terrifying is the man standing in front of me? Understood, master. Qingying, even if it means death, I will fulfill your command. Her voice trembled violently with excitement and awe. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was a die-hard individual who was absolutely loyal and reliable. To carry out his final and most crucial plan. After doing all this, he then picked up the suit jacket from the back of the chair. Wear it with ease. I'm leaving. He didn't look at Su Qingying again. He walked straight out of the lounge. All that was left for her was a resolute and aloof silhouette. At the same time, the western suburbs of the summer capital. Deep within a vast classical garden nestled against mountains and beside water. Tranquil tea house. This is where the true powerful and influential people of Shadu meet in private. There is no membership system and no invitations. Only one type of person can enter this place. The person who makes the rules. At this moment, on the top floor of the tea house. Inside a huge private room named Listening to the Waves. The incense smoke curls gently, and the aroma of tea fills the air. The entire private room is made of top-grade Phoebe Jinan wood. The walls are adorned with priceless calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists. Outside the window, there is a shimmering artificial lake and meticulously trimmed pines and cypresses. The environment was extremely elegant. However, the oppressive atmosphere in the room, so intense it seemed almost tangible, completely dispelled their unease. A middle-aged man dressed in a black tang suit, with a dignified face. He was sitting upright in the main seat. He is the head of the Sky Dome Group and the current patriarch of the Leng family. Leng Tianxiong. In front of him was a set of expensive purple clay teaware. But he didn't make tea. Instead, it was a piece of pure white silk. He meticulously wiped an antique tea knife again and again. The tea knife had a long, narrow blade and was entirely black. Under the lamplight, it gleamed with a chilling, eerie light. Behind him, standing like an iron tower, was a man whose aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. The man was wearing an inconspicuous gray Zhongshan suit. Let your arms hang naturally. His temples bulged high, and his eyes shone brightly with every blink. He was clearly a top master who had cultivated internal martial arts to an extremely high level. He was Leng Tianxiong's most trusted bodyguard, codenamed Wolf Warrior. They were also trained by the Lang family at great expense. They were true killing machines. The entire private room was eerily quiet. Only when the silk rubs against the blade of the tea knife. The subtle yet sharp rustling sound it made. One sound after another. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, issuing a final warning before reaping lives. Leng Tianxiong stopped moving. He looked up and glanced at the antique clock on the wall, worth millions. The clock hand has already pointed to 5:45. It was 6 o'clock as agreed. 15 minutes left. He held the tea knife, which he had already polished until it gleamed. It was gently placed on the tea tray. It produced a crisp, metallic sound, like the clash of metal and stone. Wolf Warrior. He spoke calmly. You say. That young man, does he dare to come? The iron tower behind him remained completely silent. Whether he dares or not, he has to come. We've arrived, there's still a glimmer of hope. Not coming is tantamount to courting death. A satisfied smile appeared on Leng Tianxiong's face. But there wasn't a trace of warmth in that smile. Well said. He picked up the cup of tea in front of him, which had long since gone cold. He drank it all in one gulp. Then he slammed the teacup heavily on the table. I'd like to see. What kind of young people are they? Dare to touch my daughter, Leng Tianxiong. You dare to threaten the foundation of the Long family. Chapter 95 Tea Knife, Checks, and the Whispers of Divine Authority. It was exactly 6 p.m. The heavy solid wood door of the Listening to the Waves private room was pushed open from the outside precisely on time. Lin Yuan appeared at the doorway. He was still wearing that well-tailored suit. He wore a perfectly appropriate, humble smile, the kind a junior should have when visiting an elder. They seemed completely oblivious to the chilling atmosphere that seemed to solidify into a tangible force within the room. He entered the private room. Their gazes immediately fell on Leng Tianxiong, who was in the main seat. Then, as if nothing had happened, he glanced casually at the towering bodyguard behind him. At last, his gaze finally fell on the sandalwood tea tray, the gleaming tea knife, and a blank check beside it. It is so eye-catching. Lin Yuan's smile remained unchanged. He calmly walked to the opposite side of Leng Tianxiong. Pull out a chair and sit down gracefully. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without the slightest hint of awkwardness or unease. This composure and calmness beyond his years. This caused Ling Tianxiong's normally calm eyes to narrow slightly. He did not speak. He simply held the blank check between two fingers. It was gently pushed in front of Lin Yuan. Immediately. He then used his fingertips to touch the tea knife that gleamed with a faint light. They were pushed over as well. The movements were slow and gentle. But the sense of oppression and humiliation it contains is as heavy as a mountain. Tea knife. Check. Two choices were laid bare before Lin Yuan. Either take the money and get out. Alternatively, he could harm himself as an apology. From beginning to end, Ling Tianxiong never looked at him directly. It was a deep-seated contempt from those in power towards ants. It was as if speaking even a single extra word to Lin Yuan would be an insult to his status. The wolf warrior behind him also curled up a cruel sneer. He has seen too many self-important young people. Under the master's combination of punches, he was so frightened that he wet himself and cried bitterly. He's ready to enjoy the next show. However, Lin Yuan's reaction once again exceeded their expectations. He looked at the tea knife and the check in front of him. Not only did he not show the slightest fear or anger. Instead, she chuckled softly. "Chairman Lung, what do you mean by this?" He asked the question he already knew the answer to. His tone was so relaxed, as if he were joking with a friend. "Is it to help you fill in the amount on the check? Or, shall I use this knife to cut the tea cake for you?" Ling Tianxiong finally stopped moving. He slowly raised his head and looked directly at Lin Yuan for the first time. Those eyes, brimming with thunderous fury, were filled with scrutiny and coldness. "Young man, I admire your courage." His voice was hoarse and deep. "But often, courage alone cannot put food on the table. It will only make you die faster." He paused, then leaned forward slightly. An immense, dominant aura instantly enveloped the entire tea table. "I'm giving you one last chance. Take the check and fill in a number you could never earn in your lifetime." Then, it disappeared completely from the summer capital, from my world. Otherwise. His gaze fell on the tea knife. The threat was self-evident. Otherwise what? The smile on Lin Yuan's face gradually faded. Instead, there is a cold, indifferent equality. He stared directly into Ling Tianxiong's eyes, refusing to budge an inch. "Otherwise, Mr. Lang, are you planning to have your bodyguard lend me a hand?" While saying this, Lin Yuan quietly mobilized the spiritual power within his body. He did not target Ling Tianxiong, whose will was as firm as iron. Instead, it utilizes the intermediate level power of words become law. It is attached to one's own words. It transformed into a divine whisper that was extremely difficult to detect. Like a wisp of invisible smoke. It precisely and silently seeped into the ears of the top expert warwolf next to him. "Just a bodyguard." The voice of divine authority resounded directly in the depths of his subconscious. A tool that can be sacrificed at any time. A person like Ling Tianxiong never truly trusts anyone. He's just using you. It's like using a loyal dog, but one that can be discarded at any time. A barely perceptible stiffness appeared on Zhang Lang's sculpted expression. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Although this slight unusual feeling was fleeting. But inexplicably, a very faint unease arose in his heart, one that he himself did not even notice. His loyalty to his master was as firm as a rock. How could such a rebellious thought suddenly come to mind? Is it just my imagination? At the card table right now. Lin Yuan continued his verbal exchange with Ling Tianxiong. He looked at Ling Tianxiong's gloomy face. He spoke in a calm, factual tone. "Chairman Lang, I think you've misunderstood something. The matter between me and Yanran is not something you can resolve with money or violence. Because this is no longer a multiple-choice question. It is a fact that has already occurred." He ignored Ling Tianxiong's increasingly grim expression. It continues to unleash that silent, deadly whisper of divine authority. Let the devilish voice continue to echo deep within the soul of the wolf warrior. "How many years have you served the Lang family? 10 years? 20 years? How much blood is on your hands? How many dirty things have you cleaned up for him? But in the end, what did you get? He doesn't even have the right to let you sit down. You can only stand behind him like a slave. When danger comes, you'll be the first to die." The knuckles of Zhang Lang's clenched fists began to turn faintly white. He looked at the master he had served for many years. That lofty, all-powerful figure. I don't know why. For the first time, I felt a sense of alienation and coldness from the depths of my heart. Chapter 96: The Wrathful Lion and the Whispers of Ghosts. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, the temperature inside the listening to the waves private room suddenly dropped to freezing. The air seemed to have solidified into solid ice. Leng Tianxiong's face was filled with an air of authority. The last vestige of feigned calm shattered completely. Instead, there was an uncontrollable, raging fury, like a volcanic eruption. Good. What a fait accompli. He was so angry that he laughed instead. His chest heaved violently. A terrifying killing intent flashed from those tiger-like eyes. It was like a lion whose sore spot had been touched by a young challenger. He stopped uttering nonsense. They also gave up all attempts to test and probe. Because he already understood. The young man before me was not a lamb to the slaughter at all. Instead, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a wolf powerful enough to bite his throat. For such reckless provocateurs, there is only one way. That is to use the purest, most primitive violence. Crush it completely. Wolf warrior. Leng Tianxiong's voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out from between his teeth. It was filled with chilling cruelty. Cripple him. He paused, seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough to vent his anger. He added another sentence. I want you to personally take those two arrogant legs of his. Give me every inch of it, and crush it into powder. Yes, sir. Zhanlong stood silently behind Leng Tianxiong. He responded in a deep voice the instant he received the order. However, the instant he responded, he himself didn't realize it. A faint, inopportune moment of hesitation inexplicably flashed through his mind. It's like a precisely operating killing machine. When the most critical command was issued, there was a barely perceptible pause of 0.01 seconds. Was it the devil's whisper planted by that young man just now? You're just a dog he can discard at any time. You'll be the first one to die. This absurd thought, like a venomous snake, flashed through his mind. Immediately, it was extinguished by his unwavering loyalty over the past 20 years. He cannot betray the master. Absolutely not. Zhanlong took a deep breath, completely expelling that ominous thought from his mind. His gaze returned to its cold and focused state. Like a wild beast that has locked onto its prey. An incredibly powerful aura erupted from his towering body. He took a step forward. The hard golden Nanmu would flooring under my feet. He let out a groan of unbearable strain. Leave a clear footprint. The next second, he was like a cannonball fired from a gun. It carried a sharp, piercing wind that seemed to tear through the air. A powerful and unparalleled cannon punch. It blasted straight at Ling Yuan's face, who was still sitting calmly in the chair. That punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was the pinnacle of his decades of immersion in Chinese martial arts, a strike that combined all his skills into a single point. Before the fist even arrived, the wind from it already made the stray hairs on Lin Yuan's forehead dance wildly. A cruel and gleeful grin appeared on Leng Tianxiong's face. He seemed to have already seen it. Lin Yuan's handsome face was reduced to a bloody mess by that punch. However, right there was that fist, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone. Just before it was about to strike Lin Yuan's nose, an unexpected change occurred. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Lin Yuan neither dodged nor avoided the attack. He didn't even change his sitting posture by the slightest. He simply raised his right hand. Then, under the horrified gaze of Zhanlong, with two long, slender, and fair fingers, like those of an artist. Just like that, so casually. It clamped down on his wrist, which was filled with all his strength. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. An eerie, deathly silence fell over the entire private room. The wolf warrior's terrifying punches were powerful enough to pierce through steel plates. In front of those two seemingly fragile fingers. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea, it vanished without a trace. His fist stopped just half an inch in front of Lin Yuan's nose. No further progress could be made, not even an inch. How is this possible? Wolf Warrior's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints from extreme shock. He could feel it clearly. The force transmitted from the other person's two fingers. It's not the kind of force that's brute force and head-on. Rather, it was a strange force that he could not comprehend at all, as unfathomable as the vast starry sky. It felt as if all of one's strength had been absorbed and neutralized by the other party. It gave him a feeling of powerlessness, like punching cotton. He frantically channeled the internal energy within his body. The veins on his wrists bulged out one by one, like twisted dragons and snakes. The muscles in his entire arm were trembling violently from excessive exertion. But no matter how much he struggled, they were all like ants being strangled by the hand of a god. It was impossible to budge those 2 fingers even a fraction. Too slow. Lin Yuan slowly raised his eyelids. There was a detached indifference in those deep, peach blossom eyes. He looked at the face before him, flushed red with shock and humiliation. In a tone that was almost a sigh, he said softly, "That's too weak." Before he could finish speaking, he slightly twisted the 2 fingers that were holding Zhang Lang's wrist. Snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sound echoed throughout the entire private room. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the mouth of the wolf warrior. His right arm, strong enough to smash boulders. Lin Yuan actually used 2 fingers to. They crushed the wrist bone with their bare hands. The intense pain instantly covered the tough man's forehead in cold sweat. His body staggered backward due to the excruciating pain. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yuan was no longer one of contempt and cruelty. It was a fear that came from the depths of one's soul, as if one had seen a ghost or a god. And all of this. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The sinister smile on Leng Tianxiong's face, who was sitting in the main seat, had not yet completely faded. They froze completely in place. He seemed to be frozen in place. He stared blankly at his most prized ace. That young man killed him instantly in an unbelievable way. That bloody reality. Like the loudest slap in the face. It slapped him hard across the face. However, this is just the beginning. Just as the wolf warrior howled and retreated, Lin Yuan's figure moved. His body, which had been sitting comfortably in the chair, without any warning, it vanished from the spot like a wisp of smoke. Quick! It's almost at its limit. They were so close that they didn't even leave a trace of their afterimage. Leng Tianxiong's pupils suddenly contracted. An unprecedented and deadly sense of crisis. Like an icy tide, it instantly overwhelmed his heart. His first instinct was to stand up and back away from the chair. But it was too late. "Chairman Lang, don't you think so?" A whisper, tinged with a hint of mockery, almost ghostly. A faint sound rang out behind his ear. Leng Tianxiong's body instantly stiffened like iron. He didn't even dare to turn his head, because he could clearly feel it. An extreme chill had already pressed against the carotid artery in his neck. He glanced down with difficulty from the corner of his eye. What comes into view? It was the very same weapon he had used to swagger around. A black, antique-looking tea knife. The tea knife has changed hands some time ago. Right now, it's pressed against his neck. That cold blade was like the scythe of death. With just a light swipe, this would allow him, a business tycoon who heads a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Yuan's figure was like a persistent ghost. It appeared silently behind him. One hand held that deadly tea knife. Her other hand rested gently on his shoulder. The force was very light, but it seemed like an insurmountable mountain, to completely crush all his resistance and struggle. "Young man, what do you want to do?" For the first time, Leng Tianxiong's voice trembled uncontrollably. Fear. It's real fear. He has spent half his life navigating the business world, and he has seen all kinds of storms and waves. They have also faced countless assassination attempts and threats. But never like today. It made him feel how close death was to him. "I don't want to do anything." Lin Yuan's lips were almost touching his earlobe. The warm breath caressed Leng Tianxiong's skin, but it made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "I just want Chairman Leng to understand one principle. At the card table now, people who are qualified to make the rules. It's me." Chapter 97: The Lion's Fangs and the Mark of Divine Authority. The cold tea knife was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Quietly, it rested against Leng Tianxiong's neck. This ruthless businessman, who had spent half his life dominating the business world, was used to controlling everything. At this moment, it resembles a rooster with its throat choked. Even breathing became a cautious affair. His body trembled slightly from extreme fear and humiliation. He could feel it clearly. The steady heartbeat and calm, even breathing, of the young man behind me. It was a kind of effortless ease, like a cat playing with a mouse. An absolute confidence that allows one to manipulate the lives of their prey at will. Chairman Lang, did you hear what I said clearly? Lin Yuan's voice was very soft. But every word felt like a heavy hammer blow. It slammed hard into Leng Tianxiong's proud heart. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand from Leng Tianxiong's shoulder. He then picked up the tea knife. With the cold blade, it struck again and again. He gently patted the cheek of the business tycoon. Smack! 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 The voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely insulting. Every contact felt like a resounding slap in the face. The blows made Leng Tianxiong's face turn pale and then red. The fear in his eyes was fading rapidly. Instead, there was a suppressed resentment and murderous intent that was almost tangible. But he hid it very well. He knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. Any intense emotions will only hasten one's death. He has to endure it. We must yield. Only by surviving will he have a chance. We must pay 1,000 times the price to wash away this humiliation. I heard you clearly. Leng Tianxiong managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. His voice was so hoarse it was unrecognizable. Mr. Lin, a hero emerges from among the young. It was I, Lung, who was blind and did not recognize your greatness, and offended you. Please feel free to state your conditions. If I can do it, I will do it even at the cost of my life. He adopted an extremely humble attitude. They even used the honorific you. He seemed like a truly repentant failure. Oh? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. He saw through the old fox's disguise, of course. They also clearly caught a glimpse of a venomous fang, colder than a viper's, flashing deep within his eyes. Are you planning to endure humiliation and bear the burden, only to seek revenge later? That's really interesting. Lin Yuan stopped slapping his cheek. He put the tea knife away and fiddled with it in his hand. Then, he pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Leng Tianxiong. Legs crossed, a relaxed posture. It was as if he were the true master of this place. Since Chairman Lang is so sincere, then I won't stand on ceremony. He held up one finger. First, from today onwards, you, and the Lang family behind you. No one may interfere in the affairs between me and Yanran in any way. Furthermore, you must personally come forward and publicly acknowledge that I am your future son-in-law. Can you do it? Leng Tianxiong's body jolted violently. Make him admit that this kid who ruined his confidant and humiliated him is his son-in-law. This is worse than killing him. However, looking at the tea knife in Lin Yuan's hand that gleamed with a cold light, he forced himself to suppress his anger. He practically squeezed out the two words through gritted teeth. Able. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he extended a second finger. Second. Skydome Group must establish a deep strategic partnership with my new star technology. You must provide new star technology with the best channels, funding, and resources. Regardless of cost, with no upper limit. There is only one goal, to get Xinqing technology listed on the stock market as quickly as possible. Furthermore, before the company goes public, your Lung family is not allowed to own even a single share of Xinqing technology. Simply put, you provide the money and the effort, and I'll reap the rewards. Can you do that? Puff. Leng Tianxiong could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. This is not negotiating terms. This is blatant robbery. Are you suggesting that he should use up all the resources of the Leng family to benefit someone else? This is tantamount to draining the Lung family dry. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. What? Chairman Lang seems reluctant? Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. The tea knife in his hand twirled nimbly between his fingertips. It drew out deadly streaks of cold light. That chilling killing intent enveloped Leng Tianxiong once again. His nascent thought of resistance was instantly extinguished. No. No. Leng Tianxiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen. I do. He knew he had no other choice. Lin Yuan looked at his humiliated and unwilling expression. The smile on his lips deepened. He did not raise a third condition. Because he knew that too much of a good thing is bad. Even a rabbit will bite when pressure reaches its limit. What he wanted was not to force Leng Tianxiong to his death. Instead, the goal was to allow him to eke out a living under this humiliating agreement. Furthermore, it sows a deeper seed of hatred in their hearts. Only in this way. That's what makes the game more interesting. Lin Yuan stood up and didn't look at Leng Tianxiong again. Instead, he slowly walked up to the wolf warrior who was huddled in the corner, clutching his broken arm, his face filled with pain and despair. At this moment, Wolf Warrior's spirit is on the verge of collapse. The excruciating physical pain and the collapse of faith. For the first time, this tough man showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lin Yuan slowly squatted down in front of him. He ignored the fear and hatred in Zhang Lang's eyes. He reached out and gently placed his hand on his crippled arm. Then, he mobilized the power within his body. It uses a voice with a strange, magical quality that only the wolf warriors can hear. It launched the most direct theocratic subversion. Words become law divine pronouncements. Look. Lin Yuan's voice was like a divine decree. It carried an unquestionable air of authority. It resonated directly in the depths of his soul. Your master didn't even glance at you once from beginning to end. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Your loyalty is worthless in his eyes. Wolf Warrior's body trembled violently. Because what Lin Yuan said is true. From the moment he was crippled. Master, really, he didn't even glance at him. It was as if he were just a broken, insignificant tool. Isn't it painful? Isn't it despairing? The voice of divine authority continued to tempt him. Submit to me. I can heal your hand. I can help you break free from the shackles of your body and reach a realm you could never attain in your entire life. I can make you 10 times stronger than you are now. Betray him, or be abandoned by him. You choose. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he withdrew his hand. He stood up and straightened his suit. He did not wait for Wolf Warrior's reply any longer. Because he knew. The mark of divine authority is deeply etched into this man's soul. He's like a devil who planted a time bomb in the heart of Wolf Warrior. Then, he turned around and left calmly. Only left. A poker game that completely spiraled out of control. A business tycoon, brewing a frenzied revenge amidst humiliation. And a cripple, struggling painfully on the edge of the abyss of loyalty and betrayal. Chapter 98 Grandmaster Card, Weeping in Sleep. Lin Yuan opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. As the car door closed, the bloodshed and oppression inside that private room seemed to be completely isolated in another world. He calmly started the engine. The expensive sports car emitted a deep roar. Then, like a black lightning bolt, it silently merged into the city's dazzling river of lights. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. It was as if the person who had just used thunderous methods to suppress a powerful figure and used supernatural abilities to turn a master against his own was not him at all. He was just a young office worker who had just finished a routine social engagement. Until the sports car was driving smoothly on the Riverside Avenue. Finally, a pleasant, heavenly notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Host has completed hidden achievement, living off a woman. Achievement description: when the host encounters violent threats from the immediate family of the gold digger, they retaliate with absolute and overwhelming power, successfully forcing the other party to sign an unequal treaty, perfectly illustrating the hard truth that if you want to be a gold digger, you need to have strong teeth first. Achievement rating: perfect. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the achievement reward. 1. Soft rice value, 3 million points. 2. Skill, words become law intermediate proficiency plus 50%. Just one step away from advancing to advanced. 3. Special item, martial arts grandmaster trial card one-time use. 4. Exclusive title, Lion Tamer. A series of system notifications finally brought a faint smile to Lin Yuan's lips. They arrived as expected. What he was most looking forward to was naturally the Martial Arts Master Experience Card. Martial Arts Grandmaster Experience Card one-time use. Upon use, this card grants the user temporary access to all combat skills, physical attributes, and imposing aura of a martial arts grandmaster for 30 minutes. It's an essential trump card for everyday use, including murder, cover-ups, and last-minute counterattacks. Note: below the grandmaster level, all are but ants. Please use with caution, as once activated, you may come to love the feeling of being in complete control. Nice one. Lin Yuan admired it in his heart. Having this card is like having an absolute trump card to save your life. Facing the ruthless and unscrupulous counterattack of Leng Tianxiong, this undoubtedly provides an extra layer of solid protection. And just then, the system's voice sounded again. It seemed to answer another question in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has doubts about the source of their power. Additional explanation will be provided below. The extraordinary combat prowess previously displayed by the host stemmed from the continuous fundamental modifications the host's body underwent by the soft rice system. Whenever the host gains soft rice points, in addition to improving system functions, 1/1000th of the energy will be used to optimize the host's basic physical attributes, including strength, speed, reflexes, and bone density. Since the host has accumulated over 5 billion soft rice points, your physical abilities have surpassed human limits, reaching the level of a quasi-grandmaster. Dealing with ordinary experts of War Wolf's caliber will naturally be a piece of cake. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder he felt his body becoming lighter and stronger. It turned out that the system had unknowingly transformed him into a human-shaped murder weapon. This kind of gradual improvement is far more stable and natural than directly instilling power. Beep beep. Just then, the car phone's indicator light started flashing wildly. The caller ID showed an unmarked private number. But Lin Yuan knew who this was. He pressed the answer button. The call had just been connected. Before he could speak, a woman's voice, filled with suppressed sobs and extreme anxiety, came through the receiver. Master! Are you all right? It's Su Qingying. Her voice trembled violently with tension and worry. It even had a slightly hoarse tone. It was as if she was in immense torment every single moment during the time he was on his way to the appointment. I'm fine. Lin Yuan's voice instantly softened. She was completely different from the cold and indifferent person she was when facing Leng Tianxiong just now. He slowed down and gently reassured them. Things went very smoothly. Your husband is very reasonable. He has agreed to let us be together. Hearing Lin Yuan's familiar and steady voice, Su Qingying's nerves, which had been taut for hours, finally snapped at this moment. Wa'ada! The long-suppressed fear, worry, and lingering apprehension. At that moment, all of it turned into tears that flowed like a burst dam. She didn't say anything, but burst into tears on the other end of the phone. She cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Tears streamed down her face, a heart-wrenching sight. Lin Yuan didn't interrupt her, but listened quietly. He could imagine it. This seemingly glamorous socialite is actually a gentle and intellectual artist. She endured immense mental pressure while waiting for him. She was afraid. She feared that Lin Yuan would be like her back then, choosing to give up under Leng Tianxiong's coercion and enticement. She was even more afraid. She was afraid that the man would use cruel methods to hurt the man she cherished as her life. Every minute and every second was like purgatory for her. Until the crying gradually subsided. Only then did Su Qingying's voice, thick with nasal tone and filled with guilt and love, come from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry. Master, I was just too worried about you. I'm so scared. I'm really so scared. I will never let you see him again, never again. Fool. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I've said it before, everything is under my control. Okay, stop crying, be a good girl and wait for me in the office. I'll be home soon. Hang up the phone. Lin Yuan sighed softly, lightly pressed the accelerator, and the sports car accelerated again. Half an hour later, the sports car smoothly drove into the underground parking garage of Xingawan No. 1. Lin Yuan took the private elevator directly to the top floor. Unlock with fingerprint, and the heavy password door opens with a click. A familiar scent, a blend of delicate fragrance and sophisticated aroma, wafts towards you. The living room was brightly lit yet softly lit. However, the figure who had been eagerly awaiting his return was not in the living room. Lin Yuan changed his shoes and walked into the living room. I only noticed it when I looked over. In the corner of that large, circular sofa that could comfortably seat 7 or 8 people, a petite figure was curled up there, fast asleep. It was Long Yanran. She seemed to have finished showering and was waiting for him here. While waiting, I unknowingly fell asleep due to the calming effect of the words become law. She was wearing Lin Yuan's pure white long shirt. The oversized shirt looked somewhat loose on her. The 2 buttons at the neckline were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of snow-white skin. The hem of her shirt barely covered the top of her thighs. 2 long, beautiful legs, perfectly encased in top-quality platinum stockings, lay crossed without any defense, exposed to the soft light. The stockings had an alluring sheen. It perfectly outlined the breathtaking curves of her legs. From her rounded, firm thighs to her slender, straight calves, and then to her beautifully shaped feet encased in stockings. Every inch of it seems to be God's most outstanding work of art. It exudes a forbidden yet deadly allure. She was sleeping soundly. Her long, silver hair cascaded down the sofa like a waterfall. Her sleeping face, devoid of all defenses, lacked its usual coldness and majesty. Instead, she resembles a sleeping beauty who is unaware of the ways of the world. Pure, yet fragile. Long eyelashes cast a quiet shadow under the eyelids. Her rosy lips were slightly pouting. It seems that something happy happened in my dream. Lin Yuan's gaze softened instantly. He tiptoed and slowly walked to the sofa. Then, bend down. He stretched out his arms and carefully slipped them under her knees and back. I prepared to carry her back to her bed in the bedroom. However, the instant his arm touched her body, in her sleep, Lang Yanran seemed to sense that familiar presence. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then, in the dream, unconsciously, she uttered a few indistinct murmurs filled with deep dependence. Lin Yuan. You bad guy, don't go. The next second, her beautiful legs, encased in stockings, unexpectedly wrapped around Lin Yuan's waist. Her arms also tightly encircled his neck. He was like a koala who lacked a sense of security. She completely attached herself to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's body stiffened slightly. A refreshing, uniquely youthful fragrance, mixed with the sweet scent of shower gel, filled his nostrils. The soft and elastic touch in my arms. And the warm breath she was giving me from my neck. Even Lin Yuan, who had just undergone the test of iron and blood, couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He looked down. Lang Yanran's eyes remained tightly closed, as if she had not woken up at all. All of this was just her subconscious action. This is the usually aloof and icy queen. Without realizing it, I had become so dependent on him deep in my heart. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. Holding this clingy little devil in my arms. Steadily, I walked towards the master bedroom. Chapter 99: The Shura Field and the Cleaner. The bedroom is just ahead. The soft, large bed exudes a silent invitation. Lin Yuan held the clingy little vixen in his arms, feeling her even breathing and warm body temperature. A doting smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. However, just as his hand was about to touch the bedroom doorknob, a sudden, sharp, and brief vibration came from the inside pocket of his suit. Buzz buzz. It wasn't his usual phone. Instead, it's another encrypted phone specifically designed for handling certain special tasks. No more than 3 people know this number. The fact that it suddenly rang at this time is definitely not a trivial matter. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed instantly. The unconscious intimacy between Lang Yanran and him seemed to lose its luster at this moment. He held Lang Yanran in his arms, then turned and walked back to the living room. I carefully placed her back on the sofa. I tugged at the hem of her shirt, which barely covered any view. Then, he took out the vibrating phone from his pocket. On the screen, an unknown number was displayed without any location information. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the dazzling city night view outside, and pressed the answer button. But he didn't say anything, he just waited quietly. There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a hoarse voice, filled with suppressed pain and struggle, finally managed to get through. Onar. It's Wolf Warrior. Just 2 words, yet they seem to have exhausted all his strength. This use of the word master signifies the complete collapse of his faith. This also signifies that he has submitted his first pledge of allegiance. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, as if he had expected this. He gave a faint hum to signal him to continue. I heard it. The voice of the Wolf Warrior was filled with fear and a hint of excitement that he himself didn't even realize. After you left, Lang Tianxiong went mad. He made a phone call and initiated the purification plan. Upon hearing the words purification plan, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The target is you. Zhang Lang lowered his voice even further, as if afraid of being overheard by something. This is an international organization that specializes in handling the dirty work for top-tier wealthy families. Its code name is Cleaners. They are real monsters, ruthless and only care about the result. Lang Tianxiong gave them 72 hours. He wants you to disappear from this world completely. After saying this, Zhang Lang seemed completely exhausted, and his heavy breathing could be heard from the other end of the phone. The psychological pressure of betraying one's former master is immense. But the divine message, "I can make you stronger," was like the devil's whisper, something he couldn't resist. In particular, when he saw Lang Tianxiong's crazy and ruthless face with his own eyes. Cleaners. Lin Yuan pondered the name in his heart. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. How could a ruthless and ambitious man like Lang Tianxiong truly accept humiliation? This trump card came quite quickly. I see. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm, revealing no emotional fluctuation. You did a great job. You deserve it. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Yuan hung up the phone immediately. There was not a single word of reassurance, nor any further instructions. It was as if this was just an insignificant report. But just as he hung up the phone, Wolf Warrior, who was in another secret location, suddenly widened his eyes. His arm, which Lin Yuan had crippled and which had completely lost all feeling, was now numb. At that moment, a piercing, numb, and itchy sensation suddenly came over me. A warm current was flowing wildly through his broken bones and meridians. Repair. They're fixing it. This incredible, almost miraculous method completely replaced the fear and confusion in Zhang Lang's eyes with a kind of fanatical worship. With a thud, he knelt down heavily in the direction of Lin Yuan's apartment. On the other side, Lin Yuan hung up the phone, his expression cold and stern. Street cleaner? It sounds like a pretty big problem. But it's just a hassle. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him at the quasi-grandmaster level. And in the system space, there was the martial arts grandmaster experience card that exuded terrifying pressure. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since you want to play the Dark Forest theory, then I'll play along with you to the very end. Coincidentally, the development of new star technology also requires some unconventional methods to clear obstacles. Hopefully, these so-called cleaners can be a bit more resilient than wolf warriors. He had just put his phone back in his pocket. I'm going to check on Su Qingying's situation. After all, it's already quite late, and it's not good to leave her alone in the office overthinking things. However, the moment he turned around, click. A soft sound, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock and turning. Suddenly, a sound rang out from the apartment entrance. Lin Yuan's movements stopped abruptly. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the entrance. At this point in time, who else will come? Unless. A thought that sent a chill down his spine came to mind. The heavy keypad door was slowly pushed open. A slender yet familiar figure appeared at the doorway. It was Su Qingying. Ultimately, she was too worried and didn't listen to Lin Yuan's advice to wait foolishly in the office. Instead, they came to the door using the spare key Lin Yuan had given them. She was still wearing that beige knitted long dress. Her chestnut brown curly hair, resembling seaweed, looked somewhat disheveled from her journey. Her gentle and intelligent face was filled with lingering anxiety and worry. The corners of her eyes were even noticeably red and swollen, clearly indicating that she had just been crying. She pushed open the door and the first thing she saw was Lin Yuan standing in the center of the living room. Seeing him standing here unharmed, Su Qingying's heart, which had been hanging in suspense all night, finally settled down completely. Her eyes welled up with tears, and almost instinctively, she wanted to throw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. Master, However, she hadn't finished speaking. But his gaze inadvertently drifted to the sofa in the living room. Then, her voice abruptly stopped. Her steps froze on the spot. The moment she saw what was happening on the sofa, her pupils shrank to the smallest, most dangerous points. All I could see was, on that large sofa, a silver-haired woman wearing Lin Yuan's white shirt was curled up there, seemingly fast asleep. That shirt was ridiculously oversized. It can only barely cover the most essential parts. Two breathtakingly long and slender legs, encased in platinum stockings, were crossed without any restraint and exposed to the air. Her long, silver hair was scattered messily on the sofa, contrasting beautifully with her pure white shirt. This creates a striking scene filled with languor and possessiveness. And she knew that woman. She'd recognize him even if he were ashes. Lang Yanran. Her stepdaughter. That business queen who is usually as aloof as an iceberg in Snow Lotus. At this moment, she is sleeping in the home of the man she loves, her clothes disheveled. He was still wearing his shirt. An indescribable emotion, a mixture of shock, betrayal, anger, and coldness. In an instant, a surge of emotion welled up from the depths of Su Qingying's heart. She felt as if her blood had frozen at that moment. The whole world was spinning. The air was deathly silent. 3 people. One person stood in the entryway, feeling icy cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. One stood in the living room, his expression calm, but his eyes deep. One person was lying on the sofa, fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. A hellish battlefield. Without any warning. It arrived with a devastating roar. Chapter 100. Don't make noise, you'll wake her up. The air seemed to have solidified into a tangible substance. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the distraught woman in the entryway. Su Qingying's body was trembling slightly. Those eyes, usually so gentle and tender, were now filled with shock, anger, betrayal, a whole host of complex emotions. In the end, only a deathly, cold silence remained. She looked at Lin Yuan in the center of the living room. He glanced again at the woman on the sofa, her clothes disheveled, who was fast asleep. Vile images played out uncontrollably in her mind. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain was so intense that she could barely breathe. Tears welled up in her eyes. The string of reason has been stretched to its limit, and it seems that it will break completely in the next second. She opened her mouth, as if about to hysterically question him. I want to cry out in anguish. She wanted to ask him why. Why did you provoke Lang Yanran? Why her of all people? However, just a second before she was about to lose control of her emotions and cause the storm to erupt completely, Lin Yuan moved. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic. There wasn't a single weak explanation. His face was completely devoid of any extra expression. But those deep, peach blossom eyes, when they saw Su Qingying's heartbroken expression. A fleeting, almost imperceptible pity and domineering expression crossed his mind. The next moment, he stepped forward. In an instant, the seemingly vast distance between the two was bridged. Before Su Qingying could react, a strong and powerful hand had already swiftly wrapped around her slender waist. Pull it forcefully into your arms. Su Qingying let out a gasp. Uncontrollably, I crashed into a firm and familiar embrace. The tip of her nose was instantly filled with a masculine scent unique to Lin Yuan, a scent that she found incredibly captivating. But at this moment, this aura felt like sharp steel needles. It stung her deeply. She struggled violently. She used all her strength to try to push away the man she both loved and hated. Let me go. Lin Yuan, you bastard. Her question, choked with sobs, hadn't even fully escaped her lips. Then, a more forceful and irresistible action completely shut them down. Lin Yuan lowered his head. It accurately captured those two trembling, soft, fragrant petals. A forced kiss. Domineering and tyrannical. This is no longer a simple kiss. Rather, it is the most direct and primal declaration of sovereignty. Su Qingying's mind went blank for a moment with a buzz. She stared wide-eyed at her eyes, which were brimming with tears. She stared in disbelief at the handsome face so close to hers, a face that made her heart flutter. How dare he? How dare he treat himself this way at a time like this? A surge of immense humiliation and anger welled up within me. She struggled even more violently. She pounded Lin Yuan's back with both hands. It let out a mournful, unwilling cry. However, all her resistance was futile in the face of Lin Yuan's near Grandmaster level power. They all seemed so pale and powerless. Lin Yuan's arm around her waist felt like an iron hoop. It rendered her unable to move. They could only passively endure this sudden, punitive invasion. Gradually, as that domineering yet familiar aura continued to invade all her senses, Su Qingying's struggling strength began to wane. The pounding fists gradually lost their strength. Her body was tense and defiant. Without realizing it, it began to soften. Tears, finally, uncontrollably streamed down my face. It dripped down her cheeks. With a hint of saltiness, it blended into this kiss filled with contradictions and pain. This tear seemed to scald Lin Yuan as well. His forceful movements finally subsided. It becomes gentle and tender. It's like comforting a wounded, ruffled kitten. I don't know how much time passed. Until Su Qingying's pretty face turned red from lack of oxygen, and her body completely went limp in his arms. Lin Yuan slowly ended the long kiss. He gently pressed his forehead against her smooth forehead. Looking at her tearful eyes, her face full of grievance and a bit of confusion. He reached out his finger and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, in a magnetic, husky voice that exudes absolute control, he whispered in her ear. "Why are you crying? When did it become your place to question my people?" This is an extremely domineering statement. Like a thunderclap, it exploded in Su Qingying's mind. She suddenly raised her head, looking into Lin Yuan's deep eyes, which were as dark as the starry sky. For a moment, I forgot all my anger and grievances. All that remained was a sense of bewilderment. What does he mean by that? But she. Su Qingying bit her lip, her voice trembling, as she tried to point at Lun Yanran on the sofa. Lin Yuan, however, pressed his finger gently against her lips first. Shoo. He made a shushing gesture. He gestured with his eyes to the figure still sleeping on the sofa. Then he leaned close to Su Qingying's ear and, in a voice barely audible to the two of them, uttered a sentence that sent a shiver down her spine. "Don't make a sound. It will wake her up." Boom. This sentence had 1,000 times more impact than that forceful kiss. Su Qingying's brain completely shut down. She stared blankly at Lin Yuan, looking into his calm, expressionless eyes. An unprecedented and utterly absurd feeling instantly swept over her entire body. He actually. Are you worried about waking up another woman in front of her? This is no longer a simple betrayal. This is a blatant, undisguised declaration of all-encompassing dominance. He didn't even bother to pretend. Su Qingying felt that her worldview had been completely shattered at this moment, and then reassembled in an even more distorted way. Extreme anger, extreme grievance, extreme absurdity. A mix of emotions. In the end, it turned into a kind of morbid, even incomprehensible, stimulation. She looked at Lin Yuan's handsome face. That face that she loved to the core, and also hated to the core. Suddenly, she didn't want to cry anymore. I don't want to make a scene anymore. A more insane, more obsessive thought surged into her mind. She wants him. At all costs. Even if it's with my nominal daughter. She also wanted to keep this man firmly by her side. Seeing the madness and struggle in Su Qingying's eyes, which were gradually replaced by a morbid obsession, Lin Yuan knew. I made the right risky move. How to deal with a woman like Su Qingying who is white on the outside but black on the inside? Explanation is the most powerless thing to do. Giving in will only embolden her further. Only someone crazier than her, more domineering than her, and more unreasonable than her, with absolute control, completely shatter her psychological defenses. Only then can she be obedient. He put his arm around Su Qingying's soft waist, half carrying and half dragging her, and led her to the single sofa on the other side. Let her sit on his lap. Then, in his still deep voice, he began his explanation slowly and deliberately. However, this explanation felt more like a cold announcement. Chapter 101. You, sit down here too. Lin Yuan's arm carried an undeniable strength. He embraced Su Qingying's soft waist. He fixed her entire body to his legs. This is a gesture that is full of both a sense of control and a feeling of humiliation. Especially in front of another woman. Su Qingying's body stiffened instantly. She could feel Lin Yuan's firm thigh muscles. Even through the thin hem of the skirt, an astonishing heat and a sense of power emanated from it. An indescribable emotion, a mixture of humiliation and strange excitement. Like an electric current, it instantly coursed through her limbs and bones. Her pretty face, which was originally as pale as paper. At this moment, an uncontrollable blush rose to her cheeks. In those gentle, watery eyes that had just been crying. What flickers at this moment is submission, resentment, confusion, and even more so, the deep-seated obsession that has been fully unleashed. She was like a lion completely subdued by a male lion. Despite remaining proud, he dared not make any further moves to resist. They can only passively accept their master's instruction. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with her reaction at that moment. He held her soft waist with one arm to prevent her from slipping. With his other hand, he gently lifted her chin. He forced her to look into his eyes. His voice was calm yet cold. It's like reading out an unalterable contract. Auntie, you are a smart woman. So, you should understand. From the moment you chose to come back to me, I'll set the rules of the game. Su Qingying's body trembled slightly. He bit down hard. First, Lin Yuan raised a finger, his eyes deep and cold. I am your master, that is absolute and unique. Your body, your mind, everything about you belongs to me. I don't like my own things, and I have my own ideas. His gaze swept meaningfully over Long Yanran on the sofa. Su Qingying's heart clenched suddenly. She was just an accident. Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of any emotion. A tool I used to deal with Leng Tianxiong. But it is also my spoils. What I do with my things is my business. You have no right to ask, much less to be jealous. Su Qingying's fingernails dug deeply into her palm. Tools? Loot? He actually used such cold words to describe Lang Yanran. That proud daughter of heaven, that business queen. This made her feel a sense of absurdity, but deep down, a twisted sense of pleasure also welled up inside her. Second. Lin Yuan raised his second finger. His gaze became increasingly sharp. You are not me, at least not outwardly. I don't want to see any form of conflict between you. You are all equal before me. Who dares to do anything underhanded behind my back? Lin Yuan paused for a moment after saying this. He leaned close to Su Qingying's ear and chuckled softly in a voice that only she could hear, a voice that sounded like a devil's whisper. I will show her what real punishment is. These words carried a chilling undertone. It made Su Qingying's soul tremble. She had no doubt. The punishment he spoke of would be something she couldn't bear. A morbid sense of excitement mixed with fear and anticipation. It struck her nerves once again. She felt her body getting hotter and hotter. My breathing became somewhat rapid. Her eyes, which were fixed on Lin Yuan, had completely lost focus. All that remained was a chaotic, submissive vortex. She knew. I'm finished. We've completely fallen. Within the domineering and unreasonable rules set by this man. Far from being angry, she actually enjoyed it. Do you understand? Looking at her dazed eyes, Lin Yuan asked with satisfaction. Su Qingying nodded subconsciously, like a puppet on a string. Understood. Master. He called out master willingly. It carried a hint of trembling, a sense of utter surrender. A satisfied smile curved the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. He is preparing to proceed with the next step of instruction. In a more profound way, make her remember the rules for tonight. However, just as this ambiguous yet dangerous atmosphere was about to reach its climax, a cold voice, tinged with a hint of drowsy laziness. Without warning, it started ringing from behind them. Lin Yuan. What are you doing? The sound was like ice descending from the heavens. It instantly froze the sickly yet fiery atmosphere in the living room. Lin Yuan and Su Qingying froze simultaneously. The two of them turned around abruptly. All I could see was, on the main sofa behind them, the silver-haired queen who should still be asleep. I don't know when, but I've already woken up. Lang Yanran. She sat up slightly, and the white shirt that belonged to Lin Yuan looked even more disheveled as she stood up. Her neckline was wide open, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin and her exquisite collarbone. Long, slender legs encased in platinum stockings were crossed. Her long, silver hair was loosely draped over her shoulders. She exuded a languid yet deadly allure, like someone who had just woken up. But her eyes, which were usually as cold as ice. At this moment, it was so cold it felt like you could scrape off ice shards. The calming effect of words become law is ultimately time-limited. In addition, there was Su Qingying's entry earlier, and the series of actions that followed between the two. Finally, she was awakened from her deep sleep. The first thing she saw when she woke up. What she saw was a scene she would never forget. Her nominal stepmother, Su Qingying. That woman who was always gentle, intellectual, dignified, and proper in front of her. At this moment, she was sitting on Lin Yuan's lap, her clothes disheveled and her face streaked with tears. Lin Yuan's hand was still placed where she shouldn't have. The two were extremely intimate. The ambiguity has reached its extreme. This scene had a profound impact on Long Yanran's worldview. It was no less shocking than when Su Qingying saw her sleeping on the sofa. In particular, when she heard Lin Yuan say those domineering and cold rules to Su Qingying. Her mind went completely blank and confused. Owner? Spoils of war? Punish? What is all this? Her stepmother was Lin Yuan's servant. And she herself was Lin Yuan's spoils of war? This absurd understanding almost burned out this business queen's brain. A deathly silence fell over the living room. The real hellish battlefield has only just begun. Su Qingying's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Instinctively, she wanted to jump off Lin Yuan's lap. This scene is so shameful. That's so embarrassing. However, Lin Yuan's arm around her waist was like an iron clamp. It didn't budge an inch. Instead of letting go of her, he hugged her even tighter. Then, under the equally shocked and incredulous gazes of the two women, Lin Yuan slowly turned his head. He looked at the silver-haired queen on the sofa, her eyes cold and her pretty face frosty. There was no trace of panic on his face at being caught. He still wore that calm, unsettling expression. A faint, amused smile even appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently waved to Long Yanran. He spoke casually, in a tone of self-assurance, as if commanding his own possession. Woke up? Perfect. You, come sit here too. Chapter 102. Don't be afraid, we're just here to die. You, come sit here too. This sentence seems to possess some kind of irresistible magic. It was like a thunderclap of judgment. It struck a deep chord in the hearts of everyone in the living room. Su Qingying was completely stunned. She sat stiffly on Lin Yuan's lap, even forgetting her shame. He just looked at Lin Yuan with the eyes of someone looking at a madman. He actually wanted Long Yanran. Why don't you sit down here too? How could he even dare to think that? On the other side, Long Yanran's eyes, which were originally as cold as knives, changed upon hearing those words. First came a moment of bewilderment and disbelief. Immediately afterwards, a raging fire of anger ignited, almost burning everything to ashes. Humiliation. This is unprecedented, a blatant humiliation. Who is Long Yanran? The president of Sky Dome Group. The Ice Queen, renowned in the business world. From childhood to adulthood, I've always been the center of attention, always held in high esteem. I have never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. What's more, it happened in front of her nominal stepmother. Her body trembled slightly from extreme anger. The white shirt he was wearing seemed to sense his anger, and it moved without any wind. Those long, beautiful legs, encased in platinum stockings, were taut and straight. The 10-centimeter high heels on her feet gleamed with a dangerous, cold light. It seemed that in the next second, it would transform into the most deadly weapon and kick that ignorant man hard. Lin Yuan. She practically spat out those two words through gritted teeth. The voice was cold and piercing. You're asking for it. However, faced with her fury and murderous intent that could freeze the air, Lin Yuan simply watched her quietly. He still wore that calm yet amused expression. His eyes were as deep as an abyss. It seems to possess a power that can see into people's hearts. He didn't say anything. She simply met Lang Yanran's angry glare with her affectionate peach blossom eyes. That look seemed to say, do you really dare to resist? Don't forget, everything you have belongs to me. Lang Yanran met his gaze. Anger burned fiercely in his heart. But gradually, some images that she had deliberately ignored surfaced uncontrollably from the depths of her mind. In the office, there was the ownership contract that she had personally signed. The words private property are branded onto the contract like a mark. In the extreme pleasure and indulgence, there was a strange feeling of being completely controlled by him. Besides, when I woke up in his arms, I felt an unprecedented sense of security and dependence. These feelings are real. It was something she had never experienced in her 25 years of life. It was something she couldn't resist. Reason, screaming wildly, urged her to stand up, give this shameless man a resounding slap, and then leave without looking back. But deep within, there lies the awakened instinct that yearns to be dominated. but like vines, they tightly entwined her limbs and bones. It rendered her unable to move. Rebellion? How can she resist? Take everything back from him? But even she herself is already his private property. Lang Yanran's eyes began to struggle violently. Anger, shame, resentment, humiliation. There was also a trace of weakness and expectation, which she herself was unwilling to admit. An eerie silence fell over the living room. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. A second felt like an eternity. Su Qingying, standing to the side, didn't dare to breathe loudly. She could clearly feel that Lang Yanran's icy aura was slowly melting away at a visible speed. How is this possible? That's Lang Yanran. That stern and uncompromising Ice Queen who values dignity above all else. Will she really give in? Just as Su Qingying felt her worldview being overturned once again, Lang Yanran moved. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength. Those high heels, gleaming with a dangerous, cold light, finally took their first step. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. She didn't erupt like a volcano. There was no hysterical arguing. She simply stood there, under Lin Yuan's calm yet oppressive gaze. She struts around with those long, beautiful legs that could drive any man crazy. She dragged along her last vestiges of pride and dignity as queen. Step by step, she walked up to Lin Yuan. Then, under Su Qingying's utterly shocked gaze, she slowly bent her proud knees. He made a move that completely shattered all her dignity and brought this chaotic scene to its climax. She obediently rested on Lin Yuan's other leg. He sat down. Boom! At that moment, Su Qingying felt as if her brain had completely exploded. What did she see? Lang Yanran. That Lang Yanran. They actually sat down. Just like her. Like docile pets, they sat on the man's laps, one on each side. This scene is absurd. That's insane. That was so exciting. Lang Yanran's body was as stiff as a stone. She didn't dare look at Su Qingying's expression. She didn't dare look at Lin Yuan's face. She simply lowered her head, her long silver hair slipping down to obscure her stunningly beautiful face, which seemed to be filled with either shame and indignation or submission. Her ears, however, were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Her last pride as queen was crushed to pieces at this moment. A victorious, satisfied smile finally appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. He was surrounded by women on both sides. No, it's an enhanced version of having women on both sides. This brings together a pair of mothers and daughters who usually have a cold relationship. Like 2 concubines vying for the emperor's favor. She sat obediently on her own lap. This sense of accomplishment. This sense of control. It's even more satisfying than earning 10 billion. The effects of the titles King of the Battlefield and Lion Tamer were brought to their fullest potential at this moment. He stretched out his arms. Naturally, he pulled Su Qingying on the left and Lang Yanran on the right into his arms. Feel the full and mature charm on the left. And the curve on the right has amazing elasticity and firmness. 2 completely different, yet equally exquisite, tactile sensations. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. However, just as he was about to speak, to solidify his absolute dominance in this family meeting. Ding dong! Ding dong! A sudden, untimely doorbell ring shattered the enchanting yet eerie atmosphere of the room. Who could it be so late? The 2 women in his arms stiffened simultaneously, instinctively trying to stand up. But Lin Yuan held him down firmly with his arm. Don't move. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He gestured to them with his eyes to keep quiet. Then, my gaze traveled through the living room and landed on the electronic peephole in the entryway. On the screen, it is clearly visible that there are 2 people standing outside the door. They were 2 men dressed in high-end property management uniforms. They were tall and wore professional smiles. They looked no different from ordinary property management staff. But Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw them. The extraordinary perception brought by the capital sense advanced is issuing a frantic warning at this moment. Danger! Deadly danger! These 2 people are definitely not property management personnel. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the temple of one of the men. There, it swells high. This is a characteristic that can only be formed through long-term, high-intensity internal and external martial arts training. He's a true master. And their eyes. Although he was smiling, deep in his eyes was a cold indifference that regarded human life as worthless. That's the kind of look only an executioner who spends years walking the line between life and death could have. Cleaner. These three words instantly popped into Lin Yuan's mind. Unexpected. They arrived so quickly. So impatient. Leng Tianxiang, you really are ruthless. Lin Yuan's heart sank instantly. But his face showed no sign of panic. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, who were in each other's arms, clearly sensed that something was wrong. Especially when they saw Lin Yuan's eyes turn icy cold in an instant. My heart was in my throat. What's wrong? Lang Yanran lowered her voice and asked nervously. Lin Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, he gestured for both of them to be quiet. Then, he mouthed three words to them silently. There is danger. The two women's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. They immediately held their breath, not daring to let their hearts beat too loudly. The doorbell outside was still ringing persistently. Ding dong, ding dong. One after another. It was as if it struck the hearts of the three of them. The two women in Lin Yuan's arms began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. No matter what, they are still just women. Faced with this unknown, potentially deadly danger, one will inevitably feel fear. Lang Yanran subconsciously shrank closer to Lin Yuan's arms. Su Qingying grabbed Lin Yuan's clothes. The jealousy, shame, and embarrassment I felt earlier had long since vanished. Now, their only thought is. The man before them was their only support. Lin Yuan could clearly sense their tension and fear. He lowered his head. He gently kissed Su Qingying's forehead on the left side. He then placed another kiss on Lang Yanran's right cheek. Then, he whispered in their ears in a voice that was eerily calm yet possessed a powerful, reassuring quality. Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of trash who've come to their deaths. Chapter 103, His Other Side. Don't be afraid. They're just a bunch of trash who've come to their deaths. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute confidence that could penetrate people's hearts. The calm yet icy tone made it seem as if they weren't talking about two deadly killers. Instead, they were commenting on two annoying ants on the roadside. In his arms, two stunningly beautiful women, trembling with fear, simultaneously raised their heads. They looked at Lin Yuan's impeccably handsome profile. There wasn't a trace of tension or fear on that face. There is only one kind of, chilling, all-encompassing calm. It seemed that the person outside the door was not the legendary cleaner who could strike fear into the hearts of the wealthy and powerful. Instead, they were two delivery men who had already arranged to come and die. This stark contrast startled both Lang Yanran and Su Qingying. Their fear was somewhat lessened by this powerful confidence. Instead, there was an indescribable curiosity. And a kind of blind trust that they themselves were unaware of. What makes him so confident? You two, go in first. Lin Yuan didn't give them much time to think. He released his arms and gently patted their backs. He gestured for them to get off his lap. This time, whether it's the proud ice queen or the gentle socialite, it's all about the world. They were all more obedient than ever before. They stood up almost simultaneously. His movements carried a hint of panic from being startled. Lang Yanran's white shirt was already loose and baggy. Her skin looked even more disheveled at this moment, with large patches of her smooth, snow-white skin gleaming alluringly under the lights. Su Qingying's beige knitted dress was also wrinkled from her posture just now. It clung tightly to her voluptuous curves. Two exceptionally proud and aloof women. At this moment, they were like two frightened lambs. They looked at their shared master with eyes full of dependence. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the living room, finally settling on the walk-in closet next to the master bedroom. Go to the dressing room and hide. His voice was unquestionable. Remember to lock the door. No matter what sound you hear, you are absolutely not allowed to come out. Do you understand? The two women exchanged a glance. They both saw a hint of hesitation and worry in each other's eyes. But you. Su Qingying bit her lip and couldn't help but speak. She was afraid. I'm afraid Lin Yuan alone won't be able to handle it. Although Lang Yanran didn't speak, her silver eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. It was also filled with concerns. This is the first time. These two women, who usually had a cold relationship, reached a surprising consensus on a certain issue. They were both worried about the same man. Lin Yuan looked at the genuine concern on their faces. Suddenly, I felt a warmth in my heart. But the expression on his face remained cold. It even carried a hint of impatience. I don't want to repeat myself. You're just getting in the way if you stay here. That was a very blunt statement. But it is also the most direct and effective. The two women's faces paled slightly. They then realized that their presence here was indeed a burden. Good. Ultimately, it was Lang Yanran who made the first decision. She looked deeply at Lin Yuan, as if trying to etch his current appearance into the depths of her soul. Then, she pulled up Su Qing. Qingying, who was still hesitating. Let's go, don't cause him any trouble. With that, he strode quickly toward the dressing room. Su Qingying was pulled along by her, looking back every few steps. Those gentle, watery eyes were filled with pleading and unease. Lin Yuan didn't look at them again. His entire attention was now focused on the two trash outside the door. Until he heard a clear click from behind him, the sound of a lock going in. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. Very good. The audience is ready. Now, it's time to clean up the trash. The doorbell outside has stopped ringing. The two property staff clearly realized that the family wouldn't open the door easily. They did not choose to force their way through. Instead, they were whispering to each other at the doorway. They demonstrated excellent professionalism and patience. Pity. Their patience has run out. Lin Yuan silently recited a sentence in his heart. System, use the Martial Arts Grandmaster Experience card. Ding. Host confirms use of one-time item, Martial Arts Grandmaster Trial Card. Trial card in effect. Countdown, 10 minutes. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power, like a god descending to earth. It surged forth from Lin Yuan's limbs and bones in an instant. Every muscle, every meridian, every bone in his body. In that instant, everything was filled and transformed by a higher dimensional, purer, and more domineering force. He could feel the blood surging through his body at an unprecedented speed. Every heartbeat is like the beating of a war drum, filled with explosive power. His perception of his surroundings has reached an unbelievable level. He could hear it clearly. The suppressed breathing of the two assassins outside the door. You can see the outline of their muscles and the placement of their weapons, hidden beneath their uniforms. You could even smell the faint smell of death emanating from them, a mixture of gunpowder and rust. This is the power of a grandmaster? Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fist. Feeling that terrifying power that seemed capable of crushing steel. His eyes became incredibly calm and indifferent. Like a god, looking down upon ants. He slowly walked towards the entrance. Then, the two assassins outside the door were getting impatient and were preparing to use their backup plan. Click. The door lock turned. The two assassins outside the door instantly perked up. They exchanged a glance and both saw a cruel smile in each other's eyes. The fish has taken the bait. The door slowly opened. A tall, incredibly handsome young man appeared before them. The young man's face held just the right amount of confusion and displeasure, as if his peaceful dream had been disturbed. He even yawned. He asked lazily. It's so late, is there something you need? Perfect acting. Flawless. The two assassins outside the door had no suspicion whatsoever. The one in the lead immediately put on a professional smile. Hello, sir, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The leader of the assassins put on a professional smile. His tone was humble and polite. We are from the Property Engineering Department, and we received a system alarm. We've told you that there's a slight risk of gas leakage in your household's gas pipeline. For safety reasons, we need to go inside and check immediately. This excuse is flawless. It was both reasonable and carried a sense of urgency that could not be refused. In this situation, any ordinary person would probably have let them into the house immediately. After hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression of doubt seemed to deepen. He seemed completely unaware of the danger. He even tilted his head and sniffed the air with a serious expression. Then, looking completely bewildered, he said, Gas leak? No, I can't smell anything. His behavior was exactly like that of a pampered rich young master who was naive and inexperienced in the ways of the world. Naive and easily deceived. A hint of contempt and impatience flashed in the eyes of both assassins. Another assassin stepped forward, his tone becoming more forceful. Sir, some new types of gas are colorless and odorless. But it's even more dangerous. Please cooperate with our work and allow us to enter for inspection immediately. As he spoke, he tried to squeeze through the door. Lin Yuan seemed startled by his tough attitude. Instinctively, I took a step back. This is the step. It created enough space for one person to pass through. The two assassins were secretly delighted. Without hesitation, they slipped into the house one after the other. It's done. In their view, once they stepped through this door, the mission is already half complete. This pretty boy with nothing but a pretty face is nothing more than meat on a chopping board. Let them slaughter us. At the very moment they stepped into the entryway, the aura emanating from the two suddenly changed. The professional smile vanished. Instead, there is a chilling killing intent, like a predator locking onto its prey. The assassin walking in front swiftly reached for his waist with his right hand. There, a pistol with a silencer is hidden. The assassin behind him then swung his hand back. Get ready to slam the door shut completely. Let's pull a real closing the door and beating the dog move. Their teamwork was flawless. Their movements were as fast as lightning. A cruel smile, as if their mission was about to be completed, had already appeared on their faces. However, they're fast. There is one person who is faster than them. Just as they entered the house, just as they were about to close the door, Lin Yuan had always acted like an ignorant lamb. It moved. The confusion and languor on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there is an indescribable, absolute, indifferent coldness. Those affectionate peach blossom eyes now resembled an abyss of eternal cold, without a trace of human emotion. Bang! A deafening roar, 100 times heavier than they had anticipated. It wasn't the sound of them closing the door. Instead, Lin Yuan, who was behind, slammed the heavy solid wood door shut and locked it with one hand. The movements were so fluid and graceful. Extremely fast. It was so fast that even the dynamic vision of two top assassins could barely detect it. What? Alarm bells rang simultaneously in the hearts of both assassins. Not good. It's a trap. The target is definitely not an ordinary person. This is a trap. Pity. When they realize this, it's all too late now. I said that. Lin Yuan turned around and slowly walked towards them. His steps were not fast, but they carried a terrifying quality as if he could crush mountains and rivers. Each step was like a heavy hammer, slamming into the hearts of the two assassins. His voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. You've come here to die. The moment the words fell, his men have vanished from the spot. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, it appeared in front of the assassin who was about to draw his gun at a speed that surpassed the limits of human vision. You. The horror on the assassin's face was frozen in time. He only had time to utter one word. A hand that appears slender and fair, yet contains a devastating power. It had already gently landed on the top of his head. There was no violent collision. There were no gruesome scenes. Lin Yuan's palm pressed down lightly. It was as if they were just brushing away a little dust. The assassin's body trembled violently. The sparkle in his eyes vanished instantly. He collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless, like a lump of mud. Silently, the second assassin witnessed this terrifying scene firsthand. His mind was completely blank. Monster. This is a monster. Escape. We must escape. That was the only thought in his mind. He let out a scream of extreme terror and turned to reach for the doorknob. However, a hand gently rested on his shoulder from behind. The owner of that hand spoke in a voice like a devil's whisper, echoing in his ear. Did I tell you to leave? The assassin's hair stood on end instantly. Without a second thought, he delivered a backhand elbow strike imbued with the full power of his life's work. However, his elbow struck empty air. The next second, an irresistible force came from the back of his neck. His head was gripped tightly by a large, iron-like hand. Then, without any mercy, it was thrust towards the solid wood door in front of it. It slammed into it hard. The battle process must be handled discreetly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the door opened until the two top assassins fell silent, the entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. It arrived almost there, without making a single extra sound. Quiet. A deathly silence. Lin Yuan stood quietly in the living room. His body was spotless. Even her hairstyle was perfectly neat. It was as if he had just casually swatted 2 flies to death. His gaze calmly swept over the 2 still warm bodies on the ground. There was no emotion in his eyes. The power brought by the martial arts master experience card is slowly fading. But that kind of absolute control comes from viewing all living beings as ants. Yet it was deeply imprinted on the depths of his soul. He walked to the door of the dressing room. I knocked gently on the door. All right. It's all right now. Chapter 104. A hint of grievance flashed in his eyes. He walked to the door of the dressing room. I knocked gently on the door. All right. It's all right now. His voice returned to its usual gentle tone. It was as if the cold-blooded man who seemed to be possessed by a god of death was just an illusion. Inside the door, all was deathly silent. There was no response. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and knocked on the door again. Open the door. Do you intend to spend the night inside? His tone carried a hint of teasing. A few seconds later. From inside the door, a rustling sound came from inside. Immediately afterwards, there was a click. The door lock was opened. A small crack in the door was slowly pulled open. A pale yet breathtakingly beautiful face peeked out from under the door. It was Long Yanran. Her silver eyes were now filled with fear and uncertainty. Cautiously, I peered out the door. When her gaze fell on Lin Yuan. First, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, her gaze passed over Lin Yuan and fell upon the scene in the living room. Then, her beautiful silver eyes suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Ah! A short, suppressed scream escaped her lips. She saw it. She saw the 2 property management staff who had just looked fierce. At this moment, it was lying slumped on the floor of the entryway in an incredibly bizarre posture. Not moving at all. Like 2 discarded, broken dolls. Although there were no bloody scenes. But the sense of desolation after life has been completely taken away. It is more terrifying than any blood. Su Qingying followed closely behind her and also witnessed the scene. Her reaction was even more intense than Lang Yanran's. In an instant, her face turned deathly pale. My legs went weak, and I almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Lang Yanran, who was standing nearby, caught him in time. Even so, she couldn't help but cover her mouth tightly with her hand. My stomach churned violently. Fear. An extreme fear that comes from the depths of one's soul. Although they were all proud women who had seen many grand occasions. But what they had witnessed was the deceit and treachery of business, and the unpredictable nature of the capital market. Rather than this, the most primitive and direct, life and death. Both women looked at Lin Yuan with the same eyes they would use to look at a stranger, or even a monster. My mind is blank. What just happened? They remember it clearly. From the moment they hid in the dressing room to the moment Lin Yuan knocked on the door. In between, less than half a minute had passed. During that time, they only heard a dull thud as the door slammed shut. And a barely audible, impacting sound. Then. And then it all ended? Those 2 were clearly not good guys, professional assassins. That's it, gone? How is this possible? That man. What exactly did he do? Is he still the same Lin Yuan who is usually gentle, cheerful, and even a little lazy? Is he still the same man who displays both domineering and tenderness in bed? No, it's not. The Lin Yuan before them did not match any of the images they remembered. At this moment, he is a stranger. It is powerful. It is terrifying. Lin Yuan looked at the complex expressions on their faces, a mixture of fear, shock, and disbelief. In my heart, I understood. He knew the side of himself he had just shown. This has completely overturned their understanding. But this is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to completely control these 2 proud lionesses. Gentle methods alone are not enough. We must plant a seed of reverence in their hearts. Make them understand. Their master can bring them unprecedented pleasure. It can also give them an absolute sense of security. And, absolutely, fear. Lin Yuan did not explain anything. He simply strode over the 2 trash bodies on the ground. I walked over to the wine cabinet and poured myself a glass of red wine. Then, gracefully, she walked to the sofa and sat down. He was composed, as if he had just casually dealt with two insignificant matters. He gently swirled the red liquid in the glass. His gaze returned to the two women who were still frozen at the door of the dressing room. A playful smile appeared on his lips. The sound, though not loud, reached their ears clearly. Now, do you still think the game we just played was too much? In short, both Lang Yanran and Su Qingying's bodies trembled violently at the same time. They suddenly remembered just a few minutes ago. They sat on the man's lap, one on each side, like two concubines vying for his favor. At that time, they felt shame, absurdity, and humiliation. But now, I recall that scene. Then look at this man in front of me, a man who can decide the life and death of others with a few words, like a god or demon. A completely different, more eerie, and more thrilling feeling. It quietly and wildly sprouted from the depths of their hearts. That's a kind of the thrill and excitement of submitting to the absolute strongest. Chapter 105 beckoned to her with his finger. Come here. Lan Yanran held onto Su Qingying's arm, her fingertips still trembling slightly uncontrollably. She looked at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, her silver eyes churning with complex emotions. The aftershocks of fear had not yet dissipated, but the tremor born of absolute power surged through her limbs like an electric current, causing a strange burning sensation in her tense body. Su Qingying recovered her senses sooner than Lang Yanran. This usually gentle and refined lady, though still pale, had a strange light gleaming in her eyes. She gently pulled away from Lang Yanran's support, took a deep breath, and with unsteady steps, walked towards Lin Yuan beside the sofa. As her skirt swept across the floor, she deliberately avoided the trash, but upon approaching Lin Yuan, she unhesitatingly bent her knees and knelt at his feet. This kneeling completely broke the stagnant atmosphere in the living room. Lang Yanran's pupils constricted, and she instinctively wanted to speak up to stop him. She was the ice queen of the Sky Dome group, and she had never imagined that anyone would adopt such a humble posture in front of her. But the words were cut off by the gaze Lin Yuan cast at her. Lin Yuan was looking down at Su Qingying at his feet, the red wine in his glass swirling in tiny ripples. He didn't tell her to get up, but simply reached out and gently traced his fingertips across her trembling chin. Afraid? Su Qingying raised her head, the panic in her eyes long gone, leaving only complete obedience, even with a hint of barely perceptible longing. No. Her voice was still hoarse. Master, I was just thinking that I didn't serve you properly just now. These words, like a fine needle, pierced Lan Yanran's last psychological defense. Looking at Su Qingying's upturned neck, at the tenderness of Lin Yuan's fingertips on Su Qingying's face, that mixture of jealousy and excitement surged again. She couldn't lose to Su Qingying. Lang Yanran took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked towards the sofa. Unlike Su Qingying, she didn't kneel. Instead, she walked to Lin Yuan's other side, slowly sat down, and gently placed her hand on Lin Yuan's wrist, which was holding a wineglass. Her silver eyes looked directly at Lin Yuan, her tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of weakness. Just now, we were wrong. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping between the two women, his smile deepening. He held the wineglass to Lang Yanran's lips, his voice languidly magnetic. Where did you go wrong? Without hesitation, Lang Yanran lowered her head slightly, took the rim of the glass into her mouth, and as the warm red wine slid across her tongue, she could clearly feel the strength from Lin Yuan's wrist. She swallowed the wine, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. We shouldn't question our master's game, and we shouldn't forget who is the one who decides our fate. Seeing this, Su Qingying reached out and gently took Lin Yuan's other hand, her fingertips lightly caressing his palm. Master, we haven't finished the punishment yet. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Lang Yanran, carrying a hint of provocation, yet not daring to cross Lin Yuan's boundaries. How about we continue now? Lin Yuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he withdrew his hand from Su Qingying's palm and instead put his arm around Lang Yanran's waist, gently pulling her onto his lap. Lang Yanran gasped in surprise, her body tensing instantly, but she didn't struggle. She could feel the warmth from Lin Yuan's palm, a warmth that dispelled the lingering fear, leaving only the pounding of her heart. We can continue. Lin Yuan rested his chin on Lang Yanran's neck, his breath spraying on her skin, making her tremble involuntarily. But this time, the rules have to be changed. He raised his head, his gaze falling on Su Qingying, his tone carrying an unquestionable sense of control. Go and clean up the trash on the ground. Remember, don't leave any trace. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. This was her master's trust in her, and also an order. She immediately stood up, her movements much more steady than before. She even deliberately slowed down her movements when bending over to handle the situation, revealing the beautiful curve of her lower back. Lan Yanran sat on Lin Yuan's lap, watching Su Qingying's retreating figure, her fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on Lin Yuan's suit jacket. Lin Yuan noticed her movement and gently pinched her waist with his fingertips. What? Jealous? No, Lan Yanran said stubbornly, but a hint of grievance flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and kissed her earlobe. Don't worry, you'll have even more than she does. His voice was low and carried an ambiguous tone that only the two of them could hear. When she comes back, we'll show her who my most obedient woman is. Lan Yanran's cheeks flushed instantly, and her silver eyes misted over. She wanted to retort, but Lin Yuan silenced her with a kiss. He held the back of her head and kissed her. This kiss was more domineering than any before, filled with absolute possessiveness, completely engulfing her in the atmosphere mixed with the aroma of red wine and the aura of a powerful figure. When Su Qingying returned after dealing with the garbage, this was the scene she saw. Lan Yanran was slumped in Lin Yuan's arms, her cheeks flushed and her lips swollen, while Lin Yuan was looking down at her, the tenderness in his eyes a stark contrast to his previous coldness. She stood still, not moving forward, but waiting quietly. Lin Yuan noticed her gaze, looked up, and beckoned to her with his finger. Come here. Su Qingying immediately stepped forward and knelt down in front of him again. Lin Yuan pointed to Lan Yanran's hand and said to Su Qingying, help her take off the ring. That was the platinum ring that Lan Yanran always wore on her ring finger. It was the symbol of the Sky Dome Group. Su Qingying hesitated for a moment, then reached out, gently grasped Lan Yanran's finger, and carefully removed the ring. Lan Yanran did not resist, but looked at Lin Yuan with her eyes full of doubt. Lin Yuan took the ring, played with it in his palm, and said in a calm but weighty tone, from today onwards, you will only have one identity, my people. He handed the ring to Su Qingying. Consider this your reward for being obedient just now. Su Qingying took the ring, her fingertips trembling, but she gripped it tightly in her palm. This was no ordinary piece of jewelry, but a sign of her owner's approval of her. Watching this scene, Lan Yanran felt no jealousy, but rather a strong longing. She leaned closer to Lin Yuan and kissed his chin. Master, what about me? Looking at the longing in her eyes, Lin Yuan smiled wickedly. Your reward. He reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair neck. I want it tonight, just for you. These words made Lan Yanran's body go limp instantly, and also made Su Qingying's eyes gleam with envy. The living room lights softened, the aroma of red wine mingling with the woman's perfume. The marks on the floor had vanished, as if the life or death struggle had never happened. But only Lan Yanran and Su Qingying knew that from this day forward, their world had been completely changed. They were no longer high-ranking queens and noble women, but believers in an absolute power, willingly seeking unprecedented thrills and pleasures under his control. Lin Yuan held Lan Yanran in his arms, looking at Su Qingying at his feet, his fingers gently stroking Lan Yanran's waist. He knew this was just the beginning. More challenges awaited him in the future, and these two women would be his sharpest weapons, as well as his sweetest shackles. All right. Lin Yuan stood up and picked Lan Yanran up in his arms. Go take a shower first. Tonight, there are even more fun games waiting for you. Su Qingying immediately stood up and followed behind him, her gaze fixed on his back, her eyes overflowing with obedience and excitement. Nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, feeling his strong embrace, Lan Yanran's silver eyes were no longer filled with fear, only complete dependence. She knew that from this day forward, her world had only one master, Lin Yuan. Chapter 106: The Hidden Showdown of Exclusive Companionship. The mountaintop villa was filled with the scent of cedar and sandalwood at dusk. The light from the crystal chandelier filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled patterns of light on the floor. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa in the center of the living room, an unlit cigar between his fingers. His gaze swept over the two women standing opposite him, his tone carrying a languid air of control. You all deserve credit for resolving the Freemasons' short-selling crisis this time. He paused, looking at Lan Yanran's tense jaw and Su Qingying's slightly lowered eyelids, and continued, I'll set up a weekly exclusive companionship night. You will each prepare a plan to prove your worth. Lan Yanran's silver eyes brightened for a moment, then returned to their icy composure. She wore a custom-made charcoal gray suit skirt over a white silk blouse, adorned with an exquisite pearl lapel pin. Every gesture exuded the capable aura of the CEO of Sky Dome. I will optimize the cooperation agreement between Sky Dome and Deep Space Dynamics, reducing costs while improving the efficiency of technology sharing. Her voice was clear and powerful, carrying absolute confidence in the business world. This will save at least 3 months for the commercialization of Oracle technology. Su Qingying stood beside Lan Yanran, wearing a beige silk dress that reached her calves, revealing a pair of feet in nude stilettos with a delicate silver chain around her ankle. She looked up, a hint of gentle probing in her eyes. I've compiled a list of potential threats in Tianhai City, along with corresponding countermeasures. As she spoke, she took a folder with a gold-embossed cover from her handbag and handed it to Lin Yuan, her fingertips slightly curled. Also, I've noticed you often drink iced Americanos when you're working late at night. Lin Yuan took the folder, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Su Qingying's fingertips, noticing the slight blush that instantly rose to the tips of her ears. He opened the folder, inside which, besides the densely packed intelligence records, there was a sticky note on the last page, with the words written in delicate handwriting. Iced Americano requires Colombian beans, 2 ice cubes and 1 sugar, and the temperature should be controlled at 4 for best results. Lang Yanran stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the note, a barely perceptible hint of jealousy flashing in her silver eyes. She instinctively tightened her grip on her handbag strap, but said nothing. She knew that arguing now would only make her seem petty and further displease Lin Yuan. For the next 3 days, a subtle competitive atmosphere permeated the villa. Lang Yanran brought home a thick draft agreement every day and worked overtime in her study until late at night. When Lin Yuan occasionally went in, he would always see her frowning at the computer screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Under the light, her profile was cold and hard, but when she saw Lin Yuan, a hint of softness would appear in her eyes. Su Qingying would arrive at the villa every afternoon without fail, sometimes bringing newly compiled supplementary intelligence pages, and sometimes carrying a thermos bag filled with freshly made iced Americano. She never disturbed Lin Yuan's work. She would simply place the coffee on the corner of his desk and quietly tidy up the documents scattered on it, her movements as light as a breeze. On this special night of companionship, the villa was lit with warm yellow lights, and 2 main courses were laid out on the dining table: black truffle steak prepared by Lang Yanran and pan-fried foie gras grilled by Su Qingying herself. Lin Yuan sat in the head seat, looking at the 2 women opposite him, each with their own thoughts, a playful smile playing on his lips. I've reviewed all your proposals. He picked up his knife and fork and gently cut his steak. Lang Yanran's agreement can accelerate the implementation of the Oracle technology. It's very useful. Lang Yanran straightened her back subconsciously, a hint of anticipation flashing in her silver eyes. Su Qingying's list and the details about the coffee were very thoughtful. Lin Yuan took another bite of foie gras and turned his gaze to Su Qingying. Especially the temperature of the coffee, it was just right. A faint blush rose on Su Qingying's cheeks as she gently twisted the hem of her skirt with her fingers. Just when both of them thought Lin Yuan was about to announce his choice, he put down his knife and fork, leaned back in his chair, and said, I'm not choosing a personal companion tonight. Seeing their expressions freeze instantly, he continued, you 2 stay here and help me plan for next week. Lang Yanran was taken aback for a moment, then took out her tablet and pulled up the supplementary clauses of the agreement. I can first sort out the technical docking points of deep space propulsion. Su Qingying also realized what was happening and took out a list from her bag. I've marked the threatening forces with colors according to their priority to make it easier to filter and respond to them. The 2 huddled together on the sofa next to Lin Yuan, one intently explaining the business terms, the other meticulously highlighting key intelligence points. When Lang Yanran became engrossed in her explanation, she would unconsciously move closer to Lin Yuan, her shoulder occasionally brushing against his arm. Su Qingying, on the other hand, would quietly hand him warm water when Lin Yuan frowned, her fingertips occasionally brushing against the back of his hand. Midway through, Lang Yanran saw Su Qingying skillfully adjusting the tablet brightness for Lin Yuan. Remembering that Su Qingying even knew Lin Yuan's coffee preferences, she couldn't help but say, Miss Su is quite attentive to the details of Lin Yuan's life. There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Su Qingying paused, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, but she still replied softly, Master's needs should be kept in mind. Lin Yuan reached out and gently pressed Lang Yanran's shoulder, his tone steady and unwavering. What we need to do now is make a plan, not fight over a lover. The warm touch of his fingertips instantly calmed Lang Yanran down, though the jealousy in her silver eyes lessened, replaced by a hint of submission. Seeing this, Su Qingying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but while organizing the documents, she deliberately moved her chair closer to Lin Yuan, her knee accidentally touching his calf. As night deepened, the plan was finally finalized. As Lang Yanran put away her tablet, she saw Su Qingying helping Lin Yuan tidy up the scattered notes. Their fingers occasionally brushed against each other, and Su Qingying would give a shy smile. She bit her lower lip but said nothing more. She was gradually realizing that in front of Lin Yuan, it was better to demonstrate her value than to compete for his favor, and even better to learn to compliment Su Qingying. Before leaving, Su Qingying walked up to Lin Yuan and said softly, I will deliver the iced Americano on time tomorrow. Her gaze swept over Lang Yanran, carrying a hint of secret victory, yet she dared not be too ostentatious. Lan Yanran watched Su Qingying's retreating figure, walked to Lin Yuan's side, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I'd like you to come with me to the signing of the agreement next week." Her tone carried a hint of dependence. Lin Yuan looked at the expectation in her eyes and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Okay." When Lin Yuan was the only one left in the villa, he took out his phone and looked at the message Su Qingying had sent him. "I've already roasted the coffee beans for tomorrow." He then recalled Lan Yanran's dependent look earlier, and his smile deepened. Chapter 107: A double gift for accompanying the night. The weekend morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hilltop villa, weaving warm golden patterns on the floor. Lin Yuan sat at the breakfast table, looking at the two women opposite him in different poses, and lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. This week's exclusive companionship night changed to a non-work plan. Lan Yanran paused, her silver eyes turning to Lin Yuan. She was wearing a light gray tracksuit today. The top was fitted at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, and the bottom was knee-length athletic shorts, revealing her straight, shapely legs. White golf shoes completed the look, giving her a more vibrant and less cold professional air. "I'll teach you golf, on my private course." Her voice remained steady, yet held a hint of anticipation. This was one of her rare private hobbies, one she had never revealed to anyone before. Su Qingying sat beside Lan Yanran, wearing a light purple silk dress that reached her ankles, revealing a pair of feet in beige satin flats embroidered with tiny pearl patterns. She put down her coffee cup, a gentle smile in her eyes. "I'm hosting a small classical music concert in my studio, and I'll be playing." As she spoke, her fingertips lightly traced the tablecloth. "You're the only audience member I've invited." Seeing the seriousness in their eyes, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "We'll go to the golf course in the morning and the art studio in the afternoon." Lan Yanran's private golf course is located on a hillside in the suburbs, with pine and cypress trees planted along the edges, carrying a faint scent of grass and wood as the wind rustles through the trees. She took a 7-iron from her bag and handed it to Lin Yuan, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his palm. "Relax your grip, keep your arms close to your body." Standing behind Lin Yuan, she reached out to adjust his posture, her chest occasionally brushing against his back, her silver hair sweeping across his neck. Following her instructions, Lin Yuan swung his club, the white ball tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing precisely on the green. Lan Yanran's eyes widened instantly, her silver pupils filled with surprise. "How do you know how to play?" "I've learned a little before." Lin Yuan turned around, looked at her slightly parted lips, and reached out to wipe a bit of grass off her cheek. "But your guidance was very professional." Lan Yanran's ears instantly turned red. She turned her head away and pretended to tidy up her golf bag. "Next, I'll teach you how to putt, which is more difficult." As she squatted down to adjust the ball's position, her athletic shorts rode up a bit, revealing the delicate skin around her knees. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over her but quickly moved away, only reaching out to help her up when she stood up. In the afternoon, Su Qingying had already prepared the art studio. Light purple gauze curtains hung from the ceiling, and a black grand piano stood in the corner, with several white lilies beside it. She had changed into a white lace dress, the hem of which was embroidered with delicate musical note patterns. Her hair was styled in a low bun, revealing her fair and slender neck. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, watching Su Qingying walk to the piano and sit down. She took a deep breath, her fingertips landing on the keys, and a melodious tune instantly filled the studio. It was Bach's Minuet in G major, with a soothing rhythm and a gentle tenderness. As she played, she occasionally glanced at Lin Yuan, her eyes glistening with tears, her cheeks swaying gently with the melody. As the music ended, a brief silence fell over the studio. Su Qingying stood up, walked to Lin Yuan, and gently gripped the hem of her skirt with her fingers. "Are you all right?" "I practiced for a long time." Lin Yuan reached out and gestured for her to sit beside him. "It's beautiful, better than any version I've ever heard." His fingertips brushed against her hair, carrying a faint warmth. Su Qingying's body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Lan Yanran stood at the entrance of the art studio, holding an exquisite gift box in her hand, a golf commemorative badge she had specially prepared for Lin Yuan. She then saw Su Qingying leaning against Lin Yuan. Her grip on the gift box tightened, a complex emotion flashing in her silver eyes, but she still stepped inside. "This is for you, to commemorate today's golf game." Lin Yuan took the gift box, opened it, and saw a badge engraved with his initials inside. He looked up at Lan Yanran and said, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." He pinned the badge to his collar and then looked at Su Qingying. "Your performance deserves a reward too." He took out a small pearl hairpin from his pocket and gently placed it in Su Qingying's hair. "It suits you very well." Su Qingying's cheeks flushed instantly, and she gently touched the hairpin with her fingertips. "Thank you." As Lang Yanran watched this scene, the complexity in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of understanding. She knew that this kind of double companionship was perhaps the balance Lin Yuan wanted. As night fell, the three sat on the carpet in the art studio, drinking red wine. Lang Yanran would occasionally recount amusing anecdotes from the golf course, Su Qingying would add details about the concert, and Lin Yuan would interject occasionally. The atmosphere was harmonious, a far cry from the tense atmosphere they had shared earlier. Lang Yanran's birthday was in early autumn. Just as dawn broke, a light mist drifted outside the villa on the mountaintop. After getting up, she habitually went to the dressing room, her fingertips brushing against the light gray tracksuit hanging there. In the end, she chose a beige business suit instead. She had planned to go to the company today to handle the patent application for Oracle technology and hadn't intended to mention her birthday. When he came downstairs, Lin Yuan was already sitting at the breakfast table, toying with the golf badge in his hand. The badge was a gift from Lang Yanran, with Lin Yuan's initials engraved on the front. At this moment, he was stroking the back with his fingertips, where a string of small numbers was engraved Lang Yanran's birthday. She hadn't mentioned it at the time, treating it as just a regular memento. Not going to the company today? Lang Yanran pulled out a chair and sat down, her silver eyes avoiding Lin Yuan's gaze, afraid of revealing her nervousness. She wore light makeup today, with a light pink lipstick on her lips, making her look less sharp and more gentle. Lin Yuan tucked the badge back into his collar and looked up at her. We went to the golf course today, and you taught me how to save shots from bunkers. His tone was gentle yet firm. Let your assistant handle company matters first. Lang Yanran paused, her silver eyes brightening, but she still stubbornly insisted, saving from a sand trap is very difficult, you might not be able to learn it. Despite saying that, she quickly finished her breakfast, went upstairs to change into her previous light gray sportswear, a fitted top that accentuated her slender waist, knee-length shorts that revealed her straight and shapely legs, and white golf shoes that made a soft sound as they stepped on the floor. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the hillside golf course. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the scent of pine and cypress mixed with the fragrance of grass wafted over. Lang Yanran took out a sand bunker club from her bag and handed it to Lin Yuan, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his palm. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart and keep your center of gravity low. Lin Yuan took the cue stick, deliberately adopting a somewhat awkward posture. Lang Yanran walked forward helplessly, stood behind him, and reached out to adjust his arm position. Her chest gently pressed against his back, her silver hair brushing against his neck. You really didn't learn it well. Lin Yuan turned around, looked at her trembling lips, and reached out to brush a grain of sand from her hair. Teach me again. This time, Lang Yanran moved even closer, almost pressed against Lin Yuan's side. She held his hand and swung her club together, the white ball flying precisely out of the bunker and landing in the center of the green. Both of them froze at the same time. Lang Yanran was about to step back when Lin Yuan grabbed her wrist and said softly, "Today is your birthday, right?" The number on the back of the badge. Lang Yanran's body stiffened instantly, her silver eyes widening suddenly, glistening with tears. She had never imagined that Lin Yuan would notice that small string of numbers, much less that he would remember it. Before, on her birthdays, she was either working overtime alone in the office or attending family social events. No one had ever truly cared. Lang Yanran's voice trembled slightly, her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. Her eyes reddened, her previous icy aura vanished, leaving only vulnerability as she let her guard down. Lin Yuan released her wrist, took out a small box from his pocket. Inside was a thin silver chain with a miniature golf ball pendant. Happy birthday. He reached out and put the silver chain around Lang Yanran's neck, his fingertips gently brushing against her collarbone. Every year on your birthday from now on, I'll play golf with you. Lang Yanran looked down at the silver chain around her neck, tears finally welling up in her eyes. They weren't tears of sadness, but rather the warmth of being valued. She looked up, her silver eyes reflecting Lin Yuan's image, and for the first time, a genuine, soft smile appeared on her face. Thank you. At noon, Su Qingying sent a message saying that she had prepared a birthday cake for Lang Yanran and that it had been delivered to the golf course's rest area. When Lang Yanran saw the message, she was not as wary as before, and instead said to Lin Yuan, "Let's eat together, her cake is very good." In the glass-enclosed rest area, Su Qingying's cake was light blue, decorated with tiny golf balls and piano keys drawn in cream, a gesture that remembered Lang Yanran's hobbies while also bearing her own mark. The three sat around the table, and Lang Yanran cut the first slice for Lin Yuan, then another for Su Qingying, her silver eyes showing a rare gentleness. Chapter 108, The Gentle Prologue of Coffee Aroma and Piano Music. As the morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the mountaintop villa, Lang Yanran quietly slipped into the kitchen. She wore a beige silk loungewear dress, the hem reaching her calves, revealing her feet in beige cotton slippers embroidered with tiny cloud patterns. A note was stuck to the refrigerator, a note she had secretly jotted down the night before Lin Yuan's favorite iced Americano, made with Colombian beans, 2 parts ice and 1 part sugar, at 4C. She took coffee beans from the cupboard, her hands trembling as she poured half a cup, but she didn't control her strength, and the beans spilled all over the floor. Lang Yanran squatted down to pick them up, the hem of her white loungewear dress trailing on the ground, a few coffee beans stuck to it. She bit her lip, her fingertips frantically picking at the beans, when suddenly she heard familiar footsteps. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan's voice carried the languidness of someone just waking up. He was wearing black silk pajamas. He walked to Lang Yanran's side and bent down to help her pick up beans. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her hand, feeling its warmth. "Want to learn how to make an iced Americano?" Lang Yanran's ears instantly turned red. She turned her head away, pretending to sort coffee beans. "I just saw you drink it all the time, so I thought I'd give it a try." Even so, she still obediently took out the coffee machine, but didn't know how to adjust the water temperature. Lin Yuan walked over, took her hand from behind, and pressed the button together. "The water temperature needs to be preheated to 92 before extracting the coffee." His chest pressed gently against Lang Yanran's back, his breath brushing against her ear. "Add the sugar after the coffee is cooled down a bit, otherwise it won't dissolve." Lang Yanran stiffened, her silver eyes filled with panic, but she didn't look away. This close proximity made her heart pound as if it were about to explode. After the iced Americano was ready, Lin Yuan took the glass, took a sip, and smiled slightly. "It's a little worse than Su Qingying's, but it's already very good for the first time." Lang Yanran's face instantly turned red, and she reached out to snatch the glass away. "If it doesn't taste good, don't drink it." But Lin Yuan held her wrist and brought the glass to her lips. "You should try it too." The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Su Qingying's studio, casting lace-like dappled light on the floor. Warm yellow wall lamps illuminated the room, and a sandalwood diffuser in the corner emitted a soft, white mist. Fresh white lilies sat beside a black grand piano. Su Qingying wore a white lace dress, the hem embroidered with delicate musical notes. Her hair was styled in a low bun, secured by a pearl hairpin, a gift from Lin Yuan, which she wore with special care. "You've come." Su Qingying's eyes softened when she saw Lin Yuan walk in. She sat down at the piano and gently placed her fingertips on the keys. "I've just practiced Chopin's Nocturne. I'll play it for you." The music flowed gently, carrying a touch of melancholy and tenderness. As Su Qingying played, she occasionally glanced at Lin Yuan, noticing his gaze fixed on her hairpin. A blush rose to her cheeks, but her fingers remained focused, even more so than before. When the piece ended, the studio was so quiet you could hear the soft hum of the aromatherapy diffuser. "Do you like it?" Su Qingying stood up, walked to Lin Yuan, and gently touched the hairpin with her fingertips. "I wore it specially." Lin Yuan reached out, his fingertips tracing the pearls on the hairpin. "It's very beautiful, and you play the zither well too." Su Qingying's body trembled slightly, but she took half a step closer, her breath carrying a faint scent of lilies. The niche art exhibition was tucked away in an alley in the old town over the weekend. The exhibition hall was small, filled with impressionist paintings. Lin Yuan had booked the entire hall, and Lang Yanran and Su Qingying entered from opposite sides. Lang Yanran wore a simple smoky gray dress that reached her ankles, paired with silver stilettos, her silver eyes calmly scanning the paintings. Su Qingying wore a light purple dress, carrying a small violin case, her face beaming with anticipation. "The handling of light and shadow in this painting is excellent," Lang Yanran said softly, standing in front of a painting titled Lake in Morning Mist. Lin Yuan walked to her side and pointed to the lake in the painting. "It's very similar to the morning mist at your golf course." A smile flashed in Lang Yanran's silver eyes, and she was no longer as reserved as before. In the latter half of the art exhibition, the lights came on the small stage in the center of the exhibition hall. Su Qingying walked up with her violin. As she tuned the strings, her gaze swept over Lang Yanran, who nodded at her. This was the first time the two had interacted so peacefully. As the violin music began, Lang Yanran walked to Lin Yuan's side and said softly, "She played very well, even better than her piano performance last time." Lin Yuan grasped Lang Yanran's hand, looked at Su Qingying on the stage, and smiled faintly. The sound of the piano flowed around the walls of the exhibition hall, and the aroma of coffee still lingered on their fingertips. The gentleness of this day, like a thin veil, softly enveloped the distance between the three of them. Lin Yuan sat in the leather chair of his top-floor office at Sky Dome Group, his fingertips tracing the agenda for the Oracle Technology launch event. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host's emotional bond with Lang Yanran and Su Qingying has deepened. Temperament value panel unlocked. A virtual screen unfolded before him, displaying the current level of synergy, 35% initial collaboration stage. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. 35% synergy was just right for using tasks to advance the collaboration. He picked up his phone and sent messages to Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, asking them to come to the conference room in half an hour. Lang Yanran was the first to arrive. She wore a custom-made charcoal gray suit skirt, a white silk blouse underneath, a pearl brooch at the collar, and silver stilettos, her steps steady. As she entered the conference room, her silver eyes held a hint of doubt. What do you want with us? Wasn't the press conference agenda already set? There's a new task. Lin Yuan pointed to the chair opposite him. Prepare souvenirs for the press conference. You'll all be in charge. Su Qingying then walked in, wearing a light purple silk dress that reached her ankles, beige satin flat, but the gift is the first business card of Divine Oracle technology, so we can't compromise on it. Su Qingying insisted, adding a few more strokes to the drawing paper with her pen. I can ask a friend's workshop to make the packaging box, which will reduce the cost and simplify the enamel pattern. The two argued for half an hour, neither convincing the other. Lang Yanran leaned back in her chair, her silver eyes weary. Su Qingying looked down at the design drawings, her fingertips slightly curled. Just then, Su Qingying suddenly looked up. How about this? The pen will be matte black, with a mini double helix pattern engraved only on the cap using laser engraving. It's cheaper than enamel. The packaging box will be light gray silk, and I'll embroider the Oracle logo in fine silver thread on the lid. What do you think? Lang Yanran looked at the revised design on the drawing, her fingertips pausing on the table. Can the precision of laser engraving be guaranteed? I'll have someone from the technical department handle it. She took out her phone, dialed the technical department's number, and her tone was a little gentler than before. Find me a laser engraving expert who can engrave patterns as small as 0.5 millimeters on metal. Su Qingying watched her make the phone call and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I can get the silk sample for the packaging box tomorrow. The embroidery thread will be silver gray, to match the fountain pen. She took out her phone and sent a message to her friend at the workshop to confirm the color of the embroidery thread and the production time. For the next 3 days, the two worked together seamlessly. Lang Yanran was responsible for contacting pen manufacturers and laser engraving experts, keeping a close eye on the progress of the samples every day. Su Qingying, on the other hand, went to the workshops to adjust the texture of the silk and the density of the embroidery thread. On the afternoon of the third day, they took the samples to Lin Yuan's office together. Lang Yanran handed over a fountain pen. The miniature double helix pattern on the cap was exquisite yet understated. Su Qingying opened the silk packaging box. The silver gray embroidery thread shimmered softly under the light. Lin Yuan picked up the pen and the box, and a system notification sounded in his mind, detected that Lang Yanran and Su Qingying have completed the task collaboratively. Their synergy has increased to 52% intermediate collaboration stage. Very good. Lin Yuan looked at the two of them. Better than I expected. A hint of pride flashed in Lang Yanran's silver eyes, and Su Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly for the first time. They had reached an agreement without Lin Yuan's guidance. Chapter 109 Cooperation Intent and Winery Leisure. The day after the Oracle Technology launch event, a special visitor arrived at the Sky Dome Group's reception hall. Barton, the Asia-Pacific head of a European technology investment company. Dressed in a custom-made suit and carrying a pen as a gift, he got straight to the point. This design is stunning. I'd like to discuss collaboration with the designer. Lin Yuan asked his assistant to invite Lang Yanran and Su Qingying over. Lang Yanran arrived first, wearing a burgundy suit skirt with a black silk shirt underneath, and silver high heels that made a crisp sound on the floor. She walked up to Barton and handed him her business card. I am Lang Yanran, the president of Tianxiang Group, in charge of business cooperation. Su Qingying then walked in, wearing a light purple floral dress that reached her calves and beige flats, holding a sketchbook in her hand. I am Su Qingying, the person in charge of designing the souvenirs. She opened the sketchbook and took out the original design draft of the double helix pattern. This pattern is taken from the genetic sequence of the Divine Oracle technology, symbolizing the fusion of life and technology. Barton's eyes lit up as he looked at the manuscript. We want to develop cultural and creative products with an Oracle theme, targeting the European market. Lang Yanran immediately chimed in. The scope of cooperation can include stationery and home decor. We will provide technology licensing and market data. She took out her tablet and showed Sky Dome's European distribution resources. We have an advantage in distribution channels, but the key is design copyright and profit sharing. Barton proposed a profit-sharing ratio, and Lang Yanran frowned slightly. This ratio is lower than the industry standard. The value of the Oracle's IP is far more than that. Su Qingying added at the right time. In terms of design, we can provide continuous iteration, such as updating the patterns every quarter to increase the product repurchase rate, which can improve the profit margin. The two women, one firm and the other gentle, maintained the bottom line of business, while Su Qingying emphasized the added value of the design. Barton pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Let's go with your plan and sign the letter of intent first. When signing the contract, Lang Yanran was responsible for the details of the terms, while Su Qingying signed the design attachments. Their fingertips occasionally touched, and there was no longer any awkwardness, only tacit understanding. Lin Yuan stood aside, a system notification ringing in his mind, detected that Lang Yanran and Su Qingying are working together efficiently. Their tacit understanding has increased to 65% advanced collaboration stage. After the signing ceremony, Lin Yuan said with a smile, "To celebrate, I'll take you to a private winery to relax." The winery is nestled in a valley on the outskirts of the city, with vineyards stretching down the hillside and white picnic mats laid out on the lawn. Lang Yanran changed into a champagne-colored halter neck dress that reached her ankles, paired with silver strappy sandals. Her silver eyes swept over the wine rack, choose Cabernet Sauvignon, heavy in tannins, perfect for pairing with steak. Su Qingying wore a light purple floral dress and carried a bamboo basket containing tableware. I chose Riesling white wine, it's sweet and smooth, perfect for pairing with dessert. She picked up a bottle of white wine, the label showing the winery's vintage. This one is 5 years old, the taste is even smoother. Lin Yuan asked the butler to bring both bottles of wine, and the three of them walked to the picnic mat on the lawn. When Lang Yanran sat down, her skirt spread out on the lawn like a thin veil. Su Qingying squatted down to set the table, and the hem of her floral dress rose up a little, revealing her slender ankles. Lin Yuan opened the Cabernet Sauvignon and poured a glass for Lang Yanran. The wine you chose really suits you. Lang Yanran took the glass, her fingertips touching the coolness of the glass, a faint smile appearing in her silver eyes. Sometimes you need to relax too. Su Qingying handed Lin Yuan a glass of white wine, her fingertips lightly brushing against his palm. Try this, it goes perfectly with strawberry tart. Lin Yuan took it, looking at the tenderness in her eyes, and took a sip, sweeter than I expected. Lang Yanran cut a piece of steak and handed it to Lin Yuan. Try it with Cabernet Sauvignon. Su Qingying picked up a strawberry tart and placed it in Lin Yuan's other hand, and pair it with this. The two acted naturally, without vying for attention, only sharing in tacit understanding. The setting sun cast its golden light on the vineyard, bathing the three of them in its glow. Lang Yanran leaned against the picnic mat, gazing at the distant mountains. Su Qingying sat beside Lin Yuan, softly recounting the winery's history. Lin Yuan occasionally interjected, his gaze shifting between the two, the air filled with a relaxed warmth. Lin Yuan sat in the study of the mountaintop villa, his fingertips tracing the latest test report of the Oracle technology. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. System prompt, unlock the ultimate tacit understanding challenge mission, jointly prepare for the Oracle Technology Achievement Exhibition, which requires the integration of commercial display and artistic presentation. If the tacit understanding value reaches the standard 80%, the exclusive collaboration skill will be unlocked. On the virtual screen, the words, current synergy value, 65% advanced collaboration stage, flashed. Lin Yuan put away the report, picked up his phone, and sent messages to Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, asking them to meet in the study in half an hour. Lang Yanran was the first to arrive. She wore a smoky gray suit skirt with a light blue silk blouse underneath. The collar was undone, adorned only with a small silver button instead of a pearl brooch. Her silver high heels clicked softly on the carpet, their sound less pronounced than usual. A results exhibition? Is this a formal demonstration of the practical applications of Divine Oracle? She walked to the desk, her silver eyes scrutinizing her professionally. I need to review the client list first. We'll focus on inviting core companies in the medical and technology sectors. Su Qingying then entered, wearing a beige knitted long dress with a double helix pattern woven with fine silver threads on the hem, beige suede flats, and carrying a sketchbook. The visuals of the exhibition should fit the Oracle's theme of life sciences. She opened the sketchbook and took out a sketch. The exhibition area can use gradient blue as the main color, paired with silver metal display stands, like a space surrounded by gene chains. Lin Yuan nodded and pushed the exhibition area floor plan in front of the two of them. The exhibition area is in the Tianqiang Group's convention center, with an area of 150 square meters, which is 50 square meters less than expected. He looked at the two of them. Lang Yanran is in charge of the commercial section, customer invitation, planning of the technical explanation area, and display of practical application cases. Su Qingying is in charge of the art section, overall design of the exhibition area, visual presentation, and arrangement of the interactive experience area. The next morning, Lang Yanran and Su Qingying went to the convention center for a site visit. In the empty exhibition area, sunlight streamed through the skylights. Lang Yanran, holding a laser rangefinder, measured the dimensions of each area. The technical explanation area needs 20 square meters, with 3 display screens and at least 15 customer seats. She drew a flow of traffic in her notebook. Customers enter from the entrance, first look at the case studies, then go to the explanation area, and finally the interactive area. Su Qingying, carrying a sketchbook, walked around the exhibition area, quickly sketching with a pencil. At the entrance, we can put a 5-meter-high double-helix metal installation, using light projection technology to display the genetic sequence of the oracle. In the interactive area, we can put a ground projection, where customers will see ripples of genetic data when they step on it. But 150 square meters is not enough. Lang Yanran put down the rangefinder and frowned slightly. The technical explanation area and case display area will take up 80 square meters, and the interactive area will take up at least 30 square meters. The remaining space is not enough to put the double helix device, and the customer flow will be too cramped. Su Qingying put down her pen, walked to Lang Yanran's side, and pointed to the sketch. The space can be used in layers. The double helix device can be suspended in the air at a height of 3 meters, so as not to affect the movement of customers. The interactive area can be reduced to 20 square meters and placed in the corner of the exhibition area. Customers can walk around the explanation area, which can save 10 square meters. Hanging it in the air will affect the customer's view of the details of the device, Lang Yanran retorted, pointing her finger at the device's location. Besides, 3 meters is too high, it will tire the customer's head. She adjusted the data, lowering the device height to 2.5 meters and reducing the width to 3 meters will preserve the details without obstructing the view. Looking at the adjusted dimensions, Su Qingying made some changes to the sketch of the interactive area with her pen. The interactive area has been reduced to 18 square meters. I'll make the projection area a long strip and place it along the edge of the customer's movement path so it doesn't take up much space. She looked up at Lang Yanran. The display screen in the technical explanation area can be embedded in the exhibition wall to save floor space for seating. The two stopped arguing and instead complimented each other's points. Lang Yanran took out her phone and called the construction team at the convention center. The aerial display stand needs to be able to support 500 kilograms, be 2.5 meters high, and be installed by next Wednesday. Su Qingying marked the dimensions of the display wall on the sketch. The display wall should be 15 centimeters thick, with 3 55-inch screens embedded in it, and the screens should be spaced 1.5 meters apart. For the next week, the two of them spent every day at the convention center. Lang Yanran spent her days meeting with clients and confirming attendance lists, and her evenings reviewing the presentation content with the technical team. Su Qingying spent her days overseeing the construction team setting up the exhibition stands, and her evenings checking the lighting effects of the double helix installation in the workshop. One evening, Lang Yanran was working overtime until 7 o'clock when she noticed Su Qingying still adjusting the lighting angles of the installation in the exhibition area. She went over and handed her a cup of hot coffee. "Don't adjust it anymore, eat first, we'll do it tomorrow." Su Qingying took the coffee, her fingertips touching the warmth of the cup, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Adjust it for another 10 minutes. If the lighting angle isn't right, the projection will be blurry." Lang Yanran didn't leave, standing beside her watching her adjust it, occasionally reminding her, "Raise it 10 degrees to the left, so it faces the entrance, and customers can see it as soon as they come in." Lin Yuan would occasionally come to the exhibition area, but most of the time he just stood in a corner and observed. Once, he saw Lang Yanran helping Su Qingying hold the design drawing, and Su Qingying was making corrections on the drawing with a pen. The two of them were very close, and the sunlight shone on them. A system notification sounded in his mind, detected that Lang Yanran and Su Qingying are cooperating to optimize the plan. The tacit understanding value has increased to 73%. 3 days before the opening, the basic structure of the exhibition area was completed. The double helix installation in the air was lit with pale blue light, the screens on the exhibition walls played technical videos of the oracle on a loop, and the ground projection in the interactive area would ripple with silver when stepped on. Lang Yanran stood in the explanation area, adjusting the microphone. "We've added 5 more customer seats, and 3 more companies confirmed their attendance yesterday." Su Qingying walked to her side, holding a silver velvet tablecloth in her hand. "Use this to cover the explanation platform, it matches the color of the double helix device." She reached out and spread the tablecloth on the explanation platform, her fingertips accidentally touching Lang Yanran's hand. Both of them paused for a moment, then quickly moved away, without any awkwardness, only naturalness. The day before the opening, the three stood at the entrance of the exhibition area. Lin Yanran looked at the customer flow map and nodded, "No problem, customers won't be crowded from the entrance to the explanation area and then to the interactive area." Su Qingying looked at the lights of the double helix installation and said with a smile, "The effect is even better at night, like a suspended gene chain." Lin Yuan looked at them, and a system notification sounded in his mind, detected that Lin Yanran and Su Qingying have completed the preparations for the Divine Oracle Achievement Exhibition, and their tacit understanding has increased to 85% perfect collaboration stage. The exclusive collaboration skill, collaborative prediction, has been unlocked. It can predict the needs of the other party in collaboration and improve efficiency. Lin Yanran seemed to sense something and turned to Su Qingying. "There will be many customers tomorrow, so you'll be in charge of keeping an eye on the interactive area. I'm worried someone might make a mistake." Su Qingying immediately nodded. "I know, don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to guide them." The two didn't communicate, but it was as if they had planned it in advance, which was the initial manifestation of the collaborative prediction skill. As night deepened, the lights in the exhibition area gradually illuminated. A pale blue double helix installation floated in the air, ripples spread across the interactive area with each step, and technical videos played softly on the exhibition walls. The three stood in the center of the exhibition area, silent, only the light reflecting off their faces, the air filled with the peace and warmth of collaboration. Chapter 110: The double warmth of the study late at night. On the opening day of the Oracle Technology Achievements Exhibition, the Sky Dome Convention Center was bustling with activity. Lin Yanran, dressed in a charcoal gray suit skirt over a white silk blouse, her silver high heels clicking on the smooth floor, was guiding the first group of medical enterprise clients to the technology explanation area. Her silver eyes held a professional calmness, and she occasionally raised a hand to tidy a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements swift and efficient. The Oracle's gene editing accuracy reaches 99.8%, these are clinical data. Lin Yanran pointed to the charts on the display screen. Suddenly, the voice of the security captain came through the earpiece. "President Lang, there is a suspicious client at the entrance. His identity matches the portrait of a Freemason peripheral member." Almost simultaneously, Su Qingying sent a message. She was wearing a light purple dress and was adjusting the lights next to the double helix device, her fingertips rapidly tapping on her phone. Intelligence network confirmed that the other party is carrying a micro storage device, and the target is the core data in the technical explanation area. Without pausing, Lin Yanran smiled and said to the client, "Regarding clinical applications, we have 3 case studies. Why don't we go to the case study area first?" She deliberately slowed down, guiding the client away from the explanation area, while glancing at the suspicious client out of the corner of her eye. The man was wearing a gray suit and was trying to approach the computer in the explanation area. Su Qingying put down her phone and walked over to the suspicious customer, holding the design drawings in her hand. "Sir, are you interested in the design of the double helix device? Here are the detailed drawings, I can explain them to you." She deliberately blocked the other person's view and secretly pressed the alarm hidden in her sleeve. It was a signal agreed upon in advance with security, located 5 meters to the right of the explanation area. It was collaborative prediction that allowed her to accurately choose this inconspicuous location. The suspicious client tried to push Su Qingying away, but Lin Yanran stepped forward in time. "Sir, you are the European client introduced by Barton, right? We can discuss the details of the cooperation in the meeting room first. I'll have my assistant prepare the technical documents for you." Her tone was natural, yet carried an aura that left no room for refusal, leading the other party away from the computer. "No need, I was just browsing." The suspicious customer tried to slip away, but found that security personnel had already approached from both sides, forming a perimeter. In the end, the person was taken away from the exhibition area, the micro storage device still unused. Lin Yuan stood in the corner, a system notification ringing in his mind, detected that Lin Yanran and Su Qingying cooperated to resolve the crisis. Their tacit understanding value increased to 90% perfect cooperation plus stage. After the exhibition, Barton brought an important guest, Hansen, the head of a German technology company. Hansen shook Lin Yanran's hand. "We'd like to collaborate on medical, cultural and creative products with an Oracle theme, covering the European market." Lin Yanran immediately took out her tablet. "We can divide the business framework into 3 stages: licensing, production, and sales. Profit sharing will be 5% higher than the industry standard, because the Oracle's IP has a higher added value." Su Qingying sat to the side and opened her sketchbook. "For the localized design for the German market, I will incorporate Bavarian embroidery elements, such as embroidering simplified double helixes on medical stationery, using local favorites like dark green and gold. She looked up at Lang Yanran. However, the embroidery cost will be 3% higher, so we need to confirm whether it's within the budget. Lang Yanran immediately replied, the budget can be adjusted. I've reserved 10% for cultural adaptation within the framework, which will just cover that part of the cost. The two hadn't communicated beforehand, but it was as if they had planned it in advance. Collaborative foresight made Lang Yanran anticipate that cultural design might increase costs, and Su Qingying also knew that Lang Yanran would consider budget flexibility. During the video conference, Hansen praised the design proposal highly. I didn't expect you could balance culture and cost. Lang Yanran added, we will provide patent protection simultaneously to prevent counterfeits from appearing in the European market. Su Qingying nodded in agreement. The design drafts will be registered with the German Patent Office in advance to ensure exclusivity. After the cooperation was finalized, Lin Yuan said with a smile, as a reward, you'll get a 3-day vacation on a private island in the Maldives. The island's sun shone brightly, and white parasols were spread out on the beach. Lang Yanran changed into a peacock blue swimsuit, with a matching sheer overlay that reached her thighs. She wore silver flip-flops and carried her diving gear. I want to try deep-sea diving. It'll be my first time. Su Qingying sat under a parasol, wearing a light pink floral dress, and handed over a scuba diving tutorial. I checked the guide yesterday. These are the basic movements. Take a look first to avoid being nervous. She had anticipated that Lang Yanran would want to try something new and had prepared the tutorial in advance. Lang Yanran took the tutorial, her fingertips touching Su Qingying's hand. Thank you. How did you know I wanted to go diving? Su Qingying smiled. You kept staring at the underwater projection in the interactive area when you were at the exhibition, so I guessed you liked underwater activities. In the afternoon, Lang Yanran returned from her deep-sea dive and sat wearily on a beach chair. Su Qingying handed her chilled coconut water. Tired? I just had the kitchen make a fruit salad. At that moment, Lang Yanran suddenly said, it's almost sunset. Didn't you want to photograph the island sunset? If you don't go now, you'll miss it. She remembered that Su Qingying had mentioned wanting to photograph the sunset before leaving and had checked the local sunset time in advance. This was also a tacit understanding of collaborative foresight. Without the other person saying anything, they remembered the request. Su Qingying's eyes lit up, and she pulled Lang Yanran towards the beach. Lin Yuan stood on the villa's terrace, watching their backs as a system notification sounded in his mind, detected daily collaboration between Lang Yanran and Su Qingying. Their tacit understanding is stable at 90%. The setting sun dyed the sea golden. Lang Yanran held the camera for Su Qingying, who adjusted the angle. Their shadows were very close on the beach, without the previous distance, only natural intimacy. When the light in the study on the top floor of the Sky Dome Group had been on for 11 hours, Lin Yuan finally stopped typing. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his eyes bloodshot. There had been a minor hiccup in the European patent registration for Oracle technology, requiring him to review over 300 pages of legal documents overnight. This was already his third consecutive day of working overtime. The night outside the window was so dark it seemed impenetrable. The only sounds in the study were the soft hum of the air conditioner and the rustling of documents. Lin Yuan picked up a glass of cold water from the table and took a sip. Just as he was about to continue reading, he heard very light footsteps outside the door. It was Lang Yanran. She wore a beige silk loungewear dress that reached her calves, revealing a pair of feet in beige cotton slippers embroidered with tiny cloud patterns. She carried a thermal food container, walking very quietly, afraid of disturbing the person inside. I know you're prone to stomach problems when you work overtime, so I had the kitchen prepare something light. She walked to the desk, opened the container, and inside were steaming millet porridge and 2 baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings. The millet porridge was cooked for 2 hours, and the shrimp dumplings were freshly steamed. They won't taste good when they're cold. Lin Yuan looked at the contents of the food box, the weariness in his eyes fading slightly. He remembered mentioning before that eating greasy food while working overtime would give him a stomachache, but he hadn't expected Lang Yanran to remember it. Just leave it here, I'll eat after I finish this page. He reached out to take the food box, but Lang Yanran pressed his hand down. Eat it while it's hot. 10 minutes won't make a difference with the documents. It'll be more troublesome if you get hungry. Her tone carried its usual firmness, but the coldness of her professional demeanor had vanished, replaced by a subtle gentleness. Just as the two were talking, the study door was gently pushed open again. Su Qingying walked in, wearing a light purple knit sweater, matching wide leg pants, and light gray soft-soled slippers. She carried a pot of vibrant green mint and a small desk lamp. The study light was too bright, so I changed it to a warm white light that won't hurt your eyes. She walked to the corner of the desk, quietly replaced the old lamp, and placed the mint next to Lin Yuan. Mint can refresh you. You said you get sleepy when working overtime. Lin Yuan looked at the mint beside him and the newly replaced desk lamp. The warm yellow light shining on the documents was indeed much softer than the previous cold white light. Before he could speak, Lang Yanran had already picked up the millet porridge and handed it to him. Drink the porridge first. Su Qingying will keep an eye on the lamp for you, so the light doesn't shine into your eyes. Su Qingying walked over to the desk lamp, adjusted the angle so that the light fell just on the documents, neither too bright nor too dim. This should be just right, you try it. Her movements were as light as a breeze, as if she was afraid of disturbing Lin Yuan's meal. Lin Yuan took the bowl of porridge and sipped it slowly. The millet porridge was soft and sticky, with a faint aroma of rice, and the shrimp dumplings were filled with fresh ingredients, which just eased the emptiness in his stomach. He looked up and saw Lang Yanran standing by the table, her silver eyes filled with attention, but she didn't urge him. Su Qingying was sitting on the sofa next to him, holding a sketchbook, not saying a word, only occasionally glancing at him, afraid that he might need something. You don't need to wait for me here, go and rest first. Lin Yuan swallowed the last mouthful of porridge and handed the bowl to Lang Yanran. I'll look at the documents for another hour. Lang Yanran took the bowl and shook her head. I'll wait in the living room. Call me if you need anything. She knew Lin Yuan didn't like being disturbed, so she didn't say she'd stay any longer, only that she'd stay in the living room, giving him plenty of space. Su Qingying also got up. I'll change the water in the mint pot and come back to check on it later, make sure it doesn't wilt. The two walked out of the study together. Lang Yanran was carrying a food box, and Su Qingying was carrying an empty flower pot. When they met at the door, Lang Yanran nodded slightly, and Su Qingying returned the gesture with a faint smile. They didn't say anything more, but it was as if they had agreed beforehand. They both wanted Lin Yuan to work overtime in peace, but were also afraid that no one would be there when he needed them. Lin Yuan watched their retreating figures, then lowered his head to continue reading the documents. The warm yellow light fell on the pages, the refreshing scent of mint wafted into his nostrils, and a warm feeling filled his stomach. His previous fatigue seemed to have dissipated considerably. He flipped through the documents a little faster, but a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. These two women always remembered his needs clearly in their own ways, without any competition, only silent protection. Half an hour later, Su Qingying quietly entered the study, changed the water to mint-infused water, and poured Lin Yuan a glass of warm water, placing it beside him without disturbing him. She then turned and quietly left. 20 minutes later, Lang Yanran came from the living room, stood at the study door for a while, and seeing that Lin Yuan was still engrossed in reading documents, she didn't go in. Instead, she pushed the slightly ajar door open to block out the light. When Lin Yuan finally finished reading the last page of the document and looked at his watch, it was already 1 a.m. He got up, stretched, and walked into the living room. He saw Lang Yanran asleep on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. Su Qingying was also asleep on the single sofa next to her, holding an unfinished book in her hand. Lin Yuan tiptoed over, picked up a blanket, and covered Su Qingying with it. Lang Yanran was startled awake by the noise, rubbing her eyes. Finished watching? Her voice was hoarse from just waking up. I'll go get you a glass of warm milk. Su Qingying also woke up and looked at Lin Yuan. Would you like some fruit? I cut some and put it in the refrigerator. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. No need, you should get some rest too. He looked at the two women in front of him who had stayed up all night waiting for him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Their concern was never grand or dramatic, but rather hidden in these details of the late night, surrounding him quietly and firmly. Chapter 111: The warmth of the night and the tenderness before bed. In the study at 1 a.m, the warm yellow light of the desk lamp fell on the open patent documents. Lin Yuan rubbed his aching shoulders, his fingertips pressing on his stiff muscles. 3 consecutive nights of staying up late had left him exhausted. Even lifting his arm felt like a chore. The night breeze outside the window blew through the curtains, bringing a touch of coolness. He was just about to get up to close the window when he heard familiar footsteps behind him. It was Lang Yanran. She was wearing a beige silk loungewear dress, the hem reaching her calves, revealing a pair of feet in beige cotton slippers, the cloud pattern embroidery on the shoes shimmering softly under the light. Your shoulders are sore again? She walked behind Lin Yuan, and before he could answer, her fingertips were already gently resting on his shoulders and neck. Did you forget to do the relaxation exercises I taught you before? Her fingertips applied just the right amount of pressure, avoiding the bones and only massaging the taut muscles, her movements more practiced than last time. She remembered Lin Yuan's comment that a massage that was too light wouldn't be effective. Lin Yuan relaxed, leaning back in his chair, clearly feeling the warmth of her palms seeping through his thin shirt, carrying a faint scent of gardenias. More comfortable than last time, he said softly, the weariness in his eyes fading slightly. I know you're working overtime and don't take care of yourself. Lin Yanran's fingertips moved down and pressed below his shoulder blade. Just bear with it a little longer, it won't hurt after you're done massaging. Her breath gently brushed behind Lin Yuan's ear, carrying a hint of tenderness that was hard to detect. Gone was the sharpness of the CEO during the day, only her care for him remained. Just then, the study door was gently pushed open, and Su Qingying walked in. She was wearing a light purple knit sweater, matching wide leg pants, and light gray soft-soled slippers. She was carrying a light gray velvet cushion, embroidered with tiny double helix patterns, the design she had previously created for the oracle, which she had specially made into a cushion. You always lean back, this cushion will make you more comfortable. She walked to Lin Yuan's side, bent down and placed a cushion behind his back, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his waistline. Her soft-soled slippers made no sound on the carpet. This way your back won't be so tense all the time. Su Qingying's voice was very soft, afraid of disturbing Lin Yanran's massage. She just stood by, occasionally glancing at Lin Yuan's expression to make sure the cushion was in the right position. Lin Yuan leaned back against the cushions, the soft touch enveloping his waist and abdomen. Lin Yanran's massage on his shoulders was just the right amount of pressure, and the faint scent of mint emanating from Su Qingying she had just changed the water filled his nostrils. His previous fatigue seemed to be enveloped by this double warmth, slowly dissipating. Okay, no need to massage anymore, it's loosened up. He raised his hand and placed it on the back of Lin Yanran's hand, stopping her movement. You'll get tired if you keep massaging. Lin Yanran withdrew her hand, the warmth of his shoulder and neck still lingering on her fingertips. She didn't say much, but simply picked up the empty glass on the table. I'll go pour you a glass of warm milk, it'll help you sleep before bed. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the kitchen, her steps slightly slower than when she came, hiding a hint of barely perceptible joy. He would feel sorry for her being tired, something he hadn't done before. Seeing Lin Yuan about to get up, Su Qingying quickly helped him up, saying, "Be careful, don't stand up suddenly and you'll get dizzy." Her hand gently rested on his arm, her fingertips touching his cuff, the soft touch making her fingertips curl slightly. I'll go draw the curtains, the streetlights outside are too bright, and you're afraid of light when you sleep. Lin Yuan watched Su Qingying walk to the window. Her light purple wide leg pants swayed gently with her movements. As she drew the curtains, she turned slightly to the side, her chestnut hair falling down, a few strands brushing against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. "Thank you," he said softly, his gaze falling on her profile as she carefully adjusted the curtain gaps, a softening in his eyes. When Lin Yanran returned with the warm milk, she saw Su Qingying draw the curtains. She handed the cup to Lin Yuan and then took out a folded nightgown from behind her back, a light gray silk nightgown that she had specially asked the tailor to make last week. She remembered Lin Yuan saying that silk was comfortable to wear and had chosen a loose fit that he liked. "Change into your nightgown before you sleep. Your shirt is too tight during the day." Lin Yuan took the pajamas, his fingertips touching Lin Yanran's hand, which was warm, about the same temperature as the milk. "You two should get some rest too, don't wait for me." He took the pajamas and milk and walked towards the lounge in the inner room of the study, where he would temporarily rest when he worked overtime. The bedding was the light gray that Su Qingying had changed last week, which matched the pajamas perfectly. Lin Yanran and Su Qingying stood there, watching his retreating figure. Lin Yanran said softly, "I added some honey to the milk to help him sleep." Su Qingying nodded, "I left a crack in the curtains so it won't be too dark in the morning." The two didn't speak again, but it was as if they had agreed beforehand. They both remembered his habits and, without deliberately mentioning them, took care of him in every way. Lin Yuan changed into his pajamas and came out to find Lin Yanran tidying up the documents on his desk, and Su Qingying folding his shirt. The two worked in perfect harmony, without arguing, quietly organizing. "Don't bother, I'll do it myself tomorrow." He walked over and placed the empty milk glass on the tray. "Go back to sleep, or you won't have any energy tomorrow." Lin Yanran put down the documents and nodded, "Call us if you need anything, I'm in the next room." Su Qingying also folded the shirt and placed it on the back of the chair. "I changed the mint water to plain water, it'll be refreshing tomorrow." The two walked out of the study together, glanced back at the door, and saw that Lin Yuan had already lain down before gently closing the door. Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard, listening to the fading footsteps outside the door. A system notification sounded in his mind, detected that Lin Yanran and Su Qingying are jointly caring for the host, increasing their tacit understanding to 92%, triggering the exclusive care effect. The host's fatigue level has been greatly reduced. He closed his eyes, the sweet scent of milk and the crispness of mint still lingering in his nose, the warmth on his shoulders and waist still present. His heart felt filled with something, even his dreams became gentle. The mornings at the mountaintop villa always arrive with exceptional gentleness. Sunlight filters through the sheer curtains of the French windows, weaving pale golden patterns on the floor. A faint scent of gardenias wafts in the air. Fresh flowers Lin Yanran had placed in the living room yesterday, saying they smelled wonderful in the morning. When Lin Yuan woke up, the curtains were slightly ajar, just enough to keep the sunlight from being too harsh. Su Qingying had specially adjusted them last night, remembering he was worried that too much brightness would disturb his sleep. He stretched, the light gray silk pajamas he wore still soft to the touch. They were a style Lin Yanran had customized last week, loose yet fitting his body perfectly. As he walked out of the lounge, the corridor was quiet, save for the faint sound of a frying pan coming from the kitchen, mingled with the aroma of roasted coffee beans, whetting one's appetite. Lin Yuan walked along the corridor towards the restaurant, his steps light so as not to disturb the people inside. Just as he turned the corner, he saw two busy figures in the restaurant. Lin Yanran was standing by the kitchen counter, while Su Qingying was setting the tableware. The two worked in perfect harmony, without saying a word, as if they had agreed beforehand, preparing breakfast in an orderly manner. Lin Yanran was wearing a light gray linen suit. The top was cropped, revealing her slender waist, and the bottom was wide-legged knee-length trousers that reached her ankles. She wore beige leather flat shoes with no extra decorations except for a small pearl embroidered on the toe. She was focused on frying a steak, holding tongs in her left hand and adjusting the gas stove's heat with her right. Her fingertips gripped the tongs just right, without puncturing the steak. Lin Yuan had mentioned before that a broken steak would leak juice and not taste good, and she remembered that. Turn the heat down a bit, medium rare is just right. Lin Yanran said softly to the steak in the pan, as if confirming with herself, or perhaps speaking to Su Qingying beside her. On the plate in front of her were 3 slices of steak, their marbling clearly visible. They were Australian Wagyu beef, specially delivered by the purchasing department yesterday, knowing that Lin Yuan liked this breed of meat. Su Qingying stood by the dining table, wearing a light pink cotton dress that reached her calves, revealing her feet in white canvas shoes with neatly tied laces and spotless edges. She held a silver cutlery, arranged in the order Lin Yuan preferred: fork on the left, knife on the right, napkins folded into a fan shape beside the plates, and a small dish of matcha macarons next to each seat. Lin Yuan had mentioned last week that this flavor wasn't too sweet, so she remembered to buy them. The coffee is almost ready. Colombian beans, hot, no ice. Su Qingying looked up at Lin Yanran, her voice soft. The water temperature is 92, as you said, 3 lower than last time, to avoid burning you. She held a pour-over kettle in her hand, the coffee slowly dripping into the bone china cup. The amber liquid flowed down the spout without spilling a drop. She had practiced several times to ensure an even brew. As Lin Yuan reached the restaurant entrance, Lin Yanran had just finished placing the last piece of steak onto a plate, and Su Qingying had also prepared the 3rd cup of coffee. They both looked up at him simultaneously. A gentle glint flashed in Lin Yanran's silver eyes. She didn't speak, but simply picked up her plate and walked towards the table. Su Qingying smiled and said, "Awake? I was just about to call you. The steak is just cooked. It smells better than last time." Lin Yuan walked to the dining table and sat down, the aroma of the steak and the rich coffee filling his nostrils. "You guys got up so early? I know you don't have to work overtime today, so I wanted to give you something hot to eat." Lin Yanran placed the steak in front of Lin Yuan and handed him a silver knife and fork. Her fingertips occasionally touched Lin Yuan's hand, still warm from cooking the steak. "Try it to see if it's done. If not, I'll cook it again." Su Qingying brought over the coffee and placed the cup next to Lin Yuan. The cup was warm, just the right temperature to keep his mouth from burning. "I added a spoonful of sugar. It's not good to drink something too bitter in the morning." Her fingertips brushed against the rim of Lin Yuan's cup, the soft touch making her fingers curl slightly before she quickly withdrew them. She then walked to Lin Yanran's side and took the black pepper shaker from her. "Would you like some black pepper?" "Sprinkle a little, he likes to add flavor." Lin Yanran took the black pepper bottle and gently sprinkled some on Lin Yuan's steak, her movements even, not too much and not too little. Lin Yuan had said last time that too much black pepper would overpower the meat flavor, so she remembered the amount. Lin Yuan cut a small piece of steak and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender, the pink interior was just right, without any blood, and not too tough either. It was his favorite medium rare. "Even better than last time." He looked up at Lin Yanran, a smile in his eyes. "Your technique has improved." Lin Yanran's ear tips turned slightly red as she turned her head to get the bread. "I practiced a few times, afraid you wouldn't be satisfied." She handed over a slice of toast with a thin layer of strawberry jam on it, the low-sugar kind that Lin Yuan liked. "It's not too sweet to eat with this." Su Qingying sat opposite Lin Yuan, holding a macaron in her hand, and handed it to him. try this, it's matcha flavored, and it doesn't have too much sugar. She pinched the edge of the macaron with her fingertips, afraid of breaking it. You said this flavor was good last time, so I bought a lot more. Lin Yuan took the macaron, took a bite, and found it to be rich in matcha flavor with just the right amount of sweetness, not cloying. It's even better than the one I bought last time, he said, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she stirred her coffee. I specifically went to that old shop to buy it, there's a queue. She didn't mention that she had queued up at 6 in the morning, afraid that Lin Yuan would find her troublesome, and simply glossed over it. Lang Yanran sat down next to Lin Yuan, picked up her steak but didn't eat it. She just looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Is there enough coffee? If not, make another cup. There's also hot milk." She remembered that Lin Yuan sometimes drank milk in the morning, so she specially asked the kitchen to keep it warm. "That's enough, this coffee is just right." Lin Yuan took a sip of coffee, the rich flavor coating his tongue, not too bitter, not too sweet, just the taste he liked. "You guys eat too, don't just look at me." Lang Yanran and Su Qingying then picked up their cutlery and began to eat breakfast. The restaurant was quiet, with only the soft clinking of cutlery against plates. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, bathing the three of them in warmth. Lang Yanran would occasionally hand Lin Yuan a tissue, while Su Qingying would refill his coffee. There were no extra words exchanged between them, yet they always offered each other what they needed, their interaction seamless. "Would you like to take a stroll in the garden this afternoon?" Su Qingying suddenly asked, looking at Lin Yuan. "I watered them yesterday, the roses should be blooming by now." She remembered that Lin Yuan had mentioned wanting to check on the roses' growth. Lang Yanran put down her knife and fork and looked at Lin Yuan. "I'm free this afternoon, we can go together, and I'll help you get your camera." She knew Lin Yuan liked to take pictures of flowers, so she made sure the camera was fully charged. Lin Yuan nodded. "Okay, the weather is nice today." He looked at the two women in front of him who were thinking of him, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. They were always like this, remembering his preferences and preparing things in advance without him having to say anything. There was no competition, only deep care. As breakfast was nearing its end, a system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind, detected that Lang Yanran and Su Qingying were preparing breakfast together, cooperating seamlessly to meet the host's needs. The tacit understanding value has increased to 94%, triggering the warm atmosphere effect. The host's happiness value has greatly increased. As Lang Yanran cleared the table, Su Qingying helped her with the tray. As Su Qingying wiped the table, Lang Yanran handed her the dishcloth. The two walked into the kitchen together, and Lin Yuan sat at the dining table watching their backs. The sunlight shone on them, as if they were edged with gold, and the aroma of steak and coffee lingered in the air, making this morning feel exceptionally long and warm. Chapter 112: Private Cinema. As the door to the private cinema opened, warm yellow wall lamps cast dappled light on the floor, and a faint scent of aromatherapy wafted in the air. A cedarwood note that Su Qingying had specially chosen, its comforting aroma even in the dim light. Lin Yuan walked in the middle, with Lang Yanran and Su Qingying on either side. The three of them made their way to the sofa area at the back, their footsteps absorbed by the carpet, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the quiet. Today, Lang Yanran wore a dark blue velvet dress that reached her ankles. The fabric clung to her body, accentuating her slender waist. She wore black strappy sandals with low heels, allowing her to naturally approach Lin Yuan. She walked to Lin Yuan's left, her arm occasionally brushing lightly against his, the smooth texture of the velvet against her skin. She didn't linger, only pausing slightly when they touched, as if it were unintentional. "Which movie do you want to watch?" Lang Yanran looked at the movie list on the wall, her fingertip pointing to the poster for Interstellar. "You said before that you wanted to watch this again." Her voice was softer than usual, lacking the sharpness of the CEO during the day, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lin Yuan had mentioned liking the time-space setting in the movie last time, and she had remembered it for a long time, so she specially asked the theater to reserve the movie. Su Qingying walked to Lin Yuan's right, wearing a beige knitted dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her slender calves. She wore white fluffy slippers, the edges of which were covered in carpet fibers, making them look soft and cozy. She reached out and tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, her fingertips lightly tracing the fabric. "I want to watch Before Sunrise." The dialogue is very gentle, perfect for watching now. As she spoke, she looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, a hint of coquettishness in them, but not over the top, just enough to make it impossible to refuse. Lin Yuan looked at the women on either side of him. On his left, Lang Yanran's fingertips were still resting on the poster, waiting for his response. On his right, Su Qingying's hand was still hooked around his sleeve, the soft touch enveloping her fingertips. Watch both, watch yours first, then hers. He smiled and patted Su Qingying's hand, signaling her to let go. Play your film first, and then we can switch to hers right after you're done. The timing is perfect. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed instantly. When she let go of his hand, the warmth of his sleeve still lingered on her fingertips. She quickly walked to the sofa and pulled out the middle seat for Lin Yuan. You sit here, the view is the best. She deliberately chose a seat to Lin Yuan's right, while Long Yanran naturally sat on the left. The three of them formed a delicate triangle. The sofa was wide enough, yet they could easily touch each other. After the film began, only the light and shadow of the screen and the soft murmur of the dialogue filled the theater. Long Yanran leaned back on the sofa and watched for less than 10 minutes before quietly moving closer to Lin Yuan. Her shoulder gently rested on his arm, and the hem of her velvet dress brushed against his leg, carrying a faint warmth. It's a little cold, she said softly. She wasn't really cold, she just wanted to be closer to him. She remembered him saying in the study last time that it was comfortable to lean on his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. Lang Yanran's silver eyes shone brightly in the light and shadow. She wasn't looking at the screen, but only at his profile. He reached for the blanket beside him and draped it over them both. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her waist, feeling the slender lines beneath the velvet. You won't be cold now. His voice was soft, as if afraid of drowning out the movie dialogue. Su Qingying sat on the right, watching the two lean against each other. She didn't say anything, but simply picked up the popcorn bucket next to her and handed it to Lin Yuan. Have some of this, caramel flavor, it's not too sweet. She held a piece of popcorn between her fingertips and brought it to Lin Yuan's lips, her movements a little cautious, as if afraid of touching his lips. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and took it, feeling the warmth of her fingertips, even warmer than the popcorn. I want some too. Su Qingying said softly after seeing him eat, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yuan picked up a popcorn and held it to her lips. When she opened her mouth, she accidentally touched his fingertip, and her cheeks instantly turned red to her ears. She quickly lowered her head to look at the screen, pretending to be focused, but she didn't realize that her hand had already quietly rested on Lin Yuan's other arm, and her fluffy slippers gently rubbed against his ankle. Halfway through the movie, Long Yanran leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder, her voice tinged with sleepiness. This dialogue is so slow. She quietly took Lin Yuan's hand in hers, her fingertips darting between his fingers, a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Your choice of movies is much better. She wasn't really bored, she just wanted to talk to him more. He had mentioned before that he liked listening to her critique movies, and she remembered. Lin Yuan took her hand in his fingertips gently stroking her fingertips. Almost done, then it'll be your turn to film. He turned to look at Su Qingying and found her leaning on his arm, her eyes closed, her breathing soft, as if she were about to fall asleep, her hand still on his arm, the blanket sliding down to her waist, revealing a small section of her fair waist. He reached out to pull the blanket up for Su Qingying, his fingertips touching her waist. Su Qingying's body trembled slightly, but she didn't wake up. She just moved closer to him, her cheek pressed against his arm, carrying a faint minty scent. She had changed the minty water that morning, and the scent still lingered on her body. Lang Yanran watched Su Qingying move closer, but instead of being jealous, she moved closer to Lin Yuan and tightened her grip on his hand. She's asleep, don't wake her. Her voice was soft, and her eyes held a hint of a smile, not the previous wariness, but simply a comfortable feeling in the atmosphere. The three of them leaned against each other, the light and shadow on the screen flowing, as if enveloping all the tenderness in the space. Lin Yuan held Lang Yanran's hand, his arm around Su Qingying's head, watching the male and female leads strolling on the street on the screen, a subtle warmth rising in his heart. These two women always managed to get close to him in their own ways, without any competition, only a closeness tinged with subtle intentions, like the light and shadow at this moment, ambiguous yet gentle, unintentional, yet full of care. Chapter 113: The warmth of the corridor and the sweetness of the late-night snack. The movie in the private cinema had just paused, and the screen went dark. The warm yellow wall lamps filled the room again, and the scent of cedarwood diffuser seemed even stronger. Lang Yanran rose from the sofa, her dark blue velvet skirt swaying gently with her movement, her black strappy sandals making no sound on the carpet. I'd like a hot cocoa, do you want some? She turned to Lin Yuan, a hint of barely perceptible expectation in her silver eyes. Before he could answer, she added, I'll go get it with you, and see if there are any other hot drinks. Lin Yuan nodded and followed her towards the cinema's break room. The lights in the corridor were dimmer than in the screening area, casting their overlapping shadows on the wall. After taking only 2 steps, Lang Yanran suddenly stopped, turned around, and took his hand. Her fingertips were slightly cool, with the delicate feel of velvet fabric from her dress, gently clasping his fingers without pulling hard, but not letting go either. It felt so comfortable leaning on your shoulder just now. Her voice was soft, only the two of them could hear, her silver eyes shining brightly in the dim light. She didn't look into his eyes, only at their clasped hands. It was softer than leaning on the sofa. Lin Yuan grasped her hand in return, feeling the slight tremor in her fingertips and the warmth of her velvet skirt brushing against his calf. "Next time you want to see, you can lean on me," he said softly, noticing the faint blush rising at the tips of her ears. He stopped in the middle of the corridor, letting her pull him along. Lin Yanran tightened her grip, saying nothing, but gently shaking their clasped hands, as if responding, or perhaps playfully teasing a small gesture she had only ever made in front of Lin Yuan, carrying a softness she didn't usually display. "Don't keep Su Qingying waiting too long." Lin Yanran let go of his hand first, turned around and continued walking forward, her pace a little faster than before, as if she was trying to hide something. "A hot cocoa needs half a spoonful of sugar. You said last time that it shouldn't be too sweet." She remembered his taste and even remembered the amount of sugar correctly. When she reached the door of the tea room, she turned back to make sure he followed, a hint of excitement hidden in her eyes. Lin Yuan followed her into the tea room, watching her skillfully heat up the cocoa, her fingertips gripping the sugar spoon with just the right amount of pressure, adding exactly half a spoonful. "What about yours?" he asked, noticing she had only made 1 cup. "I'm not thirsty, I'll just keep you company." Lin Yanran handed him the hot cocoa, her fingertips brushing against the cup. "Be careful, it's hot, it's freshly made." As the two returned to the screening area with their hot cocoa, Su Qingying was sitting on the sofa, clutching Lin Yuan's black coat. The hem of her off-white knitted dress was gathered around her lap, and her white fluffy slippers looked soft on the carpet. Seeing Lin Yuan enter, she immediately stood up and handed him the coat, her movements a little slow, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his hand, her fingertips still warm from holding the coat. "I warmed it for you, so it won't be cold now," Su Qingying said softly, her cheeks flushed. She didn't dare look him in the eye, only staring at the coat's buttons. "I was worried you'd be cold when you got back, so I held you for a while." Lin Yuan took the coat, clearly feeling its lingering warmth, even warmer than his own body temperature. "Thank you." He placed the hot cocoa on the small table beside him and was about to put on the coat when Su Qingying reached out and straightened his collar, her fingertips lightly brushing against his neck, causing a slight tickle. "It's a little wrinkled here, I smoothed it out for you." Her movements were very gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. After she finished, she immediately withdrew her hand, sat back on the sofa, and pretended to adjust her skirt to cover up her little gesture. Lin Yanran sat to Lin Yuan's left, watching Su Qingying's actions without saying a word. She simply picked up a hot cocoa and held it to Lin Yuan's lips, saying, "Take a sip first, it's getting cold." Her wrist tilted slightly, and the cup just touched his lips. The sweet aroma of the hot cocoa wafted into his nostrils, the temperature just right, not too hot. Lin Yuan took a sip from her hand. It was sweet but not cloying, just the taste he liked. Before the movie restarted, the three of them didn't speak again, but they were all closer than before. Lin Yuan's left shoulder was leaning against Lin Yanran, his right arm was resting on the sofa armrest, and Su Qingying's hand was quietly placed on the edge of the armrest, occasionally touching his fingertips. After both movies ended, it was late at night when they walked out of the theater. The streets were deserted, with only the warm yellow glow of the streetlights. "Want to grab some late-night snacks?" Su Qingying suddenly asked, looking at Lin Yuan. "I know a small wonton shop nearby that's open until 3 a.m. She remembered it from when she passed by late last night, knowing that Lin Yuan liked to eat something hot after working overtime. Lin Yanran immediately chimed in, "I'm a little hungry, let's go check it out." She walked to Lin Yuan's left, her dark blue velvet dress appearing even darker in the night, her black strappy sandals clicking crisply on the stone pavement. "I know that shop, their wontons are freshly made." When the three entered the wonton shop, there were only 2 or 3 tables of customers. The owner greeted them warmly. Lin Yanran immediately told them Lin Yuan's preferred flavor, 3 bowls of shepherd's purse and pork wontons, one of which should have extra dried shrimp and less chili. She remembered that Lin Yuan liked to add dried shrimp to his wontons but disliked spicy food, so she hadn't missed any details. Su Qingying found a seat by the window, pulled Lin Yuan to sit down, and sat to his right. She put her white fluffy slippers on the cotton mat the shop owner had given her, saying, "It's warm here, my feet won't get cold." The wontons were served quickly, steaming hot, the aroma of shepherd's purse mixed with the smell of meat filling the small table. Lin Yanran picked up Lin Yuan's bowl, scooped a spoonful of wontons with a spoon, and held it to his lips with a natural movement, the edge of the spoon lightly touching his lips. "Be careful, it's hot, it's fresh out of the pot." Her eyes were focused on him, unaware of Su Qingying's gaze beside her, only wanting him to have a hot meal first. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to catch the wonton. The freshness of the shepherd's purse and the tenderness of the meat melted in his mouth, the temperature just right. Even fresher than the last time I had it, he said softly, his eyes smiling as he looked at Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran's ears turned red again. She didn't say anything, but continued to scoop wontons for him, the spoon occasionally brushing against his lips, as if intentionally, or perhaps unintentionally. Su Qingying sat beside Lang Yanran, not arguing with her. She simply took an orange from a plastic bag and peeled it delicately with her fingertips, making sure not to break any of the white pith. She peeled a segment and held it to Lin Yuan's lips, pinching the edge of the segment with her fingertips to prevent the juice from dripping. "Eat some orange to cleanse your palate," she said. "This is very sweet." As Lin Yuan opened his mouth, his fingertips accidentally touched her fingertips. He could feel the coolness and smoothness of her fingertips, and the sweetness of the orange instantly spread in his mouth, even sweeter than usual. "Where did you buy this orange?" "It's sweeter than the last one," Lin Yuan asked, looking at Su Qingying. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to continue peeling the orange. "I picked it out at the fruit shop this morning. I chose the reddest one, so I knew it would be sweet." She didn't mention that she had spent more than half an hour picking it out, only mentioning it lightly. She peeled another segment and handed it to him, this time her fingertips were closer to his lips, almost touching them. Lang Yanran watched Su Qingying hand over the oranges without feeling jealous. Instead, she picked up Lin Yuan's water glass and added some warm water to it for him. "Drink some water after you finish your wontons, so you don't choke." As she handed him the water glass, her wrist brushed against his arm, the velvety touch carrying warmth. "The water in the shop is warm, you don't have to wait for it to cool down." Lin Yuan took the water glass, took a sip, and the warm water went down his throat, just enough to neutralize the heat of the wontons. He looked at the women on either side of him. Lang Yanran was scooping wontons for him, and Su Qingying was peeling an orange for him. Both of their actions showed their care for him. There was no competition, only their gentleness, just like the wonton shop late at night, so warm that he didn't want to leave. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind, detected that the host has engaged in ambiguous interactions with Lang Yanran and Su Qingying alone, deepening their emotional bond and triggering the heartwarming atmosphere effect, increasing his soft rice value by 50%. As they finished their late-night snack, Lang Yanran wiped her mouth and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, "I'll take you home later, my car is outside." Su Qingying immediately chimed in, "I'll go with you too, it's on my way." Both of them wanted to spend more time with him, but they didn't say it aloud, simply offering a natural excuse. Chapter 114: A gentle embrace in the night breeze on the terrace. Returning from the wonton shop, the night air carried a chill, rustling the pines and cypresses surrounding the villa. Lin Yuan had just reached the entrance to change his shoes when Su Qingying softly said, "I want to get some fresh air on the terrace. Will you come with me?" She wore a beige knitted dress, the hem fluttering slightly in the night breeze, revealing her slender legs. Her white fluffy slippers felt soft on the entrance carpet. A hint of expectation flickered in her eyes. She didn't dare look him in the eye, only staring at the tips of her shoes. She remembered Lin Yuan saying that the night breeze was relaxing, and she wanted to spend more time with him. Lin Yuan nodded and followed her to the second-floor terrace. The terrace was paved with treated wood, and a rattan hanging chair sat in the corner. Moonlight filtered through the grape trellis overhead, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Su Qingying walked behind Lin Yuan, hesitated for a couple of seconds, then gently reached out and hugged his waist from behind, her cheek pressed against his back, her cheek still warm from eating wontons, the soft fabric of her knitted dress clinging tightly to his back, her breath gently brushing against his shirt, carrying a faint minty scent. She had sprayed some minty perfume before bed. "I had a very happy day," she said softly, as if enveloped by the night breeze. From the movie theater to the wonton shop, everything was very enjoyable. Lin Yuan could clearly feel the soft touch against his waist and the warmth of her breath. He slowly turned around, raising his hand to gently stroke her cheek. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyelashes trembling slightly like a startled fawn. "Me too," he whispered, leaning closer and kissing her forehead, the touch cool with the night dew, as gentle as touching a fragile treasure. Su Qingying's body instantly went limp, her hands, which had been wrapped around his waist, tightened, and she leaned into his arms, her chestnut hair falling down, brushing against his wrist, tickling him slightly. "What are you doing here?" Lang Yanran's voice came from the terrace doorway. She was still wearing that dark blue velvet dress, and her black strappy sandals made a soft sound as they stepped on the treated wood. She stood at the doorway, the moonlight reflecting in her silver eyes. She wasn't as cold as usual, but there was a hint of hesitation in them. She didn't immediately go forward, but just watched from a distance. She was afraid of disturbing this gentle atmosphere, yet she couldn't help but want to get closer. Lin Yuan looked up at her and extended his hand. Come on, let's enjoy the breeze together. It's very refreshing. His tone was soothing, without any urging, yet Lang Yanran couldn't refuse. She walked over, her dark blue velvet dress gleaming mutedly in the moonlight. When she reached Lin Yuan, she naturally sat on the other side of the wicker hanging chair, her hand gently resting on his knee. Her fingertips felt the smooth texture of the velvet dress, not pressing hard, just lightly touching, as if confirming something. Su Qingying leaned against Lin Yuan's chest, not even looking up when she heard Lang Yanran's voice. She simply adjusted to a more comfortable position, burying her face in his chest, where she could clearly hear his heartbeat, regular and strong, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. There's the scent of osmanthus in the wind, she whispered, her nose brushing against Lin Yuan's shirt. You said you liked the smell of osmanthus last time, I remember. Lang Yanran sat beside Su Qingying, watching her actions without being jealous. She simply reached out her other hand and gently brushed a fallen leaf from Lin Yuan's shoulder. The leaf had been blown up from downstairs by the night breeze and was clinging to his black coat. Her fingertips brushed against his shoulder line, carrying the warmth of his velvet dress. Have the gardener prune the osmanthus tree downstairs tomorrow. There will be fewer fallen leaves. She remembered that Lin Yuan didn't like his clothes to have anything on them, and she even kept this small detail in mind. Lin Yuan looked down at Su Qingying in his arms, then at Lang Yanran beside him. He gently stroked Su Qingying's hair, his movements tender. Don't bury it for too long, it'll get stuffy. Then he turned to Lang Yanran and said, no need to prune it, fallen leaves are beautiful too. His fingertips occasionally brushed against Lang Yanran's hand resting on her knee, feeling slightly cool, but he didn't immediately pull away, letting their fingertips touch. The night breeze softened, and moonlight bathed the three of them, casting long shadows. Su Qingying looked up, her cheeks flushed, and gazed at Lin Yuan's chin, whispering, I want to smell your scent again. As she spoke, she gently leaned back against his chest, her breath carrying a sweet scent, the lingering aroma of the oranges she had eaten earlier. Lang Yanran adjusted her posture, moving closer to Lin Yuan, the hem of her velvet skirt brushing against his leg, its smooth texture a pleasant touch. She remained silent, quietly gazing at the distant night view, occasionally raising her hand to straighten his wind-blown collar. Lin Yuan gently placed his hand on Su Qingying's back, his fingertips lightly caressing her knitted dress, his movements so gentle it was as if he were afraid of hurting her. His other hand gently held Lang Yanran's hand resting on her knee, her hand slightly cool, which he warmed with his palm. It's a little chilly, shall we go inside? He asked softly, looking at the two of them with warmth in his eyes. Stay a little longer. Su Qingying's voice was soft, without looking up. It's very comfortable leaning against here. Lang Yanran nodded as well. Let it blow on for another 5 minutes, it won't be cold. Her hand moved in Lin Yuan's palm, gently squeezing his hand back, her fingertips interlacing between his fingers, with a restrained intimacy. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to squeeze his hand back. Before it was always Lin Yuan who took the initiative, but now it was as if she had let down all her guard. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan gently patted Su Qingying's back. It's time to go inside, don't catch a cold. Su Qingying reluctantly raised her head, her cheeks still slightly flushed, and reached out to straighten his collar, her fingertips brushing against his neck. Can I come again tomorrow? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, then looked at Lang Yanran. You go inside too, it's getting colder. Lang Yanran stood up, not letting go of his hand, and led him towards the terrace door. Su Qingying followed on the other side, her hand gently linked with his arm. As the three walked back to the corridor, Su Qingying suddenly tiptoed and lightly kissed Lin Yuan's sleeve. The movement was so quick it was almost an illusion, carrying a hint of minty coolness. Then she immediately lowered her head and quickly walked back to her room, leaving only a good night. Lang Yanran watched her retreating figure without saying a word. She simply took Lin Yuan's hand and led him to his room, gently squeezing his hand with her fingertips. Good night. I'll call you for breakfast tomorrow. As she spoke, she tiptoed and lightly kissed his cheek. The kiss was as light as a feather, carrying a velvety fragrance. Then she turned and walked back to her room, her long silver hair swaying in the hallway light before disappearing behind the door. Lin Yuan stood at the door of the room, and could clearly feel the lingering warmth on his cheeks and cuffs. The morning sunlight streamed through the French windows of the study, casting warm golden dapples on the open patent documents. Lin Yuan sat behind his leather desk, a fountain pen between his fingers, his brows slightly furrowed. The supplementary materials for the European patent of Oracle technology still needed final verification. Some clauses required more precise wording. He had been studying the documents for half an hour, his eyes slightly red. When the study door was gently pushed open, Lin Yuan thought it was Lun Yanran, since she always got up early to prepare breakfast and would occasionally come to the study to check on him. It wasn't until a faint scent of mint wafted in that he looked up and saw Su Qingying standing in the doorway holding a white bone china cup. She was wearing a light pink cotton nightgown, the hem of which reached her calves, revealing a pair of feet in white cotton socks with delicate lace trim at the top. Her hair was casually pulled back, with a few stray strands falling across her cheeks, giving her a languid look as if she had just woken up. I boiled some milk and added some honey. Try it. Su Qingying's voice was soft, like the morning breeze. She walked to the desk and placed the milk cup next to the pile of documents. The cup was warm, just the right temperature to not burn your hands. I know you get hungry easily when you're looking at documents in the morning, so I also brought a piece of whole wheat bread. She took out a parchment paper package from behind her back, which contained slices of whole wheat bread that she had baked in the kitchen that morning, knowing that Lin Yuan liked the crispy outside and soft inside texture. Lin Yuan put down his pen, picked up his milk glass, and took a sip. The sweet, not too cloying honey flavor mixed with the rich milk perfectly relieved the dryness he felt upon waking. Thank you, it's a little sweeter than last time, he said with a smile, his eyes warm as he looked at Su Qingying. Why are you up so early? I couldn't fall back asleep after waking up, thinking you might be in the study. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't dare look into his eyes, but instead looked down at the documents on the table. Are these supplementary materials for the patent? Let me tidy them up for you, they're a bit messy. She remembered that Lin Yuan liked things to be neat and tidy, and that piles of documents would affect his mood. As she spoke, she reached for the top document, but her fingertips accidentally touched Lin Yuan's hand. She recoiled as if she had been electrocuted, and the tips of her ears instantly turned red. Lin Yuan watched her little movements without saying anything, but simply moved his body to the side to make room in front of the desk. Sit here to organize, the light is better. He pointed to the seat next to him, which was originally where Lin Yanran would occasionally sit when she came to discuss work. Now that Su Qingying had sat there, she could sit next to him. Su Qingying hesitated for 2 seconds before sitting down. Her shoulder was very close to Lin Yuan's, almost touching his. The fabric of her light pink nightgown gently brushed against his shirt, carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent. She picked up the documents and arranged them in page order, moving very quietly so as not to make a sound and disturb him. Occasionally, when she encountered a clause she didn't understand, she would ask softly, "What does this priority period mean? I've never seen it before." Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her. The tip of her nose was slightly wrinkled, as if she were pondering a difficult problem. Her eyelashes were long, casting a faint shadow under her eyelids. It means that after applying for a patent, you can enjoy priority rights for a certain period of time, he explained patiently, pointing to the clauses on the document. For example, if we apply in China, we can apply in Europe within 6 months and enjoy the same priority time as the domestic application. His fingertips occasionally brushed against Su Qingying's hand. Her hand was soft, like cotton candy, and it would tremble slightly each time he touched it, but she didn't pull away. Halfway through tidying up, Su Qingying suddenly stood up, walked behind Lin Yuan, and without saying a word, gently sat on his lap. Her movements were very light, afraid of pressing on him, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, her cheek pressed against his chest, where she could clearly hear his heartbeat, regular and strong, instantly putting her at ease. I'll stay with you for a while, I won't disturb you. Her voice was soft, with a hint of coquetry, but not excessive, just enough to make it impossible for him to refuse. Lin Yuan's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed. He gently placed his hand on Su Qingying's back, his fingertips lightly caressing her nightgown. The fabric was soft, and he could feel the slenderness of her waist. Aren't you tired? He asked softly, lowering his head to kiss the top of her head. Her hair was soft and carried a faint scent of shampoo. Your legs will go numb if you sit for too long. No, it's very comfortable leaning against you. Su Qingying shook her head, burying her face even deeper, her breath brushing against his shirt, carrying the sweet scent of warm milk. You continue reading your documents, I won't say anything, I'll just keep you company. Her hand gently rested on Lin Yuan's documents, without touching the pen, just quietly placed beside him, as if guarding his work, or as if enjoying this rare intimacy. The sunlight slowly moved, shifting from the documents to the two of them, warm and cozy. Lin Yuan continued reading, occasionally pausing to drink a sip of the hot milk Su Qingying had brought, or take a bite of whole wheat bread. Su Qingying leaned against him, sometimes looking up to brush crumbs from the corner of his mouth, her fingertips brushing against his lips, a slightly ticklish sensation, before immediately looking down again, pretending nothing had happened, her cheeks flushing even more. This document was compiled by Lang Yanran yesterday, right? Su Qingying suddenly spoke up, pointing to the notes on the document. Her handwriting is very neat, I can recognize it. Her voice was soft, without any jealousy, simply mentioning, she said yesterday that she would help you check the terms, but I didn't expect her to have it compiled so quickly. Yes, she worked overtime last night to organize it. She was very meticulous. Lin Yuan nodded, recalling how Lang Yanran had helped him check the terms in the study last night. Her silver eyes were focused, completely different from Su Qingying's gentleness now, but equally noticeable to him. You are both very thoughtful and have helped me a lot. Su Qingying didn't speak, but gently nuzzled his chest like a kitten, her hand lightly holding his wrist, her fingertips caressing his pulse, feeling his heartbeat. It's so good to have you all here. Her voice was very soft, almost swallowed by the sunlight, yet it clearly reached Lin Yuan's ears, filled with deep dependence. Lin Yuan put down the documents, raised his hand and gently ruffled Su Qingying's hair, his movements as tender as if he were handling a fragile treasure. Don't fall asleep, Lang Yanran will be calling us for breakfast soon. He knew that Lang Yanran would come to the study to call him every morning, and he was afraid that Su Qingying would fall asleep in his arms and feel embarrassed when Lang Yanran came. Su Qingying nodded but didn't move. She simply adjusted to a more comfortable position, leaning against him, her eyes slowly closing, her breathing becoming even. She was indeed a little sleepy, and felt safe in his arms, falling asleep without realizing it. Lin Yuan looked at her sleeping profile, not moving further, but gently moving the documents aside to prevent the sharp edges of the papers from hurting her. He then continued reading, even more quietly than before, afraid of waking her. The sunlight grew warmer, and the study was quiet except for the soft scratching of a pen on paper and Su Qingying's even breathing. Lin Yuan would occasionally glance at Su Qingying in his arms. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Her light pink nightgown shimmered softly in the sunlight, intertwining with the warm golden dappled light, like a gentle painting. Just then, the study door was gently pushed open, and Lang Yanran walked in, wearing a beige business suit and carrying a breakfast tray with fried eggs and toast. She paused when she saw Su Qingying sleeping soundly in Lin Yuan's arms, a gentle glint in her silver eyes. Without saying a word, she gently placed the tray on the small table beside her, then went to the desk and quietly tidied up Lin Yuan's scattered documents, careful not to wake Su Qingying. Let her get some sleep, she probably didn't sleep well last night. Lang Yanran's voice was soft as she sat down on the spot where Su Qingying had just been sitting. She picked up a document and helped Lin Yuan check the terms. There's a problem with the wording of this clause. I've revised it for you, take a look. Her fingertips traced across the document, her silver nails gleaming softly. Her movements were focused, but she would occasionally glance at the sleeping Su Qingying, a barely perceptible smile in her eyes. Lin Yuan gazed at Lang Yanran's focused profile, then at Su Qingying sleeping soundly in his arms, a subtle warmth welling up within him. One was beside him helping him check documents, the other slept peacefully in his embrace. Sunlight bathed the three of them, warm and cozy, as if freezing all tenderness in the study that morning. He didn't speak, but simply picked up the document Lang Yanran had revised, examining it carefully, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her hand, carrying a faint coolness, yet bringing him a sense of peace. Chapter 115 At the breakfast table. In the early morning, warm yellow sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled patterns on the white tablecloth. Lang Yanran had already set out breakfast, a golden brown medium rare steak, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside whole wheat toast, and 3 steaming cups of hot milk, one of which had half a spoonful of honey added. It was for Lin Yuan. She remembered that he felt more comfortable drinking sweeter milk in the morning. Su Qingying had just woken up in the study, wearing a light purple knitted cardigan that covered the shoulders of her light pink nightgown. Her white cotton socks were still the same, the lace trim at the top lightly brushing her ankles. She walked to the dining table, her steps still a little unsteady, clearly not fully awake. I slept too soundly just now, did I disturb you? Her cheeks were flushed with sleep, and she didn't dare look at Lang Yanran, only staring at the milk glass in front of her, her fingertips gently tracing the rim. No, I just finished organizing the documents for Lin Yuan. Lang Yanran's voice was calm, her silver eyes carrying a hint of gentleness. She was wearing a beige silk shirt and matching suit pants, with beige pointed flat shoes embroidered with a small pearl on the surface. She had specially changed her outfit for breakfast, which was more gentle than her usual business attire. Please sit down. The steak is freshly cooked, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the table, watching the two women sit down on either side of him, Su Qingying on his left and Lang Yanran on his right, creating a delicate distance. When Su Qingying sat down, she moved her chair closer to him, her knee occasionally brushing against his leg. As if unaware, she picked up her fork and poked at the toast on her plate. Her white cotton sock-covered foot quietly stretched out and gently brushed against his ankle. The soft touch was like a feather brushing against him, causing his fingertips to curl slightly. "Take another sip of milk, it's getting cold." Su Qingying's voice was very soft. She looked down at her plate, not daring to look into Lin Yuan's eyes, but her foot did not retract. She continued to gently rub against his ankle, as if confirming something, or as if enjoying this secret intimacy. "Drinking cold drinks in the morning is not good for your stomach. You said yesterday that your stomach was a little bloated." Lin Yuan picked up the milk glass and took a sip. The sweet aroma of honey mixed with the rich flavor of milk spread in his mouth. He turned to look at Su Qingying. Her earlobes were as red as ripe cherries, and even her neck was flushed. She was clearly embarrassed by her earlier little action. "Thank you, it is indeed a bit cold," he said softly, his fingertips gently touching her hand. Her hand was soft, like cotton candy. It trembled slightly when he touched it, but she didn't pull away. Lang Yanran sat on the right, watching Su Qingying's little actions without saying a word. She simply picked up the steak knife in front of Lin Yuan and helped him cut the steak. Her movements were very skilled, and the knife and fork were perfectly coordinated to cut the steak into evenly sized pieces. Her silver nails gleamed softly, and her fingertips would occasionally brush against his lips, carrying the aroma of the steak and the coolness of her fingertips. "Be careful, it's hot. It's freshly cooked, and the inside is still tender." Lin Yuan took a bite of the steak from her hand. The meat was tender, medium rare with a pale pink hue inside, and no blood. It was just the right doneness for him. "It's even more tender than last time," he said with a smile, his eyes warm as he looked at Lang Yanran. "Did you change your frying pan? It seems to cook more evenly." "Yes, I had the kitchen switched to a cast iron pan yesterday. It's more suitable for frying steak." Lang Yanran's ear tips turned slightly red. She didn't look into his eyes, but continued to cut his steak. Her fingertips deliberately touched his lips again, this time for a longer time, as if responding to his praise, or as if enjoying this brief intimacy. "If you want to eat it next time, just tell me and I'll have the kitchen prepare it." Su Qingying sat on the left, watching Lang Yanran's actions. She wasn't jealous. She simply picked up a slice of whole wheat toast, spread some strawberry jam on it. It was low sugar, as she remembered Lin Yuan didn't like things too sweet, and held it to his lips. "It'll be less greasy with steak." Her fingertips pinched the edge of the toast, afraid the jam would smudge on his lips, while her foot continued to gently brush against his ankle, not pulling back, as if she were silently competing with Lang Yanran, yet with a gentle restraint. Lin Yuan took a bite of the toast. The sweet and sour taste of the strawberry jam mixed perfectly with the caramelized aroma of the steak. "Delicious, a little sweeter than the strawberry jam last time," he said, his eyes smiling as he looked at Su Qingying. He gently ruffled her hair with his fingertips. Her hair was soft, like a cloud. When he ruffled it, her body trembled slightly, and she rubbed her feet harder, as if she were being affectionate. After Lang Yanran finished cutting her steak, she put down her knife and fork, picked up her milk glass, took a sip, and her gaze fell on Lin Yuan and Su Qingying's clasped hands. She didn't say anything, but quietly moved her chair closer to him. The cuff of her velvet shirt lightly brushed against his arm, carrying a faint scent of gardenias, the light perfume she had worn that morning, a scent she had specifically chosen for him. "I'm going to the patent office this afternoon to submit supplementary materials. I'll go with you and check on the progress." "Okay, we'll leave at 2 p.m. Prepare your documents in advance." Lin Yuan nodded, turning to look at Lang Yanran. Her silver eyes were focused, lacking the usual sharpness of a CEO, only showing concern for him. His fingertips gently touched her hand. Her hand was slightly cool, like jade. She gently squeezed back at the touch, her fingertips clasping between his, a restrained intimacy. Su Qingying sat on the left, watching the interaction between the two without saying a word. She simply picked up Lin Yuan's milk cup, added some hot milk to it, and handed it back, gently rubbing her foot against his ankle as if to remind him that she was still there, or as if to express her concern. "Won't it be troublesome to submit the materials this afternoon? I can help you organize the documents, since I'm free anyway." "No need, you should rest at home. You went to bed late last night," Lin Yuan said softly, his fingertips gently touching her cheek. Her cheeks were hot, as if she had a fever, and she was obviously still shy about the little gesture. "When we get back, we'll take you to that dessert shop you mentioned last time, to eat matcha macarons." Su Qingying's eyes lit up instantly, as if they held stars. She stopped shuffling her feet and nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. I'll prepare an iced Americano for you at home, with 2 ice cubes and 1 sugar, at 4C. She remembered that he liked to drink iced Americano in the afternoon, and she remembered the details perfectly. Her tone was excited, and she was clearly looking forward to it. Lan Yanran sat on the right, watching Su Qingying's expression without saying a word. She simply wiped the steak juice from the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth, her fingertips lightly brushing against his lips, causing a slight tickle. "You might be back a little late this afternoon. You can make a reservation at the dessert shop in advance. I'll have my assistant arrange it to avoid queuing." She remembered that the dessert shop was very popular and often had long queues, so she had thought of it in advance, not wanting to disappoint Su Qingying or keep Lin Yuan waiting too long. Looking at the women on either side of him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Su Qingying gently rubbed her foot against his ankle, while Lan Yanran lightly touched his lips with her fingertips. Both of them expressed their care for him in their own ways, without any competition, only tender intimacy, as warm as the morning sun, making him not want to leave. As Su Qingying cleared her plate, her foot was still secretly rubbing against Lin Yuan's ankle, as if reluctant to part with this brief intimacy. When Lan Yanran helped Lin Yuan get his coat, her fingertips lightly touched his waist, with a hint of tenderness that was barely perceptible. "Wear this black trench coat this afternoon, it's a bit windy outside, don't catch a cold." The two escorted Lin Yuan to the door. Su Qingying stood on the left, gently tugging at his sleeve, her foot brushing against his ankle. Lan Yanran stood on the right, her hand lightly resting on his shoulder, her fingertips tracing his neck. Neither of them spoke, they simply looked at him, their eyes filled with concern, as if anticipating their reunion that afternoon, yet also as if reluctant to part that morning. Chapter 116. Afternoon side by side in late night cuddling. The afternoon sun shone through the blinds of the study, casting long, thin patches of light on the floor. The air was filled with the aroma of Chiman black tea that Lan Yanran had just brewed. She remembered that Lin Yuan liked to drink hot beverages with a tea aroma in the afternoon, and she had specially chosen a water temperature of 85 C, saying that this would make the tea aroma the strongest. Lin Yuan sat behind his desk, his fingertips tracing the last page of the patent supplementary materials. Lan Yanran sat in the chair beside him, wearing a smoky gray silk loungewear set, a loose-fitting batwing sleeve top and matching wide leg trousers, paired with off-white silk slippers embroidered with delicate silver thread patterns. She held a calculator, checking the data in the materials. "There's a problem with this RD cost percentage, it's 2% higher than the last report." Her voice was soft, her silver eyes focused, her fingertips pointing at the data, the silver nail polish on her nails shimmering softly in the sunlight. "It might be because of the additional costs for experimental supplies last week." Lin Yuan turned to look at her, her shoulder rested gently on his arm, the smooth fabric of her silk suit tickling his arm slightly. "I'll have the finance department send over another detailed breakdown. You can check the other data first." He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the stray hairs on her forehead. She hadn't tied her hair up today. Her chestnut brown hair hung down her shoulders, a few strands obscuring her vision. He tucked it behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her earlobe, carrying the warm scent of black tea. Lan Yanran's ears instantly turned red. She didn't speak, but simply lowered her head to continue checking the data. The sound of the calculator keys was quieter than before, as if she was trying to cover something up. Just then, the study door was gently pushed open, and Su Qingying walked in. She was wearing a light purple cotton dress that reached her ankles, and white fluffy slippers. She was carrying a stack of neatly organized documents, the patent attachments that she hadn't finished organizing that morning. "These documents are organized and categorized as you said." Su Qingying walked up to Lin Yuan, didn't he speak, but gently sat on his lap. Her movements were very light, afraid of pressing on him, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, her cheek pressed against his chest. She could clearly hear his heartbeat. "I'll stay with you for a while, I won't disturb you." And Lan Yanran checking the data. Her voice was soft, like cotton candy, her breath brushing against Lin Yuan's shirt, carrying a faint minty scent. Lin Yuan gently placed his hand on Su Qingying's back, his fingertips lightly caressing her dress. The fabric was soft, and he could feel the slenderness of her waist. "Don't move around, be careful not to bump into Lan Yanran's calculator," he whispered, lowering his head to kiss the top of her head. Her hair was soft, like a cloud. When he kissed her, her body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she snuggled closer to him. Lan Yanran sat beside Su Qingying, watching her subtle actions without being jealous. She simply picked up a document and handed it to Lin Yuan. "This patent priority certificate needs your signature." "I've already checked it." Her fingertips occasionally brushed against Su Qingying's hand. Su Qingying's hand was soft, like cotton candy. It trembled slightly when touched, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she helped her hand the document towards Lin Yuan, saying, "Hurry up and sign it. Once you're done, we can rest for a while." Lin Yuan took the pen and signed the document. Su Qingying leaned against him, her hand gently resting on his wrist, her fingertips caressing his pulse and feeling his heartbeat. Lang Yanran sat beside him, helping him organize the signed documents. Her movements were very gentle, afraid of making a sound to disturb him. Occasionally, she would look up at his profile, her eyes filled with a subtle tenderness. After signing, Lin Yuan put down his pen and gently patted Su Qingying's back. "Get down and move around a bit, your legs will go numb if you sit for too long." Su Qingying reluctantly got off his lap, but didn't go far. She just stood behind him, gently placing her hands on his shoulders and massaging them. "You're tired too, massage them for a bit to relax." Her pressure was very light, just enough to relieve the soreness in his shoulders. It was a technique Lang Yanran had taught her last time. Lang Yanran said that Lin Yuan's neck and shoulders were prone to stiffness, and that the shoulder blades should be avoided when massaging them. She remembered it. Lang Yanran watched Su Qingying massage him without saying a word. She simply picked up a cup of black tea from the table and held it to Lin Yuan's lips. "Have some tea. It's freshly brewed and still warm." Her wrist tilted slightly, and the cup just touched his lips. The rich black tea spread in his mouth, carrying a faint floral fragrance. "It's a little stronger than last time. You said you wanted it stronger." Lin Yuan took a sip from her hand, his eyes warm as he looked at Lang Yanran. "It tastes better than last time. Make it this strong next time." Lang Yanran's ears turned slightly red. She didn't say anything, but put down her teacup and helped him tidy up the documents on the table. "I'll have my assistant send these materials to the patent office this afternoon. It should be fine." As evening fell, the three of them had dinner together, which was a home-cooked meal prepared by Su Qingying herself. She remembered that Lin Yuan liked light food, so she made steamed fish, garlic broccoli, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, all of which were his usual favorites. Lang Yanran was in charge of plating, using white bone china plates to serve the dishes and adding a few mint leaves to the edge of the plates as garnish, saying that it would make them look more appetizing. After dinner, Su Qingying suggested watching a movie. "I found an old movie called Love Letter. I heard it's very touching, and I'd like to watch it with you all." She remembered that Lin Yuan had said he liked slow-paced movies, so she specifically chose this one and even prepared caramel-flavored popcorn in advance, which wasn't too sweet. Lang Yanran didn't object. She simply walked to the sofa in the living room and spread out a blanket for Lin Yuan. "It's a bit chilly at night. Cover yourself with the blanket while watching the movie, so you don't catch a cold." She remembered that Lin Yuan liked to put his feet on the sofa when watching movies, so she specially found a long blanket that could cover his legs. "I'll go get some fruit, freshly cut mangoes, your favorite." The three sat on the sofa in the living room. Lin Yuan sat in the middle, with Su Qingying leaning against his shoulder. Her body, dressed in a light purple dress, gently pressed against his arm, and her chestnut hair fell down, brushing against his chest, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. Lang Yanran sat on his other side, wearing a smoky gray silk loungewear set. Her hand rested lightly on his knee, and the fabric of her silk wide leg pants gently brushed against his leg, giving it a smooth feel. After the movie started, only the light and shadow of the screen and soft background music filled the living room. Su Qingying leaned against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her eyes fixed on the screen. As she watched, tears slowly streamed down her face. The movie was so moving, reminding her of things from the past. Lin Yuan felt her shoulder trembling slightly and gently ruffled her hair. "Don't cry, it's just a movie." His voice was soft and reassuring. He then gently patted Lang Yanran's hand, gesturing for her to hand him a tissue. Lang Yanran understood, picked up a tissue from the coffee table, and handed it to Su Qingying. She gently wiped Su Qingying's cheek with her fingertips, wiping away her tears. "Don't cry, your eyes will look swollen." Her voice was soft, without its usual sharpness, only comforting Su Qingying. "I have more tissues here, get more if you need more." Su Qingying took the tissue, wiped her tears, and leaned against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her voice slightly choked. "This movie is so touching, I couldn't help it." Lin Yuan gently patted her back without saying anything, just to make her more comfortable. Lang Yanran sat beside him, her hand resting lightly on his knee, occasionally glancing up at the screen and occasionally looking down at Su Qingying, her eyes filled with tenderness. It was late at night when the movie ended. Su Qingying leaned against Lin Yuan's shoulder, her eyes red and swollen like a rabbit's, her hand gently clutching his shirt. She didn't speak, just quietly nestled in his arms. Lang Yanran sat beside him, pulling the blanket up to cover his waist. "It's getting late, you should rest. You have to go to the patent office tomorrow." Her voice was soft, afraid of disturbing Su Qingying. "Let her lean on him for a while. She's probably asleep from crying." Lin Yuan nodded without moving, gently patting Su Qingying's back as if coaxing a child to sleep. Lang Yanran sat beside him, her hand gently resting on his knee, occasionally brushing the hair off his shoulder, her movements very light, afraid of waking Su Qingying. The living room was quiet, with only the faint light from the screen after it went dark and the even breathing of the three of them. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind, detected deep interaction between the protagonist and Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, emotional bond continues to deepen, soft rice value plus 7,000. After a while, Su Qingying slowly woke up, rubbed her eyes, and found herself leaning against Lin Yuan's chest. Her cheeks instantly flushed. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep." "Did I crush you?" Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, and she gently rubbed Lin Yuan's legs. "Your legs must be numb from sitting for so long. Let me rub them for you." Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "It's not numb, it's very comfortable leaning against me." He raised his hand and gently rubbed her hair. "It's time to go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Lang Yanran also stood up and helped him tidy up the blanket. "I'll make the bed for you, you can take Su Qingying back to her room, she might not be fully awake yet." Lin Yuan nodded, took Su Qingying's hand and walked towards her room, while Lang Yanran went to his room, made his bed, and placed a glass of warm milk on the bedside table. She remembered that Lin Yuan drank warm milk to help him sleep before bed, so she specially added some honey, making it sweet but not cloying. After escorting Su Qingying back to her room, Lin Yuan returned to his own. Seeing the warm milk on the bedside table and the neatly made bed, a warm feeling welled up inside him. Lang Yanran stood at the door, wearing a smoky gray silk loungewear set, looking at him. "The milk's just warmed up. Drink it and go to sleep. You have to go to the patent office tomorrow." Her voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible gentleness. "Good night." "Good night." Lin Yuan nodded, watching Lang Yanran turn and leave. He picked up his warm milk and took a sip. The sweet, not too cloying honey flavor mixed with the rich milk perfectly relieved his fatigue in the middle of the night. Lying in bed, he recalled their afternoon side by side in the study and their late night embrace in the living room. A faint smile appeared on his lips. These two women always managed to fill his life to the brim in their own ways, with a gentle intimacy that made each day exceptionally tender. Chapter 117: An Autumn Picnic in the Park. On an autumn afternoon, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the plane trees, casting dappled shadows on the park's lawn. Su Qingying stood at the villa's entrance, holding a picnic basket. The hem of her pale pink dress fluttered slightly in the breeze, revealing her slender legs. Her white canvas shoes felt soft against the stone path. "I heard the autumn scenery at the West City Park is beautiful. Shall we go for a picnic?" She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I've prepared your favorite strawberry tarts and matcha macarons." Before Lin Yuan could speak, Lang Yanran stepped out from behind him, carrying a cooler. She wore a beige knit suit. The top was cropped, accentuating her slender waist, and the bottom was a knee-length skirt with off-white loafers embroidered with a small pearl. "I had the kitchen make sandwiches, your favorite tuna flavor, and I also brought hot coffee." Her silver eyes were gentle. "The park isn't crowded, it's a good place to relax, and you don't have to deal with patent matters today." When the three drove to the West City Park, there were only a few people scattered on the lawn. Su Qingying ran over first and chose a spot near the lake, where she could see the maple forest in the distance. The red maple leaves fell on the lawn like scattered fragments of sunset. "This is a good spot, with a great view and a view of the lake." She squatted down, opened her picnic basket, and began taking out a picnic blanket, a light purple checkered cloth embroidered with tiny strawberry patterns, which she had specially prepared for the picnic. Lin Yuan walked over and helped her lay out the tablecloth. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her hand. Her hand was soft, like cotton candy, and it would tremble slightly each time he touched it, but she didn't pull away. "Be careful, don't wrinkle the tablecloth," he said softly, looking down at her as she carefully laid out the tablecloth. Her cheeks were flushed, like ripe cherries, and sunlight fell on the ends of her hair, giving it a light golden glow. Lang Yanran opened the insulated box and laid out the sandwiches and hot coffee one by one, her movements very neat, in the order Lin Yuan liked: sandwiches in the middle, coffee on the left, and dessert on the right. "I put some wasabi in the tuna sandwich, you said it tasted good last time." She picked up a sandwich and handed it to Lin Yuan, her fingertips deliberately touching his lips. "It's just been warmed up, not cold, try it." Lin Yuan took a bite of the sandwich. The freshness of the tuna mixed with the slight spiciness of the wasabi was just the right flavor for him. "It's even better than last time," he said with a smile, his eyes warm as he looked at Lang Yanran. "Did you specifically ask the kitchen to adjust the recipe?" "Yes, the chef tried it 3 times yesterday before he got this flavor." Lang Yanran's ears turned slightly red. She didn't look into his eyes and just continued setting the table. I added a spoonful of sugar to the coffee. It's too bitter in the morning, but it's just right in the afternoon. She remembered that he liked to add a little sugar to his coffee in the afternoon, and she remembered the details perfectly. Su Qingying laid out the tablecloth, picked up a strawberry tart, and handed it to Lin Yuan. These strawberries were just bought this morning, they're very sweet, have a taste. She held the edge of the strawberry tart between her fingers, afraid it would fall, and leaned closer to him as she handed it to him, her shoulder gently brushing against his arm. The fabric of her light pink dress was soft and carried a faint strawberry scent. Lin Yuan took the strawberry tart, took a bite, and the sweetness of the strawberries mixed with the aroma of the cream was just right, not too cloying. Delicious, even sweeter than the one from the dessert shop last time. He turned to look at Su Qingying, whose eyes shone brightly, as if they held stars. Have you secretly practiced making desserts? Your skills are better than before. I've been practicing for a week, and I just wanted to treat you to something delicious. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed even more. She didn't dare to look him in the eye, but instead lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her skirt. The toes of her white canvas shoes gently brushed against his ankle, the soft touch like a feather brushing against him. It's a bit windy by the lake. Shall I get you a jacket? You said you were a little cold this morning. Before Lin Yuan could answer, Lang Yanran had already taken his black coat from the car and handed it to him. I warmed it up in the car, so it won't be cold now. As she helped him put the coat on, her fingertips gently brushed against his neck, causing a slight tickle. Don't catch a cold. The autumn wind is cool, and being exposed to it for too long can easily cause a headache. She remembered that he was prone to headaches in the autumn, so she had brought the coat and warmed it up in the car for a while. The three sat on a tablecloth, the sunlight slowly shifting from the lake to them, warm and comforting. Lin Yuan leaned against a sycamore tree, Su Qingying rested on his shoulder, holding a macaron and eating it slowly, occasionally feeding him a bite. Her fingertips would sometimes brush against his lips, causing him to recoil as if electrocuted, her ears turning as red as ripe cherries. Lang Yanran sat on his other side, holding a magazine, occasionally reading him an interesting passage in a soft voice, like an autumn breeze. She would sometimes brush fallen leaves from his shoulders, her fingertips gently tracing the line of his shoulder. Look at those maple leaves over there, they're as red as fire. Su Qingying suddenly pointed to the maple forest in the distance, her eyes shining. Shall we go for a walk there later? I want to take some pictures, can you take them for me? She remembered that Lin Yuan was a good photographer. The sunset photo he took for her on the island last time was still saved as her phone wallpaper. Okay, we'll go after we finish dessert. Lin Yuan nodded and reached out to tidy her wind-blown hair. Don't stand too close when taking pictures. There are pebbles in the maple forest, be careful not to trip. He remembered that she sometimes got distracted while walking and was worried that she might fall, so he reminded her. Lang Yanran sat beside them, watching their interaction without saying a word. She simply picked up her camera which she had brought that morning, knowing Su Qingying liked taking pictures, and handed it to Lin Yuan. This camera has high resolution, so the maple leaves will look even redder. Use this to take pictures for her. She remembered that Su Qingying liked high-definition photos, so she had brought her camera. She didn't mention that she had charged it beforehand, just mentioning it casually. After finishing their dessert, the three of them walked together towards the maple forest. Su Qingying walked in the middle, her left arm linked with Lin Yuan's, her right hand holding a freshly picked maple leaf, skipping and hopping like a child. Lang Yanran walked on the right, holding a camera, occasionally taking a few photos of them together. In the photos, Lin Yuan had his arm around Su Qingying's shoulder, and Su Qingying leaned against him, both of them smiling happily. Lang Yanran looked at the photos, a hint of tenderness in her eyes, not feeling it was superfluous, only feeling that the scene was very warm. Deep within the maple forest, Su Qingying asked Lin Yuan to take her picture. Standing under the largest maple tree, she held up a maple leaf to shield her face, her smile radiant. Lin Yuan carefully adjusted the angle with his camera, while Lang Yanran stood beside him, straightening Su Qingying's skirt. It's a little wrinkled here, let me smooth it out for you, it'll look better in the picture. Her movements were gentle, like she was treating her younger sister, lacking her usual sharpness, only tenderness. After taking the photos, Su Qingying ran over and took Lin Yuan's hand, making him stand under the maple tree as well. She took a few pictures of him, saying, "You look beautiful standing here. The red maple leaves make your skin look even whiter." Her voice was soft, full of praise. Lang Yanran stood beside them and took a group photo of them together. Lin Yuan had his arm around Su Qingying's waist, and Su Qingying leaned against him. The background was filled with red maple leaves, like an autumn oil painting. As the sun set, the three prepared to leave the park. Su Qingying leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder, holding the photos taken that day, and smiled happily. Lang Yanran walked on the right, carrying an empty picnic basket, occasionally brushing the maple leaf fragments off Lin Yuan's shoulder, her fingertips lightly brushing his shoulder line with a touch of barely perceptible tenderness. Looking at the women on either side of him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Su Qingying's smile was like the autumn sun, warm and bright. Lang Yanran's gentleness was like the autumn breeze, soft yet firm. Both of them loved him in their own ways, without any competition, only overflowing care, like this autumn park, filled with sweet ambiguity, making this afternoon exceptionally long and tender. Chapter 118: Sunset by the Lake and Fireworks at the Night Market. As they walked from the maple forest towards the lake, the autumn evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, causing Su Qingying's pale pink dress to sway gently, like a flower drifting in the wind. She linked arms with Lin Yuan, her white canvas shoes crunching on the leaf-strewn path, occasionally deliberately crushing a maple leaf with a soft crunch, her eyes sparkling as if they held stars. We're almost at the lake. I checked this morning. Sunset is at 6:10 today, just in time. Lang Yanran followed beside the two, carrying a camera and a half-empty picnic basket. The cuffs of her beige knitwear suit fluttered gently in the wind, revealing her slender wrists. Occasionally, she would reach out to steady Su Qingying, saying, "Be careful, there are pebbles here, don't trip." Then she turned to Lin Yuan and said, "I had the gardener wipe the lakeside benches this morning, they're not dirty, you can sit on them directly." She remembered that Lin Yuan didn't like sitting on dusty chairs, so she had made arrangements in advance, but she didn't mention that she had specifically taken a detour to confirm it that morning. A bench by the lake was nestled under several weeping willows, their branches drooping down like green curtains. Su Qingying ran over and sat down first, patting the seat next to her. "Lin Yuan, you sit in the middle, and Lang Yanran and I will sit on either side. That way, we can all watch the sunset." Her voice was filled with excitement. After Lin Yuan sat down, she naturally leaned against him, her cheek pressed against his coat. She could smell the faint scent of cedar, his usual laundry detergent, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. Lang Yanran took a light gray long blanket from the car. She had brought it specially that morning, knowing it was cool by the lake. She unfolded the blanket and covered the three of them, her fingertips gently brushing against Lin Yuan's hand. She then pulled the blanket up to Su Qingying's shoulders, saying, "Don't expose your shoulders, it'll give you a headache if you stay out in the wind for too long." Her movements were very gentle, as if she were taking care of two children, but one of her own shoulders was exposed. Seeing this, Lin Yuan reached out and pulled the blanket closer to her, saying, "You cover yourself up too, don't get cold." Lang Yanran's earlobes flushed slightly. She didn't speak, but simply moved her arm closer to Lin Yuan, letting the blanket wrap just around their shoulders, and gently placed her hand on his knee. The beige knitted gloves felt soft, and through the thin fabric, she could feel the warmth of his leg. Su Qingying leaned against Lin Yuan, her foot lightly brushing against his ankle. The tips of her white canvas shoes were covered with bits of fallen leaves, but this didn't diminish their intimate closeness. "Look at the lake, the sunset has turned the water gold." Lin Yuan looked up at the lake. The orange-red sunset was slowly sinking behind the distant mountains, the lake surface like a layer of scattered gold. When the wind blew, the golden light shimmered, even the shadows of the willow branches were tinged with a warm yellow. "It's even softer than the sunset on the island last time," he said softly, gently stroking Su Qingying's hair with his fingertips. Her hair was very soft, like a cloud. "Next time we can bring a tent and wait for the sunrise." Okay. Su Qingying nodded immediately, lifting her head from his embrace, her eyes sparkling. "I want to bring strawberry cookies and hot cocoa. Hot drinks are the most comforting in the morning." Lang Yanran sat beside them, watching their interaction, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It'll be colder before sunrise, so bring a thick blanket. I have a cashmere one in my car, I can bring it next time." She remembered that Lin Yuan was afraid of the cold in winter and had even prepared a thick blanket in advance. As the sun slowly sank behind the mountains, the last rays of golden light fell on Su Qingying's hair, as if gilded with a light gold. Reluctantly, Su Qingying got up from Lin Yuan's embrace, patting the fallen leaves off her skirt. "I heard there's a night market nearby, selling grilled skewers and roasted chestnuts. Shall we go eat there? I haven't had night market food in ages." She remembered Lin Yuan saying he liked things with a strong, smoky flavor, so she had specifically looked up the night market's location beforehand. It was only a 10-minute drive from the lake. "I know that night market. The skewers are very clean, and the owner is a regular." Lang Yanran immediately replied, taking out her phone from her bag. "I'll reserve a table first to avoid queuing. I'll ask the owner to grill a few extra pork belly skewers, without chili." She remembered that Lin Yuan didn't eat spicy food, and even the seasoning had to be specified in advance. Her fingers typed quickly on the screen, her movements as practiced as if she had done it countless times. When the three arrived at the night market, it was already dark. Red lanterns hung above the stalls, casting a warm yellow glow that made the entire market feel cozy. Su Qingying, holding Lin Yuan's hand, ran to the roasted chestnut stall first. The aroma of chestnuts wafted far and wide. She took a deep breath. It smells so good. Boss, a pound of hot chestnuts, extra sugar, please. She remembered that Lin Yuan liked sweeter chestnuts, so she specifically asked the vendor to add extra sugar. After paying, she turned back to Lin Yuan with a smile. I'll peel them for you later. Hot chestnuts are the best. Lang Yanran went to the barbecue stall to queue up, not making the two of them wait. She simply said, "You two find a seat, I'll queue up. It'll be quick." Standing in the queue, she watched the owner grill the skewers, occasionally reminding him, "Don't overcook the pork belly skewers, brush the chicken wings with honey, and don't put any spice in any of the skewers." The owner smiled and agreed, "Don't worry, Ms. Lang, I remember Mr. Lin's taste. I always make them this way." Su Qingying found a seat by the window, pulled Lin Yuan down to sit, and took a hot chestnut from the paper bag. She carefully peeled the shell. The chestnut was very hot, and she held it between her fingers several times before slowly peeling it off, revealing the golden chestnut flesh. She then held it to Lin Yuan's lips. "Eat quickly, it's still hot, be careful not to burn your mouth." Her fingertips accidentally touched his lips, and she recoiled as if electrocuted, her cheeks instantly turning red. But she immediately picked up the next chestnut and continued peeling. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and bit into a chestnut. The sweet and soft texture spread in his mouth, carrying the aroma of sugar, and the temperature was just right, not too hot. "It's even sweeter than the ones I bought last time," he said with a smile, reaching out to wipe the chestnut crumbs from Su Qingying's mouth. "Open it slowly, don't burn your hands. I can peel it myself." Su Qingying shook her head, then held the peeled chestnut to his mouth again. "I'll peel it for you, you just eat it. I like peeling chestnuts." When Lang Yanran returned with the skewers, this was the scene she witnessed. Su Qingying was peeling chestnuts, while Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, smiling at her. The warm yellow light shone on them, creating a cozy picture. She didn't disturb them, but simply placed the skewers on the table and picked up a skewer of pork belly, handing it to Lin Yuan. "They're freshly grilled, still hot. Eat them quickly, they won't taste good when they're cold." Her fingertips lightly touched his hand, still warm from the skewers. "I also bought some grilled eggplant, with minced garlic, your favorite flavor." Lin Yuan took the skewer, took a bite, and the aroma of the pork belly mixed with the fragrance of the seasonings was just his favorite flavor. Su Qingying also picked up a skewer of grilled chicken wings, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "So delicious." "Lang Yanran, how did you find such a delicious skewer stall?" Lang Yanran smiled, not mentioning that she had specifically asked several friends to find good skewers, only saying, "I found it by chance, and I remembered it because I thought it was delicious." The sounds of people, the aroma of grilled skewers, and the sweet scent of chestnuts mingled together in the night market, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Su Qingying leaned against Lin Yuan, peeling chestnuts and feeding him, occasionally eating one herself. Lang Yanran sat opposite, handing Lin Yuan tissues, occasionally picking up a skewer of grilled meat to eat herself, her eyes frequently glancing at the two of them with a gentle smile. As they left the night market, Su Qingying was still carrying unfinished chestnuts, leaning on Lin Yuan's shoulder, her steps a little slow. Clearly she was stuffed. Lang Yanran walked beside her, holding Lin Yuan's coat, worried he might catch a cold in the evening, and also carrying the bag of unfinished skewers for him. The streetlights cast long shadows of the three of them, overlapping each other, seemingly inseparable. Lin Yuan looked at the two women beside him. Su Qingying's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes still held a satisfied smile. Lang Yanran had a faint smile on her lips, and although she had a lot of things in her hands, she didn't let him take a single thing. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, like being enveloped in the warm light of the night market, or like being warmed by the sunset by the lake. These two women always remembered his preferences and pampered him in their own ways. There was no competition, only overflowing care, making this ordinary night exceptionally sweet. Chapter 119. 3 people on the red carpet. 3 days later. Summer Capital International Convention and Exhibition Center. Tonight, the stars shine brightly here, and luxury cars abound. The annual Leaders Summit Gala Dinner, hailed as the Oscars of the Xiadu Business District, will be held here. Those who received the invitation were all top tycoons, scions of prominent families, and leading figures in various industries in Xiadu and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the banquet hall entrance. The red carpet was lined with reporters from major financial media outlets and fashion magazines. Long lenses and short lenses, flashbulbs as bright as day. Every guest who walks the red carpet is met with gasps and the sound of camera shutters. Look! It's Chairman Wang from Shanghai Group. I heard he recently landed a huge overseas deal worth $5 billion. Who's that woman next to him? She's so young. That's a rising movie star. I never expected she'd be snatched up by Chairman Wang. TSK, what a winner in life. Amidst the murmurs, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly came to a stop at the beginning of the red carpet. The car door opened. The first thing that catches everyone's eye is a jade-like foot wearing a custom silver high heel. Perfect foot shape, slender ankles. That fleeting glimpse was enough to make every man in the room go dry. Immediately afterwards, a long, beautiful leg, flawlessly encased in pure black stockings, emerged from the car. As the owner of the beautiful legs slowly stood up, the flashes from the cameras instantly reached an unprecedented climax. It's her. Lang Yanran, the Ice Queen of the Sky Dome Group. Tonight, she is completely different from her usual cold and aloof professional image. She wore a silver fishtail evening gown custom designed by a top international designer. The dress design was extremely daring. The strapless design perfectly showcased her delicate collarbones and swan-like neck. The stunning curve of her chest was perfectly accentuated by the dress. It has formed a deep and enchanting canyon. The dress hugged her slender waist tightly and extended downwards. At the hips, a perfect peach curve is outlined, enough to make any man's blood boil. Her long silver hair was piled high, with only a few wisps of hair playfully hanging down beside her ears. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful, mixed-race face, she was like a goddess descending from the moon palace. Noble, aloof, and beyond compare. Just when everyone thought she would walk the red carpet alone, as she had in previous years, the other car door was also opened. This time, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Because the one who stepped out of the car was another stunningly beautiful goddess. Su Qingying. She wore a dark red velvet dress that contrasted sharply with Lang Yanran's silver dress. The long dress, though relatively conservative in style, perfectly showcased her voluptuous and mature charm. Seaweed-like chestnut-colored curls are casually draped over the shoulders. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle and tender, and the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye looked especially charming and beautiful under the flash. She was like a ripe peach, exuding a sweet fragrance that was intoxicating. If Lang Yanran is an iceberg that never melts, then she is like a hot spring that can melt everything. Two women with very different styles, yet both stunningly beautiful. And so, they stood on either side of the Rolls-Royce's doors. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The president of Sky Dome Group and her stepmother. Haven't they always had a cold relationship, like two kings never meeting? How could they both appear here at the same time? Moreover, judging from their appearance, they seemed to be waiting for someone? Just when everyone was full of doubts, a hand reached out from the driver's side window. It was a man's hand. Its joints are distinct, and it is long and strong. Then, the car door opened. A young man got out of the driver's seat. The moment he stood up straight and turned around, the silence at the scene was completely shattered. Instead, there was a deafening uproar. My God, who is that person? So handsome. He actually got out of the driver's seat? The man was wearing a perfectly tailored black handmade suit. His posture was upright, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. His impeccably handsome face wore a nonchalant, lazy smile. His deep, captivating eyes swept over the viewer with a casual glance. It was as if it could steal the souls of all the females present. He was Lin Yuan. However, that's not the most shocking part. What was most shocking was what happened after Lin Yuan got out of the car. Those two goddesses who were originally unattainable and as dazzling as the sun and moon. At the same time, she revealed a gentle and sweet smile, just like a little woman. Then, one on the left and one on the right. She took his arm very naturally. On the left is the silver-haired queen with fair skin and delicate bones. On the right is a charming, chestnut-haired noblewoman. Lin Yuan stood between them. He was surrounded by women on both sides. Like a god who possesses both the moon and the sun. Let's go. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, feeling the two completely different softness and elasticity coming from his arm. Then, under the almost blank stares of the entire upper class of the summer capital, he was accompanied by his two stunningly beautiful companions. He strolled leisurely onto the red carpet, a symbol of honor and status. At that moment, all the flashes became meaningless. Because no matter how bright the lights are, they cannot conceal the unparalleled brilliance emanating from these three people, a brilliance powerful enough to scorch anyone's eyes. Chapter 120: A Provocation from an Ant. The red carpet eventually comes to an end. But the shock brought by Lin Yuan and his two companions was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread endlessly throughout the magnificent banquet hall. The moment the three of them walked into the hall hand in hand. Originally a bustling, high-class social venue filled with polite greetings and elegant music. Instantly, an eerie silence fell. Everyone's gaze was drawn to him like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Everyone focused their attention on the bizarre sight at the entrance. Each gaze was filled with shock, confusion, inquiry, and, something all men understand, an undisguised, raging fire of jealousy. Those are President Lang and Ms. Su? I'm not seeing things, am I? They are arm in arm with the same man? Who is that guy? Where did he come from? Is that even a question? He must be the heir of some extremely well-hidden, powerful family. Otherwise, how could it be possible to get these two ladies so close at the same time? Whispers, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, quietly spread through the crowd. The vast majority of people are using what they believe to be reasonable logic to explain this mind-blowing scene before them. In their view, it was something that could win the hearts of both Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, two women at the pinnacle of society. This man's background must be incredibly powerful. He is definitely richer than the Sky Dome Group. And more powerful than the Long family. Only in this way can it conform to their understanding of the world as equivalent exchange. Lin Yuan took in all of this, and the lazy smile on his lips deepened. He liked this feeling. I like this feeling of absolute control. The whole world is frantically speculating about him, but they can never guess the truth. He felt the two soft touches coming from his arm. On the side belonging to Lang Yanran, even through the silky fabric of the dress, one could still feel its amazing elasticity and fullness, carrying a hint of the unique, cool fragrance of the Ice Queen. The side belonging to Su Qingying was more voluptuous and soft, with her warm body temperature constantly emanating through the velvet dress, accompanied by a unique, elegant fragrance of mature women, like a delicate orchid. An iceberg in the left hand, flames in the right. At this point in life, what more could one ask for? Let's go sit over there. Lin Yuan ignored all the gazes around him, as if they were just an insignificant background. He spoke softly to the two beauties beside him. Good. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying responded in unison. Her voice was filled with a gentleness and obedience that no one else had ever heard before. They were like two of the most docile Persian cats, surrounding their owner as they walked toward a relatively quiet rest area. However, there are many smart people in the world. But there will never be a fool who thinks he's clever. There are always some people who get blinded by jealousy and their own sense of superiority. They couldn't see the tiger's claws and fangs. All I saw was that seemingly docile exterior. Just as Lin Yuan and his two companions were about to walk to an empty sofa, a discordant sound suddenly rang out. Oh, isn't this President Lang? Accompanied by the sound, a young man wearing a white Armani suit, with slicked back hair and a slightly frivolous smile on his face, staggered over, holding a wineglass. Behind him followed two or three equally well-dressed henchmen. Judging from their arrogant demeanor, they were clearly second-generation rich kids from some family. Lin Yuan paused slightly in his steps. He didn't even need to look. Just by hearing the sound, he knew trouble was coming. Lang Yanran's delicate eyebrows furrowed instantly. Her silver eyes had just been gleaming with a sweet, gentle light. At this moment, it was already covered by a layer of cold frost. Young Master Li, is something the matter? Her voice returned to that of the icy queen feared by everyone in the business world. Cold and devoid of any emotion. The man referred to as young Master Li is named Li Wenba. He is the only son of the chairman of Huihuang Real Estate, a well-known real estate group in Shedu. Compared to the behemoth that is Tianqiang Group, Huihuang Real Estate is naturally insignificant. But Li Wenba, relying on his family's wealth and his own good looks, always acted arrogantly in the second-generation elite circles of Shedu. He even boasted of being a master of romance and had long coveted Lang Yanran, the Ice Queen. He has repeatedly shown great favor to her in public. As a result, without exception, they were all completely ignored by Lang Yanran. At this moment, looking into Lang Yanran's icy gaze, he not only did not back down, but the fire of desire in his eyes burned even brighter. When his gaze swept over Su Qingying beside Lang Yanran, he couldn't help but swallow hard. One is aloof and elegant, the other gentle and graceful. They are still nominally a mother and daughter. It's practically every man's ultimate fantasy. And now, this fantasy has actually been realized by a wild boy who appeared out of nowhere. Li Wenba's heart was instantly consumed by overwhelming jealousy. His gaze finally fell on Lin Yuan. He examined it carefully, looking it over from top to bottom. Seeing this made him even more resentful. He's fucking handsome. He's even more handsome than me. But this aura doesn't seem like that of a top-tier wealthy family. Although his outfit was quite expensive, Li Wenba believed he could afford it. Most importantly, he actually got out of the driver's seat. In their circle, a driver is considered a servant. An idea instantly formed in his mind, which was filled with alcohol and jealousy. That pretty boy. He must be Lang Yanran's kept driver and plaything. Otherwise, how can this be explained? As for Su Qingying, this guy must have used some sweet talk to trick this lonely noblewoman into getting his hands on him. Yes. That must be it. Thinking of this, the last bit of apprehension Li Wenba had vanished. He looked at Lin Yuan with a smile full of superiority and disdain. Mr. Lang, your new driver is quite unique. He deliberately emphasized the word driver. As soon as he finished speaking, his henchman burst into laughter. Ah, yes, this driver is really handsome. President Lang has excellent taste, even his driver has such refined manners. Young man, which driving school did you learn to drive at? Could you tell me about it? Each insulting and sarcastic remark clearly reached the ears of all the guests present. In an instant, everyone's gaze, with a hint of amusement, focused on this spot. This is going to be interesting. Everyone wanted to see how this pretty boy, who could be with two goddesses at the same time, would handle this humiliating situation. I also want to see how the usually assertive Lang Yanran will react. However, to everyone's surprise, faced with such a direct provocation, Lin Yuan didn't react at all. The smile on his face didn't even change for a moment. They watched Li Wenba with great interest, as if he were watching a clown's farcical performance. That look in his eyes was so calm it was unsettling. Su Qingying, standing to the side, merely frowned slightly before relaxing her expression. She even moved a little closer to Lin Yuan. He looked at Li Wenba with pity, as if he were looking at a dead man. What a poor bug. You have no idea what kind of being you are provoking. Just as Li Wenba became increasingly smug because of Lin Yuan's cowardice and was about to say something even more outrageous, Lang Yanran moved. She let go of Lin Yuan's hand. He took a step forward. This step reduced the distance between her and Li Wenba to less than half a meter. Her silver eyes were fixed on Li Wenba. That look was no longer cold. Rather, it was an absolute chilling and disgusting feeling that could freeze a person's soul into ice shards. What did you just say? Her voice was very soft and slow. Yet it carried with it a terrifying, suffocating pressure. Li Wenba felt a jolt in his heart when she looked at him, and instinctively wanted to back away. But his entourage was still watching, and all the guests around were watching. He can't back down. He forced himself to speak, his neck stiffening as he said, I said he's your driver, so what? Did I say something wrong? He didn't finish his sentence. Because a champagne glass was violently hurled from above his head. It got soaked. The cold, bubbly liquid mixed with his greasy hairspray. Tears streamed down his cheeks in a disheveled manner. It dripped onto his expensive white Armani suit, leaving a messy wine stain. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Lang Yanran's sudden and incredibly fierce action. No one expected that this ice queen would respond to this provocation in such an undignified yet direct way. Li Wenba was also stunned. He felt the coolness on his head and the stickiness on his face, his mind went blank. She actually dared to throw wine at me? You! He flew into a rage and reached out to grab Lang Yanran's shoulder. However, his hand had not yet reached Lang Yanran's dress. An even more imposing figure had already blocked his way. It's Su Qingying. This artist has always appeared gentle and graceful. At this moment, however, he wore a chilling smirk on his face. Smack! A resounding slap. It slapped Li Wenba hard across the face. Su Qingying used almost all her strength in that slap. The slap sent Li Wenbo staggering, and half of his face visibly swelled up. Ah! Li Wenbo let out a humiliating cry of pain. He was completely stunned. One of them threw a drink at him. One of them immediately attacked him. Have these two women gone mad? Su Qingying shook her slightly numb hands and looked at Li Wenbo's shocked and angry face. Her gentle eyes were now filled with disdain and contempt. She spoke slowly, her voice soft, yet every word pierced the heart. Who do you think you are? You dare to judge my man? In short. Like a thunderclap. A deafening roar erupted throughout the banquet hall. Chapter 121: A Glorious End. You dare to judge my man? Su Qingying's voice remained gentle, yet carried a resolute and icy edge. Every word was like a sharp scalpel, precisely dissecting Li Wenbo's pitiful self-esteem and exposing it, bloodily, to everyone's gaze. The entire banquet hall was completely silent. People even forgot to breathe. If Lang Yanran's act of splashing champagne on her head just now was a display of the queen's rage and fierceness, so Su Qingying's seemingly gentle slap and her declaration, gentle yet extremely domineering, were quite something. This means that gods absolutely defend what they own. If a woman throws alcohol on your head, you can say that she lost her composure. But now, he was slapped hard across the face by another woman in front of the entire upper class of Shedu. Li Wenbo felt the alcohol in his blood transform into a raging fire that surged straight to his head. His reason was completely burned away by extreme humiliation and anger. Good. 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 He covered his swollen cheek, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a mad tiger. You two just wait. He was already incoherent and could only utter the most incompetent roars. Su Qingying. You're a piece of trash who's married to an old man, and you still dare to pretend to be innocent here? And you, Lang Yanran. Don't think Tianqiang Group is so great. My dad and President's son of Donghai Bank are sworn brothers. With just one word from me, I can make sure Tianqiang's loan won't come through. And you pretty boy. His finger trembled as he pointed at Lin Yuan, who had remained silent throughout. I don't care who you are. I'm going to make sure you leave here strangled. I'll show you what happens when you offend Li Wenbo. His frantic shouting caused the surrounding guests to frown. It looks terrible. It's really ugly. Regardless, such reckless remarks in this setting have completely disgraced brilliant real estate and the Li family. The followers behind him quietly distanced themselves from him. His face was filled with embarrassment and fear. They've realized it now too. Something seems off. The fact that two women, Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, would protect this young man so much suggests that he is probably not just a simple pretty boy. Li Wenbo, however, had clearly gone mad and was completely unaware of this. He's still there, yelling and threatening. With his meager imagination, he constructed the pleasure he felt after his revenge. Just then, Lin Yuan finally moved. He didn't engage in a verbal altercation or physical fight with Li Wenbo, as anyone might have imagined. He simply released Su Qingying's hand and gently patted the back of her hand, indicating that she didn't need to be angry. Then, he took long strides and slowly walked up to Li Wenbo. His face still wore that lazy, enigmatic smile. Those deep, peach blossom eyes gazed quietly at Li Wenbo. There was no anger or disdain in his eyes. There is only one kind, a pure pity, like a god looking down upon ants. Are you done arguing? He asked softly. Li Wenbo felt a chill run down his spine from that look, but he remained defiant. What do you want to do? I'll tell you, Shoo. Lin Yuan raised one index finger and gently placed it next to his genitals. A simple action, yet it carries an undeniable power. This effectively silenced Li Wenbo's subsequent threats, leaving them stuck in his throat. You're saying your father and President's son of Donghai Bank are sworn brothers? Lin Yuan asked with great interest. No. That's right. Li Wenbo answered instinctively, as if this was his last trump card. Oh. Lin Yuan nodded, as if he had heard something interesting. Then, in front of everyone, he took out his phone. I found a number in my contacts and dialed it. He didn't even look at the caller ID, as if he already knew the number by heart. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Yuan didn't turn on speakerphone, but in the quiet hall, everyone could vaguely hear the extremely respectful, even slightly obsequious, voice of a middle-aged man coming from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin. Why would you call me? Is there something you need? Lin Yuan ignored the other party's agitation. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the room. Brilliant real estate. 3 minutes. I don't want to hear that name again in the summer capital. After saying that, he then hung up the phone immediately. The entire process was smooth and quick, taking no more than 10 seconds. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Lin Yuan as if he were crazy. What did he just say? 3 minutes to make brilliant real estate disappear? Who is he? The emperor? Although Brilliant Real Estate cannot compare with Skydome Group, it is still a large real estate company with a market value of tens of billions. The network of relationships is intricate and pervasive, spanning the entire Xia capital. Make it disappear in 3 minutes? This is simply a fantasy. Li Wenbo was taken aback at first, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Who the hell do you think you are? 3 minutes? Who do you think you are? Keep pretending. I'll see today whether, in 3 minutes, Brilliant Real Estate will disappear, or you, this pretty boy, will get out of here. His laughter abruptly stopped. Because he could see the other end of the hall. Several top business tycoons, who were chatting together, were so powerful that their mere presence could shake the business world of Shadu. At this moment, he was staring at his phone in horror. What happened? The once glorious stock has crashed. My God. It's not a flash crash. It's gone completely to zero. I just received news from the exchange that Brilliant Real Estate has been ordered to be delisted due to suspected massive financial fraud and illegal fundraising. Not only that. Check the financial news. All of Huihuang Real Estate's ongoing construction projects have been seized. I just received the news. Donghai Bank, Jianxing Bank, Shadu Commercial Bank, all banks have simultaneously announced that they will withdraw loans from Huihuang Real Estate and put it on a permanent blacklist. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Every sound was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Li Wenbo's heart hard. The smile on his face froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Financial fraud? Illegal fundraising? The company kept these things extremely secret. How could they possibly have been found out? Are banks withdrawing loans? Didn't my dad just finish drinking with bank manager's son? Just when he was distraught and unable to accept reality. His phone started ringing incessantly in his pocket. The caller ID displayed 2 characters. Father. Li Wenbo jumped in surprise and hurriedly pressed the answer button. He was about to open his mouth and cry out about the humiliation he had suffered. On the other end of the phone came an old, desperate, and heart-wrenching cry. You unfilial son! You rebellious son! What deity did you offend out there? It's over. It's all over. Our family, it's completely finished. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Li Wenbo stared blankly at his phone, looking like a stone statue whose soul had been taken away. Clatter. The phone slipped from his limp hand, crashed to the ground, and shattered into pieces. He slowly, very slowly, raised his head. He looked at the man who was still standing in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Fear. An overwhelming sense of fear instantly engulfed him. He finally understood. What kind of being has I messed with? That's not a person. That's the devil. He is a devil who can decide the life and death of a multi-billion-dollar empire with just a few words. Thump. Li Wenbo's legs went weak, and he could no longer support his body. He collapsed, limp, and knelt before Lin Yuan. He opened his mouth, as if trying to beg for mercy. But because of extreme fear, he couldn't even utter a complete syllable. It could only make a ho sound, like a broken bellows. A foul-smelling liquid slowly oozed from his crotch. His expensive white trousers were soaked. Lin Yuan frowned in disgust and took a step back. He didn't even glance at the puddle of mud on the ground again. She turned around and returned to Long Yanran and Su Qingying's side. He stretched out his hands again, and very naturally. The 2 goddesses immediately understood and took his arm again. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an insignificant farce. Lin Yuan felt the comforting softness and fragrance emanating from beside him. He turned his head to the two beauties and gave them a doting smile. The air here is polluted. Let's go. After saying that, he then brought his two companions, the queen and the noblewoman, whose beautiful eyes were already sparkling with admiration and whose hearts were overflowing with respect. Under the gaze of all the guests, a mixture of awe, fear, and fervor, he turned and left with a flourish. All that remained was the awe-inspiring atmosphere throughout the entire hall. And a utterly shattered joke called glory. Chapter 122: The Reward on the Balcony. The noise and awe of the banquet hall were completely shut out behind the heavy oak doors. Lin Yuan did not leave directly with the two beauties. He ignored the gazes, a mixture of awe and curiosity, cast upon him by the waiters on both sides of the corridor. Instead, he led them familiarly to a private elevator at the end of the corridor. Where are we going? Lin Yanran asked subconsciously. She was still somewhat agitated at that moment. The resolute decision she made when she spilled that glass of wine, the shock of witnessing the illustrious real estate empire crumble, and now, the unparalleled sense of security and pride she feels deep within her soul as she holds this man's arm. A mix of emotions brought a beautiful blush to her perpetually icy face. Even her silver eyes seemed to transform into a pool of spring water, shimmering and sparkling. Go somewhere where you can see the city clearly. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously and pressed the button for the top floor of the elevator. The elevator ascended smoothly. The atmosphere became subtle in the confined space. The mirrored elevator wall clearly reflected the figures of the three people. Lin Yuan stood in the middle, his posture upright, a smile on his lips, like a king who controlled everything. To his left was Lin Yanran, dressed in a silver fishtail gown, noble and aloof, with a graceful figure, like a sacred lotus blooming on a snow-capped mountain peak. To his right was Su Qingying, dressed in a dark red velvet dress, gentle and charming, with full curves, like a ripe peach waiting to be picked. Su Qingying was clearly not yet fully recovered from the turmoil she had just experienced. The hand that had slapped Li Wenba was still trembling slightly. But her eyes were surprisingly bright. She stared intently at Lin Yuan's profile reflected in the elevator mirror. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness filled her heart. This man. She made the choice. He was the man she was willing to do anything to get back. And now, he has proven to the world in the most shocking and domineering way how right her choice was. Bite. The elevator reached the top floor. The door slowly opened. A slightly cool evening breeze blew in, ruffling the hair and skirts of the two goddesses. Outside the door is an extremely spacious open-air balcony. This is the highest point in the entire convention center. Beneath my feet lies a dazzling cityscape at night, with countless lights stretching out like a flowing galaxy. In the distance, skyscrapers stand tall and traffic flows like a river, making the entire bustling summer capital seem to be trampled underfoot. Wow! Su Qingying couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Such a magnificent view instantly inspired her, the artist, with boundless creative inspiration. Although Lin Yanran didn't speak, her silver eyes also sparkled with stunning light. As the president of the Sky Dome Group, she has also stood atop countless skyscrapers and overlooked the city. But never before has it been like today. It made her feel so refreshed and so at ease. Because at this moment, she is not standing here as someone in control. Instead, he acted as a follower. She knew that the bustling city beneath her feet was perhaps nothing more than a tiny speck that could be destroyed in the blink of an eye for the man beside her. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply let go of their hands and walked alone to the edge of the balcony. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, it's as if you're embracing the whole world. The evening breeze rustled his perfectly tailored suit, the hem fluttering in the wind. Bathed in the glow of the city lights, his silhouette appeared lonely, powerful, and yet full of endless charm. Lin Yanran and Su Qingying exchanged a glance. They both saw the same obsession in each other's eyes. They no longer hesitated. They walked to Lin Yuan's side, one on the left and one on the right. Then, with perfect understanding, they gently nestled into his arms from both sides. Lin Yanran's body exuded a metallic coolness, and the fabric of her dress was both silky and resilient, just like her. Su Qingying's body was soft and warm, her voluptuous curves pressed tightly against Lin Yuan's arm, radiating a reassuring warmth. Lin Yuan then opened his eyes and looked down. On his left was a stunningly beautiful face, looking up at him with an almost worshipful gaze. On the right was a gentle and charming face, her cheek pressed lightly against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Thank you for your hard work just now. Lin Yuan's voice, tinged with amusement, broke the silence. It's not hard work. Lang Yanran shook her head, her silver eyes shining brightly. Anyone who dares to disrespect you is my enemy. Her voice still carried a hint of coldness, but that coldness was directed at the whole world, solely to protect him. He deserves to be hit. Su Qingying raised her head and spoke softly. Her eyes held a hint of lingering fear, but also a hint of determination. I will not allow anyone to use such filthy words to smear you. Lin Yuan smiled. He reached out his hands and gently stroked their cheeks. I know, he said in a low voice. Therefore, there should be rewards. Before he could finish speaking, he lowered his head slightly, first focusing on Lang Yanran's lips, which were slightly pursed due to nervousness and had a pale cherry red hue. It was gently imprinted on. It was just a gentle, fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water. But it was just this one moment. But it felt as if a current of billions of volts had instantly struck Lang Yanran's entire body. Her body stiffened abruptly. My mind went completely blank at that moment. She felt her heart skip a full beat, and then it started pounding wildly at an unprecedented speed. An indescribable feeling instantly spread from the bottom of my heart to every part of my body. Her already rosy face turned even redder, almost as if it were bleeding. Even her fair, slender swan neck and delicate earlobes were tinged with a captivating pink. She was kissed. In front of Su Qingying. He gave her a kiss as a reward. This feeling. Shameful. Exciting. And filled with unparalleled, pampered, sweetness. Before she could recover from this soul-shaking sensation, Lin Yuan had already raised his head. Then, under Lang Yanran's bewildered gaze, he turned his head slightly to look at Su Qingying on the other side. Su Qingying saw it clearly just now. Her heart was in her throat. Seeing Lang Yanran's absent-minded appearance, she felt a little jealous, but also full of anticipation. At that moment, he saw Lin Yuan's gaze turn to him. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She instinctively closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings. Two intoxicating blushes also rose on that gentle and beautiful face. She even slightly tiptoed on her jade-like feet, which were clad in a long velvet dress and whose toes were not visible. She offered her soft, sweet-smelling lips to him. Looking at her shy and demure appearance, which seemed ready to be taken advantage of, Lin Yuan felt a surge of passion in his heart. He lowered his head again without hesitation. Unlike his previous half-hearted approach with Lang Yanran, this kiss was much deeper and more domineering. It was as if he wanted to meld her whole being into his body. Su Qingying let out a barely audible hum. Her body went limp instantly, and she could barely stand. She could only tightly wrap her arms around Lin Yuan's waist. She pressed her voluptuous body against his without reservation. Feel his domineering yet gentle aura. The kiss ended. Su Qingying has completely lost herself. She leaned weakly against Lin Yuan's chest, breathing heavily, her eyes glazed and glistening with tears. Her gentle, pretty face was filled with the ultimate happiness and languor of being satisfied. The entire balcony fell silent once again. Only the howling of the evening wind remained. And three hearts beating wildly. Much later, Lang Yanran slowly regained her senses after experiencing that out-of-body feeling. She looked at Su Qingying, who had already slumped into Lin Yuan's arms. Then she thought about how she almost lost her composure just from being lightly touched. A strong sense of unwillingness and competitiveness surged up instantly. On what grounds? Why are you so gentle with her? But for me, it was just a light touch? Could it be that in your heart, I'm not as good as her? The Ice Queen's pride erupted completely at this moment. She suddenly raised her head, and two blazing flames ignited in her silver eyes. Then, under the somewhat astonished gazes of Lin Yuan and Su Qingying, she did something even bolder and crazier than the wine she had just spilled. She reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan's collar. Then stand on your tiptoes. She pressed her cool yet soft lips firmly and proactively against it. Chapter 123: The Aftermath of the Storm and a New Legend. As Lin Yuan's tall and straight figure, along with the two exceptionally elegant figures on his left and right, completely disappeared behind the heavy doors of the banquet hall, the entire magnificent hall remained deathly silent. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped the throats of everyone present. Only Li Wenba, the once arrogant rich second generation, remained, slumped on the ground like a lump of mud. The pungent odor emanating from the pool of filth beneath him stood out starkly against the backdrop of fine perfumes and gourmet food, both jarring and cautionary. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The seemingly insignificant sound acted like a switch, instantly shattering the suffocating silence. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. The entire banquet hall was like a kettle being boiled over, instantly becoming a boiling cauldron. All the elegance, reserve, and dignity that had been deliberately maintained before vanished at this moment. Everyone was like a sugar cube thrown into a swarm of ants, buzzing and in complete chaos amidst extreme shock and fear. Oh my God, what did I just see? A socialite in an elegant gown covered her mouth, her face pale, her eyes filled with horror. Brilliant real estate, just like that, gone? Her male companion, a well-known fund manager in the financial industry, was trembling in his voice. He stared intently at the stock trading app on his phone. The candlestick chart representing brilliant real estate had become a chilling, straight downward line, eventually returning to zero and turning gray. Everything happened within 3 minutes. No, it won't even take 3 minutes. From the moment that man made the phone call to the official announcement that brilliant real estate was forced to delist. The whole process was so fast it felt like an unreal nightmare. That person, that man, who exactly is he? Who was he calling? This is no longer a problem that money can solve. To be able to mobilize regulatory agencies, seize all projects, and get all banks to withdraw loans in such a short time. This is divine intervention. A respected veteran entrepreneur in the business world of Shadu, who had seen it all, was now holding a wineglass with a slight tremor in his hand. He spent his entire life in the business world and considered himself a figure of considerable influence. But what was happening before his eyes was completely beyond his comprehension. This is not business competition. This is not a case of capital attack. This is a dimensional reduction attack. It's like the gods casually wiping away ants they don't like. The guests at the tables closest to Li Wenbo stood up as if avoiding a plague and retreated in fear. Looking at the still convulsing figure on the ground, their eyes no longer held any of the schadenfreude they had shown before. Only fear that comes from the very marrow of your bones. They just witnessed it all. The man's expression remained unchanged throughout the entire ordeal. He didn't even show a hint of anger. It's like crushing an ant, it's not worth any emotional reaction from him at all. And those two goddesses who are usually high and mighty are Lang Yanran, the ice queen of Tianxiang Group, and Su Qingying, an internationally renowned artist. In front of that man, they were as docile as two domesticated cats. When men are provoked, they will not hesitate to unleash their sharpest claws to tear apart any enemy. When the man is about to make a move, they will obediently step aside, admiring their master's miracle with the most adoring and infatuated gaze. These scenes were etched into the minds of everyone present, like a brand. Quickly! Go investigate. A middle-aged man who looked like the head of a large family suddenly turned around and growled in a low voice at his assistant behind him. Use all our connections. I need to know everything about that man. What's his name? What's his background? I need to see all his information before dawn. His assistant was startled and quickly agreed before rushing out of the hall. It wasn't just him. Almost at the same time. At least half of the guests in the banquet hall made the same choice. They frantically pulled out their phones and gave the same death order to their most trusted subordinates. Find out that man's identity at all costs. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Half an hour later, the assistants who had left in a hurry returned to their master's side, their faces ashen. The messages they brought back were strikingly consistent. Boss, we can't find it. Master, we've used all our connections, even contacting people in the capital, but there's absolutely no information about that person. Chairman, his identity seems to be top secret. Everyone who tried to investigate further received a warning. The source of the warning cannot be traced, but the level is highest. Blank? Top secret? Highest warning? A series of chilling words echoed in the ears of these top figures in the summer capital. The color drained from their faces little by little, until they turned to ashes. If before they were only afraid of Lin Yuan's power, now they felt a deep-seated despair at Lin Yuan's non-existence. A person who can win the hearts of both Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, a person who can decide the fate of a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a single word. His information was completely blank? What does this tell us? This only proves one thing. His level has reached a dimension that is beyond the reach or even the comprehension of everyone present. Their investigation was like a group of two-dimensional ants trying to understand three-dimensional humans. It's laughable, and also ignorant. Stop, stop. The family patriarch, who had initially ordered the investigation, issued the order again in a hoarse voice. Immediately halt all investigations into that person. All of them. And pass on my words. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness. From this day forward, that man's appearance, his name, and even any characteristic related to him, will be the highest taboo in our family. No one may discuss or speculate on this matter in any place or in any form. Everyone who has seen him must keep this night a secret. Besides, he paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Tell those good-for-nothing brats in the family. From now on, in Shadu, they can mess with anyone, they can offend anyone. However, you absolutely cannot provoke a man who can have both Lang Yanran and Su Qingying by his side at the same time. If you see them, you must give them the utmost respect, as if you were seeing your ancestors. Because he is not human. He is a demon god walking among mortals. These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, resounding in everyone's hearts. Yes. Demon god. Only the word demon god can explain everything that happened tonight. A brand new, and the most terrifying legend in the history of Shadu. It was born quietly tonight. From then on, an unwritten rule spread throughout the upper class of Shadu. On the day their children come of age, the head of every family will give them 3 pieces of advice. First, do not provoke the Sky Dome group, because behind it stands an Ice Queen. Second, do not offend the artist Su Qingying, because her paintbrush can determine your reputation and even your life or death. And the most important, and most crucial, third point. If one day you see a man walking on the street with both of these goddesses at the same time. So, lower your proud head, put away all your thoughts, and disappear from their sight as quickly as possible. Because of what you see. It is the god of this city. Chapter 124 in the bathroom. From the rooftop balcony of the convention center to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce returning to the hillside villa. The journey was silent. But silence does not equate to peace. On the contrary. Inside the car, in that private space constructed with top-quality leather and expensive fragrances, an unseen storm is brewing. At the eye of the storm was Lin Yuan, a man who seemed to be asleep with his eyes closed, resting. The source of the storm, however, was the 2 stunning beauties beside him. Lang Yanran sat upright. That silver fishtail evening gown perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. But at this moment, her heart was far from as calm as it appeared. Just now on the balcony, her almost out-of-control actions replayed in her mind again and again. The coolness and softness of that touch, the domineering yet awkward demand. And the fleeting look of surprise and amusement in his eyes when he was caught off guard by his own attack. All of this made this Ice Queen feel an unprecedented mix of shame and excitement. Did she win? In that silent struggle, she used the most direct way to declare her unwillingness to back down. But, what will he think? Will he think I'm too presumptuous? A sense of unease crept into her heart. She couldn't help but steal glances at the man beside her from the corner of her eye. On the other hand, Su Qingying was in a completely different state. She felt as if all the bones in her body had been removed, and she slumped lazily into the soft chair. The dark red velvet dress rode up slightly because of her posture, revealing a small portion of her fair and delicate calves, which gleamed with an ivory-like luster in the dim light inside the car. Her pretty face was still rosy. Those gentle, watery eyes were now shimmering with moisture, like a pool of melting spring water. She was also reminiscing about it. She was still savoring the deep and domineering kiss that had almost suffocated her. His aura, his power, his scent. It seemed to still linger between her lips and teeth, sending shivers down her spine. She was content and happy. But when her gaze inadvertently met Lang Yanran's cold yet complex eyes on the other side, a strong sense of vigilance and competition immediately rose in Su Qingying's heart. She knew that what happened on the balcony was just the beginning. The real war is not over yet. Tonight's battle for control will be a crucial one in this war. The Rolls-Royce smoothly drove into the villa's garage. The 3 of them got out of the car and walked into the brightly lit, luxurious palace. I'm a little tired, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yuan took off his suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. As he unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, he spoke casually. It's just this one sentence, nothing out of the ordinary. But it was like a starting pistol. In an instant, the battle between the two goddesses was ignited. "Let me help you. I will serve you." Two voices rang out almost at the same time. Lang Yanran's voice was clear, cold, and firm, leaving no room for doubt. Su Qingying's voice was gentle yet persistent, unyielding. After they finished speaking, they immediately turned their gazes to each other. In the air, it seemed as if invisible sparks were colliding violently. "Oh." Lin Yuan chuckled softly as he looked at their tense demeanor. He made no choice. Because only children make choices. He wants them all. "Then, let's all come together." He uttered a statement that would drive any man crazy. Then, he went straight to the second-floor master bedroom, which was comparable to a presidential suite. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. Immediately, two intoxicating blushes rose on their two stunningly beautiful faces. Together? The meaning contained in that word made their hearts skip a beat. Is this a test for the two of us? This tests whether we can coexist harmoniously. Both of them were quick-witted and immediately understood Lin Yuan's deeper meaning. In their eye contact, the hostility gradually faded. Instead, there is a more complex and peculiar feeling of being both an opponent and a comrade in arms. They said nothing more, but silently followed Lin Yuan's footsteps toward the battlefield where history was about to be witnessed. The master bedroom's bathroom is surprisingly large. The floors and walls are covered with black marble imported from abroad, featuring natural veining. In the very center is a huge, circular, sunken bathtub large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. At this moment, the bathtub has automatically filled with hot water, and the rising steam, under the soft light, makes the whole space seem dreamlike. Lin Yuan removed his clothes, stretching out his perfect body, comparable to a top male model, and slowly stepped into the bath. The warm water instantly enveloped my entire body. Let him let out a comfortable, satisfied sigh. He leaned against the edge of the bathtub, closed his eyes, and seemed to be waiting for something. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying stood by the bathtub, looking somewhat at a loss. They were still wearing those gorgeous evening gowns. It seemed out of place in such a humid environment. "What are you still standing there for?" Lin Yuan closed his eyes and spoke softly. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. The two of them shuddered and immediately came to their senses. They exchanged a glance, and then, as if they had made up their minds, they looked at each other. Su Qingying was the first to act. She lifted her dark red velvet dress and slowly knelt down at Lin Yuan's feet. This pose made her voluptuous curves even more breathtaking. She extended her fair and slender hands, which were considered works of art. Gently, it dips into the water. Then, she grasped Lin Yuan's ankle. Her movements were very light, carrying a unique gentleness and delicacy that belongs to an artist. His fingertips, calloused from years of painting, brushed against his skin, bringing a strange, electric-like sensation. She began to massage his calves, which were a little tired from standing all night. The force applied was just right, gradually increasing from light to heavy. She took meticulous care of every muscle and every acupoint. On the other side, Lang Yanran watched Su Qingying's actions and gently bit her lip. She absolutely cannot lose. She took a deep breath and lifted the hem of her expensive silver fishtail skirt. Then, he slowly knelt down behind Lin Yuan. The cool, silky fabric of her dress was instantly soaked by the water on the floor, clinging tightly to her stunning curves, but she didn't care. She picked up a natural sponge next to her and soaked it in warm water. Then, he extended the hands that usually held the power of life and death over a multi-billion-dollar corporation. It gently pressed against Lin Yuan's broad and sturdy back. Her hands had a natural coolness to them. This contrasts sharply with the hot water in the bathtub. She began, clumsily, to wipe his back. Her movements were far less skillful than Su Qingying's. Some parts were even stiff. But she learned very quickly. Her gaze was extremely focused. Lin Yuan kept his eyes closed the entire time. He could feel it clearly. Behind him, a pair of icy little hands were exploring and learning inch by inch on his back. At his feet, those soft, warm hands were kneading and soothing his legs. This is a royal enjoyment. It is also a kind of spiritual, absolute conquest. They are the two most outstanding goddesses in the summer capital. One is the queen who holds power. One is a world-renowned artist. But at this moment, they have all lost all their glamour. She knelt before him willingly. with my noblest hands, for him. This is what he wanted. This is the ultimate secret of the soft rice system. Chapter 125. A calm night, a turbulent morning. The misty fog will eventually dissipate. When Lin Yuan, wearing a soft silk bathrobe and drying his wet hair, walked out of the bathroom, the atmosphere in the bedroom had become subtle once again. The two stunningly beautiful women, who had just finished bathing and were wearing identical white bathrobes, stood on either side of the enormous wooden plank large enough to accommodate several people rolling around on. Their pretty faces still had a flush from bathing, like roses blooming after the rain, delicate and beautiful. Lang Yanran's long silver hair was no longer styled in a high bun, but instead flowed smoothly over her shoulders, giving her a more relaxed and homely air rather than the sharpness of a queen. Her silver eyes, under the soft light, shimmered with a complex light expectation, shyness, and, above all, a stubborn refusal to give up. Su Qingying's chestnut-colored curly hair became even more voluminous from the moisture, with a few playful strands clinging to her gentle cheeks, adding to her endearing and charmingly naive appearance. Her gentle eyes seemed calm, but her small hands, tightly gripping the hem of her bathrobe with slightly white knuckles, betrayed the turmoil within her. The problem has finally arrived. There is only one bed in this room. There were 3 of them. How should I sleep tonight? This is the final battle. Whoever wins tonight will undoubtedly gain a temporary advantage in this competition. Oh nar. Su Qingying broke the silence first, her voice so soft it seemed to melt away. Tonight, let Qingying serve you as you rest. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a section of her fair and graceful neck. You've already experienced my skills, and I can also be your pillow, guaranteeing you a good night's sleep. As she spoke, she took a small step forward, her voluptuous and full-figured body curves faintly visible beneath the wide bathrobe, exuding an alluring and captivating charm. Snort. Lang Yanran let out a very soft snort, though it was very soft, the disdain in it was undisguised. Your body is so soft, using you as a pillow will only make your owner more and more tired. She raised her chin, like a proud white swan. My body is on the cooler side, so I can serve as a natural cool mat for my owner, allowing him to sleep more soundly. Her words were direct and bold. In order to fight for this right, she even went so far as to present her most cherished flaw as an advantage. You. Su Qingying was taken aback, her pretty face turning bright red. She never expected that this usually aloof and icy queen would be so unscrupulous in this matter. It seems that a new round of war is about to break out. All right. Lin Yuan's voice rang out softly. He walked to the bedside and sat down, looking at the two beauties arguing over him, a playful smile appearing on his face. What you're saying makes sense. He stretched out his hands and patted the empty spaces on either side of him. On one side is a pillow, and on the other side is a bamboo mat. Isn't this perfect? Everything's here now. In short, the two women, Lang Yanran and Su Qingying, who were still glaring angrily, were instantly stunned. They all turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Yuan. He leaned against the headboard, smiling at them, his deep, peach blossom eyes full of mockery. Aren't you coming over? Boom. Both women's minds went completely blank at the same time. What does he mean by that? Shocking. Shameful. Unbelievable. And a trace of a twisted excitement that even they themselves dared not admit. They looked at the huge, soft bed as if it were not a bed, but a forbidden entrance to a new world. Final. Su Qingying was the first to be defeated. Her skin wasn't as thick as Lang Yanran's after all. With a flushed face, she moved almost simultaneously to Lin Yuan's left side. Then, like an obedient schoolchild, she lay down on her side and carefully placed her arm under Lin Yuan's head. The soft, warm touch and that unique, peach-like fragrance wafted over instantly. Lin Yuan comfortably adjusted his posture and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this pillow is very comfortable. On the other side, Lang Yanran watched this scene, her teeth practically grinding to powder. She beat me to it. I'm not reconciled. We absolutely cannot lose again. She steeled herself and walked to the other side of the bed. Instead of lying on her side like Su Qingying, she directly lifted the blanket and crawled inside. Then, it pressed tightly against Lin Yuan's other side. A cool yet smooth sensation instantly traveled through the silk bathrobe to Lin Yuan's body. Like a piece of fine, cool jade, it dispelled the last trace of summer heat. The straw mat has also arrived. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Okay, time for bed. After he finished speaking, he really didn't make any further movements. My breathing gradually became steady and long. Only the two goddesses on his left and right sides remained. My body was stiff, and I didn't dare to breathe. Lan Yanran could clearly feel Lin Yuan's strong and powerful arm resting on her waist. The intense heat of that body contrasted sharply with the icy coldness of his own. It made her feel like she was being thrown into a volcano and was being melted little by little. Su Qingying was so nervous she almost fainted. Her entire arm was resting under Lin Yuan's head. His warm breath, one breath after another, sprayed onto her heart. It made her feel as if a million ants were crawling on her there, a tingling, itchy sensation that went right to her bones. That night. It was destined to be a sleepless night. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows the next morning, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I slept well all night. Soft and fragrant jade, embraced on both sides. This blissful life made him feel incredibly comfortable. He moved slightly. I felt the softness under my head and the cool, smooth texture against my side. He looked down. Su Qingying was curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly, like a well-behaved kitten. A sweet, satisfied smile lingered on her gentle, pretty face, her long eyelashes fluttering quietly like butterfly wings. On the other side, Lan Yanran was like an octopus. He didn't know when, but it had completely entangled itself around him. A long, beautiful leg, wrapped in a silky bathrobe, was draped over his waist in a domineering manner. Her beautiful, aloof face was buried in his heart, her sleeping posture unrestrained, creating a huge and endearing contrast with her usual icy queen image. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the scene. He tried to get up cautiously. But as soon as he moved, the two women in his arms opened their eyes almost at the same time. They clearly didn't sleep well either. Their eyes met. Memories of last night flooded back instantly. Their two exquisitely beautiful faces flushed bright red once again. They reacted as if electrocuted, frantically trying to separate themselves from Lin Yuan. Woke up? Lin Yuan's voice, slightly hoarse from the early morning, was full of magnetism. Woke up. The two responded with a soft, almost inaudible sound, like mosquitoes buzzing in the air. Now that you're awake, it's time to think about breakfast. Lin Yuan slowly sat up, leaned against the headboard, and looked at them with a leisurely air. I want a fried egg, medium rare, with 2 slices of bacon and a cup of black coffee. Also, I haven't chosen a tie for today yet. In short. In an instant, the tranquil morning was reignited. I'll make it for you. Su Qingying immediately jumped out of bed, and she said it almost reflexively. Cooking is one of the few areas where she is confident she can easily defeat Lan Yanran. I'll go pick out a tie for you. Lan Yanran was not to be outdone and immediately stood up. Her fashion sense and aesthetic sense are recognized as top-notch throughout the entire city of Xia. She absolutely refused to believe that Su Qingying, who was involved in classical art, could understand modern men's fashion better than her. Then, a sweet yet amusing morning battleground has begun. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa in the dressing room, watching the two goddesses in front of him, who had already changed into their casual clothes, arguing heatedly over his tie. Master is going to the company today, so he should wear this royal blue one. It looks calm and dignified. Lan Yanran held up an expensive Hermes tie and argued her case forcefully. No. Royal blue is too old-fashioned. It should be paired with this silver gray pattern tie, which is understated yet luxurious, and matches the owner's temperament best. Su Qingying, however, held onto another Zegna tie, refusing to budge an inch. The two argued back and forth, neither able to convince the other. In the end, the choice had to be left to Lin Yuan. Master, which one is it? At the same time, they handed the ties they were holding to Lin Yuan. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. It's as if this is more than just a choice of a tie. It is also the ultimate judgment on their aesthetic taste. Chapter 126: The Eternal Coronation, the Finale. The morning sunlight streamed through the lattice windows of the luxurious walk-in closet, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The air was filled with the scent of wool from haute couture suits, the fragrance of precious leather, and the intoxicating aroma emanating from the two stunning beauties, a blend of the scent of shower gel and their unique body fragrance. This was a chaotic scene in the early morning that could drive any man crazy. Lin Yuan leaned back on the velvet sofa, watching with a leisurely air as the two goddesses in front of him argued heatedly over how to tie a tie. On the left, Lang Yanran holds a royal blue tie, exuding a cool and aloof aura with a determined gaze, like a queen who insists on her own aesthetic. On the right, Su Qingying held a silver gray tie, her eyes gentle, yet unyielding, like an artist guarding her beloved possession. They simultaneously handed him their ties, their eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness, awaiting his final decision. In the whole world, perhaps only Lin Yuan could make these two women at the top of the pyramid show such a girlish attitude over such a small matter. Lin Yuan's gaze swept back and forth between the two stunningly beautiful faces. He did not make a choice immediately. Instead, he reached out and took the royal blue tie from Lang Yanran's hand. A flash of triumphant joy appeared in Lang Yanran's silver eyes. Su Qingying's eyes immediately dimmed, revealing a hint of unconcealed disappointment. However, before their emotions could fully develop, Lin Yuan then reached out his other hand and took the silver gray tie from Su Qingying's hand. "You." A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "They all make sense." Both goddesses were stunned and looked at him in confusion. Lin Yuan placed the two ties side by side on his lap and then slowly began to speak. "Sapphire blue represents the sky, and it also represents the business empire that you, Yanran, lead." He looked at Lang Yanran with deep eyes. "It is calm, dignified, and full of power. It is a symbol of my authority." Lang Yanran's heart skipped a beat, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride welled up inside her. He saw himself as a symbol of his power. Then, Lin Yuan picked up the silver gray tie and looked at Su Qingying. "And silver gray represents art, and the beautiful world that you, Qingying, have created." His voice softened. "It is understated, elegant, and profound, which is a reflection of my inner self." Su Qingying's eyes instantly reddened. In his heart, he actually said that I was a reflection of his own heart. This touches the softest spot in her heart more effectively than any sweet words. Lin Yuan looked at their completely different yet equally excited expressions and understood. He slowly stood up. Then, he did something that surprised both of them. He handed the royal blue tie, a symbol of power, to Su Qingying. "So, Qingying, come and tie my power to me." Su Qingying was stunned. She stared blankly at the royal blue tie, then looked at Lin Yuan. He then handed the silver gray tie, which represented his inner self, to Lang Yanran. "And Yanran, come and tie my heart shut." Lang Yanran was also stunned, staring blankly at the silver gray tie in her hand. "Ask the other person to tie the tie that represents him? What does this mean? You are two sides of the same coin for me." Lin Yuan looked at them, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. Power needs to be restrained by one's own conscience so that it does not get out of control. The heart needs the protection of power to avoid being broken. Between you two, it has never been a choice. Rather, they are the two indispensable parts that constitute my complete existence. Boom! These words struck the hearts of the two goddesses like a thunderbolt from the beginning of creation. They shattered the last vestige of competition and victory in their hearts. We are not the opponent. We are the two parts that make up him. This understanding is so revolutionary, yet so convincing. Yes. He has the power to decide the fate of a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a single word. This is his supreme authority. He can also enjoy a moment of peace and tranquility on the balcony, which reflects his soft heart. These two things are never contradictory. And these two women are the ultimate representatives of these two aspects. They finally understood. What they were fighting for was never a man's favor. What they were fighting for was to become the more important one and only in his life. But they were all wrong. Because they were already each other's only one, together forming his entire world. I've figured that out. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying slowly raised their heads and looked at each other again. This time, there was no longer any hostility or competition in their eyes. All that remains is an unprecedented, complex understanding and a sense of relief. They took the tie that originally belonged to their rival. Then, they walked up to Lin Yuan, one on the left and one on the right. Lang Yanran stretched out her icy yet slender hands and clumsily wrapped the silver gray tie around Lin Yuan's neck. She had never done such a thing before. But she learned very quickly, her eyes focused, as if she were sculpting the most precious work of art. Su Qingying then extended her gentle yet skillful hands and expertly adjusted his royal blue tie. 1. To tie his heart to him. 1. To tie his power to him. Two ties of different colors and styles were perfectly intertwined by them in a special way. This forms a unique and harmonious two-tone Windsor knot. The calmness of royal blue and the elegance of silver gray complement each other perfectly at the collar of his white shirt. This moment. Inside the walk-in closet, there was an unprecedented harmony. Looking in the mirror, he saw himself being served by two stunning beauties at the same time, and the unique two-tone tie around his neck. Lin Yuan knew. The time has come. I don't need to go to the office today. He suddenly spoke. I'll take you somewhere. Xingying, you come too. Half an hour later. The top floor of the Tianqiong Group headquarters, the president's office. When Lang Yan ran, arm in arm with Lin Yuan, and behind her, Su Qingying, the nominal stepmother, appeared in the office together. Chief Secretary Zhang Ye, who had been waiting there, was so shocked that she almost dropped the documents in her hand. Mr. Long, Miss Su. She looked at this strange combination and for a moment didn't know what to call it. Secretary Zhang, notify all directors. Lang Yanran's voice regained its usual coldness and authority. A high-level emergency board meeting will be convened in 10 minutes. In addition, she paused, glancing at Lin Yuan beside her. From today onwards, Mr. Lin Yuan will be the honorary chairman of the Sky Dome Group. His words are the same as my words. No, it's something higher than what I've said. Zhang Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Honorary chairman. Does he have more say than the CEO himself? Is this a move to give the entire Sky Dome Group to this man? But she dared not ask any more questions. With a heart full of turmoil, she could only bow and agree, and then leave in a hurry. 10 minutes later. The atmosphere in the board meeting room of Tianqiong Group was extremely tense. All the directors looked at the unusually large chair that had appeared next to the head of the table with a look of astonishment and uncertainty. And there was the young man sitting calmly in the chair, as if this were his home turf. What puzzled them even more was that at the very end of the conference table sat an artist who had absolutely nothing to do with the meeting's content, Su Qingying. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why such an urgent meeting is being held today. Lang Yanran sat in the main seat, surveying the entire room with an icy voice. Today, I have 3 things to announce. First, I will transfer 30% of my shares in Sky Dome Group to Mr. Lin Yuan free of charge. Before he could finish speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. 30%. That was almost all the shares held by Lang Yanran in her personal capacity. Secondly, I propose the creation of an honorary chairman position, to be held by Mr. Lin Yuan, who will have veto power and the final decision-making power of the group. The entire room fell silent. All the directors looked at Lang Yanran as if she were crazy. This is an abdication. Third. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Lang Yanran took a deep breath and uttered the most crucial sentence of the day. I have decided to merge the Sky Dome Group with the Qingying Art Foundation under Ms. Su Qingying's name. To establish a brand new, super trust that spans commerce and art. And the name of this new group. She paused, her gaze meeting that of Su Qingying beside her. Then, in unison, they both looked at the man who had remained silent throughout. It will be named by Mr. Lin Yuan himself. No one in the entire room could make a sound. Everyone's brains have completely crashed due to these successive bombshells. They couldn't understand. They simply couldn't comprehend what was happening before their eyes. The Queen of the Sky Dome Group is actually going to join forces with an artist to hand over the empire she built to a man. This is insane. Just then, Lin Yuan finally stood up slowly. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room, turned his back to everyone, and looked down at the bustling city below. There's always been a question that I think you, Yanran, are also curious about. His voice, calm and clear, resonated throughout the entire conference room. That is, what exactly is the relationship between me and Ms. Su Qingying? Lang Yanran's heart tightened suddenly. She subconsciously looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying's face was also filled with tension and determination. Is it finally coming? Now, I can tell you. Lin Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze passing through everyone before finally landing on Lang Yanran. Before I met you, Su Qingying is my ex-girlfriend. Dead silence. It was as still as a vacuum in the universe, deathly silent. In the conference room, all sound disappeared. Time seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Lang Yanran's eyes widened little by little. Her silver eyes were filled with disbelief. She slowly, mechanically, turned her head. She looked at the woman sitting at the end of the conference table, her face pale, yet stubbornly meeting her gaze. Ex-girlfriend? Her stepmother. Was she his ex-girlfriend? Countless details that she had previously overlooked flooded her mind like a tidal wave at this moment. Why did Su Qingying lose her composure so much when he first came to her home? Why is it that Su Qingying's gaze towards him is always so complex, filled with guilt and love? Why is there always an inexplicable and tacit understanding between the two of them? So that's how it is. An indescribable anger of being deceived and kept in the dark surged into her heart instantly. But then, another, more complex emotion, however, suppressed this anger completely. She recalled the scene from the previous night in the bathroom where they had served him together. She recalled the scene from this morning, on the big bed, where they were sitting side by side. She recalled the harmonious moment just now in the dressing room when they tied that two-tone tie together for him. She suddenly realized, I don't seem to be as angry as I thought I was. Even deep down, there was a sense of relief, a feeling of I see, as if I had just learned something. And a hint of a morbid excitement that she herself was unwilling to admit. She looked at Su Qingying, and Su Qingying looked at her too. The two women's eyes met in mid-air. There was no anger, no questioning. There is only one kind, those who, as of the same kind, cherish each other. So, after a long while, Lan Yanran finally found her voice. She looked at Lin Yuan and asked the most crucial question. Why did you break up back then? Because of me. This time, it was Su Qingying who answered her. She stood up, bravely walked to Lin Yuan's side, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Back then, my family fell into poverty, and my father became seriously ill, requiring an astronomical sum of money for medical expenses. It was your father, Lang Tianxiong, who proposed the marriage. To save my father, I had no other choice. It was me who let him down. Her voice was filled with deep guilt and pain. Lang Yanran remained silent. She looked at the two people in front of her. One of them was the only man she ever truly loved in her life. One of them was her stepmother, whom she nominally cared about but never truly did. Looking at Su Qingying's face, which was filled with pain, she suddenly felt that she was somewhat pitiful. Now I understand why Lin Yuan chose this day and this occasion to make everything public. Because from now on, they are no longer stepmothers and stepdaughters. They will be the closest sisters who serve the same man together. The merger of Tianxiang Group and Qingying Foundation was a loyal offering they made to him together. I see. Lang Yanran slowly exhaled, stood up, and walked to the other side of Lin Yuan. One left and one right. They resembled two goddesses guarding the gods. She looked at the board members in the conference room, who were completely petrified, and her voice returned to its absolute coldness. The three things I just mentioned, let's vote on them now. Does anyone object? The entire room fell silent. Be opposed to? Are you kidding me? After witnessing such a secret story of a wealthy family that is enough to overturn one's worldview and is comparable to a myth. Who would dare utter even a single word of no? They finally understand completely now. This man is not going to marry into the Sky Dome Group. He wants to rule this world. Lang Yanran and Su Qingying were his most loyal right-hand women, helping him expand his territory. The final vote passed unanimously. The moment the resolution is generated. Ding! Detected that the host has completely taken control of the Sky Dome Group and the Qingying Art Foundation, achieving the ultimate feat, the unification of commerce and art. The ultimate mission of the soft rice system, the coronation of the world, is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the final reward, World Authority Unique. World Authority, your words become law ultimate, your words will become the rules of the world. Wealth, power, life, everything is at your command. The soft rice system will soon be uninstalled. Thank you for using it. May you and your loved one live forever. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system's cold yet somewhat liberating voice rang out. He felt an unprecedented, boundless power surge into his body. He could almost see where every penny of money flowed in the city. He could almost hear the desires in the hearts of everyone in the world. He became the god of this world. He looked down at the two stunning beauties on his left and right, who were gazing at him with adoration and infatuation. He smiled. He opened his arms and embraced them tightly. So, this new empire will be called. He paused, then whispered the name he had already chosen in their ears. Eternal. Because, starting today, he will sit atop the world with his two lovers, enjoying eternal power and eternal love. End of article.